In a previous life, I was betrayed by my brothers and girlfriend, cast down an icy cliff to perish from cold, only to be reborn 3 days prior to the global freeze. My journey commences with a dilapidated truck, which the system transforms into a mobile fortress of the apocalypse. An external aid? Infinite food supplies, limitless upgrades, boundless expansion, and the ability to collect illustrations to unlock core technologies. The aloof wife equals an infinite energy core. The tsundere heiress equals an ecological cultivation chamber. The dashing female officer equals a particle turret. While my enemies hoard instant noodles, I'm already savoring 1982 Lafite within my fortress. In this frigid apocalypse, while others struggle for survival, I shall forge a new order with my fortress and divine companions. Remember, this is not a refuge. It is my divine realm. Chapter 1. Use your stockings to exchange for a pack of instant noodles here. Madam, I trust you do not wish for your husband to be aware. Upon hearing Lafite's words, a blush crept onto the woman's face, a blend of shyness and indignation. She donned a pristine white silk blouse by Chanel, accentuating an astonishing curve at her chest. The black pencil skirt perfectly outlined her voluptuous silhouette. Her makeup was exquisite, her countenance frosty, exuding an aura that repelled strangers. Yet, at this moment, that very demeanor was marred by her embarrassment. Luo Fan toyed with a piece of soft black lace in his hand. Suya's breath quickened. One of her Hermes stockings had been swept away by the wind to the neighboring balcony. She didn't need it desperately, yet the thought of her intimate garment falling into the hands of a destitute truck driver sent shivers down her spine. A chill gripped her, and she could not endure it. It must be retrieved. Who would have thought that the driver would deny it? He was clearly holding the black lace, which belonged to her. Suya contemplated calling the police. However, her stockings had appeared in the apartment of solitary man next door. Given her husband's temperament, the consequences would be dire. Even more infuriating was that this wretched man demanded she prove it. Prove that the stocking was hers. How could she possibly demonstrate that? Should she let him come closer to sniff it and see if the scent matched? Shameless. Lewd. Luo Fan gazed at the icy beauty before him, her cheeks flushed with anger. Internally, he relished the moment. In his previous life, when faced with a similar situation, he had obediently surrendered the stockings. The next day, he was falsely accused by her husband, Zhang Haoyan, of being a pervert who stole stockings. Not only did he spend 3 days in the police station, but he also nearly lost his life upon returning home. Indeed, 3 days later, when he returned home, the apocalypse of ice descended. He almost perished from the cold on the first night. This time, since he was reborn, everything would be rewritten. Luo Fan stood like a wall at the doorway, surveying Suya with a scrutinizing gaze. From her delicate collarbone to the voluptuous curve beneath her skirt, and to her elegantly long, straight black stockings, Suya felt a shiver under his gaze. Her chest heaved rapidly, and her silk blouse appeared on the verge of bursting. Will you return it or not? Her voice bore a hint of desperation. Return it? Certainly. Luo Fan chuckled softly. I said, as long as you prove it is yours, I shall return it. You. Suya was left speechless with fury. What about me? Luo Fan stepped closer, invading her personal space. The scent of sweat mixed with an air of intimidation washed over her. Instinctively, Suya took a step back, her back colliding with the cold wall of the corridor. The chill sent a shudder through her. This item will remain with me for now. Luo Fan's lips curled into a humorless smirk. He slowly tucked the lace into his pocket, his movements replete with provocation. Suya's eyes widened in shock. She felt a profound sense of humiliation. You dare? Do you really think I wouldn't? Luo Fan advanced another step, their bodies nearly touching. He could perceive the expensive fragrance emanating from her, as well as the slight tremor of her eyelashes brought on by anger and fear. I advise you to keep this under wraps. Luo Fan lowered his voice. Otherwise, I cannot predict when I might show this to your husband, or perhaps to the elderly women in the community. Let them see whose it truly is. You are shameless. Suya's defenses crumbled completely. She had always faced polished social elites, never encountering such audacity. The man before her was a complete rogue. Likewise, Luo Fan stepped back, creating distance between them. Now be off home. He exhaled a cloud of smoke. This item will stay with me for now. If it proves useful, perhaps in 3 days, you might exchange your stockings for a pack of instant noodles. Useful? Suya's mind buzzed, blanking out. He intended to use her stockings. Suya dared not contemplate further. What should she do? What could she do? Her once proud composure and rationality were utterly ineffective against this truck driver. Luo Fan merely observed her, watching as her pride was supplanted by fear and humiliation. The psychological destruction was the ultimate form of revenge. Suya's lips trembled, attempting to articulate something, yet no words emerged. Suddenly, she recoiled and fled. As she ran, Tears tinged her voice as she spat out two words. Ro, bang. As Luo Fan heard the door slam shut, his smile vanished. He picked up his phone and confirmed the time once more. August 19th, Tuesday. Indeed, he had truly been reborn. Back to 3 days before the onset of the icy apocalypse. The frustrations of his past life had finally found their first outlet. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Since he had been reborn, he would live a life of splendor, ascending to the pinnacle of the world, watching as his enemies descended into despair and regret. Luo Fan closed the door, contemplating his next plan. What is paramount in the apocalypse? Certainly, it is the acquisition of various living supplies for a secure refuge. A refuge? A smirk crept upon Luo Fan's lips. If his assumptions were correct, he need not worry and perhaps even surpass his expectations. Thus, the immediate priority was stockpiling supplies. However, glancing at the balance in his bank account, it stood at a mere 13,645.72. This paltry sum was hardly worth mentioning. Luo Fan's mind raced. Lottery? The numbers had long slipped his mind. Stocks? There was no time to act within 3 days. Bank robbery? Well, it wasn't that he lacked the nerve, but rather the means. At that moment, his phone screen lit up with a message. Need cash urgently? Credit loans offer you a maximum limit of 50,000, with funds available in 3 minutes. Luo Fan's eyes sparkled instantly. Of course, a loan. After all, in 3 days, the world would freeze, order would collapse, and money would become worthless. Credit scores would be inconsequential. In his previous life, he had lived obediently, akin to a dog. And what was the outcome? He died like a dog. Luo Fan's grin widened, revealing a set of white teeth. Capitalists, forgive me. 2 hours later, his bank balance swelled to 210,000. On average, each app approved 5,000. After being honest and straightforward for over 20 years, I have accumulated but this meager amount of credit. The fool is indeed myself. 210,000. To his former self, it was an immense sum. Yet, in the face of the impending apocalypse, Lu Fan shook his head. Not enough, far from sufficient. Just the diesel alone requires a staggering sum. Food, medicine, clothing, and weapons. Each item is a voracious beast consuming gold. A substantial amount of money must be secured within 3 days. Chapter 2. Using the enemy's money to take care of his wife. Lu Fan's fingers glided across the screen of his phone, his gaze flitting over a myriad of contacts. Suddenly, one name caught his attention. Zhang Haoyan, his neighbor, Su Ye's husband, and the president of a publicly listed company. This man harbored a deep-seated disdain for their dilapidated community, convinced that residing here tarnished the prestige of his corporate title. Yet, ironically, he was also profoundly superstitious, having sought out a so-called master who predicted that the feng shui of this place would bring him fortune. Consequently, President Zhang was concocting a grand plan to purchase Lu Fan's apartment, merging it with his own to create a sprawling 300-square-meter penthouse. The thoughts of the affluent are indeed refreshingly unpretentious. In a previous life, Zhang Haoyan had deceived Lu Fan with empty promises, swindling him of his truck and supplies. In this life, however, a cold smile crept across Lu Fan's lips as he extinguished his cigarette, rummaged through his contacts, and dialed Zhang Haoyan's number. The phone rang for an eternity before it was answered. Who is this? Came Zhang Haoyan's impatient voice from the other end. It's me, Lu Fan. Oh, you. Zhang Haoyan's tone dripped with condescension. Get to the point. I'm busy. The apartment. I'm selling it to you. Lu Fan's words were succinct and to the point. Silence lingered on the line for 2 seconds. Come to your senses, have you? Zhang Haoyan's voice brimmed with arrogance. 1 million, considering our neighborly ties. This price won't last. Lu Fan chuckled softly. 120,000. What did you just say? Zhang Haoyan's voice shot up an octave. Lu Fan, have you lost your mind? You're robbing me. Fine, if you don't want it, then let it be. His tone remained calm as he feigned intent to hang up. Wait. Zhang Haoyan panicked. He had consulted several renovation companies, and plans were already in place, all hinging on Lu Fan's apartment. Moreover, the market price for Lu Fan's unit did indeed hover around 120,000. This figure aligned perfectly with his budget. However, he still felt the need to negotiate. After all, as a company president, he couldn't allow a mere commoner to take advantage of him. Lu Fan, let's discuss the price further. 120,000, Lu Fan reiterated. Furthermore, I have 2 conditions. First, we signed a contract today, and I require the full payment by day's end. Second, after signing, I wish to remain in the apartment for an additional month. On the other end, Zhang Haoyan's breathing grew labored. Lu Fan, you have 3 seconds to decide. Lu Fan interjected. 3, 2, 1, fine, I'll buy. Zhang Haoyan nearly shouted. Have your lawyer bring the contract and check at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Lu Fan concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone. Leaning back on the sofa, he exhaled a long sigh of satisfaction. The thrill of revenge surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. With Zhang Haoyan's money, he would stockpile supplies for the impending apocalypse and, incidentally, take care of his beautiful wife. This transaction was simply too advantageous. After finalizing the financial arrangements, Lu Fan snatched his car keys and stepped outside. He drove his Dongfeng heavy-duty truck out of the neighborhood and headed towards the desolate outskirts. Half an hour later, an abandoned industrial zone came into view. Lu Fan parked the truck in a vast concrete lot and turned off the engine. The surroundings were eerily silent. He closed his eyes, envisioning an irregular metallic object. About the size of his fist, deep gray, its surface riddled with incomprehensible intricate patterns. This very object had cost him his life in a previous existence. He had discovered it within an underground ruin, but before he could fully comprehend its significance, his good friend Zhao Yu and his girlfriend Lin Feifei had betrayed him over mere bags of cookies and half a box of canned goods, selling the information to the leader of a survivor base. The despair of being hunted and the sting of betrayal remained vivid in his memory. Little did he expect that this object had reincarnated alongside him. No, perhaps it was it that brought me back. Bind, he murmured softly. The metallic object emitted a ghostly blue glow, which swiftly transformed into countless specks of light, merging into the entire cabin. An emotionless voice resonated directly in his mind. Detecting host's mental command. Apocalypse Fortress System activating. Binding successful. Detecting vehicle, Dongfeng Tianlong KL heavy-duty truck. Meets LV1 Fortress transformation criteria. Would you like to proceed with the transformation immediately? A translucent blue interface floated before Lu Fan. Yes. The moment he confirmed, the truck shuddered violently. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as the vehicle's structure began to twist and reform. The lines became menacing, exuding a sense of power and aggression. The entire chassis elevated by half a meter, the tires expanded outward, growing wider and thicker, their rugged treads capable of crushing any obstacle. Most astonishingly, the cargo area, once a simple open bed, was enveloped in countless metal plates, swiftly merging into a colossal, sealed metal chamber. Seamlessly crafted, devoid of any superfluous decoration. A smooth line appeared along the side, forming an automated door without handles. The rear transformed into a round, vault-like locking door reminiscent of a bank safe. In just 1 minute, an ordinary heavy-duty truck had metamorphosed into a poised steel behemoth. A warm current surged from his feet, flooding through his entire body. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, and his muscles visibly swelled. His senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. He could distinctly perceive the peeling paint on a wall 100 meters away and the rustling of mice in the distant wild grass. Lu Fan clenched his fists, explosive power coursing through his veins. Host body enhancement LV1 complete. Awakened. This word sprang to Lu Fan's mind. In his previous life, he had witnessed individuals conjuring fireballs the size of basins with their bare hands, others moving so swiftly they left only after images, and some collapsing walls with a single punch. Yet he had merely been a trembling, ordinary person on the sidelines. Now, this power surged within him, surpassing even the most rudimentary awakened beings. This was only the system's fundamental enhancement. What if I could awaken as well? The system is an external force. True awakening is the power that belongs to oneself. Lu Fan's heart raced. He thrust open the heavy truck door and leapt down from the elevated cabin, caressing the fortress's cold black armor. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped him. As he approached the side, the sensor door slid open silently. Upon entering, the sight before him momentarily stole his breath away. This was no longer a truck cabin. It was clearly a luxurious apartment exceeding 100 square meters. Soft lighting was embedded in the edges of the ceiling and floor, illuminating the entire space. A grand 2-meter-wide bed, an open kitchen, and a bathroom with separate wet and dry areas awaited him. All the furniture exuded a minimalist yet technologically advanced aesthetic. In Lu Fan's mind, a system notification popped up. Please name your fortress. The King of 100 Tons. Naming successful. The King of 100 Tons. Fortress level, LV1. Upgrade requirement, steel, 20 tons. Armor strength, grade D alloy, capable of withstanding conventional light weapon fire. Damage status, none. Power core, diesel power. Internal space, 100 square meters. Basic functions, buffet restaurant LV1, storage space LV1. Buffet restaurant, daily refresh of 100 points for exchange. Storage space, 1,000 cubic meters. With no passage of time within. He glanced at the time. It was already dinner time, and his stomach conveniently rumbled. Lu Fan walked over to the buffet area. An operation interface emerged. Steamed rice, 1 point. Roast chicken, 3 points. Braised pork, 5 points. His gaze fell directly to the bottom. Imperial Buddha jumps over the wall, single serving, 100 points. In his previous life, he had gnawed on tree bark and chewed on cold belts. He had even taken a life for a can of expired cat food. Now he exchanged for the Buddha jumps over the wall. The kitchen's central island silently slid open, and a delicate white porcelain stew pot slowly ascended. Lu Fan lifted the lid, and an indescribably rich aroma instantly filled the entire compartment. In the golden-hued, thick soup, abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, and scallops were all present, a cornucopia of delicacies. He picked up a spoon and took a mouthful, the exquisite flavor exploding on his palate. After savoring the last bite, Lu Fan leaned back on the sofa, exhaling deeply. The very thing that had caused his demise had now become his golden finger. But those who had led to his downfall, Zhao Yu and Lin Fei, once his closest friends and the love of his life, would soon repay him with interest. Chapter 3. This system certainly knows how to pick its champions. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Haoyan's lawyer arrived to have Lu Fan sign the contract. After confirming that there were no significant issues with the contract, Lu Fan readily affixed his signature. Within 5 minutes, his phone buzzed. A bank message appeared. Your savings card account ending in 9527 has received an income of 120,000,000 yuan, current balance. 141,364,572 yuan. Lu Fan gazed at the long string of numbers, unable to suppress a smile. Zhang Haoyan, thank you for generously sponsoring your own misfortune. Subsequently, Lu Fan summoned the system interface, examining the required upgrade materials. Steel, 20 tons. That seems remarkably simple. He decided to give it a try. After all, this was his golden finger. Lu Fan drove the king of 100 tons to the Xiangping steel recycling plant. The rusty iron gate stood ajar, and a mixture of rust and oil wafted towards him. A portly man in an oily tank top lounged in a chair at the entrance, casually picking his teeth. Wang Dehai, greedy, lecherous, and utterly shameless. Lu Fan remembered distinctly hearing this man boast after a drunken night, claiming he had connections to acquire illicit steel, half of which, he bragged, were smuggled goods. Perfect. He was an ideal supplier. At this moment, Wang Dehai noticed Lu Fan's nearly pristine new vehicle and approached him with a sycophantic grin. Oh, boss, a new car. Are you here to sell or to buy? To buy, Lu Fan replied, rolling down the window and arrogantly inquired. What is the price for scrap steel? Wang Dehai's eyes gleamed as he immediately categorized Lu Fan as a naive young rich man. You've come to the right person. My materials are guaranteed. I'll give you a brotherly price for 100 per ton. The market price was just over 3,000, and he had hiked it by 30%. Lu Fan's expression remained unchanged. Fine. With a single word, he effectively stifled the entire set of boasts Wang Dehai had prepared. So straightforward, Lu Fan leaped from the driver's seat, pulled out his phone, and checked his bank balance. Let us start with 200,000. I'll load it myself. Whatever I can fit. Wang Dehai's eyes were glued to the long string of zeros on Lu Fan's phone screen. Over 1. For a million. A prime target delivered right to him. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. No problem. You're a real straightforward guy. Wang Dehai's face broke into a broad grin. The warehouse is over there. Go ahead and load as much as you want, as much as your truck can handle. He was overjoyed. This truck looked like it could hold a maximum of 40 tons. At 100 per ton, that would be only 120,000, netting him an easy 80,000. It felt like found money. Lu Fan drove into the dim depths of the warehouse, then approached the rear of the vehicle. The fortress's heavy round tailgate silently swung open. Behind the door was not a cargo compartment, but an abyss of impenetrable darkness, akin to a black hole that devoured all. Lu Fan flexed his wrist and walked towards the mountain of scrap steel, casually grasping a steel rebar as thick as a bowl. It felt incredibly heavy, at least 100 pounds, yet in his hands, it was as light as a plastic tube. With a flick of his arm, the rebar transformed into a shadow, flying towards the dark entrance at the rear of the truck. There was no sound of collision, no echo. The moment the rebar touched the darkness, it vanished as if consumed by another dimension. Ding, stidanton. A grin spread across Lu Fan's face. He no longer tossed them one by one. Instead, he embraced a bundle of tightly packed rebar and hurled it forward. Ding, steel 5 tons. More. Ding, steel 3 tons. An hour later, Lu Fan exhaled deeply, drenched in sweat, yet thoroughly satisfied as he came to a halt. At the entrance of the warehouse, Wang Dehai lounged in a chair, humming a tune. Upon seeing Lu Fan's truck emerge, he quickly got up, his face beaming with smiles. Boss, you're done so soon? Yep, it's full. Great. Wang Dehai's grin widened even further. Take care, and come back again. He watched the taillights of the departing vehicle, happily spitting on the ground. Fool! As Wang Dehai, humming, strolled back towards the depths of the warehouse. He contemplated which club to visit that evening, planning to indulge in the most expensive services available. However, upon entering the warehouse, his smile abruptly froze. The tune he had been humming ceased on his lips. The warehouse was utterly empty. The towering heap of scrap steel, which had once stood at least 200 tons high, had vanished. All that remained was a barren expanse of concrete and a few scattered metal shavings. What the hell? Wang Dehai's lips trembled, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. This is a ghost. In the abandoned factory area, Lu Fan surveyed the system panel. Feeling elated. System, upgrade the fortress. Ding. Warning. The LV2 fortress upgrade permissions have been locked. A line of crimson text flashed ominously. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Unlock conditions. Please first activate the goddess pictorial subsystem and bind the first goddess. The goddess pictorial? What is that? With a flicker of thought, a brand new interface unfurled before him. It bore but a single option. Initiate scan. A wave of invisible ripples emanated from the fortress, swiftly expanding outward. A radar-like scanning graphic materialized before Lu Fan. Mere seconds later, a red that was pinpointed. Target locked, distance 52 kilometers. A photograph and details popped up. The woman in the image presented a frosty visage, her demeanor exuding an air of aloof elegance. It was indeed Suya. Name, Suja. Age, 27. Comprehensive score, 92. Appearance, 95. Physique, 96. Demeanor, 85. Current relationship, hostile. Attitude towards host, disdain, vigilance, contempt. So it truly is her. Lu Fan's gaze continued downward. A line of golden text made his pupils constrict sharply. Hidden attribute, infinite energy core. Activation conditions. Activation reward. Fortress receives LVMAX infinite energy core, permanently exempting all energy consumption. Lu Fan's breath became labored. Infinite energy? 3 days hence, the icebound apocalypse shall descend. Oil production will cease, electricity will be interrupted. Diesel will become more precious than gold or human life. An infinite energy core signifies his fortress can remain eternally warm. It means he will possess boundless power and electricity. It means he can thrive in the apocalypse beyond all others. Lu Fan's gaze was fixed on Suya's haughty visage on the screen. At that moment, she was no longer merely the wife of an enemy, nor just a target for revenge. She had transformed into the most crucial strategic resource he must obtain at any cost in this desolate world. Chapter 4. What is going on between you two? Lu Fan drove his heavy-duty truck around the outskirts, confirming he was not being followed before parking in a secluded lot. Dressed in inexpensive work attire, he hailed a cab to the most luxurious mall in the city center, Super Boutique Supermarket. This was a haven for the affluent, where even the air was suffused with the fragrance of wealth. Patrons adorned in elegant attire and impeccably made-up sales associates showcased every detail of the establishment's exclusivity. All eyes converged upon him, scrutinizing, questioning, and even openly displaying disdain. Lu Fan remained unfazed. He strode purposefully through the crowd, heading towards the innermost depths of the supermarket's fresh produce section. Sir, may I assist you? A polite sales associate intercepted him, yet her vigilant gaze betrayed her true thoughts. Ignoring her, Lu Fan's eyes scanned the exquisitely packaged meats within the display. Finally, his finger landed on a piece of beef marbled so perfectly it resembled marble. This one, the A5 Wagyu, the entire cut, I'll take it all. The sales associate's smile faltered, her expression frozen in disbelief. She assumed she had misheard. This prime Wagyu, air freighted from Japan, cost 4 digits for just a small piece, and the whole cut was worth enough to purchase a high-end Apple phone. And that, the Almas caviar, I'll take 2 jars. Also, that bottle of 82 Petrus, bring it down as well. The entire fresh produce section fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on Lu Fan, their expressions filled with skepticism, mockery, and anticipation of a spectacle. Are you certain, sir? The sales associate asked, her voice trembling. Check out. Lu Fan dismissed her with a wave. At the cash register, even the manager was taken aback. Sir, the total is 128,800 yuan. The manager operated the register personally, his tone laced with a barely perceptible test of Lu Fan. Everyone awaited the moment of Lu Fan's embarrassment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Fan casually produced his phone, nonchalantly pulling up the payment code. Beep. The sound rang out crisply, akin to a resounding slap across the faces of those surrounding him. The notification of successful payment rendered the air in the supermarket thick with disbelief. With a single hand gripping the oversized shopping bag emblazoned with the super logo, Lu Fan strolled out leisurely, his demeanor unruffled. In 3 days, this money would be worth less than a piece of toilet paper. Meanwhile, these gourmet ingredients would serve as the first grand gift for Zhang Haoyan and his wife. Upon returning to the Xingfu Li community, Lu Fan glanced at the time on his phone, 5:30 in the afternoon. He did not head directly home, but lingered by the elevator, seemingly awaiting someone. 2 minutes later, ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing Zhang Haoyan and Suya within. The timing was impeccable. A barely perceptible smile tugged at Lu Fan's lips as he stepped inside. Zhang Haoyan, clad in a bespoke suit, adorned with a million-yuan Patek Philippe on his wrist, his hair meticulously styled, exuded an air of superiority typical of a successful individual. Upon seeing Lu Fan, he froze momentarily before his gaze fell upon the shopping bag in Lu Fan's hand, a smirk of undisguised derision creeping onto his face. Oh, isn't this little Lu? Just received the money from selling his house and already off to splurge? What's the matter? Never seen anything nice before. Turning to Suya, he boasted, "Darling, look, I've already purchased Lu Fan's house. Once he moves out, we'll merge the 2 units to create you an expansive walk-in closet." Suya stood beside him, being somewhat anxious. Her head bowed. She dared not meet Lu Fan's gaze, instinctively shrinking into the corner of the elevator. Throughout, Lu Fan did not spare Zhang Haoyan a single glance. His attention was unapologetically fixated on Suya, his gaze roving from her delicate collarbone to the gentle rise and fall of her chest, and finally to her long, slender legs encased in nude stockings. His eyes brimmed with aggression and possessiveness, akin to a beast surveying prey it had marked as its own. Suya felt a chill run down her spine, as if his gaze penetrated her very garments, traversing every inch of her skin, igniting a mix of shame and anger within her, yet rendering her unable to act. The atmosphere in the elevator grew oppressively suffocating. Zhang Haoyan's boasts and derision, under Lu Fan's disregard, appeared as the antics of a clown. The teardrop mole beneath your left eye appears even more enchanting when you are moved. In an instant, Suya's complexion turned pale, devoid of color. Meanwhile, the smile on Zhang Haoyan's face seemed to be abruptly frozen, solidifying at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, that frozen expression shattered, transforming into a ghastly pallor and a menacing scowl. "What did you say?" He glared fiercely at Lu Fan, his teeth grinding with a sharp sound. He yearned to lunge forward and seize Lu Fan by the collar, demanding answers. However, when he met Lu Fan's calm yet unfathomable gaze, an icy dread surged from his feet up to the crown of his head. Lu Fan, towering at over 6 feet, with a physique reinforced by the system, loomed like an unyielding wall, exuding an invisible oppressive force. The questions that surged to Zhang Haoyan's lips were forcefully quelled by this aura, leaving him utterly speechless. He dare not speak. Bang! Lu Fan slammed the door shut with force. Outside, Zhang Haoyan, consumed by humiliation and jealousy, unleashed all his wrath upon his wife beside him. "Suya, you better explain this to me. What on earth is going on between you and him?" I haven't," Suya cried out, her voice trembling with fear and indignation. "Haven't? Then why would he say such things? Huh. No wonder he opened with 1,200,000. Speak. Did you tell him my bottom line, you traitorous wretch?" Zhang Haoyan's face contorted in rage as he gripped Suya's wrist with such force that it seemed capable of crushing her bones. "You harlot! Have you been fooling around with him behind my back all along?" The vile words struck Suya like a dagger, draining the color from her face. "You bastard!" Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the empty corridor. Inside the room, Lu Fan smiled as he placed a premium A5 Wagyu steak onto a sizzling iron plate. Sizzle. The fat melted instantly, filling the air with a rich aroma of meat. He eschewed utensils, tearing off a hefty chunk of the perfectly charred steak with his hands and devouring it with fervor. Then, he uncorked a bottle of exquisite Petrus red wine and took a hearty swig directly from the bottle. The velvety liquid slid down his throat, tinged with a hint of spice. What he savored was not merely food and wine, but the exhilarating pleasure of crushing his adversary's pathetic pride and arrogance beneath his heel. Piece by piece, just a single utterance had caused Zhang Haoyan's meticulously constructed elite world to collapse in an instant, rendering his most cherished beauty, his wife, a mere plaything before him. And this was merely an appetizer. A cold and excited glimmer sparkled in Lu Fan's eyes. The main course was yet to come. Chapter 5. Good Moisture. On the morning of August 20th, Lu Fan parked his massive vehicle in front of an outdoor equipment store named Extreme Expedition. This establishment held a modest reputation within certain circles, run by a retired soldier who specialized in rare and formidable gear. Upon entering, he encountered a robust, sun-kissed middle-aged man who was meticulously polishing a dagger, his gaze never lifting. "What can I help you with?" "A bow." Lu Fan's eyes scanned the array of bows and crossbows adorning the walls. The owner finally looked up, sizing up Lu Fan, and upon noticing his ordinary attire, pointed to a nearby row of compound bows. "For a novice, these will suffice. They're easy to handle and quite accurate." Lu Fan shook his head, his finger pointing instead to the highest bow on the wall, a strikingly dark recurved bow. "Take that one down for me." The owner paused, furrowing his brow. "Young man, you have discerning taste. That's the beast, a 220-pound recurved bow. Most people can't even string it." His tone carried an air of condescension. "Don't even think about drawing it. Just the empty pull could tear your shoulder apart." Lu Fan nodded. "Let's give it a try." Seeing Lu Fan's unwavering demeanor, the owner begrudgingly fetched a ladder to retrieve the beast. The bow felt heavy in his hands, brimming with primal strength. "Want to try?" The owner crossed his arms, a look of anticipation on his face. Lu Fan declined the offered protective gear, gripping the bow with his left hand and the thick string with his right. Taking a deep breath, he engaged his core, his arm muscles tensing instantaneously. To the owner's astonishment, the formidable bow, which would deter even the strongest men, was drawn back slowly and steadily. The sound of the string creaking echoed like a beast's growl. There was no quiver, no hint of struggle. The bowstring rested perfectly against his lips, forming a flawless crescent. A profound silence enveloped the entire shop. The mockery and disdain on the owner's face were swiftly replaced by sheer shock. This bow had a pull weight of around 200 pounds. "Is this the fabled Kirin arm?" The owner gazed at Lu Fan's muscular arm, barely restraining himself from reaching out. The bowstring was taut, nearly biting into his flesh. A surge of raw power coursed through his arm, solidifying Lu Fan's resolve. This force was sufficient. This was likely the pinnacle of what could be found on the market. There was no time to seek out better options. "I'll take it," Lu Fan declared, tossing the bow onto the counter. "I want all the accompanying arrows, armor-piercing tips included." "What? Oh, all right." The shopkeeper, now awakened from his stupor, hurriedly began packing, his gaze toward Lu Fan shifting to one of reverence and fear. And Lu Fan pointed to the shelves, a military knife, a hatchet, and a spade, all 10 of each. The thickest outerwear and ski suits. 10 sets for both men and women. For the next half hour, the shopkeeper, as if energized, along with 2 aides, rushed to haul box after box of outdoor supplies from the storeroom. Subsequently, Lu Fan swept through several pharmacies, collecting essential emergency medications for his storage space. His phone buzzed with a notification. "Your savings account ending in 9527 has been debited 18,500,000 yuan. Current balance, 32,864,572 yuan. Over 1,400,000 have been spent in a single day, leaving only a fraction remaining." Lu Fan glanced at the balance, slightly furrowing his brow. The upcoming food expenses would be substantial. He hoped everything would proceed smoothly. In the evening, Lu Fan entered the apartment building, carrying a large bag of instant noodles and sausages. Just as the elevator arrived from the underground garage with a ding, Zhang Haoyan and Suya happened to step out. Zhang Haoyan's gaze immediately fell upon the cheap red plastic bag in Lu Fan's hand, the bold packaging of Kong Shifu braised beef noodles catching his eye. He had nearly erupted with rage after Lu Fan's single remark the previous day, culminating in a fierce argument with Suya at home, leaving him seething. Seeing Lu Fan's pitiful appearance now provided him a perfect outlet for his frustration, a sickly satisfaction creeping onto his face. "Oh, Lu Fan, are you back to eating your old meals?" He taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm, loud enough for all 3 in the elevator to hear clearly. "I told you, a toad should be leaping in the mud, hoping to feast on swan meat, yet in the end, it's yourself who suffers." Puffed up, it's still having to return to instant noodles? How could that bottle of 82 Pomerol possibly be consumed from a bowl of instant noodles? Ha ha ha. His laughter was raucous, as if he were determined to repay all the humiliations he endured yesterday in double measure at that very moment. Suya furrowed her brows behind her sunglasses, tugging at Zhang Haoyan's shirt to signal him to cease his banter. Yet, caught up in the thrill, Zhang Haoyan was unwilling to relent. "Lu Fan." The elevator ascended smoothly. 14, 15. Just as the number was on the verge of flipping to 16, Lu Fan suddenly lifted his eyelids, calmly gazing down at Zhang Haoyan, and spoke. "Have you ever experienced a bungee jump?" Zhang Haoyan. Suya. Before he could respond, a mocking smile tugged at Lu Fan's lips as he continued. "I hope you can still find joy and laughter later, President Zhang." His cryptic statement left both individuals questioning Lu Fan's sanity. Before they could grasp the situation, a jarring metallic crash echoed from above. The entire elevator plummeted abruptly, the lights flickering violently before plunging into an abyss of darkness. Instantly, a terrifying sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. Zhang Haoyin's blood-curdling scream shattered the silence of the void. The president of the publicly listed company, petrified, crumpled to the floor in a heap. The elevator compartment descended like a runaway stallion into an unfathomable abyss. In the darkness, Suya gasped, her body buoyed by the loss of gravity, uncontrollably colliding towards Lu Fan. Just as she braced herself for impact against the cold metal, a pair of robust arms enveloped her waist with unwavering strength. The embrace, solid as iron and searingly warm, formed a comforting cocoon amid the chaos of their rapid descent. Suya's face collided with a broad, unyielding chest. The scent that enveloped her was no longer that of Zhang Haoyin's ostentatious cologne, but rather an aggressively potent aroma of pure masculine vigor. Boom! The elevator jolted violently once more, as though it had crashed into something. Suya's body was hurled upward by the sheer force, only to come crashing down again. Amidst the tumult, Lu Fan instinctively tightened his grip around her waist. Suya's body pressed closely against Lu Fan's lower half, while his other hand sought support. Resting against her front, through the delicate fabric of her dress, an exhilarating softness and fullness distinctly communicated through his palm. Warm, exquisite, as if the finest silk enveloped a living essence, gently rising and falling with her hurried breaths. How intoxicating! Chapter 6. If you wish to exit, you must comply. For an instant, Lu Fan's heartbeat faltered. Suya gasped, her body stiffening, her mind blank. Creak! The excruciating sound of metal grinding exploded. The plummeting elevator abruptly halted, as if caught by some unseen force. After a violent swaying, it finally suspended in midair. Moments later, a click. The emergency lights flickered on, casting a dim yellow glow that dispelled the darkness. Zhang Haoyin scrambled to his feet, his face pale, his trousers dampened. Meanwhile, Lu Fan remained in the same position, firmly holding Suya in his embrace. Suya's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, and she raised her gaze, locking eyes with Lu Fan's fathomless depths. In those eyes, there was no panic, no surprise. At that moment, a multitude of emotions, humiliation, anger, and terror, exploded within her. She managed to utter a single word. What comes next? Should she slap him? Yet he had acted to protect her. Express gratitude? That seemed almost impossible to articulate. Zhang Haoyin, still sprawled on the ground, finally comprehended the scene before him. Remove your hands from my wife. Zhang Haoyin, emerging from the depths of pain and humiliation, pointed at Lu Fan, his voice trembling with rage. Did you hear me? Suya snapped back to reality, forcefully shoving Lu Fan away, retreating to the corner of the elevator. Her arms tightly crossed over her chest. Her cheeks radiated a heat from her neck to the roots of her ears. Her sunglasses had skewed askew from the earlier commotion, revealing an eye full of fear and indignation. Ding! Target Suya's obedience level, 10. Current attitude, fear, 80. Humiliation, 50. Obedience, 10. Lu Fan regarded Zhang Haoyin, his expression laced with a more pronounced provocation. He could hardly be bothered to speak, merely lifting the hand that had previously rested against Suya's chest. His fingers spread wide. He flexed them lightly in the air, as if savoring the lingering sensation of that thrilling contact. This gesture proved more lethal than any words. I want to kill. Zhang Haoyin's eyes turned crimson, a surge of fury igniting within him, consuming his last remnants of reason. Kill him. He must pay. Zhang Haoyin resolved that today, no matter the cost, Lu Fan would face consequences. Yet, as he beheld Lu Fan's indifferent gaze and the outline of muscles subtly bulging beneath his work attire, a chill crept up his spine, extinguishing his blazing rage in an instant. Should he reconsider? Yes. What was he, after all? Just a laborer driving a truck. Engaging him would only diminish his own worth. Once outside, he would devise a means to ruin him, have someone break his legs, render him destitute, force him to kneel and beg. This moment of restraint was merely a precursor to a more satisfying revenge later on. Exactly. Unable to bear looking at Lu Fan any longer, he unleashed his pent-up fury upon the chill that emanated from the depths of her soul, caused her to tremble uncontrollably. Fear. Utter, overwhelming fear. Yet amidst this terror, there lingered a perverse sense of security. This man was formidable, so powerful that he could effortlessly dictate the fates of both her and her husband. He was so strong that the very notion of rebellion seemed utterly inconceivable. Lu Fan observed Suya, curled up in the corner like a frightened kitten, a smirk of amusement gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Do you wish to leave? His voice resonated distinctly in the oppressive silence of the elevator. Suya's body jolted as if startled, her wide eyes locking onto his. In the dim, yellow glow of the emergency lights, her tear-streaked face radiated a haunting beauty. Fragile, yet breathtaking. She nodded vigorously, her lips quivering, unable to produce a sound. To escape, one must comply. Lu Fan's gaze pinpointed her arms, tightly wrapped around her chest. For instance, lower your hands. This statement wielded more lethal power than the earlier act of breaking Zhang Haoyin's wrist. Suya's entire being shuddered. Humiliation-infused tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes. This scoundrel, did he truly intend? No. She must not acquiesce. Her mind screamed in defiance. Yet her body felt as if it had been frozen in place, unable to move. Resistance? What could she possibly use to resist? The man lying unconscious on the floor, with a foul stench emanating from his trousers, was a precursor to her own fate. Time trickled by agonizingly. In the elevator, the only sound that broke the silence was her stifled sobs. However, gazing into Lu Fan's unfeeling eyes, Suya understood that she had no room for choice. Slowly, inch by inch, she relinquished her arms that shielded her chest, revealing the breathtaking curves ensconced within her dress to Lu Fan's gaze once more. Ding. Compliance level of target Suya, 10. Current attitude, fear, 80. Dependence, 20. Humiliation, 50. Obedience, 20. Excellent. A hint of amusement flickered within Lu Fan. Indeed, when confronting a proud woman who feigns resistance, physical submission is the only veritable truth. Given how obedient you are, Lu Fan's voice carried a hint of mirth. I shall divulge the method for your escape. Suya's head snapped up, a glimmer of hope flickering in her tear-laden eyes. What method? Her voice was hoarse, laced with the remnants of her tears. Lu Fan refrained from providing a direct answer, instead teasingly shaking a finger. Patience, consider this a small enchantment. He took a step closer to her. Instinctively, Suya tried to retreat, but her back met the cold elevator wall, leaving her with no further retreat. Now, close your eyes. Lu Fan's voice dripped with a seductive quality, and silently chant, Open Sesame. Open Sesame. Suya's mind spiraled into chaos. In this dire situation, did he truly consider her a mere child? Yet, under the undeniable authority of Lu Fan's gaze, she found herself inexplicably closing her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly from anxiety. Such obedience, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Suya felt his warm breath against her cheek, carrying a faint scent of tobacco, intertwined with a masculine essence that sent her heart racing. She instinctively held her breath, her heart pounding as if it would leap from her throat. What did he intend to do? In that fleeting moment of chaotic thoughts, warm lips pressed firmly against hers, soft yet commanding, exuding an irresistible aggression. Suya's eyes flew open, her pupils wide with disbelief. Her mind buzzed, momentarily shutting down. How dare he? Humiliation and rage erupted within her like a volcano. She raised her hand, summoning all her strength to deliver a resounding slap to Lu Fan's face. Smack! No sound followed. His wrist was captured mid-air by a hand that felt like an iron vice. Suya barely managed to utter a word. Bang! Another jarring noise reverberated through the elevator as it surged upward abruptly, then halted with a heavy thud. This unexpected turn of events shattered Suya's final psychological defenses. A short, sharp scream escaped her lips. Her body's instincts overwhelmed all rational thought and shame. She relinquished her intent to strike, grasping onto the man before her as though he were a lifeline, burying herself into his broad, solid embrace. Lu Fan could feel her body trembling violently, and he noted the astonishing softness pressing against him, reshaping under the pressure. I'm not coercing you, he murmured softly by her ear. See, the enchantment has taken effect. Ding! The 16th floor arrived. The elevator doors slid open, revealing a brightly lit corridor. Everything returned to normal, as if the preceding harrowing fall and passionate kiss had merely been a figment of imagination. Suya remained frozen, still clinging to Lu Fan. He gently patted her back. We've arrived, Miss Suya. His voice brimmed with unabashed mockery. Still holding on? Planning to accompany me home? Startled as if struck by lightning, Suya forcefully pushed him away. She stumbled back 2 steps, leaning against the elevator wall, gasping for breath. Her cheeks, neck, and ears flushed with heat. She dared not meet Lu Fan's gaze, especially not those eyes that seemed to penetrate her very soul. Lu Fan reveled in her mortified and furious expression, his smile growing more pronounced. You initiated that embrace. You held on so tightly. One might think you harbored feelings for me. Ding. Compliance level of target Suya, 10. Current attitude, fear, 80. Humiliation, 60. Obedience, 30. The results were remarkable. Suya's lips quivered, unable to articulate a single word. Did she truly initiate the embrace? Indeed, but under what circumstances? This scoundrel, this rogue. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. Now was not the time to dwell on her grievances with him. She approached the corner, crouching down to shake Zhang Haoyan, who lay unconscious. Haoyan? Haoyan, wake up! Zhang Haoyan groaned painfully, slowly rousing from his stupor. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was his swollen right hand. My hand! My hand! The excruciating pain jolted him awake, and his cries echoed like that of a wounded animal. Be quiet! Suya snapped, her voice laced with disgust and irritation. She struggled to lift the heavy man, who weighed over 160 pounds, from the ground. Zhang Haoyan winced in pain, his entire being draped over Suya. Lu Fan leaned casually against the elevator entrance, observing them with an air of nonchalance. Mr. Zhang, you seem a bit under the weather. It appears you might need to enhance your physical fitness. Suya, supporting Zhang Haoyan, kept her head down, yearning to escape this suffocating environment as swiftly as possible. Just as they were about to exit the elevator, Lu Fan's voice floated lazily from behind them. By the way, your wife is quite the catch. The feel? Exceptional. Suya halted abruptly. Her body instantly stiffening. Beside her, Zhang Haoyan reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, erupting with fury. Lu Fan, how dare you? Violently Stukov Suya, charging toward Lu Fan like a raging bull. In that moment, humiliation, jealousy, and wrath collided within him, igniting an explosive desire for vengeance. He yearned to annihilate this scoundrel. However, he barely managed to take a step forward. Lu Fan didn't even glance in his direction, leisurely raising his hand to flex his wrist. The resounding crack of his knuckles echoed through the quiet corridor, sharp and jarring. Zhang Haoyan's momentum came to an abrupt halt, as if a pause button had been pressed. He stared at Lu Fan's impassive face, and all his courage and fury were extinguished by a wave of dread. He couldn't. He truly couldn't. Zhang Haoyan swallowed hard, pointing a trembling finger at Lu Fan. Why you wait for me? I will not let you off so easily. After uttering this, he dared not look back, seizing Suya's hand and almost tumbling towards their front door in a frantic escape. The door swung open, they hurried inside, and it slammed shut with a resounding thud. Call the police. Suya, call the police immediately. Once inside, Zhang Haoyan leaned against the door, gasping for breath as he shouted. I want him imprisoned. I want him dead. Suya fumbled with her phone, her fingers hesitating over the screen. Call the police? What would they say when the authorities arrived? That he forcibly kissed her? He could easily claim she was the one who initiated the embrace. What about the assault? He could argue she struck first. Most importantly, that pair of stockings was still in his possession. Noticing her indecision, Zhang Haoyan snatched the phone from her grasp. What the hell are you hesitating for? Just as he was about to dial, he abruptly froze. No, reporting him would be too lenient. A few days in jail, and he would be out again. How could he possibly swallow that humiliation? Forget the police. Zhang Haoyan set the phone down, a sinister smirk creeping across his face. I will find someone to ruin him, to make him wish for death, yet find no reprieve. In the corridor, Lu Fan listened to the roars emanating from the neighboring apartment, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Wishing for death, yet finding no escape? In my previous life, those words should have been mine to utter. He pulled out his phone, glancing at the time. August 20th, Wednesday, 6:15 p.m. In his past life, he had heard residents mention that the elevator steel cables would suffer from metal fatigue at precisely 6:10 p.m., triggering the emergency brakes. Everything was unfolding according to plan, and the results were splendid. He turned to gaze at the cold iron door of his residence. Zhang Haoyan and Suya were merely the appetizers. The main course awaited. Two faces that he loathed with every fiber of his being surfaced in his mind. One was Zhao Yu, once a brother in arms. The other was Lin Fei, with whom he had once exchanged vows of eternal love. Lu Fan's gaze turned frigid and piercing. Soon, it would be your turn. Chapter 8. Want to inherit my legacy? August 21st, Thursday. 16 hours remained until the world froze over. Lu Fan stared at the balance in his mobile banking app. 32,864, 572 yuan. Not enough. This paltry sum wouldn't even suffice for a minor indulgence. After tomorrow, it would merely be worthless paper. Yet today, it remained omnipotent. He seized the keys to his modified heavy truck and strode out the door. Outside, the revamped behemoth of a truck lurked like a black colossus, silently poised. Lu Fan patted its icy armor. Old friend, I shall rely on you to make a grand entrance today. With a roar, the engine erupted, the sound reverberating so violently that it set off a nearby BMW S alarm. Lu Fan pressed the accelerator, racing toward the western district of the city. Hongfa Food Wholesale Market, the largest grain and oil distribution center in the area. Lu Fan didn't bother searching for a parking spot. He positioned his massive truck squarely in the middle of the main thoroughfare, effectively blocking half the road. Passers-by and vehicles alike turned their heads, astonished. What kind of vehicle is that? A tank? Impressive. How much must it have cost to modify? Donning sunglasses, Lu Fan exited the vehicle. Amidst the stares and whispers, he strode directly into the largest establishment, Hongfa Grain and Oil. The owner, Lu Hongfa, with a shiny Mediterranean hairstyle, was currently savoring tea from a purple clay pot, his eyelids barely lifting. Help yourself. No discounts for casual customers. Lu Fan, disinterested in pleasantries, pulled up a chair and sat down with an air of authority. He pulled out his phone, tapping the screen lightly. Outside, the heavy truck emitted a technologically advanced chime. Beep. Lu Hongfa's hand trembled slightly as he peered outside. The steel behemoth, dominating the entire street, flashed its lights as if responding to the occupants within. This vehicle, the modification cost must start in the 7 figures. Lu Hongfa set down the teapot, re-evaluating Lu Fan. What can I assist you with, boss? Lu Fan crossed his legs. Lu, I fear this order may overwhelm you. Lu Hongfa chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. In the entirety of the Western District, there is no order too large for Lu Hongfa. Speak, how much do you require? Lu Fan did not accept the cigarette offered, but rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. I want all your self-heating meals, compressed biscuits, canned goods, chocolates, everything. 500 bags of rice, 300 bags of flour, 200 barrels of cooking oil. And as for those large bottles of purified water, I want as many as you have. The cigarette in Lu Hongfa's hand fell to the ground, not out of shock but sheer amusement. Was this kid playing house? A rough estimate calculated this order nearing 2 million. Boss, you're quite bold. Lu Hongfa's eyes sparkled, though his smile bore the weight of restraint. Which construction site is this for? Or, let's not delve into matters that don't concern us. Lu Fan interrupted. Let us get to the calculations. I'm in a hurry. Understood. Understood. Lu Hongfa rubbed his hands together, feverishly tapping on a calculator. Boss, the total comes to 2,800,000. Let me round it down to 2 million flat. Agreed. Lu Fan nodded. I'll pay a deposit of 200,000. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Lu Hongfa's smile faded inch by inch. He slammed the purple clay pot onto the tea tray, sending tea splattering everywhere. Kid, are you messing with me? 200,000 deposit for goods worth 2 million? Is this a charity haul? With a wave of his hand, a loud clatter ensued. Several burly men, who were in the midst of moving goods, dropped their tasks and gathered around. Each bore a countenance of raw intimidation, wielding wrenches and crowbars. Tattoos of ribbonfish and mantis shrimp adorned their arms, clearly indicating they were not to be trifled with. Lu Hongfa resumed his seat, a cold smirk on his face. Today, if you fail to provide an explanation, it might be quite difficult for you to leave through that door. Lu Fan did not so much as raise an eyelid. He even picked up a Chinese cigarette from the table, lit it for himself, and took a deep drag, exhaling a perfect smoke ring. Next Monday, the final payment will be settled. No way. Lu Hongfa's rejection was resolute. Very well then. Lu Fan stood up, brushing off his trousers. I shall seek out old Wong next door. I hear his rice is fresher than yours. With that, he turned and departed, without a hint of hesitation. Lu Hongfa was taken aback. This script was not unfolding as expected. Shouldn't he be begging for mercy? Halt! A burly man, adorned with a ribbonfish tattoo, brandished a steel pipe to block the entrance. Kid, if Brother F.A. hasn't dismissed you, you're not going anywhere. Lu Fan paused in his tracks, turned around, and smiled. I advise you to lower that pipe. Otherwise, you might find yourself using it to set your own bones. Damn it, are you seeking death? The burly man, utterly provoked, swung the steel pipe towards Lu Fan's head. The wind howled ominously. Onlookers braced for blood. Lu Hongfa even revealed a cruel grin. However, bang, a dull thud echoed. Lu Fan remained unperturbed, simply raising his left hand to firmly grasp the descending steel pipe. That pipe, capable of shattering bones with ease, remained utterly motionless in his grip. The burly man's face turned crimson as he exerted every ounce of strength, yet he could not budge an inch. Lu Fan's fingers tightened slightly. Crack! The solid steel pipe was surprisingly distorted in his bare hands. Get lost! With a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan unleashed a tremendous force, sending the man and his pipe hurtling backwards, crashing into a pile of goods and landing in a most undignified manner. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone stood as if they had seen a ghost. Only then did Lu Fan retrieve his phone, tapping it lightly. Ding! Outside. The side door of the iron fortress slid open silently. There was no mechanical clatter, only the smooth extension of hydraulic rods. The interior of the vehicle was revealed to all. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Lu Hongfa and his lackeys were wide-eyed in disbelief. That was no mere truck. It was akin to a mobile palace. Italian calfskin sofas, a minimalist embedded wine cabinet, and an enormous 8K screen. Soft light cascaded over the hardwood floor, surpassing the luxury of Lu Hongfa's own office. Just the sound system alone could exchange for half of his warehouse's goods. Who on earth was this divine being experiencing life among them? Lu Hongfa's throat constricted violently. He recalled his earlier words, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Lu Fan pocketed his phone and turned to the stupefied Lu Hongfa. Boss Lu, in business, do not underestimate the depth of one's eyelids. Do you truly believe I would renege on that meager payment? He shook his head and turned to leave. It seems, then, that Boss Lu lacks sincerity. I shall let old Wong next door reap the rewards instead. Wait. Lu Hongfa sprang to his feet, rushing to stand in front of Lu Fan with a face full of wrinkles. Oh, dear boss. Why the haste? It's all a misunderstanding. He kicked the burly tattooed lackey in the rear. You clumsy fool. Apologize to Boss Lu at once. He pulled a contract and a seal from his drawer, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation. A deposit of 200,000 will suffice. However, this contract must be signed clearly. Payment must be settled by next Monday, with a 10% interest for each day delayed. In his final words, the slime merchant's true colors emerged. Next Monday, Lu Fan scoffed inwardly. On that day, you shall be seeking the king of hell. He picked up the pen and signed with a flourish, pressing his seal down. No problem. Ding. The sound of the payment being received echoed, signaling the transfer of 200,000. Hearing that crisp sound, Lu Hongfa's face bloomed into a grin resembling a chrysanthemum. Boss is generous. Dabi, Ergu, don't just stand there. Load the goods for boss. After leaving the wholesale market, Lu Fan pressed on without pause. The next stop, the pharmacy. This, indeed, is the true currency of the apocalypse. He employed similar tactics, concocting various outrageous justifications, sweeping through over a dozen pharmacies with his cash. Antibiotics, antipyretics, pain relievers, bandages, iodine, until he'd spent every last cent in his account. His storage space now resembled a small mountain of medication. These are not mere drugs. They were life itself. They represented his capital for dominance in the apocalypse. With money spent and supplies amassed, Lu Fan parked his vehicle at an abandoned building site. It was time to set the bait. Here lay the meticulously selected grave for that pair of scoundrels. He exchanged a voucher for a lobster sashimi from the buffet, arranging it artfully on a plate. He snapped a photo, the background filled with towering stacks of supplies. He opened WeChat Moments, edited, and sent it. Guess how long this haul will last. Privacy settings. Only Lin Feifei and Zhao you can see. The bait was cast. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Lin Feifei's message arrived in a flash. Lu Fan, have you struck it rich? In a dilapidated rental apartment, Lin Feifei stared intently at her phone, her eyes burning with jealousy. You go look. That fool Lu Fan has actually stumbled upon a windfall. Zhao Yu snatched the phone from her, his face contorting upon seeing the mountain of supplies and the luxurious vehicle. Damn it, what kind of luck is this bastard having? He gripped the phone so tightly that cracks appeared on the screen. No way, Feifei. Those things must belong to us. A glint of calculation flashed in Lin Feifei's eyes as she sweetly picked up her phone. Don't worry, you go. I'm quite adept at dealing with such sycophants. She cultivated her emotions and dialed Lu Fan's number. The moment it connected, her voice took on a whimpering tone. Hello, Lu Fan, I'm sorry for our past. Let us reconcile, shall we? Lu Fan pressed the speakerphone button, tearing at a lamb leg while intentionally adopting the tone of a nouveau riche. Oh, my family received a hefty compensation from the demolition back home recently. The sobbing on the other end abruptly ceased. 3 seconds later, Lin Feifei could no longer contain her ecstatic shriek. Really? That's wonderful. I knew you were no ordinary person. Let us go buy a wedding house. Lu Fan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Sure, then come over now, and we can discuss it face to face. I'll be with Zhao Yu. DLL drive me. Lin Feifei could hardly contain her excitement. Yes, Fan go. Zhao Yu's sycophantic voice chimed in. You're not worried about your sister going out alone, right? Sister? Such sweet words. Lu Fan responded with unwavering resolve. Sure. I'll wait for you. He paused momentarily before adding. Remember to wear those sheer black stockings I adore. He hung up the phone, casting his device aside with a frigid gaze. Come on, all of you. The finest grave has already been chosen for you. Inside the dilapidated modern vehicle, Zhao Yu ended the call, his eyes glinting with ferocity. And then what? Lin Feifei asked, touching up her makeup, her voice trembling. Once we receive the money, shall we surprise him? Surprise? Zhao Yu scoffed, leaning closer, greed practically spilling from his eyes. Just imagine a newly wealthy upstart, driving a luxury car, excitedly plunging into the river. Doesn't that seem quite normal? In the end, you'll be the heartbroken widow, inheriting his vast fortune. Who would suspect us? Lin Feifei's hand quivered. Her lipstick askew. She recalled the debt she owed. Gritting her teeth, a flicker of malice crossed her eyes. Fine. After all, he is merely a poor truck driver. No one would care if he died. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as Zhao Yu revved the engine and sped away. The night deepened. Outside the abandoned building, the wind howled. Within the fortress, Lu Fan reclined leisurely on the sofa, sipping chilled beer. The screen before him displayed a countdown, the numbers coldly flickering. 235952, 235,958. At last, a blinding beam of headlights pierced the darkness, appearing at the edge of the surveillance footage. They've arrived. Lu Fan set down his glass and stood. The second hand ticked to its final mark, 000000. In an instant, the entire world was muted. Outside the fortress, the wind ceased, the howling abruptly silenced. On the surveillance screen, the headlights of the modern car transformed into two stark white beams frozen in midair. Then, a visible layer of frost spread terrifyingly fast from the ground, swiftly engulfing the tires and creeping up the body of the vehicle. The moisture in the air condensed into countless ice crystals, fluttering down like a blizzard. This was not snow. It was the very essence of the world being instantly drained and frozen. Boom! The world was utterly frozen. Inside the fortress, warmth gradually emanated from the floor. Lu Fan held his drink, observing the car, now completely encased in frost on the screen, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Welcome to the new world. Chapter 9. One garment, two souls. It was as if the entire world had been muted. Through the surveillance screen, Lu Fan witnessed the distant city lights extinguishing in massive swathes. Street lights, billboards, the windows of residential buildings. Light was being devoured by darkness at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, on the country road, Zhao Yu's battered modern car fell silent. The warmth inside abruptly ceased. The dashboard lights flickered twice before fading into silence. What the hell? Zhao Yu cursed, twisting the key once more. No response. Piece of junk. Failing me at such a critical moment. Lin Feifei urged impatiently. Enough. Lu Fan's complex is just ahead. We should walk. Just as she intended to open the car door, an indescribable chill surged through the crack, piercing her calves like a multitude of icy needles. Ah! She shrieked, retracting her foot hurriedly. What's wrong? Cold. So cold. Her voice quivered. The thin jacket she wore rendered ineffective against the frigid air. Zhao Yu felt it too. The car windows were rapidly frosting over, a thick layer of ice forming at a visible pace. Damn it, didn't the weather forecast say it would be over 30 degrees today? Zhao Yu shivered as he fumbled for his phone. No signal. The screen flashed a glaring red number. 50. The two exchanged a glance, terror evident in their eyes. Let us go. Quickly. Zhao Yu flung open the car door. A gust of icy wind, laced with crystals, rushed in. It felt as if his face were being sliced open. Feifei, hurry. They stumbled out of the car, just as a layer of frost rapidly enveloped the exterior of the vehicle. As they neared the brink of freezing, teetering on despair, Lin Feifei spotted a glimmer of warmth in the distance, a beam of light amidst the darkness. It's Lu Fan's truck. Yes, right there. It stood quietly, like a lighthouse in the night. Lu Fan. It's his vehicle. Quick, we must go to him. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else, and they sprinted desperately toward the only glimmer of hope. Inside the fortress, Lu Fan lounged with his legs crossed, reclining on the soft sofa. He leisurely picked up a skewer of sizzling, oil-dripping lamb kidneys, taking a bite that left his mouth glistening. He washed it down with a large gulp of chilled German stout. One word, delightful. Before him, the massive 8K screen displayed a split view of the two desperate figures, scrambling through the snowstorm. Isn't this more thrilling than watching a movie? Bang, bang, bang. The car door was pounded with fervor. Lu Fan, open the door. Let us in. Lin Feifei's voice rang sharp, tinged with desperation and command. Fan Ye, it's me, Zhao Yu. We're freezing to death. Zhao Yu's voice brimmed with terror. Lu Fan pressed a button, and an inconspicuous intercom beside the door flickered to life. Oh, isn't this my dearest brother and my beloved girlfriend? His voice, amplified, was clear and laced with amusement. What a delightful evening for an ice and snow adventure. Hearing Lu Fan's voice, the two felt as if they had grasped a lifeline. Lu Fan, stop joking. Let us in. Lin Feifei shrieked. Yes, fangirl. We can talk once we're inside. We're truly going to freeze. Lu Fan leisurely munched on a skewer of grilled leeks. Guomin, why should I let you in? His tone was calm, sending shivers down the spine of the two outside. Lu Fan, what do you mean? Lin Feifei's pitch heightened. You called us here, and now you refuse to let us in? Oh, I forgot to mention, Lu Fan chuckled lightly. I summoned you here just to relish this moment, watching you freeze to death outside like two helpless dogs. The intercom fell into a chilling silence. The howling wind, unable to penetrate the eerie quiet. Moments latte. Zhou Yuslabia's rua arupta. Lu Fan, you son of a, are you toying with us? Of course. Lu Fan replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What else would you expect? Did you really think my place was being demolished? Lu Fan, you scoundrel, may you meet a dreadful fate. Whether I live or die is uncertain, but you two are about to meet your end. Moments passed without any indication from Lu Fan of opening the door, and the two began frantically searching for refuge. However, this is the outskirts, desolate and devoid of life, with not even a corner to shield against the wind. Their movements grow increasingly sluggish, their lips turning a deep shade of purple. Fan Ye, I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhao Yu's tone shifted once more. He knelt in the snow, banging his head toward the car door. I shouldn't have stolen your girlfriend. I'm not human. Please let me in. I'll be your servant. I beg you. Lin Feifei, realizing the gravity of their situation, followed suit and also knelt. Lu Fan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been materialistic and betrayed you. I still love you. Can we start over? Lu Fan gazed at the screen, observing their faces twisted by cold and fear. How pitiful, devoid of any dignity. Very well, he sighed, seemingly softened by their plight. Out of consideration for their past, he decided to grant them a chance. The car window lowered slightly. A thick military green cotton coat was tossed from within, gently landing in the snow between the two. One coat for two people. You can sort this out among yourselves. Lu Fan's voice slithered like a devil's whisper. With that, the window began to rise slowly. Zhao Yu and Lin Feifei were left in stunned silence. They glanced at the coat on the ground, then at one another. The two who had once vowed to live and die together, now exchanged looks that spoke volumes. You go you. Lin Feifei began to speak. Zhao Yu moved first, lunging at the coat like a famished wolf. Get away. He shoved Lin Feifei to the ground. Her face struck the frozen snow with a heavy thud, eliciting a cry that was swiftly consumed by an overwhelming rage and instinct to survive. Zhao Yu, you beast. She scrambled up, frenziedly lunging at his back, clawing at his face. That coat is mine. Lu Fan wanted to give it to me. Nonsense. You filthy whore. Do you deserve it? Zhao Yu retaliated with a sharp slap across Lin Feifei's face. He seized the coat, clumsily attempting to put it on. Lin Feifei, like a rabid dog, clung fiercely to his arm, trying to wrestle the garment away. They tore and wrestled in the snow, curses and cries merging into a chaotic symphony. No longer were they Yu Ge and Feifei. Only beasts and whores remained. Lu Fan observed the scene with an impassive expression. The skewers in his hand had, unbeknownst to him, been devoured. He raised his final beer, draining it in one swift motion. On the screen, their movements slowed to a crawl. Ultimately, they became entwined, collapsing in the snow. Motionless. The military green coat was torn in two, one half draped over Zhao Yu, the other clutched tightly by Lin Feifei. They maintained their struggle, even in death. Lu Fan watched as the two bodies were rapidly covered by the swirling snow. He exhaled deeply, releasing the resentment from a past life where they had betrayed and hunted him to his demise. In that moment, all bitterness dissipated. He raised his beer glass in a toast toward the window. Farewell, take care. The revenge was complete. Now, it was time to meet the married woman who could provide him with an infinite energy core for his fortress. Chapter 10. Exchanging stockings for instant noodles isn't impossible either. The following day, heavy leaden clouds pressed down on the sky, showing no signs of abating as the blizzard raged on. The temperature inside the fortress remained a comfortable 26 degrees. Lu Fan, clad in a thin nightgown, stood at the window with a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee in hand. Outside lay another world. The furious winds whipped up icy shards, churning the earth and sky into chaos. Once proud skyscrapers now stood as colossal icicles embedded in the frozen ground. On the streets, luxury vehicles worth millions lay encased in thick layers of ice, transformed into grotesque mounds. Occasionally, one could glimpse half-buried human ice sculptures, frozen mid-run, with only a single desperate hand protruding, pale and stiff. Today marked the 7th day since the apocalypse had descended. The outdoor temperature had plummeted below minus 60 degrees. Just days ago, surveillance footage showed survivors fighting over half a packet of biscuits in the snow. Now, an eerie silence enveloped the outside world. At this temperature, exposure for more than 10 minutes would freeze one's lungs solid. Lafite swirled his drink, casting his gaze toward the distant darkened high-rise. Happiness Community, Building 16. It was the 7th day indeed. Based on his memories from the previous life, the majority of households would deplete their food supplies today. When hunger crushed reason and cold pierced to the bone, the veil of civilization would be brutally torn away. A smirk of amusement crept across Lafite's lips. I wonder how my two esteemed neighbors are faring in these dire times. Room 1602. This place had long ceased to be a blessed abode. It had become a veritable ice coffin. The expensive floor-to-ceiling windows, strained by the drastic temperature differences inside and out, had developed fine cracks. The cold wind howled through the crevices, emitting a ghostly wail. In the living room, furniture made of precious rosewood worth millions had been reduced to a heap of black ash in a brass cauldron. The fire had long since extinguished. In the corner of the bedroom, Zhang Haoyan and Suya curled tightly together, resembling two frozen quails. They had wrapped themselves in every piece of fabric they could find, goose-down comforters, cashmere coats, and even cut-up carpets. They pressed desperately against one another, attempting to extract the last shred of warmth from each other. Water. Zhang Haoyan moved his cracked, chapped lips, blood crusting over the cuts. His voice was rough, akin to two sheets of sandpaper scraping against one another. On the 7th day, without water or electricity, he had drained the last bottle of Evian the previous day. Suya's gaze was vacant, her stomach twisted in agony, the pain causing her to break out in cold sweat. It was the acid eroding the empty walls of her stomach. Suya, I need water. Zhang Haoyan suddenly erupted in fury, kicking Suya hard from the confines of her makeshift bed. Suya collided painfully with the sharp corner of the bedside table. But the pain was so intense that no tears could flow from her dry eyes. There's no water left, she weakly replied. You drank it all from the toilet tank 2 days ago. Figure something out. Are you dead? Zhang Haoyan poked his head out from under the covers, his stubble-covered face and sunken eyes visible, his breath crystallizing in the frosty air. Go outside and find some. There's snow everywhere. Bring back some snow to drink. I won't go. Suya buried her head deeper into the covers. It was minus 60 degrees outside. Going out meant certain death. You're a man. Why don't you go? I am a man. I'm the pillar of the family. If I fall, who will protect you? Zhang Haoyan shouted defiantly. He trembled as he fished out a maritime satellite phone, his last resort. Hello, old Wang. It's Zhang Haoyan. The line crackled, and after several seconds, a dismissive laugh echoed back. Zhang Haoyan, has your brain frozen solid? Shares? In this world, can your pathetic company's shares even trade for half a bun? You're ordering me around? Who do you think you are? I got half a box of ham sausages. I'm the ancestor of my whole family. What about you, President Zhang? Fool. The line went dead. Zhang Haoyan, consumed by discontent, dialed the number of the vice president, who had always fawned over him. Li Qian. It's your brother Zhang. Get lost. A solitary word met him, followed by the sound of silence on the line. The satellite phone slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. In that moment, the wealth, status, and power he prided himself on seemed utterly insignificant. I'm so hungry. The gnawing hunger devoured his reason, and Zhang Haoyan's eyes turned crimson, resembling a cornered beast thrashing about in the confines of his room. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the smart trash nestled in the corner of the kitchen. 7 days prior, he had disdainfully tossed a piece of A5 Wagyu beef into it. Now it lay there, untouched. Crawling over, he used all his strength to pry open the frosted lid of the can. No fodo dodemerhith. The extreme cold had preserved everything. The once beautifully marbled beef now resembled a grayish-green boulder, its surface encrusted with frost and delicate strands of mycelium. Haoyan, don't be foolish. That's spoiled. What do you know? Zhang Haoyan snapped back, his eyes fierce like a wolf guarding its prey. This is beef. It's sustenance. Without it, I'll perish. Trembling, he reached for the frozen meat, his fingertips instantly adhering to its surface. He tore away a layer, feeling no pain. With his mouth agape, he sank his teeth into the icy, decayed flesh with ferocity. Crack! The sound echoed. Whether it was the ice fracturing or his teeth shattering was unclear. Fragments of the rancid ice melted in his mouth, the penetrating cold stabbing deep into his insides. Suya, witnessing his madness, felt her stomach churn violently, but could only retch. Yet, Zhang Haoyan seemed entranced. As he wept tears frozen into shards, he ravenously gnawed on the rock-hard rot. as if he sought to consume every shred of dignity left in his life. However, retribution arrived swifter than anticipated. Gurgle. A thunderous noise erupted from his belly. My stomach. He clutched his abdomen, curling up like a shrimp, writhing violently on the frigid floor. Ugh! A torrent of foul, acidic vomit mixed with bile erupted from his mouth. Immediately, his lower body lost control. The stench of decay and excrement filled the air, overwhelming the entire space. Zhang Haoqian convulsed, resembling a fish on the brink of death, collapsing in his own filth, his gaze vacant, beginning to thrash violently. Haoqian, what is wrong? Suya screamed in terror, yet was frozen in place against the wall, too afraid to approach. The husband who once brimmed with vigor now lay like a heap of muck in a pile of excrement. It's over. Completely over. Just then, a gust of wind blew through the gap in the window. Suya instinctively glanced outside. Below, in the snowy expanse, a massive black truck glowed with warm yellow light. It was the only source of illumination in this desolate realm. Through the large glass pane, Suya clearly saw the silhouette within. Lu Fan. He swirled a glass of red wine, slicing into a steaming steak, savoring every bite leisurely. That indulgence, that tranquility, he seemed not to dwell in an apocalyptic world, but rather to be vacationing in a Michelin-starred restaurant. This scene struck Suya's heart like a heavy hammer. On one side was a paradise of warmth, red wine, and steak. On the other, a hell of cold, stench, and decay. Suya lowered her head, observing her husband, lost in filth, then lifted her gaze to the warm fortress outside. She swallowed hard, despite the searing pain in her throat. An uncontrollable thought surfaced in her mind. Instant noodles. Steaming, flagrant, savory instant noodles. Just one pack, no? Just a sip of broth. What was dignity worth? Even stockings would suffice. Chapter 11. Don't rush. There's still a toilet to scrub. Suya made her decision. She told herself it was to save Zhang Haoqian's life, not a submission to that man. Yes, just for sustenance. Summoning her last vestige of strength, she pushed open the heavy security door. As the door swung open, a gust of wind laced with ice crystals surged into the corridor like an invisible beast. Roaring through the air, the biting cold, at -60 degrees, pierced her to the marrow. Suya's body shuddered violently, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Outside, a pure white hell awaited. A blizzard raged, the wind howling like the wails of the damned. She huddled in all her clothing, each step a monumental struggle. The storm blurred her vision. The lights of the massive black truck in the parking lot became her sole focus. The distance of mere dozens of meters felt like a century apart. When she finally reached the icy, bone-chilling door of the truck, her lips had turned purple from the cold, and her consciousness began to waver. She exerted her final strength, raising her hand to pound on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was pitifully weak against the howling wind. Lu Fan opened the door. Her voice was hoarse, nearly swallowed by the storm. I want food. Inside the truck, there was no response. Despair washed over Suya. Was he not there? Or did he simply choose to ignore her? A wave of hopelessness surged within her. Just then, a soft click echoed, and the door creaked open slightly from the inside. A warm breeze, rich with the scent of meat and beef hot pot, enveloped her, instantly warming her nearly frozen body. The warmth almost brought her tears, cracking the layers of pride and reserve that had encased her heart. The door swung fully open. Lu Fan stood there, clad only in a loose black silk robe, calmly observing her. Behind him lay a world brightly lit and warm as spring. Yet she appeared like a refugee begging for scraps in a snowy hell. Come inside and speak. Lu Fan's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. Suya's heart wrestled fiercely within her. She knew that stepping into this truck meant entering an inescapable trap, a transaction destined for humiliation. Yet the gut-wrenching hunger and her body's primal craving for warmth overpowered all else. She reassured herself. It was merely to save Zhang Haoqian, nothing more. Climbing into the truck, Suya froze in place the moment her feet crossed the threshold. Warmth. Light as bright as day. The air was thick with the irresistible aroma of food. Lu Fan sat leisurely at a dining table, a copper pot bubbling with steam. The swirling red broth contained unrecognizable meat rolls. Beside it, small dishes held fresh green vegetables and even freshly cut fruits. How is this possible? Suya fought to maintain her last shred of pride, forcing herself to look away from the tantalizing hot pot. Yet that commanding scent of beef fat clawed at her senses, relentlessly invading her nostrils. Gurgle. A dissonant rumble from her stomach broke the silence of the truck, sounding painfully loud. Suya's cheeks flushed a deep crimson in an instant. Lu Fan tugged at the corners of his mouth, picking up a pair of chopsticks to grasp a slice of fatty beef. swirling it in the scalding red oil before savoring it with an expression of delight. Would you care for some? Suya's Adam's apple bobbed as she swallowed hard. Rendered speechless, a faint smile graced Lu Fan's lips as he remarked, craving it. Are we? No problem, but it comes with a minor price to pay. Her heart raced, tightening instinctively as she crossed her arms. She braced herself for what she thought would be an intolerable demand, her mind torn between humiliation and fear, her knuckles whitening from the tension. However, Lu Fan merely gestured nonchalantly towards the floor. The terms of exchange were simple. Tidy up the place. Suya was taken aback. Tidy up? Here she was, the dignified wife of a president, a woman accustomed to a lavish life with a housekeeper earning a monthly salary of $50,000. Now reduced to cleaning for this penniless man she despised? A wave of absurd humiliation surged within her. Yet compared to the alternative of losing her dignity, this seemed the better option. Fine, she gritted through clenched teeth, reluctantly conceding, though inwardly, she sighed in relief. The temperature inside the car was stifling, at least 25 degrees. As she cleaned, beads of sweat quickly formed on her brow, forcing her to awkwardly shed the cumbersome Hermes blanket, followed by her heavy down coat and the cashmere sweater beneath it. Ultimately, she was left clad in a snug black turtleneck that accentuated her breathtaking figure. As she bent to scrub the floor, the exaggerated curve of her bosom and the voluptuous line of her posterior painted a picture that would make any man's heart race. Lu Fan leisurely continued to enjoy his hot pot, his gaze raking over her with the predatory appreciation of a hunter. His eyes, brimming with a sense of conquest, roamed over every sensitive curve of her body, igniting discomfort within her that felt like needles on her skin. Yet, she dared not react, hastening her motions instead. After laboriously scrubbing the floors, utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, she assumed she would finally be allowed to eat. But Lu Fan set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and pointed toward a secluded corner. Not so fast. The bathroom's still waiting to be cleaned. Suya froze, head, body city finning. Following Lu Fan's finger, she beheld a restroom more luxurious than a five-star hotel. The toilet hasn't been scrubbed, Lu Fan added. Suya's mind went blank. She glanced at Lu Fan and then down at herself. She wore an exquisite cashmere top, designer boots, and a Cartier bracelet. And yet, he expected her to clean his toilet? But looking into Lu Fan's emotionless eyes, she understood she had no right to refuse. Suppressing her overwhelming humiliation, she stepped into the restroom and picked up the toilet brush. Ding. Tarjeta suya 20. Obedience 5. Current attitude. Fear 80. Humiliation 60. Obedience 40. Lu Fan remained unfazed within, noting the meager increase in her obedience. It appeared this president's wife had a sturdier psychological defense than he had anticipated. It was time to stoke the flames further. As Suya emerged from the restroom, eyes red-rimmed from tears, Lu Fan mockingly laughed. You missed one toilet. It's not clean enough. Suya's expression turned bewildered, her voice quivering slightly. Where? Chapter 12. It must be worn. I shall fetch it myself. Boom. Suya's mind was momentarily rendered void. What did he just say? Beast. Scoundrel. Shameless. Get out of here. She wanted to slap him and flee, vowing never to return. An alarm blared within her, rationality urging her to escape this den of horrors, and this man more terrifying than the apocalypse. Yet, her feet felt as if they were encased in lead, incapable of moving. The concept of sunk cost flashed through her mind. She had expended so much energy, endured countless humiliations, even cleaned a restroom. To abandon it now would mean all her efforts were in vain. Did she want to return to the pathetic Zhonghao Yin and languish in despair? No, she would not. Lu Fan did not rush her. He simply stood there, observing her with calm eyes. Suya's final vestige of resistance was utterly shattered in that silent exchange, crumbling to dust. At last, she resigned herself, closing her eyes and slowly crouching down. This surely could not be considered infidelity, could it? Ding. Tarjeta suya obedience 10. Current attitude. Fear 80. Dependence 40. Humiliation 90. Obedience 50. Over 10 minutes later, Suya dashed into the restroom, turned on the faucet, and rinsed her mouth frantically. The mirror revealed a face streaked with tears, a blend of humiliation, confusion, and emptiness swirling within her, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Emerging from the restroom, she summoned all her strength to make her voice steady. Can we eat now? Lu Fan, observing the surge in her obedience on the system panel, felt elated. He wore a gentlemanly smile, even rising to pull out a chair for her at the dining table. Of course, please take a seat, my cleaning lady. He even retrieved a chilled can of cola from a mini fridge beside him, placing it before her. First, wet your throat. Don't choke. Suya gazed at the steaming hot pot before her and then at the can of chilled cola, feeling as if she had traversed realms. One moment, she was in hell, and the next, she found herself in paradise. This man was utterly insane. Initially, she attempted to maintain her composure, delicately picking up a slice of tripe with her chopsticks. But the moment the spicy, numbing, and scalding flavor exploded in her mouth, all her defenses crumbled. It was delicious, incredibly delicious. To hell with being the president's wife and maintaining grace. She could no longer care about the image of a dignified president's wife. Devouring her meal with wild abandon. Beef rolls, lamb slices, luncheon meat, shrimp paste, everything within her reach was swept into her stomach with an almost savage hunger. Only after letting out a long, satisfied belch did she realize her lack of decorum. Her face turned a deep shade of red, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Having eaten her fill, reason returned, and the wave of shame that had been suppressed by food surged back with a vengeance. She longed to escape this place, wishing to linger not a moment longer. But just as she prepared to rise, the image of Zhang Haotian's pale, diarrhea-stricken face flashed in her mind. He was still at home, waiting for death. Though he was a useless husband, he was still hers. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all the courage she could muster and turned her gaze to Lu Fan. "May I take a small portion of food back for my husband?" she asked, her voice tinged with desperation. He lifted his gaze, regarding Suya with an expression akin to that of an extraterrestrial, before coldly uttering a few words. "The rules here strictly prohibit takeout from the buffet." Suya was nearly choked by those words, her breath catching in her throat. A buffet? Prohibiting takeout? What era are we living in for you to be telling me this? Undeterred, she pressed on, her tone pleading. Could he perhaps come himself to exchange? Lu Fan chuckled at this. He scrutinized Suya from head to toe, his gaze suggesting that she must have lost her senses in the cold. Him? Come here? What would he possibly offer? A peculiar expression crossed Suya's face. Indeed, what could Zhang Haotian possibly give? She recalled the price she had just paid. A chilling image unbidden surfacing in her mind. Could it be that Zhang Haotian would also? No, that image was too exquisite to contemplate. More crucially, even if Zhang Haotian agreed, Lu Fan would likely just kick him out without a second thought. Lu Fan casually lifted a bucket of Master Kong braised beef noodles from a nearby pile of supplies, waving it in front of Suya. Of course there is food. His gaze shifted, becoming predatory, slithering over Suya's alluring curves like a serpent. It sent shivers down her spine. Let us see what you, Mrs. Zhang, can offer in exchange. Again, this tormentor, was he never satisfied? Did he truly have to? Indeed, men are creatures of the lower body. Suya's mind was a battlefield. Was she really willing to do this for Zhang Haotian? Why should she? Yet, if she refused, Zhang Haotian might genuinely perish. Sighing in resignation, she hoped he would at least be gentle. With eyes closed and a resigned expression, Suya awaited Lu Fan's carnal desires. Just give it to me, came Lu Fan's voice suddenly, echoing in her ear. You bastard, must I verbally affirm it to you? Hand over your ring. Huh? The ring? What on earth? Suya blinked in bewilderment, her eyes widening as she saw Lu Fan grinning while pointing at her left hand's ring finger. There, a sizable diamond ring sparkled under the light. He chuckled lightly. Use that to barter. Suya was momentarily stunned. She looked down at the ring that symbolized her marriage, her past identity, and all her former glory. In just a second, she felt no hesitation and decisively slid the ring off her finger. With a sharp slap, she placed it on the table, her motion resolute and devoid of any lingering sentiment. Clutching the bucket of instant noodles acquired through the ring, Suya strode towards the car door without a backward glance. The door clicked open, and a frigid gust swept in. Just as the door was about to close, an inexplicable urge compelled her to glance back. There he was, still reclining in his chair, toying with the diamond ring, the warm light casting a grand silhouette of him. It sparked a fleeting illusion of reliability within her. Lu Fan, sensing her gaze, fixated on her long legs, encased in thick cotton pants. By the way, just a reminder, he said, his tone languid. Suya tightened her grip on the door handle. Next time you wish to barter for food, you'll need to exchange something of worth. That black silk you dropped on my balcony? I found it rather intriguing. Boom! The color drained from Suya's cheeks, leaving her pale. She bit down hard on her lip, her nails nearly embedding into her palm. This scoundrel, this devil. Lu Fan reveled in her humiliation, his amusement only growing as he added, Don't forget. It must be worn. I'll come collect it personally. Bang! Suya could no longer bear it, summoning all her strength to slam the car door shut. Chapter 13. The First Lady of the CEO was utterly bewildered. Suya fled the vehicle, the biting cold wind swirling into the corridor, stirring up dust from the floor. It was darker and colder here than outside. Each floor lay in eerie silence. Goosebumps rose on Suya's skin as Lu Fan's visage surged uncontrollably in her mind. His face was not conventionally handsome, even somewhat ordinary, yet those eyes, that perpetual calm demeanor, and that body seemingly forged from steel rendered him formidable, strong, hard. Those two words intruded upon her thoughts, sending shivers coursing through her. An absurd notion first flickered to life within her heart: safety. She leaned against the wall, inching her way upward. The 16th floor was nearly within reach. Just as she rounded the corner at the 15th floor's stairwell, a shadow, ghostly in nature, obstructed her path. Who? Suya gasped, nearly dropping the noodles in her hand. Suda beauty itisme. A woman's voice emerged from the darkness, laced with a mocking tone. It was Li Jing from the 15th floor, a woman who had struck a modest fortune through her husband and reveled in flaunting it within the homeowner group. Prior to the apocalypse, they had exchanged no more than a passing nod in the elevator. What are you doing out so late? Li Jing stepped further into the light, blocking the stairway. Suya instinctively concealed the bucket of noodles behind her. I went out to find something. Find something? Li Jing Leonat Cruze, sniffing the air with exaggerated curiosity. What is that smell? Hot pot? Or is it the aroma of meat? Suya's heart sank. I saw you get off that big truck downstairs. You were in there for nearly an hour, weren't you? Li Jing's face bore a gleeful expression, akin to catching someone in the act. Suda Beauty certainly has a knack for finding opportunities, even at this hour. Each of her words struck Suya like stinging slaps. What nonsense are you spouting? Suya's voice trembled. Nonsense? Tell me then, at this hour, with temperatures plummeting below zero, how does a delicate CEO's wife end up reeking of meat? Don't tell me you hunted it yourself. Suya was left speechless. Li Jing pressed on mercilessly. Let me guess what you traded for it. The owner of that truck? Wasn't he the poor fellow living across from you? TSK. Who would have thought he had such capabilities? Suda Beauty must have paid a hefty price, right? You. Suya trembled with rage, humiliation spilling over into her eyes. Share half of what you have with me. Li Jing's true intentions finally surfaced. Her gaze fixated on the hand Suya was concealing behind her. Otherwise, I'll make sure the entire building knows about your little escapade, especially your husband who still thinks of himself as a CEO. That statement became the final straw for Suya. She could not fathom what would transpire if Zhang Haoyan were to learn of this matter. Although he had already been rendered a mere shadow of his former self, that remaining, absurd semblance of marriage was her last vestige of dignity. No, Suya exclaimed instinctively. This bowl of instant noodles was what she had traded for Zhang Haoyan. It was the sole excuse she could muster to justify the humiliation she had just endured. If she gave it to Li Jing, what would that make her? A wretched woman who sold her body purely to survive? No. She could not concede to such a label. Ah, quite the protector of her morsel, aren't you? Li Jing's expression morphed into something grotesque. It seems you truly do not care about your reputation. I will count to 3, and if you do not comply, I shall march straight to your doorstep. 1, 2. Suya felt herself unraveling completely. She gazed at the loathsome woman before her, then thought of her half-alive husband at home and the demonic man in the truck. Why? Why must they all force her into this corner? Do not scream. Suya exerted every ounce of her strength to utter those 2 words. Tomorrow. I will bring you another portion tomorrow. Li Jing esa kunting seaza. She scrutinized Suya with suspicion. Are you certain? I am certain. Suya gritit härtigt. Very well. I shall trust you one last time. Li Jing stapata sida. Sudame, do not ploy tricks. If I do not receive food by this time tomorrow, you know the consequences. Suya did not spare her another glance, dragging her leaden legs up the stairs. She fled back to room 1602. Expending her last fragments of strength to shut the door, sealing away the malevolent world outside. Inside, silence reigned. A foul odor assaulted her senses. Zhang Haoyan lay sprawled on the floor, surrounded by chaos. Upon hearing the door creak open, he stirred with great effort. Then, he caught a whiff of it, the rich aroma of instant noodles. Food. A primal growl emanated from his throat, and he suddenly sprang to his feet. He beheld the bowl of Master Kong braised beef noodles in Suya's hand, and in the next moment, he lunged at her with frenzied abandon. Give it to me. He snatched the noodles with such brute force that Suya stumbled back against the wall. She had no time to utter a word before witnessing a scene that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Zhang Haoyan did not seek water, nor did he bother to tear open the seasoning packets. He simply ripped off the paper lid, seized the hard, dry noodle block, and ravenously stuffed it into his mouth. The crunching of the dry noodles echoed sharply in the desolate room. Crumbs fell from the corners of his mouth, and he was too impatient to even wait, extending his tongue to lick them up. His demeanor resembled that of a stray dog scavenging for scraps on the street. devoid of any trace of humanity. Suya stood numb, watching this man who had once donned tailored suits and commanded respect. Now, in the face of survival, he had become less than human. She suddenly felt that her desperate attempt to preserve this bowl of noodles was utterly ridiculous. For a beast, she had bowed her head to another woman and made an impossible promise. Was it worth it? Zhang Haoyin soon devoured the entire block of noodles. He licked his fingers with lingering satisfaction, then tipped the empty container to consume the last remnants. Only after finishing did he lift his gaze to meet Suya's. Is there more? Suya offered no reply. She merely regarded him in silence. At that moment, the final vestiges of her feelings for this man extinguished completely. It was a clean break. Zhang Haoyin, receiving no response, grew irritable once more. I asked you if there is more. Have you gone mute? Suya slowly tugged at the corners of her mouth, forming a lifeless arc. She turned away and walked to the window. Below, the black truck still glowed with warm lights, akin to a devil's lair awaiting its prey. Li Jing's threat echoed in her ears. Tomorrow's food. One portion would not suffice for peace. She required two. The mocking visage of Lu Fan surfaced in her mind. Next time you wish to barter for food, you will need to offer something else. That black silk stocking you dropped on my balcony before? I found it quite appealing. Do not forget. It must be worn when I come to collect. Suya's body began to tremble uncontrollably. One stocking in exchange for a bowl of noodles. What are the two portions? She dared not ponder further. Chapter 14. Why must massage be in bed? The next day, within the fortress, Lu Fan stood still, sweat cascading down the contours of his muscles. He was effortlessly performing one-handed push-ups, embodying strength and grace. This power was exhilarating. His body, enhanced to level 1, exhibited strength, speed, and endurance that far surpassed the limits of an ordinary person, at least 5 times beyond. Rising, he approached the corner where a monstrous recurve bao hung, boasting a draw weight of 220 pounds. Before the apocalypse, only top athletes could barely manage to draw it. Lu Fan casually plucked it from its perch, holding the bow in his left hand and stringing it with his right. He employed no technique. Purely brute force allowed him to gradually draw it back. The bow curved into an exaggerated crescent, groaning under the strain. Unfortunately, larger draw weight bows were unattainable. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary man. Lacking firearms and artillery, the bow and arrow, those most primitive of weapons, became his choice. While not claiming to hit every mark, he could certainly strike true within 50 meters. Now, with this extraordinary physique, hitting targets within 100 paces without fail was no mere boast. Strength, speed, reflexes, and dynamic vision all conspired to overwhelm. He needed to adapt to this body swiftly, for he distinctly remembered that around the 10th day after the onset of the apocalypse, the first wave of horrors would emerge. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more. On the surveillance screen, Suya stood outside the vehicle, wrapped in that ridiculous Hermes blanket, shivering in the biting wind and snow. Lu Fan opened the door, standing shirtless in the entrance. His well-defined muscles, a testament to years of rigorous training, radiated explosive power. His bronze skin glimmered under the warm light of the vehicle, glistening with a sheen. Beads of sweat trickled down his iron-like chest and abs, exuding a potent, rugged male hormone. To make matters worse, a rich aroma of roasted meat aggressively invaded Suya's nostrils. She beheld a golden, glistening roast chicken on the table behind Lu Fan. The scent instantly shattered the fragile psychological defenses she had painstakingly erected. I want to trade for 3 portions of food. Suya's boy trembleth. 1 for Zhang Haoyin, 1 for Li Jing, and another for myself. Lu Fan remained silent. He turned back to the table, leisurely tearing off a sizzling, oily chicken wing, savoring it slowly. Until he had licked the bones clean, he finally lifted his gaze. He pointed his chin towards Suya's legs. Warn them? Suya's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. She felt as if she were a streetwalker, subjected to the scrutiny of a client. With a sense of humiliation, she bent down to roll up a portion of her pant leg. The black stockings clung tightly to her elegantly shaped calves. Not bad. Lu Fan nodded, evidently satisfied. 3 portions of food, acceptable. However, today's service may prove somewhat exhausting. Exhausting? Suya's heart constricted sharply. Was he finally about to make that request? A tumult of shame, fear, and a touch of resigned numbness intermingled within her. Yet, Lu Fan did not look at her again. He tore off a fragrant chicken leg and handed it to her. Eat first. You need to be well fed to have the strength to work. Suya stood stunned as she accepted the still warm chicken leg. She gazed at Lu Fan. This man was nothing short of a demon. He lured you with a taste of sweetness before plunging you deeper into the abyss. After finishing the chicken leg, Lu Fan casually rummaged through a pile of supplies nearby and tossed a plastic bag into Suya's arms. Go to the bathroom. Change into this. Suya looked down. The bag was transparent. Inside lay a set of cheap pink massage therapist attire. The fabric was pitifully thin. This bastard. Her face burned with indignation. Yet, she had no choice. A few minutes later, the bathroom door swung open. Lu Fan ceased his tearing of the roasted chicken. Suya emerged, clad in the inferior pink uniform that clung tightly to her frame. The short skirt barely concealed the tops of her thighs, accentuating her mature, voluptuous curves. Especially paired with those luxurious black stockings. Nobility juxtaposed with cheapness. Decorum mingled with seduction. Two utterly contrasting qualities bizarrely fused within her. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. Lu Fan felt the hormones within him raging uncontrollably. He turned and beckoned Suya with a crooked finger. Come here. Get on the bed. Suya's body stiffened. She gazed at Lu Fan's broad, muscular back, and with a resigned heart, she approached. Then, like a soulless corpse, she lay rigidly beside him, closing her eyes and awaiting her final reckoning. 1 second, 2 seconds, an eternity of silence. Lu Fan, growing impatient, turned his head. What are you lying there for? Suya did not open her eyes, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Didn't you tell me to come up? I meant for you to come up. Lu Fan frowned. Give me a massage. Huh? Suya's eyes flew open, her mind momentarily blank. A massage? She quickly grasped the situation, a wave of indescribable shame and anger flooding her cheeks. More intense than before. Why was a massage taking place on the bed? Lu Fan regarded her with a look that conveyed sheer incredulity. How can you apply pressure if you don't get on top? Instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over her absurd embarrassment. Grinding her teeth, Suya straddled Lu Fan's waist. Her hands met the searing, solid muscles of a man. She closed her eyes and began to press awkwardly. Her strength was erratic, lacking any rhythm. Yet, Lu Fan was entirely unconcerned. What he desired was not a massage, but the thrill of conquest. His hand suddenly reached back, through the layer of high-end black stockings. The sensation was surprisingly exquisite. Suya's body instantly froze, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Her breath hitched. Lu Fan's fingers applied a gentle squeeze. He distinctly felt the muscles in her thighs tense like stone. She was trembling violently. Lu Fan's hand began to move slowly, inch by inch. Suya's body quaked even more, a suppressed whimper escaping her throat. Finally, she surrendered her resistance. Her taut body gradually softened. Now this is more like it, Lu Fan thought with cold amusement. The once lofty president's wife now resembled a humble maid, laboring to serve him. This sense of domination was far more exhilarating than mere physical relations. Nearly half an hour later, Suya was drenched in perspiration, her arms weary and nearly unable to lift. Just then, the man beneath her, without warning, suddenly flipped over. Suya cried out, losing her balance and being pinned down. Fear gripped her, her mind going blank. Lu Fan's powerful body was like a mountain, immobilizing her. Then, she heard that devilish voice whispering in her ear, laced with a hint of mockery. Don't rush. There is still one area that hasn't been relaxed. Chapter 15. Removing the black stockings by hand. Suya's mind blanked out. This devil. She longed to flee from this place, but what then? Awaiting a frozen death in hunger and despair? Or staying here to enjoy the warmth of the air and delicious food? Was there truly a choice? Resignedly, she closed her eyes, her head slowly bowing down. Ding. Target Suya compliance 5. Current attitude. Fear 80. Humiliation 80. Compliance 55. The corners of Lu Fan's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. He relished this feeling, gradually pulling the exalted goddess down from her pedestal, forcing her to reveal her most humble and submissive side before him. This brought him more pleasure than anything else. Minutes later, Suya stumbled into the bathroom. This bastard. It always took so long. Her face felt numb. As she rinsed her mouth, she contemplated whether to inform him about Li Jing. Tell him? The mere thought was quickly snuffed out. Why should she? In Lu Fan's eyes, what difference was there between her and a woman like Li Jing? They were both merely dogs begging for scraps of food. When two dogs fight over food, does the owner intervene? No. The owner would find it amusing, perhaps even toss a bone to see them fight more fiercely. He would surely mock her incompetence for not being able to handle even a neighbor, yet come to plead with her enemy. What if he grew weary of her? That thought made Suya shudder. If Lu Fan deemed her a nuisance, he would simply cast her aside. No, absolutely not. She would rather scrub toilets here than return to await death. But Li Jing. Suya took a deep breath, splashing cold water on her face, forcing herself to calm down. Never mind. Let him mock her. First, she needed to resolve the matter with Li Jing. If he found her troublesome, then she would just have to go all out. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Fan, noticing Suya's hesitation, said without looking up, "If you have something to say, just say it." Suya summoned all her courage and recounted, in meticulous detail, the events of the previous night when she encountered Li Jing in the elevator, who had threatened her. Li Jing insisted that she must bring her a portion of food today, otherwise she would disclose everything to Zhang Haoyan. After speaking, Suya lowered her head, resembling a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment, too afraid to meet Lu Fan's gaze. She was uncertain of his reaction. Would he mock her foolishness? Or would he find her a nuisance and dismiss her from the vehicle? The mere thought of each possibility filled her with dread. Lu Fan paused in his task of cleaning the military knife. He lifted his gaze, devoid of any emotion Suya had anticipated, instead revealing a glimmer of amusement. Li Jing, the professional player, living downstairs? How intriguing. Quite fascinating indeed. In a certain sense, this woman named Li Jing was an unexpected ally. However, Lu Fan's expression gradually chilled. Those who dared to threaten him were foolish and ignorant of their impending doom. "So, you have come today to request 2 servings of food." Lu Fan nonchalantly tossed aside the towel and resumed his seat at the dining table. "Yes," Suya replied, her eyes cast down, unable to meet his stare. "One for Zhang Haoyan and one for Li Jing." "Oh," Lu Fan elongated his tone, "quite the appetite you have." He casually retrieved 2 containers of Kang Shuifu braised beef noodles from the pile of supplies and tossed them in front of Suya. "For Li Jing, as well as that waste." Suya flinched, quickly bending down to pick them up, just as she cradled the instant noodles in her arms. Preparing to flee from this suffocating place, Lu Fan's voice rang out once more. "And what of your reward?" Suya's body stiffened, slowly turning to face him, her expression a mixture of humiliation and confusion. "Isn't this enough? Why just offered? Is it insufficient?" Observing her suppressed fury, Lu Fan felt a surge of wicked amusement. His gaze gradually descended, landing on her long legs encased in black stockings. "I must say, I am quite satisfied with today's service. Therefore, I shall accept these stockings as my due recompense." Suya's mind went blank. He wanted her stockings? Was he truly asking her to remove them for him? "Shall I do it myself, or would you prefer to assist?" Lu Fan's words shattered the last remnants of her dignity. "Tidemling," Suya extended headhunt, slowly peeling off the stockings that bore her warmth, and then offered them to Lu Fan. He accepted them, even bringing them to his nose for a whiff. Delightful. At that moment, Suya could no longer bear it. She seized the instant noodles and water from the floor and staggered toward the car door. All she desired was to escape this place, to flee from this demon. Bang! The car door slammed shut behind her. Suya climbed to the 15th floor, where Li Jing awaited her, clad in a luxurious fur coat with meticulously applied makeup, upon seeing the 2 containers of instant noodles in Suya's arms. A satisfied smile spread across her face. Madame Zhang is indeed a woman of her word. Without hesitation, she reached out, snatching one container from Suya's grasp. Weighing it in her hand, her smile widening. Li Jing feigned concern as she scrutinized Suya's disheveled appearance. "Oh dear, tell me, what is the car owner like? Is he temperate? When you exchanged items, did he impose upon you in any way?" A barrage of questions rendered Suya's expression increasingly grim. The memories of her humiliating experience in the car ignited a flame of unbridled rage within her. This ire, which she dared not direct at Lu Fan, found an outlet at this moment. What a wretched man he is. Suya spat out through clenched teeth, just a filthy loser driving a broken truck. He merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck to acquire such supplies. A truck driver? Li Jing's eyes brightened at Suya's words. So that's it. A fool who merely got lucky. She had suspected as much. What real skills could a truck driver possess? She studied Suya again. Despite her disarray, her face and figure were undeniably exquisite. No wonder she could barter for food. Li Jing's mind began to whirl with possibilities. A man with some supplies. Foolish yet lecherous. Wasn't he the ideal long-term provider in this apocalyptic world? If Suya could manage it, why couldn't she? Although Li Jing admitted she could not compare to Suya's caliber, she was confident in her own allure and cunning. Dealing with a truck driver would be child's play. In time, all those supplies, that mobile fortress would belong to her. With this thought, a greedy smile crept across Li Jing's face. She patted Suya on the shoulder. "Well then, Sudame, thank you. You may return now. I suspect your gentleman at home is anxiously awaiting your return." With that, she took the container of instant noodles, humming a cheerful tune, and contentedly made her way back to her own residence. Chapter 16. The goddess grew jealous. Suya returned to room 1602, where a pungent odor of sweat and excrement assailed her senses. Zhang Haoyan lay on the floor, his face flushed with fever, muttering incoherently about stock prices and reports. Suya reached out to check his forehead. Scorching hot. If this continued, he would succumb to his fever before starvation could claim him. She needed to find medicine, antipyretics, and antibiotics. That man must have some. But would she dare to ask him? Images of yesterday's humiliating ordeal flashed uncontrollably through her mind. The cheap pink uniform, the black stockings he toyed with in his hands. What further degrading demands would he make if she dared to return? She couldn't bear to contemplate it. Yet, gazing at Zhang Haoyan writhing on the floor in agony, Suya gritted her teeth, turned, and pushed the door open once more. The corridor was dark and cold. With her hand braced against the wall, Suya descended step by step. Just as she reached the corner of the 15th floor, a strong scent of perfume unexpectedly invaded her nostrils. From the shadows emerged a figure, Li Jing. Adorned with elaborate makeup and draped in a fur coat, she wore several scarves wrapped tightly around her. Fully bundled against the frigid air, dressed so extravagantly in this freezing weather, her intentions were unmistakable. The two women locked eyes in the darkness, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Sodame, what a coincidence. Li Jing broke the silence, a disingenuous smile plastered on her face. You're heading down too? Suya remained silent, simply crossing her arms and regarding her coldly. Oh dear, look at you. Your face has turned pale from the cold. Li Jing upbruaka, feigning warmth as she linked her arm through Suya's. It's too much for a delicate beauty like you to handle alone. How exhausting. Leaning closer to Suya's ear, she lowered her voice, dripping with pride. Tonight, dear sister, I will assist you. Rest assured, I will ensure he is thoroughly pleased. And I'll share half of the food we obtain with you. Suya's body stiffened in shock. An unnamed rage surged forth from the depths of her heart, striking directly at the crown of her head. This fervent fire, ignited by indignation and humiliation, was accompanied by a flicker of possessiveness that she herself had yet to recognize. That demon was the one she had discovered first. That hell was the realm she had ventured into ahead of anyone else. How could she, a mere woman, speak of her as though she were a trifle to be snatched away at any moment? Away with you. Suya forcefully shook off Li Jing's hand. Her abrupt motion momentarily leaving Li Jing stunned. Without casting another glance, she stormed down the stairs. Li Jing observed Suya's retreating figure, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Oh, is she really agitated? How intriguing. Lu Fan stood by the car door, watching the conflict between the conflicted Suya and the eager Li Jing. A hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Well, this escalated quickly, didn't it? Life in this apocalyptic world was certainly anything but dull. He noted the way Suya raised her hand only to let it fall again, her face a canvas of struggle, humiliation, and an unacknowledged sense of grievance. At that moment, a derisive smile crept across Li Jing's lips. She pushed past the still hesitating Suya, rapping sharply on the door with a lack of courtesy. Knock, knock, knock. Hey there, open the door. The sweetness of her voice was so thick it could be squeezed for moisture. Lu Fan's smile widened as he opened the car door. Outside stood two women. One, Li Jing, adorned as if attending a grand banquet, and the other, Suya, wrapped in a blanket. Her face pale with cold, and her eyes rimmed red. Lu Fan's gaze bypassed Suya entirely, settling on Li Jing as he raised an eyebrow. What is it? Hey there. Li Jing purred, drawing closer, the scent of her enticing perfume enveloping him. I was hoping to trade a little something for some food. As she spoke, she shot him a flirtatious glance, her fingers delicately tracing her crimson lips. Lu Fan chuckled. All right then, come on up. He stepped aside, granting her passage. A victorious smile blossomed on Li Jing's face as she turned back to cast a taunting glance at Suya before sashaying with an alluring gait into the car. Bang! The door slammed shut mercilessly in front of Suya, severing the warmth and savory aromas from within, leaving her engulfed in an abyss of darkness and chilling winds. Suya stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, her mind a blank slate. He chose Li Jing? He allowed that woman to enter? An unprecedented wave of humiliation and fury engulfed her. What was she? A discarded, outdated toy? With her teeth clenched against her lip, Suya turned on her heel and retreated step by step back to room 1602. Inside, it was frigid and silent. The groans of Zhang Haoyan pierced her ears like a demonic melody. Her mind spiraled with uncontrollable images of what was transpiring in the car. Was that man treating Li Jing with the same affection he once bestowed upon her? No, surely, it was more excessive. After all, Li Jing was the professional. Jealousy, panic, anger, and a thread of indescribable loss gnawed at her heart like countless ants. She was finished. Her only path to survival had been snatched away by that wretched Li Jing. Both she and Zhang Haoyan would perish here, unable to bear it any longer. Suya dashed to the window, her gaze fixated on the black truck parked below. Within the fortress, a warm current, infused with the aroma of food and human warmth, nearly coaxed a moan from Li Jing's lips. Eagerly, she stripped away the layers of her scarf, discarding the heavy mink coat. As it fell away, it revealed a form-fitting red dress that clung tightly, revealing a plunging neckline that nearly exposed her navel. She deliberately thrust out her chest, the fabric straining against her curves. "Look, handsome," Li Jing giggled, coiling around him like a serpent, her warm body pressed closely against Lu Fan's arm. "Is this enough sincerity to exchange for a hearty meal?" Lu Fan's hand naturally encircled her slender waist, applying a light squeeze on the slick fabric. Li Jing shivered, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. He was clearly a naive boy who had never seen the world. That dim-witted Xia must have been pretending to be high and mighty to get cast aside. "Watch how I ensnare him," she mentally plotted, her voice dripping with sweetness. "As long as you fill me up, you can have whatever you desire." Lu Fan maintained a stoic expression, though inwardly he chuckled coldly. Professional players were indeed different. They were far more forthright than that Suya. Unfortunately, her intellect seemed lacking. He released her and pointed towards a corner where a mountain of dirty laundry lay. "If you want a meal, you can start by washing that." Li Jing's flirtios smila froze instantly. She followed the direction of his finger, her eyes widening at the sight of the laundry basket stuffed with men's t-shirts, trousers, and even a few pairs of underwear. "Vinch clothes. You expect me to do that in this outfit?" She fumed, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief, ultimately morphing into indignation. "What kind of joke is this? I'm not here to be your maid." Lu Fan nonchalantly picked up a chicken wing from the table and began to eat, not even bothering to cast a glance in her direction. "Oh, the door is that way. No need to see you out." Li Jing was utterly dumbfounded. She observed Lu Fan's unyielding demeanor while feeling the warmth and enticing aroma of the food inside, then remembered the freezing weather outside capable of turning a person into an ice sculpture. A chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Fine, I'll wash your clothes. It's just laundry after all." Chapter 17. Why aren't you following the script? An hour dragged on like a century. In room 1602, Xia sat on the cold floor, hugging her knees. Zhang Haoyan's groans grew increasingly faint, his face burning like a branding iron. If this continued, he would die. Xia's mind was a chaotic jumble. What was that wretched Li Jing doing in the car right now? Had she donned that pink technician's uniform? Was she? No. Xia shook her head violently, refusing to entertain such thoughts. Her heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, filled with both ache and pressure. Why? That man was supposed to be hers first. No, Xia, what are you thinking? He is a demon. He is here for the medicine, to save Zhang Haoyan. She repeatedly reassured herself. Yet the image of that warm fortress, the steaming bowl of hot pot, and the sturdy, wide bed lingered in her mind like a poison she couldn't shake off. No, she couldn't just give up like this. What if that foolish Li Jing fails? What if I still have a chance? Suya rose to her feet, wrapping herself once more in the Hermes blanket. For the sake of the medicine, she reminded herself. Everything was for the medicine. The hallway was engulfed in a suffocating silence. Suya leaned against the frigid wall, inching her way downward step by step. She had braced herself for the worst. Even if she faced humiliation and ridicule, she would accept it, as long as she could procure the medicine. Just as she reached the ground floor, a sudden click echoed as the car door swung open. Li Jing emerged, a flush adorning her cheeks, her steps slightly unsteady. Her meticulously applied makeup was somewhat askew, with a hint of dust clinging to the corners of her eyes, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. What a charade. A vixen. Suya's heart felt as though it were being clutched by an unseen hand, a surge of inexplicable fury coursing through her veins. An entire hour. That vixen had spent a full hour inside. But when she finally discerned what Li Jing held in her hands, she froze in utter shock. It was neither food nor medicine, nor any luxury item. Instead, it was a brand new mop accompanied by a silver metal bucket brimming with murky water. In her other hand, Li Jing clutched a damp rag. A mop? A bucket? When the world was happening. Wasn't she supposed to bring something back? Wasn't she meant to serve and comfort? Why was she emerging with a mop? A professional contender, and this is all she had? Li Jing spotted Suya, and her initial confusion was swiftly replaced by indignation. She opened her mouth, intending to utter a few sharp words to salvage her dignity. But no sound emerged. Ultimately, she could only awkwardly avert her gaze, placing the bucket down and hastily departing with a cup of instant noodles clutched in her arms. Her retreat as frantic as it was ungraceful. At that moment, Lu Fan's silhouette appeared at the car door. He watched Li Jing flee in disarray and called out loudly. The floor was mopped adequately, and the toilet scrubbed well enough. Just the windows still have water stains. Pay attention next time. Having said that, his gaze shifted to Suya beside him. Have you had your fill of watching? Suya's face flashed crimson. She stepped out of the shadows, lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. Zhang Haoyan has a high fever. It's serious. I need to exchange for some medicine. Lu Fan said nothing. He merely scrutinized her from head to toe. Suya felt increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, nearly wishing to flee in embarrassment. Kumein. Lu Fan turned and walked back to the car. Gritting her teeth, Suya followed him inside. The car was as warm as spring. Lu Fan presented her with a bowl of steaming millet porridge. The golden grains had been simmered to a soft, sticky consistency, garnished with a few vibrant red goji berries. The simple, wholesome aroma of rice at that moment was more potent than any delicacy. Have some first. Suya stomach audibly protestive. What does this mean? A slap followed by a sweet date? Yet, she was far too hungry and too cold. She picked up a spoon, savoring it in small bites. A wave of warmth spread from her stomach, swiftly radiating through her limbs. The chill in her body dissipated, and a corner of her heart seemed to melt in this newfound warmth. After finishing the bowl of porridge, Suya felt rejuvenated. Lu Fan watched her, suddenly frowning. What does that smell on you? Suya instinctively sniffed herself. A few days without a shower, combined with the indescribable odor in the room. Her face burned to the roots of her hair. The bathroom is over there. You should wash up. Suya's body trembled violently. Was this devil still intent on tormenting her? No, she blurted out. Even if forced to submit, I will still disgust you. Lu Fan appeared oblivious to her refusal, continuing with his own thoughts. The bathtub is temperature controlled and has a massage function. The shower gel and shampoo are from L'Occitane. You must have used them before. Lu Fan set down his coffee cup and leisurely posed one last question. How long has it been since you last took a hot shower? Hot water. Those two words struck Suya like a thunderbolt, shattering all her defenses. Then you can't come in while I'm bathing. Suya shot him a wary look reminiscent of a thief guarding her treasures, slowly making her way toward the bathroom. Sure enough, as she pushed the door open, warm steam enveloped her. Inside was a vast bathroom, centered around a large circular bathtub, with the faucet beside it gushing forth scalding hot water. Suya shed her clothes with unprecedented speed. As the warm water enveloped her chilled body, a long-lost sensation of comfort seeped into her very bones. She felt like crying. It was so blissful. How long had it been since she had experienced such warmth? Was this truly just a cargo van? Suya curled up in the bathtub, burying her face deep into her knees. The comfort of her body, however, continuously eroded her will. If only she could remain here forever. The thought barely formed before she forcefully extinguished it. Suya, you are Zhang Haoyan's wife. How could you entertain such terrifying thoughts toward the scoundrel who has ruined her family? 30 minutes later, Suya emerged, wrapped in a large bath towel. Her damp black hair clung to her snow-white neck. Her skin, recently immersed in hot water, radiated an alluring pink hue. In her phoenix eyes swirled a mixture of humiliation, fear, and a hint of confusion. Lu Fan set down his coffee cup, patting the leather sofa beside him. Come here. Suya's body is stiffened. Her feet rooted to the spot. If you don't come here, I will come to you. Lu Fan strode over, scooping Suya into his arms and heading toward the bedroom. Suya, no. Why aren't you following the script? I'm not ready yet. This is it. What should I do? After placing Suya on the bed, Lu Fan gently tucked a damp strand of hair behind her ear. Do you know what makes you the most captivating right now? Suya remained silent, her body trembling more violently. It is your appearance of being utterly terrified, yet still attempting to maintain an air of superiority. His icy fingertip glided from her hair to her earlobe, eliciting a shiver. Don't touch me. Suya recoiled as if scalded, her voice hoarse and laced with a sob. Lu Fan chuckled softly, leisurely observing the expression of grievance and panic that flickered across her otherwise composed face. Don't be afraid. Suya's body tensed, goosebumps erupting across her skin. Her heart raced. She could not discern whether it was fear or something else, only that all her strength seemed to drain away. She ceased to resist. The visage of her husband, Zhang Haoyan, flickered in her mind, along with the envious gazes at socialite gatherings. Chapter 18, A New Goddess and Armory. Lu Fan withdrew, casually tossing a box of antipyretics and several strips of antibiotics onto the sofa. Here is the medicine you requested. Suya, her face flushed, stared at the ceiling, her gaze somewhat vacant. Has it really been this long? After a considerable lapse of time, she finally regained her senses, acutely aware of the pervasive ache emanating from every part of her body in a chorus of protest. With a complex expression, She cast a glance at Lu Fan before silently donning her clothing. With a soft snicker, the heavy gate began to rise slowly. The frigid wind and swirling snow outside rushed in instantaneously. Suya picked up the medicine, approached the threshold, and suddenly turned back to declare, "This matter today must not be disclosed to anyone." Lu Fan observed her display of bravado, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "I assure you, I shall not broach tonight's events with anyone." He placed subtle emphasis on the word broach. Suya's body stiffened momentarily. She clearly discerned the underlying implication. That devil! She dared not cast another glance at Lu Fan, gripping the medicine box tightly, almost fleeing through the gate. With a resounding clang, the heavy alloy door descended once more, enveloping the fortress in warmth and tranquility once again. Lu Fan sauntered leisurely to the control panel, where a blue luminescence flickered to life. Ding! Core emotional fluctuations of target Suya detected. Dependence 15, obedience 20. A cascade of icy blue system data streamed across his retina. Target Suya. Age 28. Height 170 centimeters. Measurements 92, 62, 94. Overall rating 92, exceptional. Current attitude humiliation 100, dependence 15, obedience 75. Conquest progress 15. Fear had dissipated, replaced now by dependence. A knowing smile crept across Lu Fan's lips. He understood that when he had tossed that box of medicine to Suya, he had not only granted her the hope of saving Zhang Haoyin, but had also severed her last thread of retreat and fantasy. From that moment onward, she would be irrevocably tied to him. Food, warmth, safety, and now, medicine, these most precious commodities in the apocalypse could only be provided by him. He was akin to a drug dealer, and Suya was the hopeless addict ensnared beyond escape. Ding! Target Suya has met binding conditions. Binding successful. Core auxiliary module activated. Fortress LV2 upgrade permissions unlocked. Shall we upgrade immediately? Here it came. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Fan's eyes as he unhesitatingly issued the command. Upgrade. With a low hum, the beastly roar of the diesel engine within the fortress abruptly ceased. It was supplanted by a deep, steady thrum, imbued with an essence of technology and futurism. The previously warm orange lights in the cabin flickered before transitioning to a calm and profound icy blue. Simultaneously, a force more tempestuous than during the last binding surged into Lu Fan's body. Crack! Crack! His bones erupted in a symphony of sharp sounds as muscle fibers were forcibly torn and reconfigured by an invisible power, inducing an indescribable sensation of soreness and agony. Lu Fan stifled a groan, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, feeling this power rampaging through his being, forging his mortal form into a more formidable vessel. Minutes later, the transformation was complete. Lu Fan rose slowly, clenched his fists, the joints emitting a series of crisp cracks. He felt as though he could punch through steel, his senses heightened, even able to distinctly hear the subtle friction of the wind and snow against the metal exterior of the fortress. A brand new system panel unfolded before him. Mobile Fortress, Behemoth. Level LV2. Upgrade requirements. Steel 20 tons, biological core 1, activate codex 12. Internal space, 200 square meters, structural optimization, functional partitioning. Armor strength, D-class, capable of resisting conventional heavy fire. Energy core, diesel-powered, efficiency increased by 200. Self-service dining hall, daily quota of 200 points. Basic functions, material devouring. Space storage, Eagle Eye reconnaissance system, can deploy bionic drones, reconnaissance radius of 10 kilometers. Activate codex, Suya. Host physical attributes, LV2. Lu Fan's gaze lingered on the newly added Eagle Eye reconnaissance system, nodding in satisfaction. In the apocalypse, information equated to survival. This feature would undoubtedly enable him to evade numerous dangers in advance, while also allowing for precise targeting of prey. Upon seeing the energy core section, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Still reliant on oil? System, are you jesting with me? Wasn't the promise of an infinite energy core assured? At that moment, the system seemed to have caught wind of his grievances. A line of system prompts abruptly materialized before him. Reminder, Codex Goddess Suya's conquest degree has not reached 100. Please continue to strive, host. Conquest degree? Lu Fan's fingers lightly tapped the cold control panel. It appeared that merely conquering the body was just the ticket to enter the game. Only by compelling the goddess to submit utterly from the depths of her soul could the ultimate reward be attained. This was far more intriguing than mere domination. A new codex slot has been unlocked. Commencing scan. Scanning range, radius of 10 kilometers. Scan complete. One high-scoring target detected. A half-body image of a woman clad in uniform and exuding an air of elegance materialized in the center of the light screen. She possessed an oval face, her brows and eyes radiating a stern righteousness, with a high bridge and slightly thin lips pressed tightly, exuding a hint of stubbornness. Her practical shoulder-length hair rendered her akin to a sword unsheathed, sharp and resplendent. Target: Lin Ruashi. Age: 25. Height: 172 centimeters. Measurements: 90, 61, 90. Overall rating: 95, stunning. Current location: Wanda Shopping Center. Distance: 87 kilometers. Hidden attribute: Unlock Fortress Armory Module. Unique: an armory. Lu Fan's breath caught sharply. Food and the fortress had resolved the issue of survival. However, weapons addressed the challenges of development and plunder. This woman named Lin Ruashi must be acquired. Activating the Eagle Eye system, he locked onto the target's location. Yes, Commander. Atop the fortress, a section of armor silently slid open, and a pitch-black, dragonfly-like micro-drone ascended quietly, seamlessly blending into the dim, snow-laden atmosphere as it sped toward the Wanda Shopping Center. Chapter 19. Hot Pot. Sugyara Turnithom. Using the half bottle of mineral water brought by Lu Fan to dissolve a few medicine tablets before prying open Zhang Haoyan's mouth to administer them. After completing this task, she flung herself on her bed, burying her head under the covers. The warmth of the fortress still lingered on her skin, the steam rising from the bathroom, the soothing flow of water in the bathtub, and the bowl of steaming millet porridge all flooded her senses. Even the image of Lu Fan's iron-like physique and his beastly warm breath lingered. A shiver coursed through Suya, prompting her to bury her head deeper, desperately attempting to expel these vivid images from her mind. The following morning, Zhang Haoyan awoke. The high fever had subsided, and he struggled to sit up, his gaze immediately landing on the medicine box atop the coffee table, a smirk of triumph gracing his features. See, I told you old Chen would have a solution. In times like these, one must rely on connections. Suya did not even lift her eyelids. It was not Director Chen. Zhang Haoyan's smile faltered. Then who? Lu Fan. Those two syllables, light as they were, struck him like a resounding slap, harshly impacting his sense of superiority. Who? He sprang up from the sofa with such force that his entire body protested in pain, nearly causing him to topple back down. That bastard. This was more unbearable than a direct death blow. Humiliation, rage, and an indescribable hint of panic instantly dismantled the fragile sense of superiority he had just constructed. Where did he have to the medicine? In the elevator, Lu Fan's aggressively piercing gaze and Suya's panic figure at that moment merged into a haunting tableau in his mind. Zhang Haoyan's expression darkened, a storm brewing within him. What right does he have to give you medicine? What did you offer him in exchange? The last question escaped his lips in a near shout, spittle flying onto Suya's face. Suya's complexion drained of color, the last remnants of warmth in her heart extinguished by his frigid inquiry. He wakes up, without a word of thanks, without a single expression of concern, only suspicion. Suya gazed at the man before her, his features twisted by jealousy and doubt, and suddenly felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity. She straightened her back and, with a tone bordering on vengeful calm, spoke deliberately. Do you think I wanted to? I was on my knees in that decrepit car of his, scrubbing the floor for 3 hours. I cleaned that filthy den of his from top to bottom, and still, he complained that I didn't do it well enough. He*s just a bumpkin who*s never seen the world. He got lucky, hoarded a few supplies. And now he doesn't even know his own surname. He revels in seeing people like us groveling at his feet, begging for scraps. And I get this box of wretched medicine in return, and you're satisfied? Zhang Haoyan fixed his gaze intently on Suya's eyes. Scrubbing the floor? Cleaning? That's what earned you an entire box of fever-reducing medicine and antibiotics, tantamount to gold in this era? It made no sense. Yet Suya's words inadvertently confirmed all his disdain and speculation regarding Lu Fan. What knowledge could a lowly driver possess? Perhaps he was simply a deranged pervert, deriving pleasure from seeing noble beauties toil for him. Yes, that must be it. This thought provided him with a modicum of comfort. He deliberately overlooked all the inconsistencies in this narrative, for only in doing so could he comfortably relish the fruits of his wife's sacrifice of dignity while maintaining his lofty delusions. After all, the fault lay not in his own inadequacy, but rather in that perverted driver. Yet his covetousness for Lu Fan's vehicle had eclipsed all else. What right did a fool have to occupy such valuable resources? That truck, those supplies, they should all belong to me. Help me up. Zhang Haoyan struggled to rise from the sofa. What are you going to do? I'm going to confront him. A confident smirk spread across Zhang Haoyan's face, a sense of assuredness dawning upon him. You can't deal with such a person. You must use your wits. Yes, just a truck driver. I can easily charm him into relinquishing everything. Suya observed the unfounded confidence radiating from Zhang Haoyan, her stomach churning. Fine, you go ahead. Let us see how you end up crying. Outside the fortress, the wind and snow continued to rage. Lu Fan sat comfortably in the spring-like warmth of the cabin. His neighbor, Li Jing, was bent over, laboriously scrubbing the enormous tires of the truck, which towered over her diminutive frame. The frigid temperatures caused her breath to crystallize instantly, forming frost in her hair and on her brows. Brother Lu, these tires are colossal. It's exhausting to clean them. Li Jing grunted as she worked, twisting her waist in an attempt to showcase her curves. At that moment, Zhang Haoyan arrived. Oh, Mr. Zhang, you've recovered? Li Jing straightened her back, wiped the sweat from her brow, and immediately approached him. You really need to keep a close eye on your wife. Don't let her steal my work. She cast a furtive glance at the cabin and, lowering her voice, began to complain to Zhang Haoyan. You have no idea. That gentleman inside has the most peculiar temperament. He doesn't like women being coy. He prefers to see us doing this dirty and exhausting work. He even says he finds great satisfaction in watching us, who are usually so well-groomed, looking so disheveled and filthy. Zhang Haoyan listened, a sneer of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Fool! With such a formidable fortress and abundant resources, he only knows how to indulge his pathetic vanity through such base means. Just then, with a click, the truck doors swung open. Lu Fan emerged, tossing a package of compressed biscuits at her feet, as if dismissing a beggar. You've cleaned decently. Here's your share for today. Li Jing eagerly picked up the biscuits, thanking him profusely before scurrying away. The scene before Zhang Haoyan completely dispelled his lingering doubts. Secured. This Lu Fan is just a simpleton. A broad, enthusiastic smile immediately blossomed on his face as he stepped forward. Brother Lu, I'm here to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your medicine, I might not have survived. Only then did Lu Fan lift his gaze, his expression unreadable, noncommittal. Zhang Haoyan felt no embarrassment, assuming a commanding posture as he circled the truck, clicking his tongue in admiration. Brother, your truck is impressively large. Let me guess before the apocalypse. You must have landed a major contract delivering instant noodles to some supermarket, right? Otherwise, how could you have amassed such supplies? Lu Fan remained silent, but a flicker of shock at being accurately guessed crossed his eyes. Zhang Haoyan seized upon this subtle change in expression, pride swelling within him. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Brother, listen to me. Relying solely on instant noodles, in less than a month, people will be rendered useless. He mysteriously extended 2 fingers, gesturing in the air. I know of a place in the northern suburbs of the city where there is a large supermarket warehouse. The goods inside are piled high like mountains. Zhang Haoyan grew increasingly animated, nearly spitting as he spoke. Cases of luncheon meat, bags of rice, and flour. In the cold storage, whole pigs are hanging, and there are snowflake steaks, not to mention cigarettes and alcohol, boxes of zhonghua and crates of mitai. Everything you could once buy at a supermarket is there in abundance. Upon hearing zhonghua and mitai, Lu Fan's eyes visibly brightened. Is that for real? Zhang Haoyan. Never speak falsely. Zhang Haoyan patted his shoulder, adopting a demeanor of someone who would lead him to fortune. What do you say? You provide the truck, I provide the intel, and once we find the place, we'll split everything 50-50. Lu Fan's face displayed a perfect blend of hesitation and struggle, his hands fidgeting as he appeared both eager to seize an opportunity, yet wary of being deceived. How can I be certain you're not tricking me? What if we encounter danger along the way? Of course, there are risks, but the rewards are far greater. Zhang Haoyan emphasized, his tone becoming more earnest. Brother Lu Fan, fortune favors the bold. Do you intend to spend your life clinging to these meager possessions, watching them dwindle away? Persuaded by Zhang, Lu Fan clenched his teeth, as though making a monumental decision. All right, I'm in. Then, as if recalling something, he leaned in closer to Zhang Haoyan, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Brother Zhang, I must confess, I have something truly special in my car. What is it? Zhang Haoyan's interest was piqued immediately. Hot pot. Lu Fan pronounced each word distinctly, ensuring they reached Zhang's ears clearly. Zhang, having gone several days without indulging, felt his mouth water uncontrollably. No way. I can't take it anymore. Forget the warehouse. I want hot pot. Brother Lu Fan. Zhang Haoyan's smile transformed into one of genuine warmth and enthusiasm. Look outside. It's freezing. Discussing business in this weather isn't ideal. Why don't you come over to my place tonight? We can plan the route properly, and, of course, enjoy that hot pot you mentioned. Chapter 20. Using your own wife as bait? A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Lu Fan's mouth. The fish had taken the bait. He displayed just the right amount of hesitation, his hands still fidgeting, embodying the duality of wanting to gain an advantage while fearing a loss. Brother Zhang, can we really do this? Brother, you're being too polite. Seeing Lu Fan wavering, Zhang Haotian seized the moment, throwing an arm around his shoulder and guiding him toward his apartment building. I have a bottle of treasure Maotai at home that I've been saving. Let us enjoy it with the hot pot tonight. We can meticulously plan our route to the warehouse as well. Lu Fan's eyes brightened instantly, the flicker of hesitation entirely overshadowed by avarice, as he slapped his thigh decisively. All right, I'll follow your lead, Brother Zhang. At 7 o'clock that evening, Lu Fan arrived punctually at room 1602, carrying hot pot ingredients and a bag of fresh vegetables. The door swung open to reveal Zhang Haotian, his complexion still somewhat pallid, but his demeanor vibrant, adorned with an exuberant smile. Brother Lu Fan, you didn't need to bring anything. You're too kind. Not at all. Not at all, Lu Fan replied, adopting a lowly posture, even infused with a hint of sycophancy as he handed over the items. A small token of appreciation, merely a gesture of respect. I shall rely on your guidance in the future. Zhang Haotian's vanity was greatly satisfied. As expected, here was a naive bumpkin, easily swayed by a few flattering words and a couple of drinks. He warmly welcomed Lu Fan inside, blissfully unaware of the dark cloud looming behind him, represented by his wife's increasingly ghastly expression. Suya stood in the living room, her face drained of color upon seeing Lu Fan. What was he doing here? The questions swirled in her mind. Then her gaze fell upon her husband, Zhang Haotian, whose face radiated enthusiasm. A chill ran down her spine. This is the brainchild Zhang Haotian spoke of, inviting a wolf into the fold, using his own wife as bait. Has he lost his mind? Suya felt dizzy, nearly losing her balance. Had he forgotten how this man had once broken her wrist and humiliated her in the elevator? She noticed Lu Fan's gaze, which had transcended Zhang Haotian's shoulder to rest upon her, filled with unabashed amusement and mockery. Meanwhile, her husband, that foolish man, remained blissfully oblivious. Darling, why are you just standing there? Go pour Brother Lu Fan a glass of hot water, Zhang Haotian exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Eager to delve into the culinary offerings, Suya's nails dug into her palms as she fought the urge to scream, wishing to tear both men before her apart. Yet, she could do nothing. Like a marionette, she turned stiffly and made her way to the kitchen. The hot pot soon reached a rolling boil, the domineering aroma of spicy beef fat swiftly enveloping the entire room. Zhang Haotian uncorked a bottle of Maotai, pouring it for Lu Fan. Come, try this Maotai. Though I usually drink red wine, this cold weather is perfect for warming up with some white. After several rounds of drinks, Zhang Haotian began to feel the effects of intoxication. Brother Lu Fan, let me share something from the heart. Your fortress is impressive, but standing alone, it remains vulnerable. Lu Fan immediately chimed in. Brother Zhang speaks the truth. As a truck driver, I'm quite ignorant of these matters. I'll need your guidance in the future. Zhang Haotian was flattered by Lu Fan's praise, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. Rest assured, Brother Lu, you are now my true brother. What is mine is yours. With your strength and my intellect, perhaps this apocalypse marks the dawn of our prosperity. After downing another glass of Maotai, Zhang Haotian's cheeks flushed with color as he slapped Lu Fan on the shoulder, his voice booming slightly louder. Brother Lu Fan, this life of mine, you've saved it. Internally, Lu Fan scoffed. Thank me? The one you ought to thank is your lovely wife. Yet he feigned surprise, exhibiting a naive demeanor as he waved his hands dismissively. You're too kind, Brother Zhang. Neighbors are often more crucial than distant relatives. He raised his glass, directing his words towards Suya. If sister-in-law ever needs anything, whether food or drink, please feel free to take it from my truck. Don't hesitate. I'm the type who enjoys lending a helping hand. At that moment, Suya emerged from the kitchen, holding a cup of hot water. Her head bowed. She dared not look at anyone, her hands trembling violently, causing the water in the cup to sway. As she placed the cup heavily on the coffee table in front of Lu Fan, scalding water splashed out, burning her fingertips. Take it easy, Xiaoya. Zhang Haotian frowned briefly, then switched back to a smile. She is not accustomed to these chores. Our maid usually handled them. Brother Lu, please don't mind. Lu Fan lifted the cup, his gaze a hook, fixated on Suya's face. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Of course. One Wu Ti want her doing housework. Zhang Haotian laughed heartily, reveling in the compliment. Indeed, my wife was the most celebrated socialite in Jiangxing back in the day. Lu Fan nodded, feigning deep agreement. Brother Zhang, allow me to toast you again. To be honest, I greatly admire sister-in-law. She strikes me as the type willing to sacrifice everything for her family. You are truly fortunate. Everything for family. Suya's face flushed bright red, then paled instantly. Zhang Haoqian, however, laughed heartily, basking in the praise. Of course, my wife's devotion to me is beyond reproach. He patted the vegetables on the table and waved his hand. Xiaoya, show us your skills today. Treat brother Lu Fan well. Suya felt darkness encroach upon her vision. Cooking? She gazed at Zhang Haoqian with the eyes of a lunatic. I can only prepare Western cuisine. Suya's voice was frigid and resolute, representing her final and sole act of defiance. She aimed to remind the man before her, who was tipsy and disoriented, of the individuals they once were and the depths to which they had now sunk. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan rose with a cheerful demeanor. No worries. It's perfect for tossing a vegetable salad. His eyes sparkled with just the right amount of surprise. Mr. Zhang, to be candid, I have experience working in the kitchen of a Western restaurant, and I can whip up a decent salad dressing. I'll lend a hand to my sister-in-law. You go ahead and eat. Don't wait for us. Well, my body hasn't fully recuperated yet, so I appreciate your help. Zhang Haoqian could hardly contain his anticipation. He picked up a slice of luncheon meat, sizzling in red oil, and stuffed it into his mouth, wincing at the heat yet wearing a satisfied grin. His gaze towards Lu Fan was filled with admiration for the young man's initiative. Xiaoya, did you hear that? Brother Lu is being so kind. Hurry and take him to the kitchen. Suya shot Lu Fan a fierce glare, but was left with no choice but to lead him, step by step, toward the kitchen. Just as they were about to enter, Lu Fan leaned in, his lips brushing her ear, whispering in a breath only the two of them could hear. Let the game begin. Chapter 21. Then I shall not be polite with my sister-in-law. The kitchen was spacious, yet at that moment, Suya felt as though every breath of air had been siphoned away, suffocating her. With her back turned to Lu Fan, she bit down hard on her lower lip, lowering her head in an effort to feign complete concentration as she picked the few vibrant green spinach leaves. She could sense his gaze, as tangible as a physical entity, adhering to her back, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. Leaning casually against the doorframe, Lu Fan crossed his arms in a relaxed manner. Sister-in-law, what kind of salad are we making? Suya refrained from turning around, her voice as cold as ice. Isn't it all you're doing? There are only lettuce and cucumbers. All right, I forgot. I prefer them raw. A hint of amusement colored Lu Fan's voice. Suya's body esti abruptly. She slammed the ingredients onto the cutting board with force. Grabbing a knife, she began chopping the cucumber with an intensity that seemed to vent her frustrations. Thud, thud, thud. Each chop felt as though it were aimed at someone's neck. Lu Fan approached and naturally positioned himself behind her. A potent aura of masculinity enveloped her in an instant. Suya's breath caught in her throat, and her chopping came to a halt. Sister-in-law, your knife skills leave much to be desired. Lu Fan reached around her from behind, taking hold of her hand that wielded the knife. His palm was warm, calloused. Let me show you. His chest nearly pressed against her back, his heated breath fanning against her ear. Suya trembled like a leaf caught in the wind. Get away, quickly. She wished to struggle, but from the living room came Zhang Haoqian's voice. Brother Lu, this beef is almost overcooked. I'm going to eat it now. That voice fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing all her courage. Lu Fan held her hand, guiding it as they chopped together. The movements were slow, imbued with an unsettling sense of control. His other hand, however, strayed to her waist, giving it a gentle squeeze. Suya shuddered all over, nearly gasping aloud. Don't move. Your husband is outside. Lu Fan whispered in her ear. The salad bowl is in the cabinet below. Summoning all her strength, she managed to squeeze out those words. She merely wished for this to end swiftly. All right. Lu Fan released her. Suya felt as though she had been granted a reprieve and immediately crouched down to pull at the bottom drawer. This motion turned her back to Lu Fan, exposing her elegant curves entirely to his gaze. In the next moment, a warm hand precisely covered her pert right hip. Even through the thick cashmere fabric, the heat radiated, penetrating the material and imprinting on her skin. Suya's mind buzzed, blanking out entirely. She stood frozen, unable to move, her breath stilled. You. A hoarse syllable escaped her throat, but the words that followed were choked back by overwhelming fear and shame. Shoo! Lu Fan's body pressed against her from behind, his firm physique anchoring her in place. No, no. She remained rigid, paralyzed with fear and humiliation, nearly fainting. Have you lost your mind? Suya finally regained her voice, lowering it, each word laced with anger and pleading. He is right outside. What is there to fear? After saying this, Lu Fan's hand began to roam indiscriminately, slipping beneath the hem of her down jacket. Suya inhaled sharply, hermin da violent. Shame, terror, anger, and an unwelcome Self-loathing surge of sinful electricity coursed through her spine. She felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. No, it was this man who had lost his sanity. How dare he? Crash! A sharp sound echoed as a plate near her was knocked to the ground by her flailing arm, shattering into pieces. What happened? Zhang Haoyan's voice resonated from the living room. Suya's soul nearly left her body in fright. Her knees buckled, unable to support her, and she was caught in Lu Fan's embrace. As he held the soft item in his hand, he called out towards the living room. "It's nothing, Brother Zhang." My hand slipped. I accidentally knocked over a plate. His voice was steady, tinged with just the right amount of apology. "Oh, as long as no one is hurt." Zhang Haoyan waved dismissively. "It's just a plate, no big deal. You carry on. I'll have a drink first." Suya looked at Lu Fan, then at her foolish husband outside. In that instant, her heart felt utterly extinguished. Ding. Tarjetsuya. Gangues progress 15. Current progress, 30. Lu Fan towered over her, his gaze devoid of warmth. He slowly crouched down, pinching her delicate chin with his fingers, forcing her to meet his eyes. "Do you see? He cared only for food now." His voice was soft yet pierced her heart like a poisoned dagger. In his eyes, she was worth less than a slice of lamb. Suya's tears finally broke free, cascading silently down her cheeks. Lu Fan leaned closer, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Now, it's your turn to repay me." Suya's pupils constricted sharply. She watched as Lu Fan unfastened his pants. No. How could he dare? Zhang Haoyan was right outside. This madman. This devil. The corners of Lu Fan's mouth curled into an increasingly frigid smile. He mouthed the words. "Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll call your husband in to see." Suya's body trembled violently. Ultimately, she shut her eyes, like a puppet devoid of a soul, slowly bowing her head. Ding. Target Suya in the picture book, conquering progress 15. Current progress, 45. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan walked out of the kitchen with a refreshing vegetable salad in his hand. "Zhang, long wait. Oh, you've worked hard." Zhang Haoyan's tongue was already swollen from drinking, and he enthusiastically pulled Lu Fan to sit down. "Come on, brother, take one." Lu Fan picked up his wine glass, touched it with him, and drank it all in one gulp. A few more minutes passed. Suya Kai floated out of the kitchen like a wandering soul. Her face turned pale. Her gaze was unfocused, and her lips were bitten until they turned pale. "Wife, sit down quickly." Zhang Haoyan greeted and tasted the salad dressing made by the Lu Fan brothers themselves. The taste was absolutely amazing. Suya sat stiffly at the table. Lu Fan picked up a piece of lettuce covered in salad dressing and put it in his mouth. He chewed carefully, but his gaze remained fixed on Suya's face. That gaze was full of playfulness and blatant possession. Lu Fan let out a satisfied sigh. "This sauce really tastes good." He looked at Suya and licked his lips meaningfully. "Xiandian, just right." Suya's body trembled violently. A wave of turbulence swept through my stomach. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost sinking into her flesh. "Brother Lu Fan, you are truly my benefactor." Zhang Haoyan was completely drunk, holding on to Lu Fan's shoulder, almost crying bitterly. "In the future, you'll be my own brother. Your sister-in-law is your own sister-in-law. If there's anything, just tell her to do it. Don't be polite." Lu Fan smiled. He picked up his glass and greeted Suya from afar across the table. "Then I will." "You're welcome." Chapter 22. Dare to do this in person. Zhang Haoyan didn't even hear the implied meaning. He is only polite to anyone on the road, right? They're all our own brothers. He raised his glass and took another gulp. The Moutai liquor has gained strength. Zhang Haoyan's face was as red as a monkey's butt. He waved his hand and pointed to the snowstorm outside the window. "Brothers Lu Fan, look, this world is over. But for us, this is an opportunity." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and saliva flew wildly. The old rules and regulations are gone. What laws, what morality are all his mother bullshit. Now, whoever has a big fist and supplies is the king. Lu Fan picked up a chopstick of fat cow and slowly rinsed it. "You're right. So you're about to turn into a dog. Mr. Zhang has a point. So I propose." Zhang Haoyan slammed the table heavily, causing the soup on the plate to splash out. "Let's join forces. I brainstorm, network, and plan. You get the car, get the supplies, get the strength." He looked at Lu Fan with a glint of fanatical greed in his eyes. "Wait until we take over that warehouse. We have a base. At that time, recruit soldiers and horses. This building, this community, and even the entire Jiangsheng. They will all be our world. You are my top general. I am the king of the apocalypse." Suya felt nauseous upon hearing this. She looked at the man in front of her, who was dancing and talking nonsense. "I feel incredibly unfamiliar and nauseating." She couldn't help but speak up. "Zhang Haoyan, drink less, your body is just right." "Shut up. What the hell do you know?" Zhang Haoyan was on the verge of excitement. When she interrupted him like this, The smile on his face disappeared instantly. Get lost. Women who have no vision at all. Didn't you see me discussing important matters with Brother Liu? Don't get in the way here. He pushed Suya away and pointed to the bottle. Go ahead. Fill the wine for Brother Liu. Take good care of yourself. Brother Liu, ignore her. Let's continue drinking. Suya fell back to her seat, her heart also cooling halfway. But this pain is far less than 1 in 10,000 in my heart. She looked at Zhang Haoyan's face, which had turned red from alcohol and arrogance, and suddenly felt incredibly unfamiliar and ridiculous. This is the husband she used to be proud of. Take another look at Lu Fan. Lu Fan was watching her with great interest, with a faint smile on his lips. It's like enjoying a wonderful monkey play. Suya's heart completely cooled down. She silently sat back in her original position, lowered her head, and said no more words. Lu Fan's foot lightly touched her ankle under the table. Suya's body tightened instantly. She suddenly lifted her head and looked at Lu Fan in horror. The man was smiling with a simple and honest expression, listening attentively to Zhang Haoyan's boasting. He nodded and echoed from time to time, as if the things swimming on her lap under the table had nothing to do with him. Suya wanted to hide, but her foot was like a slippery, venomous snake tightly entwining around her. She dared not make any big moves, afraid of being discovered by Zhang Haoyan. On the table, Lu Fan continued to compliment Zhang Haoyan and kept pouring him drinks. Mr. Zhang is mighty. I toast you with this cup. Come on, got it. Zhang Haoyan raised his glass with great courage and liveliness. Under the table, Lu Fan's feet followed Suya's calves, slowly rising upwards, despite being separated by a layer of cashmere pants. The tactile sensation was terrifyingly clear. Suya's breathing stopped. She wanted to hide, but her legs seemed to have been injected with lead, and she couldn't move. She looked at Zhang Haoyan as if seeking help. But her husband is immersed in the grand blueprint of the king of the apocalypse. Brother Lu Fan, are you still unmarried? Don't worry. What kind of woman do we need when we occupy the warehouse in the future? When the time comes, I'll get you a dozen tender models. The good relationship, the happiness of my lower body, thanks to Brother Zhang. After speaking, Lu Fan reached out his hand and picked up the wine bottle on the table, as if to pour wine for Zhang Haoyan. As he passed by her, his fingertips, using pouring wine as a cover, quickly scratched her cold palm gently. Suya suddenly withdrew her hand like an electric shock. Just as she withdrew her hand, Lu Fan's warm big hand. He had already reached under the table and directly covered her cold thighs. Hiss! Suya took a cold breath and trembled violently. She looked at Lu Fan in terror. Her eyes filled with pleading and fear, and her lips opened and closed silently. Don't beg you. Lu Fan turned a blind eye to her plea. He smiled and raised his glass to Zhang Haoyan, while slowly swiping his fingers on her leg. That action was full of teasing. Brother Liu, why aren't you drinking? Zhang Haoyan was still talking incessantly, completely unaware of the disruptive hand under the dining table. He waved his glass, and spit flew wildly. At that time, we will establish a new order. All survivors must listen to us. Lu Fan's thumb began to rest on the most sensitive soft flesh inside Suya's thigh, slowly, one by one, caressing. That tingling sensation, accompanied by extreme humiliation, made a strange and trembling desire surge deep inside her body. She's going crazy. All the words he wished to articulate transformed into a parched, barely audible whisper. Once he possessed a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, his voice light, so delicate it resembled a sigh. It felt as though he was explaining himself to Suya, but more so, it seemed he was trying to persuade himself. The instant those words left his lips, Suya felt every last vestige of strength within her dissipate. She surrendered. Let it be. Let it be destroyed. In that very moment, a frigid azure stream of data frantically refreshed on Lu Fan's retina. Ding. Conquest progress of the goddess Suya. 20. Current attitude. Humiliation, 100. Dependence, 30. Submission, 95. Conquest progress, 65. The corners of Lu Fan's mouth curled into a chilling arc. This proud phoenix had finally been stripped of all its feathers by his own hand. Next, it was time to clear away the debris. With a resounding crash, Zhang Haoyan's massive frame plummeted onto the dining table. In an instant, the living room was filled solely with the thunderous sound of his snoring. Silence enveloped everything. Lu Fan rose leisurely from his seat. He approached Zhang Haoyan's side and, akin to hauling a bag of trash, dragged him onto the sofa. Completing this task, he straightened, withdrew a tissue, and meticulously wiped each of his fingers before crumpling it into a ball and deftly tossing it into the distant trash can. One step at a time, he advanced towards the woman standing by the table, her complexion as pale as parchment. Thud, thud, thud. Each step resonated heavily against Suya's heartbeat. Finally, he halted before her, his towering figure enveloping her entirely. He raised his hand and, with icy fingertips, gently traced her quivering cheek, trembling from fear. "Your husband is asleep," he stated a fact, his voice calm and devoid of any tremor. Suya's body shuddered even more violently. Lufan withdrew his hand, no longer gazing at her, and turned toward the bedroom. After a couple of steps, he paused, not looking back. "Now, you should rest as well. Come here." Chapter 23. Energy Core, activate. "Come here." Lufan's voice acted as a final summons. Suya leaned against the frigid wall, immobile. The only background sound filling the living room was Zhang Haoyan's deafening snoring. One sound after another, like heavy hammers, shattered the last remnants of her dignity within her heart. Lufan did not press further. He walked step by step back to her, once again standing before her. That hand, which had just caused chaos, moved again. Was this man a devil? Lufan remained unhurried, observing her with a bemused detachment. Time passed, second by second. In the living room, Zhang Haoyan's thunderous snoring persisted, one sound after another. After a long while, Suya slowly closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling violently from humiliation. She rose onto her tiptoes. Her icy lips brushed against his, a fleeting touch as delicate as a dragonfly landing on water. In the next moment, Lufan swept her off her feet. Suya let out a short gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Lufan held her tightly, turning and striding toward the bedroom. Bang! He kicked open the bedroom door. Before him was a massive wedding photograph hanging above the headboard. In the picture, Zhang Haoyan stood handsomely in a suit, brimming with confidence, while Suya, clad in white, smiled radiantly. "Zhang Haoyan, in a previous life, you ensnared me and swindled my resources, nearly leading to my demise. In this life, let me extract some interest from the wife you take such pride in." A cruel smile graced Lufan's lips. In the living room, Zhang Haoyan's snoring continued to echo loudly, penetrating the door and distinctly resonating in the bedroom. This sound became the final straw that broke Suya's resolve. "Enough. Let be." Ding. Core emotions of target Suya exhibit violent fluctuations. Revenge progress, 35. Revenge progress, 100. Congratulations, host. Hidden mission accomplished. Core auxiliary module. Infinite energy core has met activation conditions. It will unlock upon returning to the fortress. A flurry of system notifications flooded Lufan's mind, yet he had no time to attend to them. The next morning, the first rays of dawn seeped through the gaps in the curtains, rousing Suya from an indescribable ache coursing through her body. She moved her fingers, feeling as if a heavy truck had run over her. A myriad of emotions engulfed her like a tidal wave. Just then, she noticed the figure by the window. Lufan was already dressed, standing quietly with his back to her. His silhouette stood tall like a pine tree, and in the morning light, he exuded an aura of sovereign authority. Hearing the commotion behind him, Lufan slowly turned around. His face bore no expression, and his eyes lacked the desire and mockery from the previous night. "Get dressed. Come with me." Suya opened her mouth, wanting to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Refusal? Did she have a right to refuse? Lufan regarded her, unabashedly meeting her gaze. When Suya had dressed and transformed back into the aloof figure of the CEO's wife, Lufan turned and opened the bedroom door. A mixture of greasy hot pot and alcohol assaulted her senses. Louder still was the snoring emanating from the living room. Each snore grew louder and more jarring, akin to a decrepit fan straining to roar. Upon hearing this sound, Suya's body stiffened once more. Lufan's gaze swept over her face, hollow, numb, like a doll stripped of its soul. "Very well. This is how it should be." Lufan felt no ripple of emotion within. He stepped out of the bedroom, and Suya followed behind him, her movements sluggish, akin to a marionette. The living room was a chaotic mess. The remnants of the hot pot lay congealed on the dining table, the blood of the fatty beef mingling with the decayed leaves of vegetables. The bottle of Maotai lay empty, tipped over at the corner of the table. Lufan's gaze finally landed on the source of the noise. On the sofa, Zhang Haoyan sprawled out, his expensive designer suit wrinkled like a rag. His tie hung askew, one foot clad in a shoe while the other was bare, the missing sock unknown. He slept soundly, his face flushed from inebriation, a glistening droplet of saliva lingering at the corner of his mouth, quivering in rhythm with his snores. King of the Apocalypse? Is this all? Lufan's lips twisted into a frigid arc. He deliberately slowed his pace, approaching the sofa step by step. His leather shoes made a faint sound against the floor. Yet the man on the sofa remained unresponsive, lost in his regal slumber. Lufan stood resolutely before the sofa, gazing down upon the man before him. He observed the puffy visage, swollen from excess alcohol, and the protruding belly that rose and fell with each labored breath. This was once a figure of renown in Jiangqing. Lufan's gaze shifted to the side, where Suya was also fixated on Zhang Haoyan, sprawled on the sofa. Her expression was a complex tapestry of revulsion, disdain, and above all, utter resignation. Lufan felt a sense of satisfaction at her countenance. This was precisely the effect he sought. He and Suya passed by him, as if he were nothing more than inconsequential refuse. A soft click echoed as the door was gently closed behind them. Within the fortress, it was as warm as spring, a stark contrast to the frozen world outside. Suya settled into the genuine leather sofa, her arms wrapped around her knees, staring vacantly ahead. Lufan paid her no mind, striding directly to the control panel of the cockpit. System, unlock the infinite energy core. Ding. Core auxiliary module, infinite energy core, is now activating. A low hum filled the air as the diesel engine that had previously roared to life fell silent. The entire compartment plunged into a moment of profound stillness. Then, a deeper, steadier hum emerged from the very bowels of the vehicle, resonating with an unmistakable technological essence. It was as if a powerful heart had begun to beat steadily within the fortress. The orange glow of the cabin lights instantaneously shifted to a calm, profound ice blue. Data streams flashed rapidly across Lufan's mind. Mobile Fortress, King of Tons. Level LV2. Upgrade requirements. 20 tons of steel, 1 biological core, 12 activation illustrations. Internal space, 200 square meters. Defense strength, D grade, capable of withstanding conventional heavy firepower. Energy system, infinite energy core activated. Core functions, Eagle Eye reconnaissance system, range 50 kilometers. Self-service restaurant, daily limit 200. Illustration goddess, Suya, activated. Lin Ruashi, unbound. Host physical quality, LV2. Lufan's gaze settled on the energy core section, and a satisfied smile finally graced his lips. Now, he could utilize all the functions of the fortress without hesitation. He then turned his attention to the illustration section. Lin Ruashi's striking photograph floated serenely, with a crisp line of text beneath it. Binding will unlock fortress module. Armory. Weapons. This was precisely what he desperately needed. The apocalypse had only just begun. The greatest adversary for the survivors remained hunger and cold. Yet, Lufan understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. It would not be long before despair utterly drowned humanity's last vestiges of rationality, and as this planet was irrevocably transformed by ice and snow, the true harbingers of doom would emerge from the depths of hell. At that moment, a fortress without weapons would be no more than a larger tin can. Chapter 24. Your wife is drinking mutton soup in my car. Lufan contentedly deactivated the system panel. Infinite energy, this was the essence of an apocalyptic fortress. He turned to Suya on the sofa. The woman resembled a broken doll, curled in a corner, her gaze vacant. Once the imperious wife of a president, she was now merely a trophy of his conquest. Lufan approached the self-service restaurant's counter and ordered a steaming bowl of mutton soup. The rich aroma of meat instantly enveloped the entire compartment. He placed the bowl on the coffee table in front of Suya. Drink. Suya remained still, seemingly oblivious to his command, as if she had neither heard nor smelled anything. Yet, her nose twitched involuntarily, and a violent spasm of hunger gripped her stomach. It had been a meager meal the previous night, compounded by the exertion she had endured. Now, her legs felt weak from hunger, unable to resist the maddeningly delicious mutton soup. At last, she stirred, extending a trembling hand to grasp the bowl. Tentatively, she took a small sip. So fragrant, so satisfying. The scalding broth slid down her throat like a warm current, instantly dispelling the chill that had settled deep within her. Then came a third sip. The sound of her hearty gulps echoed sharply in the quiet cabin. Minutes later, the bowl was emptied, every last morsel consumed. She even extended her tongue to lick her lips, savoring the remnants of the delectable soup. Only after this did she seem to regain her senses. When her eyes met Lufan's, filled with playful amusement, a wave of profound shame enveloped her. She swiftly lowered her head, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Lufan said nothing. He simply watched her, observing how this once proud phoenix revealed her most vulnerable and authentic self in his presence. Just then, a loud knock echoed on the fortress's alloy door. Lufan opened it to find Li Jing, clad in an oversized down coat, deliberately unzipped to showcase a fitted sweater that accentuated her ample curves. Even in the frigid wind, she shivered, yet managed to force a charming smile. Is there something you need? Li Jing hesitated, then plastered on a sycophantic grin. Brother Lu, I came to work, she said, twisting her waist and deliberately puffing out her chest. I guarantee today's task will satisfy you. A sardonic smirk crept across Lu Fan's lips. There's no work today. Leave. With that, he began to close the door. Wait, Brother Lu. Li Jing panicked, pressing her hand against the door. I could do anything. Just let me in. At that moment, the rich aroma of mutton soup wafted through the crack of the door. Instinctively, she leaned closer, peering through the narrow observation window. In an instant, she spotted the woman she envied most, Suya, seated comfortably inside the warm vehicle. Despite her pale complexion, she wore clean clothes and clutched an empty bowl. In that fleeting moment, the smile on Li Jing's face froze completely. Suya, hadn't she come for food? Why was she sitting on that soft sofa, sipping soup like a hostess? While Li Jing stood outside in the cold, begging for dirty, exhausting work. Why? Why? Li Jing stood, dazed in the snow, replaying the scene in her mind. She understood now. Everything about cleaning and exchanging food had been a deception. Suya, that wretched woman, she had long utilized her body to procure all of this. How foolishly naive I was to think that this man was merely a tasteless pervert. It turns out he does not disdain women. He simply looks down upon me. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and rage surged to her head. Suya, Lu Fan. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Just wait. If I am to suffer, none of you shall have it easy. Room 1602. Noon. Zhang Haoyan awoke amidst a severe headache. The sensation of a hangover made him wish for death. Shui Shui. He rasped, calling out. No response. Suya. He struggled to sit up, irritation prompting him to shout once more. Still, no one answered. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Haoyan staggered into the living room. Empty. The kitchen deserted. The bathroom void of life. Where is everyone? A sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. He pushed open the bedroom door. The curtains were tightly drawn, casting the room in dim light. Yet he instantly spotted it. The immense double bed was in disarray. The quilt was crumpled, tossed at the foot of the bed. The pillow lay discarded on the floor. A peculiar scent invaded his nostrils, a mingling of sweat and something unmistakably intimate between a man and woman. His pupils dilated sharply. Bending down, he leaned closer to the disheveled sheets. Indeed, it was that very scent. Moreover, it was still fresh. Zhang Haoyan's mind went blank in an instant. Fragments of last night flashed through his consciousness like shards of glass. Lu Fan's honest yet cunning face. Suyas by div complexion. And Lu Fan's words. Just have my sister-in-law come to my car any time. An absurd yet chillingly logical thought exploded in his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was Zhang Haoyan. How dare Suya? How dare that driver? Rage, humiliation, and the madness of betrayal erupted within him like a volcano. Ah! Zhang Haoyan's eyes blazed red as he let out a beastly roar. He recalled Lu Fan's black heavy truck, remembered Suya returning time and again from that vehicle with food, and realized how he had been duped by Lu Fan's mere words, like a fool lost at sea. It turned out he was the biggest clown of all. Lu Fan, I curse you. Zhang Haoyan stormed out of the bedroom like a rabid bull. Racing down from the 16th floor, the biting cold wind rushed in through the building's entrance, yet he felt no chill. The fire within his chest threatened to reduce him to ashes. Bursting through the entrance, he immediately spotted that monstrous black truck, eerily still against the snowy backdrop. Lu Fan, you better come out here. Zhang Haoyan charged forward, pounding on the cold metal door with his fists, elbows, and body in a frenzy. Open the door. If you dare, open it. You filthy bastard. Come out, you coward. Chapter 25. Mr. Zhang, don't be hasty. My sister-in-law is giving me a back rub. The bowl of lamb soup quickly neared its bottom. So you set down the bowl, her tongue unconsciously licking the grease that lingered on her lips. She sank into the plush leather sofa, her back yielding to warmth and fullness, revealing the collapse of her defenses. Lu Fan leaned against the counter, admiring the unhealthy flush blooming on her cheeks, the scent of hot pot clinging to her. He nodded toward the bathroom. Go wash up. Suya's fingers gripped the hem of her clothing tightly, her knuckles turning white. She understood all too well what washing up signified. She remained still, her gaze fixed on her toes, mounting her final, feeble resistance. Lu Fan, unwilling to waste more words, turned toward the bathroom. The frosted glass door swung open. The sound of water cascading into the tub echoed within. The water's ready. Lu Fan's voice drifted out, languid yet commanding. Don't waste it. Suya bit her lower lip with fervor. Her mind was a void, but the sound of Zhang Haoyan's drunken snoring from the previous night reverberated clearly in her ears. That sounds like a dull knife, severing her last thread of hope. So be it. There was no turning back now. Ultimately, she rose, her legs trembling, each step feeling as if she were walking on clouds, heading toward that place that would determine her fate. The bathroom door remained ajar. The massive whirlpool tub was filled with rippling water, illuminated by multicolored ambient lights, casting bizarre reflections across the surface. Lu Fan, bare-chested and muscular, leaned against the edge of the tub, swirling half a glass of red wine in his hand. The contours of his muscles exuded a wild sense of power under the lights. He patted the space beside him. Come here. Suya's breath hitched for a moment, her trembling hand halting at the waistband of her clothing. Just then, bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds penetrated the thick metal armor, resonating within the vehicle's cabin. Though muffled by top-tier soundproofing, the wild rhythm still sent chills down one's spine. Lu Fan, damn you, get out here. Suya Sehans, poised to unfasten her buttons, froze mid-air, her complexion draining of color as she gazed in terror at Lu Fan. It was Zhang Haoyan. Yes, awake? Perfect. The show is just beginning. Lu Fan took a sip of red wine, his eyelids barely lifting as he glanced at the surveillance screen on the wall. The screen displayed a tempest raging outside. Zhang Haoyan, wrapped in that expensive yet flimsy designer suit, resembled a mad dog, furiously ramming his shoulder against the door. His hair was caked with ice, and his face bore a bluish hue from the cold. This guy certainly picked a timely moment to wake up. He heard. Suya's voice trembled, her body instinctively recoiling. Indeed, Lu Fan set down his glass, casually wrapping a towel around his waist. He asked quite loud. Seems the alcohol has worn off. He stepped towards Suya, tucking a damp strand of hair behind her ear, his fingertips grazing her heated earlobe. Don't mind him. There was a casual mockery in Lu Fan's tone. In this weather, the louder he shouts, the quicker he meets his end. Once he tires out, he'll naturally quiet down. On the surveillance screen, Zhang Haoyan continued to kick and pound against the impenetrable metal door. Lu Fan turned away, casually adjusting the bathroom sound system. Smooth jazz flowed through the air, perfectly drowning out the futility of the cries outside. Now it's time to get down to business. Outside, amidst the icy expanse, Zhang Haoyan felt as though his lungs were on the verge of freezing. With every shout, the frigid air sliced through him like countless icy blades, scraping his stitch. He pounded with his fists, kicked with his feet, and rammed his head against it. Yet that black steel fortress remained utterly impervious. The sunshades of the car windows were drawn tight, leaving not a single crevice exposed, resembling a black tombstone that silently mocked him. He was completely disregarded. This dismissal was far more devastating than a physical beating. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Zhang Haoyan's voice was entirely hoarse, reduced to a rasping sound akin to a broken bellows. His knuckles were bruised and bloodied, the crimson droplets freezing into dark red beads upon his skin before they could fall. Cold, excruciatingly cold. As the fiery anger subsided, the biting chill began to ravenously consume his body heat. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and his teeth chattered against each other. Open the door. Zhang Haoyan weakly slid down beside the frigid wheel, curling into a ball, shaking as if he were a leaf in a tempest. Just when he thought he might perish there, a soft hiss, the sound of the hydraulic system releasing. The alloy door, which he had been unable to budge, slowly slid open. Zhang Haoyan's head snapped up, a flicker of dying light igniting in his murky eyes. The door opened. A rich, warm gust, imbued with an exquisite fragrance, poured from the vehicle, enveloping his frostbitten face. It was the scent of paradise. Following that, a figure blocked the light from within the car. Lu Fan stood barefoot on the plush carpet, clad only in a white bath towel around his waist. His hair was damp, still dripping, and he held a steaming cup of coffee, looking down at the man curled up in the snow. He leisurely stretched, the joints of his body cracking like the sound of breaking twigs. Oh, Mr. Zhang, Lu Fan said, blowing on the steam rising from his coffee, feigning surprise. Practicing your iron head technique at my doorstep so early in the morning? Zhang Haoyan opened his mouth, about to curse, but his gaze abruptly darted past Lu Fan's shoulder, fixated on the figure emerging behind him. Suya, fresh from the shower, her skin was flushed and radiant. She wore none of her original clothing, but instead, a loose-fitting black men's t-shirt. It was Lu Fan's shirt. The hem barely concealed her upper thighs, revealing two long, strikingly pale legs. Her hair was still wet, dripping, and she exuded the same scent of body wash as Lu Fan. Boom! The thread of reason in Zhang Haoyan's mind snapped completely, even though he had suspected it beforehand. Witnessing the scene before him shattered a man's dignity into dust. That t-shirt, that fragrance, and Suya's instinctive movement to hide behind Lu Fan upon seeing him. Suya. Zhang Haoyan forced fragmented syllables from his throat, attempting to rise from the ground, but his frozen body betrayed him, causing him to tumble back down helplessly. Lu Fan smiled. He turned sideways, an arm possessively wrapping around Suya's waist, pulling her warm body tightly against him. Suya stiffened but offered no resistance, merely burying her head lower. This sight struck Zhang Haoyan's heart like a heavy hammer. Lu Fan looked down at the man on the ground, his tone both cruel and gentle. "Mr. Zhang, you've been shouting for quite a while. Have you lost your voice?" He shook the coffee cup in his hand. "Would you like to come in for a warm drink to soothe your throat? I just brewed a fresh pot. More than enough." Zhang Haoyan trembled violently, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at the couple, his lips quivering, yet he could not muster a single coherent curse. He yearned to rush forward in a fit of rage, but his body, hollowed out by alcohol and indulgence, lacked even the strength to stand. Lu Fan had seen enough of the spectacle. The smile vanished from his face. "It seems Mr. Zhang is not thirsty. Then I shan't offer any further." Lu Fan stepped back. Hiss. The alloy door began to close mercilessly. In the final moment before the gap vanished, Zhang Haoyan caught sight of Lu Fan's hand slipping beneath the hem of Su Ya's oversized t-shirt, eliciting a suppressed tremor from her. Bang! The door slammed shut. The warmth, the fragrant world, was once again barred from him. Only the relentless wind and bone-chilling cold remained. Zhang Haoyan was oblivious to how he crawled back to the apartment building. Leaning against the icy wall, his trembling hand fumbled in his pocket for a crumpled cigarette. Click, click. The lighter merely sparked, failing to ignite. Damn, damn, damn. Zhang Haoyan smashed the lighter against the ground, shattering its plastic casing. He cradled his head, sliding down along the wall, emitting a guttural whimper akin to a wounded beast. It was over. All was lost. His wife was gone, resources depleted, dignity obliterated. "Mr. Zhang, have you accepted defeat already?" A sinister female voice echoed from the stairwell. Li Jing emerged, hands tucked in her down jacket pockets, sauntering towards him. A disconcerting smile adorned her face, yet her eyes gleamed with greed. Zhang Haoyan found any woman repulsive at that moment. "Get lost." He spat the word through clenched teeth. Li Jing did not retreat. Instead, she took a couple of steps closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "That guy named Lu, isn't he just relying on that car? Without that turtle shell, he has nothing." She kicked the fragments of the broken lighter. "Mr. Zhang, you're a man of great ambition. Can you swallow this indignation? Will you just stand by and watch him sleep with your wife, devour your flesh?" Zhang Haoyan's head snapped up. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with fury, akin to a mad dog cornered. "Say what you must." Li Jing smiled, raising a finger and pointing towards the grim edifice of Building 3 next door. "Go find Wang Pao." At the mention of that name, Zhang Haoyan's eyelids twitched violently. Veng Bao, the cancer of this region, a figure who played both sides. Before the apocalypse, he was a ruthless loan shark and underground gambler, with blood on his hands. After the world fell apart, he had gathered a band of desperados, dominating Building 3, a veritable hell on earth. They were a pack of hungry wolves. Zhang Haoyan gritted his teeth. Seeking them out was akin to courting death. "Hungry wolves are useful." Li Jing sneered, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. "Wolves devour flesh. We only want that car. Just imagine if we had that vehicle." Her voice turned ethereal, laced with temptation. In this icy wilderness, it would be a moving palace. At that point, that guy named Lu would be at your mercy. You could torment him however you wish. Moving palace. The phrase pierced through Zhang Haoyan's consciousness like a barbed hook, ensnaring his very soul. Wang Pao was a madman who would devour him whole. Allying with him was akin to courting death. He glanced at the woman beside him, her eyes brimming with avarice. This wretched creature was no saint. She merely sought to use him as a pawn. Reason screamed in alarm. Yet his mind was consumed by the image of Suya clad in Lu Fan's t-shirt, submissively nestled in his embrace. Jealousy, humiliation, an overwhelming hatred instantly scorched the remnants of his reason. Regardless of whether it is a tiger or a wolf, my sole aim is to eliminate Lu Fan. I must reclaim the vehicle that has been unjustly taken from me. Everything I, Zhang Haoyan, have lost must be regained by my own hands, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Leaning against the wall, Zhang Haoyan staggered to his feet, a grotesquely twisted smile stretching across his face. Lead the way. Chapter 26. Murder and Heartbreak. Tonight, I will bring my ex-wife to your doorstep. Room 1401. The door stood ajar, a pungent odor of mildew mingled with tobacco wafting through the air. The flickering candlelight illuminated a greasy square table in the center of the living room. Upon it rested a pitch-black weapon, a double-barreled, homemade shotgun. The barrels were wrapped in several layers of insulating tape. Though crude, they glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen under the candlelight. As Zhang Haoyan and Li Jing entered, their gazes were immediately ensnared by the sight. Steady. This is foolproof. No matter how strong Lu Fan is, he is still flesh and blood. Can he withstand a bullet? Is that not our illustrious star, Mr. Zhang? On the sofa sat a burly bald man, idly toying with 2 iron balls, his face a mask of brutish laughter. He was none other than Wang Pao, the undisputed king of this building. If it weren't for his cotton-padded clothing and runny nose, he would exude an even greater sense of intimidation. Brother Pao, I have a lucrative deal I wish to discuss with you. Li Jing stepped forward, swaying her hips enticingly, her eyes constantly drifting toward the shotgun. Have you seen that truck down below? It's filled with an abundance of food. They're heating too. I saw him in short sleeves, sipping mutton soup inside. Vang Bao's things abruptly halted. Is that true? Absolutely. Li Jing lowered her voice, a flicker of malice gleaming in her eyes. Mr. Zhang's wife, Su Ya, is currently in his vehicle. Once we eliminate Lu Fan, everything in that truck will be ours, Su Ya included. Wang Pao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Ya, a renowned ice queen in our community, would to even spare a glance at a ruffian like me. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Haoyan, a smirk playing on his lips. Mr. Zhang, she is your wife. Is she not? Are you truly willing to sacrifice her? Zhang Haoyan's complexion darkened, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Willing? It is a matter of desperation. As long as I can eliminate Lu Fan, as long as I can seize that vehicle, as long as I can become the master of this apocalypse. What is this minor sacrifice in comparison? A man of great ambition does not concern himself with trifles. Brother Pao, women are like garments. Zhang Haoyan gritted his teeth, squeezing the words through clenched jaws, his eyes glinting with a terrifying intensity. If we can take down Lu Fan, we shall split the supplies within the truck. The vehicle will be mine, and the woman will be yours. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Wang Pao slapped his thigh, rising with an imposing presence. Mr. Zhang is indeed a man of great enterprise. However, Wang Pao's tone shifted, his beady eyes scrutinizing Li Jing from head to toe. Given that Lu Fan possesses such an impressive vehicle, he must be formidable. I need to gather some brothers and make arrangements. It's too late tonight. We shall act at dawn. Li Jing grew anxious. Brother Pao, the longer we wait, the more unpredictable things become. What's the rush? Wang Pao seized Li Jing's wrist, yanking her into his embrace. A nauseating stench of sweat enveloped her instantly. Since we are partners, there must be some sincerity involved. No. Wang Pao's coarse hands roamed unceremoniously over her body, leering as he spoke. Tonight, you will stay and warm my bed, as a token of our agreement. Li Jing stiffened, glancing at Zhang Haoyan for help. Yet he did not even turn his head. Adjusting the collar of his wool coat, he strode toward the door. Tomorrow at dawn, I will lure Lu Fan out of the vehicle. The rest is up to you. With that, he opened the door and walked out without a backward glance. Mr. Zhang Haoyan, you can't. Bang. The door slammed shut, cutting off Li Jing's desperate cries and extinguishing her last glimmer of hope. Zhang Haoyan stood in the darkened hallway, listening to the sounds of struggle and screams emanating from within, his face devoid of emotion. He touched the folding knife in his pocket, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Lu Fan, your time has come. Within the fortress, the lighting was dim and ambiguous. Lu Fan sat on the sofa, holding Suya close. His hand glided over her smooth thigh, neither too gentle nor too forceful. Suya wore only his white t-shirt, its wide hem barely concealing her long legs, which gleamed almost blindingly under the icy blue light. Before them, a massive screen broadcasted the unfolding drama of the alliance in room 1401. When Zhang Haoyan's words, "The woman belongs to you," echoed from the speakers, Su Ya's body jolted, then went still, her last vestige of struggle dissipated, leaving her completely limp in Lu Fan's embrace. TSK, willing to use even his wife as a bargaining chip to eliminate me. Zhang Haoyan is indeed a man of ambition. Unfortunately, his choice of allies is akin to that of a fool, and his own intellect mirrors that folly. However, since you are so magnanimous, it would be remiss of me not to reciprocate in kind, would it not? Setting down his glass, Lu Fan rose to his feet. Get up. Suya looked up, bewildered, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and appeasement. Where are we going? I'm taking you home. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lu Fan's lips. Chapter 27, just next door. The wind in the hallway bit at their faces. The motion sensor lights had long since failed, leaving only the pale moonlight filtering through the shattered windows. Lu Fan walked ahead, his steps as light as a cat's. Suya followed Vain, clutching an empty bowl of mutton soup, resembling a soulless puppet. On the 16th floor, Lu Fan's gaze lingered on the doorplate of 1602 for a moment, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He did not knock. Instead, he produced a key and inserted it into the lock of the adjacent apartment, 1601. Click. The door swung open, releasing a musty odor mixed with dust that rushed forth to greet them. Kumain, Lufan pool suya inside. Shutting the door and locking it behind them. The interior was even colder than the outside. Dust coated the furniture, and a small electric pot, once used for instant noodles, sat in the corner, its bottom encased in a layer of ice. Suya instingivel hugit herschuldes, het ti chattering. What? Do you find it shabby? Lu Fan casually tossed a folding chair he had brought from the fortress into the center of the living room, seating himself with an air of authority as he lit a cigarette. The flickering flame illuminated his expressionless face. No, not at all. Suya mumblith. Her voice barely above a whisper. This wall is not very soundproof. Lu Fan suddenly interjected, pointing at the weathered wall to his left. That is where your bedroom is. Suya's head shot up, her pupils dilating sharply. She was well aware. In the past, when Lu Fan resided here, she would often pass by and hear the sounds of gaming emanating from within. At that time, she found it bothersome, irritated that this lowly neighbor disturbed her affluent lifestyle. Now, just a thin layer of brick separated her from her husband, Zhang Haotian, who was right next door. Do you understand my meaning? Lu Fan exhaled a plume of smoke, the mist precisely enveloping Suya's face. She erupted into a violent fit of coughing, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gazing at Lu Fan, she found the malice in his eyes unabashed, laid bare, as if he sought to dissect her very essence. Revenge. This was the epitome of vengeance. Killing was but a mere act. Lu Fan aimed to strike at her heart. Suya's fingers dug into the seam of her pants, knuckles turning white. In the past, she would have been furious, would have screamed, would have condemned Lu Fan as a pervert. But now, the words that flashed through her mind were Zhang Haotian's cold dismissal, labeling her as merely a broken shoe, and Li Jing's remark that she could only play tomorrow. In that instant, a vital string within her snapped irrevocably, since it was already beyond redemption. She resolved to embrace the decay. Suya released her grip and stepped forward, standing before Lu Fan. Understanding. She lifted her chin, her peach blossom eyes reflecting a resolute abandon, tinged with a hint of morbid delight. She would ensure he heard every word. In room 1602, Zhang Haotian huddled on the sofa, wrapped in an expensive goose-down quilt, gripping half a bottle of whiskey. The room felt as frigid as a tomb. Li Jing, that foolish woman, was ensnared at Wang Pao's place. But that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was tomorrow. At dawn, Lu Fan would be obliterated by Wang Pao's shotgun. The thought sent a rush of liquor down Zhang Haotian's throat, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Bang! A muffled thud suddenly resonated from the adjacent room. Zhang Haotian frowned. Room 1601? Wasn't it the empty property he had purchased? Before he could ponder further, another sound followed, accompanied by a woman's voice. Initially subdued, as if struggling to contain herself, it soon escalated to a piercing crescendo, laced with a hint of frenzied resolve. The hand that gripped the whiskey bottle froze midair. That voice, he recognized it all too well. The woman who usually feigned sanctity before him, always retreating at the slightest touch. Suya, she was next door. He didn't need to guess who the man was. Damn it. Zhang Haotian smashed the whiskey bottle to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Lu Fan, I curse your ancestors. He sprang from the sofa and dashed into the kitchen, seizing a hefty kitchen knife for self-defense. Rage ignited his eyes. Right next door, those two audacious lovers dared to engage in their infidelity beneath his very nose. This was akin to defecating on his shoulders. Zhang Haotian brandished the knife, storming to the door, yanking open the security door. A blast of frigid air rushed in, sending a shiver through him. It was this very chill that halted his foot in midair. Reason returned. He recalled Lu Fan's hand, the one capable of effortlessly snapping his wrist, and those eyes that regarded him as if he were a corpse. Zhang Haotian swallowed hard, his hand trembling around the knife. Was he truly going to confront them now? With just this pitiful kitchen knife? Yet the sounds from next door grew louder. Suya seemed to be doing it on purpose. The noise, one he had never before experienced beneath him, was so audacious, so immersed, even tinged with a sense of retribution. Each sound struck him like a resounding slap across the face. Damn it! Zhang Haotian leaned against the doorframe, gasping for breath, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. To enter meant certain death. To retreat was to be consumed by his own fury. He felt like a rat trapped in a cage, frantically spinning in circles. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, replacing his contorted visage of rage with unbridled elation. Of course, Lu Fan was here. That wretched Suya was here too. In their quest for infidelity, they had abandoned that turtle shell-like truck downstairs, leaving it unattended. That indestructible mobile fortress, laden with resources, was now nothing less than a magnificent empty city. He felt like an unprecedented genius. Lufan, oh Lufan, did you think you were on the 5th floor? In reality, you hadn't even grasped the first. A fool ruled by his lower half. Zhang Haoyan abruptly turned, gazing out the window. In the swirling snow, that enormous black truck stood silently below, resembling a slumbering beast. No lights. No one. Ha ha ha. Zhang Haoyan suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. Lufan, you foolish man driven by base desires to pursue an affair. You abandoned your fortress? This was a divine opportunity. If he notified Wang Pao now, there would be no need to wait until dawn. While Lufan indulged above, they could simply pry open the truck and drive away. At that moment, Lufan and Suya, those two wretched lovers, would be left to freeze into popsicles in this frigid hell. This was more satisfying than killing him. Zhang Haoqian hurled the knife to the ground. Let them scream. Let them continue. Soon enough, he would relish their cries. He didn't even bother to put on a coat, merely donning a down jacket before charging toward the staircase. The elevator was out, so he scrambled down the stairs, racing toward Building 3. Find Wang Pao. The following morning, in room 1601, the wind had ceased. The rain had stopped. Lufan stood by the window, a cigarette pinched between his fingers. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the throng of people gathered in the snow below, a sea of dark heads numbering no less than 100. At the forefront, a bald Vu, he was the foremost enforcer under Wang Pao, possessing strength akin to that of a bull. Yet, the car door remained resolutely shut, with not a single chip of paint flaking off. Make way! Make way! Zhang Haoqian shouted hoarsely from within the throng, brandishing a loudspeaker and jumping about. Everyone, put in some effort. If we can pry this door open, we shall share the food and drink inside equally. Charge! The crowd, stirred into a frenzy, surged towards the vehicle like a horde of zombies besieging a city. At that moment, a clear voice resonated through the air. Have you smashed it enough? This car is rather expensive. Silence fell abruptly. All eyes turned, bewildered, towards the man descending from the building. Lu Fan, clad in a black combat uniform and tactical boots, appeared nonchalant as if just awakening from slumber. What is all this racket? Disturbing others' sleep is quite impolite, he remarked. The burly man attempting to pry open the door was the first to react, raising a crowbar with a menacing grin. You're in the car, huh? Just perfect. Hand it over. Bang! A dull thud reverberated. No one witnessed how Lu Fan struck, but the massive figure, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent flying like a deflated sandbag, crashing heavily into the snow 5 meters away. His chest caved in, foam spewed from his mouth, and he fell unconscious without uttering a sound. One strike, a swift demise. The crowd collectively gasped, instinctively retreating a step. Was this still a human being? Lu Fan, don't act recklessly. Zhang Haoyan, hiding at the back of the crowd, shouted with a facade of bravado. With so many of us, a single spit from each could drown you. Exactly. Just because you have supplies, does that make you better than us? We are neighbors. Why should you feast while we starve? A plump old woman, bundled in a flowery cotton coat, squeezed through the crowd, holding the hand of a chubby child of about 7. It was Aunt Lu from the neighborhood committee, notorious for her moralistic rhetoric. She pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Fan, her saliva flying. Little Lu, one must not be so selfish. Look at this child. He is starving. Hurry and share the things in your car. The chubby boy chimed in, sticking out his tongue at Lu Fan. Give us the good stuff, or I'll make you pay. This old hag. Lu Fan's mind was instantly transported back to the world before the apocalypse. Before the end, it was this very woman whose brat had shattered the rearview mirror of his truck with a slingshot. When he had confronted the parent, she had placed her hands on her hips, spitting in his face. What is the fuss? You're a grown man, quibbling over a broken piece of glass? It's no big deal. He is just a child. If you hadn't parked here, it wouldn't have happened. Meanwhile, the brat stood nearby, tongue out, basking in his victory. In the end, Lu Fan could only accept his misfortune. Tilting his head slightly, Lu Fan regarded the grandmother and grandson duo. Speaking coolly, my mother taught me to respect the elderly and love the young, and that one should never hit women or children. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu straightened her back, a smug smile creeping onto her face. This tactic never failed her. Indeed, if you had any conscience, you would slap. The sharp crack of a resounding slap echoed across the snowy expanse. Aunt Lu spun like a top, landing face first in a snowbank. Her face swelled instantly, and a few yellowed teeth mingled with blood as they flew out. In the next instant, Lu Fan delivered a swift kick, sending the chubby boy, who was about to bite his leg, rolling like a tumbleweed, wailing. Lu Fan calmly withdrew his foot, brushing the snow off his pants, his gaze icy, his tone mocking. What a pity. You're not a child, and your grandson is not a woman. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Wait, is this how one interprets the notion of not hitting women and children? Everyone clear out. A thunderous roar shattered the stillness. Wang Pao pushed through the crowd, striding forward with a dark, homemade shotgun aimed at Lu Fan's brow. Kid, you've got some skills, he sneered, finger poised on the trigger. But before my gun, you are nothing. Kneel, bow to me 3 times, and hand over the car keys. At the sight of the firearm, the previously terrified crowd erupted in fervor. Brother Pao is formidable. Kill him. Eliminate this selfish scoundrel. Zhang Haoyan emerged from the back, a smug expression on his face. Lu Fan, you're doomed. No matter how skilled you are, a kitchen knife can intimidate, let alone a gun. Lu Fan gazed at the ominous barrel, and, rather than feeling fear, broke into a smile. A gun? Is this your trump card? He advanced step by step towards Wang Pao. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shoot. Wing Bao panicked. This wasn't how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't Lu Fan meant to be terrified? As he met Lu Fan's unwavering gaze, Wang Pao's heart raced, and he squeezed the trigger in a fit of desperation. Bang! A flash of fire erupted, smoke billowing. The crowd gasped. It was over. At such close range, even a deity could not save him. However, as the smoke cleared, the spectators' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Lu Fan stood before Wang Pao, completely unscathed, while the shotgun was now clasped firmly in Lu Fan's grasp. In that fleeting moment when the shot was fired, Lu Fan had moved with the swiftness of a specter, seizing the barrel with one hand and yanking it upwards. The bullet was sent soaring into the sky. This is impossible. Although Wang Pao held the weapon, terror consumed him. Before he could react, Lu Fan twisted his wrist, and Wang Pao felt an overwhelming force, causing the shotgun to slip from his grasp. In the next heartbeat, the weapon was in Lu Fan's hands. Without sparing Wang Pao a glance, Lu Fan gripped the gun firmly, exerting force. Creak! The agonizing sound of metal twisting shattered the snowy silence. The once sturdy steel barrel was bent in half, as if it were mere paper in his hands. Oh my! A voice from the crowd muttered, unable to contain itself. Wang Pao's legs buckled, and a foul stench wafted from his trousers. His mind fixated on a singular thought. Run? He turned to flee. But before he could lift a foot, a hand like a vice clamped around his neck, lifting his 200-pound frame off the ground as if he were a mere chick. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Lu Fan casually tossed Wang Pao aside like refuse, leaving him convulsing in the snow, clearly incapacitated. The battle concluded in less than 10 seconds. Lu Fan dusted off his hands, his gaze sweeping across every individual present. Those who had just clamored for a share of the supplies now bowed their heads, trembling, not daring to exhale. Finally, Lu Fan's eyes landed on Zhang Haoyan, who was attempting to sneak away. Zhang, where do you think you're going? Lu Fan's voice was like a devil's whisper. Zhang Haoyan's legs softened, and he knelt in the snow with a thud. Lu Fan brothers, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It was Wang Pao who forced me. Lu Fan walked up to him, looked down from height. I have an extra solid steel pipe in my hand. What you were saying? Do you want to kill me? No, it's not. Brother Lu Fan, listen to me explain. This is a misunderstanding. Zhang Haoyan squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying. Misunderstanding? Lu Fan smiled. He suddenly waved his hand, the steel pipe in his hand. With a rustling sound, fiercely hit Zhang Haoyan's knee. Don't. Click, click. 2 crisp sounds that make teeth ache, accompanied by Zhang Haoyan's mournful scream. Blood stained the pure, white snow red. Lu Fan threw away the steel pipe and turned towards the fortress. The back is cold and stern, like a god or a demon. Who dares to approach this car again? This is the outcome. After speaking, Lu Fan lowered his head and looked down at Zhang Haoyan. Do you still want to split it equally now? Zhang Haoyan held his twisted and deformed leg and rolled in pain in the snow. I can only make a whooshing sound from my mouth. I can't even say a complete sentence. Lu Fan raised the steel pipe in his hand. I am preparing to completely eliminate this ignorant fool. Don't move. A sharp female scream came from behind the crowd. The crowd automatically separated into a lane. Li Jing rushed out of the unit building. His expression was filled with madness and pride. In front of her is Suya. She tightly gripped Suya's neck with one hand. The other hand, using a fruit knife, pressed firmly against Suya's throat. Chapter 29. Threatening Lu Fan with Mr. Zhang's wife. Everyone on site was stunned. What's going on here? The people around instantly turned into onlookers. Isn't that Mr. Zhang's wife? Damn it, what's going on? Has this woman gone crazy? Did you tie up Mr. Zhang's wife? Who is being threatened? Threatening the driver? What kind of divine operation is this? I don't understand, but I was greatly shocked. This information is a bit overwhelming. Damn it. The onlookers were completely disorganized. Their limited brain capacity makes it impossible for them to comprehend the scene in front of them, which is comparable to the annual melodramatic drama. Just when everyone was confused. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Zhang Haoyan, who looked like a dead dog on the ground, suddenly burst out laughing wildly. His face was filled with a sense of revenge. Lufan, aren't you very good at fighting? Don't you really care about this bitch? Now, I see how horizontal you are. He pointed his unbreakable hand at Suya, who was being held hostage by Li Jing, and roared at the top of his lungs. I already knew that these useless people couldn't kill you at all. That's my real backup. Now, immediately, open the car door for me. Share all the food inside with everyone. Otherwise, I'll give Li Jing a knife. Cut your woman's throat. Your woman. Shugaha. In the crowd, there was a sudden gasp of realization. Everyone's gaze flickered back and forth between Lu Fan, Suya, and Zhang Haoyan. Amazing melon. Use your own wife to threaten Lao Wang next door, the old road next door. What the hell is this amazing news? Everyone's values were shattered. Suya looked at Zhang Haoyan in disbelief. His face turned pale like paper in an instant. However, to everyone's surprise, faced with the threat of Zhang Haoyan, Lu Fan, not only did he not panic at all, instead he laughed. He even raised his hand and gently applauded. Bia, bia, bia. The crisp applause sounded particularly piercing in the silent snow. Hi, it's really high. Lu Fan looked at Zhang Haoyan with a smile on his face, full of admiration and playfulness. Mr. Zhang, you're truly a genius. All right now, everyone in the community knows that your wife is now my woman. The wild laughter on Zhang Haoyan's face froze instantly. What does he mean? Lu Fan's words made Suya's lifeless heart tremble suddenly. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lu Fan in disbelief. Did he admit it? He actually admitted it in front of everyone. Lu Fan ignored Zhang Haoyan, who was already confused. His gaze fell on Suya, looking at her beautiful face with tears streaming down her face, and at her shocked and confused phoenix eyes. The curvature of his mouth has widened. Don't panic. He silently said 2 words to her with his mouth. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Zhang Haoyan and spread his hand. That's okay. You're ruthless. I'll open the door. Speaking, he really turned around and walked towards the gate of the fortress. The crowd instantly stirred up. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the alloy door that was about to open. Even Li Jing, who was holding Suya hostage, instinctively stretched her neck and looked towards the direction of the car door. Zhang Haoyan's face once again showed a proud smile. Waste material. In the end, we still have to obediently listen to what I say. Click. The alloy door of the fortress made a soft sound. Slowly slide inward. A warm spring-like air, mixed with the rich aroma of meat soup, gushed out from the door. Everyone instinctively took a step forward. At the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to the open door, Lufan, it's moving. He kicked the ground under his feet suddenly. The whole person, like a fired shell, bursts out in the opposite direction at a speed that is almost imperceptible to the naked eye, not rushing towards the car door, but rushed towards Li Jing and Suya. A distance of over 10 meters, it arrived in an instant. Li Jing only felt a flower in front of her. Before she could react, the face with a playful smile was already within reach. The madness in Li Jing's eyes reached its peak at this moment. The wrist suddenly exerted force, and the tip of the knife fiercely stabbed Suya's fair neck. Between electric sparks and flint, a hand appeared out of thin air and tightly grasped the falling fruit knife. Oof. The sound of the blade entering the flesh is slight, but extremely piercing. The tip of the knife pierced Suya's skin, and a strand of blood flowed down the tip. But I can no longer step in. Li Jing felt that what she was holding was not a knife handle, but a steel bar welded to the steel plate. She lowered her head. I saw Lu Fan's hand. That hand was desperately wrapped around the sharp blade. Blood flowed out through his fingers, gurgling, drop by drop, hitting the snow-white ground, instantly solidifying into dark red ice beads. There was no pain on Kalufan's face. He even slowly opened his mouth and smiled at her. That smile is colder than the Siberian cold wave. Li Jing's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. Her strength seemed to be instantly drained, as if the very essence had been siphoned away from her. Clatter. The fruit knife fell to the ground. She grasped Suya's hand tightly, yet she weakly relinquished her grip. Lu Fan's movements were unyielding, relentless. He swiftly yanked the bewildered Suya into his arms, lifting her effortlessly. The entire sequence unfolded with a speed akin to lightning, as fluid as a flowing stream. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Everyone appeared as if enchanted, staring vacantly at the man holding the beautiful woman in his embrace. Zhang Haoyan's manic grin remained frozen upon his face, yet it was now filled with boundless, absurd disbelief. How could this be? Lu Fan held the trembling Suya close, casting a glance at the faint crimson mark upon her neck. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sensing that chilling aura, Li Jing's entire body weakened. With a thud, she collapsed onto the snowy ground, crawling desperately to clutch at Lu Fan's leg. Brother Lu, I was wrong. It was all that bastard Zhang Haoyan's doing. I swear, from now on, I will obey you in everything. Please, spare my life. I can wash clothes, cook, give massages, warm your bed. I'm willing to do anything. She lifted her face, which still bore a hint of beauty, her eyes brimming with insincere flattery and implication. Brother Lu, I'm still untouched from behind. I'm pristine. This declaration caused several men upstairs to unconsciously swallow hard. This woman was quite the temptation. Chapter 30. When you see a cockroach, you must stomp it dead. Lu Fan looked down at her, then turned to cast a playful glance at the Suya in his arms. That gaze seemed to convey, look how proactive she is. Suya's face flushed crimson, and she cursed Li Jing 1,000 times in her heart. Vixen, she felt a surge of resentment, yet a sense of powerlessness crept in. After all, she had been married before. Would Lu Fan find her undesirable? However, upon witnessing Li Jing's smug expression of confidence, Suya's pride and burgeoning possessiveness ignited within her, rendering her intolerant. At worst, I too. Suya clenched her teeth, resolutely making a decision in her heart. Her cheeks warmed, and she shot Lu Fan a fierce glare, yet she imperceptibly nodded ever so slightly. The curve of Lu Fan's lips deepened. He finally lowered his head to regard the still clutching Li Jing. Is that so? Li Jing's heart leaped with joy, believing she had stirred Lu Fan's interest. After all, aren't men often drawn to such things? What interest can an icy beauty like Suya hold? Alas, Lu Fan's voice was as frigid as ice. I have a cleanliness obsession. I abhor using public restrooms. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he raised his foot and mercilessly kicked Li Jing in the chest. Bang! Li Jing was sent flying like a rag doll. She arced through the air, crashing into a snowbank 7 or 8 meters away, her head drooping, lifeless. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around them. Brutal, absolutely ruthless, but also incredibly impressive, especially among the women. As they beheld the man who had consistently cradled a woman in his arms, their eyes sparkled with admiration. This was the epitome of security in a world turned upside down. Upstairs, behind the windows, there was an eerie silence. On the 21st floor, a young couple, having graduated just 2 years prior, huddled behind the curtains. The girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock, fixated on the tall figure below, afraid to miss a single moment. Her boyfriend's face turned pale, his arms trembling as he clutched himself. He's a madman. He's a killer. The girl ignored him. Her gaze drifted from Lu Fan's stoic profile to the powerful arm supporting Suya, finally landing on Suya's face, nestled against the man's chest, exuding a hint of satisfaction. She instinctively glanced back at her still shivering boyfriend. An indescribable emotion began to spread quietly within her heart. If only, she murmured, if only the one holding me was him. Her boyfriend, unable to catch her words, asked, "What did you say?" The girl shook her head, falling silent as the light in her eyes dimmed. On the 19th floor, a middle-aged couple was also watching. "Oh Wong, did you see that?" The woman elbowed her husband. "That's what a man is." "What man?" "That's a murderer," the husband retorted, his voice rising defensively. In the past, he would have been shot 100 times. In the past? Are you still living in the past? The woman scoffed, her disdain evident. "Look at your belly. Now look at his physique. If something goes wrong, will calling the police help? In this world, might makes right." The husband, taken aback, reddened, finally managing to stammer, "What do you mean? Do you want to be with him?" The woman sighed deeply, too weary to argue further, turning back to watch the spectacle. Lu Fan. At that moment, Zhang Haoyan, who had been in a state of shock, finally regained his senses. He glared at the woman blushing in Lu Fan's embrace. A fiery rage surged within him, consuming all rational thought and fear. He forgot the corpse on the ground, forgot Lu Fan's inhuman speed, and screamed, "Lu Fan, let her go. She is my wife." Lu Fan appeared oblivious, glancing down at Suya. Upon hearing Zhang Haoyan shout, Suya showed no inclination to descend. Instead, she tightened her hold around his neck, her entire being clinging to him. Lu Fan smiled. He carried Suya, nonchalantly walking past Zhang Haoyan. Zhang Haoyan reached out, desperate to grab her. Yet, upon meeting Lu Fan's icy gaze and the sight of Lu with the scar's corpse nearby, his hand froze mid-motion. He could only watch helplessly as the door swung open, witnessing Lu Fan embrace his wife as they boarded the massive truck he had long desired. Boom! The heavy door closed slowly, sealing off 2 worlds. Lu Fan, Suya, You damn couple. I'll fucking kill you. Zhang Haoyin stood in the snowstorm, pointing at the enormous truck, consumed with impotent fury. The flames of resentment nearly erupted from his eyes. I will kill you both. I swear. Whoosh. A shadow darted with blinding speed. It shot out from a narrow window in the fortress's cabin. Thud. Zhang Haoyin's curses abruptly ceased. He looked down to see a black arrow protruding from his chest, his face a canvas of confusion and disbelief. The next moment his knees buckled, collapsing heavily to the ground, face first into the filthy snow, never to move again. Inside the fortray, the image of Zhang Haoyin collapsing in the snow, juxtaposed with Lu Fan's ruthless kick that sent Li Jing flying, flickered repeatedly in her mind. Lu Fan paid her no heed, pouring himself 2 glasses of water, and then handed one over. Suya instinctively caught it, her fingertips brushing against the warm surface of the cup, only then realizing her hands were trembling violently. Just moments ago, that woman, I had rejected her. Finally, Lu Fan broke the silence, his voice soft yet shattering the tranquility of the room. He leaned in, delicately lifting Su Ya's chin with a finger, compelling her to meet his gaze. Now, how will you repay me? His fingertip caressed Su Ya's smooth skin, his eyes continuously darting to the space behind her. A flush washed over Su Ya's face, from her cheeks to the base of her ears. She abruptly turned away, breaking free from Lu Fan's touch, her gaze defiantly averted. It's still daytime. The sound emerged, faint as the buzz of a mosquito. It lacked conviction, more akin to a coy protest. Lu Fan chuckled. He straightened up, taking a step back, surveying her demeanor, one that clearly revealed her submission while still clinging to the last vestiges of pride. Daytime? He echoed, amusement lacing his tone. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers in the air. Snap! In that instant, the soft lights within the fortress extinguished entirely. So he was caught off guard, sensing the darkness above her. Instinctively, she looked up. In that moment, her breath hitched. The sturdy metal ceiling had vanished, replaced by a profound, vast starry sky. Countless diamond-like stars twinkled against the velvet night, a brilliant Milky Way traversing the expanse, even distant nebulae casting ethereal purples and blues. The stars seemed within reach, so tangible it felt, as though she were at the center of the universe. Awe, a profound, indescribable awe. Suya gradua li vitre, hergaze. Turning towards the man who appeared to stand beneath the celestial canopy. His silhouette was outlined by starlight, a vague yet imposing figure. All resistance, all restraint, all reasoning shattered in that moment. She acquiesced. No, perhaps she did so willingly. Suya's cheeks burned, her gaze flitting away in embarrassment. Unwilling to meet Lu Fan's eyes. Flustered, she stood up from the sofa, adjusting her sweater, which was in fact quite tidy. I'll go take a shower. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, and hurried toward the bathroom. Reaching the doorway, she paused, summoning immense courage to glance back at Lu Fan. In her eyes, there was shyness, reproach, and a hint of expectation she herself had not realized. Then, with a loud bang, the bathroom door slammed shut. Lu Fan observed the closed door, a deeper curve forming at the corners of his mouth. The game was over. Now, it was time to relish the spoils. Chapter 31. You need only to speak. Beneath the vast starry sky, tranquility reigned. The echoes of madness lingered, coursing through Su Ya's limbs like fine currents. She lay curled up on the soft bed, resembling a cat that had finally found its harbor. Reflecting on the earlier frenzy, Suya felt her cheeks flush. She had never imagined she possessed such a wild side. The bathroom, the sofa, the bed, the washstand, even the driver's seat bore the marks of their encounter. Suya opened her eyes, gazing at the dazzling starry river above, feeling as though she had been immersed in an absurd dream. From a lofty company director to a mere pawn, and now a possession of this man. The rapid shift in her identity left her bewildered. Yet oddly enough, the humiliation and resentment that once consumed her had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security. Outside, temperatures plummeted to frigid lows, humanity had fallen, and death loomed at every corner. Yet here, it was as warm as spring, as safe as an impregnable fortress. She even began to relish the sensation of being utterly controlled. What are you thinking? Lu Fan's voice suddenly pierced the stillness. Suya's body yourtit slightly, instinctively pulling the blanket higher to conceal her marked skin. She turned her head, illuminated by the starlight, observing the man's sharply defined profile. She opened her mouth but could find no words. Ultimately, the instinct of a competent hostess prevailed. Are we still going to that warehouse? She inquired softly, referring to the global cold chain Zhang Haoyin had mentioned. Already, she instinctively began to contemplate the future survival of this man and their small home. Upon hearing her question, Lu Fan sat up. He leaned against the headboard, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, the crimson glow flickering in the darkness. The warehouse? He chuckled softly, releasing a smoke ring. Not interested. So he was taken aback. That was the largest frozen food transfer warehouse in the city. It contained countless supplies. In these times, food equated to life. How could he say he was not interested? Lu Fan seemed to perceive her confusion. He turned his head, and in the shadows, his eyes gleamed with an astonishing brightness. Do you think I lack for food? His tone bore an air of arrogance that crushed all beneath it. Forget steak and wine. I have a buffet in my car. As long as the budget permits, I can procure a lavish feast for you. If you wish for Buddha jumps over the wall, I can have it delivered. A buffet? A lavish feast? Buddha jumps over the wall? These terms sounded like fairy tales after the apocalypse. Yet, spoken from this man's lips, they seemed entirely plausible. How many more secrets does this man harbor? He resembled an unfathomable abyss, instilling both fear and an irresistible urge to draw closer, to explore. Lu Fan paid no further attention to her astonishment. He threw off the covers, bare-chested, and stepped out of bed, moving to the window. The wind and snow outside appeared to intensify. The entire world was cloaked in a vast expanse of white. His gaze pierced through the storm, directed towards the city center. There stood the city's former landmark, Wanda Plaza. Upon seeing the familiar outline of the building, some bloody and horrific memories he had deliberately buried began to surge uncontrollably. In the past, in the early days of the apocalypse, although the bitter cold claimed many lives, order did not collapse immediately. People sheltered in their homes, relying on stored supplies and state aid. Most managed to survive. Everyone believed that if they could endure this unprecedented cold wave, everything would improve. Until the seventh day, until the emergence of that thing, the ice demon. It was neither human, nor a zombie from movies, nor any mutated beast. It was a terrifying creature, an entirely new entity born from corpses, brimming with a lust for slaughter, possessing speed and strength far beyond that of ordinary humans. Its body was as unyielding as ice. Common blades, and even firearms were utterly ineffectual against it. From that day forth, humanity truly grasped that the apocalypse was not a natural disaster, but rather a relentless hunt targeting all of mankind. The order of nations and the fabric of society crumbled in an instant before such an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Humanity, once perched at the apex of the food chain, was reduced to mere prey overnight. From that moment onward, every appearance of this creature heralded immense calamity for humankind. Lu Fan vividly recalled the place where the city's first ice demon was discovered, Wanda Plaza. His second target in the illustrated guide, Lin Ruashi, was there. Unbeknownst to him, his fists had unconsciously tightened. What's wrong? Suya's voice came from behind, laced with concern. She sensed the sudden chill and danger emanating from Lu Fan. Startled from his reverie, Lu Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing the murderous intent and rage within him. He turned and returned to the bedside. From this day forward, the world was destined to undergo a transformation. No matter how plentiful the food supply, without sufficient strength to protect it, it would merely serve as a gift for others. Henceforth, weaponry became the paramount concern. Suya nodded, her understanding elusive yet palpable. Although she was unaware of Lu Fan's sudden proclamation, she chose to trust him unconditionally. This man seemed to perpetually stride ahead of everyone else, perceiving all. Following him was never a misstep. I will heed your every word. Suya's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. She gazed at Lu Fan. Her once frosty and proud eyes now filled solely with unwavering trust and affection. Lu Fan smiled, satisfied with Suya's current demeanor. This once haughty phoenix had finally, utterly, transformed into his possession, both in body and spirit. He leaned down, gripping Suya's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. You'll heed my every word? The corners of his mouth curled into a teasing arc. Suya's cheeks flushed, her heart skipping a beat. An inkling of anticipation washed over her, and her eyes began to dart away. Lu Fan, his voice took on a husky, magnetic quality. I wish to do this once more. Please, no. Suyater da despripli, instinctively shrinking vak. I truly lack the strength. Her voice was soft and sweet, devoid of any resistance, resembling a veiled invitation instead. Lu Fan chuckled softly, his hands now brazenly slipping beneath the covers. You need not exert yourself. Merely vocalize your thoughts. Chapter 32, Mutation. As the enchanting melody echoed once more within Lu Fan's mobile fortress, a multitude of sinister transformations were quietly unfolding in this snow-covered city, as well as in various corners of the world. At the First People's Hospital, In the morgue, an old security guard rubbed his hands together, exhaling white vapors while cursing the wretched weather. The heating had long ceased, rendering the morgue colder than the outdoors. Just as he was preparing to brew a bowl of noodles, an odd cracking sound suddenly pierced the silence from within. It resembled the sound of bones snapping. Who goes there? The old guard brandished his flashlight, steeling himself as he ventured inside. Rows of cold cadaver drawers lay silently in the darkness. Crack, crack. The sound echoed again, emanating from the corner where an unprocessed corpse lay frozen. The old guard directed his flashlight towards it. The white sheet covering the body began to twitch slightly. In the next instant, a pale, rigid hand, caked with dirt beneath its nails, suddenly shot forth from beneath the sheet. In a grotesque manner, the corpse sat up abruptly, its joints emitting a sickening crunch, its neck twisting at an impossible angle. Its eyes, now entirely white, fixated intently on the old guard at the doorway. Ah! The piercing scream shattered the hospital silence. In the southern district, within an abandoned underground parking lot, a group of survivors huddled around a flickering campfire, sharing their last morsels of food. A young man slumped against the wall, his body trembling uncontrollably. His companions assumed he was cold and kindly offered to drape their coat over him. Yet, just as their hand brushed against his shoulder, the young man's tremors ceased abruptly. He abruptly lifted his head, revealing a bizarre, ice crystal-like bluish pattern emerging on his face and neck. His mouth gaped wide, unleashing a non-human roar as he lunged towards the nearest companion. In the suburbs, within a villa, a wealthy businessman clad in pajamas peered anxiously through binoculars at the distant highway intersection. He'd spent a fortune hiring several retired bodyguards, intending to drive out towards a military base in the south. Suddenly, he spotted a dark figure moving at an astonishing speed across the snow-covered road. It's not a vehicle. He hastily adjusted the focus. Upon seeing clearly, he realized it was a humanoid creature, running on all fours like a beast. Its body shimmered in a translucent ice blue hue, limbs elongated with claw-like appendages. With a swift leap, the creature vaulted onto the roof of an abandoned bus by the roadside. It slowly stood upright, lifting its head to emit a piercing shriek. The businessman, startled, fumbled and dropped the binoculars, his lips trembling and his trousers dampening with fear. Monstrous fiend. The vast starry sky gradually faded, the rooftop reverting to solid metal. Inside the fortress, only the soft glow of lights remained, mingling with the lingering air of intimacy. Suya curled up in bed, a thin blanket draped over her, releasing a long sigh as if exhaling a lifetime of fatigue. Lu Fan retrieved a cigarette from the bedside table and lit it, the crimson flame briefly illuminating the quiet compartment. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the swirling snow. We must depart. His voice was soft yet resonated with authority, causing Suya to shudder slightly. She propped herself up, leaning against the headboard, observing the broad silhouette of the man. Where to? A place that will render us even stronger. Lu Fan's response was succinct yet left no room for doubt. Suya refrained from inquiring further. Silently, she descended from the bed and entered the bathroom. Upon her return, she had changed into a fresh outfit, her face adorned with light makeup, transformed once again into the refined and capable urban woman. However, the coldness and arrogance that once characterized her gaze towards Lu Fan had vanished, replaced only by submission. She approached Lu Fan, instinctively adjusting his collar with a graceful touch. Lu Fan ignited the powerful vehicle, the roar of the engine resonating like a proclamation of an era's conclusion. Suya settled into the passenger seat, which felt elevated compared to any car she had previously driven. Subconsciously, she turned her head to gaze out the window. Building 8, room 1602. The home she had inhabited for several years now appeared as a silent black square amidst the swirling snow. There lay her former pride, her career, her marriage, and the wedding photo she had once placed face down on the ground. Within her heart, not a single ripple remained. With Zhang Haoyin's corpse, everything was buried beneath the thick snowfall. The powerful vehicle gradually began to move, its heavy tires crunching through the snow with a dull thud. As they exited the community, they merged into the desolate street, the massive frame of the truck resembling a silent steel behemoth amidst the blizzard. The red glow of the taillights quickly vanished at the end of the road. The world fell utterly silent. The snow continued to fall heavily. Zhang Haoyin's body, sprawled in the snow, was soon blanketed by a thick layer of white, resembling a blurred sculpture. Suddenly, the snow atop his face shifted slightly. Crack! A crisp sound emanated not from the external world, but from within his body, akin to the sound of bones fracturing in the cold. Following that, a second and a third crack echoed. Crack! Crack, crack, crack! His limbs contorted in an unnatural, grotesque manner, while beneath his skin, a pale blue crystalline pattern spread wildly, causing his body to creak ominously. The black feather that had lodged in his chest was forcefully expelled by the violent transformation of his muscles and bones, landing in the snow with a soft thud. Abruptly, he opened his eyes. They were not the eyes of a human. The whites in pupils had entirely vanished, replaced by two hollow sockets ablaze with white, icy flames. Slowly, he rose from the snow, his body encased in a translucent shell of ice, rendering him akin to a meticulously carved ice sculpture. Yet, unlike others who had recently transformed, he did not emit mindless howls or wander aimlessly. He merely stood still, motionless. Those eyes, ignited with white flames, fixated intently on the end of the road, on the direction where the red truck had disappeared. Deep within those eyes, amidst the coldness and ferocity inherent to such a creature, lingered a trace of profound resentment and fear that belonged to Zhang Haoyin himself. Chapter 33. Transformers. The powerful vehicle cruised steadily along the empty street. Inside, the warmth felt like spring, starkly contrasting the icy desolation outside. Suya curled up in the spacious passenger seat, wrapped in a soft wool blanket. She watched the dilapidated streets fly by in a blur, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Without this man, without this vehicle, she might now be just another lifeless body on the roadside. Perhaps even worse than a corpse. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Lu Fan gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his expression concentrated. The Bluetooth speakers within the vehicle played an unfamiliar, soothing melody. The atmosphere was so tranquil, it felt almost surreal given the apocalyptic backdrop. Just then, Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He gently tapped the brake, bringing the enormous vehicle to a smooth halt. 100 meters ahead, several mangled cars and an overturned bus had been haphazardly piled together, forming a rudimentary yet effective blockade that completely obstructed the road. Beside the makeshift barrier, in a small convenience store, a group of men gathered around campfire, brandishing weapons such as machetes and steel pipes. Upon catching sight of the imposing steel beast, they initially froze, but soon their faces lit up with greedy delight. A bald man, adorned with a thick gold chain and a face full of excess, stood up, wielding a fire axe, swaggering towards them. "Hey there, big fella," he called out. His followers followed suit, leering at the vehicle with mischievous grins. "Bro, this ride is impressive. If we get our hands on it, we'll rule this place." "Damn, those tires are taller than me." The bald man, referred to as Brother Leopard, approached the front of the truck, banging the fire axe against its body. "You lot in there, get out." Suya's heart leaped to her throat, but Lu Fan's countenance remained unperturbed. Finally, the moment had arrived, an essential spectacle of the apocalypse, highway robbery. He even had the leisure to flash a smile at Suya. "Hold on tight." Seeing no movement from within, Brother Leopard grew bolder. He stepped closer to the truck's front and pounded the bumper with the back of his knife. "What? Can't understand human speech? If you don't come out, I'll set you ablaze." His words faltered mid-sentence as he caught sight of Suya's exquisite face through the windshield. His eyes widened, nearly drooling. "Holy crap, a gem." The group of followers erupted in laughter and lewd remarks. "Brother Leopard, this girl is a catch. Damn, I've been holding back for days. Time to indulge. Kid, hand over your girl and leave the truck. I'll make sure you walk away in one piece." Suya's face flushed with anger, her grip on the cup trembling. Finally, Lu Fan made his move. He neither exited the vehicle nor spoke. Instead, he extended a finger and gently pressed a red button beside the steering wheel. Impact mode activated. A chilling mechanical voice echoed within the cabin. The next moment, click, crack, tot. A cacophony of metallic friction filled the air as the powerful vehicle began to transform. Heavy alloy armor slid out from within the vehicle, swiftly enveloping the entire front and windows. At the center of the truck's front, a 2-meter-long, glistening alloy ram thrust forward with ferocity. In mere seconds, the once ordinary truck morphed into a fully armed steel predator. Before the blockade, Brother Leopard and his minions stood dumbfounded. They gaped mouths agape at the surreal scene unfolding before them. What in the world is this? Transformers? The corners of Lu Fan's mouth curled into a cold smirk. He slammed his foot on the accelerator. Roar! The engine emitted a beastly growl. The powerful vehicle charged forward like an enraged prehistoric beast, crashing violently into the blockade. Run for it! The robbers finally snapped back to reality, shrieking in terror as they turned to flee. Boom! A deafening sound resounded as the alloy ram collided effortlessly with the first car in the blockade. The unfortunate vehicle crumpled like paper, instantly crushed, twisted, and torn apart. The two robbers within the vehicle, scarcely able to emit a scream, were transformed alongside the car into a gruesome amalgamation of flesh and twisted metal. The 100-ton king showed no sign of deceleration. Crush, collide, everything that stood in its path, be it automobile or human form, was mercilessly pulverized into fragments. The chilling cries, the shattering of bones, and the screech of metal converged into a symphony of death heralding the apocalypse. In a mere span of seconds, the 100-ton king had breached the barricades, turning that area into a bloody arena of carnage. Lufan gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. The alloy armor and ramming horns emitted a series of clicks as they retracted into the chassis. He opened the car door and stepped outside, a black recurve bow now in his hand. Behind him lay the remnants of limbs and several survivors still writhing and wailing in the snow. My leg. My leg is broken. Help me. Lufan, devoid of expression, knocked an arrow. Whoosh. The black arrow sliced through the snowstorm, striking precisely into the forehead of one of the screaming robbers. The cries ceased abruptly. Whoosh. Another arrow followed. A second robber, attempting to crawl away, was struck in the back of the head, collapsing into the snow, lifeless. One arrow, one life extinguished. Every shot found its mark. Suya sat in the warmth of the vehicle, gazing at the one-sided slaughter unfolding outside. There was no fear, no revulsion. Her body trembled slightly, but it was not from fright. Rather, it was an indescribable exhilaration. A strange warmth surged from deep within her, coursing through her limbs in an instant. The blood blossoms blooming in the snow possessed a morbid beauty in her eyes. So this is true power, she mused. She felt something within her stir, yearning to awaken and break free. Brother Leopard was the only one unscathed. Rising to the position of leader hinged upon his ability to assess situations astutely. While the other underlings were still marveling at the transformation akin to a scene from Transformers, he had already executed a smooth tactical role, taking refuge behind a nearby wrecked vehicle. Watching his subordinates fall one by one to precise shots, fear nearly overcame him. What to do? In the face of danger. What mattered most? Naturally, it was to run faster than one's comrades. Seizing the moment while Lufan knocked another arrow, he dashed out from behind the car, sprinting frantically down the street. Lufan, expressionless, raised his bow and drew the string, the arrowhead locking on a Brother Leopard's back. Just as he was about to release, his pupils constricted sharply. His gaze transcended Brother Leopard's fleeing form and fixed upon a short distance ahead. There lay a corpse, frozen to death at the roadside, its body cloaked in ice and snow. Moments ago, the head of that body seemed to twitch. Chapter 34. The Restless Suya. Lufan, with a serious demeanor, lowered his bow, yet Brother Leopard remained oblivious, relentlessly fleeing through the snow. He felt as though the death-dealing arrow was poised to pierce his body at any moment. Faster, faster, just around that corner. Just as he believed he was on the verge of escaping, a cold, stiff hand suddenly grasped his ankle with an iron grip. Thud! Brother Leopard lost his balance, tumbling head first into the snow, mouthfuls of it filling his mouth. Who the hell? He cursed as he turned back, but his words, along with his breath, lodged in his throat. Grasping him was that frozen corpse by the roadside. Crack! The corpse began to rise from the snow, contorting into an unnatural posture. The sound of bones shattering and reassembling sent shivers down the spine in the eerie silence of the street. A pale blue crystalline pattern emerged beneath its skin, swiftly spreading across its entire form. Its hands twisted grotesquely, transforming into two sharp ice blades glinting with a chilling light. A plume of white frost exhaled from its gaping maw. Brother Leopard's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as his pants became instantly soaked. Desperately, he scrambled backward, emitting a series of hoarse, inhuman cries. The creature paid no heed to his terror. Its pure white eyes turned towards him, locking onto the nearest living being. In the next heartbeat, it lunged forward. Ah! Brother Leopard let out a heart-wrenching scream, which was abruptly silenced. The monster bit through his neck, warm blood gushing forth and splattering the snow in a grotesque crimson blossom. Suya covered her mouth, her gaze fixed on the bloody scene outside. Her mind a blank slate. What on earth was that thing? A zombie? A monster? A ghost? A high-pitched scream pierced the air, transforming into a pitch that ignited the collective fear of all present. The survivors, who had huddled in the corners trembling, erupted into chaos. They scrambled and crawled, fleeing in all directions like madmen. Some collided violently with walls, heedless of their bleeding heads. Others, paralyzed by fear, collapsed in the snow, their pants soaked with warmth, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. Lufan's expression bore no trace of surprise, only a gravity that acknowledged the inevitability of what had arrived. The ice demon had indeed manifested. In a past life, this creature was the nightmare of all survivors. As an ordinary man, his only recourse upon encountering the ice demon was to flee. But now Lu Fan flexed his wrist. Should he simply drive the car over it? Or he glanced at the recurved bow in his hand and felt the power surging within him. It was the perfect opportunity to test his abilities and gauge the disparity between himself and those so-called awakened individuals. So yeah, he called without turning back. Secure the doors and windows. Lock them tight. Do not open them without my command. Suya, startled by his calm voice, shivered and nodded emphatically. She watched the man, his back straight and resolute before the monster, and a flicker of fear within her was quelled. The creature, having torn apart Brother Leopard's corpse, seemed unsatisfied. It slowly raised its head, those hollow eyes ignited with white frost, locking onto Lu Fan. With a piercing shriek, it dropped to all fours, resembling a bolt of blue lightning as it lunged towards Lu Fan. So swift, Lu Fan's pupils constricted, but his body reacted swifter than his mind. He executed a sliding step, angling his body just enough. The blood-scented ice blade grazed his nose. He had evaded it. A surge of joy filled Lu Fan as he realized the enhancement from LV2 body reinforcement endowed him with speed and reflexes beyond his imagination. Steadying himself, he swiftly knocked another arrow. However, the ice demon, having missed its strike, twisted mid-air in an eerie maneuver. Its form contorted as if devoid of bones, folding in the air to strike again from an even more treacherous angle. Moreover, this time, its glistening icy blade was aimed directly at Lu Fan's lower regions. What the hell? Such disregard for martial ethics. Lu Fan's eyelids twitched. Without time to evade, he instinctively positioned his recurved bow before him. Clang! A resounding clash of metal echoed as the icy blade struck fiercely against the composite material of the bow. A tremendous force surged through him, causing his arm to tingle, and he found himself uncontrollably sliding back a step. What immense power! In a pure contest of strength, this creature could likely match him. The ice demon offered no respite, its two icy blades transforming into a flurry of shadowy strikes that came crashing down upon him. Clang! 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 Lu Fan continuously blocked with the bow, retreating step by step. He was rapidly attuning to the rhythm and strength of the ice demon's onslaught. Now, after successfully parrying another of its slashes, Lu Fan did not withdraw. He summoned strength from his waist, his arm muscles surging with vigor. Charge! He boldly withstood the ice demon's assault and stepped forward. For the first time, its frenzied strikes were halted head-on. The creature's body momentarily stiffened. An opportunity. Lu Fan swiftly released the bowstring with his other hand. Whoosh! The black arrow flew forth with remarkable speed. At such a close range, evasion was impossible. Thud! The arrow struck precisely at the ice demon's forehead, where a cerulean energy crystal shattered upon impact. Instantly, all of the ice demon's movements froze. The hard icy armor that enveloped it began to crack, and with a resounding crash, it shattered into a cascade of ice shards. The pair of burning white flames that once flickered within it extinguished rapidly. Lu Fan slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, casting a glance at his slightly trembling hand. Not out of fear, but from exhilaration. His level 2 body possessed strength and reaction speed likely on par with a second-tier awakener, if not exceeding it. Within the fortress, Suya peered through a small window, witnessing the rapid unfolding of events. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. It was only after she saw the creature collapse that she finally sighed in relief. Yet, almost immediately, a familiar yet foreign warmth surged from deep within her being, more intense than ever before. Chapter 35. One by one, push them down. The car door swung open with a bang. Suya leapt out, her high heels sinking into the snow, causing her to stumble momentarily. Yet she paid it no mind as she hurried toward the man. She rushed up to Lu Fan and grasped his arm, hoping to suppress the tumultuous force surging within her. Lu Fan noticed her unusual demeanor, mistakenly believing she was merely startled by the scene before her. A mere stress response. It's all right. He took her cold hand in his, pulling her closer. This creature is known as the Ice Demon. He regarded the pile of shattered ice and the lifeless body on the ground, his eyes reflecting a weight of recollection. To eradicate it entirely, there was but one method. He pointed with his chin to the location of the crystal in the creature's forehead. Destroy the crystal there. Lu Fan retrieved a lighter from his pocket and yanked a filthy, oil-stained seat cushion from a nearby wrecked vehicle, tossing it atop the ice demon's corpse. Flames ignited. filling the air with the acrid scent of burning flesh and gasoline. Incinerating the corpse was the only way to prevent its reanimation. Suya stared blankly at the flames, her mind still processing the surreal reality of the situation. Ice demon, crystal, terms that once belonged to the realms of games and novels had now become a gruesome reality. This world had indeed changed. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the nearby, small supermarket, as though something had been knocked over. Lu Fan's expression sharpened, instantly positioning Suya behind him, raising his recurve bow once more. Are there more stragglers? He lowered his body, akin to a stalking leopard, silently making his way toward the supermarket entrance. Inside, the lighting was dim, shelves lay toppled, and chaos reigned. A mingling stench of blood and mildew filled the air. Quite unpleasant. Lu Fan's gaze quickly zeroed in on a corner. There lay a figure, not a robber, but an elderly man with graying hair. He was wrapped in a tattered military coat, leaning against a shelf, his body curled in upon itself. Yet, a hint of a commanding presence lingered in his brow. Suya followed him inside, and upon seeing the scene, she quietly inquired, "Old sir, why didn't you run when they were outside?" The old man offered a wry smile, but remained silent. With great effort, he lifted the hem of his trousers. Suya gasped sharply. Those were not feet. They were two pieces of flesh that had turned a deep shade of black, decomposing and exuding a foul odor. Cough, cough, cough. The old man suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, spitting out dark, congealed blood onto the floor. Lu Fan shook his head. No saving him now. His organs had begun to fail. Even a divine being could do nothing. Ipul sudyayently, preparing to depart. Better to avoid complications. Young man, please wait. The old man's voice was hoarse yet clear. Lu Fan halted, glancing back at him. I possess something very important. The old man gasped for breath, his eyes glimmering with a hint of desperation. It must be delivered to the military base outside the city. Lu Fan's expression remained impassive. I observed you outside just moments ago. You are no ordinary individual. Lu Fan fell into silence. A distinguished biologist, his worth in this apocalyptic world is beyond measure. Not to mention, he is aware of the terrifying advancements that biotechnology will reach in the future. However, he was still reluctant to make any hasty promises. I can only say that if the opportunity arises, I shall visit the Magic City. Lu Fan's tone was rather unremarkable, yet I cannot guarantee that I will find her. Nor can I assure you that I will be able to save her. Surprisingly, upon hearing his words, the elder chuckled. The laughter aggravated his wounds, triggering a fit of harsh coughing. Lu Fan gazed at him. What are you laughing at? He cough cough. The elder regained his breath, a faint expression of comfort appearing on his face. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. If you had readily agreed, I would have truly doubted your sincerity. After speaking, it seemed he had made a resolute decision, expending his last ounce of strength to reach into his closest garment. After a prolonged search, he retrieved an object meticulously wrapped in oilcloth. It was a palm-sized hardshell notebook. If you agree, this will be your gift. Lu Fan's gaze fell upon the notebook. For reasons unknown, his heart skipped a beat. He approached, accepting the notebook and unwrapping the oilcloth. The cover bore no inscriptions. He casually flipped it open. With a mere glance, his pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. It was a hasty sketch depicting a distorted humanoid creature. Its disproportionately elongated limbs ended in razor-sharp claws. Undoubtedly, that entity was the ice demon. Lu Fan swiftly scanned the accompanying written records. Antarctica, Kunlun Station. Unknown biological samples discovered at a depth of 3,200 meters beneath the permafrost. Life form unknown, initially named Deep Cold Apostle. Cells exhibit extraordinary vitality at extremely low temperatures, possessing the ability to transform other biological tissues. Boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb detonated within Lu Fan's mind. This notebook contained the core secrets he had spent a decade in his previous life attempting to uncover. He abruptly raised his head, fixating intently on the elderly man, whose breath was growing faint. Who penned this? It was my granddaughter, Qin Yuyan. The elder observed Lu Fan's astonished expression, a final smile gracing his features. She is a genius. Lu Fan inhaled deeply, carefully tucking the notebook into his bosom, pressing it close to his heart. He looked at the elder, enunciating each word with utmost clarity. I promise you, I will journey to the Magic City and find your granddaughter, Qin Yuyan. Upon receiving this vow, the light in the elder's eyes finally extinguished. His head tilted, and he fell silent. Lu Fan stood there, enveloped in silence for a long while. Then, he turned and gathered everything flammable from the supermarket, piling it atop the elder's corpse. Striking a match, he ignited the body. Lu Fan restarted the Titan King and drove towards the city center. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other maneuvered the virtual screen before him. The screen unveiled an expansive map of the Dragon Nation. The red, that representing the Magic City, lay an almost insurmountable distance from their current location. Hundreds of kilometers away, the situation outside resembled an insurmountable chasm. That recently encountered low-level ice demon nearly caused me to flip the vehicle. Who knows what more formidable threats lie ahead on this journey? Setting out towards the Magic City now would be akin to delivering oneself to slaughter. To find that female professor in the Magic City, I must first secure access to an arsenal. One must take life one bite at a time. Similarly, one must pursue women one by one. Lu Fan deactivated the system panel and pressed the accelerator. The Titan King's engine roared, racing towards the largest commercial complex in the city center, Wanda Plaza. Chapter 36. Who dares to insult this pretty boy? Here comes the ham sausage. Boom! The engine's thunderous roar shattered the eerie silence of Wanda Plaza. Everyone abruptly looked up. A red heavy truck, splattered with dark red blood, slowly entered. Its menacing form resembled a steel behemoth that had just returned from the depths of hell. Survivors reacted with a mix of fear and hunger, trembling in terror while salivating at the sight. On the second floor, in a cafe, Zhao Yuntian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his breath quickening as he stared at the vehicle. Ruashi, look at that truck. This is certainly not something an ordinary person could acquire. Beside him, Lin Ruashi, clad in a police overcoat that accentuated her poised stature, instinctively pressed her hand against the holster at her waist. The truck's front armor bore clear signs of impact and scratches. The dark red stains unmistakably blood, smeared on in a manner that suggested a violent collision. Lin Ruashi's pupils slightly constricted as her mind raced, conducting a danger assessment. This individual is exceedingly perilous. It was not a judgment, but an instinct. Inside the vehicle, Lu Fan couldn't even be bothered to glance at Wanda Plaza. The eagle-eyed scouts he had previously dispatched had already gathered comprehensive intelligence about the situation here. He lightly tapped the central control screen. Lifestyle mode activated. The interior of the vehicle was instantly illuminated with a soft glow. A dining table slowly rose, and before him appeared a bubbling copper pot hot pot, steam wafting into the air. Nearby lay several plates of paper-thin lamb rolls and tender beef tripe. Hungry? Lu Fan smiled at the mesmerized Suya. Come, have a taste. Suya was now utterly dazed. She picked up chopsticks, expertly lifting a slice of tripe, savoring it. A rich, mouth-watering aroma of beef tallow hot pot boldly wafted through the cracks of the window. Gulp! A synchronized sound of swallowing resonated in the plaza's atrium. The next second, the entire crowd went wild. Meat! I smell meat. Oh my God, he is eating hot pot. Hunger, like a ravenous beast, instantly devoured everyone's rationality. The crowd roared, rushing towards the heavy truck. Please, just give me a bite to eat. Big brother, I'm willing to do anything. I'll bow down to you. Cries and the sound of hands pounding on the truck echoed in unison. Zhao Yuntian furrowed his brow, adjusting his designer trench coat as he descended from the second floor. Like a leader, he parted the crowd, approaching the vehicle with a gentle smile on his face. Greetings, my friend in the vehicle. I am Zhao Yuntian, the person in charge here. They mean no harm. They are merely famished. Lu Fan lifted a piece of hot tripe to his mouth, savoring the moment with a contented squint. His languid voice, tinged with amusement, emanated from the speaker atop the vehicle. Oh, is that so? Zhao Yuntian's smile immediately froze on his face. Lin Ruashi also descended, her expression darkening upon witnessing the scene. Zhao Yuntian, a seasoned veteran, swiftly regained his composure. He turned, retrieving a biscuit from his pocket. Bending down, he extended a cookie to the little girl who was sobbing the loudest. Do not cry, dear. I have something to eat. Upon witnessing this, the girl's mother was overwhelmed with gratitude and nearly fell to her knees. Countless admiring gazes immediately fixated on him from the crowd. Zhao Gu is truly a living bodhisattva. Lin Ruashi observed this scene, and the tension at the corners of her mouth relaxed slightly. After all, in this apocalyptic world, those willing to share food with children were, at least on the surface, not entirely malevolent. Yet, her grip on the gun holster remained unyielding. She couldn't shake the feeling that Zhao Yuntian's actions were heavily laced with theatrics. Zhao Yuntian straightened up, his voice suddenly rising. Friends, do you see? No matter how many resources you possess, one person cannot consume them all. Why not spare half and share with everyone? It would count as a good deed. Lu Fan burst into laughter. Here it comes, the deluxe moral coercion package. He set down his chopsticks and picked up the nearby microphone. Well said. You wish to accumulate merits, do you? Then you should be the first. Strip off that designer coat of yours and trade it for a couple of cookies to feed the dogs. That would be far more meritorious than your current theatrics. Or, seeing how plump you are, why not slice off 2 pounds from your thigh? That would certainly satisfy your hunger more than my lamb slices. A chilling silence enveloped the crowd. Zhao Yuntian's face turned pale instantly. Lu Fan paid him no mind. He slowly tore open a packet of ham sausage and took a hefty bite in front of everyone. The rich aroma of meat was like the most potent poison among the starving crowd. Chewing on the sausage, he casually tossed half of it out of the car window, letting it fall to the ground. This piece of sausage, his voice, amplified through the loudspeaker, resonated throughout the square. Whoever dares to be the first to stand up and accuse Zhao Yuntian of being a hypocritical bastard shall claim it. A murmur rippled through the crowd. All eyes, like searchlights, frantically scanned between the discarded sausage and Zhao Yuntian. Finally, a gaunt young man, his eyes bloodshot, could no longer contain himself. Zhao Yuntian, he howled with all his might. You hypocritical bastard. You hoard the good stuff while we gnaw on tree bark. Damn you. As he shouted, he lunged forward, snatching the sausage from the ground. Rubbing it against his filthy clothes, he desperately shoved it into his mouth. This scene was akin to the first domino falling. The gazes of all the survivors turned toward Zhao Yuntian, instantly transforming from reverence and trust into unmasked suspicion and long-suppressed resentment. Zhao Yuntian's face drained of color. He felt the hundreds of eyes around him morph into those of starving wolves, poised to devour him alive. What are you all staring at? A bodyguard behind Zhao Yuntian abruptly lifted his gun, the dark muzzle aimed at the restless crowd. Who dares to move? I'll put a bullet in you. The gun, in this moment, still held considerable power. The unrest among the crowd was partially subdued by the cold threat of the iron weapon. Zhao Yuntian's expression turned sinister as he quickly signaled to a trusted aide in the crowd. The man, thin as a monkey, immediately understood and jumped forward. Zhao is right. This kid is a menace. The thin monkey pointed at Lu Fan in the car, spitting words like arrows. Brothers, what are you afraid of? He has just one person with a broken bow. How many can he shoot? Charge. Smash his car. The meat and alcohol inside are all ours. Rob him. This cry acted like a command. The first pair of eyes, glinting with the green light of hunger, fixated on the heavy truck. Soon after, a second pair, then a third. Hundreds of eyes converged into a greedy pack of wolves, intent on devouring him alive. The nearest man raised a steel pipe and charged toward the truck. The chaos erupted. Stop. Everyone stop. A figure pushed through to the front of the crowd against all odds. Lin Ruoshi. She spread her arms wide, attempting to shield herself against the frenzy of hundreds. I am a police officer. You are committing robbery. Calm down. Get out of the way, you filthy woman. The thin monkey at the forefront delivered a harsh kick to her abdomen. Lin Ruoshi let out a muffled groan as her body flew backward, landing in the snow. Countless feet trampled past her. Some even took the opportunity to stomp on her back. Lin Ruoshi, in a disheveled state, shielded her head, her face smeared with mud. Desperately, she raised her head to the man on the roof, who watched coldly. Bastard! She screamed hoarsely. Are you satisfied? Is this what you wanted? Give them the food. People vildi. Please give them something. Until that moment, her intrinsic belief remained one of compromise and kindness. Naively laughable. On the roof, Lu Fan observed the farce with an impassive expression. He picked up the half-eaten sausage and took another bite. Then he grasped his recurved bow, knocked an arrow, and drew back swiftly, his movements swift as a fleeting shadow. Officer Lin, Lu Fan's voice, amplified, cut through the cacophony. My rules are quite simple. Those who cross the line shall die. The final word echoed in the air. Thwack! The bowstring emitted a sharp sound. The thin monkey, rushing forward with a brick raised above his head, suddenly felt a chill in his throat. A suffocating sensation instantly seized his life. He dropped the brick, clutching his throat with both hands. A black arrow had pierced through his windpipe, sending forth a spray of hot blood. Gasping, the thin monkey's eyes widened. His body swayed twice before collapsing to the ground. Vivid red blood quickly stained the white snow beneath him. The charging crowd froze as if held in a spell. A man had died. He truly dared to kill. Lu Fan did not pause. Thwack! Thwack! 2 more bowstring twangs echoed. 2 men in the crowd, swinging iron rods to smash the car windows, let out screams akin to slaughtered pigs. One was struck in the thigh and fell to his knees. The other, shot through the shoulder, was pinned against the wall by the force of the blow. 3 arrows, 1 dead, 2 wounded. This was Lu Fan's response. The arena fell into an eerie silence, filled only by the howling wind and the moans of the injured. A 5-meter radius around the truck transformed into a death zone where no one dared to tread. Lin Ruoshi rose from the snow. She looked at the corpses on the ground, at the blood on the ground, trembling all over. Anger overwhelmed fear. She pointed to the road on the roof of the car, tears welling up in her eyes. Crazy. You lunatic. How dare you kill someone in public? You clearly have so much to eat, so if you split out a bit, you wouldn't be like this. Why? She asked incoherently. I want to judge this man with the order I uphold. Lu Fan lowered his bow. Look at her with a foolish gaze. Stupid. Be reasonable? Lu Fan smiled. Officer Lin, drain the water from your mind. Open your eyes and take a good look. Look at these people's cannibalistic looks. Look at this world filled with frozen bones. Law? Morality? That's something only those who are full are qualified to talk about. Lu Fan raised his bow. Firstly, it refers to the corpses on the ground, pointing again to the group of survivors who dared not move in the distance. Finally, the bow pointed at itself. Here within my range is the truth. The material in my hands is order. This sentence is like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Lin Ruashi opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. All her beliefs were shattered at this moment. Lu Fan stopped looking at her. His gaze crossed the crowd and fell on Zhao Yuntian, whose face was pale. Zhao Yuntian was sweating profusely. Damn it, this kid is too crazy. No, we can't just let it go like this. Food, women, today we must get it. At this moment, behind a silent crowd, a sharp-tongued man with monkey cheeks rolled his eyes. He shouted and incited again. Don't be afraid, everyone. He's just bluffing. He's alone on the roof of the car, and there's always a time when the bow, an arrow will be fired. We'll split into two groups. A group of people rush forward, hold him back. Let him shoot. Another group of people go around to the back and smash the car. Grab the car. I don't believe it anymore. We have hundreds of people, but we can't do him alone. Chapter 38. Want to eat? Let her get in the car and dance. That stirring sound, like a match, was thrown into the gasoline barrel. The crowd stirred up again, but this time without waiting for them to rush forward. Bang! A gunshot shattered the noise. A bodyguard wearing a black suit fired a blank shot into the sky. Zhao Yuntian beside him had a gloomy face that could drip water. Whoever dares to move around again will end up like them. Zhao Yuntian's cold voice, accompanied by the swirling gun smoke, instantly suppressed the scene. Lin Ruashi also reacted and pulled out a handgun from her waist, pointing it at the turbulent crowd. I'm a police officer. Everyone step back. Hold your head and squat down. The identity of a police officer, coupled with the military intimidation of Zhao Yuntian's subordinates. Under double pressure, the survivors who had just been in turmoil finally became honest. They reluctantly stepped back step by step and gathered together again. Like a group of sheep being watched by wolves, the riot was forcibly suppressed. But everyone knows that this is only temporary. If the issue of food is not resolved, the next riot will be even more violent. Lin Ruashi took a deep breath and put away his gun. She knew that the only breaking point now was in that car. She walked alone to the front of the car. Friends in the car, let's talk. I admit that our previous approach was not correct, but we really need food. We can exchange everything we have with you. In the car, Lu Fan picked up his red wine glass and took a sip. I didn't say anything. There was a commotion among the survivors behind Lin Ruashi. A middle-aged man wearing Armani with a big belly squeezed out. He had a flattering smile on his face and took off a shiny golden watch from his wrist. This watch belongs to Patek Philippe. I bought it for over 2 million yuan. I don't want too much. Just change to a box of instant noodles. No, half a box. Half a box is enough. He lifted his watch high, as if holding the last straw of life. Lu Fan didn't even look at that watch. He just pressed the amplification button. 2 million? In my place, it's no different from a stone. Or rather, it's not as good as a stone. Stones can at least open a ladle. The smile on the middle-aged man's face froze completely. Lin Ruashi's heart also sank. Even this luxury item can't impress him. What does he really want? What exactly do you want? Lin Ruashi's voice carried a hint of despair. Lu Fan smiled. I have food here. Not to mention a box of instant noodles. I have enough food for thousands of you to eat for a month. Boom. This sentence is even more shocking than the gunshot just now. The entire square was in a deathly silence. 1 second later, it's the ecstatic sensation of a landslide tsunami. 1 month. Is what he said true? We are saved. We are saved. Everyone went crazy. They hugged. They cried. They looked at the heavy truck. Their eyes fanatical as if watching a miracle. Zhao Yuntian's pupils also contracted suddenly. Food for thousands of people in a month? This is impossible. Who exactly is he? Lin Ruashi was also shocked by this news and couldn't speak for a long time. She suppressed the ecstasy in her heart and tried to keep her voice steady. What are your conditions? She knew that this man would never be a savior for no reason. Lu Fan's gaze finally moved away from Suya's face. He looked through the car window with great interest at the handsome female police officer outside. My conditions are very simple. Officer Lin, get in my car and dance for me. As long as I am satisfied, I will give you food for the day. All the voices on the square suddenly stood there. The ecstatic expression froze on everyone's face. They dug out their ears, suspecting that they had misheard. Dancing? Is it that simple? Lin Ruashi was also stunned. She thought of countless possibilities, including money, resources, and even asking her to commit murder. But she never expected it to be like this. Humiliative conditions. What the fuck did you say? A loud shout interrupted everyone's thoughts. Zhao Yuntian's eyes were bloodshot. Like an enraged lion, he suddenly pulled out the gun from the bodyguard's waist and aimed it firmly at the front of Lu Fan's car. I'll kill you. A young master. Chill. A young master. Two bodyguards tightly hugged him, preventing him from firing on the spot. Let me go. He dares to humiliate Ruashi. I want his life. Zhao Yuntian struggled frantically. In the car, Lu Fan's cold and playful voice sounded again. Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? Didn't you just say that? We must unite and prioritize the overall situation. Now, sacrificing a little bit of personal face for the sake of thousands of lives, what's the point? Is your fiancé's dignity truly more significant in your eyes than the 1,000 lives at stake? Lu Fan echoed his earlier words back at Zhao Yuntian. The latter's body stiffened abruptly. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, yet he found himself unable to utter a single retort. He was caught in a dilemma. To agree would mean to willingly offer his fiancée up for humiliation, while to refuse would paint him as a selfish villain indifferent to the lives of thousands. The act of killing was compounded by a deeper betrayal of the heart. The survivors in the square, initially stunned, began to react. Their gazes shifted, no longer filled with reverence and dependence toward Zhao Yuntian and Lin Ruashi, but rather a complex mix of desperation and coercion. A frail woman cradling a gaunt child knelt down. Officer Lin, I beg you. My child is on the verge of starvation. It's just a dance. It won't cost you anything. This plea toppled the first domino. Yes, Officer Lin, just consider it a small concession. We cannot all perish from hunger. Are you not a police officer? Isn't it your duty to protect us? Indeed, now is the time for you to fulfill your responsibility. Pleading quickly morphed into an expectation of coercion. They no longer focused on Lu Fan, the one making unreasonable demands, but redirected all their pressure onto the very policewoman who had been safeguarding them. In the face of the temptation of survival, gratitude and reason became utterly worthless. All they comprehended was that a nod from Lin Ruashi would grant them the chance to live. You all. Lin Ruashi gazed at the faces that once expressed gratitude towards her, but were now marred with selfishness and indifference. It felt as though her heart was being clenched tightly by an invisible hand, gradually crushing it. The convictions she had built around duty and protection crumbled in that moment. This was the very person she had fought to protect. In their eyes, she was merely a tool for bartering food. How absurd, truly laughable. Ruashi, don't listen to them. Don't go. Zhao Yuntian's desperate cries were laced with helplessness. Lin Ruashi did not turn to look at him. Her gaze swept over the numb, greedy, and hopeful faces, finally landing on the imposing black truck. A hollow smile broke forth, desolate and despairing. She slowly pushed past Zhao Yuntian, who stood in her way. Ruashi. Zhao Yuntian made a frantic attempt to grasp her wrist, his grip fierce enough to threaten to shatter her bones. You cannot go. His eyes, filled with rage, had lost all semblance of composure behind his golden-rimmed glasses. I forbid you to go. Lin Ruashi did not look back, nor did she acknowledge him. Her eyes remained vacant. Zhao Yuntian realized he could no longer persuade her. He turned abruptly, his bloodshot eyes sweeping across the crowd of apathetic faces, and with every ounce of strength, he let out a furious roar. You ungrateful wretches! Open your eyes and see who she is. His trembling finger pointed directly at Lin Ruashi's retreating figure. 3 days ago, who rescued you from the storm? It was her. Who shared her rations with your children? It was also her. She has gone 3 days without sleep to protect this very square. And now, you wish to force her to dance for a scoundrel? Are you even human? Each of his accusations struck like slaps across the faces of the survivors. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. Many hung their heads in shame, unable to meet Lin Ruashi's gaze. Finally, an elderly man with graying hair wobbled to his feet. He slapped his own face and confessed, Officer Lin, we are not human. We are sorry. A flicker of humanity ignited among the crowd. A few voices joined in. Indeed, we cannot let Officer Lin suffer such humiliation. If it comes to it, we shall fight back. Lu Fan observed this glimmer of humanity with a smirk. His voice, laced with a languid amusement, resonated through the square via the loudspeaker. It's merely a dance. It's not as if she'll be devoured. He paused, shifting his focus directly onto Zhao Yuntian. Young Master Zhao, you mustn't be so hypocritical. When it comes to others, you demand a sense of perspective. Yet when it pertains to your own affairs, you abandon your principles. His words pierced deeply. Lu Fan wielded Zhao Yuntian's own rhetoric against him, rubbing his face in it mercilessly. Those who had previously bowed their heads quickly found an outlet for their frustration. It's just a dance, after all, in broad daylight. With so many watching, he wouldn't dare harm Officer Lin. It's just a dance. It wouldn't cost her anything. Lu Fan was pleased with the effect, but felt it fell short. Alas, I have so much food, it would be a shame to waste it. With a snap of his fingers, a more intense and domineering aroma erupted from the truck's exhaust. This time it was not just hot pot. The scent of roasted lamb wafted through the air, the savory fragrance of garlic oysters, even the unique aroma of durian pizza. Gulp. Someone, unable to resist, swallowed audibly. That sound acted as a signal. Every throat in the crowd convulsed with hunger, shattering their last remnants of shame. Officer Lin, I beg you. We truly cannot endure any longer. It's just a dance. No one will die. Those who had previously sought to persuade Lin Ruashi were now being driven back by the fierce gazes of those around them. The crowd once again turned its focus towards the one woman who could save them. To hell with you all. Zhao Yuntian, fully unhinged, glared at the survivors, wishing he could slay them with his gaze. Among the crowd, a scruffy ruffian shrank back at his shout. Yet he quickly regained his bravado and retorted, Zhao, why are you taking your anger out on us? If you care so much, why don't you go dance yourself? Forget about dancing. If it means getting a taste of that hot pot, I'd even do a stripper pole dance for you. But alas, she wouldn't even look twice at a guy like me. His words were both brazen and shameless. Zhao Yuntian gazed at the formidable steel beast before him, his eyes drifting towards the composed man by the car door and then to the lifeless profile of his fiancée. At that moment, reason within him was wholly consumed by madness. Eliminate him. Merely eliminate him. This vehicle, the supplies within, the weapons, and Ruashi, they would all belong to me. This thought burgeoned within him like a malignant seed, growing wildly in his heart. Zhao Yuntian abruptly drew a gun from the waist of his bodyguard. Click! Behind him, two bodyguards clad in black suits expressionlessly drew their handguns in perfect unison. Three dark muzzles were fixed firmly on the man by the car door. Lu Fan. The survivors, who had just been shouting for a dance, were instantly silenced. The crowd retreated in unison like wheat swaying in the wind, their faces etched with terror. It dawned on them that this young Master Zhao was no benevolent soul. He was armed. This was the unyielding truth of the apocalypse. I must admit, you possess an astute understanding of human nature. Zhao Yuntian aimed his gun at Lu Fan, his voice icy. Yet, no matter how eloquently you speak, I can silence you at any moment. However, Lu Fan merely leaned lazily against the car door, his face betraying no hint of emotion. Had he been stunned into silence? Beside Zhao Yuntian, a bodyguard named Ahu stepped forward, arrogantly pointing his gun at Lu Fan. Hey, our brother Tian is speaking to you. Are you deaf or what? Where's that bravado gone? Kneel, bow down to brother Zhao, and perhaps you can keep your life. The corners of Lu Fan's brows twitched ever so slightly. Ahu, is it? Very well, your number is up. Just as he was preparing to teach this fool a lesson, a figure suddenly interposed herself between him and the gun's muzzle. It was Lin Ruashi. Ruashi. Ahu was taken aback. Zhao Yuntian was stunned. Even Lu Fan was momentarily bewildered. He could not comprehend why she was protecting the scoundrel who had humiliated her and them all. Lin Ruashi shook her head, her voice almost a whisper devoid of life. Yuntian put down the gun. In that instant, she had contemplated using the gun to threaten the man within the vehicle. Yet if she did so, how would she differ from the thugs? Lin Ruashi turned, adjusting her slightly disheveled police uniform. Then, under Zhao Yuntian's heart-wrenching gaze, amidst the eyes of 1,000 onlookers, some filled with anticipation, some numb, others guilty, she raised her leg and stepped forward, one step at a time, onto that black steel fortress. Chapter 40. Sensual Uniform. Online Dance. Buzz. The heavy hydraulic door gradually closed. Zhao Yuntian's anguished cries faded into silence. The biting cold wind vanished. The world grew eerily quiet. Lin Ruashi stood at the threshold, her body taut like a drawn bow. In the next moment, a wave of warmth enveloped her, causing her to shudder. It was her body's instinctive reaction to the abrupt return from the extreme cold. Lin Ruashi lifted her head, her pupils contracting instantaneously. What she had assumed was merely a modified truck, filled only with supplies akin to a camper, was now a breathtaking spectacle that shattered her previous understanding. The marble-patterned floor gleamed like a mirror, the leather sofa exuded an air of refined elegance, and the crystal chandelier refracted dazzling light, all complemented by a humidifier that emitted a mist of white vapor. The air was thick with the robust aroma of buttery hot pot, mingled with the rich scent of red wine, making her stomach churn. Had she not just experienced the hell outside, she might have thought she had traversed back to a top-tier club from before the apocalypse. On the sofa, Suya cradled a cup of hot tea, draped in a soft cashmere blanket. Upon seeing Lin Ruashi enter, she instinctively pulled her feet back, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Shame, sympathy, but predominantly a numbness born from having been there herself. Is this your vehicle? Lin Ruashi's voice was parched. Lu Fan disregarded her astonishment, sauntering over to the bar, pouring himself a glass of whiskey, and taking a hearty swig. What's the matter? Do I need to invite you to sit? Lin Ruashi inhaled deeply, forcing herself to ignore the maddeningly tempting array of food on the table. No need. Where are the supplies? I want to see them. Lu Fan smiled, setting down his glass, his finger tapping on the adjacent touchscreen. A massive projection screen slowly descended, and an upbeat rhythm reverberated from the speakers. On the screen was a music video from a Korean girl group. Several scantily clad, voluptuous girls writhed provocatively before the camera. Lin Ruashi frowned. What do you mean by this? This is your audition. Lu Fan gestured towards the screen, his tone as casual as if he were ordering off a menu. Dance. Once you're done, you can take the supplies. Lin Ruashi's face flushed crimson, a wave of shame washing over her. Forcing a champion in provincial sparring to perform such lewd dances for a man's amusement? I'm a police officer, not a dancer. Not anymore, Lu Fan interrupted, stepping closer, towering over her. In this place you hold but one identity, a beggar. To earn your keep, you must showcase your talents. That's the rule. He made no further demands, sinking into the sofa with his legs crossed. Suya, ever so considerate, picked up an orange, leisurely peeling it before offering a segment to him. Lu Fan opened his mouth to eat it, yet his gaze remained fixated on Lin Ruashi. You have but one chance. I did not enjoy waiting. Lin Ruashi shut her eyes. Outside, there were thousands of mouths crying out for sustenance, the mother kneeling with her child in her arms. The people she had vowed to protect. Yet here, she was merely a tool for barter. What did her pride and perseverance amount to in the face of their lives? Suddenly, she opened her eyes, the light within them shattered. All right, she heard her own voice tremble. I will dance. Lin Ruashi discarded her soiled police coat, letting it fall to the ground. Beneath it, she wore a fitted blue uniform shirt and a pencil skirt. Due to long-term malnutrition, her figure was somewhat emaciated. It could not conceal her nearly perfect proportions. The music's tempo quickened. Lin Ruashi rigidly lifted her arms, attempting to mimic the movements on the screen. Yet she was too stiff. Each motion resembled that of a rusty robot, lacking not only sensuality but even coordination. She bowed her head, unable to meet Lu Fan's gaze, longing only for this torment to end. 3 minutes later, the music ceased. Lin Ruashi halted her movements, her chest heaving, her face aflame. I'm done. Now give me the supplies. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Fan applauded 3 times, yet his face bore no hint of mirth. Officer Lin, were you performing calisthenics? Lin Ruashi shot her head up. What do you mean? I asked you to dance, not to engage in rehabilitation exercises. Lu Fan rose, stepping towards her, his derision merciless. Gaze upon the woman on the screen. She embodies allure and wildness, drawing souls forth. Now, cast your eyes upon yourself. He extended a finger, scrutinizing her with a critical gaze. I summoned you to dance, not to engage in military drills. Do you intend to seduce me, or to obliterate me? And you dare to wager 1,000 lives for this? You truly overestimate your meager display of calisthenics. Lu Fan, do not overstep your bounds. Lin Ruashi finally erupted, her eyes reddening. I have done my utmost. I cannot execute such a performance. Then learn. Lu Fan's tone turned frigid, his gaze slicing across her face like a knife. Those outside are on the brink of starvation. Their lives rest upon your legs. If you fail to dance well, they shall perish. Is this logic so difficult to comprehend? Moral coercion. A damnable moral imposition once more. Yet this time, Lin Ruashi found herself without a rebuttal. She gazed at Lu Fan's indifferent visage, her feelings of grievance and rage erupting like a volcano. You find my dancing unsatisfactory, do you? You deem me insufficiently provocative, do you? Fine. If you wish to see, I shall give you a spectacle. In that instant, a string within Lin Ruashi snapped. Start over. She gritted her teeth, forcing out 2 words through clenched jaws. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, pressing the play button anew. This time, the music was more electrifying. Troublemaker. Lin Ruashi yanked the hair tie from her head, her long black hair cascading down, obscuring half her face. She lifted her gaze, her expression transformed. No longer was it one of shame and indignation, but rather a fierce defiance. As the beat resonated, she moved. This time, there was no rigidity, no hesitation. She unleashed all her anger, resentment, and humiliation through her movements. Tossing her head, twisting her waist, squatting, thrusting her hips, each motion imbued with a sense of power, exuding a feral beauty. With a sharp snap, a button on her uniform burst open due to the vigorous movements, revealing her delicate collarbone and a glimpse of alabaster skin. Sweat trickled down her neck, dampening the blue shirt, clinging tightly to her form, outlining breathtaking curves. She whirled and leaped, her gaze locked on a Lafite, akin to an enraged mother leopard displaying her fangs and claws to a hunter. Even Suya, peeling an orange nearby, was rendered speechless. As a fellow woman, she had to concede that, at this moment, Lin Ruashi possessed a captivating allure that was impossible to look away from. The wild beauty that struggled in despair, blossoming amidst humiliation, was utterly intoxicating. Lufan leaned back against the sofa, his glass of red wine gently swirling in hand, observing the perspiring, fierce woman before him. A satisfied smirk finally graced his lips. Now this is what I sought. This encapsulates the essence of a fallen female officer. Ding. Objective. Lin Ruashi's humiliation at 30. Current attitude. Disgust 40. Vigilance 20. Humiliation 40. The system's cold notification echoed in Lufan's mind. He chuckled inwardly. This is merely the beginning, a mere appetizer. As the music concluded, Lin Ruashi held her final pose, gasping for breath. Sweat blurred her vision. She wiped her brow and fixed her unwavering gaze upon Lufan. Is this sufficient now? Lufan set down his wine glass and rose. It will suffice, barely. He approached the control panel and pressed a button. With a thunderous sound, a hydraulic hatch on the side of the vehicle opened. Several enormous cardboard boxes tumbled down the slide, crashing heavily into the snow. The boxes burst open, scattering compressed biscuits, sausages, and a few bags of rice across the ground. Though it was little to those outside, ravenous and desperate, this was akin to a treasure trove. Seize it. Food. It's food. The outside erupted into chaos, frenzied shouts echoing even through the thick armor. Lin Ruashi, watching the scene unfold on the monitor, felt a swirl of emotions. She turned to Lufan. Is this the conclusion? These provisions might barely suffice for those 1,000 individuals to eat a single hearty meal. Not even enough for that. And what do you propose? Lufan reclined back on the sofa, popping a segment of orange that Suya had peeled into his mouth. One dance, one meal. A fair exchange. Should you wish for them to feast daily, you are welcome to return often. Lufan cast a pointed glance at her undone button. Next time, we might explore different talents. A chill coursed through Lin Ruashi. She snatched her coat from the ground, hastily wrapping it around herself, eager to escape this place. Lufan, you are a devil. With that remark, she turned and dashed toward the door. Wait. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, Lufan's voice resonated behind her. Lin Ruashi paused, refraining from turning back. What further humiliation do you wish to impart? Footsteps approached. Lufan drew near, close enough for her to sense the mingling aroma of sweat and her own scent. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, given your diligent performance, I shall grant you a piece of information. Tonight, keep your distance from the corpses. Lin Ruashi frowned, puzzled, and glanced back. What do you mean? Lufan offered no explanation. Instead, a glimmer of chilling light flickered in his dark eyes. If you wish to live, heed my words. Furthermore, should you encounter troubles beyond your capacity to manage, he extended his hand, his icy fingertips gliding lightly over her damp neck. Pausing at the edge of the broken button, you may come to me for assistance. However, the price next time shall extend beyond mere dancing. Lin Ruashi's body stiffened suddenly, akin to a prey caught in the gaze of a predator. Lufan withdrew his hand, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Leave. The airtight door swung open. The frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed in. Lin Ruashi shivered, as if awakening from a surreal nightmare. She cast a deep glance at Lufan, gritting her teeth, and leaped from the vehicle in a state of flight. The door slammed shut behind her. Lufan approached the window, observing the encroaching darkness outside. Night had fallen. Those buried within the snow would soon awaken. Lin Ruashi, I hope you survive the night. After all, such a captivating dance partner would be a tragic loss if she were to perish. Chapter 41. What can be done in the vehicle? Officer Lin, today's performance was magnificent. This is your reward. Lufan's voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed in Lin Ruashi's ears. She gripped the cold car door, her body trembling uncontrollably. Humiliation washed over her like a tidal wave, submerging her entirely. Outside the vehicle, Zhao Yuntian rushed forward without hesitation. He removed his coat and enveloped Lin Ruoshi within its folds, shielding her from the greedy, curious, and malicious gazes. "Ruoshi, are you all right?" His voice trembled, betraying an uncontrollable fear. He hesitated, unable to continue. That hour stretched out before him, more interminable than a century. Countless dreadful possibilities flashed through his mind, each one a dagger to his heart. Lin Ruoshi lay, tightly embraced in his arms, yet she felt not a trace of warmth. She shook her head, her complexion as pallid as parchment. Not a word escaped her lips. She longed only to find a crevice in the ground to burrow into, never to face the world again. At that moment, the crowd erupted with fervor over several crates of supplies. Yet soon, whispers slithered forth from the corners like venomous serpents. What could one possibly accomplish in an hour in that vehicle? A lecherous man exchanged knowing glances with his companions. Look at her flushed face, her disheveled clothing, her damp hair. Surely, it's more than just dancing, right? TSK, for food, even the policewoman must spread her legs. Perhaps she even enjoys it. That vehicle is surely warmer than this place. That man seems much more formidable than that young lord. Ha ha ha. The vulgarity grew bolder and increasingly unbearable. Those words pierced the air like poisoned needles, distinctly reaching the ears of Lin Ruoshi and Zhao Yuntian. Lin Ruoshi's body stiffened abruptly. She slowly lifted her gaze to the man who held her, seeking trust in his expression. Yet disappointment washed over her. From the depths of Zhao Yuntian's concerned eyes, she discerned a fleeting glimpse of doubt and malice. In that instant, her heart felt as though it had been cast into an eternal abyss of ice, a chill far more severe than the tempest outside. He, too, harbored disbelief in her. Even he perceived her as tainted. Zhao Yuntian, suddenly aware of his own impropriety, realized that such sordid thoughts had indeed crossed his mind. He whirled around, unleashing a primal roar at the crowd. "Shut the hell up. Anyone who dares to gossip again. I will tear their mouth apart right now." His rage temporarily quelled the murmurs, but once the seed of suspicion is sown, it takes root and flourishes within the heart. Inside the 100 Tons King, the car doors were firmly shut, isolating them from the outside world. The aroma of hot pot lingered in the air, while the holographic screen vividly displayed everything occurring in the square. Suya nestled against Lu Fan, watching Zhao Yuntian's impotent fury unfold on the screen, an involuntary smirk tugging at her lips. "Your strategy is truly ruthless," she whispered, her voice tinged with both admiration and trepidation. "Zhao Yuntian has begun to doubt her. No need for you to lift a finger. They will ruin themselves." Lu Fan raised his glass, swirling the red wine within. Speaking softly, trust is akin to paper. Once crumpled, it cannot be smoothed out again. Suya buried her head in his embrace, feeling the formidable aura radiating from him. She felt a surge of gratitude for having made the right choice. That night, in an office cleared out at Wanda Plaza, Zhao Yuntian paced restlessly. "We must leave this place. Immediately. Ruoshi, listen to me. Something is terribly amiss. I've received word that outside, horrifying changes are unfolding. In some areas, monsters more terrifying than zombies have emerged. They cannot be killed." His sole desire was to take her away from this place, a sight of immense humiliation. Lin Ruoshi sat alone in a dark corner, draped in Zhao Yuntian's coat, yet feeling no warmth. "There's danger. I ought to remain." Her voice was calm, yet laced with detachment. "I am an officer. It is my duty." "Duty? Duty?" Zhao Yuntian halted abruptly, rushing to stand before her. "Look at those people outside. Do they deserve this from you? You endured humiliation in that vehicle for their sake. And what do they say behind your back? Haven't you heard those words?" Lin Ruoshi's body trembled slightly. She had indeed heard every word, each one carving in her heart like a knife. "It's different," she insisted stubbornly. They were just momentarily confused. "Yuntian, please stop. I will not leave." Zhao Yuntian, witnessing her unwavering demeanor, could no longer contain his fury and frustration. "Fine, fine, fine." He repeated the word thrice, laughing in anger. "Lin Ruoshi, you truly are a magnificent saint. You wish to stay and accompany this pack of ingrates? Then stay. I will no longer concern myself with you." He struck the wall beside him with a powerful punch, producing a thunderous sound before storming out, slamming the door behind him. The resounding slam reverberated through the room, leaving Lin Ruoshi alone in the silence. She sat motionless in the dark, resembling a lifeless statue. The events of the day replayed uncontrollably in her mind. The scorn of that man in his lofty position, the indecent dance within the vehicle, and the greedy, selfish expressions of the survivors in the square. Moreover, the fleeting glimmer of doubt in Zhao Yuntian's eyes haunted her. Her faith, her steadfast belief in justice and order, wavered for the first time. The people she risked her life and dignity to protect viewed her in such a manner. The one she trusted most, her beloved, did not regard her with the unconditional faith she had imagined. An unprecedented sense of confusion and exhaustion enveloped her entirely. Lin Ruashi slowly curled around her knees, burying her head deep within. Her shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably as muffled sobs emerged in the stillness of the dark. Chapter 42. A surprise attack? Just what I need to alleviate my appetite. Bang! The resounding slam of the door echoed in the empty office. Zhao Yuntian stood rooted in place, his body quaking with intense rage. He fixed his gaze on the closed door, his mind consumed by the image of Lin Ruashi's pale, despairing face. Her final words as she departed, "I must go," echoed cruelly in his ears, each syllable branding his heart like a searing iron. Humiliation, an unprecedented shame. Zhao Yuntian, born with a silver spoon, had always been a paragon of privilege. He had never wanted for anything, surrounded by women of all shapes and sizes. Yet those women loved only his wealth and status. Only Lin Ruashi was different. In college, he had deliberately disguised himself as an ordinary student. She remained utterly unconcerned about his poverty, resolutely choosing to be with him. Her smile was more pristine than the sun itself. Her aspiration was to become a guardian of justice, a sheriff. To support her dreams, he even dared to confront his family. After tremendous effort, he finally secured their tacit approval to become engaged to her. He cherished her in the palm of his hand, treating her as his most treasured possession. He could not bear to let her suffer even the slightest grievance. But now, that wretched scoundrel, Lu Fan, had the audacity. He dared to force his beloved woman to dance in a car before the eyes of 1,000 onlookers. The mere thought of Lin Ruashi possibly enduring humiliation and torment in that confined space made Zhao Yuntian's heart feel as though it were being gnawed upon by countless ants, nearly suffocating him with pain. He despised his own impotence even more. He possessed a gun and subordinates, yet could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Lu Fan. Zhao Yuntian spat the name through clenched teeth. His face, twisted with rage and jealousy, was unrecognizable. He suddenly turned and slammed his fist against the concrete wall. Bang! The wall cracked, and blood trickled down through his fingers drop by drop. Yet he felt no pain whatsoever. Only an overwhelming hatred raged within his chest. Revenge. He craved revenge. He wanted that man to experience a suffering 100 times worse than his own. Zhao Yuntian took a deep breath and retrieved a satellite phone from his pocket. "Come to my office." Immediately, his voice was frigid, devoid of emotion. Within 2 minutes, a man of average build and unremarkable appearance entered. Dressed in a plain down jacket, he seemed inconspicuous. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice he moved silently. Like a cat, a faint scent of blood emanated from him. He was Chun Nan, a murderer with 3 lives on his conscience. Years ago, the Zhao family had spent a fortune to save him from the gallows. Since then, he had become the sharpest blade hidden in the Zhao family shadows. "Brother Tian." Chun Nan slightly bowed, adopting a low posture. Zhao Yuntian did not turn around. "Do you see the truck outside?" Chun Nan followed his pointing finger and nodded. Inside the vehicle sat a man alongside a stunningly beautiful woman. Zhao Yuntian slowly turned around, fixing his gaze on Chun Nan. "I want you to take your men and infiltrate. I want that man dead." Chun Nan nodded, his expression impassive. For him, killing was as simple as eating or drinking. But don't let him die too quickly. Zhao Yuntian's lips curled into a cruel smirk. "I want you to capture that woman alive. Then, in front of that man, have your way with her. Let your brothers line up one by one. I want him to witness how his beloved is turned into a disgrace. I want him to die slowly in the depths of despair and agony." The venomous words were chilling, even making a hardened criminal like Chun Nan feel a shiver. But he quickly regained his composure. The stunning woman from earlier flashed through his mind. The mere thought of having such a captivating beauty beneath him ignited a wicked fire within him. His lips involuntarily curled into a lewd grin. "Rest assured, Brother Zhao, I guarantee the task will be accomplished. I will ensure that kid dies with his eyes wide open. The woman will be well taken care of by my brothers." Zhao Yuntian nodded in satisfaction. He pulled a handgun and several magazines from his drawer, tossing them to Chun Nan. "Take this and bring a few more men. That kid can shoot arrows accurately. Don't underestimate him." Chun Nan accepted the gun, checking it with practiced ease. "Understood." He turned and silently exited the office. Darkness enveloped Zhao Yuntian once more. He gazed at the truck outside, a deranged satisfaction creeping onto his face. "Lu Fan, don't you enjoy watching women dance? Soon, I will present you with a far more captivating performance." Inside the fortress of the truck, it was as warm as spring. A meticulously set dining table displayed several sizzling, top-quality tomahawk steaks, releasing an irresistible aroma. Suya, clad in a seductive silk nightgown, carefully fed a piece of steak to Lu Fan. Lu Fan opened his mouth, savoring the offerings of his hostess. It must be said, Suya was increasingly embracing her role as a maid. Ding. Threat detected nearby. Eagle Eye system activated. Threat level, low. Suddenly, a faint alarm echoed through the fortress. The holographic screen ahead instantly displayed real-time surveillance footage of the area within 50 meters of the fortress. In the footage, 7 or 8 shadowy figures were stealthily approaching the truck, using the cover of night in the buildings. They were armed, and 2 of them even carried modified homemade explosive packs. Leading them was the scar-faced man, Chun Nan. Suya's face paled as she saw the menacing figures on the screen. The knife and fork she held clattered to the floor. Lu Fan, they have guns. She recognized that 2 of them were wielding black handguns. Suya's face turned ashen. Yet Lu Fan did not even furrow his brow. He wrapped his arms around Suya's soft waist, pulling her closer. He even took the time to pick up a napkin and wipe his mouth. Don't be afraid. Lu Fan shook his head, his tone dripping with disdain. With such laughable skills, they dare to attempt an assassination? His calmness and strength gradually settled Suya's racing heart. Leaning against Lu Fan's broad chest, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Lu Fan gently patted her back, reassuring her, be good, sit tight. I just finished the steak and feel a bit bloated. As they arrive, it'll be a perfect opportunity for me to digest. He stood up, stretching his wrists with audible cracks. Meanwhile, at the entrance of an underground parking garage in Wanda Plaza, a corpse, frozen stiff and almost blending into the surrounding ice, suddenly opened its gray-white eyes. A flash of inhuman, crimson light flickered. Immediately after, its frost-covered fingers moved eerily. Crack. A faint sound. A crack appeared in the ice, encasing its body. Chapter 43. Killing and arson in one go. That is the true man of the apocalypse. Outside the fortress, 7 or 8 shadows scurried along the walls like rats in a sewer, believing themselves to be undetected. On the holographic screen, the movements of several infrared silhouettes resembled a comical pantomime. Lu Fan did not so much as shift an inch from the sofa. He held a wine glass, gently swirling its contents. With his left hand, he reached for a dark, recurved bow resting nearby. His right hand pressed a button. A heavy armored panel on the side of the cockpit slid open silently, revealing a pitch-black firing aperture. Lu Fan's gaze remained fixated on the moving red dots on the screen. With a gentle flick of his left index finger, a barely audible hum resonated as an alloy arrow vanished into thin air. On the far left of the screen, a red dot, poised to leap over an obstacle, suddenly froze. In the next moment, the red dot disappeared. Outside the vehicle, the individual lowered his head, staring at the black arrow shaft protruding from his throat. He opened his mouth, but emitted no sound, and his body slumped helplessly into the snow. Warm blood rapidly spread into a crimson stain. Old 3. A nearby comrade shouted hoarsely. Panic erupted among them as they halted and glanced around in confusion. Where had the attack come from? Why was there not a sound? Another faint hum broke the silence. A man carrying a makeshift explosive suddenly felt his right knee buckle. He looked down to find an arrow had shattered his patella. This time, a piercing scream finally shattered the night's stillness, obliterating the remaining resolve of the others. They're in ambush. Conceal yourselves. Chun Nan, their leader, turned pale and shouted. He quickly ducked behind an abandoned car, but it was too late. Lu Fan regarded the screen, appearing somewhat bored by the farce unfolding before him. His fingers danced swiftly across the bowstring. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 4 sounds of a string merged into a single note. 4 arrows, transformed into harbingers of death, shot forth in an instant. Thud. One man was pierced through the heart and pinned to the wall. Thud. Another, just raising his pistol, felt his wrist shatter, sending the weapon flying. Thud. Thud. The last 2, attempting to flee, were struck simultaneously, one in the back and the other in the calf. The air filled with screams and wails, a cacophony of despair. In less than 10 seconds, out of a group of 7, 6 lay twitching on the ground. Only Chun Nan remained, unharmed yet cowering behind the vehicle. He trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering like castanets. Is this even human? Without a shadow in sight, an entire team has been wiped out. This is not an assassination. This is slaughter. What he faced was not merely an archer. It was a reaper concealed within a steel behemoth. Click. A soft sound resonated as the door of the 100-ton vehicle slowly ascended. Warm light mingled with the aroma of food, spilling forth from within. Clad in casual loungewear, Lu Fan strolled down leisurely. each step contrasting sharply against the snowy ground and the nearby bloodied earth. With every footfall, it felt as though he were treading upon Chun Nan's heart. Fear had gripped Chun Nan's throat. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as weak as noodles, rendering him incapable of rising. Lu Fan approached him, looking down with an air of disdain, akin to a person gazing at an ant at their feet. Did Zhao Yuntian send you? Lu Fan's voice was tranquil, as though inquiring about the weather. Chun Nan shuddered. How does he know? Lu Fan did not pose the question again. He extended his foot and pressed it onto the wound of a nearby man who was clutching his thigh and wailing. The arrow still lodged within his flesh. Lu Fan's toe nudged the shaft gently. Ah! The man's scream transformed into an agonized wail as his body convulsed violently, as if electrocuted. Chun Nan's face drained of color, a foul odor emanating from his pants. I'll talk. He broke down completely. It's Brother Tian. He ordered me to kill you and then take that woman. Lu Fan's foot halted. He lifted it, sending the screaming man into unconsciousness with a swift kick. Turning back to Chun Nan, he demanded, how many men do you have? How many guns? Where are they hidden? What other trump cards do you possess? Lu Fan's inquiries were rapid and urgent. Chun Nan dared not hesitate, trembling as he divulged everything. There are just 4 who can fight. 2 bodyguard of guns. The guns. They're in the office safe. 5 handguns. 2 submachine guns. And there are grenades in a cold storage on the basement level. I swear, I've told you everything. Chun Nan cried out, stripping Zhao Yuntian of all his secrets. Lu Fan remained impassive, regarding Chun Nan as if he were mere refuse. One last question. What were you planning to do to my woman? Chun Nan's body stiffened abruptly. Zhao Yuntian's sinister command echoed in his mind. Cold sweat instantly coated his forehead. And nothing. Brother Tian just told us to capture her. Lu Fan scoffed lightly. Lying is not a good habit. No sooner had he spoken than his wrist flicked with lightning speed. Snap! Chun Nan's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, slackening lifelessly. Lu Fan shook his hand, as if ridding himself of some filth. He turned to Suya at the vehicle door, whose face had gone pale, and offered her a smile. Did you see that? This is how we deal with those who wish to harm us. Remember? Suya nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking for grain. Lu Fan surveyed the corpses and bloodstains on the ground, furrowing his brow. This mess must be cleaned up, otherwise it would lead to significant trouble. He turned back to the vehicle, and soon emerged carrying a bucket of fuel. He doused the bodies with a whoosh. Unable to contain herself, Suya asked, why burn them? Can't we bury them? Lu Fan retrieved a lighter, ignited it, and tossed it aside. Boom! Flames erupted skyward, consuming the corpses, the blood, and the very essence of their sins. The orange blaze illuminated Lu Fan's profile. In this cursed weather, he mused, staring intently at the flickering flames. If the corpses are left too long, they might come back to life. Suya felt a chill run down her spine. Come back to life? What does that mean? As if to affirm his words, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the direction of Wanda Plaza, a sound not of this world. The shriek was piercing, filled with despair and an endless dread, instantly shattering the night's silence. Chapter 44. The goddess seems to have awakened. The anguished scream pierced the eerie stillness of Wanda Plaza like a sharp ice pick. Zhao Yuntian, who had just stormed out, had not yet descended the staircase when he heard the horrifying cry. He halted, brow furrowed. Immediately, the lobby on the first floor erupted into a cacophony of terror-fueled screams. Monster! There's a monster! Help! Don't eat me! The cries for mercy, the sounds of despair, and the sickening crunch of bones being crushed melded into a symphony of hell. In the dimly lit office, Lin Ruoxi abruptly lifted her head, her crimson eyes brimming with horror. She had no time to dry her tears, for her body instinctively reacted before her mind could catch up. With a swift motion, she drew her firearm from her waist, disengaging the safety with fluid grace. Without a moment's hesitation, she kicked open the office door and charged out. The scene that unfolded before her caused her blood to run cold. The lobby on the first floor had transformed into a hellish nightmare. A towering humanoid monster, exceeding 2 meters in height, was wreaking havoc among the crowd. Its entire body was encased in a layer of eerie blue ice armor, which glinted ominously under the dim lighting. Its hands had morphed into razor-sharp ice blades, each half a meter long. Help! Don't come any closer! Stay away! Cried the survivors, scattering in terror. A few guards, armed with fire axes and steel pipes, summoned their courage and charged forward, determined to slay the beast. However, when the fire axe struck the ice creature, it merely sparked, leaving no mark behind. In a swift, brutal motion, the creature swung its icy blade, cleaving one guard in half, as if he were mere tofu. Blood and entrails spilled across the floor. Everyone fall back. Evacuate to the safe passage, Lin Ruoxi shouted, then fired 3 shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets tore through the air, all striking the creature's chest, with a series of muffled thuds. Fragments of ice armor shattered, exploding into a cloud of icy mist. The final bullet even penetrated deep into its chest. Roaring in pain, the ice monster staggered, its massive form teetering before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, motionless. Is it dead? Wonderful. Officer Lin is magnificent. The survivors' cheers of relief barely escaped their lips when they noticed that the gaping hole in the creature's chest was rapidly filling with new ice crystals. Visible to the naked eye, its fingers twitched ominously, and in the next instant, it flipped over and stood up once more, completely unharmed, even more ferocious than before. Quick! Use fire! Burn it! Lin Ruoxi shouted as she retreated. A few quick-thinking men ignited their clothing and wooden sticks, hurling them at the ice monster. However, the flaming materials merely slid off its blue armor, unable to cling to it, and fell to the ground, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The fire attack had failed. Despair sank into the hearts of all. Amid the chaos, a small girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, was accidentally knocked to the ground by the panicking crowd. Her mother wailed desperately from a distance, swept further away by the tumultuous flow of people. The little girl sat on the ground, terrified and crying loudly, while the terrifying ice monster slowly approached her, casting an enormous shadow over her. The sharp ice blade was raised high. No! Lin Ruoxi's pupils constricted to pinpoints. Without a moment's thought, her body reacted instinctively. She lunged forward, enveloping the small girl protectively beneath her. The ice claw descended with a chilling rush that sliced through the air. In that critical moment, Lin Ruoxi shut her eyes tight, clutching the child as fiercely as she could. The anticipated searing pain never came. Instead, a piercing shriek echoed in her ears. Buzz! A black shadow, like a bolt of lightning, sliced through the darkness, striking the ice monster's elevated arm with deadly precision. The sound of the arrow embedding itself was dull yet clear. The once impenetrable blue armor crumbled before this arrow, as if it were mere tissue paper. The black alloy arrow pierced through its arm. The ice monster let out a howl of excruciating agony, its scarlet eyes fixating on the direction from which the arrow had come. It was the entrance of the square, shrouded in endless darkness and swirling snow. It seemed to sense a profound threat. Abandoning its easy prey, the monster turned and fled, its massive body propelling itself with an unexpected swiftness, disappearing into the storm in mere moments. Everything transpired too swiftly. From the appearance of the arrow to the creature's retreat, only a few seconds elapsed. Lin Ruoxi stiffly raised her head, her gaze lingering on the direction where the monster had vanished, her heart racing. That arrow! It bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that had injured Zhao Yuntian's subordinate earlier that day. Was it him? Did he save her? This thought left Lin Ruoxi's emotions in a tumultuous state. What? The little girl in her arms finally snapped out of her terror and began to cry heart-wrenchingly. The piercing wails roused the surrounding survivors from their stupor. The monster has fled? Are we saved? After a fleeting moment of relief, a wave of greater panic surged forth. It ran away? It will return. A man shouted hysterically. This place is unsafe. I must leave, he exclaimed, scrambling toward the square's exit. Don't go. It's dangerous outside. Lin Ruoxi urgently shouted, but the man, consumed by fear, disregarded her warnings and dashed madly into the storm. The next moment, a scream more chilling than the last erupted from the darkness, abruptly ceasing. Everyone trembled at the sound, and the remaining survivors finally realized the grim truth. Outside, there may be more than one monster. This place was hell, but the outside world was an even deeper abyss. Despair spread like a plague among the crowd. The sounds of weeping and wailing filled the air. Everyone remained calm. Lin Ruoxi steadied herself, despite her trembling body, and stood tall. She surveyed the faces filled with despair. As long as we stay together, there is hope. I will protect you all. Her voice, though hoarse from shouting, carried an undeniable strength. Under her reassurance and guidance, the chaotic scene began to regain some semblance of order. The survivors huddled together like frightened sheep, quaking in fear. At that moment, a small hand gently tugged at her clothing. Lin Ruoxi looked down to find the little girl she had just saved, her tear-streaked face and swollen eyes still betraying her fright. The girl opened her chubby little hand, revealing a perfectly wrapped fruit candy, the wrapper softening for being clutched too tightly. With her head tilted upwards, she raised the candy to Lin Ruoxi's face and, in a quivering voice, said, "Sister, have some candy." Mother said that after consuming sweets, One's heart would no longer be burdened by sorrow. Lin Ruoshi felt as if something had struck her heart with great force. She gazed at the piece of candy, then glanced into the small girl's clear eyes brimming with dependence and trust. The humiliations endured during the day and her wavering beliefs seemed to be healed in this moment by that piece of candy. She did not take the candy. Instead, she knelt down and gently caressed the girl's head. "Thank you." As Lin Ruoshi stood up again, her gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Indeed, what she was protecting was not the numb, selfish rabble, but rather the small yet immensely precious kindness embodied in individuals like this. That was enough. Chapter 45. This time, it's a serious morning exercise. Inside the 100-ton king, Suya, clad in a silk nightgown, was giving Lu Fan a massage. Was that Zhao Yuntian's man just now? Who else could it be? Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, not looking up as he picked up a piece of fried dough stick. "Don't worry, it's all taken care of, both the person and the ashes, a complete service." Suya's hand paused mid-motion as she fed him porridge, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Seeing her astonished expression, Lu Fan chuckled. He reached out, his hand mischievously sliding under the hem of Suya's silk nightgown. "What's wrong? Scared?" Suya's cheeks instantly flashed a deep crimson. She gently shook her head. "No, I just think you're quite impressive." "What is impressive about this?" "I'm the best at morning exercises," Lu Fan teased, his hand starting to climb higher. His breath brushed against Suya's ear. "How about we do some exercises together and work up a sweat?" Suya blinked her big, lovely eyes, momentarily unable to process his words. "Do some exercises?" After a brief moment, her mind finally connected those words with the activities of the previous night, and her face turned beet red. But it was still too early to sleep. "Better to do it early. That way, you'll sleep well," Lu Fan said, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and striding toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, at Wanda Plaza, Zhao Yuntian was hastily weaving through the crowd, rushing towards Lin Ruoshi. "Ruoshi, are you all right?" He grasped her arm, inspecting her from head to toe, his eyes filled with concern and apprehension. Yet, internally, he was preoccupied with another thought. Chun Nan and the others must have succeeded by now. That scoundrel named Lu Fan was likely nothing more than a corpse at this moment. The mere thought of it inexplicably lifted Zhao Yuntian's spirits. "I'm fine," Lin Ruoshi shook her head. "Em sore, Ruokshi." Zhao Yuntian suddenly softened his tone, a guilty expression crossing his face. "I was a jerk yesterday. I shouldn't have doubted you. I was out of my mind. Just thinking about you suffering made me." He pounded his chest in frustration. Fortunately, Lin Ruoshi already held deep feelings for him. Hearing his words now began to melt away the barriers in her heart. "It's all right, Yuntian. I don't blame you. Thank you for understanding me." Zhao Yuntian silently sneered within, yet his face wore an even gentler smile. He took the opportunity to pull Lin Ruoshi tightly into his embrace, his grip so strong it nearly took her breath away. "It's too cold here. You're shivering. Come back to my room. I have a heater. It's very warm." His hand began to roam unceremoniously around Lin Ruoshi's waist, radiating a burning heat and a sense of urgent possession. Lin Ruoshi's face flushed slightly. Although they had confirmed their relationship for 2 to 3 years, they had never crossed that final threshold. Zhao Yuntian had always respected her, but now, his breath against her neck carried an unfamiliar sense of aggression that made Lin Ruoshi instinctively stiffen. She gently pushed Zhao Yuntian away. "Yuntian, we can't." His movements halted, a shadow flickering in his eyes. "Why? Are you still angry with me?" Lin Ruoshi shook her head, gesturing to the surroundings. The survivors were looking at her with a mix of fear and dependence. "Look at them. I can't leave." Her voice was soft yet resolute. "I'm the sheriff. I must stay here." Zhao Yuntian gazed at her face, which was etched with responsibility, and the fire within him flared even hotter. Again with the duty. Again with these useless people. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his irritation, and managed to muster an indulgent smile. "All right, I'll stay here with you." The following morning, Lu Fan emerged from the bedroom, invigorated. Suya, however, was wrapped in her blanket, her cheeks flushed, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Lu Fan glanced at the holographic screen displaying the anxious faces of the survivors at Wanda Plaza, as well as the figure of a man pacing angrily in Zhao Yuntian's office. A playful smile curled at the corners of Lu Fan's mouth. Is this little pressure too much for him to bear? It seems I need to add a bit more fuel to the fire. He turned to Suya, who remained still on the bed. "Darling, I'm going to do some morning exercises." At the mention of morning exercises, Suya instinctively trembled, her complexion paling. Is he for real? Seeing her startled, rabbit-like expression, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you thinking?" He retrieved a set of fresh sportswear from the wardrobe and changed into it. This time, it's a serious morning exercise. With that, he pressed the button to open the fortress's door. Bang! The heavy door descended slowly, letting in the morning sunlight. In front of Wanda Plaza, the survivors huddled in the corners, trembling. They instinctively turned to look at the steel behemoth, like a demon, that loomed over them. Then, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The man who had toyed with them using food and force just yesterday now stepped down from the vehicle, clad in a clean black tracksuit. He stretched and moved his limbs, his expression exuding a sense of leisure and contentment, as if he were not in a struggle for survival, but merely exercising in his own garden. Suddenly, a booming sound erupted from the 100-ton king. The arrow was calling. The rousing yet familiar tune of calisthenics echoed through the loudspeakers, reverberating across the entire plaza. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Zhao Yintian also heard the music and rushed to the window. When he caught sight of the man below, performing stretching exercises to the rhythm of the music, his brain buzzed, plunging into a blank state. Humiliation. This was blatant humiliation. Lu Fan was using this method to convey to everyone, while you tremble in fear for your lives against monsters, I am leisurely doing morning exercises. Your survival, your struggles, are nothing more than a laughable drama in my eyes. The first session, stretching exercises. Lu Fan's movements were standard and powerful. With each beat, it struck Zhao Yuntian's heart like a heavy hammer. Below, Lu Fan had just completed his final maneuver. He lifted his head, his gaze landing upon Zhao Yuntian's figure. A cruel smile curving his lips. Then, he slowly raised his thumb, only to gradually turn it downward. Chapter 46. How does he know so much? As night descended once more, fear spread like an invisible virus throughout Wanda Plaza. Survivors huddled together, constructing makeshift barricades from furniture and debris, their bloodshot eyes fixated on the endless darkness beyond the square. The screams from the previous night still echoed in their ears. A roar, more ferocious than the one from last night, emerged from the swirling snow. This time it was two roars. Two enormous shadows crashed through the shopping mall's glass facade. Charging in, it was those monsters again, and this time there were two. They were larger than the one from the night before, their icy armor thicker. The chilling aura they radiated caused the temperature in the first-floor hall to plummet by several degrees. Open fire! Open fire! Zhao Yuntian bellowed from behind the railing on the second floor. The two bodyguards at his side, armed with submachine guns, remained motionless. Below, the hastily organized security team surged forward, wielding fire axes and steel pipes. Hold the line. For our families. Hold the line, a middle-aged man roared, swinging his axe at one of the ice demon's legs. Clang! The axe ricocheted, fracturing the man's grip. The ice demon barely acknowledged him. With a casual sweep of its other hand, transformed into an icy blade, it dispatched the man effortlessly. Blood and entrails splattered the ground as despair enveloped everyone. Run. We can't hold them off. The defense collapsed in an instant. People scattered like headless flies, their cries and pleas merging into a cacophony. Zhao Yuntian coldly observed the chaos. He issued a low command to his subordinates. Let those useless fools go first. Wear down the stamina of these two beasts. No one is to engage without my order. His voice bore no hint of emotion, as if the lives lost below were merely inconsequential ants. Lin Ruashi was also engaged in the fray, armed with a handgun. She fired continuously, attempting to draw the ice demon's attention. Yet her bullets merely sparked against the ice armor, yielding insignificant results. Amidst the turmoil, she keenly noticed a peculiar detail. One ice demon, after slaying a survivor, did not continue its rampage. Instead, it bent down and seized the warm corpse, turning and retreating into the darkness beyond the square. This action struck Lin Ruashi like a thunderclap. She suddenly recalled Lu Fan's ominous warning from yesterday. Whatever you do not approach those frozen corpses. Corpses? Why would the ice demon drag away the bodies? A terrifying thought took root in her mind. The battle swiftly concluded, if one could call a battle, as it was more a one-sided massacre. After the two ice demons had slaughtered dozens and dragged away 7 or 8 bodies, they retreated of their own accord, vanishing into the snowstorm outside. What remained was a scene of devastation, a plaza littered with dismembered limbs and severed body parts. The survivors' spirits shattered completely. There's no food left. The supplies over there have been snatched clean. How dare you touch my things? I'll fight you for it. Two men grappled with each other, resorting to primal tactics over half a pack of biscuits. Others rushed towards the underground garage. I need to get out of here. This cursed place is intolerable. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Order disintegrated. Zhao Yuntian observed this chaos with indifference. In fact, he felt it was for the best. He discreetly instructed a trusted aide. Go check on those SUVs. Fill them with fuel and prepare for departure at any moment. Then he approached Lin Ruashi, grasping her hand firmly. Ruashi, do you see? They've gone mad. There's no saving them. We must leave. I've arranged for the cars. Let's south escape this cursed place and head to the military base in the south. Lin Ruashi pulled her hand away and stepped back, gazing at Zhao Yuntian's anxious face, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. And what about you? She pointed at the chaotic crowd. What will happen to them? Zhao Yuntian patiently explained. There are only 2 of us. We cannot manage so many. Come with me. We'll head to the military base in the south. That is where true hope lies. This is the rational choice. Lin Ruashi looked at the man before her, knowing he spoke the truth. Her best option was indeed to follow him south. But what about these people? She chose not to argue further, turning away in silence. She walked toward the other side of the square, where the bodies of yesterday's victims lay. Zhao Yuntian watched her retreating figure, his frustration boiling over. Lin Ruashi, why are you so stubborn? Yet he hesitated, refraining from pursuing her. First, he needed to ensure their preparations for departure were complete. In a maximum of 2 days, this place would collapse. By then, Lin Ruashi would have no choice but to leave with him. Lin Ruashi, lost in thought, arrived at the spot where the monsters had first appeared. There lay a pile of several victims' bodies, left unprocessed. The corpses had frozen stiff, a thin layer of frost covering them. She crouched down, inspecting them closely. Soon, she discovered a chilling detail. Several unmistakable drag marks beneath the pile of bodies. A few corpses were missing, and in the vacant spots, remnants of eerie blue ice crystals remained, identical to the ice armor worn by the monsters. Whatever you do not approach those frozen corpses. Lu Fan's foreboding words resonated like thunder in Lin Ruashi's mind. So that was it. The corpses could transform into monsters. The frozen bodies were the source of these ice demons. He knew. He had known from the very beginning. He understood the secret of the monsters. He foresaw the collapse of the camp. He even predicted everything that would transpire tonight. He was not mocking her. He was warning her. Yet she, along with Zhao Yuntian and everyone else, had dismissed his warnings as mere noise. A bone-chilling dread surged from Lin Ruashi's feet, racing to the crown of her head. Who was that man? How could he possibly know so much? In that moment, Lin Ruashi finally comprehended. Lu Fan was the only one capable of resolving this crisis. He was the sole beacon of hope. But how could she ask him for help? The mere recollection of that humiliating scene in the car during the day ignited a searing embarrassment on Lin Ruashi's face. The thought of his playful, mocking expression filled her heart with resistance and humiliation. Her dignity forbade her from bowing her proud head once more. Yet, she turned back to glance at the survivors behind her, each face a portrait of numbness, despair, and a flicker of hope. The little girl who had offered her candy was cowering behind her mother, gazing at Lin with fearful eyes. As a law enforcement officer, it was her duty to protect them. Lin Ruashi's inner turmoil was a fierce battle. Time ticked by, each second stretching into eternity. The night felt interminable. Dawn was approaching. At last, Lin Ruashi made her decision. She adjusted her police uniform and straightened her spine. Then, she took a step forward, moving toward the black truck that lay in wait like a prehistoric beast in the morning light. Chapter 47. She re-entered the black truck. Dawn was nearing. The snow and wind had lessened. Lin Ruashi stood amidst the disarray of the square, her body nearly numb from the cold. She had not slept a wink all night. Her mind was consumed by 2 alternating images: the fruit candy presented by the little girl and the profound warning from Luo Fan, which she had misconstrued as an insult. As a law enforcement officer, it was her duty to guard them. Lin Ruashi's heart was embroiled in a fierce struggle. Finally, she lifted her head, the last vestige of hesitation replaced by resolute determination. She smoothed her crumpled uniform and straightened her stiff back. Then, she stepped forward 1 foot after the other, toward the black truck that lay coiled in the dawn light like a primordial beast. Inside the fortress, warmth enveloped the space. Luo Fan lounged against a soft sofa, while Xian knelt on the carpet, offering him a perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg. On the holographic screen before them, a woman clad in thin police attire trudged through the snowstorm with great difficulty. Every subtle expression of hers was vividly captured in Luo Fan's gaze: struggle, pain, and a hint of fatal resolve. "She is coming," Xian murmured, her tone laced with a barely perceptible complexity. Luo Fan swallowed the egg and took a sip of the warm milk beside him. He remained silent, watching the woman on the screen with keen interest as she advanced step by step, eventually halting before the truck's door. Time passed. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The biting wind nearly rendered Lin Ruashi immobile. Her lips turned purple, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The occupants of the truck remained utterly still, as if oblivious to her presence. This silent contempt pierced deeper than any verbal humiliation, eroding her spirit and pride with each agonizing moment of waiting. Just as she felt on the verge of collapse, the cold truck door finally ascended with a soft click. A rush of warmth, tinged with the aroma of toasted bread and milk, enveloped her, contrasting sharply with the icy despair outside, a veritable juxtaposition of heaven and hell. Lin Ruashi was momentarily dizzy from the warmth. She beheld the man within the truck, clad in comfortable loungewear, lazily reclining on the sofa. The stunning woman, resembling an icy beauty, gently wiped the corner of his mouth. The image stung Lin Ruashi's eyes. "Is there something you need?" Luo Fan finally spoke, his voice languid, as if he had just awoken. Lin Ruashi clenched her teeth, her nails digging into her palms. She forced herself to suppress the rising tide of humiliation and spoke. I wish to know how to deal with those monsters." Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with the chill and tension. Luo Fan smiled. "Oh, why should I divulge that information to you?" Lin Ruashi's complexion turned even paler. She understood that the inevitable had arrived. "What do you want?" "Knowledge is valuable," Luo Fan replied, setting down his milk glass and sitting upright. His gaze, unabashedly predatory, roamed over Lin Ruashi. Finally, it settled on her long, straight legs, honed by rigorous training. "Quite simple." Luo Fan's lips curled into a playful smirk. "I want you to personally give me a full-body oil massage until I'm satisfied." Boom! Lin Ruashi's mind felt as if it had exploded. Blood rushed to her cheeks in an instant. "A massage? A full-body one? You shameless cad!" She trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently. Yet Luo Fan reclined back on the sofa, unperturbed. He languidly reminded her, "Do not be hasty in your insults. You should know that tonight those monsters will return, and in greater numbers. For every second you delay here, another life may be lost outside. Are you truly willing to barter the lives of those survivors for your pride?" Each of Luo Fan's words struck Lin Ruashi's heart like a sharp blade. Indeed, or her pride and dignity in the face of hundreds of lives. She closed her eyes, trembling violently. The desperate faces of the survivors. The little girl's trusting gaze as she handed over the candy. Visions flickered through her mind. After what felt like an eternity, she opened her eyes again, the struggle and fury within them having dissipated, leaving only a profound stillness. She forced a single word through clenched teeth. "Fine." The truck door slowly ascended once more. Lin Ruashi stepped forward with her now somewhat stiff legs, boarding the fortress. The moment she entered the vehicle, Suya approached her, her eyes reflecting the compassion of someone who had been through similar trials. Suya handed Lin Ruashi a warm towel, then leaned closer, whispering in her ear in a voice only they could hear, "He does not favor excessive gentleness. Apply more pressure. It may conclude sooner." These words struck Lin Ruashi like a resounding slap across the face, shattering all her pretenses and fortitude in an instant. The feeling of humiliation peaked. Meanwhile, in Wanda Plaza, in an office, Zhao Yuntian abruptly sat up in bed. Upon waking, he discovered Lin Ruashi was missing. He dispatched people to scour the entire camp, yet found no trace of her. An ominous premonition surged within him. Brother Tian, a trusted subordinate, rushed in, panic etched on his face. "Have you found Officer Lin?" Zhao Yuntian seized him by the collar. "Have you found her?" The subordinate stammered in fear. "Why, yes, we have." She climbed into that black truck outside the square once again. Once again, Zhao Yuntian's mind went blank with a deafening buzz. The last time, she had danced before everyone. But what about this time? In that confined space, a man and a woman alone. The mere thought of Lin Ruashi possibly yielding to that man beneath him ignited a volcano of jealousy and rage, instantly consuming his reason. "Lu Fan." Zhao Yuntian let out a beastly roar. He kicked open the safe and retrieved 2 submachine guns along with several magazines. "Along! Ahoo!" He bellowed towards the door. 2 burly bodyguards burst in immediately. This was the last card the Zhao family had dealt him. "Arm yourselves." Zhao Yuntian's eyes had turned blood red, veins bulging on his face, resembling a mad tiger. "Today, I shall ensure that bastard meets a fate worse than death. I will chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs." He hurled the submachine guns to the 2 bodyguards and unsheathed the pistol at his waist. "Follow me." Zhao Yuntian kicked open the office door, the first to charge out. He intended to personally eliminate that man. He wanted him to understand the consequences of touching his woman. Chapter 48. Or should I have your fiancé come to watch? In the fortress's living room, Lu Fan lounged comfortably on the expansive leather sofa, his shirt discarded, revealing a bare torso. His bronze skin glistened healthily under the warm light. The smooth, defined muscles of his back exuded a masculine strength and an overwhelming presence. He did not even turn his head, merely gesturing to his shoulder, signaling Lin Ruashi to commence. Suya had quietly retreated behind the bar, acting as a competent backdrop. The air was thick with the rich aroma of coffee, jarring against the cold, desperate aura emanating from Lin Ruashi. She stood frozen in place, her body akin to an ice sculpture, while the man on the sofa was like a seething volcano. She was about to willingly plunge into that molten lava. Lu Fan seemed to lose patience and turned his head. "What is this? Does Officer Lin wish to back out? Or do you want me to personally teach you?" His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable command. Lin Ruashi's body trembled violently. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all emotion had vanished. With stiffened resolve, she extended her hands. The moment her icy fingertips made contact with Lu Fan's blazing skin, a jolt surged through her, causing her to shudder violently. So hot, the searing heat felt as if it would burn its way to her very heart through her fingertips. She wanted to retract her hand, but the desperate faces outside compelled her to press on. With a mindset of fulfilling a task, she clumsily began to apply pressure. Her movements were awkward, rigid, devoid of any finesse, reminiscent of a novice apprentice on their first day. Lu Fan closed his eyes, seemingly reveling in the sensation, yet continuously issued commands. "Officer Lin, haven't you eaten? Apply more pressure." Gritting her teeth, Lin Ruashi intensified her efforts, her knuckles whitening from the strain. "Yes, right there, lower." Lu Fan's voice dripped with a lazy magnetism. "A bit lower." Lin Ruashi's hand trembled uncontrollably. "Lower still, to the waist." "Why do your hands feel like ice?" Lu Fan suddenly remarked. "Do you need me to warm them up?" The words pierced Lin Ruashi's ears like a needle. Her face reddened instantly. "No need," she nearly shouted. Lu Fan chuckled lightly, falling silent thereafter. The living room was left with the sound of Lin Ruashi's heavy breathing and the suffocating silence. Just as she felt on the verge of madness from the atmosphere, Lu Fan's voice cut through once more. "Do you want to know why those monsters appeared?" Lin Ruashi's movements halted abruptly. She lifted her gaze, fixating intently on the back of Lu Fan's head. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. While indulging in the massage, he spoke in a tone akin to that of a lecturer, revealing the first secret of the ice demons. Because of corpses, in this cursed weather, any corpse left exposed for more than 3 hours without treatment will be eroded by an unknown energy, transforming into those kinds of monsters. I call them ice demons. Boom! Lin Ruashi's mind went blank. Just as she suspected, he truly knew. "You, how do you know this?" Lin Ruashi's voice trembled with shock. Lu Fan did not respond. He suddenly flipped over, lying on his back on the sofa. Lin Ruashi was caught off guard, her body instinctively leaning back, nearly stumbling. Her hand, due to this motion, slid from his back to his front, landing squarely on his sculpted abdomen. Hard and fiery, Lin Ruashi's face instantly flushed to her ears. Feeling as if scalded, she jerked her hand back. Lu Fan opened his eyes, gazing at her with amusement. "Press on the front too. I'm still not satisfied." Lin Ruashi's chest heaved violently, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. This was intolerable, yet she had no choice. She extended her hand once more, eyes shut, pressing haphazardly. Lu Fan suddenly grasped her hand. His palm was large and powerful, enveloping her icy hand completely in its warmth. Lin Ruashi, like a frightened rabbit, struggled to pull her hand away, but Lu Fan's grip was astonishingly strong. Her struggles appeared futile and powerless. He lifted her hand before his eyes, gently tracing the calluses on her fingertips from years of holding a gun. His tone held a playful lilt. "Officer Lin, these hands must be quite strong when apprehending criminals." He paused, his gaze turning meaningful. "I wonder about your capabilities in other areas." He left the sentence unfinished, but the insinuation within his words was more humiliating than any explicit statement. Lin Ruashi's eyes instantly reddened, crystalline tears swirling in her eyes. Yet she stubbornly tilted her head back, fighting to keep them from spilling. She was a law officer. She could not cry. Ding. Target Lin Ruashi. Humiliation 20. Disgust 20. Current attitude. Disgust 60. Caution 20. Humiliation 60. The system's notification echoed in Lu Fan's mind. A satisfied smirk tugged at his lips. The time was ripe. Just as the atmosphere in the living room became almost palpably suffocating, and Lin Ruashi's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse, bang, 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 outside the fortress, a sudden and frenzied barrage of banging echoed against the door. Following that was the twisted roar of Zhao Yuntian, fueled by fury. Lufan, you filthy bastard. Get out here. Return Ruashi to me. The sound struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in Lin Ruashi's ears. She felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Yintian? How did he arrive? The most vulnerable and humiliating side of her was about to be witnessed by her fiancé. No, this cannot be. Instinctively, Lin Ruashi attempted to push Lufan away, rising to explain. She needed to tell him that it was not as he presumed. However, Lufan's reaction was swifter than hers. With a sudden, forceful tug of his arm, he pulled the off-balance Lin Ruashi down beside him. She gasped, collapsing onto the sofa. In an instant, a powerful arm enveloped her soft form tightly. Lufan's face was almost pressed against her ear. His heated breath brushed against her earlobe, sending shivers coursing through her body. To abandon now would render all prior efforts futile. We must start anew. Lufan's voice carried a hint of wicked amusement. He gazed at the screen, displaying Zhao Yuntian's face, twisted by jealousy and rage. Then, leaning down, he whispered into Lin Ruashi's ear, "Shall we invite him up? It would be a splendid opportunity to appreciate our Officer Lin's exquisite massage skills." Chapter 49. I still have some here, would you like it? Outside the fortress, Zhao Yuntian battered the door until his hands were crimson, yet the vehicle showed no signs of denting. He stared at the sleek black armor, feeling like a jumping clown. "Brother Tian, this is futile. This thing is as impenetrable as a turtle's shell," panted one of his subordinates. Zhao Yuntian, with bloodshot eyes, fixated on the car door, howling in hysteria. "Shoot! Empty the entire magazine." Bang! 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 Two submachine guns belched flames. A torrential downpour of bullets rained upon the vehicle. Clang! Sparks flew. The bullets struck the armor, all deflected, leaving only shallow white marks, utterly ineffective. One magazine was quickly exhausted. The vehicle remained unscathed. The two bodyguards beside Zhao Yuntian exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. What kind of defense is this? Zhao Yuntian completely lost his mind. "Along. Bring your pickup truck over here. Ram it with the utmost speed. I refuse to believe I can't break this iron coffin." Soon, a modified Ford Raptor roared like a beast. The tires screeched against the snow, kicking up a cloud of flurries. The vehicle's height was raised by half a meter. Equipped with menacing off-road tires, a robust crash beam adorned the front, lined with sharp steel spikes. A row of searchlights atop the vehicle blazed to life, radiating blinding light. The entire truck resembled a steel behemoth emerging from the depths of hell. Brother Long's vehicle cost over $1 million to modify. Let's show them what real power is. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. This was the romance of men. Several underlings watched with blood boiling, brimming with confidence. Long wore a maniacal grin, flooring the gas pedal. "Die for me," he roared, slamming the pedal to the metal, then leaping from the driver's seat. The pickup charged like a rabid bull, crashing violently into the side of the behemoth. Boom! A deafening crash resounded. Inside the fortress, the coffee cup held by Lufan barely trembled. He could not even be bothered to glance up. On the holographic screen, the imposing Raptor's front crumpled into a V-shape. White steam billowed from the crumpled engine hood. While the behemoth body remained intact, not a single paint chip missing. Along stood dazed, staring at his wrecked pride and then at the unharmed steel giant. His expression shifted from madness to stupor. "My car, the metallic black wrap I just applied." Lufan released his hold on Lin Ruashi, stretched lazily, and spoke nonchalantly. "Alas, your fiancé is rather inept. The commotion is so minimal, I almost drifted off to sleep." Suddenly, he flipped over, lying back on the sofa, then patted his thigh. "This area is sore too. Come here and massage it." Lin Ruashi sprang to her feet, her chest heaving violently. She glared at him, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Don't go too far. You promised me." Lufan chuckled. "Do you wish to know the fatal weakness of that creature? The kind that guarantees a one-hit kill?" Lin Ruashi's breath caught sharply. "A fatal weakness?" She gazed at Lufan's face, playful with mischief, then glanced at the screen displaying Zhao Yuntian, who stood in the snow, staring blankly at the wreck. Ultimately, she slowly crouched down. Lufan contentedly closed his eyes, enjoying the service while beginning his lesson. Those ice monsters are indeed transformed from corpses, yet they are not invincible. The first weakness lies at the center of the forehead. He pointed to his own brow, where a minuscule energy crystal resided. If it can be shattered, the ice monster will perish instantly. Lin Ruashi paused momentarily. She immediately thought of another question. "That crystal is protected by ice armor. Can we penetrate it with bullets?" "Certainly," Lufan nodded, his tone flat. "But it's quite small, and at high speeds, it's challenging to hit. Moreover, Even if you pierce the ice armor without striking the crystal, it will only inflict superficial damage, rendering it useless. Lufan opened his eyes, regarding her. In simple terms, your marksmanship is woefully inadequate. Inadequacy is the original sin. Do you understand? Lin Ruashi's face fluctuated between red and white. Suppressing her fury, she continued to inquire, what about the second weakness? Fire. Fire? Lin Ruashi's head snapped up, her face filled with confusion. We have tried it. It was utterly ineffective. Last night, they had attempted to incinerate it, but the flames merely slid off the ice monster as if they were raindrops on a lotus leaf. This bastard, could he be toying with me? He doesn't truly know the monster's weakness and is merely trying to lead me on. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Ruashi glared intensely at Lufan. As long as she could detect even a hint of guilt on his face, she would ensure this rogue understood why the flowers bloomed so brightly. Lufan found her anxious and furious demeanor amusing. He slowly explained, ordinary fire, of course, will not suffice. That would be akin to giving it a mere scraping or cupping treatment. You require a flame with strong adhesion. Lufan sat up, leaning closer to her. For instance, there is napalm, or perhaps white phosphorus. As long as the flames can persistently dance upon them for over 3 seconds, their icy armor shall succumb to the heat. In that moment, they would merely become a sluggish heap of decaying flesh. Lin Ruashi's eyes sparkled with sudden clarity. She comprehended. As long as such flames could melt the icy armor, they could be vanquished? She inquired eagerly. Lufan shook his head, a playful smirk gracing his features. No. After melting the icy armor, it is imperative to sever their heads to ensure their complete demise. Remember, the head must be removed. Lin Ruashi was momentarily taken aback. However, Lufan's subsequent words felt like a bucket of icy water, chilling her to the core. He glanced at the screen, where the evening glow was beginning to paint the horizon. What a pity. You likely do not possess such splendid items, do you? Nightfall is upon us. A malicious grin appeared on Lufan's face. Based on my experience, the number of ice demons that emerge tonight will at least double. Can you endure until dawn? The hope that had illuminated Lin Ruashi's face instantly faded, turning to ashen despair. Napalm? White phosphorus? In this apocalyptic era, where could she possibly procure such items? Let alone in times of peace. Observing her despondent demeanor, Lufan felt a surge of delight. He rose and approached a storage cabinet. With a click, the door swung open, revealing neatly arranged rows of military-green metal cans. Each can bore a clearly marked skull and flame insignia. Lufan retrieved one and tossed it lightly in his hand. However, he turned to Lin Ruashi, shaking the metal can enticingly. It seems I have a little bit of stock left. A devilish smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Would you like it? Chapter 50. You need to strengthen your arm strength. Inside the fortress, Lufan toyed with the military green canister in his hands, wiggling it at Lin Ruashi. Would you like it? His expression was laced with a cat-and-mouse mockery. Lin Ruashi's throat tightened. Of course, she desired it. This was their only hope for survival tonight. Yes, she replied softly, turning her head away to avoid the sight of Lufan's infuriating face. Lufan chuckled. Then it depends on Officer Lin's sincerity. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lin Ruashi felt a weight settle in her heart. Countless unpalatable scenarios flashed before her mind. What would be the cost? Lufan, observing her expression of resignation, nearly burst into laughter. What on earth was this woman thinking? He deliberately paused, savoring her anxious demeanor. Just as Lin Ruashi was about to break and flee, Lufan suddenly spoke. Kiss me. Lin Ruashi froze. What? She doubted her ears. Compared to the gruesome scenario she had conjured, this request seemed relatively acceptable. She gazed at Lufan's mischievous grin and gritted her teeth. It was just a kiss. Like being bitten by a mosquito. She stepped forward, closed her eyes, and rose on her tiptoes, swiftly pecking his cheek. Soft cold. Then she immediately recoiled. Like a startled rabbit. All right. Lufan was satisfied, lightly touching his cheek. He casually tossed the canister of napalm to Lin Ruashi, who fumbled to catch it. Clutching it tightly to her chest, she turned to leave. She did not wish to linger in this place for another second. Do you think that with this item, you can survive? Lufan's voice drifted from behind her. Lin Ruashi abruptly halted. She turned, confusion etched on her face. Lufan continued leisurely. Those ice demons are not the core reason for your camp's collapse. They are merely catalysts. Lin Ruashi's mind raced. She pressed for clarification. What is it then? Lufan crossed his legs, observing her with a self-satisfied demeanor. Beg me, and I shall reveal it to you. Lin Ruashi's chest heaved with agitation, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. This scoundrel, he was at again. She closed her eyes, striving to compose herself. When she opened them again, she forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Lu Fan, dear brother, I beseech you, please tell me. Upon uttering the words, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Yet, Lu Fan nodded appreciatively. Very good, you have made progress. He began to analyze. The true crises facing your camp are merely three: food, safety, and warmth. When food runs out, despair will ensue. At that point, you won't need ice demons to instigate chaos. You'll turn on each other over a morsel of bread. Once the pressing issue of food is resolved, it will temporarily stabilize the hearts of the people, granting you time to establish a new order. Lin Ruoshi immediately pressed on. Where's the food? Lu Fan's expression morphed into that of a cunning fox. Well, you must agree to one more condition. In her current state of desperation, Lin Ruoshi barely thought it through. She assumed Lu Fan sought to gain some verbal advantage or had her perform another humiliating act. Fine, I agree, she blurted out. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lu Fan's smile turned wickedly mischievous. Officer Lin, your arm strength is rather lacking. Just so happens I have 2 walnuts here. Let's work on that for free today. Lin Ruoshi's face drained of color and anger. Yet, Lu Fan feigned innocence. Officer Lin, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. Did you not agree to it yourself? Lin Ruoshi was left speechless. Indeed, she had consented. However, she could never have imagined that the condition would be this. Ding. Target. Lin Ruoshi, humiliation 50, disgust 30. Current attitude, disgust 90, vigilance 20, humiliation 120. Lu Fan reveled in delight within. As he observed Lin Ruoshi's indecisive expression, he seized the moment to taunt her. The skies are darkening. Tonight, the ice demons will indeed double in number. If you continue to hesitate, those outside will truly have no hope. At that time, you will be the one responsible for their demise. Each word pierced Lin Ruoshi's heart like a needle. She gazed at Lu Fan's detestable face and recalled the despairing survivors in the square, particularly the little girl who had offered her candy. Ultimately, she steeled herself. It was merely a workout. Yes, consider a session at the gym to strengthen my arms, as long as my heart remains loyal to the heavens. It shall not be deemed betrayal. Lin Ruoshi closed her eyes, adopting a heroic demeanor. Under the coach's guidance, the practice of arm strength commenced. Lu Fan leaned against the sofa, observing her tearful exertions, unable to restrain his encouragement. Officer Lin, your technique requires considerable refinement. Lin Ruoxi remained silent. Yet the intensity of her workout suddenly surged. Lu Fan inhaled sharply. Your fiancé must be anxiously awaiting you outside? He mentioned Zhao Yuntian again. Lin Ruoxi's grip on the strengthener nearly shattered it. Ding. Target Lin Ruoxi. Hatred 50. Humiliation 20. Lu Fan sensed it was time to conclude. Continuing further, this woman might truly erupt. As the workout ended, Lin Ruoxi stood frozen. Content. Lu Fan rose, tidying his attire. He regarded Lin Ruoxi's disheveled and dazed appearance with satisfaction. He retrieved a tissue from his pocket to wipe his hands, and then tossed her a crucial piece of information. Western City, Global Cold Chain Logistics Park. It houses the largest frozen food warehouse in the city. Enough provisions for thousands of people for a month. The information was obtained, and a price was paid. Lin Ruoxi slowly lifted her head, her eyes radiating a fierce desire to devour Lu Fan whole. Wordlessly, she turned and departed. Under Lu Fan's bemused gaze, she nearly fled from this bastion of humiliation. The car door closed slowly, sealing off the frigid outside world from the warmth within. Suyo approached from behind the bar, offering a glass of warm water. It seems she truly harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. Lu Fan accepted the cup and took a sip. Hatred? No. This is merely the beginning. Once she discovers that her so-called heroic fiancé is, in truth, a coward and a wastrel, she will come to understand who her true savior is. A knowing smile surfaced on Lu Fan's face, as if everything was within his grasp. Chapter 51 Zhao Yuntian Massage. While not entirely unacceptable, outside the bastion, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Zhao Yuntian stood beside a dilapidated pickup, trapped in indecision. Should he charge in? He couldn't even breach that turtle shell. Turn and leave? His fiancée remained inside. His mind was inundated with countless explicit scenarios, each image causing his eyes to burn with rage. The expressions of his subordinates morphed, ranging from sympathy to pity, but predominantly filled with a mocking amusement that trampled Zhao Yuntian's pride. At that moment, a low rumble emanated from the dormant steel behemoth. The vehicle shuddered slightly. Startled, Zhao Yuntian and his men instinctively raised their weapons, adopting defensive stances. The side door of the truck creaked open, releasing a wave of warmth mingled with the aroma of food. A figure clad in a thin police uniform appeared at the threshold. Lin Ruoxi, clutching a military-green metal canister. Zhao Yuntan momentarily froze before discarding his weapon and rushing forward like a madman. Ruoxi. He seized Lin Ruoxi's arm, his eyes scanning her anxiously. Are you all right? Did he do anything to you? Lin Ruoxi's complexion was as pale as a sheet, her eyes red-rimmed from crying. I've already figured out how to deal with those monsters. Zhao Yuntian barely registered her words, consumed with concern for his woman and whether she had been sullied by another man. I asked if you were mistreated. His voice, tinged with urgency, pierced through the air. This declaration acted as a fuse, igniting Lin Ruoxi's pent-up humiliation and fury accumulated throughout the night. Of course I was. She nearly shouted. I knew it. With a girlfriend as beautiful as mine, that scoundrel wouldn't let her go unscathed. Damn it. I'll kill him. Zhao Yuntian turned to draw his gun, but Lin Ruoxi yanked him back. Biting her lip, she forced out a few words through gritted teeth. That scoundrel. He actually made me give him a massage. Lin Ruoxi's teeth were clenched as she spat out the latter half of her sentence. How dare he treat my girlfriend so roughly? Wait. Zhao Yuntian froze. Massage? Compared to the explicit images flooding his mind, this seemed somewhat acceptable. Just a massage? He blurted out, only to regret it immediately. Lin Ruoxi's expression shifted from rage to shock. No, Ruoxi, that's not what I meant. I meant, how dare that bastard ask you for a massage? He deserves to die. Just then, a voice laced with amusement drifted from the car door. Zhao, what's this? Your tone suggests a hint of disappointment? Lu Fan leaned casually against the car door, observing them with a leisurely gaze. Shall I summon her back? Perhaps we could arrange something that won't leave you feeling disappointed? In that moment, all of Zhao Yuntian's anger, jealousy, and humiliation found an outlet. Lu Fan, he roared, drawing his pistol with feral intensity. Inside the bastion, Suya gasped. No. Lin Ruoxi widened her eyes in terror. Bang! A piercing shot shattered the frigid air. Zhao Yuntian's two bodyguards failed to react in time. Lin Ruoxi's pupils contracted to pinpoints. It was over. Yet, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Lu Fan merely tilted his head slightly to the left, as if brushing away a fallen leaf from his shoulder. The lethal bullet whizzed past his ear. Clang! The bullet struck the armored body of the truck, producing a sharp sound before falling helplessly into the snow. Time seemed to freeze. Zhao Yuntian, gun raised, trembled as his eyes bulged with incredulity. He evaded it? How was that possible? At such close range, how could he have dodged the bullet? Lu Fan slowly turned his head, touching his slightly warm earlobe. The casual smile faded from his face, replaced by a chilling demeanor. A wave of icy dread radiated from him. Damn it, I was careless. Everything since his rebirth had been too smooth. Overwhelming strength and foresight had dulled his respect for danger. Had it not been for his body being enhanced to LV2, with reflexes surpassing ordinary men, his head would have been pierced by that shot. Realizing this, Lu Fan's gaze turned dangerously intense. A surge of violent, killing intent erupted from the depths of his being. He drew forth a sleek black composite bow, knocking an arrow and drawing the string taut. The motion was executed seamlessly, swift as a fleeting specter. The black alloy arrowhead glimmered with a chilling radiance of death beneath the dim light. The bowstring was drawn taut, resembling a full moon. A resonant hum pierced the air, sending a jarring tremor through the atmosphere. In an instant, Zhao Yuntian felt himself ensnared by an ancient beast's gaze. An icy dread surged from his tailbone, racing towards the crown of his head. He yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. Don't! Lin Ruoxi screamed. Without a moment's hesitation, she spread her arms wide and forcefully shielded Zhao Yuntian. Her eyes were filled with desperate pleading. Lu Fan's hand remained steady on the bowstring, as unyielding as a mountain. He glanced at Lin Ruoxi standing before him, then at the man behind her, whose face had turned ashen with fear, trembling like a leaf. To kill him? That would be too merciful. Moreover, if he were to perish, given Lin Ruoxi's character, the likelihood of unlocking the arsenal would be nearly non-existent. A cruel smile slowly curled at the corners of Lu Fan's lips. Let him live and witness the gradual unraveling of all he holds dear. To observe his woman writhing beneath him in exquisite torment, slowly succumbing to despair and suffering. This, it seemed, would be far more entertaining. Lu Fan did not lower his bow. His gaze shifted from Zhao Yuntian's face, slowly drifting to the bodyguard, named Ah, who's standing nearby. The bodyguard, with a look of intense anxiety, was aiming his submachine gun directly at Lu Fan. Lu Fan's eyes held the indifference of one gazing upon a corpse. Whoosh! The bowstring twanged sharply. A shadow, as swift as lightning, instantly closed the distance between the two. Lin Ruoshi barely had time to blink. Zhao Yuntian remained unscathed behind her. Yet, Ahu beside him stood frozen in place. A black arrow had embedded itself in his forehead, piercing through to the back of his skull, leaving behind a small spray of crimson and white. The tension etched on Ahu's face remained unbroken, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. No, big brother. Why would you kill me amidst your conflict? With a thud, Ahu's lifeless body crashed into the snow, silencing him forever. Oh! Along beside him let out a roar of anguish. His eyes were bloodshot as he prepared to redirect his gun. Don't move, Zhao Yuntian barked, pressing down on the barrel of Along's weapon, his voice quivering with fear. Run. Let's go quickly. He dared not cast another glance at Lu Fan, seizing Along and sprinting away in haste, appearing more wretched than a stray dog. Brother. Oh! Along lamented, glancing back at his brother's unblinking corpse. Do you want his death to be in vain? Zhao Yuntian growled, almost dragging him back into the shadows of the square. Along's fist clenched tightly, cracking audibly. He glared at the man standing before the car door, slowly lowering his bow. His eyes brimmed with profound hatred. Lu Fan retracted his bow, a playful smile returning to his features. One of Zhao Yuntian's most capable bodyguards lay dead, while the other harbored seeds of doubt and resentment within him. Chapter 52. That man could evade bullets. Wanda Plaza, office. Bang! An exquisite blue and white porcelain vase shattered violently upon the floor, scattering into countless fragments. Zhao Yuntian paced frantically around the room like a caged beast, obliterating everything on his desk in a fit of rage. Finally, he collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted, his eyes vacant as they fixated on the ceiling. Fear, an unprecedented terror engulfed him like a tidal wave. That man could dodge bullets. If not for Lin Ruoshi shielding him from the last arrow, it would have been his life snuffed out. The humiliation seared into his heart like a branding iron. His esteemed lineage, the bodyguards he had meticulously trained, the firearms he regarded as his trump cards, all rendered absurd before that man. A complete farce. Lin Ruoshi stood at the doorway, observing the scene within. She did not enter nor utter a word. She simply watched in silence for a moment before turning to leave. In a corner of the square, Along carried Ahu's cold body step by step. He gathered some discarded wooden planks and furniture, stacking them together. Then, he gently laid his brother's body atop the makeshift pyre. He neither cried nor spoke, only silently retrieved a crushed pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting one, he placed it at Ahu's lips, then lit another for himself. After striking the last match, he tossed it onto the woodpile. Flames erupted, consuming the young corpse. Along watched the fire, taking slow, deliberate puffs from his cigarette, the smoke obscuring his face. It was only when the burning ember scorched his fingers that he snapped back to reality. He tossed the cigarette but into the flames, clenching his fists tightly. His brother could not die in vain. In the plaza's hall, Lin Ruoshi stood atop a table, facing hundreds of despairing eyes. Those monsters are born from corpses. Her words detonated like a bomb within the crowd. Our exposed companions will transform into monsters if they remain beyond a certain time. The crowd erupted into chaos. What? Monsters from corpses? Is that true? How terrifying. Nonsense. What proof do you have? Voices of doubt and panic surged. Lin Ruoshi paid no heed to the uproar. Continuing with determination. Under the fervent desire for survival, the survivors ceased their hesitation. For the first time, the entire square took on an air of order. Zhao Yuntian stood in the shadows of the second floor, observing the scene with a cold, sardonic gaze. How could she believe the words of a truck driver who had seemingly appeared from nowhere? Very well, let those monsters teach these foolish individuals a lesson. Only then would Lin Ruoshi recognize reality and obediently accompany him to the south. Under Lin Ruoshi's command, the people sprang into action. They gathered all combustible materials, fabrics, blankets, tearing them into strips. They extracted precious gasoline from abandoned vehicles. A series of makeshift Molotov cocktails were crafted. The square became suffused with the pungent scent of gasoline, which no longer incited panic, but instead offered a fleeting sense of illusory safety. Night descended as anticipated, for enormous shadows shattered the glass and stormed into the square. The flickering hope ignited by the survivors was instantly extinguished by terror. Do not panic, Lin Ruoshi called out from the forefront, her voice ringing clear. Light them. Throw. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of Molotov cocktails streaked through the air, crashing into the leading ice demons. Boom. Flames erupted instantaneously. The highly adhesive napalm clung to the ice demons like glue, igniting in a frenzy, Sizzle. The ice demons emitted agonized howls. Their hard, icy armor began to melt at a visibly rapid pace in the intense heat, releasing wisps of white vapor. It works. It truly works. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces illuminated with ecstasy. As the ice armor melted away, it revealed the decaying flesh beneath. The movements of the ice demons became sluggish. Now is the time. Lin Ruoshi raised her pistol, aiming steadily. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet precisely struck the forehead of one ice demon. Splatter! The demon's head exploded like a watermelon, its crystalline core shattering into a myriad of ethereal blue motes. The massive body crumpled to the ground, no longer moving. A profound silence ensued. Following this brief stillness, a roar of exultation erupted like a tsunami. The monster is dead. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. Morale reached its zenith in that moment. The survivors, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, launched a counterattack. Molotov cocktails, fire axes, steel pipes. They employed every means at their disposal to engage in a fierce struggle with the weakened ice demons. The battle raged on for half an hour. When the last ice demon was decapitated, the square erupted into sheer jubilation. People embraced, cried out, and expressed the unrestrained joy of having survived. Officer Lin, you are our savior. A hero. Officer Lin is a hero. All gazes turned towards the woman standing upon the platform, filled with fervor and admiration. Lin Ruoshi had become their deity. Yet, amidst the throngs celebrating around her, there was no trace of joy on Lin Ruoshi's face. She instinctively touched the collar of her uniform, where a dark, dried stain lingered, one that could not be washed away. All this glory stemmed from the devil's boon. Amidst the thunderous applause, Lin Ruoshi suppressed the humiliation swelling within her and spoke once more. Everyone, listen to me. Tomorrow morning, we will set off for the global cold chain. Inside the stronghold, Lu Fan reclined on the sofa, watching the revelry unfold on the holographic screen, a smirk playing upon his lips. They seem to have forgotten that warehouses typically have managers. Chapter 53. The presence of young Master Zhao makes it all the more thrilling. The cheers continued unabated throughout the night. The survivors celebrated their narrow escape with fervor. However, Lin Ruoshi remained sleepless through the night, leaning against the cold wall, listening to the raucous sounds outside. Her heart was in turmoil more than ever. A hero? A savior? These titles weighed upon her like a heavy mountain, making it difficult to breathe. She had ignited the hopes of all with a promise. Yet if they found no food by tomorrow, she feared the outcome. She would transform from a hero into a deceiver. Daybreak arrived. The jubilant cheers of the previous night had vanished, replaced by an oppressive silence and a multitude of expectant gazes. Lin Ruoshi stood in the center of the square, feeling as though 1,000 mountains bore down upon her. A middle-aged woman approached, cradling a crying, starving child. Officer Lin, when will we go for food? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Lin Ruoshi's heart twisted painfully. Soon, everyone, just hold on a little longer. She reassured them and turned towards the underground garage. The garage was dark and damp, with a dozen private cars covered in thick layers of dust. A group of men huddled around a Buick SUV, attempting to connect the battery. It's no use, Officer Lin. All these batteries are dead. This one barely started, but the gas tank is empty. One man exclaimed in frustration. Lin Ruoshi's heart sank further. She surveyed the cars, sedans, SUVs, and a small van. Even if they could all run, how much could they carry? How could they transport enough food for over 1,000 people for a month? It was a mere fantasy. Leaning against a dust-covered BMW, Lin Ruoshi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, her gaze pierced through the snowy winds at the garage exit, landing on a monstrous black truck lurking in the distance. The face of that man, with his infuriating smirk, flashed vividly in her mind. No, absolutely not. I will never seek that devil again. Yet, the hopeful eyes of those gathered in the square, especially that little girl with her clear, innocent gaze, reminded her of her duty to protect them. Lin Ruoshi closed her eyes, murmuring to herself. After a long while, she reopened her eyes, and the struggle within her had vanished. She straightened her back and took resolute steps towards the black iron fortress. Tiangu, Officer Lin. She is going out. A subordinate cautiously reported to Zhao Yuntian in the office. Zhao Yuntian shot up from the sofa, his crimson eyes brimming with vigilance. Where's she going? She headed towards the truck outside the square. Again, it is him. Zhao Yuntian's muscles contorted with fury. He kicked over the coffee table in front of him, grabbed his coat, and stormed out. Inside the stronghold, the warm air was infused with the enticing aromas of steamed buns and millet porridge. Lu Fan picked up a bun and took a bite, while Suya sat across from him, eating delicately with graceful movements. This scene was starkly incongruous with the apocalyptic world outside. Click! The car door opened, and a gust of cold wind swept in, carrying with it a flurry of snowflakes. Lin Ruoshi stood at the entrance, her slender uniform dusted with snowflakes. A rich aroma of steamed dumplings intermingled with the savory scent of millet porridge wafted towards her. Gurgle! An untimely sound escaped her lips, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Damn it! She had gone an entire day and night without sustenance. It felt as though countless hands were clawing at her stomach, desperately yearning for nourishment. Saliva flooded uncontrollably beneath her tongue. Lu Fan lifted his eyelids and cast a glance her way. He casually picked up a plump, white bun, gently squeezing it until the succulent juices seeped from the dough. He brought the bun to his lips and leisurely took a large bite. The savory aroma of the bun penetrated Lin Ruoshi's nostrils. "Officer Lin, have you eaten?" He mumbled, his lips glistening with grease. "Would you care to join me?" "Yes. I want to." The desire was nearly maddening. Lin Ruoshi's mind roared, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms. She straightened her almost rigid back. "No," she replied, her voice as dry as sandpaper. She understood that this devilish creature would never offer anything without a price. To partake in his meal would surely demand a steep repayment. "I require a means of transportation." Lin Ruoshi forced herself to avert her gaze from the tantalizing food. To global cold chain. Lu Fan remained silent, sipping his millet porridge with a satisfied sigh. He then picked up another bun and savored it, leaving her abandoned at the door, allowing the frigid wind and snow to invade. This bastard. At least offer a response. If this continues, I will drown in saliva. Just as Lin Ruoshi was on the verge of losing her composure, preparing herself for another round of humiliation, Lu Fan finally set down his chopsticks. He leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin, his gaze falling upon Lin Ruoshi's tightly clenched fists. "Officer Lin, how did you find yesterday's strength training?" Boom! Lin Ruoshi's mind felt as though it had exploded. The excruciatingly embarrassing scene from yesterday surged to the forefront of her thoughts. Her face flushed crimson, only to pale the next moment. Lu Fan, observing her mixture of shame and fury, felt a surge of delight. He stood, stretching lazily, the sound of cracking bones echoing. "All right, given your earnestness, I shall accompany you." Lin Ruoshi's head snapped up, disbelief etched across her features. Earnestness? What unreasonable demand would he propose next? This scoundrel. Staying in the car, I feel as if my bones might rust. Lu Fan, flexing his wrists, paid her no mind. It's perfect timing to get some exercise. Lin Ruoshi, no new conditions? He simply agreed? A flicker of absurd gratitude bubbled up from within her, only to be swiftly extinguished. No. This devil certainly harbors ill intentions. What does he truly seek? Just as Lin Ruoshi was engulfed in confusion, an enraged voice erupted from the direction of the garage. "Ruoshi!" Zhao Yuntian stormed over with several subordinates, fury radiating from him. Upon seeing Lu Fan lounging in the car and the steaming breakfast on the table, jealousy ignited, consuming his rationality. He rushed to the car, seizing Lin Ruoshi's wrist. "Come back with me. You are not allowed to stay with him." Lin Ruoshi shook off his grip. "We must head to the warehouse. There's food there." Food. That's all you think about." Zhao Yuntian bellowed. "What do their lives matter to you? Wastrels?" Lu Fan's languid voice drifted from the car. "Zhao, let us not forget that you are currently waiting for Officer Lin's food like a wastrel yourself." "You." Zhao Yuntian was struck at his core by these words, his face turning a shade of deep crimson. He contemplated drawing his weapon, but the memory of the lightning-fast arrow from yesterday froze his hand at his waist, paralyzing him. "Very well. If you wish to go, then I will accompany you. I want to see what tricks he can pull." He was determined to keep a watchful eye, ensuring that this scoundrel would not have the opportunity to be alone with Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi interrupted their pointless squabble. "We need manpower. At least 20 individuals who can lift things." Lu Fan shrugged indifferently. "Fine." He leaned against the car door, watching Zhao Yuntian seethe with amusement. "Perfect. With you as an audience, the upcoming performance will be all the more thrilling." Chapter 54. "Miss Lin, might we exert ourselves a little more tonight?" The convoy quickly assembled. Lin Ruoshi selected 20 relatively healthy young men. Leading the way was Zhao Yuntian's modified Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The imposing black vehicle, with its menacing bumper, exuded an air of authority. Following closely were several pickup trucks, which seemed somewhat respectable. Zhao Yuntian approached Lu Fan's car, deliberately puffing out his chest. "I will lead the way and clear the path for you." He patted the G-Class's formidable bumper, confidence radiating from his smile. He cast a glance at the immense black truck behind them. "Lu Fan, you can follow at the rear. Don't hold us back." Lin Ruoxi opened her mouth to say something, but upon seeing Zhao Yuntian's exuberant demeanor, she swallowed her words. The guilt from the events of yesterday in the car surged within her. Lu Fan leaned against the car door, a playful smile gracing his lips. All right, Mr. Zhao. Just don't regret this. A long, low growl erupted from the engine as Alung started the car. The convoy set off. The initial stretch of road was smooth, and the convoy progressed without incident. Zhao Yuntian's spirits were high, and he became increasingly talkative. Ruoxi, look. He pointed to the rapidly retreating, snowy landscape outside the window. My vehicle has a raised chassis and all-terrain tires. The modification costs could have bought a new car. Snow mud, it's like walking on solid ground. With me around, you have nothing to fear. Lin Ruoxi glanced at his confident profile, feeling considerably reassured. Yintian is indeed quite impressive. Once we resolve the food crisis, I will no longer have to endure that scoundrel's whims. With this thought, Lin Ruoxi's heart felt lighter, and she brimmed with hope for the future. After the convoy had traveled approximately 2 kilometers, a steep incline emerged ahead. A thick layer of snow blanketed the slope, shimmering like a mirror under the sunlight. The G-Class roared forward. Virum. The engine's growl suddenly intensified. Then the vehicle twisted violently, sliding sideways and nearly colliding with the adjacent guardrail. Steady. Zhao Yuntian's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily called out. Along quickly steadied the steering wheel and made another attempt. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The vehicle could only spin futilely at the base of the slope, unable to ascend. Zhao Yuntian's face gradually flushed crimson. Useless. Can you even drive? Along, drenched in sweat and wearing a look of grievance, replied, Brother Tian, the ice is too slippery. There's no traction. The colossal vehicle, the 100-ton king, leisurely halted behind them. The side door of the cargo compartment opened with a soft click and slowly lifted. Lu Fan emerged, carrying a folding lounge chair, which he leisurely unfolded. He then produced a compact burner and set a kettle of water to boil. Soon, the delightful aroma of tea wafted into the air. He even took out a packet of sunflower seeds. Zhao Yuntian glared at the man, who was sipping hot tea and cracking seeds in the biting wind, seething with resentment. Is he here for picnic? He thought. Had he known, he would have let that scoundrel lead the way. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to plead with Lu Fan. Instead, he bellowed at the occupants of the nearby pickups. Everyone get out. Push. The survivors exchanged glances, but reluctantly climbed out of their vehicles. A dozen individuals shouted in unison, exerting all their strength to push the cumbersome G-Class. However, the ice was far too slick. They struggled to maintain their footing, and the effort only resulted in them slipping and tumbling about. The vehicle, however, remained motionless. The scene was both comical and pitiful. Whispers of discontent began to ripple among the survivors. What's going on? Does this vehicle even work? Seriously, why not use that powerful-looking truck instead? Just showing off, huh? Over $1 million spent on modifications, and for what? A sharp-faced man chimed in sarcastically. And what do we have now? A piece of junk for $1 million? It's not even as useful as my family's tractor, another man huffed, panting as he pushed. Look at him. Someone gestured towards the 100-ton king. He's already sipping tea and snacking on seeds. A crisp cracking sound punctuated the air, clear and distinct to everyone's ears. It was Lu Fan cracking another sunflower seed. The sound struck Zhao Yuntian like a silent slap, igniting a wave of murmurs among the survivors. If that big truck had led the way, we might have already arrived. Now look, all our time wasted. If we can't return before dark, we'll all perish here. The dread of death eclipsed any fear of Zhao Yuntian. Complaints transformed into open accusations. Everyone, shut up. Zhao Yuntian finally erupted, his voice tinged with barely concealed tremors. The crowd fell momentarily silent, yet no one bowed their heads. Instead, they regarded him with a mix of disdain and resentment. A youth who had just stumbled and was now covered in snow muttered under his breath. If you're so capable, why not drive the car up? Those words pierced Zhao Yuntian's last shreds of dignity like a needle. The color drained from his face. Leaving it ashen, he glared fiercely at the young man, wishing to slay him with his gaze. Yet, the youth merely turned away, refusing to meet his eyes. Zhao Yuntian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. For the first time, he realized that everything he had once prided himself on was utterly worthless in the face of true adversity. Lin Ruoxi observed the relaxed figure in the distance before glancing at the flustered Zhao Yuntian, a flicker of regret passing through her mind. She checked her watch. It was nearly noon. They still had over half an hour to reach the logistics center, load supplies, and return. By the time they reached Wanda Plaza, night would have fallen, bringing even colder temperatures. Moreover, those ice monsters thrived in the dark. They could not afford further delays. Gritting her teeth, she approached Lu Fan. Lu Fan, holding his teacup, did not even lift his eyelids. What's the matter? Not letting your impressive fiancé lead the way anymore? Lin Ruashi's face flushed with a mix of red and white. She lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Please help us. Lu Fan blew gently on the steam, rising from his cup. Didn't you tell me to stay at the back? Now you want me to go to the front? You think I'm at your beck and call? Lin Ruashi's nails dug into her palm. What do you want? Lu Fan set down his teacup and stretched, yawning. Sitting for too long makes my body stiff. He turned to Lin Ruashi. How about enduring a bit more tonight? Lin Ruashi's body trembled at his words. This scoundrel. Again, she had almost felt grateful towards him before. Raising her head, she blinked back tears. Yet, as she looked at the helpless survivors on the slope, she finally squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth. Fine. Chapter 55. A simple brother Lu Fan cracked Zhao Yuntian's composure. Zhao Yuntian had been closely watching the commotion. Upon seeing Lin Ruashi approach Lu Fan, his heart tightened. He immediately exited the vehicle, feigning concern as he stealthily drew closer, eager to hear what that rascal was saying to his fiancée. A malicious smirk played on Lu Fan's lips as he noticed the sneaky figure approaching. He intentionally lowered his voice, leaning closer to Lin Ruashi's ear. Just saying please lacks sincerity. Come on, give me a cute little plea to hear. Lin Ruashi shot up her head, her eyes filled with humiliation and disbelief. Plea? That word had never crossed my mind in relation to myself. Lu Fan remained silent, merely gesturing towards the sinking sun on the horizon with a nod of his chin. Lin Ruashi shut her eyes, her chest heaving violently, as if expending all her strength. When she opened her eyes again, her face contorted into a grimace that was more painful than tears, mimicking the mannerisms of the women she had observed. She spoke in a tone that made her skin crawl, dragging out her words. Brother Lu Fan, please, help us. Her voice, barely audible and trembling, sounded like a clap of thunder, clear and resonant to Zhao Yuntian's ears not far away. Zhao Yuntian's body stiffened abruptly, the color draining from his face in an instant. The world seemed to press the mute button at that moment. All he could hear was the frantic pounding of his heart and the roar of blood rushing to his head. Ruashi. His Ruashi. Was she just pleading with that man? He raised his gaze to Lin Ruashi, whose expression of humiliation seemed on the verge of shattering, piercing his eyes with anguish. A tempest of fury and heartache surged within him, threatening to shatter his sanity. Lu Fan wore a self-satisfied smile. He patted Lin Ruashi's shoulder, as if soothing a frightened kitten. If only this had been done sooner. Just wait. With that, he turned and leisurely strolled back to his vehicle. Zhao Yuntian finally stirred. Step by laborious step, he approached, each footfall heavy as though burdened by shackles weighing 1,000 pounds. He did not glance at Lu Fan. His gaze was fixed intently on Lin Ruashi. The expression in his eyes was no longer one of rage or jealousy, but rather a chilling amalgamation of disappointment and disdain. Ruashi, he began, his voice hoarse. You have truly opened my eyes. Lin Ruashi's body swayed slightly as she opened her mouth, attempting to offer an explanation. Don't say anything, Zhao Yuntian interrupted, averting his gaze as if even a moment's additional look at her was a form of torment. At that moment, a deep, powerful rumble of an engine shattered the suffocating silence. The Titan, a behemoth of steel, stirred to life, awakening like an ancient mammoth from slumber. Its front slowly turned, aiming directly at the icy slope that had thwarted the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. There was no roar, no bellowing, not even the faintest sound of tires slipping. It ascended the icy surface with an effortless grace. 8 colossal tires sank deeply into the snow, their intricate tread patterns resembling the claws of a beast. Gripping the ground with a ferocity that commanded respect, everyone instinctively held their breath, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Titan ascended the slope with a deliberate slowness that belied its formidable power, as if it were merely taking a stroll on level ground. The vehicle came to a halt at the summit. Lu Fan rolled down the window, resting an arm casually on the ledge, surveying the awestruck assembly below. His gaze settled upon Zhao Yuntian's mortified Mercedes. Zhao, do you require assistance? In an instant, Zhao Yuntian's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. The survivors behind him began to murmur among themselves. This vehicle is utterly incredible. It's like a tank. If only it had been allowed to lead the way, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Indeed, it seemed intent on showing off. Each word pierced Zhao Yuntian's ears like searing needles. He clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Help! Is he aiding himself? No, he was bestowing charity. He was trampling upon his last vestiges of dignity with this display. Tiangu, came a voice from beside him, breaking his reverie. We, Zhao Yuntian gradually relaxed his grip. He closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly. Attach it. The words escaped through clenched teeth. A long pause momentarily before realizing the implication. He retrieved a towing rope from the vehicle and hastened to the rear of the Titan. Lu Fan tossed down a thicker steel cable. Use mine. Yours is too thin. It might snap. Along's face flushed as he silently affixed the cable to the Mercedes bumper. The Titan's engine roared to life once more. The modified vehicle, valued in the millions and a source of pride for Zhao Yuntian, was effortlessly dragged up the slope like a helpless toy. The entire process unfolded in silence, save for the creaking of the taut cable and the gasps of the onlookers. The convoy resumed its journey, yet the atmosphere had irrevocably shifted. The Titan naturally took its place at the forefront of the procession. The following pickup trucks instinctively distanced themselves from the Mercedes, as if it carried some contagion. Inside the Mercedes, the air was as frigid as ice. Zhao Yuntian remained silent, his gaze fixed outside, his jaw clenched. Lin Ruoshi, seated in the passenger seat, felt as though she were perched on needles. She made several attempts to break the suffocating silence. Yuntian, I drive, Zhao Yuntian coldly commanded, not even bothering to glance at her. Lin Ruoshi's heart sank to the depths. She understood that something fundamental had shifted. The convoy continued onward, with the Titan leading the way like a silent colossus. Inside the Mercedes, the atmosphere was chillingly tense. Zhao Yuntian remained mute, his eyes glued to the window, while Along gripped the steering wheel, veins bulging on the back of his hands. After several minutes, the Titan came to a gradual stop. An obstruction lay ahead. A bus was stranded sideways in the middle of the road, surrounded by a cluster of mangled cars that completely blocked the path. What's going on? We can't get through. The survivors in the pickup truck poured out, gathering to discuss. We'll have to find a detour, right? Consulting the map. It would take at least an additional hour to circumvent. An hour? By then, it will be dark. Zhao Yuntian observed the heap of twisted metal, and a flicker of satisfaction surged within him. Let us see you be so arrogant now. Faced with this dead end, your precious vehicle is just as powerless. He flung open the car door and stepped out, announcing loudly, everyone remain calm. I will consult the map, and we will find an alternative route. Some problems cannot be solved through sheer force. As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at the imposing Titan. Lin Ruoshi approached the front to assess the situation. Glancing at her watch, her brow furrowed tightly. Time was their greatest adversary. Yet, given the current road conditions, there seemed no viable alternative. She could only nod in resignation. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Clear the way. Hey, it was Lu Fan, who called out to Lin Ruoshi through the open window. The survivors paused momentarily, instinctively stepping back. Zhao Yuntian's expression darkened instantaneously. What was the scoundrel planning? A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Ruoshi's heart. Lu Fan, don't act recklessly. Before she could finish, the Titan's engine let out a deep growl. What was he doing? Had he lost his mind? Was he about to ram into it? Zhao Yuntian's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. In the next instant, bang, a deafening crash reverberated, causing everyone to wince in pain. The Titan's formidable front collided forcefully with the side of the bus. The impact was not as violent as anticipated. The bus, weighing several tons, was brutally shoved toward the roadside. The friction between the vehicle and the ground produced an agonizing screech, sparks flying. Nearby cars crumpled like paper, twisted into heaps of scrap metal. The colossal truck, the king of tons, resolutely forged a path through the ruins, navigating its way as if it were an indomitable beast. Lu Fan sat at the helm, one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel while the other delicately cradled a steaming cup of hot cocoa. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the pitiful SUVs and vans trailing behind, resembling a flock of startled quails, cautiously following the massive vehicle as they jostled along the makeshift road. TSK. Lu Fan clicked his tongue, bemused by their ineptness, especially the resentful visage of Zhao Yuntian, whose malevolence was palpable even from a distance. An unmistakable desire to inflict harm radiating from him. Damn, if it weren't for the arsenal module belonging to Lin Ruoshi, I wouldn't give a damn if you all perished. The path was cleared. Keep up. At 4 in the afternoon, the convoy finally arrived at its destination, the Global Cold Chain Logistics Park. The vast expanse resembled a silent jungle of steel, with rows of enormous white cold storage units, glistening with a cold luminescence under the setting sun. We've arrived. Food. There's food. The survivors in the pickup truck erupted in restrained cheers, flinging open their doors, eager to rush out. Wait. Lu Fan's voice resonated through the vehicle's loudspeaker, clear and commanding, cutting through the cacophony. The King of Tons halted before the entrance, refusing to advance further. The survivors, puzzled, paused in their tracks. Lin Roashi furrowed her brow, following Lu Fan's south gaze toward the park's entrance. The massive electric sliding gates stood firmly shut, barricaded by discarded trucks and containers. Shadows stirred beyond the makeshift barricade. In the snow, fresh, large tire tracks trailed off into the distance. This was not their vehicle's imprint. Someone was here. The flicker of hope was doused in an instant by a deluge of cold reality. With a click, Lu Fan flung open the door and leaped down. Approaching the gate, he gazed up at the unyielding camera perched above. He then bent down to retrieve a brass object from the snow, a shell casing. A 556mm round. It seems the armory here is quite professional. He tossed the shell casing in his hand and flashed a smile at Suya in the vehicle behind him. See? I told you there was an armory. Their arrival had evidently stirred those within. Creak. A small iron gate behind the barricade swung open. A dozen men emerged, armed with an array of weapons, steel pipes, machetes, and firearms. Leading them was a burly bald man, a shotgun slung over his shoulder, flanked by several others wielding handguns. Lin Ruashi's pupils dilated. Those were police sidearms. Had the local precinct been plundered? Zhao Yuntian's expression shifted as he beheld the weapons, but upon noticing Lin Ruashi and the survivors' gazes fixed upon him, his vanity surged once more. He stepped forward with a lung at his side. Friends, do not be alarmed. We mean no harm. We merely seek sustenance. The bald man pointed the muzzle of his shotgun at Zhao Yuntian. Food. All the food here belongs to me. Zhao Yuntian puffed out his chest, adopting the demeanor of an heir to the Tianhong group. I am Zhao Yuntian of the Tianhong group in Magic City. As long as you're willing to share some food, once the apocalypse passes, I can offer you money, women, and status. The bald man erupted into laughter, his followers joining in with raucous guffaws. The Tianhong group? What a joke. Can you eat that? Money? Look around. What good is money now? Zhao Yuntian's face flushed crimson, feeling the sting of humiliation. Who dared speak to him like that before the apocalypse? Now a lowly thug was looking down on him. Do you have any idea who I am? Haven't you heard of the Zhao family of Magic City? I advise you to comprehend your situation. The bald man grinned wide, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. He gestured with his gun toward a nearby flagpole. See that? The crowd followed his gaze, spotting a desiccated corpse hanging beneath the flagpole, clad in an expensive suit, its identity long obscured. That was the owner of this logistics park, surnamed Wang. Before the apocalypse, he boasted a fortune of billions, always bragging about his connections. The bald man lowered his weapon and patted Zhao Yuntian's face. Now, he has just a piece of dried meat. Here, I am the king. Zhao Yuntian stood frozen, speechless. Lin Ruashi stepped forward, shielding him. We have over 1,000 survivors nearby at Wanda Plaza. We can collaborate to combat those monsters. If you provide food, we can offer our fighting strength. The bald man's gaze roamed over her curvaceous form. Collaborate? Sure. You can stay with me tonight. If you please me, I'll give you some food tomorrow. Laughter erupted from his men, laden with lewdness. What do you think? A fair trade? Isn't it? You're asking for death. Zhao Yuntian finally snapped, enraged. He drew his handgun from his waist, aiming it at the bald man's head. I'll kill you. In an instant, a dozen guns were leveled at him, their barrels ominously dark, exuding an aura of death. Zhao Yuntian's movements froze, his mind blank. To shoot? A single shot would turn him into a sieve. To refrain? Would capitulating in this moment be too humiliating? Chapter 57. If we must die, we die together. Lu Fan stood atop the vehicle, hands in his pockets, his expression devoid of emotion. The global cold chain logistics park. The bald man, Wang Chong, alias Bald Chong. Indeed, these were a band of scoundrels. In his previous life, this group had leveraged the resources here to establish a considerable power, committing atrocities without remorse. Eventually, their notoriety rendered them pariahs, and they resorted to capturing survivors to enslave. That bald man Wang later evolved into an awakened being. When Zhang Haoyan had mentioned him, Lu Fan had contemplated bringing him here to experience the consequences of his actions. However, his premature demise thwarted Lu Fan's plans. Given the circumstances today, it seemed fitting to collect their remains. With a thought, Lu Fan activated the Eagle Eye reconnaissance system. Dozens of tiny drone-like surveillance devices took flight, infiltrating every corner of the logistics park. The images on Lu Fan's controller shifted rapidly, soon revealing the layout of the entire facility, the distribution of personnel, and the gathering of Wang Chong's gang at the entrance. Meanwhile, several locked warehouses contained dozens of survivors, men, women, and children alike. They huddled in the corner, tattered and emaciated, their faces pale and drawn. In their eyes, only numbness and despair lingered, clearly the remnants of imprisoned survivors. Lu Fan's fingertips glided gently across the screen. The map revealed the innermost depths of the compound, a specialized freezing facility. Remarkably, the biotic drones were unable to infiltrate. However, scans indicated that the temperature inside plummeted to a chilling minus 100 degrees Celsius. A barely discernible deep blue light pulsed slowly within. After discerning the details, Lu Fan's gaze returned to the map at the entrance. Zhao Yuntian was still locked in a standoff with the bald brute. Damn it, my strength is lacking. And yet there's so much foreplay, Lu Fan remarked with sarcasm as he hefted his compound bow and pushed open the car door. Instead of approaching the main entrance, he circumnavigated the convoy, taking refuge in the shadow of a shipping container, guided by the reconnaissance data from the Eagle Eye system. His sight crossed over a distance of over 100 meters, locking onto the heads of the bandits. Above them, a massive crane suspended a colossal shipping container. Wind speed, level 3. Distance, 112 meters. Humidity, negligible. Lu Fan raised his bow, knocking a black alloy arrow. The bowstring was drawn back slowly, emitting a nearly inaudible hum. At the entrance of the logistics park, the confrontation continued. Zhao Yuntian's arm was growing numb. He could barely hold on. What is wrong, Zhao? The bald man sneered, his jowls quivering as he spoke. He tapped the barrel of his gun against Zhao Yuntian's chest, gloating, weren't you quite bold just now? Shoot. Damn it. His henchman erupted into raucous laughter. The bald man felt triumphant, grateful that just days prior, he had raided the nearby police station, acquiring this batch of weapons. Otherwise, today would have been a far more difficult endeavor. His gaze wandered to a striking female officer nearby, igniting a fervor within him. Such a specimen was once only a dream. Those long legs, I wonder if her waist can withstand it. But regardless, today, she must be mine. At that moment, Zhao Yuntian's face turned ashen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Lin Ruoshi observed his distress, and something within her heart gradually froze. Instinctively, she glanced back at the black heavy truck. The door remained tightly shut. The Manhattan even exited the vehicle. An indescribable sense of disappointment spread within her. Just then, a jarring metallic screech reverberated from the depths of the compound. Everyone paused, instinctively turning toward the sound. In the distance above a warehouse, a massive shipping container swung violently. The steel cables connecting it groaned under the strain. What is that? What is happening? The bald man furrowed his brow. In the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed. The steel cables snapped. The several-ton container plummeted like a meteor. The ground trembled in response. The tremendous force kicked up a blizzard of snow. Faint screams emerged from the swirling snow. Everyone was left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Damn it! What is going on? The bald man's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. Old Seven and the others are right below. His subordinates, too, panicked, glancing back in alarm. An opportunity. Now is the moment. A shadow darted past everyone's eyes. It was Lu Fan. Unbeknownst to them, he had already drawn his black compound bow. The bow reached its full draw. Buzz. The bowstring emitted a barely perceptible vibration. A black alloy arrow vanished from sight. Thud. A man holding a handgun, standing to the left of the bald man, suddenly sported a blood hole in his forehead. Quick. It was all executed in the blink of an eye. No one witnessed how he had struck. Buzz. Buzz. 2 more armed bandits fell lifelessly to the ground. 3 arrows, 3 kills. Clean and decisive. Enemy attack. The bald man finally reacted, unleashing a thunderous roar. He swung his gun towards Lu Fan's direction. Fire. Shoot him. The gunfire erupted, echoing throughout the entire compound. The survivors screamed in terror, scrambling for safety. Zhao Yuntian was the quickest to react, practically rolling and crawling behind his Mercedes G-Class. Only Lin Ruoshi remained, urging the survivors to take cover. A stray bullet whizzed past her ear. She froze momentarily and suddenly felt a tightening around her waist. An ironclad arm lifted her effortlessly. As the world spun, she found herself nestled in a powerful embrace, exuding both explosive energy and masculine essence. In that moment, lying there, it felt as though she had nothing to think about, nothing to worry. Lin Ruoshi looked up to see a chiseled face illuminated by the sun, as if a divine being had descended. It was him, Lu Fan. He gently placed Lin Ruoshi behind the front of a massive truck. Officer Lin, is standing there as a target part of your police academy's new tactics? Lin Ruoshi's face flushed crimson. He reached out, his fingertips brushing against the dust on her cheek. Lin Ruoshi shivered, instinctively wanting to pull away. Don't move. You made a mess of your face. It won't look good. Ding. Target Lin Ruoshi's reliance. 20. Current attitude. Disgust 50. Humiliation 40. Reliance 20. A positive attitude has finally emerged. A smile crept onto Lu Fan's lips as he withdrew his hand. Leaning against the tire, he leisurely replaced the arrow quiver. All right, warm-up is over. He peered out, taking stock of the remaining foes, 10 in total, armed with 7 pistols and a shotgun. He lifted his bow once more, and through the gap beneath the vehicle, he clearly saw the feet of his adversaries. Whoosh! An arrow flew just above the ground. A scream pierced the air. One bandit's calf was severed cleanly. Blood instantly stained the snow. He clutched his leg, writhing on the ground in agony. This gruesome scene instilled a profound fear in everyone present. They couldn't even locate their enemy. Scatter! Find cover! The bald man shouted, retreating behind an abandoned truck. His men hastily sought shelter. The gunfire began to dwindle. Lin Ruashi crouched behind the vehicle, her mind a blank slate as she witnessed the unfolding chaos. That man, alone with a bow, had suppressed over a dozen weapons. Other survivors could only stare in stunned disbelief. The silhouettes of individuals stood upright, akin to stalks of wheat severed at the root, collapsing one after another in a relentless cascade. They could scarcely discern the origin of the arrows. All they saw was death unfolding before their very eyes. The figure of that man loomed in their vision like a specter. A devil indeed. Run! The remaining bandits finally succumbed to despair as they beheld Lu Fan's demonic presence. The bald-headed Chong trembled with trepidation. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted madly towards the nearby electrical room. You little rascal! You forced my hand. If we are to die, let us perish together. Lu Fan slowly lowered his compound bow, merely observing as the bald-headed man dashed towards the electrical room adjacent to the cold storage. Stop him! Lin Ruashi instinctively shouted. There is something amiss with that electrical room. Chapter 58. Is that monster about to emerge? Nonsense, Lu Fan mentally scoffed. This bald man is rather dim-witted. With such a shout, who would remain oblivious to your hidden card? That electrical room undoubtedly harbors a secret. Yet, he remained motionless, even the smile at the corner of his lips undiminished, as he watched Chong draw nearer to the electrical room. The latter's face already bore the ecstatic expression of one who had survived a catastrophe. Once he dashed inside and pulled that circuit breaker, none would survive. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Chong's hand reached the icy doorknob. He grinned, a grotesque, triumphant grin. But in the next instant, darkness engulfed him. The world fell into an eternal silence. A black arrow pierced through his forehead, erupting in a spray of crimson mist. The inertia of his body propelled him forward 2 more steps before he collapsed feebly at the threshold of the electrical room. Until his last breath, a smug smile lingered on his face. Lu Fan gradually set down the compound bow. He turned his head to gaze at the anxious Lin Ruashi beside him. You see, doesn't this mean that even in his final moments, he was filled with hope? Lin Ruashi was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she responded yes. Let us hope he doesn't hold a grudge against the doorknob in his next life. The moment the words escaped her lips, she froze. A sudden heat rising to her cheeks. Had she truly jested with this devil? To mask her embarrassment, Lin Ruashi forced a stern expression and turned to the surviving individuals behind her, commanding, everyone, into the compound. Quickly, the survivors, as if awakening from a dream, surged towards the entrance in a chaotic rush. Zhao Yuntian's face was ashen, silent among the throng. Along followed closely behind, casting incredulous glances at Lu Fan. Inside the compound, an eerie silence prevailed. Rows of immense, white cold storage units resembled tombs. Lu Fan paid no heed to the corpses of the bandits, but strode directly towards the nearest ordinary warehouse. The heavy iron door was locked. Lu Fan signaled, and Suya promptly retrieved a hydraulic cutter from her backpack. Accompanied by the jarring sound of metal snapping, the lock was severed. Lu Fan pushed open the weighty door, and a foul stench, mingled with sweat, blood, and excrement, assaulted his senses. The warehouse was dimly lit. Hundreds of survivors were confined within, huddled in corners, gaunt and listless, their eyes devoid of life, as if their souls had been siphoned away. Many women bore tattered clothing, their exposed skin marred with bruises. Upon seeing the door open, they merely lifted their heads sluggishly, showing no reaction. You all. Lin Ruashi trembled at the hellish scene before her. She approached, her voice dry. You are safe. The warehouse remained deathly silent. No one responded. The survivors looked at her with hollow eyes, as though gazing upon a monster. We have come to rescue you. The villains have been dealt with. You are safe now. Lin Ruashi raised her voice, attempting to awaken these numbed souls. Safe? In a corner, a woman clutching a child suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh. Safe? Her laughter grew louder and sharper, ultimately morphing into a chilling scream. No, not safe. It's time to eat. It wants to eat. Lin Ruashi then noticed the child's face, a ghastly shade of purple, covered in frost. The woman's scream acted as a switch, triggering an explosion of panic among the survivors. They did not rejoice at their salvation. Rather, they erupted with an even greater terror. Run! The monster is about to come out to feast. We will all be devoured. They shrieked, frantically rushing towards the exit of the warehouse, shoving and trampling one another in a desperate bid to escape this place. The scene spiraled into chaos. What is happening? Zhao Yuntun entered, his brow furrowed at the sight of the tumult. Suya, quick-witted, seized a woman who was nearly collapsing beside her. What monster? Clarify. The woman struggled violently, her nails digging into Suya's arm, blood trickling down. She pointed frantically towards the innermost part of the compound, her face awash with tears. It's that one, the largest warehouse. Every day, they drag people over to feed that monster. It's hungry. It's coming out. Suya glanced at Lufan, concern flickering in her eyes. Lufan's expression remained unchanged. He turned and exited the warehouse, casually dragging over a bandit who had been shot in the thigh from the group of captives. The bandit grimaced in pain, yet wore a defiant expression. What do you want? Lin Ruashi approached, taking a deep breath, attempting to resolve the matter in her usual manner. If you cooperate and divulge everything you know, we can. Huh. The bandit spat bloodied saliva, a scornful sneer plastered across his face. A badge? In this world, your skin is of no use whatsoever. Lin Ruashi's face flushed crimson. Lu Fan, however, lost his patience. He stomped down on the bandit's wound. A heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the compound. The bandit writhed in the snow, his body contorting in agony like a shrimp. Lu Fan towered over him, looking down menacingly. I will ask only once. What is in that warehouse? If you lie, can you guess what will happen? The bandit's mental defenses crumbled in the face of excruciating pain and terror. I will tell you. I will tell you everything. Clutching his pierced legs, he rolled in the snow, tears streaming down his face. It's a monster, an indestructible monster. We were all truck drivers here. After the apocalypse, Brother Chong killed the boss and took over this place. His voice trembled with undeniable fear, stuttering as he shouted. The boss's corpse was hanged from the flagpole, and his brother's body was carelessly tossed in a corner. But just days later, that corpse, damn it, stood up on its own. The bandit's pupils constricted sharply as he recalled that terrifying scene. We heard something scratching at the door outside. It was him. His eyes were blue. Bullets couldn't penetrate him. His body was as hard as if encased in a shell of ice. We lost several brothers before realizing that the creature feared heat, so we lured it into the innermost specialized cold storage of the compound. From that moment on, that cold storage became a site of execution. The bandit's voice dwindled, his gaze darting around in terror. Brother Chong insisted that we could not waste food on those who were disobedient, including the frail and useless survivors we had captured. They were to be thrown in as fodder. Lin Ruashi felt a chill run down her spine, her stomach churning violently, nearly inducing her to vomit. She finally understood. So, Bald Chong rushed to the power distribution room. Yes, he intended to cut off the cold storage's electricity. The bandit suddenly seemed to grasp something, jerking his head up, his face now a mask of pure despair and madness. He wanted to release it. He wanted all of us to accompany those brothers to the grave. Once the power was cut, we would all perish. Just as the last word left his lips, a hum resonated. All the lights in the compound flickered abruptly. The hearts of all the survivors tightened at the sound. That monster was about to emerge. Chapter 59, we must stay here tonight. Fortunately, the lights quickly returned to normal. It seemed as if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of imagination. Regardless of whether the monster was indeed about to break free, the most pressing matter was to ignite hope within this group of people. Lin Ruashi took a deep breath and stepped before the day's survivors. I am Sheriff Lin Ruashi. I assure you, it is all over. From this moment forward, you are safe. The survivors sluggishly raised their heads, their hollow gazes betraying no emotion. Among the survivors who had followed her, one stepped forward, calling out to those inside. Sheriff Lin is telling the truth. She has led us through to safety. Indeed, it was Sheriff Lin who helped us slay those monsters. With witnesses to corroborate, a glimmer of light finally flickered in their vacant eyes. Zhao Yintian approached, pulling Lin Ruashi aside forcefully. His expression was so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. Are you out of your mind? He whispered, his tone rife with irritation. Bringing them along? These people are a burden. Once we acquire food, We leave immediately. Lin Ruashi shrugged off his grip, incredulous as she gazed at him. Leave? Abandon them here to die? What else is there? Zhao Yuntian tugged at his tie in frustration. We are not saviors. It's already a miracle if we can save ourselves. Have you forgotten that monster? Who knows when it might emerge? Lin Ruashi's heart grew colder with each passing moment. If it weren't for Lu Fan, we wouldn't even have made it through the main gate. You only want to escape with food? You. The word struck Zhao Yuntian right where it hurt. The last remnant of civility on his face shattered completely. Along, he roared at his subordinate a short distance away. Take people to cold storage number 1. Fill the vehicle. Now. Immediately, Along glanced at Lin Ruashi, then at the silent Lu Fan in the distance, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Tian Yi. I told you to load the vehicle. Are you deaf? Zhao Yuntian appeared like a mad tiger. Along trembled, lowering his head. Yes. I will first check the layout of the warehouse. With that, he turned and hurried away, as if fleeing. Enough. A languid voice interrupted this farce. Lu Fan had approached at some point, dragging the bandit, who was pierced by arrows in both legs, like a dead dog. Thud. The bandit was unceremoniously thrown onto the snow before the survivors. Lu Fan then extracted a machete from the waist of a deceased bandit, clanging it onto the ground. Your revenge. He surveyed the expressionless faces. Take it yourself. The entire world seemed to fall silent. The survivors were stunned. They looked at the knife on the ground and then at the howling bandit. Fear, numbness, despair, various emotions intertwined in their eyes. Finally, a woman who had suffered the most at the hands of the bandit stirred. She staggered forward, picking up the knife from the ground. Fire ignited in her eyes. She raised the knife, pouring all her strength into a fierce thrust. Blood splattered across her face. This gruesome scene acted as a fuse igniting a powder keg. Don't kill him easily. My wife was taken by this beast. The pent-up hatred erupted in an instant. Blood fueled the madness within everyone. My son, my sister. The survivors surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam. Lacking weapons, they bit, clawed, and struck with stones. They vented their pain and hatred in the most primal manner. The screams were quickly drowned out. Zhao Yuntian watched the savage and bloody scene unfold before him, his face draining of color as he retreated repeatedly. Lin Ruashi stood rooted in place, motionless. She observed everything, her body trembling slightly. As sheriff, she should have intervened. Yet, she found herself unable to utter a single word. Her gaze traversed the frenzied crowd, landing upon the instigator. Lu Fan leaned against the vehicle, leisurely wiping the bowstring, as if the chaos unfolding before him had no bearing on him. This man is a devil. He ignited the darkest flames of humanity in the most brutal way. Yet, as Lin Ruashi watched the expressions of humanity gradually emerging on the survivors' faces, a ridiculous thought took root in her mind. He might be the only antidote. To save the people here, she must seek out that devil once more. Taking a deep breath, she approached the black steel beast of a vehicle. The door was ajar. Lu Fan reclined on the couch, while Suya peeled an apple for him. The warm light and soft music felt utterly out of place against the hellish panorama outside. Lin Ruashi braced herself for another round of humiliation. She had even prepared her responses, determined to agree to any terms he might propose, as long as they were not excessive. We must stay here tonight. These people need to be settled. It's too dark to return. Lu Fan took the apple handed to him by Suya, taking a bite. He lifted his gaze, glancing at her. Oh, understood. Is that it? Lin Ruashi's carefully prepared words caught in her throat, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Ding. Illustration target Lin Ruashi dependence 10. Lu Fan waved his hand. Close the door if nothing is amiss. The cold wind is seeping in. Lin Ruashi instinctively complied, shutting the heavy door. It wasn't until the cold wind brushed against her face once more that she realized he and T proposed any conditions at all. An indescribable complexity surged within her. She turned to glance at Zhao Yuntian, who was issuing commands. Reflecting upon the composed man in the vehicle, an absurd thought began to take root in Lin Ruashi's mind for the first time. It seemed that her fiancé, aside from his prestigious lineage, lacked any quality that could rival that of that scoundrel. Yet, Lin Ruashi quickly regained her composure and stepped forward to address the crowd. Everyone, listen to me. We shall not return today. We will take a moment to rest here for the night and make further arrangements tomorrow. This pronouncement immediately ignited a tumult among the survivors who had accompanied them from Wanda Plaza. What? We're not going back. It's so dangerous here. What if that monster emerges? One exclaimed. My wife and children are still waiting for me at the plaza. Zhao Yuntian, standing amidst the crowd, smirked coldly. He stepped forward, pulling Lin Ruashi behind him, and addressed the assembly. Our mission was to find food, and that task is now complete. Officer Lin is far too kind, but we cannot gamble with our lives. Those willing to return to Wanda, now is the time to gather supplies. The crowd erupted into chaos. Fear of the unknown and concern for their families overshadowed all else. Not a single one of the 20 youths, handpicked by Lin Ruoshi and who had fought alongside her, stood in support of her. They bowed their heads and quietly joined the ranks of those moving supplies. Zhao Yuntian observed this scene, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. Ruoshi, you are far too naive. In this world, one cannot survive by being a saint. He gazed at Lin Ruoshi, his voice softening. Ruoshi, stop being stubborn. Come with me. It is the wisest choice. Lin Ruoshi remained silent, standing alone. Behind her were hundreds of eyes, newly ignited with hope yet fraught with anxiety. Before her stood the companions she had fought to protect, who now abandoned her. At that moment, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Lin Ruoxi stiffened and turned abruptly. It was Lu Fan, who had quietly appeared behind her. The chaotic scene fell into an immediate hush. All action ceased. Fearful and apprehensive gazes converged upon him. Lu Fan did not regard anyone else. His eyes were solely on Lin Ruoxi, a playful smile adorning his face. Do you need assistance? Chapter 60. Tonight is far from over. Lu Fan's voice, though soft, resonated like a stone cast into a silent pond. Every action ceased. The 20 youths preparing to transport supplies stood frozen. Their faces reflected a mix of shame, fear, and a hint of relief. Zhao Yuntian suddenly turned, glaring intensely at Lu Fan, his eyes betraying unmasked resentment and envy. It's him again. He always appears at my most vulnerable moments. Each time, he nonchalantly steals the spotlight that should belong to me. Lin Ruoshi also turned to face the man standing behind her. His expression was calm, even languid, yet his eyes were like unfathomable whirlpools, inexplicably soothing her previously shattered heart. I don't need your false kindness. Zhao Yuntian interjected sharply, directing his ire at Lu Fan. He pointed at the group of recently rescued survivors, his tone shrill. These people are a burden, a liability. With them, none of us will survive. He turned to the 20 youths from Wanda. Think carefully. Will you follow me, carrying enough food to last a month safely back to Wanda? Or will you remain in this wretched place, accompanying these useless souls to their doom? Don't forget, that indestructible monster could emerge at any moment. Your families are still waiting for you at Wanda. This last statement became the final straw. Officer Lin, I'm sorry, a youth murmured, bowing his head as he hastily moved toward the pickup truck. I need to go back to see my wife. With one leading the way, the others hesitated no more. They averted their gazes from Lin Ruoshi, heads bowed, and joined the ranks of those transporting supplies. Zhao Yuntian watched this unfold, a victorious smile spreading across his face. He approached Lin Ruoshi, his voice softening, laced with a semblance of gentleness. Ruoshi, do you see? This isn't your fault. It's simply human nature. Stop being stubborn and come with me. It is indeed the wisest choice. Lin Ruoshi slowly raised her head, gazing at this familiar yet foreign face. For the first time, she felt a deep revulsion. She remained silent, regarding him with an icy, detached stare. The smile on Zhao Yuntian's face faltered as he read everything in her gaze. Very well, he said, taking a step back, the facade of civility shattering. Lin Ruoshi, you will regret this. Don't come crying to me when the time comes. With that, he turned and bellowed. Hurry up, load all the food we can take onto the truck. We're leaving immediately. In an instant, the park was filled only with the heavy breathing of survivors and the clamor of moving crates, a scene chaotic and selfish. Lu Fan observed the farce before him, shaking his head. Human nature, truly the most inexpensive yet intriguing phenomenon. He turned and snapped his fingers at the heavyweight king. A soft hydraulic sound echoed as the armor plating on the side of the heavyweight king slowly lifted. Warm orange light spilled from the vehicle's interior. Instinctively, everyone halted their actions and turned to look. Pushing Gastanes Estil Folgart. Upon the cart sat a massive insulated container, releasing a rich, meaty aroma that instantly permeated the cold air. It was meat soup, steaming hot meat soup. Beside it, a mountain of golden, fluffy bread was piled high. Gulp. Someone swallowed audibly, the sound piercing through the stillness of the park. The recently rescued survivors, huddled in corners, felt their eyes well up with tears. Since the apocalypse began, they had not tasted meat soup, nor even a sip of hot water. They had subsisted on the cold leftovers discarded by bandits. Now, this overwhelming aroma tore through their facades and numbness with brutal force. Those who wish to eat, come forward and line up. You may have as much as you desire. Lu Fan's voice rang out once more. Silence ensued. A long stretch of silence lasting several seconds. Then, a frail man was the first to kneel. He bowed deeply toward Lu Fan, then stumbled toward the food cart. This acted as a signal. Hundreds of survivors rushed forth, crying out as they surged forward. They did not fight or shove. They merely lined up in the most primal and humble manner. An elderly man with graying hair trembled as he accepted a bowl of hot soup from Suya, taking a sip. Turbid tears cascaded down his cheeks. As he knelt in the snow, weeping like a child, the aroma of food, mingled with the stifled cries, reverberated through the air above the encampment. This poignant scene delivered an overwhelming shock to all present. Zhao Yuntian, along with his 20 subordinates, stood frozen in place, clutching their frigid, frozen meat. Yet, that meager offering paled in comparison to the steaming bowl of meat soup before them, rendering it a mere jest. A fiery pain surged across Zhao Yuntian's face. He had exerted every possible effort, employing threats and temptations to gather his 20 followers, while Lu Fan had merely utilized a pot of soup to win over the hearts of countless desperate souls. No, this was not mere persuasion. It was a miracle, a dimensional strike. Lin Ruashi gazed in a daze at the unfolding spectacle, witnessing the resurrection of hope on the faces of the survivors. An epiphany washed over her. She realized her grave misjudgment. In this apocalyptic world, ethereal promises and assurances held no value whatsoever. It was sustenance that filled empty stomachs and warmth that dispelled the cold. This was the essence of survival. Turning her gaze back, she regarded the man leisurely leaning against the vehicle, an inexplicable feeling swelling within her. Ding. Target Lin Ruashi. Dependence 10. Disgust 5. Humiliation 5. Current attitude. Disgust 45. Humiliation 35. Dependence 30. A barely perceptible smirk graced Lu Fan's lips. Let's depart. At last, Zhao Yuntian could no longer endure the silent humiliation. He hurled the frozen meat to the ground and leapt into his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The convoy hastily took off, retreating like a flock of defeated roosters toward the exit of the encampment. As they passed the 100-ton king, Zhao Yuntian rolled down his window, shouting at Lu Fan. You wait. Our score is far from settled. Lu Fan did not even lift his eyelids, stifling a yawn instead. To ignore was the greatest disdain. The convoy soon vanished into the swirling snow, with no one paying heed to Zhao Yuntian's threats, nor casting them a second glance. All eyes were fixated solely on the life-saving pot of soup. At the rear of the convoy, a long-ass pickup truck gradually came to a halt. Brother Tion, it seems there is an issue with the tire. Let me check, and I'll catch up shortly. All right, we'll go ahead. You can follow. Along switched off the intercom, watching the convoy recede into the distance. Suddenly, he revved the engine, abruptly turning the vehicle around toward the logistics yard. The clamor gradually subsided. The survivors sipped the hot soup, their spirits stabilizing. Several bonfires flickered to life within the encampment, dispelling the chill and bringing a semblance of vitality. Lin Ruashi observed this scene, her heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. Taking a deep breath, she approached Lu Fan, who was leaning against the front of the vehicle, a cup of hot milk in hand. Seemingly aware of her approach, he did not turn his head. Have you come to your senses? Lin Ruashi stood beside him, her gaze cast downwards at her shoelaces. After a lengthy silence, she finally uttered in a barely audible tone, "Thank you." It was her first sincere expression of gratitude towards this man. Lu Fan turned to look at her. What are you thanking me for? For helping you see the reality? Or for liberating you from that useless man? Lin Ruashi's body quivered slightly. She raised her head, her lips moving, yet no words escaped. Lu Fan chuckled softly, extending the cup of hot milk towards her. Have a drink. The night is far from over. Chapter 61. Fulfill your promise. The hot milk in Lin Ruashi's hands had gradually cooled. She gazed at the survivors gathered around the bonfire, their faces reflecting the bewilderment of having survived calamity, alongside a flicker of hope. This hope was bestowed upon them by that man, for whom she felt indebted. The night was indeed not yet concluded, as Lu Fan's parting words echoed in her ears, carrying profound meaning. They still had a pact to honor. The bonfires within the encampment warded off some of the cold. Lin Ruashi settled the newly rescued 100 or so individuals in a relatively clean warehouse, arranging for shifts to keep watch through the night. Finally, allowing herself to breathe a sigh of relief. After completing these tasks, she raised her gaze to the steel behemoth quietly parked in the shadows. What was meant to come must inevitably arrive. Straightening her collar, she approached the 100-ton king with a heavy heart, akin to marching towards a gallows. What a delightful aroma! As she stepped into the vehicle, an enticing fragrance enveloped her. Under the bright lights, A dining table adorned with a clean tablecloth lay in the center of the living area, laid out with a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, all steaming. Sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, mapo tofu, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a bubbling pot of fish head soup with a creamy broth. Each dish was a familiar home-cooked meal from the world before, yet now it radiated the fatal allure of the forbidden fruit from Eden. Lin Ruashi stood frozen at the doorway, her mind a blank slate. "What are you dawdling for? Come in and close the door." Lu Fan's voice shattered her stupor. Mechanically, she stepped inside and shut the door behind her, feeling awkward and unsure of where to place her hands. I'll go take a shower and change clothes." Lu Fan gestured toward a nearby partition. "Suya has prepared some clean clothes for you. Afterward, come join me for dinner." Lin Ruashi was utterly bewildered. "Dinner? I thought I misheard. I'm not here to—" "First, eat something," Lu Fan interrupted, picking up a piece of rib. "How can you have the strength to massage if you don't eat?" "I thank you." This insufferable man. Could he not phrase it differently? Lin Ruashi glared at Lu Fan's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a strong urge to take a bite out of him. She longed to assert that she could muster strength without a meal, but the enticing aroma wafted directly into her nostrils. The words of refusal circled her lips, but ultimately faded away. Gurgle. Suya stood up, walking over to her and taking her hand. "Officer Lin, come with me. The hot water is ready." Lin Ruashi wanted to resist, but her limbs felt heavy, and she could only follow Suya into the bathroom. After indulging in a comforting hot shower, shedding the weight of exhaustion, Lin Ruashi slipped into the loose white loungewear Suya had prepared. The soft fabric against her skin provided a sense of relaxation akin to being at home. When she stepped back out, Suya promptly guided her to sit down. "Let us celebrate Officer Lin's successful rescue of so many today, and also drive away the chill." From nowhere, Suya produced 2 bottles of Matai, twisting off the caps. A rich aroma instantly wafting through the air. She filled the cups before Lin Ruashi and herself, and then poured one for Lu Fan. "I can't. In this apocalypse, there's nothing you can't do." Lu Fan cast a sidelong glance at Suya, choosing not to comment further, for he was well aware of this woman's intentions. Though she felt it unnecessary, given that it was her kind intention, she did not wish to refuse. "Try this." Suya picked up a piece of rib and placed it into Lin Ruaxi's bowl, her tone laced with an unconscious pride and admiration now. "I'm afraid only Lu Fan here can savor it." Lin Ruaxi silently picked up the rib and placed it in her mouth. The sweet and sour sauce burst upon her taste buds, the meat tender and falling off the bone. She could scarcely recall the last time she had tasted such a flavor, as if she had returned to a time before the apocalypse. Her eyes unexpectedly grew warm. The vehicle's water heater provided hot water around the clock, allowing for a shower at any moment. As Suya continued to introduce the amenities, she raised her glass and clinked it against Lin Ruaxi's. The sofa over there could automatically adjust its angle, making it quite comfortable to lie back and watch a movie, and there was a private bathroom as well. Lin Ruaxi listened, quietly lifting her glass and downing its contents. Protecting the survivors and providing them with a safe haven was a conviction she had always upheld. Yet in the end, she could not even provide them with a warm bowl of soup. A profound sense of frustration and helplessness mingled with the alcohol fermented within her. One cup then another. Her words gradually increased. No longer the law enforcement officer bearing the weight of all responsibilities, she unveiled herself as a girl stripped of all pretense. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy. "I thought I could protect them, but I find myself powerless, unable even to locate a few operational vehicles." Zhao Yuntian was not like this before. She did not continue, merely offering a bittersweet smile before downing another large gulp of wine. "I don't even know what tomorrow holds. With so many people, where can we go?" By the end of her speech, her voice quivered with the onset of tears, for the first time revealing her vulnerability and confusion in front of outsiders. "In truth, I was once like you." Suya sighed softly and took a sip of her drink. "At the onset of the apocalypse, I spent each day engulfed in fear, convinced I was destined for death, until Lu Fan appeared. The light in her eyes as she gazed at Lu Fan was astonishing. He pulled me from despair." Suya's words rippled through Lin Ruaxi's heart like a stone cast into water. She raised her hazy, intoxicated gaze towards the man across from her, who remained silent while eating. Strangely enough, he did not appear so unappealing from this angle. After several rounds of drinks, the dishes on the table were nearly empty. Lin Ruaxi had consumed the most and was now quite tipsy, resting her head on the table, her eyes unfocused. Suya stood up to clear the dishes and, before leaving, knowingly winked at Lu Fan. "I'll go tidy up the room. You two chat." In the living room, only Lu Fan and Lin Ruaxi remained. The air was thick with the aroma of food, the scent of wine, and a hint of palpable intimacy. Lu Fan approached Lin Ruoxi, looking down at her. Her intoxicated demeanor stripped away her usual vigor and vigilance, revealing a breathtaking allure. He reached out, gently caressing her flushed cheek. Lin Ruoxi's body trembled, akin to a startled cat, yet she made no attempt to evade him. Instead, she stared at him with her misty eyes, dazed. You. She parted her lips, her tongue slightly tangled. What exactly do you want? Lu Fan offered no reply. He leaned down, his warm breath grazing her ear. Fulfill your promise. Lin Ruoxi's gaze became utterly entranced. She lifted her head, gazing at the face so near to hers, its chiseled features and eyes deep as the night sky. In that moment, she suddenly thought, perhaps this man is not so loathsome after all. In fact, she felt a flicker of longing to lean on him. Ding. Target. Lin Ruoxi, Dependence 15, Alertness 20, Affection 5. Current Attitude, Disgust 25, Humiliation 30, Dependence 45, Affection 5. Lu Fan inhaled the intoxicating scent of wine mingled with her post-bath freshness, his hesitation dissipating. He lowered his head and captured her slightly parted crimson lips with his own. Lin Ruoxi's mind buzzed, blanking out. Instinctively, she wanted to push him away, yet her hands felt weak, instead responding as if inviting him closer. As their lips and tongues entwined, Lu Fan's hand grew restless, no longer content with merely caressing her cheek. It traveled down her graceful neck, pressing onward to scale the lofty peaks beneath her attire. Even through the fabric, he could feel the astonishing softness and elasticity. Lin Ruoxi emitted a suppressed whimper, her body entirely melting against him. Lu Fan's hand roamed further, breaking through layer after layer of barriers. Just as his hand was about to breach the final line of defense, a piercing scream, inhuman and chilling, suddenly shattered the stillness of the night. Lu Fan's movements halted. Lin Ruoxi, too, was abruptly awakened from her stupor. They exchanged a glance, each seeing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Something was amiss. Chapter 62. What time is it? And still preoccupied with such trivial matters. The scream had instantly dispelled the intimate atmosphere within the vehicle. Lu Fan's actions ceased. His brow furrowed. Lin Ruoxi, jolted awake, felt the effects of the alcohol dissipate significantly. She abruptly pushed Lu Fan away, a flush still lingering on her cheeks. Their eyes met, both reading the seriousness in the other's gaze. Something was wrong. Lu Fan adjusted his clothes and was the first to push open the heavy car door. A biting cold wind rushed in, snapping Lin Ruoxi back to her senses. She hurriedly followed him out, her heart racing uncontrollably. Outside the vehicle, chaos reigned in the camp. The survivors, startled by the scream, gathered around the campfire, their terrified eyes fixed deep into the compound. A few individuals were scrambling back from that direction, their expressions etched with fear. What happened? Lin Ruoxi grasped the arm of the foremost runner. I don't know. The person babbled incoherently, trembling like a leaf. But the voice belonged to Old Lee, the night watchman. He was stationed by the largest cold storage facility, the specialized freezer. A heavy dread settled over everyone. Before they could react, another loud, muffled sound echoed from the direction of the cold storage, as if some colossal entity was violently battering against the iron door. The ground trembled slightly. Thud, thud. Each impact struck at the hearts of all present. That thing is about to break free. Quickly, everyone prepare for battle. Lin Ruoxi forced herself to regain her composure and drew her handgun from her waist. However, just as she issued the command, clack, all the lights in the logistics yard flickered erratically before plunging into darkness. The world was instantly engulfed by an impenetrable void, save for a few flickering campfires casting eerie shadows in the wind. The power's out. I can't see anything. I can't see. The sudden darkness became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The survivors fell into utter chaos and panic, screams and cries echoing all around. Lin Ruoxi, too, was overwhelmed, the darkness amplifying every fear that resided within her. At the moment when she felt utterly helpless, a warm and powerful hand grasped her shoulder. Don't panic. It was Lu Fan. His voice, though not loud, possessed an inexplicable magic that instantly calmed Lin Ruoxi's turbulent heart. She turned around, and in the dim firelight, she could only discern his tranquil profile and profound gaze. It was as if the sky could collapse, and this man would not even furrow his brow. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The specially designed door of the cryogenic storage, half a meter thick, was forcefully rammed open from the inside. A colossal shadow, far larger than imagination could fathom, slowly emerged from the darkness. This creature was more than 3 times the size of an ordinary ice demon. towering at a staggering 4 meters. Its form was grotesquely stitched together from countless human remains and corpses, twisted into existence. A monster. A survivor's psychological defenses crumbled completely, and he turned to flee. The creature abruptly turned its head, and a human head, fused to its arm, opened its mouth without warning. A tongue made of ice crystals shot out like a lightning bolt, instantly piercing through the survivor's chest. Fire! Fire! Several daring survivors raised their Molotov cocktails and hurled them with all their might. Flames erupted upon contact with the monster, yet they only managed to melt a thin layer of frost, failing to inflict any real damage. The creature seemed enraged, its heavy steps thundering as it charged towards the crowd. Each stride shook the ground, and a casual swipe of its arm reduced a survivor to a pulp. Ordinary weapons struck its body without leaving even a white mark. Attack its vital point, the crystal core in its chest. Lin Ruashi shouted, firing several rounds at the beast. The bullets struck the creature, producing showers of sparks, yet proved utterly ineffective. The monster slowly turned its head, a multitude of eyes from different corpses locking onto Lin Ruashi in unison. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped her in an instant. Roaring, the creature abandoned the other survivors, its immense body charging towards Lin Ruashi like an out-of-control truck. Lin Ruashi's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. She wanted to evade, but her feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, rendering her immobile. Just at that critical moment, a metallic arrow struck the crystal core atop the monster's head with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! The crystal core shattered. However, the anticipated scene of the monster collapsing did not unfold. It merely staggered slightly, and in an instant, more crystal cores illuminated its entire body. Data flashed across Lu Fan's eagle eye system, detecting special mutated entity, stitching abomination, larval stage. Weakness, chest crystal core, extremely fearful of high thermal energy. Note, a special mutated entity born from the fusion of multiple corpses and extreme cold energy, possessing formidable regenerative capabilities. Indeed, it was a mutant. Attacks from ordinary humans had become utterly ineffective. Such a creature could only be dealt with by awakened beings. Unfortunately, at this juncture, the total number of awakened individuals across the globe could likely be counted on one hand. Lu Fan retracted his recurved bow and said to Lin Ruashi, whose face was ashen, "Take them and hide behind a container over there." Lin Ruashi grasped his arm, her voice trembling. "How can you face it alone? That thing cannot be killed." Lu Fan turned back, raising an eyebrow at her, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Fear not. Our agreement for tonight is yet to be fulfilled. I have no intention of dying." Lin Ruashi's face flushed crimson in an instant, a mixture of anger and urgency coursing through her. This bastard, even now, he's thinking about that trivial matter. She stared at Lu Fan, wanting to scold him, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. Beep. Dependency on target Lin Ruashi 5. Current attitude. Disgust 25. Humiliation 30. Dependency 50. Lu Fan turned away, firing several more arrows, all of which were blocked by the abomination's icy armor. The light in the arena was exceedingly dim, making it difficult for him to even discern the creature's face, let alone aim for the thumb-sized crystal core. At that moment, a set of massive searchlights atop a heavy-duty vehicle suddenly illuminated the area, casting the entire grounds in brightness akin to midday. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes. It was Suya. She had noticed Lu Fan's predicament and promptly turned on headlights. The creature was also startled by the intense light, letting out an enraged roar as it charged toward the heavy-duty vehicle. Not far away, in the shadows of a cluster of containers, Along fixated on the battlefield with a twisted smile that blended madness and delight. He had succeeded. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Since hearing about the indestructible monster contained in this facility, a frenzied idea had taken root in his mind. Under the pretense of scavenging for supplies, he memorized the entire layout of the area, especially the cryogenic storage and the power distribution room. After parting ways with Zhao Yintian, he had stealthily returned to the facility, first prying open the emergency exhaust valve of the cryogenic storage to awaken the monster ahead of time. Then, while the monster distracted everyone by crashing through the doors, he slipped into the power distribution room and pulled the main power switch. Along's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot. He knew he could never personally kill Lu Fan. The chasm between them would only widen like an insurmountable divide. Thus, this monster was his only opportunity. "Ahu," he murmured hoarsely, "I have avenged you." Chapter 63. I'm still waiting for you to fulfill your promise. The blinding beam of light tore through the darkness, illuminating the massive form of the stitching abomination in exquisite detail. Under the harsh illumination, Lufan's silhouette was sharply defined. His body, enhanced to LV2, boasted fluid, muscular lines radiating a superhuman aura of pressure. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated once more. A black arrow struck the crystal core embedded in another human head on the abomination's chest, causing the core to shatter. Blue liquid sprayed forth. The abomination's movements faltered for a moment. Its colossal body turned, and dozens of distorted human faces, with hundreds of eyes belonging to different corpses, collectively focused on Lufan. This tiny human was the greatest threat. A roar, combining the voices of dozens, reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air. The stitching abomination transformed into a shadowy giant, charging towards Lufan with the intent to obliterate everything in its path. Yet, Lufan did not retreat. At the instant the massive claw descended, he slid sideways several meters, narrowly evading the strike. Boom! The claw crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater in the frozen earth. As he slid, Lufan raised his recurved bow once again. Buzz! 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 3 arrows shot forth in a formation, striking the crystal cores on the abomination's abdomen, thigh, and shoulder. Puff! The crystal cores shattered, and black blood gushed forth. The abomination's movements noticeably slowed. It wildly swung its massive arms composed of corpses, yet could not even brush against the hem of Lufan's clothing. With every dodge and each draw of his bow, Lufan obliterated a crystalline core with pinpoint accuracy. This was a grotesque massacre, a battle that transcended the cognitive limits of all present. The survivors, cowering behind containers, stood agape, their minds rendered blank. That man, one individual wielding a bow, was toying with a 4-meter-high, undying monstrosity. Lin Ruashi's heart raced uncontrollably as she clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle an involuntary gasp. Was this truly his real power? The man who had once humiliated her with words and food in the confines of a vehicle now appeared as a celestial being upon the battlefield. The stark contrast sent her mind into an unprecedented turmoil. The battle raged on. Lufan released another arrow, shattering a crystalline core located on the knee of the abomination. He was poised to seek his next target when he suddenly halted. Within the scope of his eagle-eye system, he observed that the cores he had previously shattered were beginning to emanate a ghostly blue luminescence from their wounds. The fragmented crystals were visibly reconstituting at an alarming speed. A chilling aura converged from all directions, mending the creature's injuries. Its terrifying regenerative capacity was a testament to its status as a special mutant. Lufan mused to himself. Conventional physical attacks yielded limited results. Gazing upon the grotesque form composed of countless twisted and frozen corpses, he felt a stir within. He adjusted his strategy, opting not to linger in combat, but rather to exploit his speed, swiftly distancing himself as he turned to sprint toward the Titan truck. This sudden change left everyone in stunned silence. What was he attempting? Had he exhausted his arrows? Was he retreating? What would they do now? They were doomed. Anxious murmurs erupted among the survivors. From the shadows of the container, Along beheld this scene, a manic glee spreading across his face. He was afraid. Indeed, he was terrified. Lufan, you have finally met your match. Only Lin Ruashi, observing Lufan's retreating figure, clenched her hands tightly. No, he would not flee. This man would never abandon the fight. Amidst the bewildered, terrified, and euphoric gazes of the onlookers, Lufan opened the door of the truck and leaped into the driver's cabin of the Titan truck. In the next moment, a deep, resonant roar of the engine reverberated throughout the entire area. Lufan did not turn back. Instead, he steered the steel behemoth directly towards the charging stitched abomination, flooring the accelerator. The front of the Titan truck emitted a beastly growl as it crashed headlong into the creature without hesitation. Everyone lost their minds. Was he truly attempting to ram a monster with a truck? Had he gone mad? The abomination seemed equally incensed by this unexpected turn of events. Roaring in fury as it accelerated, its colossal form hurtling towards the truck. Under the suffocating tension of the onlookers, steel clashed with icy flesh in a cataclysmic collision. The thunderous sound echoed like two mountains colliding. The tremendous force kicked up a blizzard of snow and ice fragments, instantly engulfing everything. The world fell silent. All held their breath, their gazes fixated on the now wide-out area, awaiting the outcome. 1 second, 2 seconds. A roar, more furious and agonized than before, erupted from the swirling snow. Lin Ruashi's complexion turned ashen. Along's face contorted into a triumphant grimace. It worked. As the snow began to dissipate, the silhouette of the stitched abomination re-emerged. Half of its body was obliterated, countless dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. The largest core of ice armor on its chest was riddled with cracks. Yet it still stood. Meanwhile, the black heavy truck, seemingly unscathed, remained completely still, its engine silenced. Ha 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 ha! Along could no longer contain his euphoric laughter. They had perished together. No, it was that man who had been utterly crushed. Ahu, brother, I have avenged you. However, his laughter was abruptly cut short as he witnessed a figure rising from the deformed roof of the Titan truck. It was Lu Fan, unscathed. He held the black recurve bow in his hand. This time, an arrow glimmering with a faint white light was knocked on the string. The bow drawn to its full moon shape, the arrow tip aimed at the core of ice armor on the abomination's chest, now marred with fissures. Physical scraping was ineffective? Then let us introduce some technological prowess and ruthlessness. How could one return from the brink of death without a few special offerings for these frozen monstrosities? He did not even glance back to witness the outcome. The instant he released the bowstring, he turned, walking towards the dazed Lin Ruashi. Behind him, the arrow was loosed. As the arrow sliced through the air, it ignited with a blinding white flame. Transforming into a crimson streak, it tore through the night sky. Boom! Thousands of degrees of heat were the ultimate remedy for dealing with these icy entities. The fiery blaze of white phosphorus instantly melted through the monster's shattered ice armor. It struck true, embedding itself within the core crystal. A chain reaction ensued. All the crystalline cores within the stitched abomination lost control simultaneously. Bang! 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 A cacophony of explosions resonated from within the creature. Its massive form disintegrated in the clash of extreme heat and cold, scattering ice crystals and ash across the landscape. The world returned to silence. Lu Fan approached Lin Ruashi, leaning near her ear, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. I told you, I am still waiting for you to fulfill our agreement. Ding. Target in the catalog. Lin Ruashi, Dependence 10. Admiration 5. Current attitude. Humiliation 25. Dependence 55. Admiration 5. Chapter 64. Your task is not yet complete. As the myriad of ice crystals and ash slowly descended, the world was enveloped in a deathly stillness. All the survivors stared in awe at the man descending from the truck's roof. Awe, fear, admiration, an array of emotions were etched upon every face. Lu Fan's words brushed against Lin Ruashi's ear like a feather. I told you, I am still waiting for you to fulfill our agreement. Lin Ruashi's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. Warning, fortress armor severely damaged. Damage level 43. The corners of Lu Fan's mouth twitched slightly. He was undeniably handsome. Yet the cost of this bravado was staggering. Someone had to settle this bill. His gaze shifted to a darkened corner where the eagle-eye reconnaissance system displayed a red dot, indicative of a life source, flickering frantically in the shadows of a cluster of containers. Come out. His voice was low yet resonated clearly throughout the entire area. The survivors followed his gaze. In the shadows, there was nothing but emptiness. Who was he addressing? Lin Ruashi felt a surge of confusion as well. Just then, a figure emerged from behind the shipping container, tumbling forward in a frenzy. He sprinted towards a nearby pickup truck as if possessed, and it was Aaron. Lin Ruashi's pupils dilated in shock. Aaron, hadn't he left with Zhao Yuntian? How could he possibly be here? A horrifying thought exploded in her mind. The power outage. The monster had broken free. Could it be? Aaron had reached the truck door, his hand grasping the handle. His face bore the ecstatic yet vengeful expression of someone who had narrowly escaped death. But in the next heartbeat, thud, a black arrow struck with precision, embedding itself in his thigh. Ah! Aaron cried out in agony, collapsing before the truck door. Blood instantly soaked the snow beneath him. The door was within reach. He stretched out his hand, desperately trying to crawl towards it. Yet that door had transformed into an insurmountable chasm. This scene shattered the last remnants of hope in Lin Ruashi's heart. It was indeed Zhao Yuntian who had orchestrated this, to exact revenge on Lu Fan. He intended for everyone here to perish. That beast, a wave of emotions, mingled with disgust and coldness, surged from the depths of her soul. Aaron gazed at Lu Fan, who was unharmed as he leapt down from the crumpled roof of the truck. Was that unkillable monster gone just like that? He refused to believe it. He could not accept it. Watching the man who didn't even spare him a glance as he strode directly towards Lin Ruashi, he felt utterly disregarded. The complete and utter negation of his existence was more painful than death itself. How could it be? How could you kill Ahu and still flirt with women here? A surge of madness overran the last vestiges of Aaron's sanity. He abruptly drew a pistol from his waist, aiming it at a nearby fuel truck. was he planning to do? A survivor finally reacted, screaming in terror. The entire camp erupted in chaos. If that thing explodes, no one within 100 meters would survive. Aaron, stop. Lin Ruashi's face turned pale as she instinctively reached for her gun. Lu Fan, let us brothers die together. Aaron roared, about to pull the trigger. But he was fast. Lu Fan was faster. Buzz. Another faint vibration of a bowstring echoed. Aaron's shout was abruptly cut off. A bloodied hole appeared in his forehead. His body convulsed once before becoming utterly still. Even in death, he wore that frenzied expression. The scene fell into a profound silence once more. All the survivors gazed at the man with the bow, their faces reflecting a reverent terror akin to that of deities. Lu Fan slowly lowered his recurved bow, casting not a single glance at Aaron's lifeless body. He surveyed the trembling survivors before issuing his first command. Pile the bandits and their corpses together. Burn them. No one dared to voice dissent. The survivors shuddered, snapping back to reality, and fearfully set about their tasks. They dragged the corpses to the open ground. Lu Fan then approached the remnants of the abominations that had been grotesquely stitched together. He kicked aside some icy debris with the toe of his boot. Before him lay a crystalline core, the size of a fist, glistening with a translucent hue and emanating a ghostly blue light. This was indeed the greatest treasure of the night, an awakener. In the future world, only by becoming an awakener could one truly ascend to the apex of the food chain. And this special crystalline core, dropped by the mutated beings, was the sole key to unlocking evolution. Lu Fan bent down to pick up the core. Ding! Special energy source detected. Abomination core, LV1. Detected that this item is a biological core required for fortress upgrades. Lu Fan weighed the core in his hand. It was chillingly cold. So that is how it is. The materials for upgrading to LV3 were finally in hand. His gaze shifted from the core to Lin Ruashi, who was not far away. The materials were secured, and the key to unlocking the upgrade permissions was soon to be his. He tucked the core into his pocket, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The cacophony gradually subsided. The survivors sipped hot soup, their emotions stabilizing. Having weathered a calamity of life and death, everyone felt utterly drained. Under Lin Ruashi's direction, they sought refuge in the warehouses to rest. The entire compound finally fell silent. Lin Ruashi surveyed the scene before her, her heart awash with mixed emotions. Taking a deep breath, she approached the battered truck, half of its front end crumpled. The door was ajar. Lu Fan leaned against the couch, eyes closed in repose. Suyada medical kit, cautiously tending to a gash on his arm, a wound inflicted by shattered glass during the crash. Lin Ruashi hesitated at the door, her mind in disarray. She needed solitude to collect her thoughts. She turned to leave for the survivor's warehouse. Where are you going? Lu Fan's languid voice broke the silence, his eyes still closed. Lin Ruashi's steps faltered. She turned back to face the man inside the truck. In the light, his profile was sharply defined. He was undeniably a despicable scoundrel. Yet the image of him standing atop the truck, drawing back the bowstring, was seared in her mind, an indelible mark she could not erase. Lu Fan opened his eyes, locking onto the anxious Lin Ruashi. He beckoned her closer. Come here. Lin Ruashi bit her lip, remaining motionless. Lu Fan chuckled softly. What's this? Trying to weasel out of it? He stood, striding towards her, his tall figure exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. I told you, tonight is far from over. He approached Lin Ruashi, leaning down. His warm breath brushed against her face. Your task is not yet complete. Lin Ruashi's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching her ears. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to find her back pressed against the cold metal door. There was no retreat. She lifted her gaze, meeting the face so close to her own. She wanted to say something, to express her anger, to resist. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, not a single syllable emerged. Why am I blushing? I should be berating him for his shamelessness. But he had saved everyone after all. Perhaps this could be seen as fulfilling his promise? Lu Fan regarded her flustered and indignant demeanor with amusement. He reached out, grasping her chin. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 65. Illuminate the Codex. Lu Fan grasped her chin, compelling her to lift her head. Now it's your turn. Lin Ruashi bit her lip, remaining still. Lu Fan chuckled lightly. What? Trying to back out? He stood and took deliberate steps towards her. His towering figure emanated a potent sense of authority. Lin Ruashi was drawn forward, stumbling into the depths of the truck cabin. The expansive sofa seemed to possess an enchantment that rendered her unable to meet its gaze. Lu Fan instructed Lin Ruashi to don a fresh set of attire, which astonishingly turned out to be a uniform from a massage parlor, its origin a mystery to her. Taking a seat, Lu Fan patted his shoulders, signaling the beginning of their endeavor. Lin Ruashi remained frozen in place, her fingers entwined nervously. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Do you require my guidance?" With a deep breath, Lin Ruashi appeared to summon a resolve of sorts, approaching him from behind. She extended her trembling hand, placing it upon his shoulder. His muscles were as unyielding as iron. Even through the thin fabric, she could sense the latent ferocity contained within. "Apply pressure," Lu Fan murmured lazily, eyes closed. Gritting her teeth, Lin Ruashi exerted more force, yet her efforts felt akin to a mere tickle against him. "Have you not eaten?" he teased, a hint of mockery lacing his tone, causing her cheeks to flush anew. This scoundrel. Channeling her indignation into her hands, she pressed down with all her might. Yet, Lu Fan's body remained unmoved. Abruptly, he turned, seizing her mischief-making hand. Startled, Lin Ruashi attempted to withdraw, only to find her wrist firmly grasped. "This is not how one performs a massage. Allow me to instruct you," he said, pulling her into his embrace. Lin Ruashi gasped, landing atop his lap, the space between them nearly non-existent. She could acutely feel his body's warmth and hear the steady thrum of his heartbeat. She began, but the words faltered on her lips as Lu Fan leaned down, capturing her mouth with his own. A cacophony of emotions flooded her mind. Alcohol, fatigue, shock, humiliation, and a hint of indefinable excitement, all converging into a profound weakness within her. The soft sound she emitted served as a signal, igniting Lu Fan's desire for conquest. He swept her off her feet, carrying her toward the large bed at the rear of the vehicle. The lights had dimmed unbeknownst to her, and garments were shed one by one. When Lu Fan's hand ventured past the final barrier, Lin Ruashi's body tensed abruptly. As she opened her dazed eyes to gaze upon the man above her, she whispered a plea. No, her voice barely audible, tinged with a cry, a final entreaty rather than mere resistance. Lu Fan paused, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "This is what you promised me." Those words shattered the last remnants of her mental fortitude. Indeed, this was her vow. Slowly, she closed her eyes, a solitary tear escaping the corner of her eye. The night stretched long ahead. As tranquility descended, Lin Ruashi curled up beneath the covers. Having succumbed to a deep slumber, she was utterly exhausted, especially as it was her first time. Both her body and spirit had reached their limits, traces of unshed tears still marking her cheeks. Yet an unusual flush of satisfaction adorned her face. Lu Fan leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette, his gaze serene as he observed the slumbering woman beside him. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The target Lin Ruashi has met the binding conditions. The illustration has been illuminated. Current attitude: humiliation, 50. Dependency, 80. Admiration, 5. Conquest progress, 45. Dependency has soared to 80, yet humiliation lingers at 50? This woman possesses a resilient spirit." A smirk played upon Lu Fan's lips, finding the challenge intriguing. The conquest progress, surprisingly, had reached 45 already. It seemed the activation of the arsenal was imminent. He continued to peruse the notifications. Reward: Fortress Upgrade Permission, LV3. Reward: 2 illustration slots. Reward: Illustration Scan Function Upgrade. Scanning range expanded to 20 kilometers, capable of simultaneously locking onto 2 targets. A series of system prompts resonated within Lu Fan's mind. "Here it comes." He exhaled a puff of smoke, the curve of his lips widening. This is quite the advantageous turn of events. System: Upgrade the Fortress. Fortress Titan is upgrading to LV3. Damage detected in Fortress Armor. An additional 43 materials are required. Proceed? Of course. Repair it. What was merely steel? He had plenty. Lu Fan confirmed without hesitation. Upgrade initiated. Estimated time, 10 minutes. A vivid countdown appeared in his line of sight. Rising, he retrieved a bottle of chilled water from the fridge and moved to the driver's seat. Outside, the night was as deep as ink. Creak, creak. A series of excruciating metallic twists echoed from the vehicle's structure. Simultaneously, a warm sensation enveloped Lu Fan entirely. His bones crackled softly, muscles stretched and reconfigured by an unseen force. He slowly raised his hand, clenching his fist. The air seemed to shatter beneath his fingers. This sensation of power, surely, a single punch would suffice against those ordinary ice demons, wouldn't it? Ding! Upgrade complete. Fortress Titan is now at LV3. Armor strength boosted to C grade, capable of withstanding artillery fire. Gained autonomous driving feature. Engine maximum power increased by 50. Buffet level upgraded. Daily quota increased to 300 points. Storage space level increased. Capacity expanded to 4,000 cubic meters. Lu Fan savored the transformation of the fortress, nodding in satisfaction. System. Activate the illustration scan function. Scanning within a 20-kilometer radius for eligible illustration targets. Scan complete. 2 eligible illustration targets identified. Please select a binding subject. Before Lu Fan appeared 2 virtual profile cards. On the left card was a profile of a woman's profile, set against the backdrop of an art studio. Dressed in a modest white gown, she held a paintbrush, lost in contemplation of a canvas. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping her in a soft halo. Her demeanor was both elegant and tranquil. Name, Hua. Age, 29. Occupation, artist. Comprehensive score, 93. Distance, 148 kilometers. Lu Fan shifted his gaze to the right card, glancing once before nearly losing his grip on the water bottle. What on earth? The image depicted a young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, with vibrant pink hair and a meticulously crafted visage. Her large eyes beamed at the camera as she flashed a peace sign, youthful and exuberant. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was her scantily clad anime character costume, her magnificent curves almost bursting forth from the screen. In the photograph, one can palpably sense an overwhelming sense of oppression. Name, Gu Qingcheng. Age, 21. Occupation, Internet célébrité causée. Overall rating, 91. Distance, 145 kilometers. Lu Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. An intellectual and graceful artist. A grandiose, two-dimensional maiden. This truly presents a challenging choice. Chapter 66. Extracting the police flower. Unlocking a new compendium. Just as dawn began to break, Lu Fan casually picked up a fragment of C-grade armor that had fallen after last night's impact. This material's hardness could withstand even the collision with the abomination. He closed his fingers around it and exerted a bit of force. Crack! The resilient special alloy was crushed into a mass of scrap metal in his grasp. This was the essence of LV2 enhancement. If he were to engage in hand-to-hand combat with that abomination now, even without the use of white phosphorus arrows, he would be confident enough to twist its head off and kick it like a ball. He tossed the scrap into the trash bin and rolled his shoulders. His gaze returned to the control screen. Following last night as monetary restoration, the Titan had been rejuvenated. Fortress name, Titan, heavy armor form. Level, LV3. Armor, C-grade composite special armor, matte black finish. Status, perfect. Lu Fan approached the front of the vehicle, running his hand over the newly refreshed armor. The previously pockmarked exterior was now enveloped in a layer of exquisite matte black coating. The surface was cold to the touch, exuding a sanded texture. This coating not only absorbed radar waves, but also melded seamlessly with the environment in the darkness. Now, the Titan finally resembled an apocalyptic weapon. Lu Fan clicked on the flashing, new objective pop-up on the control screen. 2 dynamic video windows appeared on the display. In the left window, a woman donned a simple white gown, sitting in a sunlit art studio. Her ebony tresses were casually pinned up with a paintbrush, exposing a long and graceful neck. She was deep in thought before her easel, serene and elegant, emanating an air of aristocratic grace that seemed to turn away all but the most determined. Name, Hua. Overall rating, 93. Ah, yet another artistic wife. Her composure must be unflattering when she cries. Lu Fan's gaze shifted to the right window. The artistic style abruptly turned wild. A girl with pink twin tails, clad in scanty two-dimensional battle attire, playfully flashed a peace sign at the camera, her smile sweet yet tinged with mischief. Yet, Lu Fan's attention was entirely captivated by her astonishing curves that nearly threatened to burst through the screen. Name, Gu Qingcheng. Overall rating, 92. By heavens, this is a true gem. The system certainly understands me. A cool and detached wife, and a youthful beauty with astonishing curves. Lu Fan stroked his chin, a grin spreading across his face. Only a child would make a choice. I want them both. He closed the windows and pulled up the map. The Tianhu Villa District. Remarkably, both targets were located in the same vicinity. Lu Fan's fingers lightly tapped the screen. In his previous life, that place was a renowned refuge for the wealthy in Jiang City. High walls, electric fences, private militias. It seemed impenetrable, drawing countless survivors desperate to enter. And what was the outcome? A sudden, massive tide of zombies turned it into the most luxurious buffet imaginable. Perfect, since I'm going to collect people. I might as well extract the value of that place. While he was contemplating, the door to the rest cabin clicked open. Lin Ruashi emerged, gingerly supporting herself against the wall. She moved slowly, instinctively pressing her hand to her lower back, each step feeling as if she were treading on razor's edge. Her brows were tightly knitted in discomfort. Lu Fan turned, leaning against the driver's seat. watching her. Awake? Lin Ruashi's body stiffened noticeably. She quickly shot a glance at Lu Fan before lowering her gaze as if struck by lightning. The chaotic and uncontrollable scenes from last night exploded in her mind. Her cheeks burning fiercely. She remained silent, biting her lip, attempting to sidestep him to take refuge in the corner behind the passenger seat. Yet, Lu Fan stood in her path with a tray in hand, blocking her way. On the tray were freshly cooked bacon, golden scrambled eggs, and a steaming cup of milk. The rich aroma boldly invaded her senses. Lu Fan placed the tray on the nearby table and leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Eat up. You worked hard last night. You need to replenish your energy. Otherwise, how will you have the strength to enjoy the show later? Lin Ruashi's face flushed crimson. Reaching down to her neck, she abruptly lifted her head, wanting to chastise him for his shamelessness, but she was met only with a pair of calm, yet teasing eyes. Ultimately, the thunderous hunger in her stomach prevailed. She grasped a fork, speared a piece of bacon, and ravenously shoved it into her mouth, devouring it as if she were trying to chew down all her embarrassment and indignation. Ding. Compendium target Lin Ruashi's conquest level 2. Current conquest level 47. Indeed, to tame a wild horse, one must first let her know who holds the fodder. However, 47 is still too slow. Watching Lin Ruashi eat with such fervor, Lu Fan began to devise a plan. Boiling a frog in warm water is too sluggish. To deal with a woman still clinging to unrealistic fantasies, one must administer a potent remedy. He would shatter her absurd beliefs all at once, allowing her to see firsthand what she had once protected and trusted was truly worth. She must come to understand that in this apocalypse, aside from herself, no one else could be relied upon. Lu Fan thought of Zhao Yuntian. This individual would serve as an excellent strong medicine. He approached the driver's console, leisurely tapping on the main control screen. Eat faster. He issued the command without turning his head. Once you finish, I'll take you to see a good show. Chapter 67. Making up for last night's lesson in front of young Master Zhao. At noon, the convoy prepared to depart. Lin Ruashi sat in the passenger seat. Gazing out the window, over 100 survivors were laboriously climbing onto several dilapidated trucks. Lu Fan started the Titan. The engine let out a low growl. Where are we going? Lin Ruashi could not help but ask. Not where we are going. Lu Fan corrected her. It's where I'm taking you. As for them, Lu Fan's gaze swept over the rearview mirror, his tone indifferent. Fuel is a scarce resource. My vehicle does not support idle passengers. If you wish to go to the base, you must bring something to exchange. Exchange? They had nothing. What could they possibly trade? Lin Ruashi's voice rose. Then you can trade yourself. Lu Fan's eyes settled on her, unashamed. How can you say that? Lin Ruashi exclaimed, agitated. They are people. You save them. You must take responsibility. Responsibility? Lu Fan scoffed, pressing down on the accelerator. The Titan surged forth, crashing through the garden area and reducing two obstructing ice demons to a cloud of ice shards. Officer Lin, in the apocalypse, responsibility holds little value. What do you use to bear it? Compassion? Lin Ruashi found herself momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushed. Tianu Villa District, Lu Fan casually mentioned a location. Lin Ruashi was taken aback. What? There exists a large military survivor base there. Lu Fan continued to weave his enticing narrative, with towering walls, electrified fencing, and a structured military presence. Absolutely secure. Lin Ruashi's eyes sparkled with hope. A military base. That signified order, safety, and hope. Really? She grasped Lu Fan's arm eagerly. Then let us hurry. Lu Fan remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at her hand on his arm. Lin Ruashi recoiled as if scalded. Of course we can go. Lu Fan replied, steering with one hand, his expression playful. But this vehicle does not accommodate idle passengers. Over 100 mouths to feed, and fuel consumption for hundreds of kilometers. How shall we calculate the fare, Officer Lin? Lin Ruashi was taken aback. She racked her brain. They can work. They can help you gather supplies. A bunch of useless individuals. What can they possibly assist me with? Lu Fan interrupted mercilessly. Lin Ruashi bit her lip, the familiar sense of powerlessness washing over her once more. Indeed, her meager goodwill was utterly worthless. What do you want, then? Her voice trembled, her heart already bracing for the answer. Lu Fan said nothing, simply leaned closer. The mingling scent of tobacco and masculinity enveloped her instantly. She instinctively shrank back, her back pressed firmly against the coal car door. Lu Fan's hand reached out, his fingertip gliding across her cheek, resting on her lips. The gesture was frivolous, infused with an irresistible pressure. I was dissatisfied with last night's lesson, he murmured next to her ear, his breath causing her ear to tingle. You shall make up for it on this journey. Lin Ruashi's body stiffened. Humiliation, anger, and a hint of fear she was reluctant to acknowledge surged within her. For the sake of over 100 lives. Ignoring her struggles, Lu Fan spoke coldly into the car's intercom, addressing the trucks trailing behind. Those who cannot keep up, remain behind to await your demise. Instantly, the intercom echoed with the terrified pleas of the survivors. Each voice pierced Lin Ruashi's heart like needles. She gazed at Lu Fan's cold profile, her body ceasing to tremble. Fine. As long as you ensure their safe arrival at the base, I will comply. That's more like it, Lu Fan replied with a satisfied smile. To handle such a woman, one must crush her innocence and ideals. Remember, throughout the journey, Lu Fan sat up straight, tapping a few buttons on the control panel. A navigation route appeared. Upon seeing the destination, Lin Ruashi gasped in shock. Wanda Plaza. The direction is wrong. The Tianhu Villa district is to the north. Are we going back? Her voice brimmed with resistance and panic. That place housed Zhao Yuntian, the man she once loved but now wished to avoid. Who said we were heading directly to the Villa district? Lu Fan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. His smile malicious and triumphant. Before acquiring new goods, we must settle old debts. Young Master Zhao's interest is due. A chill surged from Lin Ruashi's feet to the crown of her head. As she observed the undisguised malice on Lu Fan's face, comprehension dawned upon her. This man had never intended to spare Zhao Yuntian from the beginning. The heavy truck roared through the snow, its dark matte body resembling a silent, steel beast. Wherever it passed, the icy spirits fled, whimpering in fear. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Lu Fan pressed a button, and the passenger seat reclined. Lin Ruashi gasped as she was forced to lie back, her view limited to the ceiling and the sharply defined face of the man above her. What are you doing? I'm driving. Then just lie back and don't move, Lu Fan instructed, one hand on the steering wheel while the other casually unbuttoned the first button of his jacket. Lin Ruashi's body tensed instantly. She wanted to resist, but the phrase throughout the journey clung to her mind like an incantation. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palm, allowing his hand to roam and explore her body. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she forced them back. Half an hour later, the outline of Wanda Plaza emerged on the horizon. Rather than slowing down, Lu Fan pressed the accelerator to the floor. The screech of tires shattered the silence as the heavy truck executed a sharp turn, coming to a precise halt beneath the office building. This location was the perfect stage center. With a click, Lu Fan unbuckled his seatbelt. Lin Ruashi lay in the seat, watching him in horror. What are you going to do? Lu Fan pressed the horn, the brief, piercing sound echoing like a war cry. After a few seconds, a familiar face appeared behind a well-known window in the office building. Zhao Yintian. Lu Fan regarded him with a cruel, exhilarated smile. Don't rush. The gift for young Master Zhao is just beginning. Chapter 68. Young Master Zhao, stop knocking. Your fiancé is busy. In front of Wanda Plaza, the snow was churned into deep, dark tire tracks. The heavy truck stood still like a silent steel giant, its engine now quiet alongside several dilapidated trucks that had followed suit. As the engine noise subsided, the doors of the plaza building swung open violently. Hundreds of survivors surged forth like hungry wolves. They've returned. The convoy has returned. Food. Is there food? Their cries mingled with madness and greed. Zhao Yuntian stood at the forefront of the crowd, clad in a freshly laundered down jacket, his hair slicked back with precious water, exuding a smile of elite confidence that suggested he had everything under control. He had returned, armed with the resources to maintain his reign as a local tyrant. Everyone, don't crowd. Form a line. Zhao Yuntian waved his arms, striking a pose akin to a savior. Officer Lin and I have successfully fulfilled our duty, bringing back life-saving supplies for everyone. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, cheers erupting like a tidal wave. Young Master Zhao is amazing. Hearing these praises, Zhao Yuntian's vanity swelled with immense satisfaction. He cast a disdainful glance at the ominous heavy truck, inwardly mocking. Lu Fan, what does it matter if you risk your life? These supplies and these people will ultimately serve me. Zhao Yuntian. Quick, all the young and strong, come and help with the supplies. Zhao Yuntian skillfully issued orders. As the truck's rear doors swung open, revealing boxes of frozen meat and canned goods, the crowd's eyes glimmered with greed. However, gradually, some began to sense something amiss. Where's Officer Lin? Yeah, why haven't we seen Officer Lin? Zhao Yuntian was momentarily taken aback. He turned to glance at the silent black truck. The tinted windows obscured any view within. Ruashi? Zhao Yuntian furrowed his brow and strode forward with determination. He approached the passenger door and rapped his knuckles against the icy window. Ruashi, step out. Everyone is waiting for you, our illustrious hero. Yet, no response came. The interior of the vehicle was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Zhao Yuntian felt a surge of anger rise within him. This woman dares to sulk at me? Ruoshi, stop this nonsense. I am aware you're still upset about earlier events. His voice rose, laced with impatience. I acted with the greater good in mind. You ought to comprehend that. Still, there was no movement. The survivors around them had slowed their efforts, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding scene. With hundreds of eyes glancing their way, Zhao Yuntian felt the heat of embarrassment flood his face. Lu Fan. He turned sharply toward the driver's seat. His tone as rigid as stone. Open the door. I know Ruoshi is inside. Inside the vehicle, the air was stifling, filled with an ambiguous mixture of sweat and perfume. Lin Ruo, she was pressed firmly against the door, her police uniform wrinkled beyond recognition. Marks of crimson bruises marred her skin at the collar, and her delicate makeup was reduced to a smeared mess by tears. Stop knocking. I beg you stop. Outside, separated only by a sheet of specialized glass. Zhao Yuntian's face was nearly pressed against the window. Each rap on the glass felt like a hammer striking her heart. Ruoshi, step out. Hearing her fiancé's call, Lin Ruo, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, rendering her body as limp as a puddle of mud, devoid of any strength. Behind her, the breath of a demon lingered ominously close. Lu Fan had one hand braced against the window, effectively trapping her between himself and the door. He gazed out at the agitated figure of Zhao Yuntian, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Leaning closer, his lips brushed against Lin Ruo, she's warm earlobe. Did you hear? Your Prince Charming is calling for you. His voice, soft yet laced with an icy chill, pierced through her. Why don't you respond? Where did that strength you had go? Lin Ruo, she trembled violently, tears spilling forth once more as she shook her head desperately. Please don't say that. Lu Fan, however, had no intention of relenting. His hand slid along her disheveled uniform, his fingertips cold against her skin, drawing a sharp intake of breath from her. Louder. Tell him what you are doing. He gently nibbled at her earlobe, his words dripping with venom. Inform your Zhao Yuntian how you have been groveling for the rations of those hundreds of people. Lin Ruo, she clamped her mouth shut, releasing a sound of despair. Outside, Zhao Yuntian's voice grew increasingly frantic, now tinged with rage. He began pounding on the door. Open up. You bastard Lu Fan. What have you done to Ruoshi? The oppressive tension mingled with an unparalleled sense of betrayal. Left Lin Ruo, she's mind a blank slate. Her reason crumbled under the overwhelming tide of shame. Outside, Zhao Yuntian's expression darkened to an almost grotesque degree. After such a prolonged silence, even a fool could surmise what was transpiring within. Whispers among the onlookers grew louder. Could there be something wrong with Officer Lin? I knew that Lu Fan couldn't be trusted. Officer Lin is far too beautiful. As Zhao Yuntian listened to these murmurs, 1,000 unspeakable images flooded his mind. Lin Ruo, she was his. The future Mrs. Zhao. A surge of green fury coursed through him, threatening to consume him whole. Damn it. The facade of civility Zhao Yuntian had maintained shattered, revealing a visage twisted by rage as he roared at a trusted subordinate beside him. Get this door pried open. I will not let him escape unharmed today. Without hesitation, the subordinate lifted a heavy crowbar, targeting the gap in the door, and with all his might, struck down upon it. Just as the crowbar was about to meet the vehicle, a long and clear hissing sound of the air pressure valve escaping filled the air. Zhao Yuntian's actions froze mid-motion. The hefty door, which he had pounded on for so long, slowly swung open. All eyes were instantly riveted to the widening gap. Zhao Yuntian gasped for breath, his eyes wide as saucers, fixating intently on the interior of the car. Chapter 69. What a year's worth of NTR drama. The door continued to open, revealing a tall, stern-faced man stepping out. It was Lu Fan, clad in casual attire, appearing refreshed and even stretching leisurely, as if he had just awoken from a pleasant slumber. The gaze of the entire crowd converged upon him. But where was Lin Ruoshi? Zhao Yuntian's eyes bore into him. Lu Fan offered no response. Instead, he turned, extending his hand back into the vehicle. A fair hand rested upon his arm. It was Lin Ruoshi. Her police uniform was impeccably buttoned, her expression inscrutable. Yet, the slight redness at the corners of her eyes and her somewhat disheveled hair seemed to tell a different story. The air in the square grew thick with tension. The gazes of the crowd swept back and forth between the two figures. Zhao Yuntian's expression turned rigid. He observed the duo descending together, one tall and imposing, the other vibrant and assertive. They appeared, undeniably, to be an impeccable match. Damn! Zhao Yuntian felt an overwhelming wave of jealousy rise within him, threatening to engulf him entirely. He fixed his gaze on Lin Ruoshi. Ruoshi, you. He wanted to inquire why she was in that man's car. to demand to know what had transpired in the past half hour. Yet the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. In front of so many witnesses, he felt fear. Fear of hearing something that would shatter his dignity. Lu Fan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Ruoxi. He regarded Zhao Yuntian, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Zhao, I hear you were looking for me?" His tone, laced with politeness and underscored by a hint of provocation, dripped with arrogance. Zhao Yuntian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes, concealed behind the lenses, were as cold as ice. "Lu Fan, thank you for your efforts in bringing Ruoxi and the supplies back safely. Your contributions are indeed commendable." He deliberately emphasized the phrase "bringing back," as if to stake his claim. Beginning the PUA are we? Too bad you've chosen the wrong person," Lu Fan replied with a laugh. Disregarding Zhao Yuntian's murderous glare, with a casual gesture, he draped his arm around Lin Ruoxi's shoulders, pulling her closer to him. This action was undeniably intimate. Lin Ruoxi's body stiffened momentarily, yet she offered no resistance. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. What the hell? Embracing his fiancée in front of her fiancé? What a year's worth of NTR drama. Zhao Yuntian's countenance darkened instantaneously. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, and the facade of a cultured rogue finally showed the slightest crack. "Lu Fan," he nearly spat out through clenched teeth. "Release my fiancé." Lu Fan appeared oblivious, completely disregarding the multitude of eyes fixated upon them in the square, and even more so the trembling Zhao Yuntian on the verge of a Parkinsonian fit. He lowered his head and gently pressed his lips against Lin Ruoxi's flushed cheek, his movements so natural, as if he had performed the act countless times before. Then, with a tender gaze upon Lin Ruoxi, he inquired softly, "Are you tired? Would you like to return and rest for a while?" Lin Ruoxi lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes a tapestry of emotions, humiliation, dependence, and a hint of unacknowledged submission. She nodded ever so slightly. This utterance pierced Zhao Yuntian's heart like a venomous dagger, causing his world to crumble around him. "Woohoo! Heart-wrenching. This is precisely the heart-wrenching I excel at." Lu Fan chuckled inwardly, embracing Lin Ruoxi and turning to depart, treating Zhao Yuntian as though he were mere air. "Stop!" Zhao Yuntian finally erupted, drawing a handgun from his waist with fierce urgency, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Lu Fan. Gasps erupted from the surviving onlookers, who instinctively recoiled, the atmosphere suddenly taut with tension. Yet, Lu Fan did not falter. He did not even glance back, as if the weapons were nothing more than mere sticks for kindling. "What? Does President Zhao wish to engage in a duel here?" His voice remained calm, yet the overwhelming confidence emanating from him sent shivers through the hearts of all present. Zhao Yuntian's gaze remained fixed on Lu Fan's retreating figure. Rationality screamed at him not to pull the trigger. This man was a monster, a creature capable of evading bullets. Should he act, he would meet the same fate as Ahu. Yet, emotionally, he longed to turn Lu Fan into a sieve right then and there. As he wrestled with his inner turmoil, Lin Ruoxi unexpectedly drew her own weapon, aiming it squarely at Zhao Yuntian. No words were exchanged, yet her gaze was frigid and resolute. Zhao Yuntian felt as though struck by lightning. He beheld the woman he had adored for so many years, the one he had cherished in the palm of his hand, now defending another man like a lioness protecting her cub. "Ruoxi," his voice trembled. "What of it?" Lin Ruoxi's eyes were sharp as blades. "Zhao Yuntian, I ask you, when a dozen guns were pointed at your head in the logistics yard, who cowered like a dog, who sought to abandon the hundreds of survivors, calling them burdens, now standing here, what face do you have to claim the food was brought back by you?" Her voice rose higher and colder with each question, silencing the murmurs of the survivors around them, all eyes now fixed on the pallid Zhao Yuntian. The barrel of Lin Ruoxi's gun slightly elevated, aimed at his forehead. "I ask you again, where is Long? Why was he in the logistics yard? Why did he pull the power switch? Why did he release that monster intending to kill us all? Was it you who commanded him to do so? In your quest for revenge against Lu Fan, you would even sacrifice me, wouldn't you?" This barrage of inquiries struck him like the loudest slaps, one after another, leaving him speechless and humiliated. Wait, what did Long do? Before Zhao Yuntian could regain his composure, Lu Fan had already stepped before him, extending a hand as though they were old friends, patting Zhao Yuntian's rigid shoulder. Then, he leaned closer, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Thank you for your fiancé. I am thoroughly satisfied." Boom! Zhao Yuntian's body shook violently, and he collapsed to his knees. "No." He raised his head, unleashing a roar that was anything but human, filled with intense rage, helplessness, and despair, reverberating amidst the swirling snow. In Lu Fan's mind, A familiar tune began to play. Snowflakes drifting, the north wind howling. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Yet to Lu Fan's surprise, Zhao Yuntian did not continue his roar. Instead, he pushed himself up from the ground, slowly regaining his composure as he adjusted his crooked, gold-rimmed glasses. He looked at Lin Ruoxi, forcing a ghastly smile. Ruoxi, this is your choice. I respect it. With that, he surprisingly regained his tranquility and turned to leave the square. However, as he passed the fuel tanker next to the 100-ton king, he paused momentarily. Chapter 70. Zhao Yuntian's complete downfall. Lu Fan regarded Zhao Yuntian's retreating silhouette with a measure of respect. He didn't even fight back. He had initially hoped to seize this opportunity to eliminate the nuisance, but it seemed the man was unwilling to provide that chance. Quite the patient one, indeed. He tightened his embrace around the still stiff Lin Ruoxi and made his way towards the 100-ton king. Remember to give me a massage tonight. You performed admirably today. I shall extend your time. Instantly, Lin Ruoxi's face flushed once more. She attempted to break free, only to be held even tighter, forced to endure the gaze of hundreds as Lu Fan half-carried her back to the vehicle. As night descended upon Wanda Square in a pitch-black storage room, Zhao Yuntian sat upon the sole chair, facing two burly men, Ah Biao and Ah Bao, his last remaining bodyguards. President Zhao, what shall we do next? Ah Biao inquired, his voice tinged with concern. Miss Lin, silence. Zhao Yuntian growled, interrupting him. In the darkness, his expression remained obscured, but the oppressive fury in the room caused the temperature to plummet several degrees. Silence. An oppressive silence lingered. After a long pause, Zhao Yuntian finally spoke. Do you think fireworks are beautiful? Ah Biao and Ah Bao exchanged confused glances. President Zhao? Zhao Yuntian ignored them, continuing his monologue. I had intended to take her to Victoria Harbor after our wedding to witness the grandest fireworks display in the world. Alas, he rose, moving to the window, gazing at the colossal steel beast quietly parked in the square, the 100-ton king. Beside it stood a massive fuel tanker. Since we cannot behold the fireworks at Victoria Harbor, let's set off a display right here. Ah Biao and Ah Bao's bodies trembled simultaneously, their understanding of Zhao Yuntian's intent dawning upon them. President Zhao, no. Ah Bao hats the uget. That vehicle is extremely dangerous, and there are thousands of people here. Are you afraid? Zhao Yuntian turned to face them. I give you two choices. One, go now and ignite that fuel tanker. In the midst of chaos, we seize the opportunity to drive away towards the southern base, indulging in the luxuries of life. He paused briefly before continuing. Secondly, you may depart at once. But do you truly believe that you can ensure your own survival? The expressions of Abayo and Abayo turned ashen in an instant. Just the two of them. How long could they endure in this hellish place? Sooner or later, their provisions would dwindle, and when they ventured out in search of sustenance, encountering the ice demon would only lead to certain death. Zhao's words rang true. Remaining here was merely awaiting death. Aligning with him was a gamble, but returning to the south would elevate them to favored positions beside the prince. At that point, would they not command the winds and the rains? Damn it, I'm in. After all, what do they have to lose? I have prepared a time device for you. Zhao Yuntian extracted a small metallic box from his pocket. Abayo and Abayo exchanged glances, resolute determination reflected in their eyes. They had no alternatives left. Inside the Titan vehicle, the air was thick with the rich aromas of garlic and butter. The dining table was adorned with a feast that could only be deemed lavish in this apocalyptic world. Steamed king crab, with its legs meticulously cut to reveal the pure white meat. Garlic vermicelli scallops, generously topped with golden minced garlic. And a pot of milky lobster bisque, bubbling with heat. Suya graciously ladled a bowl of soup for Lin Ruoxi. Officer Lin, do taste it. It's my first time savoring seafood in this apocalypse. Just call me Ruoxi, Lin Ruoxi replied, gripping her spoon with little appetite. Before her lay a spread of culinary delights, yet her mind was a tangled mess. Lu Fan leisurely snapped off a crab leg, expertly extracting the succulent meat. He then offered the piece, dripping with broth, to Lin Ruoxi's lips. What is the matter? Not to your taste? Or are you too fatigued from this afternoon to lift your chopsticks? Lin Ruoxi's face flushed crimson. She abruptly looked up, shooting Lu Fan a fierce glare. Shut up. The words were not forceful, but rather sounded almost playful. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, yet his hand remained steady. Open your mouth. Lin Ruoxi bit her lip, her chest rising and falling rapidly. They were locked in a standoff for several seconds, but under Lu Fan's teasing gaze, she finally surrendered and opened her mouth. The sweet, tender crab meat melted on her tongue. It was utterly delicious, so exquisite it brought her to the verge of tears. Ding! Target Lin Ruashi's Humiliation 5. Dependency 5. Conquest level 2. Current conquest level 72. Ah, this woman, though she feigns disinterest, her body betrays her honesty. Suya stifled a giggle, covering her mouth, and quickly lowered her head to sip her soup, pretending to see nothing. At that moment, a deafening explosion shattered the night's tranquility. A terrifying shockwave slammed against the vehicle. The Titan was jolted sideways. The lobster bisque was instantly overturned, scalding broth splattering everywhere. Suya and Lin Ruashi screamed in unison as their bodies collided uncontrollably with the car wall. Lu Fan's reflexes were swift. He caught both women in his arms. Outside the window, a blinding inferno engulfed them, transforming the world into a fiery orange hue. Through the thick armor, the chilling cries of survivors penetrated the atmosphere. At the plaza's edge, Zhao Yuntian sat in the vehicle, watching the towering flames with a sinister smile spreading across his face. Lu Fan, aren't you quite the fighter? Show me if you can claw your way out of this fire. However, his grin soon froze in disbelief. The orange firewall was forcefully torn apart by a massive black silhouette. The Titan surged forth, flames cascading off its black armor without leaving a trace. No, it's impossible. Zhao Yuntian stared in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was utterly inconceivable. The color drained from his face. Drive quickly, he shouted, his voice rising in pitch with urgency. The off-road vehicle roared to life, barreling forward. As they finally hit the road, the plaza receded into the distance. Zhao Yuntian's tense nerves began to relax slightly. He had survived. As long as he could escape to the southern base, there was still hope. He would make Lu Fan and Lin Ruashi pay 100-fold for this. Just as a sinister smile crept back onto his lips, a dull thud echoed. It was as if something had been punctured. Zhao Yuntian's body lurched forward, colliding with the seat back. The smile on his face froze. Abayo, driving, was startled. Young master? Zhao Yuntian did not respond, slowly lowering his head. A black arrowhead protruded from his chest. It was his. He opened his mouth, spewing a torrent of blood. His vision began to spin, and as consciousness faded into darkness, he thought he saw, beyond the windshield, amidst the swirling snow, pairs of eerie blue eyes glowing, converging towards them. Chapter 71. The simplicity of a third-tier physique. The Titan trembled slightly from the violent explosion. Lu Fan set down the crab leg in his hand. It seemed someone was intent on interrupting their meal. The flames illuminated Lin Ruashi's face, and she abruptly shoved Lu Fan aside, stumbling towards the car door. Her body still ached, but her movements were swift as a cheetah, an instinct ingrained in her very bones. Bang! She yanked the car door open. The biting cold wind, mixed with smoke and screams, rushed in. The sight before her resembled hell itself. The roaring flames illuminated the plaza as bright as day. Survivors screamed, darting about like headless flies. Some were ablaze, rolling on the ground, while others were toppled by the shockwave, their fates uncertain. The towering supplies were gradually turning to char under the raging inferno. As Lin Ruashi leaped from the vehicle, her eyes instantly welled with tears at the sight. Supplies. Yet, her moment of distraction was fleeting. The calm demeanor of an officer swiftly quelled her emotions. Everyone stay organized. Her voice, hoarse with anger, yet imbued with authority, cut through the chaos. Those who can still move, come with me to save lives. Find fire extinguishers. Quickly, drawing her gun from her waist, she fired a shot into the air. The gunfire finally brought a momentary pause to the frenzied crowd. Some instinctively began to follow her lead in organizing rescue efforts. Suya rushed out of the vehicle as well, her heart racing at the horrific scene, feeling somewhat helpless. She instinctively looked towards Lu Fan, leaning against the car door. Lu Fan watched Lin Ruashi navigate through the flames, directing the crowd with determination. Like a cat with its tail singed, anxious yet utterly ineffective. TSK. The exquisite king crab has gone cold, and this woman truly knows how to stir trouble. Turning to the group of survivors, he noted their cries, shouts, and frantic writhing on the ground. How unbearably noisy. Lu Fan clicked his tongue. A bunch of useless individuals. Relying on them would be as futile as waiting for the harvest of yellow flowers. Lin Ruashi's voice had become hoarse from shouting, but to little avail. Panic is contagious. At last, Lu Fan took action. He stepped down from the vehicle, not to rescue anyone, but to stride directly towards the few terrified youths whose legs had turned to jelly. Hey! His voice was low, yet it struck each person's eardrum like a heavy hammer. The group jolted, stifling their sobs. Lu Fan's gaze swept over them. Do you wish to die or to live? Want to live, a trembling youth replied. Then, for heaven's sake, stop crying like a woman. Lu Fan kicked the iron box of a nearby fire hydrant, producing a resounding clang. Drag out the hose and spray it at the fire. He pointed in another direction. You, and you, go organize the others to move the untouched supplies into the mall. Hurry. Delay for even a second, and you'll all starve tonight. Many had witnessed Lu Fan's strength. The chaotic crowd suddenly found a pillar of support. Some began awkwardly handling the hose, while others rushed madly towards the pile of supplies. Though still frantic, a semblance of order emerged. Lu Fan surveyed the fire scene. Approximately 1/3 had burned, primarily frozen meats and grains. The remaining supplies, if rationed, could last a week without significant issue. The flames gradually diminished. The survivors gasped for breath. Faces a mixture of relief and fear. The chaos seemed to be subsiding. At that moment, a warning alarm blared from the patrolling drone in his mind. Lu Fan's expression darkened instantly. He hurried back to the vehicle and opened the surveillance screen. On the screen, a frost demon appeared, rapidly approaching. Then 2, 3, and soon they became a dense swarm, a blue tide swiftly encroaching. The target was none other than the Wanda Plaza. Damn it! How could so many frost demons suddenly appear? Could it be that the explosion of the fuel truck attracted all the nearby frost demons? Lu Fan's face darkened completely. He stepped out of the vehicle and approached Lin Ruashi from behind, firmly grasping her wrist. Forget about it. Retreat with everyone to the mall. Immediately. Right now. Lin Ruashi, who was bandaging an injured person, was startled. What did you say? There are so many injured. If you want them to survive, do as I say. Lin Ruashi met his grave expression. He was not joking. Remembering his unfathomable strength, a wave of intense unease washed over her. She ceased questioning him. Everyone, follow my orders. Abandon the supplies. Retreat to the mall building. Quickly. The survivors were taken aback. Officer Lin, why? The fire hasn't reached us yet. Yes. There is still plenty of food left. A young man pointed towards the nearby supply pile, his face filled with reluctance. Bang! Lin Ruashi fired a shot into the air. The deafening sound silenced everyone. I'll say it again. Her chest heaved violently, her voice trembling. If you want to live, get the hell inside. The survivors, frightened by her demeanor, exchanged glances. Although confused, they began to assist the injured towards the mall entrance. Lu Fan cast her an approving glance. Good. She has shown some decisiveness. The training was not in vain. At that moment, in Lu Fan's line of sight, the first frost demon had already appeared 100 meters away. A ghostly blue shadow flickered in the firelight. He raised his hand, drawing his bow. Without aiming, the bowstring twanged softly. Whoosh! 100 meters away, the ghostly blue head exploded into a cloud of icy mist. Such is the simplicity of LV-3 physical prowess. The second, the third, arrows flew like lightning, each one claiming a ghostly blue silhouette. He even had the leisure to glance back at the mall entrance. Lin Ruashi and Sue, you were pushing and shoving the last few days' survivors through the door. Quick, everyone inside. The women's screams and the moans of the injured melded into a chaotic symphony. At last, everyone retreated inside. Seeing Lu Fan still outside, Lin Ruashi's face changed, and she clung tightly to the doorframe. Lu Fan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Get in now. Lu Fan turned back, offering her a reassuring smile. TSK, what hassle. Just unlocking an armory, and it has to be such a grand affair. Then, his gaze shifted past Lin Ruashi to Suya. A single glance. An Suyan der Stuth. She silently positioned herself behind Lin Ruashi, her hand gripping the electric baton she always carried. Her expression reflected both worry and an almost blind trust. Outside the plaza, the blue shadows multiplied, from 1 to 2 to 10, then to 100. The entire field of vision was engulfed in a surging sea of ghostly blue. The bow was no longer swift enough. Lu Fan discarded the longbow and turned to retrieve 2 fire axes from the vehicle. The blades glinted blood red in the firelight. Instead of retreating, he boldly advanced towards the ocean of blue. He has gone mad. Behind the glass doors of the mall, a survivor pressed against the glass, his voice trembling. Everyone crowded at the entrance, staring intently outside. They beheld the man, alone, wielding 2 axes, charging into the overwhelming tide of monsters. The first frost demon lunged at him. Lu Fan sidestepped, his left axe rising fluidly. Splat! Half a head, along with its icy armor, was cleanly severed. He did not pause. The right axe swung horizontally. Crack! The waist of another frost demon was brutally cleaved in 2. Blood, shattered ice, and dismembered limbs erupted around him like blossoms of death. He surged through the onslaught like a tiger among sheep, each axe swing conjuring a storm of carnage. Yet the blue tide was endless. 1 fell, 2 replaced it. 2 shattered, 10 surged forth. Behind the glass doors, an eerie silence fell. All the survivors held their breath. They watched the figure cleaving through the tide of monsters, witnessing him being increasingly engulfed by the blue mass. It's over. This was the sole thought in everyone's mind. Chapter 72. What kind of hellish difficulty is this? Behind the glass doors, the silence was deafening. All the survivors had forgotten to breathe. They gazed at the figure hacking away in a monstrous tide. As he was gradually engulfed by an ever-increasing tide of blue, despair settled in. This was the singular thought echoing in everyone's minds. Lynn Ruoxie's nails dug deep into her palms, blood trickling through her fingers, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Beside her, a young survivor pressed against the glass, his legs trembling like leaves in a storm. He was doomed. We are all doomed. His desperate murmurs pierced Lynn Ruoxie's ears like a needle. With a sharp crack, she delivered a resounding slap, sending the young man spinning to the ground in bewilderment. He clutched his stinging face, utterly dazed. Silence. Lynn Ruoxie's chest heaved violently, her voice hoarse yet laced with a frantic madness. He will not die. No. She yearned to rush out, but Suya's arms held her tightly. Don't go. You'll die. Suya's voice trembled with tears, yet her grip was astonishingly strong. Trust him. Lu Fan had indeed been overwhelmed, but not by monsters. He was submerged beneath a deluge of shattered ice and the stench of blood. What did it mean to possess the physical prowess of a level 3 awakened? In her previous life, such top-tier strength emerged only 6 months into the apocalypse. Now, he wielded it to dispatch lesser foes. Damn it, the king crab is thoroughly cooked. The fire axe in his left hand sliced through the ice demon's hardened carapace like a flash of crimson lightning. The axe in his right followed suit, precisely pulverizing the pulsating azure heart. His movements flowed seamlessly, even with a touch of elegance. He was not merely fighting. He was executing a massacre. A claw of an ice demon slashed across his back with a ripping sound, tearing through his combat suit and sending waves of fiery pain coursing through him. Lu Fan, Lynn Ruoxie murmured, unaware of her own words. All she knew was that her heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, squeezing so tightly that she could scarcely breathe. This man could easily escape on his own, with his strength and the performance of that vehicle. These monsters could not hinder him. Why did he remain? For this group of helpless burdens who could only wail? No, it was for her. This thought, sudden and unbidden, jolted into her mind, causing her to shudder. Ding. Target Lynn Ruoxie. Dependence 15. Admiration 20. Conquest 8. Current conquest level 80. As Lu Fan cleaved an ice demon's skull, the system notification echoed in his mind, catching him by surprise. Oh. The age-old tactic of heroically saving a damsel in distress truly remains an unparalleled charm. Though somewhat cliché, it was undeniably delightful. He sidestepped an ice blade and retaliated with a swift axe stroke, severing the legs of the assailant at the roots. Damn it, can't these creatures be vanquished? His stamina was rapidly depleting. Even his enhanced level 3 physique began to feel fatigue. If this continued, he would tire before the ice demons fell. He could not retreat. The mall entrance loomed just 10 meters behind him. That was his line in the sand. A single step back could expose Lynn Ruoxie to peril. If this woman perished, his arsenal would be lost. He would not undertake such a losing venture. Moreover, allow his woman to die before his very eyes? Lu Fan's movements suddenly grew more ferocious. The two fire axes in his hands whirled into deadly cyclones. With a suppressed roar, he charged into the thickest fray of monsters. Madness. He had truly lost his mind. What was he doing? Behind the glass doors, gasps erupted in a chorus. They watched as Lu Fan forsook defense, opting for the most primal and savage method, trading injury for injury. Life for life. A claw of an ice demon carved 3 deep gashes across his back. Without looking back, he thrust his left axe behind him. The blade pierced through the ice demon's jaw, exiting through its skull. Another ice demon lunged at him from the front. He did not flinch, allowing the icy claws to sink into his shoulder. Simultaneously, his right axe swept upward in a perfect arc crack. The ice demon was cleaved in half, blue blood and entrails splattering over him. Standing amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, he heaved heavily, resembling a demon returned from the depths of hell. In that moment, all survivors behind the glass doors fell silent. They gazed at the blood-soaked, battered figure who stood unwavering. Fear transformed into awe, morphed into reverence. Lynn Ruoxie covered her mouth with trembling hands to stifle her cries, yet tears flowed freely. She had never imagined that one day a man would protect her to such an extent. The ice demons in the square visibly dwindled, leaving only a few scattered remnants. They seemed to sense fear, hesitating, unwilling to advance. We won. We survived. One survivor murmured uncertainly. All eyes turned to Lu Fan, regarding him as one mighty deity. Leaning on his axe amidst the sea of corpses and blood, the flames cast a long shadow, resembling a god. The self-healing ability of his level 3 enhanced body swiftly mended his wounds, yet the toll on his stamina was undeniable. Done. Damn, I'm exhausted tonight. That woman must give me a proper massage. Just as everyone believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, an unexpected occurrence arose. Boom! A dull thud resonated from nearby, akin to a colossal heart throbbing underground. Thud! Thud! The sound grew louder and quicker. The ground began to tremble slightly. The remaining ice demons, suddenly frightened, emitted terrified shrieks and fled in all directions. They did not charge at Lu Fan or the mall, but scattered in panic. Even the monsters were afraid. An overwhelming chill enveloped the entire square, not from the drop in temperature, but a shiver stemming from the depths of the soul. Lu Fan's expression shifted instantaneously. He abruptly looked up towards the source of the sound, the department store adjacent to Wana Plaza. With a resounding crash, the outer wall of the 5-story building exploded without warning. Steel, concrete, and glass flew apart as if made of paper. An overwhelming shadow emerged from the breach, slowly materializing. It was enormous, standing at least 4 meters tall, its body encased in a heavy layer of black ice crystals akin to armor, adorned with menacing bone spikes. It possessed 4 robust arms, each ending in a colossal ice blade, shimmering with an ethereal glow and exceeding a meter in length. The most terrifying aspect, however, was its head. It was not a singular cranium, but rather a grotesque mass formed by the haphazard stitching of numerous human skulls, a monstrous tumor of flesh. Each visage was frozen in an expression of ultimate terror and agony experienced in their final moments. Centrally located within this grotesque mass was a crystal core, the size of a basketball, pulsating with an eerie azure flame. Simply standing there, it emanated a cataclysmic aura of tyranny that left all in its presence gasping for breath. Warning: LV2 Elite Mutant detected. Frost Wraith Tyrant. Threat level: fatal. Analysis: a loathsome variant formed from a multitude of corpses and concentrated energy, possessing combat intelligence and posing extreme danger. In Lu Fan's mind, the system's urgent alarm blared. Damn, what a mess. Just after finishing off a group of lesser foes, an elite boss appears? What kind of hellish dungeon difficulty is this? Behind a glass door, the ecstasy on the survivors' faces froze, morphing into a deeper despair than before. What kind of monster is that? One survivor's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, murmuring to himself, "It's over. We're doomed." Chapter 73. Suya. So this is Awakening. The Frost Wraith Tyrant. The name, feared in his past life, surged into Lu Fan's consciousness. This creature was on an entirely different level than the stitched abomination encountered previously. In his former life, it had decimated the entire Wana Plaza sanctuary. Hundreds had become part of its grotesque form overnight. To his shock, he faced it once more in this lifetime. The Frost Wraith Tyrant stirred. It did not charge. Instead, it slowly raised its head, a horrifying amalgamation of human faces. A roar erupted, a visible shockwave emanating from it. All glass in the plaza shattered instantly. Lu Fan staggered, the force of the shockwave surging through him. In that moment of vulnerability, 2 blue figures flashed past him, their speed leaving only afterimages. Their target was the mall entrance. Damn it! Lu Fan cursed under his breath. This behemoth even understands tactics. He attempted to turn and pursue, but a sense of impending doom had already locked onto him. The Frost Wraith Tyrant raised its 4 arms, brandishing the luminous ice blades. It had set its sights on him. Now, he could only rely on them. Bang! Bang! The already precarious glass doors of the mall were shattered by the 2 ice wraiths crashing through. Shards of glass, mingled with the cold wind, rushed in. The monster! The monster has entered. The fragile order that had just been established crumbled instantaneously. Survivors screamed in terror, scrambling deeper into the mall. A young man, lagging behind, was overtaken by one of the ice wraiths. The icy blade pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. The youth's body stiffened, disbelief washing over him as he looked down at the bloody ice blade. Then, he was flung aside like a rag doll, crashing against the wall. Open fire. Lin Ruashi was the first to react, drawing her gun and firing. Aim for their heads. The forehead. That's their weak point. Sudyak quickly followed suit, raising her weapon. Bang, bang, bang. But the ice wraiths moved too swiftly. Most bullets ricocheted off their hardened ice armor, sparking without leaving a mark. Occasionally, a few struck their heads, but they deftly tilted away to evade critical hits. It's futile. We can't break through. A survivor shouted in despair. Stay calm. Lin Ruashi yelled as she changed magazines. Use fire. They fear fire. Yet, amidst the chaos, no one heeded her words. Another ice wraith had already scattered the crowd, lunging towards a girl hiding beneath a counter. Suya, Lin Ruashi shouted. Suya immediately understood. She retrieved a palm-sized metal canister from her tactical pouch, the incendiary gel bomb Lu Fan had previously given her. She pulled the pin and, with all her strength, hurled it at the ice wraith. The canister soared through the air, striking the wraith's back with precision. Boom! A burst of orange flames erupted instantly. The viscous fuel clung to the ice wraith, igniting fiercely. Ugh! The ice wraith let out a pain howl. Its ice armor rapidly melted in the intense heat, revealing blackened, rotting flesh beneath. Its movements grew sluggish. Now that's the chance. Lin Ruashi seized the moment, dashing forward. She fired 3 shots at the now unprotected head. Bang! 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 The crystal core at its forehead shattered on impact. The ice wraith convulsed once before falling completely still. We did it! The survivors erupted in cheers of relief. However, before their joy could linger for more than 3 seconds, another ice wraith emitted a shrill cry. Its pure white eyes locked on Asuya, who had just thrown the incendiary. In the next instant, it sprang forward, all fours on the ground, like an arrow released from its bow. It was too fast. Suya felt a flash before a foul. Icy wind rushed toward her. Instinctively, she tried to retreat, but her body failed to respond in time. Lin Ruashi's face turned pale. Suya, watch out! She wanted to rush to her aid, but the distance was too great. She could not reach her in time. In the plaza, Lu Fan swung his axe, cleaving through the Frost Wraith Tyrant's incoming strike, using the momentum to retreat. He saw the Ice Wraith's claws reaching towards Suya. No! A surge of furious wrath ignited within him. He yearned to turn back. Yet, the 3 remaining ice blades of the Frost Wraith Tyrant had already sealed off all his escape routes, forming a deadly web descending upon him. Damn it! Inside the mall, Suya watched as the sharp ice blade drew closer. The shadow of death enveloped her completely. Is this how it ends? Her mind went blank. She had only just begun to enjoy a few days of good fortune, warm rooms, endless feasts, and that man, though domineering, who provided her with an unparalleled sense of security. Is it really over? No, I refuse to accept this. I do not wish to die. A powerful instinct for survival erupted within her like a volcano. Just as the ice blade was about to touch her neck, Suya felt something shatter within her mind. A cold yet familiar power surged forth from the depths of her being. Her pupils transformed into a pure azure hue in an instant. Buzz. A visible ring of blue light expanded rapidly before her. Crack, crack, crack. The moisture in the air instantly condensed. The ice demon that lunged towards her froze mid-motion. Its face contorted in a grotesque snarl. Yet, from the tips of its sharp claws, a thick layer of ice crystals rapidly enveloped its body. In just a second, the ferocious ice demon was transformed into a crystalline sculpture, exquisitely lifelike. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The entire shopping mall was engulfed in a deathly silence. All the survivors gaped in astonishment at the spectacle. Lin Ruashi also halted, her face a canvas of disbelief. Suya herself gues momentarily. Slowly, she raised her hands. A delicate layer of pale blue frost covering her palms, emanating a chilling aura. This is my power? Outside the plaza, Lu Fan felt a sudden surge of energy. He braced himself against a powerful strike from the Frost Tyrant, being flung several meters backward. A surge of blood rushed in his chest, but he paid it no mind. In his mind's eye, the system map displayed a red dot representing the ice demon, which had vanished. Awakened? Ice elemental powers? A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Fan's face. Meanwhile, the Frost Tyrant ceased its onslaught, its head, composed of numerous human faces, slowly turning towards the mall, seemingly intrigued by the newly manifested source of energy. Chapter 74, Promise to be together next time. The Frost Tyrant's movements paused for a brief moment, its multitude of faces shifting toward the shopping mall, evidently more interested in the new energy source. Now is the time. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. Ignoring the tumult in his chest, his leg muscles surged with power, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly at the Frost Tyrant. Roar? The Frost Tyrant seemed taken aback by the audacity of this tiny insect to initiate an attack. It emitted a low growl of confusion as its enormous ice blades, attached to its 4 arms, descended with a piercing whistle. Lu Fan's body traced an erratic Z-shape on the ground, narrowly evading 3 ice blades. However, he could not avoid the last one. His gaze sharpened as he raised his left hand, wielding the fire axe in a defensive maneuver. Bang! A deafening crash resounded. Lu Fan felt an overwhelming force surging through his arm, causing his palm to split open instantly. He was sent flying backward, yet a smile crept onto his face. He had reached it. In the instant of his backward flight, he exerted all his strength, launching the fire axe from his right hand. The axe, stained with blue blood, cut through the air in a crimson arc, spiraling with fervor. It struck true, piercing the basketball-sized crystal core of the Frost Tyrant's chest. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering echoed. A fine crack appeared on the crystal core. Time appeared to freeze. The massive form of the Frost Tyrant stood paralyzed. It slowly lowered its head to inspect the fissure on its chest, and the agonized, contorted faces displayed a collective look of disbelief. In the next moment, the crack rapidly spread across the entire crystal core like a spider's web. Ethereal blue flames suddenly contracted inward, then erupted with a thunderous explosion. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an intense, blinding white light. The enormous body of the Frost Tyrant disintegrated silently within the brilliance, scattering into a flurry of ice crystals and black ash. It was over. Lu Fan collapsed to the ground, the severed axe handle slipping from his grasp. He knelt on one knee, propping himself up with the remaining axe. Gasping for breath, even a level 3 body could not withstand such an intense expenditure of energy. His stamina was nearly depleted. He lifted his head. In the distance, flames soared skyward. Nearby, a battlefield littered with corpses lay before him. The world was terrifyingly silent. The entrance of the shopping mall swung open violently. Lu Fan. 2 figures rushed out recklessly. It was Lin Ruashi and Suya. They hurried to his side, one on each side, supporting him firmly. Are you all right? You're injured. The tremor and weeping undertones in the women's voices were palpable. Lin Ruashi gazed at the intersecting wounds upon him, her eyes brimming with tears that could no longer be restrained, cascading down her cheeks. She reached out to touch his wounds, hesitating in fear of causing him pain, ultimately clinging tightly to his arm. Feeling the softness and warmth on his arm, Lu Fan grinned. I won't die. Ding. Dependency level for Lin Ruashi, 20. Admiration, 30. Conquest degree, 10. Current conquest degree, 90. Also close. In the shadows of the plaza, a pair of ethereal blue eyes fixated intently on Lu Fan. The gaze was filled with an intense hatred and a hint of fear. Fragmented images flashed through its mind, compelling it to tear the man before it to shreds. Yet, an instinctive warning surged within, urging it to flee. Get away. Stay far from him. The madness in its eyes gradually succumbed to reason. Now was not the time. It required greater power. It sought to devour more survivors, to become stronger than the Frost Tyrant. When that time came, it would swallow that man piece by piece. With a fierce glare directed at Lu Fan, who was being supported by the 2 women, the figure silently melted into the deeper darkness. Inside the 100-ton vehicle, Lu Fan sat shirtless, reclined against the sofa. Lin Ruashi and Suya were carefully tending to his wounds with a medical kit. Cotton swabs dipped in alcohol brushed against his jagged injuries. Hiss! Lu Fan feigned a sharp intake of breath. Be gentle, it hurts. Lin Ruashi's hand trembled, and her touch became lighter. Her eyes were red-rimmed as she lowered her head, remaining silent. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Lu Fan glanced at the dashboard clock. It was 4 in the morning. He wondered if Zhao Yuntian had met his demise yet. Whatever, just a petty clown, unworthy of concern. He possessed the advantage of rebirth and the system at his disposal. As long as he adhered to his plan, no one could stand in his way. Lu Fan. Suya spoke softly while bandaging his shoulder. What was that earlier? I felt a sudden surge of power within me. Lu Fan shot her a glance. You awakened your ice elemental powers. Awakened? Lin Ruashi also raised her head, a look of confusion adorning her face. You'll find out in due time. Lu Fan was disinclined to elaborate further. Deep down, he too found it curious. According to his memories from his past life, Suya was supposed to awaken a month into the apocalypse. Moreover, not long after, she sacrificed herself to allow Zhang Haoyan to escape, perishing amidst the ice demon tide. Now, just half a month had passed, and she had awakened ahead of schedule. Could it be that my presence has altered her fate? The butterfly effect, perhaps? How intriguing. Lu Fan's mind began to stir with thoughts. His hand, quite naturally, found its way onto Lin Ruashi's thigh as she tended to the wound on his abdomen. The sensation was met with the coarse fabric of her tactical pants and an astonishing elasticity. Lin Ruashi's body stiffened abruptly. She lifted her head, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and anger as she glared at him. What are you doing? After all this, you're still not behaving. Lu Fan feigned innocence, his hand slipping slightly from lack of strength. By misfortune, his other hand inadvertently brushed against Suya's waist. Her face flushed instantly. She shot him a reproachful glance, but did not pull away. Lu Fan sighed contentedly. After a night of fighting, my temper is a bit high. He observed the two exquisite beauties, one blushing with indignation and the other silent and downcast. How about you both lend me a hand? Lin Ruashi comprehended his meaning instantly. A mix of embarrassment and fury surged within her, and she felt an overwhelming urge to smash the alcohol bottle in her hand against his face. Rogue, shameless, don't even think about it. Yet, Lu Fan simply gazed at her silent. Lin Ruashi felt a chill run down her spine under his scrutiny. She wanted to explode in anger, but how could she, when he had just saved their lives, hers and Suya's? Suya tugged at her clothing, leaning closer to whisper a few words in her ear, her voice barely audible. Lin Ruashi's face turned crimson from her neck to her ears. She looked at Lu Fan, whose expression was half smile, half tease. Biting her lip as an internal struggle ensued. After a lengthy pause, it seemed she surrendered to her resistance, lowering her gaze. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Just with my hand. Once you're healed, we could be together again. The curve of Lu Fan's lips became more pronounced. Mission accomplished. Chapter 75, A Simple Yet Tedious Life in the Post-Apocalyptic RV. The following day, at the break of dawn, Lu Fan was roused by a rustling sound. He opened his eyes to find Lin Ruashi, her back turned towards him, awkwardly donning her uniform. She moved lightly, as if stealing away. Yet, the tense curve of her back and her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her. A smirk crept onto Lu Fan's lips. He remained silent, simply watching her until she fastened the final button and prepared to step down from the bed. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? He asked leisurely. Lin Ruashi's body tensed instantly. She slowly turned around, her cheeks flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. Unable to meet Lu Fan's gaze, she looked down. And no, I'm going to check on the survivors. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lu Fan's lips curled into a playful smile. The massage last night was quite effective. I think I'm ready to go. Lin Ruashi grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Shameless. At that moment, Suya emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 breakfast plates. Let us eat first. Lin Ruashi gazed at the steaming plate of eggs and bacon, her stomach betraying her with a growl. Biting her lip, she ultimately succumbed to her hunger. After breakfast, Lu Fan donned his combat suit. Get ready, we're setting off. The heavy-duty truck glided steadily along the icy road. Outside, the world was a frozen wasteland, while inside the vehicle, it was as warm as spring. A flip car obstructed the path ahead. Lu Fan couldn't be bothered to slow down. With a slight turn of the steering wheel, boom, the small car was sent flying, tumbling across the ice without so much as a tremor to the truck. Such was the stability of C-Class armor. Suya, sitting in the passenger seat, offered him a cup of hot coffee. Careful, it's hot. Her voice was sweet enough to draw water from stone. Lu Fan took a sip from her hand. Freshly ground Blue Mountain. What a splendid little life this is. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Lin Ruashi huddled in the corner, her knees drawn to her chest, staring blankly out the window, pretending to admire the unchanging, snowy landscape. However, the reflection in the glass betrayed her, revealing her wandering gaze. Lu Fan turned his attention away, a smirk gracing his lips. A high and mighty ice queen and a valiant police flower, one feeding him, the other secretly watching. Now, they were both obediently nestled in his vehicle. This damned life in the apocalypse, so simple yet monotonous. The truck continued westward, heading towards the Tianhu Villa area. The snow on the road thickened, and abandoned vehicles became more frequent. The entire world lay in a hushed stillness. Around noon, the vehicle approached a hill. Lu Fan glanced at the rapidly receding snowy scenery and suddenly spoke up. The view here is splendid. Let us have lunch. Lin Ruashi and Suya were taken aback. Lunch? In a place like this? Before they could react, Lu Fan had already parked the truck on a flat expanse. From this vantage point, they could overlook a significant portion of the ice-covered Jiangxing. Though desolate, the sun was a rare sight today. Rays of sunlight fell upon the ice crystals, refracting into a breathtaking display of colors, offering a peculiar beauty in this apocalyptic landscape. Lu Fan then pressed a button on the control panel. With a hum, the armored panels on the roof slowly slid apart, revealing a sunroom constructed of alloy supports and reinforced glass. It rose from within the vehicle, complete with tables, chairs, and a bar. Lin Ruashi and Suya stood in awe. Is this really a truck? Come up. Lu Fan beckoned them, ascending to the second floor first. Sunlight streamed through the glass, warm and inviting. He retrieved a copper pot from the self-service area, along with several plates of sliced lamb and vegetables. He even pulled out a barrel of beer. Lin Ruoxian Sudya exchange glances, big Wildev. They looked at the hot pot of red wine before them, and then at the frozen city below, feeling as though they were in a surreal dream. Others would fight tooth and nail for a mere loaf of bread, while they were leisurely enjoying hot pot and beer in the midst of an apocalypse. The contrast was stark. What are you dawdling for? Eat. Lu Fan picked up a slice of lamb, dipped it in the bubbling pot, and popped it into his mouth. Delicious. Sue was the first to snap back to reality. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, having fully accepted the situation. As long as she followed this man, nothing was impossible. Lin Ruashi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sat down. The hunger in her stomach triumphed over her inner turmoil. She took a sip of red wine. The spicy liquid slid down her throat, loosening her taut nerves. What fall from grace! Lin Ruashi chided herself inwardly while reaching for a piece of beef. So delectable. Lu Fan observed the two women, one at ease, the other conflicted. His mood brightened immensely. In the days of yore, I would indulge in an endless stream of short videos showcasing the allure of RV travel, harboring a singular thought. One day, should fortune smile upon me, I too would procure such a vehicle, accompanied by a stunning companion, slender of waist and leg. We would traverse majestic mountains by day and revel in each other's embrace by night. Little did I anticipate that fortune would not only grant my wish, but exceed my wildest dreams. I now possess an RV, a remarkable evolution of the original concept, and two exquisite companions, one a policewoman and the other an alluring seductress, both of unmatched beauty. With a sip of chill beer, I gazed upon the breathtaking scenery before me, the frozen wasteland below, and the enchanting beauty in my vehicle. Ah, this is what one would call a life well lived. If I were to capture this moment on video, I could easily title it, My Experience of Dining on Hot Pot in an RV Amidst the Apocalypse, accompanied by two beauties. Wouldn't that incite envy among my peers? However, they might currently be fighting over a mere crumb of bread, facing grim fates. On the other side of this mountain lies the Tianhu Villa district, where, in a previous life, a military shelter was established but fell within a month. As time ticks away, I find myself hoping those two stunning women do not meet their demise prematurely. Otherwise, my journey here would be in vain. Suddenly, my gaze fixated on a dilapidated gas station at the mountain's base, where a girl clad in a pink down jacket was cornered by several men. Clutching a baseball bat in a futile attempt at defense, her face was a portrait of terror. Yet, her desperate flailing only seemed to excite her assailants. Hey there, little beauty, don't struggle so. You are making it hard for us to resist. One of the thugs jeered, his tone dripping with malice. Come with us, and we'll ensure you have the time of your life. Among them, a particularly brazen thug recognized the girl, exclaiming, Brothers, I know who she is. ISNT, she, that internet sensation. The cozer who dresses up as various anime characters on Douyin. Another thug, bald and leering, leaned in closer, eyes wide in disbelief. It's really her. She's even more stunning in real life. I've showered her with gifts in her live streams, yet never laid a finger on her. The gang erupted in raucous laughter, reveling in their sadistic fantasies as they advanced towards her. At the base of the mountain, Gu Qingsheng trembled at the lewd remarks, tears streaming down her cheeks. Despair enveloped her as she regretted her earlier decisions, lamenting the actions of Li Mingxian, who had insisted on seeking supplies, promising greater rewards for points in the shelter. Though the military safe haven offered little more than meager rations, it spared her from such beasts. What was she to do? Who would come to her aid? Clutching the bat, it felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. My eyes locked onto her exquisite yet terrified visage, a stunning combination of youthful vibrance and striking beauty. Gu Qingcheng. How fortuitous that she would present herself so readily. I set down my drink and stood, addressing my companions. Continue dining. I need to stretch my legs. Lin Ruashi and Suya looked up in concern. What is the matter? I gestured towards the base of the mountain. There are a few bothersome flies down there. Approaching the sunroom's edge, I leapt down, landing gracefully in the snow below, like a silent predator poised to strike. At the foot of the mountain, Gu Qingsheng felt the weight of despair. The brutish men, their faces twisted with malevolence, cornered her, guns drawn. Why aren't you running? The lead thug taunted, lifting her chin with the barrel of his weapon. Such a pretty face. It's been ages since I've had a catch like you. Gu Qingsheng shivered in fear, tears brimming in her eyes. Please, don't come any closer. My boyfriend is Li Mingxian. He is a superstar. If you harm me, he won't let you go. Li Mingchuan. The thug hesitated momentarily before bursting into laughter with his companions. A superstar? In this day and age, what does that matter? Can it fill our bellies? Seizing her by the hair, he yanked her to her feet. Come with us, little sister. I promise you'll have the time of your life. Let me go. You monsters. Gu Qingsheng fought back, scratching at the thug's face in desperation. A resounding slap echoed as he struck her, leaving her dazed and bleeding. You dare defy me? His eyes glinted with malice as he tore at her pink down jacket, exposing a form that defied human proportions, accentuating her breathtaking curves. The thugs gasped, their breaths quickening at the sight. What had once been a mere fantasy now stood before them in all her glory. One thug, unable to contain himself, swore, I thought those videos were edited. This is real. The lead thug's eyes gleamed with greedy desire as he reached out, his filthy hand poised to violate her sanctity. Please no. Gu Qingsheng screamed in desperation. In that moment, a chilling voice cut through the air. Let her go. The thugs froze, turning to see a man clad in black combat attire, standing at the gas station's entrance, wielding a uniquely designed black longbow. Who the hell are you? Looking for trouble? The lead thug shouted, raising his makeshift weapon. Before he could finish, I moved. No, it seemed as though I hadn't even moved at all. Yet, a bloody hole appeared in the center of the thug's forehead, and his body fell back lifelessly to the ground. Yellow-haired, another thug screamed, panic overtaking him as he bolted towards an NEA in the driver's seat. A driver responsible for the rendezvous stared blankly, his mind unraveling. He frantically twisted the car key. Click, click. Yet, the vehicle refused to ignite. With a surge of panic, he lifted his gaze. A cold, indifferent face loomed through the window, silently observing him. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a fist shattered the driver's side window, sending shards of glass flying. That hand swiftly clutched his throat, a gentle twist and crack. The world fell silent. Inside the gas station, an eerie stillness enveloped the air, broken only by the figure of the bald man who continued to grasp Gu Qingsheng, standing motionless. His legs trembled as if powered by a motor. Lu Fan approached with measured steps. I told you, let her go. The bald man jolted, instinctively loosening his grip. Gu Qingsheng's body weakened, on the verge of collapsing. Lu Fan darted forward, swiftly wrapping his arms around her. The softness of the girl, pressed tightly against his chest, enveloped her in a potent, masculine scent tinged with the faint aroma of tobacco, offering a profound sense of security. At that moment, a flicker of ferocity and madness crossed the bald man's face. An opportunity. He abruptly produced a dark handgun from his jacket, aiming it at Lu Fan's back. You bastard. Watch out. Gu Qingsheng screamed instinctively, attempting to push him away. Yet, the man remained unmoved, not even glancing back. Instead, he casually swung his arm backward, revealing an axe that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. With a sickening thud, the bald man's head was cleaved off like a watermelon, his headless body convulsing as it crumpled to the ground. Gu Qingsheng gazed up at the man before her, her expression one of sheer astonishment. In the sunlight, his profile was sharply defined, his gaze profound, resembling a hero sprung from the pages of comic book. It was over. A flutter of excitement coursed through her. Lu Fan looked down at the girl in his arms, her face awash with infatuation, and felt a smile tug at his lips. His hand rested lightly on her waist, so slender and delicate. Ah, the sensation was quite pleasant. He released her, gently patting her head. Let us go. Get in the car. Huh? Oh, Gu Qingsheng, as if roused from a dream, felt her face flush crimson. What had she forgotten? Never mind, it wasn't important. Chapter 77. Oh right, I forgot about my boyfriend. Just as Gu Qingsheng attempted to follow, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Her body swayed, losing balance, and she braced for a fall. Just then, a sturdy arm wrapped around her waist, another hand supporting her. My foot. She tried to move, but another wave of agony surged through her, nearly bringing her to tears. It seemed she had sprained it. Lu Fan said nothing. With a firm grip, he effortlessly lifted her off the ground. Gu Qingsheng instinctively clutched his neck, her body pressed against his solid chest. Oh no, her heart raced uncontrollably. Lu Fan carried her with steady strides towards the mountaintop. In the future, don't wander off alone. There are many bad people outside. Gu Qingsheng buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. Lu Fan looked down and asked, Are you alone? Gu Qingsheng suddenly snapped back to reality. All right, she and T come out alone. My goodness. She had completely forgotten about Li Mingxian and the others. She even had a nominal boyfriend, freshly minted just yesterday. The apocalypse had struck so suddenly, leaving her a solitary girl in despair. Li Mingxian had been pursuing her, tirelessly caring for her in recent days. She had reluctantly nodded in agreement only yesterday. But was it inappropriate to be cradled by another man like this? Gu Qingsheng squirmed, attempting to extricate herself from Lu Fan's embrace. However, the shredded-down jacket offered no warmth, and a gust of cold wind made her shiver. His embrace was both sturdy and warm. She found herself reluctant to leave. With her foot sprained, there was no choice. This was beyond her control. Yes, she was merely accepting assistance as an injured party, not seeking comfort in his good looks. Absolutely not, because his chest was so hard and perfect to lean against. Gu Qingchang subtly nestled her face deeper into his embrace. Just for a moment. Once her foot felt better, she would step down. Suddenly, it struck her. She didn't even know the name of this strikingly handsome man. Where was he taking her? Wait, wasn't this how cartoons and novels always depicted it? The more handsome the man, the more likely he was to be a twisted soul in private. What if he intended to abduct her and turn her into a doll? Gu Qingqing's face paled in an instant. She could not control her body as it began to tremble. Lu Fan noticed her shaking and assumed she was cold. He tightened his embrace, drawing her even closer to his chest. This was bad. It felt even more like a sinister trap. Gu Qingqing was nearly scared out of her wits. She mustered her courage, using her most practiced high-pitched voice to tentatively inquire, great hero, where exactly are we going? I still don't know your name. Lu Fan glanced down at her wide, fearful eyes that seemed to plead for release. Ah, now you're afraid? How have you survived this long? He found it amusing, yet his voice remained cool as he uttered two words. Lu Fan, I'm taking you to a good place. Gu Qingqing's heart sank, plummeting into despair. She heard her teeth chattering. A good place? Yes, Lu Fan replied lightly. A place where you can wear new clothes every day. New clothes every day. A torrent of terrifying movie scenes flashed through Gu Qingcheng's mind. Were they the kind of garments reserved for corpses? Help! When Gu Qingcheng finally laid eyes upon the steel behemoth parked at the mountaintop, she was utterly dumbfounded. Was this a truck? Surely. It wasn't some mobile fortress of a military base? As the door swung open, a wave of warm, savory hot pot aroma wafted toward her. Gurgle. Her stomach betrayed her with a growl, nearly overwhelming her with salivation. This fragrance was simply irresistible. Lamb and mushrooms. Good heavens, amidst the apocalypse. Someone could still enjoy hot pot. Following the scent, she spotted two women seated at a dining table in a sunlit conservatory on the second floor. One was clad in a uniform, exuding an air of elegance despite her cool demeanor. The other wore loungewear, exuding a gentle, refined aura, though her expression held a hint of melancholy. Both were strikingly beautiful. They were gathered around a steaming copper pot, indulging in slices of lamb. Eating hot pot in a post-apocalyptic world? Gu Qingqing's mind momentarily stalled. The two women halted their movements simultaneously, their gazes, sharp as scalpels, fixated on Gu Qingqing. They scrutinized her from head to toe, ultimately resting their eyes on the arms of Lu Fan, who was holding her. In an instant, the atmosphere turned rather delicate. What a chaotic scene this was. Gu Qingqing felt as though she had fallen into a den of wolves. Lu Fan, however, remained unfazed, gently placing her onto an empty chair. His expression was devoid of emotion as he set Gu Qingqing down. How's your foot? It's all right. Gu Qingqing, overwhelmed by the intensity of their stares, stumbled over her words. Lu Fan pulled out a chair. Sit, let us share a meal. Gu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Lu Fan, then at the two women whose glares were anything but friendly. Finally, her attention fell upon the bubbling pot of lamb slices. Forget it. A psychopathic killer can't possibly be this handsome. Moreover, he was treating her to hot pot. She modestly replied, I really shouldn't tea. Yet her body was quite honest as it sank into the chair. Her ankles seemed to throb less intensely all of a sudden. Just as Gu Qingqing had barely eaten a couple of pieces of lamb, distant shouts echoed from below. Qingqing, Gu Qingqing, where are you? It was Li Mingxuan's voice. Gu Qingqing, filled with excitement, forgot to swallow the meat in her mouth. She leapt to her feet. I'm here. She waved her hand, eager to be seen by those below, completely forgetting about her swollen ankle. Her body lurched uncontrollably towards the railing of the sunroom on the second floor. Gu Qingqing was startled beyond belief. It was over. She was about to fall. In an instant, a shadow flashed beside her. Lu Fan swiftly wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her back while his other hand securely supported her. The sensation was strangely familiar. Gu Qingqing found herself crashing into Lu Fan's embrace. She could feel a warm hand resting on her chest. Did he just squeeze? Her face flared with heat. Reaching her ears, Lu Fan looked down at the flustered girl in his arms, momentarily forgetting to release her. Li Mingxian and several teammates rushed breathlessly to the gas station, their faces alight with the joy of having found her. But the next moment, their smiles froze completely. What did they see? A man was holding his girlfriend tightly, and that man's hand was brazenly resting on her chest. Chapter 78, greener than a football field. Li Mingxuan's face turned an immediate shade of green, more so than any football field he had ever played on. Let her go. Li Mingxuan's voice was tinged with a hint of crack. His teammates stood in stunned silence. What the hell was happening? After searching tirelessly, they finally found her, only to see her in someone else's arms. Lu Fan cast a glance at the panicked girl in his hold, then at the furious figure down the hill. He remained still, instead lifting his hand slightly higher for better support. Oh, more stable now. Gu Qingchang felt her cheeks could fry an egg. She could distinctly feel the man's palm covering her chest, even adjusting its position. Why you need to let me down? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Only then did Lu Fan leisurely release her. Li Mingxian and his teammates were utterly dumbfounded. This was an outright provocation. Right in front of him, embracing his girl. Not only that, but the hand was also decidedly inappropriate. Gu Qingcheng instinctively took a step back, trying to distance herself from Lu Fan. But a sharp pain in her ankle caused her to stumble again. Lu Fan reached out once more, steadying her arm. I told you to let her go. Can't you understand human speech? Li Mingxian trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Fan. Gu Qingcheng, alarmed, exclaimed, Li Mingxian, what are you doing? She shook off Lu Fan's hand, frowning at Li Mingxian below. It was Lu Fan who saved me. Some bad people were trying to bully me, and he killed them all. Li Mingxian was taken aback. Lu Fan? Saved her? Only then did he notice the several corpses lying not far from the gas station. The blood starkly contrasting against the snow. But so what? Just because he saved her, did that mean she should call him brother? Did that give him the right to touch her? Li Mingxian felt his head spinning with anger. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. This man clearly had the capability to take down armed thugs alone. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. Li Mingxian adjusted his expression, believing it to be quite suave. Thank you for saving Qingqing. I am Li Mingxian, a player on the national football team. In the past, his name would command respect. Yet Lu Fan merely raised an eyebrow. Oh, the single word nearly choked Li Mingxian. Oh, just a no, you don't know who I am? Lu Fan certainly knew who he was. In a previous life, this so-called star athlete had managed to get by at the Tianhu base with a bit of fame and physical prowess, but that was the extent of it. Just a spoiled, simple-minded giant baby. Qingcheng, come down. We need to return to the base. Li Mingxian trembled with frustration, yet dared not show it too overtly. Damn it. He had been her devoted admirer for over 2 years, spending countless resources and money before the apocalypse. Finally, in this dreadful weather, she had nodded in agreement. Just yesterday, she had promised to be his girlfriend. They hadn't even held hands yet. If he scared her away now, it would mean a complete loss. Just as Gu Qingcheng was about to respond, a rich aroma of meat wafted into her nose. She instinctively glanced at the hot pot on the table, then at Li Mingxian shivering in the cold below. The words caught in her throat. Moreover, her ankle was still throbbing with pain. She can't walk. Suya's cool voice drifted down. At that moment, Li Mingxuan's gaze swept over the other 2 individuals in the sunroom. One exuded an air of heroism, while the other was as cold as ice. Their beauty rivaled even that of Gu Qingcheng. Li Mingxian was utterly stunned. What was happening? 2 more stunning beauties? His teammates behind him were equally mesmerized. Lu Fan silently commended Suya and continued, she cannot walk. Just in time. I also plan to head to the Tianhu Villa district so I can give her a ride along the way. Li Mingxian's expression instantly turned extremely grim. No need. We can walk by ourselves. He nearly shouted. Lu Fan shrugged and refrained from further comment. Gu Qingcheng gazed at the bubbling pot of meat slices, swallowing hard. She truly did not wish to walk back again. It was cold, she was hungry, and it was dangerous. Most importantly, her feet were in excruciating pain. Biting her lip, she resolved, Mingxian, I really cannot walk anymore. I will take his car, and we can meet at the entrance of the base, all right? Li Mingxian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He stared incredulously at Gu Qingcheng. She actually rejected him, for the sake of a man she had just met, in front of all their teammates. Gu Qingcheng, what do you mean? Who is he? Are you familiar with him? You're my girlfriend. Gu Qingcheng's eyes turned red from a shout, and her temper flared. He is my savior. If it weren't for him, just now, I would have been in trouble with those ruffians. She exclaimed with indignation. And where were you? You have no idea how much it hurts me. Li Mingxian was rendered speechless by her retort. His face alternated between shades of green and white. He felt the stares of all his teammates piercing into him like daggers. How embarrassing. Absolutely humiliating. He glared fiercely at Lu Fan, his eyes filled with a seething resentment that seemed almost tangible. At that moment, a small, Slender subordinate leaned in close to whisper in his ear, Xinge, don't argue with a woman. This guy is quite cunning. Let us return to the base first. Once we are back on our turf, we can think of ways to deal with him. As he spoke, he furtively glanced at Lin Ruoshi and Suya in the car. Look at those two beauties in his car. They're exceptional as well. This guy must be hiding quite a few treasures. Once we reach the base, everything in his car, along with those girls, will belong to you, Xinge. Li Mingxuan's eyes instantly brightened. Indeed, a gentleman takes revenge. It is never too late. Engaging him head-on now would only yield unfavorable results. Once we return to the base, which is the territory of our team's owner, I can find an excuse to eliminate this ignorant brat. His car, his supplies, and his women will all be mine. With that thought, Li Mingxuan's fury subsided considerably, and he managed to reconstitute a smile. All right, Qingsheng, you can take his car. Just be careful on the road. I'll be waiting for you at the base. With that, he cast a lingering glance at Lu Fan, then turned away without looking back, leading his teammates away. Chapter 79. This girl is truly impressive. Li Mingxian left, brimming with indignation and jealousy. The atmosphere in the sunroom became somewhat delicate. Gu Qingsheng lowered her head, her face flushed, her toes awkwardly digging into the ground inside her shoes. The gazes of the two beautiful women made her feel as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Ahem. Lu Fan cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He picked up a slice of freshly cooked beef and placed it into Gu Qingsheng's bowl. What are you dawdling for? Eat. It will taste terrible if it gets cold. Gu Qingsheng abruptly lifted her head, taken aback. Huh? Oh, thank you, brother Lu Fan. She hurriedly picked up the slice of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Delicious. Lin Ruoshi, with a cold expression, slammed her chopsticks on the table. Suya, however, remained silent, merely picking up the communal chopsticks to serve Lu Fan a generous portion of vegetables. It's not good to eat only meat. Nutrition must be balanced. Lu Fan glanced at the mound of vegetables in his bowl, and then at Suya's face, which seemed to exude thoughtfulness. Women. He picked up a piece of vegetable and, maintaining his composure, ate it. Gu Qingsheng looked from one to the other, gradually realizing something. With a twinkle in her eye, she quickly raised her wine glass. To my two elder sisters, my name is Gu Qingsheng. Thank you for taking me in. I toast you both. After speaking, she tilted her head back and downed the red wine in her glass. Lin Ruoshi and Suya remained unmoved. The atmosphere turned awkward once more. Lu Fan felt a chuckle bubbling within him. This girl is quite the bold spirit. He stole a glance at her, and indeed, she was quite impressive. What is a child like you doing drinking alcohol? You should be drinking juice. As he spoke, he pulled out a box of orange juice from beneath the bar. Gu Qingsheng's eyes widened at the sight of the neatly packaged juice. Wow, brother Lu Fan, how come you have everything here? It's like a treasure chest. She clutched the orange juice like a little hamster, her eyes sparkling with delight. This moment dissipated the previous awkwardness. Suya, observing her carefree demeanor, couldn't he help but smile slightly. The 100 Tons King resumed its journey. The warmth inside the car felt like spring. Gu Qingsheng, cradling a cup of steaming orange juice, curiously surveyed everything inside the vehicle. Wow, brother Lu Fan, your car is so cool. Did you modify it yourself? It's like a mobile castle. She was like a curious child, poking around with a sense of wonder, continuously exclaiming in awe. Suya, sitting beside her, casually interjected, Sister Qingsheng, is the Tianhu base really safe? We're also looking for a place to settle down. The mention of the base opened the floodgates for Gu Qingsheng. Safe. Super safe. The walls of the base are incredibly high, with barbed wire and roadblocks outside. The guard are all soldiers, so handsome. She animatedly gestured, her face full of longing. Although they are a bit strict, we have to work every day to earn points for food. Suya continued to probe quietly. Is there enough food? Gu Qingsheng grimaced in complaint. There is plenty of food, but we eat compressed biscuits every day. It's so bland it's driving me crazy. The most precious thing is hot water. In this weather, the water freezes and bathing is out of the question. She cast an envious glance at Suya's refreshing hair and clean face. Sister Suya, how do you maintain your skin? It looks so good. Lu Fan was driving, but his ears were perked up. Ample food, scarce water. This matched the intelligence from his previous life. Who calls the shots in the base? Lu Fan suddenly inquired. Huh? Gu Qingsheng was momentarily taken aback. I think it's the government people. The soldiers only handle fighting and guarding the city. They don't come out much. Oh right. There's also Tianhong Group. She seemed to remember something, her eyes lighting up. That's the boss of Li Mingxian's team. They are quite influential in the base. A lot of supplies are provided by their company, and half of the factories in the base belong to them. Even the government officials have to give them some respect. Tianhong Group. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. That name was all too familiar to him. In a past life, the tragic downfall of the Tianhu base saw this organization play an exceedingly disgraceful role. Lin Ruoshi listened quietly, her brow furrowing increasingly. The military, the government, and private enterprises, three factions entrenched within a diminutive base. It was evident, even to the most naive, how deep the waters ran within. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a formidable gray wall, constructed from shipping containers and concrete, emerged on the horizon. Soldiers, armed to the teeth, stood atop the wall, while beneath it lay a dense maze of barbed wire and barricades. This was the Tianhu survivor base. The colossal behemoth, resembling a steel titan, approached slowly, immediately arousing the vigilance of the sentinels on the wall. Halt! The vehicle ahead must stop immediately. Failure to comply will result in the use of force. The shrill warning blared through the loudspeaker. Lu Fan gradually brought the vehicle to a stop. As the door swung open, Lin Ruoshi, clad in a pristine police uniform, descended from the vehicle. She tilted her head up toward the sentinels on the wall, presenting her credentials. I am Lin Ruoshi from the Jiangxing Bureau. There is an urgent matter that necessitates reporting to the base commander. The soldiers exchanged glances. One, appearing quite young, leaned forward. Wait here. He seized a walkie-talkie to relay a message. While they waited, the survivors gathered at the base's entrance pointed and whispered about the behemoth, their eyes shimmering with envy, jealousy, and greed. After approximately 10 minutes, the heavy iron gate of the base creaked open, revealing a man resembling an officer. He scrutinized Lin Ruoshi, then cast a wary glance at the steel giant behind her. Follow me. Your vehicle may enter and park in the designated area. Lu Fan parked in an open space, while Lin Ruoshi followed the officer into an office building. She had anticipated being taken to the command center to meet the highest-ranking officer of the base. Instead, she was ushered into a rather ordinary office where a middle-aged man, bespectacled with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of scholarly gentility, received her. Officer Lin, greetings. I am Chen Yishan from the Base Management Committee. The man gestured toward a chair opposite him, his demeanor polite. Please have a seat. He personally poured a glass of water for her, a gesture that, in this world where water was more precious than oil, was considered exceedingly gracious. However, Lin Ruoshi had no inclination for pleasantries. She rapidly and clearly recounted the situation at Wanda Plaza. This is the situation. Director Wang, I represent the hundreds of survivors and implore the base to dispatch a rescue team immediately. She rose, her tone earnest. The man referred to as Director Wang listened quietly, adjusting his glasses, a troubled expression crossing his face. Officer Lin, I fully understand your concern. However, Lin Ruoshi's heart sank. However, our manpower is severely lacking. The military's mobile units are engaged in higher priority search and rescue missions. The internal defense forces must ensure the safety of over 100,000 individuals and cannot be easily mobilized. Those are hundreds of lives. Lin Ruoshi's emotions flared. I am aware. Director Wang's tone remained calm and measured. You must consider the bigger picture. We receive countless similar requests for assistance daily. If we responded to each, the base would be empty. We will document this matter and consider it when we have the capacity. Official jargon, bureaucratic platitudes. She gazed at his impassive face, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her. She wished to plead further, but Director Wang had already risen. Officer Lin, you have worked hard. Please go rest. We will arrange accommodations and identity IDs for you and your companions. The dismissal weighed heavily upon her. Lin Ruoshi clenched her fists, knuckles whitening. She cast one last glance at Director Wang before turning and exiting the office. Outside, the biting wind howled, yet it paled in comparison to the chill within her heart. She walked back to the parking lot in a daze, where Lu Fan leaned against the front of the vehicle, a cigarette unlit between his lips. Upon seeing Lin Ruoshi's expression, he appeared entirely unfazed, even raising not an eyebrow. The maternal instinct in this apocalyptic world proved utterly futile. It was time for her to witness what true efficiency entailed. Chapter 80. Let me show you what efficiency looks like. Lu Fan extinguished the cigarette, observing Lin Ruoshi's despondent demeanor with indifference. I told you long ago, relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. Speaking to a wall is a futile endeavor. He patted Lin Ruoshi on the shoulder. Come, let me show you what efficiency truly means. Lin Ruoshi lifted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. What? Without providing an explanation, Lu Fan strode toward the office building. Two soldiers stationed at the entrance raised their hands to stop him. Comrade, entry is not permitted here. Lu Fan did not even glance at them. Step aside. I have classified military intelligence to deliver to the base commander. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. The soldiers locked eyes with him, their hearts inexplicably racing, and they instinctively took a step back. Lu Fan pushed open the door. Inside the office, the man named Chun Ishan leisurely sipped tea. Upon seeing Lu Fan burst in, he frowned. "Who are you? Who allowed you to enter?" Lu Fan approached his desk, towering over him. "You did not agree to send help to Wanda Plaza?" Chun Ishan set down his teacup, adopting a bureaucratic tone. "Comrade, I have already explained the situation to Officer Lin. The base has its challenges, and I hope you can understand. I have a document," Lu Fan interrupted, "from the Kunlun station in Antarctica. Classified military intelligence." Chun Ishan's official smile faltered. "Antarctica? Kunlun station?" The words struck him like a hammer. Lu Fan leaned in closer, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you believe you are qualified to handle this document? If this matter is delayed, can you bear the responsibility?" Chun Ishan's expression shifted from pale to ashen, and finally, he relented. Trembling, he picked up the internal phone on his desk. "Hello, this is Chun Ishan. There's an urgent situation here, very urgent. It pertains to classified military intelligence." Lin Ruashi, following behind, was left in stunned disbelief. This could be done? In a starkly decorated office, exuding an aura of lethal seriousness, a man dressed in a major's uniform, seemingly in his early 30s, rubbed his temples wearily. The documents before him towered like a mountain. Upon hearing Chun Ishan's report, he furrowed his brow. "Bring him in." Soon, Lu Fan was escorted into the office. As I gazed upon the visage before me, a few nearly forgotten memories began to crystallize. Indeed, it was him. The Major General rose to his feet, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lu Fan, his eyes sharp and piercing like those of an eagle. "Greetings, I am Xiao Zhan, the commander of the Tianhu base." He extended his hand, his gaze unwavering as he appraised Lu Fan. They shook hands. "Lu Fan, where's the item?" Xiao Zhan's voice was hoarse yet powerful. Lu Fan retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and placed it upon the table. Xiao Zhan picked up the USB, inserting it into a nearby military laptop. The contents of the USB were browsed page by page. When the final line of text appeared, Xiao Zhan's fingers, which had been striking the keyboard, abruptly halted. C7 Underground Ruins, highest authority directive. The office was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan slammed the laptop shut. He stood, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Fan. "Where did you acquire this?" Lu Fan shrugged. "It was given to me by an old man on the verge of death." Xiao Zhan fell into silence, acutely aware of the immeasurable value of this information. The truth behind the disappearance of the Kunlun station, the terrifying creatures beneath the permafrost, the weaknesses and evolutionary directions of the ice demons, the locations of several top-secret military research bases, and that underground ruin existing in the highest level of classified files. Xiao Zhan resumed his seat, regarding Lu Fan with newfound seriousness. "Speak, what reward do you desire?" Lu Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Food and drink? I have no lack of those. Cars and houses? Mere scrap metal now. As for beautiful women, it seems I am not short on those either." He looked at Xiao Zhan, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "My request is simple. Dispatch someone immediately to Wanda Plaza to retrieve those several hundred survivors. That will be the finest reward for me." Xiao Zhan fell silent again. He regarded Lu Fan, a hint of appreciation flickering in his gaze for the first time. Yet he shook his head. "Protecting the populace is our duty as soldiers. Rescue is our mission. It cannot be counted as your reward." He paused, his tone becoming weightier. "Chun Ishan did not deceive you. Apart from the necessary security forces, all our mobile units have already been dispatched. We are indeed stretched thin." Xiao Zhan looked back at Lu Fan, his tone earnest. "Therefore, propose a different condition, one that you deserve." This posed a challenge for Lu Fan, and suddenly, a bold idea sprang to mind. "I need weapons." Lu Fan spoke. 4 sets of the latest military-grade bulletproof vests, along with a Type 95 automatic rifle and 10 boxes of ammunition. Xiao Zhan's brow immediately furrowed. The bulletproof vests are manageable. However, firearms in this nation are an absolute taboo. Had this been 2 weeks ago, suggesting such a thing would have landed one in the interrogation room, questioning their very existence. But now, the times have changed. Xiao Zhan's mind raced through the contents of the USB. The deep cold apostles, the C7 underground ruins. Each detail pointed to a cruel reality. The old world's rules had become mere scraps of paper. He himself was managing this vast base of over 100,000 people with a completely new set of rules. This man, Lu Fan, was a double-edged sword, dangerous. But the true peril lay beyond the walls, amidst the endless blue monsters. Compared to that, what significance did a Type 95 hold? This was not a matter of choice. Xiao Zhan gazed at Lu Fan, a decision forming in his mind. In chaotic times, one must resort to the methods befitting chaos. He took a gamble, wagering that this man would keep his gun pointed outward. Very well. Xiaozhan contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He gestured, and the guards behind him promptly turned to make arrangements. A slight smile crept onto Lu Fan's lips. He was not surprised by Xiaozhan's choice, for he had already perused the contents of the USB. Of course, the old man had encrypted the USB, but that was no match for Lu Fan's extraordinary capabilities. Thus, the contents had already been stored within his Baidunhuang, particularly the information regarding that underground ruin. Xiaozhan scrutinized Lu Fan once more. Are you interested in joining us? With your abilities and the merit of this intelligence, I can directly offer you the position of a battalion commander. Lu Fan shook his head. I am accustomed to a leisurely life and dislike being managed. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Xiaozhan called after him. What else did that old gentleman say? Lu Fan paused his steps, not turning back. He mentioned that his granddaughter, Qin Yuyan, is at Moda University, a biological prodigy. Qin Yuyan. I hope this information helps you hold on until I reach Modu. Upon returning to Baidunhuang, Lu Fan found himself laden with several heavy military equipment cases. Lin Ruoshi and Suya rushed forward to greet him, while Gu Qingcheng peeked down from the second floor, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Fan opened the cases to reveal a pristine bulletproof vest, a sleek black automatic rifle gleaming with a metallic sheen, and rows of glistening ammunition. He took the rifle in hand, expertly pulling back the bolt to check the magazine. The cold touch and solid weight sent a rush of adrenaline coursing through him. He tossed a bulletproof vest to Lin Ruoshi and Suya, instructing, put these on for protection. Lin Ruoshi stared at the equipment in her hands, then glanced at Lu Fan, her expression complex. She had sought assistance and received mere bureaucratic jargon. Yet he had managed not only to secure the rescue, but also to bring back military-grade supplies. Just how many hidden cards did this man possess that she was unaware of? At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. A weary group was trudging through the base's entrance, and leading them was Li Mingxian. Their faces were smudged with dirt, resembling those who had just returned from fleeing. Li Mingxuan's eyes immediately locked onto the conspicuous Baidunhuang, and then onto Lu Fan standing beside it. His expression darkened, as if it could drip water. He hurried over in quick strides. Qingcheng, I have come to fetch you. Hurry down. Chapter 81. Did the police flower sister get forcefully kissed? Gu Qingcheng stood on the second floor, feeling anxious and restless. She glanced at the infatuated Li Mingxian, then back at the warm and comfortable environment inside the vehicle, with steam still rising from the hot pot on the table. Unable to resist, she muttered softly, "My foot still hurts." Her voice was not loud, but in the silence of the parking lot, it was enough for everyone to hear distinctly. Li Mingxuan's face turned a deep shade of green. The teammates behind him exchanged glances, their eyes darting as they struggled to suppress their laughter. The atmosphere was so awkward that one could practically scrape out a three-bedroom apartment with their toes. Gu Qingcheng realized she had misspoken, yet she genuinely did not wish to go outside. It was far too cold. Li Mingxuan's expression was colder than the icy air outside. Where could she find the embrace of brother Lu Fan? The warmth of this vehicle was incomparable, but there was no choice. She, a young lady, could not remain in someone else's RV indefinitely. Moreover, Li Mingxian had only yesterday acknowledged her as his girlfriend. It was utterly inappropriate to disregard him in front of his teammates. Alas, had I lost my wits yesterday? Gu Qingcheng chastised herself repeatedly in her mind. With a reluctant sigh, she rose to her feet, forcing a smile on her face that was more grotesque than tears. Thank you, brother Lu Fan, and to the two sisters as well. With that, she limped away, resembling a stray cat cast out by its owner. Wait, Lin Ruoshi called out to her. She unbuckled her sidearm and pressed it into Gu Qingcheng's hands. Hold on to this. Keep it concealed. Let no one know. Lin Ruoshi's voice remained cool, yet her gaze held a hint of subtle concern. Do not disclose this to anyone, including him. She gestured toward Li Mingxian, who stood below. Gu Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback. Sister Ruoshi, it's unsafe outside. Lin Ruoshi met her eyes firmly. Protect yourself. A warm current surged within Gu Qingcheng's heart. She sniffled and impulsively leaned in, planting a quick kiss on Lin Ruoshi's cheek. Thank you, Sister Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi's body froze instantly, her cheeks flushing with a sudden warmth. She instinctively raised her hand to push Gu Qingcheng away, but halfway through, she lowered it, turning her head aside in a somewhat awkward manner. Wow, is this how it's done? Lu Fan mused, astonished from the sidelines. The image of the policewoman being unexpectedly kissed was far more thrilling than a hot pot feast. Gu Qingcheng carefully concealed the firearm within her embrace before waving energetically at Lu Fan and Suya. Brother Lufan, sisters, I'm off. With that, she turned and limped down from the vehicle. Li Mingxian immediately approached, offering his support. What's wrong? Does your foot still hurt? Let me carry you. You bend down. But Gu Qingsheng instinctively recoiled. No, it's fine. I can walk by myself. Li Mingxuan's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly readjusted, assisting her toward the residential area. Just before departing, he cast a lingering glance back at Lufan, his eyes glinting like a serpent poised to strike. As Gu Qingsheng was led away by Li Mingxian, Lufan withdrew his gaze, yet the weary, sharp visage of Xiao Zhan surfaced in his mind. Xiao Zhan. He recalled his past life, where he had been pursued like a dog by several ice demons in search of Lafite, with no escape route in sight. Had it not been for Xiao Zhan, who fortuitously passed by and rescued him from the clutches of the ice demons, he would have been long forgotten beneath a mound of grass in his grave. The debt of gratitude was indeed a complicated matter. Later, when he finally managed to locate Li Feifei and attempted to return to the Tianhu base, it had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Xiao Zhan had perished alongside the base, buried beneath endless snow, the cause of death shrouded in mystery. Some claimed it was due to treachery from the Tianhong group, while others whispered of an irresistible tide of terrifying ice demons. In his previous life, he had been but a mere ant, rolling in the mud, unworthy of knowing the truth. But in this life, Lufan's lips curled slightly. What I owe to others, I, Lufan, shall repay. Naturally, that which others owe me shall be reclaimed with interest. The USB drive he had given to Xiao Zhan earlier was merely the first installment of repayment. Lufan was not one to forget kindness, yet he was no fool either. His motivation to assist stemmed from another reason. Both of his target individuals were within this very base. Gu Qingsheng posed no significant challenge, but the other, Shen Yuehua, remained elusive. Lufan parked the heavy-duty vehicle in a secluded area near the inner wall, where it was relatively quiet and secure. Just as he settled the vehicle, a commotion erupted nearby. Hand over your food. Damn it, you filthy wench, know your place. Several ruffians surrounded a woman, who donned a faded linen dress layered beneath an ill-fitting old cotton coat. Her long hair was carelessly tied back, revealing a graceful, swan-like neck, an aura that starkly contrasted with the desolation of the apocalypse. Clutching a painting tube tightly against her chest, her face was etched with terror and defiance. No, I can't. This is my painting. I won't give it to you. A painting? The scar-faced leader scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest joke of all time. You think I'm a fool to believe you've protected a mere painting so well? With a brutish yank, he seized the tube and violently emptied its contents, several sheets of paper scattering across the filthy snow. Damn it, these are just a few scraps of paper. The scar-faced man spat disdainfully, stomping on the papers with force. The woman let out a desperate scream, lunging forward frantically. My painting! Don't touch my painting! Get away! He kicked her down to the ground, and despite her fall into the snow, she continued to struggle, trying to salvage the trampled artwork. Initially, Lufan had no intention of intervening. The scum within the base were countless. However, upon recognizing the woman's face, he halted in his tracks. Shen Yuehua, his second target. He had not anticipated meeting her here in such a manner. A smile tugged at Lufan's lips. Fortune comes without effort. He exited the vehicle, approaching just as the thugs prepared to lay hands on Shen Yuehua. Stop. His voice was calm. The scar-faced man turned, spotting Lufan alone, and immediately found amusement in the situation. Another wannabe hero? Kid, you better scram while you can, or you'll be dealt with too. Lufan remained silent, steadily advancing toward them, picking up a sheet of the untouched artwork from the ground. As he unfolded it, it revealed a world blanketed in ice and snow. Yet in a corner, a resilient shade of green broke through the frost. Well done. Quite intriguing. Damn it, are you deaf? The scar-faced man, incensed by Lufan's indifference, drew a dagger and charged at him menacingly. Lufan did not lift his gaze. Just as the man closed in, he moved. No one could discern his motion. A sharp crack resonated in the air, followed by a wretched scream that was anything but human. The scar-faced man's arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the white of bone piercing through flesh and exposed to the frigid air. Lufan released his grip, and the scar-faced man crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud, writhing in agony. The remaining thugs stood frozen in shock, staring at Lufan as though he were a specter. Lufan's gaze swept across their faces. Get lost. With that single word, the thugs fled as if granted a reprieve from death, scrambling away, leaving even their half-conscious leader behind. The world instantly fell silent. Lufan bent down, collecting the scattered sheets of paper one by one. He carefully brushed off the stains and rolled them back up to return to the tube. Then, he approached Shen Yuehua, extending his hand. Can you stand? Shen Yuehua gazed up at him dazed. In the sunlight, the man's silhouette enveloped her entirely. His cold, austere face was devoid of any expression, yet his eyes resembled a deep pool, making it hard for her to discern his true feelings. Trembling, she reached out and placed her hand in his warm, strong grasp, which lifted her from the icy despair of the snow-covered ground. Chapter 82. The Wound Healed. Time to fulfill the promise. As Shen Yuehua regained her footing, an anxious male voice called out. Yuehua, where have you been? A man, wearing glasses and a well-tailored wool coat, hurried toward her. He appeared to be in his 40s, with an elegant demeanor. Yet his attire seemed somewhat ludicrous in such frigid weather. This man was Gao Xiang, Shen Yuehua's husband. He approached her, scanning her up and down with evident concern. Are you all right? Are you injured? Shen Yuehua shook her head, her lips moving as if to speak. It was only then that Gao Xiang's gaze fell upon the group of thugs nearby, particularly fixating on the scar-faced man who writhed on the ground, his arms severed. His expression changed instantly, not to one of anger or fear, but rather one of revulsion. He pulled Shen Yuehua back a couple of steps, as if to distance himself from something filthy. How could you associate with these ruffians? He scolded, furrowing his brow. I have told you countless times not to venture out alone. These people are the dregs of society, vulgar and uncouth. What could you possibly have to discuss with them? Shen Yuehua's complexion paled. I just wanted to take a chance and see if I could trade for some food. Food. All you think about is food. Gao Xiang's voice rose sharply. We are artists. We are individuals with spiritual aspirations. How can we debase ourselves for a few morsels? His words were delivered with righteous indignation, nearly prompting Lafite, who listened nearby, to chuckle. Dying of hunger is trivial. Losing one's integrity is grave. Even in this apocalypse, you still engage in performance art? Once Gao Xiang finished reprimanding his wife, he turned his attention to Lafite, scrutinizing him in his black combat attire and austere demeanor. His frown deepened. To him, Lafite seemed no different from the thugs on the ground, both exuding an air of violence and ignorance toward art. Thank you for your intervention, Gao Xiang said, his tone patronizing. However, we have our own means of resolution. Violence is unnecessary. Grasping Shen Yuehua's arm, he turned to leave, as if lingering even a moment longer would tarnish his artistic essence. Shen Yuehua stumbled slightly as he pulled her away. She glanced back at the painting tube in Lafite's hand, her eyes filled with longing and reluctance. Wait, Lafite spoke up. Gao Xiang halted, turning back with impatience. What is it now? Lafite waved the painting tube. I greatly admire your wife's art. I would like to exchange 10 pounds of rice for one of her paintings. 10 pounds of rice. Shen Yuehua's eyes lit up instantly. She instinctively touched her emaciated belly. 10 pounds of rice would sustain them for half a month. She looked at Gao Xiang, her gaze pleading. Gao Xiang's face flushed crimson, as if he had received a grievous insult. What did you say? Rice? In exchange for my Yuehua's painting? He regarded Lafite as if he were a fool. Do you understand what art is? Each of Yuehua's works is a culmination of her heart and soul. They are priceless treasures. You dare to propose such a crude exchange? It is sheer blasphemy against art. Lafite remained silent, merely observing his theatrical performance. The more Gao Xiang spoke, the more animated he became, spitting as he went. Let me tell you, I have already contacted young Master Zhou of Tianhong Group. He has always appreciated my critiques, and is particularly fond of Yuehua's paintings. He is a true connoisseur of art. When I meet him, I assure you, not just 10 pounds of rice, but 100 or even 1,000, will be inconsequential. His face beamed with pride, as if he could already envision his bright future. Lafite's lips curled into a playful smile. Tianhong Group, young Master Zhou. In my past life, this Zhou was bitten by his own lover during the first wave of the zombie apocalypse due to his inability to control his desires. Relying on him? Perhaps in another lifetime. Without further ado, Lafite handed the painting tube to Shen Yuehua. The art is commendable. My offer remains valid at any time. With that, he turned to leave. Gao Xiang continued to prattle on about his connection with young Master Zhou, while Shen Yuehua clutched the painting tube tightly. Watching Lafite's retreating figure and then her husband, who was engrossed in boasting, she felt a flicker of doubt for the first time. Upon returning to the 100-ton king, Lafite closed the door, shutting out the biting cold and foolishness. Inside, the warmth of the hot pot lingered in the air, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat chilly. Suya and Lin Ruoshi had not touched their chopsticks, both pairs of beautiful eyes fixated on him. What are you staring at? Lafite resumed his seat, pouring himself a glass of beer. Do I have something on my face? Lin Ruoshi snorted, turning her head toward the window. Nothing, just feeling that, mister. Lafite is truly overwhelmed with affairs. Having just settled a homeless internet celebrity, he swiftly moves on to rescue a suffering artist. Truly a paragon for men, an idol for women. The sarcasm was palpable, even from 800 miles away. Lufan took a sip of his beer, unfazed. He turned to Suya, who remained silent, casting him a lingering glance before quietly pushing the plate of freshly sliced tender lamb rolls toward the center of the table. The message was unmistakable. Keep your distance. Lufan chuckled, extending his chopsticks to pick up a large piece of lamb and placing it into the pot to simmer. Then, under the intense glares of the two women, he deftly placed the meat into Lin Ruashi's bowl. Jealous? Eat more meat to nourish yourself. Lin Ruashi's face flushed instantly. She wanted to push the meat away, but paused halfway. The aroma was enticing. It had been ages since she had tasted such fresh meat. Lufan picked up another slice and placed it in Suya's bowl. You too. Don't frown. It'll give you wrinkles. Suya's body subtly stiffened as she regarded the meat in her bowl, her expression complex. Lufan leaned back in his chair, leisurely observing them. I'm simply kind-hearted. I cannot bear to see beautiful women suffer. Thus, you shall frequently witness my busy demeanor henceforth. It is merely a matter of acclimatization. The two women remained silent, quietly lifting pieces of meat from their bowls. The atmosphere oddly began to ease. Lufan took a few bites of his meal before abruptly setting down his chopsticks. He shifted his shoulders and neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Ah, it seems I have nearly recovered. He gazed at the two women opposite him, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. My injuries have all healed. Lin Ruashi and Suya simultaneously halted their movements, a sudden pang of unease gripping their hearts. Lufan leaned slightly forward, his eyes darting between the two. I recall someone promising me that once I was healed, we would continue the lesson that was left unfinished last night. He deliberately elongated his final words. Shouldn't it be time to make good on that promise? Lin Ruashi's face instantly flushed crimson. She seized a cushion and, without a moment's hesitation, hurled it at Lufan. Dream on. Suya also set down her chopsticks, a rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks. She raised her water cup, feigning a sip, yet her gaze dared not meet Lufan's. Lufan effortlessly caught the cushion, his smile growing more playful. Promises must be kept, dear classmates. This was a vow you made with your own lips. As a police officer and a corporate executive, one cannot be untrustworthy, can they? He rose from his seat, striding toward the two. Today, let us fully make up for the practical lesson. Chapter 83. Unlocking the Armory. Lufan continued his approach, each step causing the air within the vehicle to feel as though it had solidified. The hot pot continued to bubble, yet the sound was utterly overshadowed by the rapid thudding of their hearts. Lin Ruashi clutched the cushion, her demeanor a facade of bravado. Lufan, don't you dare act recklessly. I warn you. Suya held her water cup, her fingertips turning pale, her eyes uncertain of where to rest. Lufan halted before the sofa, leaning down, one hand propped against the backrest, effectively encasing Lin Ruashi between himself and the sofa. An overwhelming masculine presence enveloped her. Lin Ruashi's mind blanked. You. She barely managed to utter a word, the rest of her thoughts stifled. Lufan lowered his head and kissed her. Lin Ruashi's eyes widened in shock. She struggled fiercely, pounding her fists against Lufan's shoulders, but her efforts were akin to mere tickling. The man's arms were as unyielding as iron clamps, steadfast and immovable. Her struggles gradually waned, her body succumbing to a gentle weakness, her hands falling limply to her sides. Suya, witnessing the scene, was completely frozen in place. The water cup in her hand tilted, oblivious to the warm liquid spilling over her skin. Should I look or not? This is far too thrilling. I shouldn't be watching. Yet her gaze was magnetically drawn, utterly unable to avert. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, akin to a century. Finally, Lufan released her. Lin Ruashi leaned back against the sofa, gasping for breath, her cheeks flushed, her eyes dazed, and her lips vibrant and enticing. No trace remained of her former image as a spirited policewoman. Lufan offered her no time to react. He bent down, his arms encircling her knees and back, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. Lin Ruashi exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Burying her face in his chest, too shy to face anyone. Lufan cradled her and turned, heading towards the soft double bed at the rear of the vehicle. After completing this, he pivoted back toward the sofa. Suya's heart raced to her throat, akin to a startled fawn instinctively retreating. Why did I say to wait until he healed? Have I dug my own grave? Lufan approached her, saying nothing, merely extending his hand. Similarly, he lifted her into his arms. Suya's body stiffened, every muscle tensing, yet she did not resist. Instead, she silently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. 30 minutes later, Lu Fan lay back on the bed, utterly relaxed. Ding! Detected Fortress Function Binder Lin Ruashi has reached 100. Fortress Special Module Armory has been activated. It has arrived. Lu Fan's heart stirred, and he promptly sat up, with a mere thought. A cerulean system interface unfolded before him. Weaponry LV-1 unlocked. Building unlocked. Armory, capable of auto-repairing weaponware. Unlocked auxiliary weapon. Vulcan M134 Gatling Gun X2. Unlocked function. Weapon upgrade. Consumes biological energy core. Allows enhancement of designated weapon. Lu Fan's eyes shone brightly. The Vulcan cannon. This is a true instrument of destruction. He concentrated again, and with a series of clicks, the roof of the 100-ton vehicle slowly slid open, revealing two dark, menacing gun barrels rising ominously in the moonlight. Glinting with a deadly sheen, Lu Fan stood, donned his pajamas, and at the rear of the vehicle, a brand new metal door appeared silently. He pushed it open, revealing a space of approximately 10 square meters. The walls were composed of cold metal, and at the center stood a control panel pulsating with a ghostly blue light. Lu Fan retrieved the long-utilized recurve bow, its surface marred with numerous battle scars and wear. He placed the bow on the control panel. Detected weapon, worn recurve bow. Proceed with upgrade. Upgrade requires 1 biological energy core. Biological energy core? Huh, such a grandiose term. Isn't it merely the crystal core from the ice demon's head? He had collected quite a few during his rampage at Wanda Plaza. This item would soon become a currency of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, as it could restore the energy of evolvers. And certain mutated ice demons' cores could even aid in awakening humans. Yet acquiring it is no simple task. Ordinary survivors must risk their lives to shatter an ice demon's core. Unfortunately, the shattered cores lose most of their energy and can only be considered scraps. To obtain an intact core, one must do the unthinkable, sever the ice demon's head without damaging the core. For others, this is akin to climbing a mountain. For him, it is as easy as slicing through vegetables. Lu Fan glanced at his inventory. Biological energy cores, 23. Confirm the upgrade. As the words left his lips, beneath the control panel, several agile mechanical arms emerged. Some emitted beams of repair light, others replaced bowstrings, and yet others engraved intricate energy patterns onto the bow's limbs. The entire process was imbued with an aura of cutting-edge technology. Moments later, the mechanical arms retracted, and the recurved bow on the workstation appeared rejuvenated. Upgrade complete. Lu Fan picked up the bow and examined its attributes. Weapon, recurve bow 1. Type, cold weapon. Attributes, strength 30, arrow penetration 10. Remarks, a well-crafted bow that has undergone preliminary enhancement, and nothing more. Lu Fan drew the bowstring, testing the tension. It was indeed considerably stronger. However, was this the extent of the enhancement? It felt somewhat lacking. He frowned, not entirely satisfied with the outcome. Upgrade again. Upgrading recurve bow 1 requires LV-1 bioenergy core X2. Upgrade. Upgrading recurve bow 2 requires LV-1 bioenergy core X4. Continue upgrading. Upgrading recurve bow 3 requires LV-1 bioenergy core X8. The color of the bow deepened with each upgrade, shifting from dark green to almost pure black. Dark red patterns began to emerge on the bow's limbs, resembling the veins of a living creature. Upgrade complete. Acquired. Recurve bow 4. Attributes. Strength 200. Arrow penetration 80. New feature. Energy enchantment. Significantly enhances arrow strength and destructive power. Chapter 84. A headshot. Is this the ultimate joy of a cash player? On the pitch-black limbs of the bow, the dark red patterns pulsed with life. They throbbed, as if they were freshly severed veins, greedily absorbing the ambient energy in the air. Lu Fan reached out, grasping the bow's body. As his palm made contact, a searing sensation surged through his veins. It felt less like wielding a weapon and more akin to clutching a heart that was racing wildly. The sensation of power was explosive. Was this the effect of level 4? Bestowing life to inanimate objects for the purpose of slaughter. Lu Fan glanced at the system panel, noting his dwindling inventory. Bioenergy core, 1 remaining. The corner of his mouth twitched. That night at Wanda Plaza, he had exhausted his savings, having accumulated them through hard work over the years. 15 coins. A year later, this could have purchased the first night of 10 campus beauties or exchanged for half a ton of gold. Now, it had merely secured a bow and a gun. A squanderer? Lu Fan traced his fingertips over the glowing recurve bow, his gaze falling upon the menacingly designed Type 95 rifle beside it. No, this is an investment. In an era where human life is as expendable as grass, the violence one wields is the only truth. Worth it. As dawn broke, the sky was a pallid gray. The wind cut through the land like a blade. Boom! The engine roared as the 100-ton king crushed through thick ice, charging forth from the base like a steel behemoth. Outside, the air was a frigid hell. Inside, it was warm as spring. In the passenger seat, Lin Ruashi repeatedly caressed the modified Type 95 rifle. The gun's body was cold, yet it made her palms sweat with heat. The instincts of a police officer warned her that something was amiss with this weapon. It was too light. Light as a toy, yet the sound it made upon striking was dense and heavy. The interior of the barrel faintly glowed with a blue light. Where to? Her gaze was glued to the gun, unable to tear away. Lu Fan casually held the grip with one hand. Chewing on spiced beef jerky, his demeanor relaxed. Let us find a shooting range. Swallowing the beef, a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. And perhaps let you taste blood. 20 minutes later, the West Suburban Industrial Park. Once the economic lifeline, it now lay in ruins, a colossal steel carcass. The terrain was complex, riddled with blind spots. A buffet for mutated creatures. As the vehicle came to a halt, piercing screams shattered the silence. Old Zhang, pull me up, please. Around the corner, a few ragged figures dashed out in a frenzy, their faces etched with the terror of having glimpsed hell. Behind them, a massive lizard the size of a minivan barreled forth, its gray-brown scales akin to steel, scraping the ground with a nauseating rasp. The grinding of heavy wheels upon bone echoed ominously. Whoosh! Its crimson tongue shot out like a spring. Too fast. The middle-aged man at the rear was ensnared by the tail. He barely had time to cry out for help before his body was flung back like a rag doll. Crack! Bone shattered, followed by the sickening sound of chewing. Blood oozed from the lizard's jagged maw, blooming like crimson plum blossoms upon the snow. The few individuals in front collapsed, their legs giving way, soaking their pants in terror. Lu Fan slammed on the brakes. The 100-ton king came to a halt in the middle of the road. Fixating on the feeding beast, his eyes sparkled with intensity. An armored giant lizard. A nightmare for newcomers in his past life, tough-skinned and meaty, ordinary bullets merely ricocheted off its hide. A perfect live target. Getting out of the car, Lu Fan pushed the door open with decisive movements. Lin Ruashi's face turned pale, yet she maintained a standard shooting stance. Suya clutched her Glock, trembling like a leaf, yet gritted her teeth and followed suit. The giant lizard swallowed its last morsel of flesh. Its cold, vertical pupil shifted, locking onto 3 tender morsels. Especially the man in the middle. The scent of blood was tantalizing. Hiss! Its forelimbs lowered, dorsal scales erect, throat emitting a deep, menacing growl. The survivors spotted Lu Fan. A lifeline. Big brother. Help! That is a monster. Bullets 1T kill it. Run! They cried out, rushing toward the vehicle, diverting the threat. Lu Fan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly sweeping over them. Get out of the way, don't block the path. His voice was low, imbued with a chilling intensity. The group froze, their feet rooted in place. The giant lizard surged forward. Its limbs clawed at the ground, akin to an out-of-control tank, barreling toward them with a stench of blood. The ground trembled. Ruashi opened fire. Lu Fan stood motionless, hands tucked into his pockets, as if the oncoming bloodthirsty beast were merely a playful puppy. Lin Ruashi gritted her teeth. Instinctual fear quickened her breath. She pulled the trigger. Tot. There was no anticipated recoil. The muzzle did not spit fire, but emitted a ghostly blue tongue of death. Dull, penetrating. Bullets fell like a torrential downpour. In the next moment, Lin Ruashi's pupils constricted sharply. No ricochet, no sparks. The armor-like scales, in the face of the modified Type 95, were as fragile as tissue paper. Puffed. Blood erupted. The giant lizard skull was suddenly riddled with transparent holes, ichor spraying wildly. Roar. Agony enraged the beast. Its speed surged, charging with the intent to perish together. 10 meters. 5 meters. The stench was nauseating, the barbed maw looming before them. Suya screamed, covering her eyes and crouching down. Lin Ruashi's face turned ashen, her finger pressing down on the empty trigger. Lu Fan moved. He sidestepped, positioning himself in front of Lin Ruashi. Like a mountain. His left arm rose, bow fully drawn. Buzz. The red patterns glowed, and the bow hummed, reminiscent of flowing magma. The arrow was enveloped in a dark crimson energy, the surrounding air warped by intense heat. Boom! Attendre explosion ressonated. There was no trajectory, only a streak of red light piercing through the fabric of space. The luminous stream penetrated the gaping maw of the colossal lizard, effortlessly emerging from the back of its skull. Bang! The energy detonated within its cranial cavity, shattering the massive head as if it were a watermelon crushed by a hammer, exploding instantaneously. A mixture of red and white, mingled with shattered bones, splattered across the ground. The headless corpse glided forward, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake, halting mere half a meter from Lu Fan's toes. Silence. Only the whisper of the wind remained. Lin Ruoshi gazed at the still smoldering muzzle of the gun, her mind blank. Was this a single-soldier cannon? Lu Fan shook his aching arm. One arrow had drained a tenth of his stamina. Yet, the result was exceedingly gratifying. A swift kill. The expenditure of those 15 cores was immensely worthwhile. The distant survivors stood in stunned disbelief. A deity? The nightmare that had pursued them could not withstand even a second in the presence of this man. As they regained their senses, several of them scrambled forward, falling to their knees. Great God, we owe you our lives. We would serve you like beasts. Just a morsel to eat? We haven't had food for 3 days. A woman crawled forward, tearing open her collar to reveal her grimy shoulder, desperately attempting to muster a seductive smile, her gaze filled with subservience. Brother, I can serve you for a bite to eat. Anything will do. She attempted to barter her body for a long-term meal ticket. Lu Fan lowered his head, his gaze sweeping across her form. There was no pity, merely the look one might give to refuse refuse. He drew forth a dagger and crouched down, extracting a core caked in brain matter from the lizard's decaying flesh. Rising, he approached the woman. Her eyes sparkled with wild joy. And just as she was about to speak, Lu Fan raised his hand. Holding the bloody core, he leisurely wiped it against her relatively clean collar. Once, twice. The core gleamed with clarity, while her collar was left stained with putrid blood. Having completed this act, Lu Fan pocketed the core and turned to leave. He nodded towards the 2 women and made his way to the vehicle. The woman froze in place, her smile stiffening into an expression of profound indignation. In his eyes, she was worth less than a mere rag. Hey, don't go. Even expired biscuits would suffice. Seeing Lu Fan prepare to depart, the others grew frantic. The woman, in a frenzy, reached out, attempting to grab his leg. Lu Fan paused, turning his head, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Leave. Just one word. Like a heavy hammer striking the heart. The woman's hand faltered in midair, her teeth chattering. Such a gaze could only belong to one who had clawed their way from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No one dared to move again. Boom! The engine roared. The 100-ton king belched forth a cloud of black smoke, departing swiftly, leaving behind chaos and a few trembling ants in the frigid wind. Chapter 85. The Tutor, Shenyuehua. In the evening, at the Tianhu base within the refugee area, the wind howled like a blade, swirling snowflakes as it raced through the dilapidated shanties. Shenyuehua huddled in a corner, her old cotton coat failing to shield her from the biting cold. Her entire being shaking. Her stomach grumbled. It had been an entire day without a single drop of water. Her husband, Gao Xiang, was meticulously adjusting his tie in front of a small shard of mirror, his face betraying an irrepressible excitement and anticipation. Yuehua, listen to me. Tonight's banquet is a rare opportunity. It's hosted by young Master Zhou of the Tianhong group. Only the elite will attend. If we can connect with young Master Zhou, we will rise to prominence. Shenyuehua lifted her frozen face, her lips cracked. Gao Xiang, I am so hungry. The smile on Gao Xiang's face froze. He frowned in impatience. Hungry? That is all you think about. What about ambition? We are artists. He pulled out a gold-foiled invitation from his pocket, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure. This ticket was procured after much pleading and persuasion. Shenyuehua's gaze fell upon his bulging pocket. She remembered that Gao Xiang had taken the last half of their moldy biscuit with him when he left that morning. Gao Xiang, can you spare me a bite of that biscuit in your pocket? Her voice was laced with desperation. Just one bite. Gao Xiang recoiled as if his tail had been stepped on, clutching his pocket tightly. No, this is what I'm saving to fill my stomach. I cannot lose face at the banquet. He looked at Shenyuehua with disdain. Look at yourself, Shenyuehua. You're dirty and unkempt. How can I take you out to meet people? Stay put and don't embarrass me. With that, he turned and walked into the snowstorm. His back as resolute as that of a stranger. Shenyuehua watched him disappear, tears finally rolling down her cheeks. She curled up, feeling her body and heart grow cold and stiff. Just then, a massive black truck silently came to a stop nearby. The door swung open, and a tall figure emerged. It was the man from earlier. Lu Fan approached her, crouching down. He said nothing but pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Dove. He unwrapped the foil and held it to Shenyuehua's lips. The rich, sweet aroma invaded her nostrils. Her stomach growled even louder. She gazed at the chocolate within reach and then at Lu Fan's expressionless face. Tears streamed down her cheeks, more fiercely. Lu Fan did not rush her, simply holding the chocolate with patience. Finally, Shen Yuehua, trembling, opened her mouth. The chocolate melted on her tongue, its overwhelming sweetness warming her icy stomach as it traveled down her throat. She devoured the entire piece like a famished beast. Do you wish for a full meal? Lu Fan finally spoke. Shen Yuehua nodded, dazed. I will trade a full meal for a painting. Lu Fan indicated toward the painting tube she clutched tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yuehua handed over the tube. What is art? What are priceless treasures? In the face of hunger that could drive one insane, they are worth nothing. Lu Fan took the painting tube and stood up. Get in the car. Shen Yuehua hesitated for a moment, then followed him, climbing into the steel beast. The door closed, shutting the wind and snow outside. The warm air finally brought sensation back to her frozen body. Inside the vehicle, two stunningly beautiful women were gathered around a table. A pot of soup bubbled vigorously, filling the air with a rich meaty aroma that instantly overwhelmed her senses. Shen Yuehua's eyes widened. It's hot pot. Lu Fan pointed to an empty seat. Seat. He then turned to Suya and said, bring her a bowl and chopsticks. Shen Yuehua sat down awkwardly, unsure where to place her hands and feet. Suya quickly brought over the bowl and chopsticks, even thoughtfully pouring her a cup of hot water. Thank you. Your painting is impressive, Lu Fan remarked as he cooked slices of lamb. I want to learn how to paint. Will you teach me? Shen Yuehua was taken aback. Teach you? Yes. Lu Fan placed a piece of cooked beef in her bowl. The tuition will be a full meal. Shen Yuehua gazed at the steaming morsel of meat in the bowl, then glanced at Lu Fan. She was a married woman. However, her husband had abandoned her in a makeshift shelter, leaving her to languish in despair for the sake of an elusive opportunity. In contrast, this man had bestowed upon her chocolate, warmth, sustenance, and dignity. She picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. It was delicious. She nodded in approval. Just then, there was a series of knocks on the car door. Lu Fan glanced at the monitor. Outside stood a girl clad in a pink down jacket, rubbing her hands together, her face alight with anticipation. Gu Qingsheng. This girl had an uncanny sense of smell. He pressed the button to unlock the door. As Gu Qingsheng entered the vehicle, the irresistible aroma of hot pot enveloped her, causing her eyes to gleam with delight. Lu Fan Gitch, I'm here to thank you, she exclaimed, though her gaze remained fixated on the hot pot, unable to divert her attention. When her eyes swept to the elegant Shen Yuehua seated at the table, she froze. Another competitor? And one with such an extraordinary presence. She glanced at the icy beauty Lin Ruoshi, then at the gentle Suya. Alarm bells. The pressure of competition was overwhelming. Chapter 86. Thank you for taking care of my girlfriend. The atmosphere inside the car shifted to an oddly tense ambience with Gu Qingsheng's arrival. Lin Ruoshi and Suya's glances subtly traversed the newcomer, Shen Yuehua. Meanwhile, Shen Yuehua lowered her head, delicately nibbling on her food, akin to a startled rabbit, striving to shrink into herself. Only Gu Qingsheng remained blissfully oblivious, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on the hot pot. Wow, there are shrimp rolls today. Lu Fan observed her eager expression, his lips curling into a slight smile. He picked up a piece of freshly cooked tripe and placed it into Gu Qingsheng's bowl. No need to rush. There's plenty more in the pot. Thank you. Lu Fan Gitch. Gu Qingsheng beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped as she eagerly devoured the tripe. The sheer joy radiating from her caused Lin Ruoshi to twitch involuntarily. As they savored the hot pot, a wave of tension simmered beneath the surface. The sky had turned completely dark. In the distance, a cacophony grew louder as Li Mingxian returned with his team. Each member appeared disheveled and weary, and their ranks had permanently diminished by one. Li Mingxian's expression was as dark as soot. Having ventured out to gather supplies, they had returned empty-handed and even encountered a minor ice demon, resulting in the loss of a brother. He was seething with pent-up rage. Upon spotting the imposing vehicle, his anger ignited. Through the window, he saw Gu Qingsheng happily indulging in her meal. Boom! The threat of restraint in Li Mingxian snapped. You dare enjoy a feast while I battle monsters outside? Gu Qingsheng, get down here this instant. He stormed to the front of the car, pointing and unleashing a torrent of curses. Gu Qingsheng flinched, dropping her chopsticks with a clatter. The lively atmosphere inside the car froze instantly. Noticing her silence, Li Mingxian escalated his tirade. Do you have no conscience? I'll weigh is dead. How can you sit here eating hot pot? Were you sleeping with him all along? You wretched girl. His vile words splattered like mud. Gu Qingsheng's face drained of color. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she stood abruptly, ready to confront him. Lu Fan's hand rested firmly on her shoulder. He opened the car door and stepped out. Clean your mouth before you speak. His gaze was devoid of warmth. Li Mingxian, fueled by old grievances and new animosities, exploded. "How dare you touch my woman?" He swung a punch at Lu Fan, who barely flinched. Instead, he casually kicked out, producing a dull thud. Li Mingxian flew backward like a rag doll, crashing into the snow. His companions stood in shock. Just as they contemplated intervening, the crisp sound of a gun cocking shattered the silence. Lu Fan now held a sleek, black 95-style assault rifle, its barrel glinting ominously. All movement ceased. A gun. He actually had a gun. Lu Fan apruaka Li Mingxuan. The muzzle of the weapon gently pressed against his forehead. "I believe I warned you earlier." Li Mingxuan's pupils dilated in terror, a warm sensation spreading in his pants as he realized he had urinated himself. "I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong." "Apologize." Lu Fan's voice was chillingly calm. "Huh." To her, he gestured with his chin towards Gu Qingcheng in the car. Li Mingxuan's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Apologizing to a girl who just left another man for him, in front of all his brothers, was more humiliating than death. Lu Fan's patience waned. The gun slowly descended to aim at his thigh. "I don't want to repeat myself. I'm sorry. Qingcheng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you." Li Mingxuan shouta, his voice quivering with desperation. "Get on your knees." Lu Fan's command was firm. Li Mingxuan's body stiffened. "You don't go too far." Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply. The bullet grazed Li Mingxuan's scalp, leaving a deep dent in the wall behind him. He felt a burning pain on his head as warmth mixed with blood began to trickle down. Thud! Overwhelmed, he collapsed to his knees in the snow. "Now, that's more like it. A dog should know its place." Lu Fan looked down at him, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Now, thank me." "Thank you for what?" "Thank me for taking care of your girlfriend while you were out fighting for your life." Li Mingxuan's eyes turned crimson with humiliation, fury, and resentment. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. But as he stared down the dark muzzle of the gun, he finally squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. "Thank you for taking care of Qingcheng." Lu Fan, satisfied, holstered the gun and turned to re-enter the vehicle. Just then, Li Mingxian, kneeling in the snow, grasped at a final straw of hope, shouting, "Gu Qingcheng, don't forget, it was me who saved you from those thugs in the supermarket. It was me, Li Mingxian. You're my girlfriend. You promised." He was resorting to emotional manipulation, trying to bind her with that meager debt of gratitude. Gu Qingcheng stood in the car, paralyzed with indecision. She glanced at Li Mingxian, who looked like a beaten dog on the ground, and then at the warmth of the hot pot and the varied expressions of those inside the car. Ultimately, she steeled herself and decided to step out. She couldn't allow Lu Fan to bear the stigma of stealing another man's girlfriend because of her. "Iemisuri, Lu Fan Zheja." Lu Fan regarded her with an inscrutable expression. As Gu Qingcheng passed by him, he whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them, "Go back. Reflect deeply on the path you've chosen and the man you've selected. My car will always have a place reserved for you." Gu Qingcheng trembled slightly, not daring to look back as she followed Li Mingxian into the enveloping darkness of the night. Lu Fan observed her retreating figure, his gaze profound. "How could one willingly rush toward me without first experiencing the depths of despair?" The farce had come to an end. Inside the car, silence returned. Shiniwawa rose, awkwardly breaking the stillness. "I should be heading back now." "Wait," Lu Fan interjected, stepping in front of her, his eyes resting on her hands. Slightly roughened from years of painting, yet still delicate. "Our transaction is not yet concluded." He pulled a small bag of sealed rice from his pocket, weighing at least 5 pounds. "This is your deposit. Starting tomorrow, during dinner time, come teach me how to paint. The tuition will consist of hearty dinners and supplies necessary for your survival." Shen Yuehua's face flushed crimson. Meeting Lu Fan's penetrating gaze, she found herself inexplicably nodding in agreement. "All right." In the car, silence resumed. The aroma of the hot pot seemed less enticing now. Suya gazed out at the fading silhouette and softly inquired, "What about that little influencer? Just let her go like that?" Lu Fan set down his teacup. "A flower in a greenhouse knows nothing of the cold outside," he mused. "Let her gnaw on some compressed biscuits for a couple of days and endure the biting wind. Only through despair can one fervently grasp at hope. Of course, I cannot allow her to come to any real harm. My little influencer must not be bullied." He gently tapped his fingers on the table, unnoticed by anyone. In the shadow beneath the car, a palm-sized, spider-like drone silently detached itself, its 8 slender mechanical legs moving in stealthy succession. Li Mingxuan gripad guamkingens wrist tigli, striding forward with such force that it felt as if he intended to crush her bones. Gu Qingcheng winced in pain, yet dared not protest. She sensed that the man beside her was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The cold wind cut across her face like a knife, making her instinctively shrink her neck. How cold it was! Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the warm camper van and the steaming hot pot. The two of them traversed the dimly lit camp, eventually halting before a rickety metal shack. This was the single room Li Mingxian had arranged for her. "We're here," he said, releasing her wrist, his voice hoarse. A vivid red mark was left on her skin from his grip. He squeezed into the cramped shelter behind her. The interior was only marginally warmer than the outside. A wooden plank bed constituted their entire possessions. Li Mingxuan's gaze burned as he looked at Gu Qingcheng. Suddenly, he stepped forward and embraced her from behind. "Qingcheng, we are a couple," he whispered, his breath tinged with the scent of alcohol against her ear. Gu Qingcheng froze, goosebumps rising instantly. A tumultuous wave surged within her stomach, and she instinctively struggled. "Li Mingxian, let me go. I'm tired and my feet hurt." He tightened his hold, feeling her retreating further away. If he didn't act soon, he would truly lose her. "Qingcheng, don't move. Let me hold you, just for a moment." His hands began to wander inappropriately. Slap! The sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed in the shack, plunging it into an eerie silence. Li Mingxian clutched his face in disbelief, staring at her. "You hit me?" Gu Qingcheng, equally stunned, glanced at her tingling palm and then at the clear imprint of her fingers on his cheek. Yet, she felt no remorse. The moment of his unwanted touch had left her feeling an unprecedented wave of revulsion. "I'm tired. I want to rest." Her voice wavered with a hint of tears, but remained resolute. "You need to leave." Li Mingxuan's gaze bore into her, as if he wished to consume her whole. Ultimately, he said nothing, turning abruptly and slamming the door behind him. The metal shack shuddered violently with the force of his departure. Outside, Li Mingxuan's teammate, Xiao Wang, was anxiously waiting, neck craned. Upon seeing Li Mingxuan's ashen face and the mark upon it, Xiao Wang's heart sank. "Brother Xian?" Li Mingxian slammed his fist into the wall beside him, cursing vehemently. "Damn it, that vile woman. I provided for her, laboring like a beast, and she just goes off to share a hot pot with that man, as if her soul has been stolen." Xiao Wang edged closer, lowering his voice. "Brother Xian, it's not worth it for a woman. Have you forgotten? We're not alone in this base." Li Mingxian, still panting, kicked the wall angrily, shouting, "Who else is there?" Xiao Wang's tone turned sinister. "Zhang Long from Tianhong Group. Brother Long. Before the apocalypse, he was just a security captain, always trailing behind you, calling you Brother Xian. When we went to the club, those little models you discarded would have been his." His voice brimming with excitement, he continued, "But it's different now, Brother Xian. He asked the head of security at Tianhong Group. He commands hundreds, all armed. That Lu fellow, how can he possibly contend with that many?" Li Mingxian's breath gradually steadied, his fury replaced by greed and resentment. He licked his cracked lips. "Yes, Zhang Long tomorrow. We will pay him a visit." In the shadows, the mechanical spider's multifaceted eyes glimmered, transmitting this conversation verbatim back. "Zhang Long, the head of security at Tianhong Group?" A smirk curled at the corner of Lu Fan's mouth. "How intriguing. Here I was, desperate for an opportunity to engage with Tianhong Group, and he has conveniently handed me the latter. Very well, I shall see what tricks you scoundrels can conjure. Don't disappoint me." The following morning, Lu Fan was roused by a series of knocks on the door. He opened his eyes to find Suya, serene in her slumber on his left, and Lin Ruoxi, entwined around him like an octopus, on his right. The blanket had long since vanished. In this little paradise, not even a king could tempt him to leave. He rose quietly and opened the door. Standing outside was a fully armed soldier. "Mr. Lu, General Xiao requests your presence at the command center." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. "So early? It seems something has occurred." At the command center, Xiao Zhan's countenance bore an even graver expression than the day before. His eye sockets deeply sunken and laced with bloodshot veins. Before him, the map displayed multiple crimson crosses marking the western regions. "Sit," he commanded, gesturing toward the chair opposite him. "Lu Fan, I require your assistance." He wasted no time, addressing the matter directly. "Since the day before yesterday, the reconnaissance teams we dispatched to the western area have gone missing. 3 squads, totaling 27 individuals, have seemingly vanished without a trace. No distress signals, nothing at all." Lu Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. "The mobile units from the base have all been deployed." Xiao Zhan's voice carried a hint of exhaustion and resignation. "Currently, the only personnel I am able to mobilize are inexperienced recruits who have yet to encounter battle. Sending them would be tantamount to a death sentence." He lifted his head, his eyes piercing as they fixed on Lu Fan. "Thus, I wish to ask you to collaborate with our rescue team to investigate the situation in the West. Whatever you require, equipment, supplies, intelligence, speak freely." "Do you expect me to work for free?" Lu Fan retorted, initially inclined to refuse. Yet, another thought flickered through his mind. Could this affair be linked to the reasons behind the base's annihilation in my previous life? Moreover, My armory is in dire need of replenishment. He rapped his fingers on the table. I will go, but under one condition. Xiao Zhan straightened in his seat. Speak. Lu Fan smiled wryly. All the spoils from this operation shall belong to me, including any crystal cores from the creatures. Xiao Zhan's fingers, which had been tapping on the tabletop, abruptly halted. He raised his gaze, fixating intently on Lu Fan. Crystal cores. How could he possibly know that term? A tempest of thoughts surged within Xiao Zhan. Was he seeking to recruit, to control, or perhaps to eliminate and seize the secret? The thought flitted through his mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. At present, he needed Lu Fan. Xiao Zhan's fist clenched silently beneath the table before gradually relaxing. He made his decision. Very well. I accept your terms. May our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 88. Planning a heist? Allow me to introduce the Fire God Cannon. The troop transport vehicle churned up snow and dust as it thundered away from the base. Lu Fan leaned against the window, watching the diminishing walls in the rearview mirror, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. It seemed the two little white rabbits at home were destined to see blood today. Not far off, behind a second-floor window of a building, Li Mingxian and another man clad in Tianhong Group security uniforms peered through binoculars in this direction. The man's face bore a sinister scar. Zhang Long, brother Long. That kid has left. Li Mingxuan's voice was thick with barely contained excitement. It seems he followed the military convoy. Zhang Long lowered his binoculars, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Good. Better for him to perish outside, saving us the trouble. He gestured toward the vehicle. In that car, along with the girls inside it, Li Mingxuan's brat Kikanat, brother Long, that vehicle is a treasure, an absolute fortress for the apocalypse. Do not worry. Zhang Long patted his shoulder, his gaze cold and calculating. Even if he does not die outside by the time he returns, that car and the women inside will be ours. Rest assured, you will not be left out. Thank you, brother Long. Thank you. Li Mingxuan bua eajarli. His face alight with greed. He envisioned himself trampling Lu Fan underfoot, embracing the various beauties he had coveted. Meanwhile, in their unseen blind spot, two icy gun barrels atop the vehicle silently adjusted their aim, tracking the thermal signatures of their prey. The target was now encircled. Inside the swaying cabin, Lu Fan glanced down at the tactical terminal on his wrist. The screen was merely palm-sized, yet displayed remarkably clear imagery. The scheming of the two rats was captured in full detail, including punctuation. The mechanical spider proved to be exceptionally useful. Lu Fan switched off the screen, unable to suppress a chuckle. Industrial cutters? Gasoline tanks? Is that all? He mused. If they knew the 100-ton King shell was constructed from aerospace-grade alloy and capable of emitting 1,000,000 volts of high voltage. I wonder if these two demolition experts would weep. What are you laughing at? Chun Gang, seated opposite him, furrowed his brow, casting a glance his way. We are headed to our doom, and you find amusement in this? Lu Fan tucked away the terminal and shifted to a more comfortable position. Nothing much. Just a few rats have invaded my home. I was lamenting the lack of practical testing for my defense system. And now, volunteers have conveniently presented themselves. Shen Gong, Mat Mun. This man is undoubtedly a lunatic. Within the confines of the troop transport, the air was thick and tainted with the mingled scents of sweat and gun oil. Soldiers clutched their weapons, their bodies swaying with the vehicles jostling, none daring to speak. Lu Fan sat in a corner, methodically polishing a recurved bow with a piece of deer hide. The bow's dark frame bore veins of deep crimson, pulsating as if alive. Chun Gang, sitting across from him, bore the insignia of 2 stripes and a star, showing signs of wear. He scrutinized Lu Fan for an extended period. Lu Fan, Chun Gang began, his voice heavy with gravity. This mission in the Western District is fraught with peril. I know you possess skills, but I hope you understand that we are not merely going to our deaths. We are fighting for the mouths of tens of thousands behind us. For the last ember of this nation. Lu Fan's hands continued their task, the deer hide gliding over the bow's limbs, producing a faint rustling sound. Commander Chun, he replied, his gaze steady and as tranquil as a still pond. Leave the rallying speeches for your soldiers. I deal only in transactions. He stowed the deer hide away, plucking the bowstring with his fingers. A sharp, resonant twang echoed, imbued with lethal intent. The crystal cores belong to me, while the lives belong to you. Not a single core less. Chun Gang opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Only a heavy sigh escaped him. This man's heart was forged of iron. As the convoy entered the Western District, a thick fog enveloped the area, resembling a gray wall that cleaved the world in two. Visibility dwindled to less than 5 meters, and everyone's nerves were taut. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted from the communications soldier's earpiece. He shot up, his face paling. Report. Intercepted classified encrypted signal. Coordinates at Wanfeng community. It's a code for absolute defense. Chun Gang sprang to his feet, his helmet colliding with the vehicle's ceiling with a dull thud. Absolute defense code. It was a final message from his brother Chun Hao's squad, indicating they had discovered something of utmost importance and would fight to the last man. Full speed ahead. Chun Gang shouted, his eyes instantly reddening. Lu Fan's nostrils twitched, detecting a faint yet distinctly metallic scent in the air, a telltale sign of blood congealing in the cold. It was a trap. Leaning back against the chair, he spoke with a nonchalance that resembled casual commentary on the weather. Such an obvious bait could only ensnare the likes of you. Chun Gang, however, paid him no heed, his grip on the armrest tightening until his knuckles turned white. He knew it was a pitfall, yet he had no choice but to leap into it. That was his younger brother at stake. In the Wanfeng residential complex, the square lay enveloped in an eerie silence. An old tape recorder stood amidst the snow, its magnetic tape whirring to life, emitting a crackling sound. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. The voice reverberated through the desolate complex like a ghostly whisper. The convoy came to a halt. Chun Gang leaped from the vehicle, his weapon sweeping the surroundings. Stand guard. But before he could finish, a sharp crack resonated. The third-floor window shattered. It was not merely one shadow, but dozens. They erupted from the windows, from the sewers, from beneath the snowdrifts, moving with a speed that belied their cadaverous forms. Clad in tattered special operations uniforms, their tactical vests hung heavy with remnants of grenades. They bore no firearms, yet their claws were longer than bayonets. Bang! A soldier barely raised his weapon before his throat was torn open. Blood gushed forth, staining the snow crimson. The monstrosity showed no sign of hesitation, propelled by its momentum towards its next target. Tactical infiltration and flanking maneuvers. This was a zombie special forces unit that retained the murderous skills of its former life. A chorus of anguished screams filled the air as the defensive line crumbled in an instant. Ordinary soldiers stood before these killing machines like lambs to the slaughter. Fire! Fire! Chun Gang frantically pulled the trigger, bullets striking the monsters, but merely splattering blood like petals in the wind, utterly ineffective. It was over. All was lost. Despair washed over him like a tidal wave. At that moment, a military boot crunched down on the blood-soaked snow. Lu Fan exited the vehicle, his gaze unwavering from the grotesque creatures or the fallen soldiers. Instead, his eyes fixated on a slight bulge at the back of the creature's head. He raised his recurved bow, its red markings glowing ominously, reminiscent of flowing lava. A smile graced Lu Fan's lips, revealing a flash of white teeth. So many experience points waiting to be claimed. This was a bountiful opportunity. Chapter 89. Do you know what it means to farm monsters? A piercing scream shattered the air. A young soldier found himself pinned to the ground by an ice demon, fetid drool dripping onto his face. The pale claws rose high, poised to strike his throat. It was the end. The young soldier closed his eyes in despair. Whoosh! A nearly inaudible sound sliced through the air. A flash of black lightning zipped by. Thud! The ice demon's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, blue ice crystals mingling with black brain matter, splattering the young soldier's face. The anticipated agony did not arrive. He blinked in confusion, only to find a headless corpse collapsing atop him. The room descended into a suffocating silence, all eyes instinctively drawn to the man at the door. Lu Fan slowly lowered his recurved bow, his expression impassive, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to die? His voice shattered the stillness. Chun Gang was the first to react, his gaze fixed on Lu Fan, filled with astonishment and a flicker of fervent reverence. That arrow just now, swift, precise, lethal, to strike true amid such chaos. Was this truly a human being? Everyone, protect Mr. Lu. Shen Gong Beluvit. Provide cover. At all costs, ensure Mr. Lu escapes. He understood that their small team might not survive this day. But Lu Fan must live. The value of this man outweighed the entire squad combined. If he could convey the situation here to General Shao, their sacrifice would not have been in vain. Mr. Lu, you must leave, Chun Gang shouted, gun raised, firing wildly while urging Lu Fan to retreat. We'll hold him off here. You need to report back. Several soldiers immediately redirected their weapons, attempting to carve a path for Lu Fan. Yet, he remained rooted in place, unmoving. Leave? Why would he depart? Experience points were being delivered to him on a silver platter. How could he refuse? He chuckled at Chun Gang. Return to inform General Shao? What shall I tell him? That his soldiers are as foolish as pigs, stumbling into someone else's trap? Chun Gang's face flushed crimson at the implication. You enough. Lu Fan waved dismissively, then drew a fire axe from behind his back. The axe gleamed a dark red, its blade radiating a chilling gleam. Do you know what it means to farm monsters? Allow me to show you today. With that, he strode toward the sole entrance, turning to block the view of everyone behind him, effectively sealing off the only escape route. Chen Gang and the soldiers stared in disbelief. What was he planning? To hold the doorway alone? Was he jesting? There were at least 100 ice demons outside. This was a death wish. Mr. Liu, come back. It's dangerous. Chen Gang shouted in desperation. The response was a dull thud. Thud. An ice demon that had just poked its head through the door froze mid-motion. The next moment, its head and body were severed apart, its grotesque visage rolling into the room with an expression of shock. Lu Fan flicked the black blood from the axe. His movements languid, as if merely brushing dust from his clothing. Another ice demon charged forth, but Lu Fan did not even glance back. With a swift motion, he swung the axe, cleaving the creature in two. Entrails spilled forth, pooling on the ground. A third, a fourth. Lu Fan stood resolutely at the doorway, a solitary bulwark. The fire axe in his hands became a blur of crimson, each swing accompanied by the sickening crunch of shattered bones and the flight of severed heads. No extraños movements. No elaborate techniques, just the most straightforward direct cleave, chop, and hack. The ice demons surged in like cattle on a slaughter line, one after another crashing to the ground. Corpses began to pile up at the entrance, forming a small hill that the advancing demons had to clamber over to breach the threshold. Only to become new six, Chen Gang and his soldiers were all rendered motionless, as if ensnared by a spell. Each of them stood in stupefied silence, gazing at the silhouette of the man at the doorway. This figure, though not particularly imposing in stature, loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain. What have I just witnessed? Is this reality? Has he truly, single-handedly cut through the entire tide of corpses? The young soldier, who had been rescued, let his weapon slip from his grasp and fell to the ground, murmuring to himself as he stared at Lu Fan. War God, this enclosed chamber, this meticulously devised trap, was originally intended to ensnare their elite squad, leaving them to perish here. Yet, who could have foreseen that this dire situation would transform into an ideal opportunity for Lu Fan to accumulate experience? All he needed was to guard this singular entrance, without a care for what lay behind him. The frenzied ice demons, instead, lined up one by one to meet their doom. As Lu Fan wielded his axe, his mind raced. Something was amiss. This trap was too meticulously tailored. The recorded plea for help was a lure for the military team, while the transformed comrades served as a secondary bait to shatter their psychological defenses. Ultimately, they intended to overwhelm them with sheer numbers of ice demons. This was not a tactic devised by mere ice demons. It bore the hallmark of human ingenuity, specifically targeting military rescue personnel. The objective was to perpetually deplete the base S human resources. Who could be so deranged? Two names surfaced in Lu Fan's mind, Tianhong Group and Zhang Wang. It seems you're even more impatient than I imagined, seeking to weaken the military strength to gain complete control over the base. A commendable plan. A cold smile crept upon Lu Fan's lips. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong adversary. He tightened his grip on the axe, intensifying his resolve. The fire axe sliced through the air with a chilling whistle. The pile of corpses at the entrance grew ever higher. Just then, the cacophony of frenzied howls outside abruptly ceased. The fearless ice demons, as if receiving a command, retreated in unison, clearing a path. Lu Fan's movements came to a halt as he squinted towards the end of the passage. A figure, distinctly different from the others, emerged slowly. Its stature towered over the average ice demon, its skin exhibiting an eerie dark blue hue, covered in crystalline armor. Its hands bore long, sharp claws that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Most striking of all were its eyes, no longer the murky madness typical of ice demons, but rather a cunning and cruel crimson. A level 3 mutated ice demon. The mutated creature unleashed a roar unlike any other. Then, it sprang into action, moving with astonishing speed, traversing several meters in an instant. A dark blue blur lunged straight for Lu Fan at the door. Chapter 90, technique overwhelmed. Apologies, my friend, but I play by the numbers. Warning, level 3 mutated creature detected. Deep Cold War Demon. Indeed, it is a level 3. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened instantly. However, behind him, Chen Gang trembled violently. He stared fixedly at the dark blue monster, observing its textbook-perfect stealth posture and the wolf head tattoo on its arm, now obscured beneath a layer of ice crystals yet still recognizable. Chen Gang's lips quivered and his eyes reddened. Wolf Fong, is it you? Wolf Fong, the captain of the 1st Combat Squad at Tianhu Base and Chen Gang's closest brother, bonded by life and death. He was universally acknowledged as a soldier king, expert in combat, marksmanship, and reconnaissance. The deep Cold War demon seemed to sense his voice, momentarily pausing in its movements. It slowly lifted its head, and, for an instant, a flicker of struggle crossed its crimson eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by unbridled savagery and hunger. Roar! It abandoned its stealth, lunging forward with a mighty step that sent debris flying from the ground. In a flash, it transformed into a blue streak, hurtling straight towards Chun Gang. Watch out! Lu Fan shouted as he shoved Chun Gang aside. Simultaneously, he swung his fire axe, slicing through the air with a howling wind. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the room. Sparks flew as Lu Fan felt a numbing sensation in his hands. A tremendous force surged through the axe, propelling him uncontrollably backward by 3 large steps. Such formidable strength. Moreover, the creature did not pause after its strike. It twisted its body at an incredible angle, its sharp claws aiming for Lu Fan's neck. Quick, too quick. Every movement was concise, efficient, and targeted. This was no mere monster instinct. This was the honed skill of a killer. Lu Fan's pupils dilated. He forced his body to twist, narrowly evading the lethal claw. The sharp tip grazed his cheek, drawing a bead of blood and sending a fiery sting coursing through him. Am I injured? A wave of dread washed over Lu Fan. This was the first time since his rebirth. He relied on the absolute power and speed granted by his level 3 physique. Yet before this mutated soldier, pure technique had compensated for the disparity in strength. Mr. Lu, Chun Gang, and the other soldiers finally regained their senses. Open fire. The rapid gunfire wove an intricate net of death aimed at the creature. However, the monster's reactions were astonishingly swift. It did not endure the onslaught, but instead transformed into a blur, moving at high speed within the confined space. Most bullets missed their mark, and those that struck were deflected by its hardened crystalline armor, sending sparks flying. Damn it, we can't hit it. A soldier shouted in frustration. Fall back. Create distance. Chen Gong beluvet ishun commands. He watched in anguish as his former comrade transformed into a mindless killing machine. His heart ached, but he knew that this was not the time for sorrow. This monster must be vanquished. The creature remained unscathed amidst the hail of bullets. Its crimson gaze once again locked onto Lu Fan, clearly identifying him as the true threat. It moved again, this time opting not for a direct assault, but instead leveraging the room's obstacles, constantly shifting positions to close in rapidly. Tactical maneuvering. Lu Fan's brow furrowed tighter. This is troublesome. In close quarters, he would find no advantage. Creating distance only to be countered by this fellow's tactical positioning is utterly perplexing. Cover me. Lu Fan decisively shouted at Xiangang. 10 seconds. Although Chun Gang was uncertain of Lu Fan's intentions, he did not hesitate to issue the command. Suppress their fire. Give it everything you've got. The soldiers, filled with fervor, unleashed the last rounds from their magazines. Seizing this brief respite, Lu Fan abruptly retreated, establishing a distance of several meters. Simultaneously, he deftly retrieved the gleaming black recurved bow from his back. The bowstring hummed as it was slowly drawn back, the dark red patterns on the bow's body illuminating one by one. A surge of ferocious energy began to coalesce around the arrow. The creature seemed to sense the imminent threat. It ceased its evasions and, enduring several bullets, abruptly changed its course, targeting the nearest young soldier. This is bad. Chun Gang's expression shifted dramatically. The soldier, paralyzed by fear, had forgotten to dodge. As the creature's sharp claws were poised to pierce his chest, now was the moment. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened, and in that instant, the world around him appeared to slow. The creature's movements, the soldier's terrified expression, the flying shell casings, all became vividly clear. He did not aim for the creature's head or heart, but rather for the critical point along its trajectory, predicting its path. Whoosh! His finger released the string. The arrow, enveloped in black energy, vanished. In the next moment, it materialized at the creature's chest. With a soft thud, the black arrow effortlessly pierced through its body, propelled by tremendous kinetic force, sending it flying several meters before pinning it firmly against the wall behind. The creature lowered its head, incredulously gazing at the gaping hole in its chest. It reached out, seemingly attempting to extract the arrow, but its arm faltered halfway and fell limp. The fury and madness in its crimson eyes rapidly faded, replaced by a glimmer of relief and perhaps even a hint of gratitude. It glanced at Chun Gang. Its mouth moved silently before its head tilted, succumbing to silence. The room fell into a profound stillness, broken only by the heavy breaths of the soldiers. Wolf Tooth. Chun Gang collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Lu Fan slowly lowered his bow and approached. He regarded the corpse against the wall, lost in contemplation. The annihilation of the Tianhu base was certainly not the work of mere tricks. The true crisis had yet to unfold. Lu Fan knelt before the body, reaching out to extract the dark blue energy core. Acquired. Mutant Biological Energy Core X1. He cast a glance at the grief-stricken Chun Gang. Let's go. We shall burn our fallen brother and his remains together, allowing him a dignified farewell. Chapter 91. Searching my vehicle? Do you even deserve it? A large bonfire blazed in the abandoned residential area, flames consuming the bodies with crackling sounds. Chun Gang removed his military cap and bowed deeply to the flames. The soldiers behind him simultaneously took off their hats, bowing their heads in silent homage. Lu Fan stood nearby, his expression impassive. As the flames gradually subsided, Chun Gang straightened and approached Lu Fan. He said nothing, merely offering a solemn salute once more. This time, it was more precise and forceful than ever before. Lu Fan accepted it calmly. Let's go. The atmosphere was heavy as they made their way back to the base. Inside the off-road vehicle, Chun Gang remained silent, occasionally glancing at Lu Fan through the rearview mirror. His gaze had transformed from initial politeness to one of awe, even reverence. The convoy slowly entered Tianhu base. As the off-road vehicle turned toward a designated area near the inner wall, Lu Fan's brow furrowed. From a distance, he noticed something amiss with his heavy-duty truck. A large crowd surrounded the vehicle, no fewer than 40 or 50 individuals, each wielding an assortment of weapons, steel pipes, machetes, baseball bats, and more. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed instantly. Impressive. I stepped away for merely a moment, and trouble comes knocking? He slammed the accelerator, the vehicle roaring as it charged toward the crowd. The two military trucks behind also accelerated, their heavy engines growling like beasts. The gathered crowd was startled by the sudden commotion, turning to look. Upon realizing that the leading vehicle was a military off-road truck, followed by two troop-laden trucks, their expressions shifted. The crowd parted like butter under a hot knife. Instinctively creating a pathway, Lu Fan parked beside the heavy-duty truck and stepped out, with Chun Gang and his soldiers quickly following suit. With a clatter, a dozen soldiers synchronized their movements, pulling back their gun bolts, the dark muzzles aimed at the unruly mob. The air thickened with tension. The once brazen ruffians found their legs trembling, their steel pipes clattering to the ground. Lu Fan ignored them, lifting his gaze toward the driver's cabin of the heavy-duty truck. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Ruoshi and Suya, both armed with submachine guns, their barrels directed outward. Though their faces appeared pale, their gazes remained icy. Upon seeing Lu Fan, their taut bodies visibly relaxed. Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement, signaling them to remain at ease. His attention then shifted to the man leading the crowd. Clad in the security uniform of Tianhong Group, a scar etched across his face. Zhang Long's heart dropped upon seeing the fully armed soldiers. How did this kid manage to get in with the military? However, bolstered by his affiliation with Tianhong Group, he forced a smile. My friend, please don't misunderstand. We aren't here to cause trouble. Lu Fan stepped up to him, standing firm. Oh, then why are you and your entourage, armed with knives and clubs, surrounding my vehicle? Are you here to extend New Year greetings? Zhang Long's face twitched. He glanced at the expressionless soldiers behind Lu Fan, swallowed hard, and attempted to explain. You see, we are here on behalf of young Master Zhou Hong of Tianhong Group. A shipment of food from his warehouse was stolen today. Zhang Long's voice grew louder, as if to bolster his own courage. Some of my brothers saw the thief slip into your vehicle. We suspect the thief is hidden inside. Therefore, we wish to search your vehicle and find the culprit. He spoke with righteous fervor, as though there were truth to his claims. Following closely behind him, Li Mingxian chimed in immediately. Indeed, we all witnessed it. There must be someone hidden inside. If you're not guilty, let us search. Very well. The script is perfectly aligned. Lu Fan chuckled, casting a glance at Zhang Long as if he were a mere buffoon. Search my car? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Do you think you are worthy of that? Zhang Long's complexion instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson. Don't you dare be ungrateful. We are acting on behalf of young Master Zhou. Offending him will render you incapable of moving an inch within the base. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Zhang Long was sent spinning on the spot, a vivid handprint rapidly swelling on his cheek. He covered his face, disbelief written all over his features. Why you dare strike me? The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, everyone stunned. No one anticipated that Lu Fan would act without uttering a word. Li Mingxian stood there, equally taken aback. Lu Fan shook his hand, his eyes icy. Strike you? Speak another word of nonsense. and I swear I shall end you. An unmistakable aura of menace enveloped the space. Zhang Long met Lu Fan's gaze, trembling as if plunged into an icy abyss. He felt not a man before him, but a ferocious beast, drenched in the blood of its prey. Why you? Fear coursed through Zhang Long. He instinctively took a step back, seeking the support of his subordinates, only to find that his so-called brothers were all averting their eyes, too intimidated to meet Lu Fan's gaze. At that moment, Chun Gang stepped forward, his voice firm and unyielding. You're Captain Zhang, correct? This Mr. Lu is a distinguished guest of General Shao. Are you Tianhong Group intending to oppose our military? The mention of the military and General Shao struck Zhang Long like a series of heavy blows, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Serving young Master Zhou was merely a guise of power, and this affair had been conducted without Zhou Hong's knowledge. Offending the military, however, would indeed lead to dire consequences. And no, this is a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. Zhang Long's posture crumpled, arrogance evaporating, leaving only obsequiousness and terror. Perhaps my men misjudged. Yes, they must have seen it wrong. He turned to his group, unleashing a torrent of insults. A bunch of useless fools. Have your eyes grown to your backsides? Apologize to Mr. Lu at once. Continue your performance, Lu Fan remarked, arms crossed, observing the spectacle with an air of indifference. Once Zhang Long had finished berating his men, he turned back to Lu Fan, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in discipline that has disturbed you and your friends. We shall take our leave immediately. As he spoke, he began to retreat, looking quite the coward. Halt, Lu Fan stated coolly. Zhang Long's south feet froze in place. Slowly, he turned around, a glimmer of desperation in his eyes. Is there anything else you require, Mr. Lu? Lu Fan stepped closer, inching toward him. You just claimed there are thieves in my car? Why yes, I was mistaken, Zhang Long stammered. Oh, mistaken? A smirk played on Lu Fan's lips. You brought a throng of armed men, aggressively blocking my entrance, terrifying my two wives. Now, you think a mere admission of error suffices for you to leave? Lu Fan's voice remained calm, yet it struck Zhang Long's ears like the whispers of a demon. What do you wish to do, Mr. Lu? I will apologize. I will compensate you. Zhang Long's eyes brimmed with tears. Compensation? Lu Fan shook his head. I lack need for your trifles. He reached out, patting Zhang Long's swollen cheek. How about this? I shall grant you an opportunity to prove your innocence. Chapter 92. You dare strike me? No, I dare kill you. An opportunity to prove his innocence? Zhang Long was taken aback, unable to fathom Lu Fan's intent. What do you mean, Mr. Lu? Lu Fan's gaze swept over the motley crew behind him. You just claimed someone witnessed a thief entering my car. Who was it? A sense of dread gripped Zhang Long's heart, but he was ensnared in his own trap, forced to press on. He pointed at a lanky thug nearby. It was him. The thin monkey saw it. The so-called thin monkey puffed up his chest, wearing an air of arrogance and provocation, with young Master Zhou's backing and Zhang Long shielding him. What was there to fear? Indeed, I saw it clearly. The thin monkey exclaimed, his neck craned defiantly. A shadow darted right into your car. I saw it distinctly. He felt a swell of pride within him. This was a golden opportunity. I must show my courage and impress young Master Zhou. The last disobedient college girl was rewarded to his brothers. After all, alas, if I achieve success today, surely one of those women in the car will be mine. Oh, Lu Fan smiled, slowly advancing toward the thin monkey. The thug, rather than feeling fear, grew more brazen. What? Do you wish to strike? Let me tell you. I am. Before he could finish his bravado, Lu Fan moved with a swiftness that eluded the eye. A dark crimson shadow flashed past. The sound that followed was not the slicing of a knife through flesh, but rather the dull thud of an axe cleaving bone. The thin monkey's head tilted at an unnatural angle, a gaping wound revealing bone beneath, blood gushing forth. He gasped, eyes bulging in shock, the air escaping his throat in a strangled wheeze, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the area. The raucous shouting that had filled the air moments ago came to an abrupt halt. Everyone stood frozen, as if their throats were gripped, staring blankly at the corpse sprawled on the ground and the man who slowly retracted his fire axe. Chun Gang's grip on his firearm tightened. If this Mr. Lu were to join the military, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for all foes. The general certainly has a keen eye, inviting him to join at their first meeting. Alas, damn it, he killed the thin monkey. In the midst of the silence, a piercing scream broke forth. The crowd erupted into chaos. Dozens of men, eyes ablaze, surged forward. However, with a resounding clang, the cold, synchronized sound of metal grinding filled the air. Chun Gang and his dozen soldiers raised their firearms in unison. The dark muzzles aimed directly at the agitated mob. Every thug's movement froze in place. Though they possessed a few firearms and homemade explosives, they were but a joke in the face of automatic rifles. Moreover, attacking regular forces? Do not mention Zhang Long. Even Zhou Hong would not dare. The fervent anger that had surged moments ago was instantly doused by a deluge of icy water, leaving only a chilling sense of dread. Lu Fan turned to face Zhang Long, whose pallid complexion was unmistakable. Did you not just declare that you would challenge me? Zhang Long's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. At last, he comprehended the magnitude of the force he had provoked. The military. This man had military personnel backing him, and judging by the officer's demeanor, he was clearly at the helm. Zhou Xiao, Tianhong Group, in the presence of the true apparatus of state violence, they were utterly inconsequential. And no, it's not me. Zhang Long's tongue twisted in panic. Chun Gang stepped forward, his voice as frigid as ice. Mr. Liu, shall I apprehend them all? Trespassing, armed threats, intent to commit robbery. These charges would suffice to keep them in confinement until the end of days. Cold sweat cascaded down Zhang Long's brow. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to his knees. Mr. Liu, I was wrong. I truly erred. As he spoke, he frantically slapped his own face. Smack, smack, smack. I failed to recognize a mountain of greatness. I look down upon you. Please, in your magnanimity, treat me as insignificant and let me go. This scene left Li Mingxian, who had been observing from a distance, utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely fathom that the once arrogant Brother Long was now on his knees, begging for mercy. Lu Fan regarded him from his elevated position, remaining silent. His gaze resembled that of someone observing a trivial ant. At last, Lu Fan moved. He lifted his foot and pressed it firmly against Zhang Long's head, forcing his face into the snow. Remember this. Should I ever lay eyes on you again, it will not be your subordinates who pay the price. Zhang Long's body shook violently. Yes, I shall never dare again. Lu Fan withdrew his foot as if he had stepped upon something foul, wiping it on the ground. Scram! Zhang Long, as if liberated from a death sentence, scrambled away on all fours. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the eaves nearby, a snow-white bat observed the entire scene. Chun Gang approached Lu Fan and quietly inquired, Mr. Liu, are we letting him go just like that? He is but a dog. Breaking his legs would render him useless, Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. However, his master is rather intriguing. He patted Chun Gang on the shoulder. All right, you all return and report back. Thank you for today. Chun Gang immediately straightened up. Mr. Liu, you are too courteous. You are our savior. After saluting once more, he departed with his subordinates in a vehicle. Lu Fan returned to the 100-ton king. As the door closed, shutting out the biting cold, Lin Ruoshi and Suya remained in their original seats, though their weapons had been lowered. Both women's expressions were complex. The recent events had left them profoundly shaken. What is the matter? Are you both stunned? Lu Fan approached the bar and poured himself a glass of water. Why did you not fire? His tone was calm, yet tinged with a hint of reproach. They had already blocked the entrance. Were you wielding mere firewood? Lin Ruoshi's lips moved as if to retort, but the words failed to escape her mouth. She found herself hesitating. To her, the assailants were merely blustering. It had not yet escalated to violence. The instinct of a police officer prevented her from opening fire in that situation. Indecisiveness. Lu Fan pierced through her thoughts. This is the apocalypse, not a child's play of cops and robbers. Today, I returned. What if I had not? Lu Fan's voice grew icy. Were you prepared to surrender upon opening the door, or to be dragged out of the vehicle and subjected to their whims? This statement struck the two women like a hammer, draining the color from their faces. So you lowered her head, whispering, I was wrong. Lu Fan turned his gaze to Lin Ruoshi. And you? Lin Ruoshi bit her lip, defiantly turning her head away, refusing to speak. Lu Fan stepped before her, gripping her chin to force her to meet his eyes. Speak. I. Lin Ruoshi's eyes welled with tears. She understood that Lu Fan was right. Yet she could not overcome her internal struggle. Lu Fan, observing her defiant expression, chuckled. Very well, so you wish to be obstinate? He suddenly stepped forward. Lin Ruoshi, caught off guard, felt a tightening around her waist. In an instant, she was thrown over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Lu Fan, you bastard. Put me down. Lin Ruoshi kicked and pounded her fists against his back. But it was futile. His body was as unyielding as steel. Lu Fan carried her with long strides toward the bedroom. It seems mere words alone cannot impart the lesson you need. His voice was low, almost a whisper in her ear. Today, you will learn when to show mercy and when to pull the trigger. Chapter 93. I am here to teach you how to draw. As the bedroom door loomed closer, Lin Ruoshi felt a surge of panic. She could sense the unrestrained rage and aggression emanating from this man. I was wrong. Lu Fan, I was wrong. I will listen. I promise to obey you from now on. Just let me down. Lu Fan's pace did not falter. Instead, he sneered. Now you plead for mercy? It is too late. Some lessons must be paid for intuition. He freed one hand to turn the bedroom doorknob. Just as he flung her onto the bed, a sudden knocking echoed from the car door. Lu Fan's actions froze mid-motion, his grin vanishing in an instant. Lin Ruoshi, like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. Shove them away. She tumbled off the bed, frantically fixing her disheveled clothing and hair, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's expression darkened, as if he had been scalded. Why did they come now of all times? It felt deliberate. He took a deep breath to suppress his rising frustration and approached the door, flinging it open. Standing there was a rigid soldier. Mr. Lu, General Xiao has come to pay a visit. Xiao Zhan, what business could he possibly have? Lu Fan stepped aside to allow entry. Emerging from the shadows, General Xiao, clad in a military coat, bore an expression more serious than the night itself. Mr. Lu, I apologize for the intrusion. Your late-night visitor is certainly not here for tea, I presume. Lu Fan closed the door behind him, his tone devoid of warmth. Xiao Zhan's gaze swept across the interior of the vehicle. When his eyes landed on Lin Ruoshi and Suya, both standing with tense expressions, there was no flicker of emotion on his face. I have heard about today's events. Xiao Zhan wasted no time, his voice tinged with regret. I enlisted you for a mission, yet failed to ensure the safety of your family. This is my oversight. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. The general exaggerates. A few flies hardly pose a threat. Xiao Zhan shook his head, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. The Tianhong group is far more formidable than mere flies. Most of the industrial equipment, communication devices, and even the water purification systems at the base are under their control. Zhou Heng's father, Zhou Jiangwo, was the chairman of the Tianhong group before the apocalypse and now serves as the head of the logistics department at the base. To put it bluntly, if he were to withdraw his support, half of the survivors at the base would find themselves without water and food by tomorrow. Now I understand, Lu Fan replied. No wonder they are so arrogant. They have a firm grip on the lifeblood of the base. Thus, as long as they do not commit any egregious offenses, I cannot act against them lightly. Xiao Zhan regarded Lu Fan with sincerity. I hope you can comprehend the situation. Lu Fan smiled. I understand the general's predicament. He lifted a glass of water from the table and took a sip. However, the military has its regulations, and I have my own methods. His voice, though not loud, exuded an undeniable authority. Where your hands cannot reach, mine shall. Xiao Zhan's body jolted slightly. He regarded the young man before him, whose calm eyes concealed a ferocity akin to a sea of corpses and a madness unbound. After a silence that stretched for half a minute, Xiao Zhan suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with the exhilaration of finding a kindred spirit. Excellent. He slammed his hand down on the table. Lu Fan, I knew I had not misjudged you. Go ahead and act. As long as you stand on solid ground, should the sky fall, the military will support you. Anyone who dares to touch you must first reckon with the thousands of guns under my command. This was a promise. After bidding farewell to Xiao Zhan, Lu Fan closed the car door. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Lin Ruoshi and Suya both gazed at him in silence. Lu Fan turned to Lin Ruoshi, who stood by the bed, her cheeks flushed. He approached her step by step, a mischievous smile returning to his lips. Xiao Zhan had departed, but their matter was far from over. Lin Ruoshi had barely uttered a word when a rather untimely sound emanated from her stomach. The atmosphere instantly froze. Lin Ruoshi's face turned beet red from her neck to her ears. She wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Lu Fan paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. It seems my little wildcat is hungry. He playfully pinched her nose. All right then, let's eat first. I'll keep a tab on you, and we'll settle the accounts together tonight. With that, he turned and walked toward the kitchen, leaving Lin Ruoshi to stomp her feet in frustration. Half an hour later, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. Perhaps to compensate for the fright of the day, Lu Fan was particularly generous tonight, serving Australian tomahawk steak, French escargot, and a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Just as the three were about to dig in, there came a soft, hesitant knock at the door. Here again? Is it absolutely necessary to disturb my enjoyment tonight? Lu Fan grumbled impatiently as he approached the door and opened it. Standing at the threshold was a frail figure, Shen Yuehua. She wore an old, faded cotton jacket, shivering in the cold wind, clutching a drawing board in her arms. Upon seeing Lu Fan, she nervously clutched her clothing. I am here to teach drawing, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Fan looked at her flushed face and the anxiety in her eyes. his irritation inexplicably dissipated. He stepped aside and said, "Teacher Shun, your timing is perfect. Please come in." Shun Yuehua hesitated, but eventually stepped into the vehicle. A wave of warm air enveloped her instantly. The interior was as bright as day, adorned with exquisitely presented dishes that she had only seen on television, alongside the two strikingly beautiful women who made her feel inadequate. She felt as though she had intruded into a palace, feeling awkward and restless, unsure where to place her hands. No need to rush the lesson. Lu Fan's voice came from behind her. Let us eat first. Learning to draw requires physical stamina. One must fill their belly first. Shun Yuehua hurriedly waved her hands. And no, it's fine. If I eat then. She lied. Today, she and her husband, Gao Xiang, had only managed to share 2 pieces of hard, dry compressed biscuits. Lu Fan chose not to call her out on it. He merely approached the dining table and lifted a lid, releasing a rich, sweet aroma that filled the air. It was a bowl of squirrel fish. The fish was fried to a golden crisp, its body arched and its tail raised, drenched in a vibrant sweet and sour sauce. The presentation was strikingly lifelike. Shun Yuehua's steps halted abruptly. She stared intently at the dish, her body trembling uncontrollably. Squirrel fish, a renowned dish from Suzhou, was her favorite. Before the apocalypse, she would drag Gao Xiang to the finest Su cuisine restaurant to order every time she had a successful art exhibition. She thought she would never taste it again in this lifetime. What is this? Her voice trembled with emotion. The system is incredible. It even knows the flavors from my hometown. Lu Fan pulled out a chair and gestured for her to sit. I wonder if it suits Teacher Shin's palate. Consider it an advance payment for your tuition. Shun Yuehua could no longer contain herself. Her husband, self-righteous as he was, would only criticize her for compromising her dignity for food. Yet, he had no idea that in the face of hunger, all dignity was worthless. This man, whom she had only met twice, offered her warmth, food, and respect. Lu Fan served her a bowl of rice and placed a generous piece of fish in front of her. Please sit. The food will get cold. Shun Yuehua quietly sat down, picking up her chopsticks. Her hands trembled violently, making it difficult to grasp the tender fish. Lu Fan did not rush her. He simply watched in silence. Finally, she managed to deliver a small piece of fish to her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor, so familiar and etched in her memory, exploded on her taste buds. A single, scalding tear plummeted into her bowl of white rice. Chapter 94. Hand-in-hand teaching. Teacher Shun could no longer hold on. The plate of squirrel fish was reduced to mere bones, every last drop of sweet and sour sauce wiped clean with rice. She set down her chopsticks, warmth flooding her stomach. That long-lost feeling of satiety revived her frozen limbs. Are you full? Lu Fan leaned back in his chair, toying with a brass lighter between his fingers. Click! The flame flickered at his fingertips before extinguishing. Shun Yuehua's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Igriagajis. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Beside her, Suyao wiped the corner of her mouth, her expressive eyes darting between the two. This little vixen was quite astute. She promptly rose and tugged at the oblivious Lin Ruashi. Ruashi, it seems the heating in my room is malfunctioning. Could you come take a look? Lin Ruashi, bewildered, replied, Huh? Wasn't it fine just now? I can't fix it either. Oh, just come have a glance. Suya insisted, dragging Lin Ruashi towards the bedroom. Before closing the door, she shot a knowing glance at Lu Fan. Bang! The bedroom door shut behind them, leaving only Lu Fan and Shun Yuehua in the living room. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Shun Yuehua's palms grew clammy as she grasped the drawing board, her voice tight. Mr. Lu, shall we commence our lesson? What would you like to learn? Noodles. Lu Fan responded, rising and circling the dining table to approach her from behind. His tall shadow enveloped her entirely. Shun Yuehua stiffened. Teaching drawing requires practice, not mere words. Lu Fan's voice resonated above her, warm and inviting. Shun, shall we engage in a practical exercise? He leaned down, his chest nearly brushing against her back. A blend of tobacco and warmth invaded her nostrils. It was too close, so close that she could feel the explosive strength emanating from the body behind her. Take the pencil, Lu Fan commanded. Shun Yuehua's mind went blank, instinctively reaching for the pencil. Just as she was about to make a mark, a warm hand enveloped hers, covering her icy knuckles. Hiss! Shun Yuehua inhaled sharply, her wrist trembling. Mr. Lu, stay still. Lu Fan's voice was low, devoid of any room for negotiation. Your hands are so cold. How can you hold a pencil? His palm was large and dry, the calloused pads of his fingers grazing her delicate skin, sending a burning sensation coursing through her. As he guided her hand across the paper, drawing a straight line, he instructed, Here it needs to be firm. He then turned her wrist, creating a gentle curve. Here it should be soft. His breath brushed against her sensitive ear, warm and moist. Shen Yuehua felt a wave of numbness wash over her. A fleeting image of her aloof husband, Gao Xiang, crossed her mind. Yet her body betrayed her, craving this domineering intimacy. Teacher Shun, focus. Lu Fan tightened his grip, almost punishingly squeezing her palm. Your heart is racing. You might tear the paper. Shun Yuehua shuddered violently, her face flushing crimson. She sensed Lu Fan's other hand resting on the back of her chair, as if he might pull her into his embrace at any moment. This suspended tension was excruciating. I can't do this anymore. Shen Yuehua finally broke, yanking her hand away and rising abruptly. The chair screeched against the floor. Mr. Lu, let's call it a day. She hurriedly packed her drawing board, avoiding Lu Fan's gaze. I must return, Gao Xiang. Observing her panic, Lu Fan made no attempt to stop her, merely retrieving something from his pocket. Take this. He grasped her hand firmly, forcing a piece of chocolate into it. It was a Dove chocolate. Shen Yuehua felt the warmth of the item in her palm. No, this is too precious. Take it, Lu Fan interrupted, stepping closer until her back hit the cold car door. He lowered his gaze to meet her flustered eyes. An artist's hands are meant to create beauty. They should not tremble from hunger. Shen Yuehua was momentarily stunned. Her self-righteous husband only criticized her for sacrificing her dignity for food, never asking if she was hungry or cold. Tears welled up in her eyes. She clutched the chocolate tightly, her knuckles turning white. Thank you, thank you. She nearly burst through the car door, stumbling into the swirling snow. Lu Fan watched her retreating figure, then picked up the pencil that had fallen to the ground. The paper bore several trembling lines, glaringly conspicuous. He gently smoothed away the most chaotic stroke with his fingertip and smiled. In the core area of the Tianhu base, within a lavish villa, the fireplace crackled warmly, akin to spring. However, Zhang Long, kneeling on the ground, felt a chill seeping into his bones. The eerie sound of grinding had persisted for half an hour. Thus, a languid voice emerged. From the plush leather sofa, Zhou Hong raised an object in his hand, admiring it under the light. It was a segment of a human leg bone, polished to a ghastly white sheen, the tip embedded with a shimmering blue ice magic crystal. You didn't bring back a single person, broke 3 of them, and still ended up begging on your knees? Zhou Hong blew the dust off the bone and lifted his eyelids, his hollow Danfeng eyes devoid of life. Young master, please let me explain. Zhang Long's head thudded against the floor, his forehead bloodied and swollen. That kid is sinister. He has connections with the military. That old fox, Xiaozhan, sent troops to protect him. The military? Zhou Heng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Xiaozhan can't even secure himself, yet he wishes to protect someone? He stood, his bone staff tapping lightly on the carpet. This does not excuse your failure. My rule dictates that a flawed collectible holds no value. Zhang Long trembled violently, his trousers dampening instantly. He was all too familiar with Zhou Heng's methods. The so-called death aesthetics would render anyone subjected to it unable to escape, neither living nor dead. Young master, no, grant me another chance. Zhang Long's mind raced, desperation seeping into his voice. That kid has a treasure, an unparalleled treasure. Zhou Hong raised his staff, poised to strike. Young master, please listen to me. Zhang Long spoke rapidly, as if firing a barrage of bullets. There are 2 women in the car. One named Lin Ruashi, a female cop, fiery and fierce, a thorny red rose. Zhou Heng's hand paused midair. And the other? Her name is Suya, a water goddess. Her skin, her figure, just makes one want to protect her. A glimmer of morbid excitement flickered in Zhou Heng's eyes. He had no other hobbies. He simply adored collecting beautiful things, only to tear them apart at their most exquisite moments, crafting them into eternal specimens. Interesting. Zhou Hong retracted his staff and resumed his seat, his fingers brushing over the smooth bone surface. A mere lowly driver dares to possess such high-grade collectibles. This is an affront to beauty. He glanced at Zhang Long, who was still kneeling, wrinkling his nose in disgust. How can such a coarse individual be worthy? Zhang Long let out a sigh of relief, momentarily escaping death. He quickly seized the opportunity. Yes, yes. Such treasures are only fit for you, young master. That kid is wasting them. Zhou Hong approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the pitch-black night. The glass reflected his pale, effeminate face. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit. He extended his tongue, licking his dry lips. If that man is not worth my effort, or if his treasures are exaggerated beyond reason. Zhou Hong turned, his staff pointing ominously at Zhang Long's forehead. I shall make you my latest masterpiece. The title I have decided upon is The Cost of Lies. Zhang Long lay prostrate on the ground, utterly spent, unable to utter a single word. Scram, Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away a bothersome fly. Only after Zhang Long managed to crawl away did Zhou Hong pick up the human bone staff once more. He held it up to the light, mesmerized by the intricate patterns adorning it, whispering softly, "Lin Ruoshi, Suya. Red roses and white water lilies. I eagerly anticipate the sound of your petals being plucked, one by one. It must be utterly delightful. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 95. The End of Day's Shopping Spree. The next day, Lu Fan awoke and stirred slightly. Lin Ruoshi let out a soft murmur, her eyelashes fluttering, yet she remained asleep, a glistening tear, whether from sweat or sorrow, lingering at the corner of her eye. Lu Fan chuckled, reaching out to give her a playful pat on her pert backside. The sensation was rather pleasant, albeit she was quite stubborn. However, no matter, with a few more lessons, she would surely obey. He tiptoed out of bed and headed to the kitchen. Soon, the enticing aroma of fried eggs and bacon wafted through the entire compartment. Lin Ruoshi was roused by the delightful scent. As she opened her eyes, she caught sight of Lu Fan emerging from the kitchen with a plate in hand. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Quickly, she grabbed the blanket to cocoon herself, revealing only her pair of eyes, a blend of embarrassment and indignation. Awake? Lu Fan placed the breakfast on the table, observing her leisurely. "Come, it's time to eat." I'm not hungry." Lin Ruoshi buried her head in the blanket, her voice muffled. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Fan approached the bedside and yanked the blanket away. "Ah," Lin Ruoshi exclaimed, instinctively shielding herself. "It seems last night's lesson has yet to sink in." Lu Fan leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Shall I provide you with a refresher course now?" Lin Ruoshi's body trembled uncontrollably as she recalled the mortifying scenes from the previous night. Her eyes reddened once more. "Fine, I'll eat," she said, her voice tinged with a whimper. "See, was that so difficult?" Lu Fan straightened up with satisfaction. Suya, having woken up at some point, leaned against the headboard, observing the scene with a cold gaze. She couldn't help but smirk slightly at Lin Ruoshi's harried state. After breakfast, Lu Fan regarded the two women idly occupying the vehicle. "Today, we shall venture out," he declared, intending to probe the depths of Tianhong Group and that Zhou Hong. "Venture out?" Lin Ruoshi and Suya lifted their heads in unison. "I've heard that the survivors have set up a trading market over by the eastern wall. Let's go take a look." "A trading market?" The women's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. They had yet to explore the streets since the apocalypse. Indeed, a woman's fascination with shopping is etched into their very DNA. Lu Fan chuckled at their sudden excitement as the three of them disembarked from the vehicle. The base remained shrouded in a dreary ambience, with survivors clad in tattered clothing, hurrying about, their faces etched with numbness and vigilance, strikingly contrasting with the trio. Lu Fan, dressed in a pristine windbreaker, exuded an air of nonchalance, while Lin Ruoshi and Suya followed behind, their ordinary attire failing to conceal their innate elegance. Soon, they arrived in the Eastern District, which had once been an open-air parking lot, but was now the liveliest area of the base. A long row of stalls lined the perimeter, selling an array of items: moldy bread, rusty tools, tattered clothing, and even a few pirated DVDs that had likely been gathering dust for ages. Lin Ruoshi and Suya gazed at the bizarre spectacle before them, momentarily lost in thought. This was the reality of the apocalypse, a raw depiction of a world where order had crumbled. Yet, their attention was swiftly captured by the wares on display. "Lu Fan, look at this," Lin Ruoshi exclaimed, grasping a dusty music box. "I had one of these when I was a child." She eagerly wound the key, and a strained, off-key rendition of Fur Elise filled the air. She clutched it as if it were a precious treasure. "How can I trade for this?" she inquired of the stall owner, a gaunt middle-aged man who lethargically lifted his eyelids. Lu Fan remained silent, retrieving a piece of compressed biscuit from his backpack and tossing it towards the man. Thus began the shopping spree for the two women. They were soon captivated by the items at the stalls: a nearly untouched bottle of Chanel No. 5 perfume traded for 2 hard biscuits, and a brand new LV wallet, the seller nervously pricing it at half a package of compressed biscuits. Lin Ruoshi gasped in disbelief. Items that once would have cost her a fortune were now worth mere crumbs. They flitted between stalls, examining this and that, yet ultimately, they found nothing of real value to trade. It seemed that the true joy of shopping lay not in purchasing, but in the act of browsing itself. Lu Fan observed their merriment with a smile, approaching a stall selling jewelry. Lin Ruoshi was inspecting a slightly tarnished silver bracelet, her eyes lighting up. "How can I trade for this?" she asked the stall owner, a shrewd young man who scrutinized her from head to toe. Seeing her clean clothing and rosy complexion, he recognized she was not one to worry about sustenance. Greedily, he extended 5 fingers. Half a kilogram of rice. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Lin Ruashi retorted angrily, tossing the bracelet back. This is a brand name item. It cost thousands before the apocalypse. The stall owner weakly defended himself. What's worth more now? This or a bullet? Lu Fan stepped forward, saying nothing. Instead, he produced an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it onto the stall. The owner's breath hitched. His gaze fixated on the pack as his Adam's apple bobbed. I'll take all this junk. Lu Fan gestured towards the array of shiny trinkets on display. Enough. Enough. Please take it all. The stall owner exclaimed, snatching the pack of cigarettes and clutching it tightly to his chest in fear that Lu Fan might change his mind. Surrounding survivors watched with envy as their eyes turned red. That was an entire pack of cigarettes, enough to trade for days' worth of rations. Lu Fan casually swept the high-end jewelry from the stall, piling it all onto Lin Ruashi. If you like it, just take it. Lin Ruashi clutched her newfound treasures. Glancing back at Lu Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed. Suya approached as well, holding a bottle of hand cream in hand, silently observing Lu Fan. Lu Fan tossed her a bag of compressed biscuits. Take what you want. He presented himself as a wealthy patron indulging his women in a shopping spree amidst the apocalypse, drawing envious glances from the onlookers. Indeed, whether before or after the end of days, some things never change. Spending money to purchase gifts for women is an unparalleled delight. While the two ladies eagerly flit between various stalls, Lu Fan embarks on his own mission. He strolls to a secluded corner where a man is peddling electronic components. After a cursory glance, Lu Fan retrieves a piece of chocolate from his pocket and hands it over. Brother, do you smoke? Lighting a cigarette, he engages the man in conversation with ease. Have you heard of Tianhong Group? The man accepts the chocolate, cradling it like a cherished treasure while casting a wary glance around. Big brother, why are you inquiring about that? I have a relative who used to work there, but in these apocalyptic times, I can't get in touch. Lu Fan fabricates casually. The man relaxes slightly, lowering his voice. Don't mention it. That place is a den of devourers. I used to be part of their security team, and damn it, they don't treat us like human beings. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Fan inquires, feigning casual interest. Their insiders enjoy the good life, while we outsiders can't even get a hot meal. The man grumbles indignantly. What is their strength like? Are there many of them? Lu Fan continues to feign nonchalance. People? The man scoffs. There are plenty. Just Zhonglong's security teams alone number in the hundreds. But that is not all. He leans in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. They have a private armed force of nearly 1,000, led personally by the young master of the Zhou family, all equipped with handguns. I've heard they've even secured a few Type 95 rifles from the military. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. An armed force of 1,000 is practically a small army. This is intriguing. It seems the Zhou family has grand ambitions. However, relying solely on this number to challenge the military is rather naive. The downfall of the previous base was certainly not so simple. It could either imply that there was a mole within the military or that there exists an even more formidable threat. What about the old master of the Zhou family? Lu Fan offers him half a cigarette, continuing to pry for information. Zhou Tianhong? The man accepts the smoke, carefully tucking it behind his ear, reluctant to smoke it. Old master Zhou has long been reclusive. Ever since the apocalypse, he hasn't shown his face even once. Some say he is ill. Others claim he is hiding out of fear of death. Who knows? The man shrugs dismissively. Like father, like son, Zhou Hong is just a showy, decorative pillow. He spends all his time dabbling in some ridiculous art. Lu Fan's eyes flicker momentarily at the mention of Zhou Hong. This name had scarcely crossed his mind in his previous life, suggesting he too is a second-generation rich kid basking in comfort. However, orchestrating a private armed force of over 1,000 is no small feat for someone merely engaged in art. With this newfound knowledge, Lu Fan exchanges a few more casual remarks before moving on. Not far off, Lin Ruashi stands furtively before a sundry stall, clutching a small square box with flushed cheeks. Torn between putting it down and the reluctance to part with it, she is visibly anxious. Lu Fan silently approaches from behind and glances at her hand. Durex. Ultra thin. Officer Lin, preparing ahead of time, are we? He whispers in her ear. Startled, Lin Ruashi's hand trembles, sending the box flying. Lu Fan deftly catches it. I'm not. I was just checking the expiration date. She stammers, wishing for a hole to hide in. Lu Fan slips the box into his pocket and playfully tousles her hair. Enough with the explanations. Those who understand, understand. Tonight, I'll give you a chance to use it. Fuming, Lin Ruashi wishes to bite him, but is pulled away by Lu Fan, who leads her toward another area. Suya stands quietly at a stall adorned with calligraphy and paintings, her gaze fixed on a landscape painting. The paper is yellowed, and the brushstrokes are robust. inscribed with the name, De Qianju Shi. Beautiful lady, you have an eye for art. The elderly vendor perks up immediately. An authentic Zhangdakian, a family heirloom. I would sell it for anything if I weren't out of food. Sudyadiman Saidant. In this ravaged world. This painting evokes a long-lost tranquility within her, a remnant of civilization's glow. What would you trade for it? She finally asks. The old man extends a finger. 10 kilograms of rice. Suya is taken aback. 10 kilograms of rice could sustain a person for half a month. Instinctively, she checks her empty pockets and turns to leave. Too expensive. It's not worth it for something that can't be eaten or drunk. Do you like it? Lu Fan appears beside her, effortlessly discerning the truth. It's a high imitation, a scam aimed at the untrained eye. Let us go. Suya shakes her head, insisting. It's fake, as she tries to convince herself. Lu Fan, however, simply smiles. He reaches out, removes the painting from its place, and tosses a bag of rice onto the stall with a thud. The old man beams with joy, rushing to embrace the bag. As long as you find it pleasing. It's genuine. Lu Fan hands the rolled-up painting to Suya. It's merely 10 kilograms of rice, less than what I feed my dog. Take it and enjoy. Suya stands there, clutching the painting, momentarily stunned. Her heart skips a beat. This man, he knows full well it's a trap, yet he remains unfazed. What he cares about is the fleeting joy on her face. Thank you, Suya whispers softly. At that moment, a smooth yet arrogant voice interjects, hold on. The crowd parts as a man strides forward, clad in a pristine white suit, immaculate amidst the drab marketplace. He possesses an androgynous beauty, holding a civilized cane. Flanked by two imposing brutes with fierce gazes. Zhou Heng. Lu Fan's pupils narrow slightly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Zhou Heng approaches, ignoring both Lu Fan and Suya. With gloved fingers, he delicately pinches a corner of the painting. Republic-era imitation paper, short fiber material from Jing County, Anhui. His voice is melodious, yet laced with a chilling coldness. The ink is from the 80s, a product of Ida Gu, dull and lifeless. He raises his gaze, smiling at the old man. A poorly crafted counterfeit. The vendor's face pales instantly. A murmur ripples through the crowd. Zhou Heng retrieves a handkerchief to wipe his fingers, tossing it dismissively onto the ground as if he had touched something filthy. Then, he turns, his eyes finally landing on Suya. In that moment, Lu Fan observes something flash in Zhou Heng's gaze. It is the gleam of a hunter spotting prized prey, greed, and possession. What a pity, Zhou Heng remarks, looking at Suya with a sense of lament. Such a refined lady, yet holding a counterfeit, what a waste. He slightly bows. I'm Zhou Heng. I would like to invite the lady to my humble abode for a conversation. I possess true works by Zhang Daqian and Qi Baishe. Only genuine art is worthy of a person as elegant as yourself. From start to finish, he did not cast a single glance at Lu Fan. In his eyes, Lu Fan was nothing more than dirt beneath his feet. Suya furrowed her brows, instinctively taking a step back. The man's gaze unsettled her profoundly. Disinterested, she coldly rejected him. Zhou Heng's smile deepened. Perhaps the young lady is unaware of who I am. He stepped closer, an aura of superiority emanating from him. In this base, anything Zhou Heng desires is within his power to grant. Only by aligning with me can you truly savor the essence of life, rather than associating with the likes of this. He finally cast a disdainful glance at Lu Fan, his eyes mocking. A lowly brute, squabbling over mere grains of rice. An overt attempt to undermine. The surrounding crowd held their breath. This lad was in for a misfortune. Yet in the next moment, a hand shot out, encircling Suya's slender waist and pulling her roughly into an embrace. Suya gasped, crashing into a solid chest. Lu Fan wrapped one arm around Suya, while the other casually rested in his pocket, tilting his head to regard Zhou Heng. Finished speaking? If so, be gone. His tone was flat. If you're done, then leave. His fingers gently tapped on Suya's shoulder. The authenticity of this scene mattered not. What was significant was that my woman relishes it. Lu Fan scoffed, his gaze turning icy and piercing. As for your so-called villa and wretched artwork, save them for your grave offerings. The atmosphere became palpable with tension. Zhou Heng's smile slowly faded. The two bodyguards behind him stepped forward, their hands moving toward their waists. A sense of murderous intent erupted. Chapter 97. Did you hear? I said to leave. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, positioning himself precisely between Zhou Heng and Suya. Finished speaking? If so, be gone. Lu Fan's voice, though soft, struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The onlookers, survivors drawn to the spectacle, gasped collectively. Was this lad mad? How dare he speak to young Master Zhou in such a manner? Zhou Heng's smile displayed a barely perceptible rigidity. He finally regarded Lu Fan directly. his eyes appraising him like a monkey that had suddenly leaped forth, screeching wildly. Lin Ruashi observed Lu Fan's silhouette, and instead of feeling anxious, she felt a surge of exhilaration. She stepped forward, linking her arm with Lu Fan's, and coldly huffed at Zhou Hong. "Did you hear? I said to leave." Suya silently positioned herself beside Lu Fan. Though she uttered no words, her icy gaze conveyed everything: disdain, unmasked loathing. Zhou Heng's expression finally shifted, but he quickly regained his genteel facade. He scrutinized Lu Fan deeply, allowing his gaze to linger on the two exquisite faces for a moment. Intriguing. Such masterpieces hold greater value for collectors. It seems today is not opportune for discussions on art. He took a step back, graciously gesturing. "I beg your pardon for my abruptness. I hope we may cross paths again." Suya couldn't be bothered to offer him even a glance. She tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve. "Let us go. No need to waste time with flies." Lu Fan smiled, patting Suya's hand and playfully pinching Lin Ruashi's cheek. Then, with the two women in tow, he turned and departed, never once glancing at Zhou Hong again. It was a complete act of disregard. The surrounding survivors instinctively parted to make way. Observing the trio's retreating figures, their expressions were a tapestry of emotions. Admiration, regret, but predominantly schadenfreude. Just wait. The art pieces coveted by young Master Zhou have never escaped unscathed. As they faded from view, Zhou Heng's warm smile gradually receded, ultimately transforming into a veneer of icy gloom. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the old man selling paintings, terrified, dropped to his knees, fervently bowing to Zhou Hong. "Young Master Zhou, I was wrong. I was wrong." Zhou Hong disregarded him, instead raising his hand to beckon. Not far off, Zhang Long scurried over like a dog, rolling and crawling. "Young master." He bowed deeply, not daring to lift his head. "I am quite pleased with those two artworks, especially the one with the cold aura. It possesses a shattered beauty." Zhang Long felt a surge of delight. "As long as young master is satisfied." "You did well this time," Zhou Hong remarked, patting his shoulder. Zhang Long was instantly overwhelmed with joy, trembling with excitement. "All thanks to your exquisite taste, young master. What that female university student you seem to fancy?" Zhou Hong casually inquired. Zhang Long paused, then burst into elation. "Indeed, I adored her. Anything esteemed by young master cannot be lacking. Consider yourself rewarded," Zhou Hong said nonchalantly. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." Zhang Long's face immediately displayed a greedy and lascivious grin. He had long coveted that female university student, her skin so tender it seemed one could squeeze water from it. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Being alongside young master guarantees indulgence. "Young master," Zhang Long fawned, gesturing toward the now terrified old man selling paintings, who lay crumpled on the ground. "What shall we do with this old fraud?" Zhou Hong turned to regard the old man, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. "Dear sir, do not be anxious. Exaggeration is commonplace in business. It is entirely normal. I harbor no ill will." His voice was soft and soothing. However, Zhang Long felt a chill creep into his heart. He understood that the more amiable Zhou Hong appeared, the angrier he was becoming. Yet, as expected, Zhou Heng's tone abruptly shifted. He should not tarnish art with such crude wares. He extended his hand to adjust his immaculate collar. "Take him away. Ensure he cultivates an appreciation for true artistry." A sinister smile crept across Zhang Long's face. "Understood, young master. I shall ensure this gentleman gains a fresh perspective on art." Zhou Hong nodded, no longer casting a glance at the old man. He turned and walked toward the villa area. Zhang Long approached the old man, hoisting him off the ground. "Come along, old man. Young master has high hopes for your artistic potential." The old man, utterly limp like a puddle of mud, was dragged away by Zhang Long until they vanished at the alley's end. Lu Fan and the two women continued deeper into the market. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and the items for trade became increasingly peculiar. Suddenly, Lin Ruashi halted in her tracks. Ahead, a group of people had formed a circle, pointing and discussing something in the center. Curiosity piqued, Lin Ruashi leaned in for a better look. Just one glance, and her expression changed dramatically. In the center of the crowd knelt a young girl, gaunt and dirty-faced, yet it was evident she was quite young. In front of her stood a piece of cardboard. A line was inscribed in charcoal above. "I seek a hearty meal, willing to do anything." A group of men nearby erupted into sinister laughter. "Hey, little sister, is that all it takes for you? I have 2 buns here. Come with me, and I will ensure you are well fed tonight." The girl lowered her head, silent, her body trembling slightly. Lin Ruashi's fists clenched tightly, a surge of anger flooding her mind. Instinctively, she was about to charge forward when a hand grasped her arm. It was Lu Fan. What do you intend to do? Let go. They're going too far, she exclaimed. And then what? Lu Fan gazed at her. You rush over and teach them a lesson? You think that one meal will suffice? What about tomorrow? The day after? He released her hand and pointed to a nearby corner. In another shadowed alcove, a more frail woman cradled a child, her gaze vacant. Before her lay a similar sign. Will you intervene for her? And for that one? And that one? Lin Roashi followed his gesture, observing the myriad of numb, despairing faces. She opened her mouth, but found herself a loss for words. Suya gently tugged at Lin Roashi's sleeve and shook her head. Lin Roashi's steps felt heavy as she stared at her own hands, clean, warm, devoid of any dirt. She recalled the girl kneeling on the ground moments ago. What would she have become if not for Lu Fan? The thought was too harrowing to continue. A shiver coursed through her body uncontrollably. No, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep in her palms, pain surging through her. The sensation of relinquishing her fate entirely to others was unbearable. She yearned for the strength to protect others, to seize control of her own destiny. An unprecedented desire erupted from the depths of her heart, like a volcano. At that moment, a searing sensation suddenly exploded from her heart, coursing through her limbs like a jolt of electricity. She stifled a groan, her body swaying slightly. What is it? Suya sitite. Nothing. Lin Ruashi shook her head, her complexion somewhat pale. Yet, something within her felt irrevocably altered. Lu Fan did not spare another glance at the girl. Let us go. Lin Ruashi and Suya watched the cruel scene unfold, then looked at Lu Fan's retreating figure. In silence, they followed behind. A faint, inscrutable smile curved at the corners of Lu Fan's lips. Compassion? In a post-apocalyptic world, it was the most futile of sentiments. Without witnessing hell firsthand, how could one appreciate the value of heaven? Chapter 98. Never seek that person. The trio made their way back. Lu Fan with his hands in his pockets, leading the way. Lin Ruashi lagged a couple of steps behind, discreetly leaning closer to Suya. Hey, she lowered her voice. How did you acquire your ice abilities? Suya poset momentarily before resumin hersitride. I don't know. Don't know? Lin Ruashi pressed urgently. Think harder. Did anything unusual happen before your awakening? Unusual? Suya's mind drifted back to the scene of Lu Fan slaughtering the bandits on their way to Wanda. Then, uncontrollably, flashes of memory flickered through her mind. A dimly lit bedroom, entwined bodies, the heavy breaths of a man, and the heat of sweat. Suddenly, a rush of warmth surged from her neck to her forehead. She abruptly turned her head, unable to meet Lin Ruashi's gaze. And no, nothing special. Perhaps it was just a time of heightened emotions. Is that so? Lin Ruashi pondered, considering the anger and helplessness she felt upon seeing the girl moments ago. She reflected on the unwillingness she felt when Lu Fan restrained her, and the warmth creeping onto her own cheeks from last night. Just as Lin Ruashi was about to press further, a piercing wail echoed from not far away. Lu Fan halted in his tracks, observing a commotion at the entrance of the base. A group of survivor scouts was returning, disheveled and distressed. It's not even noon yet. Why are they back so soon? Lu Fan furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. An air of despair enveloped the group. Several members bore injuries, limping painfully. At the rear, they carried a makeshift stretcher. Ugh. On the stretcher, a man gritted his teeth, emitting muffled groans. The sound was oddly familiar. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. The man on the stretcher was pale, drenched in cold sweat, with one leg twisted at an unnatural angle. It's Li Mingxian. A smirk played on Lu Fan's lips. Oh, isn't this the champion athlete? What happened to your leg? Lin Ruashi and Suya also caught sight of him, their expressions devoid of emotion. They harbored no fondness for this man. Lu Fan shifted his gaze, as if dismissing an inconsequential passerby. Let us go. The trio returned to the vehicle. The warm, spring-like air shielded them from the chaos and bloodshed outside. Soon, the dining table was adorned with a sumptuous four-course meal and soup, sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu, fish-flavored shredded pork, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, accompanied by a steaming pot of tomato and egg soup. The aroma instantly ignited the appetites of both women, quickly overshadowing the discomfort from the earlier scene. During the meal, Lu Fan noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Lin Ruashi was stealing glances at him. Whenever their eyes met, she would immediately avert her gaze like a startled rabbit, her cheeks tinged with a suspicious flush. What is going on? Lu Fan pondered, bemused. After all this time, were they still playing the naive game? She hadn't been this bashful when pleading for mercy last night. He placed a piece of pork into Lin Ruashi's bowl. Eat more. You looked exhausted last night. Lin Ruashi's face flushed crimson, her embarrassment palpable. She shot Lu Fan a fierce glare, which seemed more playful than angry. Grabbing the piece of pork, she shoved it in her mouth with fervor, as if it were not meat, but a certain scoundrel. Besididum, suya kuitli sipit hersop. A smirk of amusement lingering at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Gu Qingsheng huddled in a dilapidated shed, hugging her knees and staring blankly at the entrance. A gnawing hunger twisted in her stomach. Li Mingxian's team had left early that morning and had yet to return. She had consumed only half a compressed biscuit that day. Cold and hungry, she involuntarily recalled the warm glow of Lu Fan's vehicle and the steaming hot pot that awaited them. There was that man, with his overbearing demeanor and wicked smile. Gu Qingsheng shook her head vigorously. No, she must not dwell on it any longer. Li Mingxian is my boyfriend. He treats me so well. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. Qingsheng, Qingsheng, come out. It was the voice of Li Mingxuan's teammates. A surge of joy filled Gu Qingsheng's heart as she hurried outside. However, in the next instant, the elation on her face froze. Li Mingxian was being carried on a stretcher. His leg was broken. Mingxian, Gu Qingsheng rushed over, tears streaming down her face. She didn't harbor romantic feelings for Li Mingxian, but he was, after all, her nominal boyfriend. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had always protected her. Seeing him in such a wretched state filled her with indescribable sorrow. I'm Fine. Li Mingxuan's lips trembled in pain, yet he still sought to comfort her. I just had a little fall. His several teammates placed the stretcher down on the ground. Sister-in-law, while we were out collecting supplies today, we encountered 2 ice demons. Brother Xian. They continued, we still need to submit our mission and collect today's rations. With that, they dashed away without a backward glance, as if lingering for even a moment would result in their share of food being taken from them. In the makeshift shelter, only Gu Qingsheng and the immobilized Li Mingxian remained, with the cold wind seeping in from all directions. Gu Qingsheng gazed at Li Mingxuan's deformed leg, her heart racing with anxiety. What will happen to your leg? It's nothing, just a fracture. Li Mingxian grasped her hand, his eyes filled with fear and unease. He was afraid of becoming a burden, and even more fearful that Gu Qingsheng would leave him for that man who drives a truck. Don't worry about the food. He forced a smile despite the excruciating pain. I've already sent Xiao Wang to find Brother Long. Zhang Long? Yes, Zhang Long from Tianhong Group. My good buddy. There was a hint of pride in Li Mingxuan's tone. He will help me. He'll take care of the food and medicine. He fixed his gaze on Gu Qingsheng. You mustn't go anywhere. Just wait for me here. Please don't seek out that man. With her head bowed, Gu Qingsheng said nothing. Her heart was a tumultuous mess. Could Li Mingxuan's friend be truly reliable? Chapter 99. This painting will not finish, so do not leave tonight. In the evening, the interior of the 100 Tons King's vehicle was brightly lit. The dining table was adorned with several steaming plates of home-cooked dishes, sweet and sour ribs, mapo tofu, and a pot of mushroom soup. The aroma wafted throughout the cozy cabin. Lu Fan sat at the head of the table, flanked by Lin Ruoshi and Suya. Yet none of them touched their chopsticks, all waiting for one person, Shen Yuehua. She promised to come for class today. Lu Fan glanced at the digital clock on the wall. It was 7:30, more than an hour later than the previous day. Lin Ruoshi fidgeted in her seat. Is she not coming? Suya shot her a glance, but remained silent. Lu Fan chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry, she will come. He was confident because he knew Shen Yuehua had no other options. Indeed, scarcely had he finished speaking when the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Lu Fan rose to open the door. Outside stood a frail figure, trembling in the cold. It was Shen Yuehua. Her face was flushed from the biting wind, her lips slightly pale. The thin coat she wore offered little protection against the sub-zero temperatures. Upon seeing Lu Fan, her gaze darted away, unable to meet his eyes. Teacher Shun, you finally made it. Lu Fan leaned against the doorframe, a playful smile dancing on his lips. I prepared the meal for you. I thought you might not grace us with your presence. Shen Yuehua's head drooped even lower. A sense of desolation enveloped her. This afternoon, she had indeed hesitated for a long time, struggling internally. The man's actions the previous day had left her feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation and fear. She did not wish to return. However, she glanced at Gao Xiang, huddled in the corner of the bed, wrapped in a tattered quilt. He had not eaten anything substantial for 2 days, surviving on the instant noodles she had brought back yesterday. He looked gaunt, with sunken eyes and hollow cheeks. She couldn't bring herself to tell Gao Xiang what that man had done to her. Instead, she merely said she had found a job teaching painting, with a cultured, wealthy patron who provided meals. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiang's murky eyes lit up. He grasped Shen Yuehua's hand, his voice barely a whisper. Yuehua, I knew your talent would not go unnoticed. That gentleman clearly understands art. You must teach him well. Seize this opportunity. In that moment, Shen Yuehua's emotions were a tumultuous mix. She looked at her so-called husband, the once-admired art critic she had once held in high esteem, feeling an overwhelming sense of estrangement and absurdity. Ultimately, she came, motivated by the need for sustenance and for the husband still lost in his dreams. Come inside. It's cold outside. Lu Fan stepped aside to let her in. As Shen Yuehua entered the vehicle, a wave of warmth enveloped her, instantly thawing her chilled body. Please, sit and eat. Lu Fan gestured toward the feast laid out on the table. Shen Yuehua sat down awkwardly, her eyes drawn to the delectable spread before her, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. Suya stood up. Ruashi, let's step outside for a moment. Lin Ruashi hesitated for a moment before understanding. She shot Lu Fan a glare, but followed Suya out of the vehicle. The cabin was left with only the two of them, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Please eat. Lu Fan, serve her a bowl of soup. You need to be full to have the energy to paint. Shen Yuehua silently picked up her chopsticks, taking small bites, devoid of any taste. This meal felt even more torturous than the one before. After the meal, Lu Fan tidied the dishes, just as he had the day before, and set up the easel. All right, teacher Shun, let's continue with yesterday's lesson. Shen Yuehua took a deep breath and approached the easel. She longed to finish quickly and escape this suffocating place. However, she soon sensed something was amiss. The temperature inside the vehicle seemed to be rising. What had felt warm and comfortable moments ago was now becoming uncomfortably hot. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead. Mr. Lu, is the heating in your car set too high? She couldn't help but ask. Lu Fan pretended to fiddle with the controls. Oh dear. He tapped his forehead as if realizing something. It seems to be broken. I can't turn it off. It's fine. A bit of heat is good. It promotes blood circulation. Shen Yuehua thought to herself. This excuse is rather dismissive. She felt as though she were on the verge of being roasted alive. The coat was undoubtedly unbearable. After a moment's hesitation, she finally shed the heavy garment. Beneath it, she wore only a form-fitting thin sweater, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Lu Fan's gaze roamed over her unabashedly. All right, let us begin. He approached her from behind. As he had done the previous day, his warm chest pressing firmly against her back. His large hand once again enveloped her writing hand, but this time, his actions were even more audacious, more aggressive. His fingers, no longer content with merely holding her hand, grazed her arm and side with a feather-light touch, sending waves of tingling shivers coursing through her. Shen Yuehua's body stiffened completely, her breath turning labored. Mr. Lu, please have some self-restraint. Her voice trembled, laced with desperation. Shoo! Lu Fan whispered in her ear, a warm breath against her skin. Do not speak, just feel deeply. Art requires inspiration. His other hand, no longer satisfied with merely resting on her waist, began to slowly wander upward. Shen Yuehua's body jolted, an instinctive desire to flee rising within her. But she found herself firmly ensnared in his embrace, unable to move. Time ticked by, each second stretching interminably. The temperature inside the car escalated, and Shen Yuehua felt as though she were trapped within a steamer, gasping for breath. She lost track of how long it had been when Lu Fan finally released her. He picked up the drawing paper, glancing at the chaotic scrawl upon it, then sighed heavily. This won't do. He crumpled the paper and tossed it into the trash bin. Teacher Shun, I cannot possibly concentrate on my drawing with you like this. Then let us call it a day, Shen Yuehua said, her voice trembling, turning to flee. You haven't paid for today's lesson yet. Lu Fan's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable determination. Shen Yuehua's feet seemed nailed to the ground. Lu Fan glanced down. Look at this. It's come to this. You must take responsibility. Shen Yuehua's face drained of color. Lu Fan advanced toward her step by step. If this drawing isn't completed today, you won't be leaving. Or perhaps you could forfeit your payment for today. The words struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her reeling. What about the food? What about Gaoxiang? She dared not consider it. No, no. Tears finally streamed down her cheeks. She shook her head helplessly, retreating step by step until her back met the cold wall of the car. There was no escape. Mr. Lu, I beg you, have mercy on me. Have mercy on you? Lu Fan had already closed the distance between them. He reached out, gently wiping away her tears, his touch as tender as that of a lover. All right then, help me. As long as you allow me to finish my drawing, I will let you go. Shen Yuehua trembled like a leaf in the wind. She gazed at the man before her, who resembled a devil, and recalled her husband, waiting in bed for her to return with food. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes, resigning herself to her fate as she crouched down. Chapter 100 Officer Lin. Tonight, I am in charge. Inside the car, the scent of turpentine mingled with another sweet aroma. With a click, the car door swung open. Shen Yuehua stumbled out, clutching her drawing board tightly, as if it were her last shred of dignity. Her hair was disheveled, damp strands clinging to her pale cheeks. The buttons of her coat were askew, and beneath the collar, a conspicuous red mark was faintly visible. With her head bowed and her steps frantic, she sought to escape. "Be careful." A cool voice intercepted her path. Shen Yuehua froze, lifting her gaze to collide with Suya and Lin Ruashi. Suya, with her hands in her pockets, briefly surveyed her flushed face before glancing at the man inside the car, leaning against the sofa and lighting a cigarette. Suddenly, she smiled, a smile devoid of mockery, yet filled with penetrating jest. "Teacher Shun, you certainly put in a great effort during class. Your face is quite red." Boom! Shen Yuehua's face first flushed crimson, then paled. She opened her mouth but could not utter a word, only nodding frantically as she clutched her drawing board, vanishing into the darkness as if fleeing for her life. Lin Ruashi stood rooted to the spot, staring at the hasty, retreating figure. The expression was one of humiliation, yet it seemed to carry a hint of liberation. She turned to Suya, who wore a calm demeanor, and a chilling sense of crisis pierced her heart. That artist woman had made her choice to survive. And that scoundrel Lu Fan. "What are you looking at?" "Suya burushit pasteur, her, toneiri." "What is there to see?" "Everyone must pay the price for their choices or reap the rewards." Suya's gaze fell upon the crystalline ice spike she had conjured, her words carrying an insinuation. "The allure of power is indeed captivating, isn't it?" Lin Ruashi's heart jolted. She fixated on Suya's retreating figure. Suya had grown stronger. She used to struggle with manipulating frost, yet now she could effortlessly form ice spikes. This was abnormal. Lin Ruashi's mind raced back to the muffled sounds emanating from Suya's room during the past few nights. A frenzied thought exploded within her. Could the key to her strength be him? In this damned apocalypse, weakness was a sin. She refused to remain a mere vase, shouting slogans. Power. She yearned to grow stronger, even if it meant resorting to such means. As night deepened, Lu Fan emerged from the bathroom, his upper body bare after a shower. At the entrance to his bedroom stood a figure, Lin Ruashi. She was not clad in a tactical jacket, but rather donned a black lace nightgown. The sheer fabric clung to her body, every curve exuding a primal strength. Lu Fan paused, raising an eyebrow. "Officer Lin, conducting a late-night room check?" Lin Ruashi showed no signs of embarrassment or anger. Under the dim light, she lifted her gaze, her eyes devoid of shyness, filled instead with a fierce determination. She stepped forward, pushing him with force. Lu Fan, caught off guard, tumbled onto the bed. In the next moment, Lin Ruashi straddled his waist, her hands trembling yet firmly gripping his shoulders. "Tonight I call the shots." Her voice was hoarse and quivering, yet her tone was resolute. Lu Fan chuckled, leisurely resting his arms beneath his head, appreciating the view before him. "All right then, I'm curious to see how Officer Lin intends to interrogate me. Less chatter." Lin Ruashi bit her lip, leaning down to fiercely bite his infuriating lips. The metallic taste of blood mingled between them. "I want to grow stronger, Lu Fan," she whispered in the fleeting moments of their lips touching. "I refuse to remain that useless person who can only hide behind you. If Sui can do it, so can I. Whatever that artist woman is capable of, I can surpass. Rather than being passively devoured by this man, I would rather take the initiative and drain him of everything. This is her survival rule, Lin Ruashi." In the next moment, she seized her words and, in a clumsy yet ferocious manner, initiated a war. There was no tenderness, only plunder. Lin Ruashi resembled a tireless little beast, desperately demanding more, repeatedly pushing the limits of her body. At the pinnacle, where her soul felt as if it might burst forth from her being, she sensed it, a scorching power, nearly molten, violently surging from the source, connecting the two. It was not a gentle energy, but a wild explosion. Lin Ruashi felt that what coursed through her veins was no longer blood, but scalding magma. Countless images of gunfire flashed through her mind, and at that moment, the power within her pulled the trigger. Ultimately, all the raging energy converged in her lower abdomen, coalescing into a flame totem that seemed poised to incinerate everything. Is this the power of fire? Beneath the same night sky, some dwell in paradise while others languish in hell. In the slum, a drafty metal shack. Ugh. Li Mingxian curled up on a moldy mattress, convulsing. The wound from his broken leg had festered, exuding a foul odor. High fever clouded his mind. "Water, Qingcheng." "Shut up." Beside him, his teammate Xiao Wang irritably turned over. "Where's the water?" "I'm a captain. I have supplies." Li Mingxuan mambo dinadaze. "Captain?" That was in the past. Xiao Wang sat up, coldly scrutinizing him. "Just went to collect supplies. And Zhonglong's people said their S no share for you anymore. They want to support a useless person. Those words fell on Li Mingxian like a bucket of ice water. He abruptly opened his eyes. What did you say? Zhonglong is my buddy. Buddy? Xiao Wang scoffed, pulling out a compressed biscuit and taking a big bite. You're a burden with a broken leg. Oh, and Long Gu is still thinking about your girlfriend. In the corner, Gu Qingcheng suddenly lifted her head. Xiao Wang swallowed the biscuit crumbs and pointed at her. Long Gu said, tomorrow you'll go to the rich area to shovel snow, and after that, you'll get 2 packs of biscuits. If you don't go, you two can starve together. Bastard! Li Mingxian roared, struggling to sit up but collapsing back in agony. Like a mad dog, he howled, Qingcheng is my woman. She's a star. How can she do such a degrading job? I want to allow it. He pointed to Xiao Wang. You go and get his food. Xiao Wang looked at him as if he were a fool, snorted, and turned his back. Save your energy. Don't freeze to death by morning. Inside the shack, silence reigned, broken only by the whimpering wind. Gu Qingcheng gazed at the impotent, furious man on the bed. In her stomach, hunger stirred like a hand frantically churning. Slowly, she stood up. Qingcheng, what are you doing? Li Mingxuan's voice trembled. Don't go. I'll be fine tomorrow. Gu Qingcheng ignored him. She walked to the door and picked up the rusty shovel. The cold metal stung her palm. Qingcheng, Li Mingxuan's voice turned shrill. If you dare step out that door, don't come back. I don't want you anymore. Gu Qingcheng tightened her grip on the shovel. She turned her head, her dusty face revealing no emotion. Li Mingxuan, from today on, you and I will only live for ourselves. With that, she pushed open the dilapidated door and plunged into the swirling snowstorm. The door closed behind her, severing the desperate curses of the man. The snowstorm was fierce, cutting her face like a blade. Gu Qingcheng trudged forward with the heavy shovel, step by step, towards the wealthy district. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, within a warm, iron fortress, Lu Fan felt the rebellious spark of a newly born flame within the woman in his embrace. A smile curling at his lips. He exhaled a puff of smoke leisurely. One had awakened the fire. It was time for another to awaken. So, would the next toy be that self-proclaimed noble Zhou Heng, or the little cat freezing in the snow? Chapter 101. Officer Lin plays with fire. Is this content locked behind a paywall? Morning light streamed through the bulletproof glass, spilling onto the disheveled bed. Hiss! As Lin Ruashi moved, her entire body felt as though it might fall apart, her spine cracking with every shift. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to prop herself up. The quilt slipped away, revealing her body marred with bruises, the handiwork of some scoundrel. Awake? A voice, annoyingly smug, came from beside her. Lu Fan leaned against the headboard, idly toying with a metallic lighter, his demeanor refreshingly carefree in stark contrast to her battered state. Lin Ruashi seized a pillow, summoning all her strength to hurl it at him. Lu Fan, are you a dog? Lu Fan did not dodge, catching the pillow one-handed and casually placing it behind his head. Officer Lin, you weren't this attitude when you begged me to not stop last night. His gaze lingered on the distinct bite mark on her collarbone for a couple of seconds. And let us not forget the sacrifices I made to help you. My stamina is completely drained. You call that a sacrifice? Lin Ruashi's head throbbed with fury. What occurred last night was not an awakening. It was a one-sided crushing and plundering, especially at the end. That scoundrel insisting on making her, just the thought of those images sent a rush of heat to her cheeks, her ears burning. Shame, anger, and a hint of unacknowledged grievance collided within her. Bastard, I'm going to kill you, she shouted, lifting her hand to strangle Lu Fan by the neck. Boom! Just as her hand swung halfway, a searing H in the end, she reluctantly turned her head away, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth. Thank you. Those 2 words felt more painful than killing her. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lu Fan went to open the door. Standing at the threshold was Chun Gang, his face radiating respect. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Chun Gang snapped off a precise military salute. Commander Chun, is there something you need? Mr. Lu, I've come specifically to convey General Zhao's gratitude. Chun Gang's face was alight with excitement. We successfully brought back all the survivors from Wanda Plaza. Moreover, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh, the logistics center you mentioned, my heavens, we managed to retrieve over 10 trucks of supplies. It has resolved our urgent crisis. General Xiao said you are a great benefactor of the base. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm and unhurried. It's a trivial matter. Chun Gang gazed at him, the admiration in his eyes nearly overflowing. By the way, Lu Fan shifted the topic. Has anything unusual been happening in the base lately? Chun Gang paused, scratching his head. Unusual? He pondered for a long moment. Oh, a few days ago, I was drinking with the logistics department folks, and they complained about something. They mentioned that the power supply in the base seems to have some issues. Go on. Lu Fan's interest peaked. They said there is a significant energy loss every night, as if something is instantly draining it, so they have to cut off the power early. Shen Gang lowered his voice, and the loss always points to the underground pipeline network in the Western District. The logistics department has checked, but the equipment is all functioning normally. That is why some are saying it's haunted. Power outage? Lu Fan's brow furrowed. In his previous life, the downfall of Tianhu Base had come too suddenly. It was almost as if order had crumbled overnight. The specific reasons were beyond the comprehension of someone at his level. But it was certainly not as simple as a power outage. Mr. Lu, are you all right? It's nothing. Lu Fan's expression remained inscrutable. I understand. You've worked hard. After bidding farewell to Chen Gang, Lu Fan's demeanor darkened. Are you going out? Suya had silently approached him from behind. Yes. To investigate the energy issue. I'll go with you. Lu Fan glanced at her. No need. Stay in the car. Lin Ruashi has just awakened. Her abilities are unstable. And we need someone in the vehicle. Agently bought Suya's face. Be obedient. Suya nadi. Be careful. Lu Fan donned his coat and descended from the truck. He did not head to the military building or seek out the administrative department. To hear the truth, he had to go to the lowest levels. He made his way directly to the shantytown at the edge of the base. The stench was overwhelming, filthy, yet brimming with the most vivid information. In a corner, several men huddled around an iron barrel for warmth, the fire casting flickering shadows on their sallow faces. Lu Fan approached silently, pulled half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and tossed it into one man's embrace. The man was momentarily stunned, then erupted in joy. Holy crap, big brother. The expressions of the nearby men instantly shifted from caution to flattery. Big brother, have a smoke. Someone immediately vacated the warmest spot. Lu Fan sat down, lit a cigarette, and casually remarked, this damned life. The power goes out as soon as night falls. It's truly infuriating. Tell me about it. One man immediately chimed in. We could last until 10 before. Now, they cut it off at 8:30. Another scrawny man leaned in, lowering his voice. Power outage is nothing. Have you heard? Another one disappeared from the Western District last night. Gone again? Indeed. The kid from Old Wong's family over there, strong as an ox. Went out for a piss at night, and just vanished. There was a pool of blood on the ground, dragged away far. They're saying it's the ice demon that got in. Gasps of shock echoed around. Ice demon? Nonsense. Lu Fan flicked the ash off his cigarette, not engaging further. Only inquiring, what about the patrol team? Patrol team? The man who had been speaking scoffed. This area is managed by Tianhong Group. Those bastards, as soon as night falls, they retreat to their warm houses to indulge in pleasures. Who the hell cares about our lives? Tianhong Group. Once again, it was them. Lu Fan stood up, pinching the half-pack of cigarettes between his fingers. Then, as if discarding trash, he casually tossed it into the air. Considered a gift. The cigarette pack arced through the air, instantly igniting a frenzy among the crowd as several men lunged for it, grappling and clawing at each other. Lu Fan didn't spare them a glance and strode deeper into the slums. The power dispatch room lay in that direction. He turned into a deeper alley, where the stench hung thick in the air. The atmosphere was saturated not just with the acrid scent of garbage, but also a hint of blood and despair. Just then, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted from the end of the alley. Run? Big Star, you better keep running. Damn, you used to act like a fairy on TV. But now you're just a beast of burden for me. Lu Fan halted, slipping into the shadows of a wall. Not far away in the snow, a woman was exerting every ounce of her strength to wield a shovel taller than herself. She was bundled in an oversized old cotton coat, filthy, her hair resembling a bundle of dry grass. The white breath she exhaled crystallized in a frost on her frozen, purplish face. It was Gu Qingsheng. She gasped for air, swaying violently with each shovel of snow. Her hands were red, swollen, and oozing blood. 3 shabby-looking hoodlums surrounded her, watching like spectators at a show. The leader, a blond-haired man, kicked at the snow mound Gu Qingsheng had just piled up. The mound collapsed with a crash, burying her halfway. Oh, my bad, Big Star, I slipped. The blond-haired man spat out his cigarette, but grinning lewdly. Gu Qingsheng neither cried nor cursed. Silently, she crawled out of the snow, picked up the shovel, and continued to dig. She knew that unless she cleared this area, she wouldn't earn those 2 moldy biscuits. Hey, quite stubborn, aren't you? The blond-haired man found it amusing, stepping forward and accurately spitting a thick gob of phlegm onto the spot she had just cleaned. You can clear this too. Gu Qingsheng's body stiffened. She raised her head, and for the first time, a spark ignited in her numb eyes. What? Not happy about it? The blond-haired man chuckled, leaning closer to her face, inhaling the mingled scent of sweat and filth emanating from her. Do you believe I can make you not see even a crumb of those biscuits today? Or The blonde-haired man's hands shamelessly reached toward Gu Qingxing's shoulder. You could serve your brothers well in another way. And forget about biscuits. You might even get some meat. I can endure hunger. I can withstand fatigue. But I can never be treated like cargo by them. She suddenly took a step back, summoning all her strength to hold the cold shovel horizontally across her chest. Get away. Oh, you dare to act tough with me? The blonde-haired man's expression darkened as he forcefully grabbed the shovel, yanking it away. Gu Qingxiang, lacking his strength, was pulled off balance, tumbling into the snow. The blonde-haired man pinned her down, while the other two ruffians grinned menacingly as Long Gu remarked that tonight he would accompany a few brothers for a drink, and that the snow need not be cleared. In the past, he had been there for the director, so why could he not be there for us? The excruciating pain caused tears to well up in Gu Qingxing's eyes. Yet, she bit her lip resolutely, remaining silent. Her gaze was one of profound numbness, as if death itself had claimed her spirit. Damn it! How dare they take liberties? The yellow-haired thug, enraged by her expression, raised his hand to strike her face. With this slap, I will see if you can still maintain your lofty ideals. Gu Qingxiang shut her eyes, bracing herself for the impending humiliation and pain. However, just as the thug's hand descended halfway, a barely audible sound sliced through the air. Thud! The dull thud of shattered bone echoed. Ah! A scream, piercing and distorted, shattered the wintry silence. The thug's hand froze in midair, and he collapsed to his knees, as if his very sinews had been pulled from him. His right knee, instantly stained crimson with blood, bent at a grotesque angle. It was shattered, completely shattered. A stone had embedded itself deep within his kneecap, surrounded by fragments of bone. My leg! My leg! The thug rolled in the snow, clutching his knee, his cries a heart-wrenching lament. The two nearby thugs stood frozen in fear, their eyes darting around in panic. Who? Who is there? No response came, only the howling wind. Is there a ghost? Someone shouted in terror. The two thugs, glancing at their leader's mangled leg, and then at the desolate surroundings, felt their souls leave their bodies. They scrambled away in a frenzied escape. Gu Qingxiang stood dazed, observing the howling yellow-haired thug and scanning her surroundings. No one was there. Who was it? She had no idea. Yet, in that moment, the tension within her heart loosened slightly. She picked up a shovel, disregarding the yellow-haired thug, and silently moved to the other side, continuing to shovel snow. Tears finally fell, one by one, creating small pits in the snow below. In the shadows of the alley, Lu Fan flicked his fingers. He had not killed, not out of fear, but because it was unnecessary. In this apocalyptic world, a crippled wretch suffered more with each passing second than in death. He cast one last glance at the resilient figure in the snowstorm. It was not yet time. Though Gu Qingxing's plight was dire, she had not yet reached the brink of despair. She must endure a while longer. Lu Fan turned and made his way toward the power dispatch center, a modest two-story building, the only place in the slums with heating throughout the day. It was the den of Wang Fugue. Lu Fan circled to the back of the building. The second-floor window was ajar, wafting out the scent of roasted meat and the laughter of a woman. Life was treating them well. Lu Fan took a running leap, his foot pushing off the wall as he ascended silently, grasping the window ledge with both hands. He rolled inside, his movements akin to those of a predatory black cat. The warmth inside was palpable. Wang Fugue, bare-chested and jiggling with excess fat, cradled a woman in his arms, gnawing on a lamb chop. Brother Wang, how much longer can this power last? It better not cut out again, the woman whined playfully. What is there to fear? Wang Fugue spat out a bone, unconcerned. The power is cut for those poor souls below. We have our own line. Young Master Zhou is into art. The electricity must flow abundantly. As long as young Master Zhou is pleased, we will have our meat. Young Master Zhou is truly impressive. Just as the words left his lips, a dark shadow materialized beside the dining table. Who? Wang Fugue shouted, grabbing a meat cleaver to strike. But he was quick. Lu Fan was quicker. A flash of cold steel appeared. Thwack! A pitch-black dagger pierced through his fleshy palm, pinning it to the table. Ah! The scream was akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The woman screamed and attempted to flee, but was met with a single icy, bloodthirsty glance from Lu Fan. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted in terror. Silence. Lu Fan drew another dagger, pressing it against Wang Fugue's oily neck. The blade was chilling. Wang Fugue's cries were abruptly stifled, replaced by a series of choking sounds. Cold sweat drenched his back. Hero, please spare me. The supplies are in the cabinet. Lu Fan pulled a chair and sat across from him. I ask, you answer. One useless word, and I take a finger. Wang Fugue nodded vigorously, the flesh on his face trembling. Where is the electricity going? To young Master Zhou's villa on the mountaintop. What is it used for? I truly do not know. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan severed Wang Fugue's pinky finger. Ah, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Wang Fugue cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. It's for experiments. Young Master Zhou instructed me to bring high-voltage lines into the basement and to ensure a constant temperature. He said he was creating the greatest masterpiece. What about the missing people? Lu Fan's voice turned colder. They were also sent there. Wang Fugue trembled, confessing everything. Zhang Long captures the young and strong, or those with potential abilities. None have returned. It was indeed a human experiment. Zhou Heng, that scoundrel, had begun so early. What of Villa's guards? There are over 20 of Zhang Long's men outside, all armed. At this, genuine fear flickered in Wang Fugue's eyes. But no one dares enter the inner courtyard. There are monsters there. Monsters? Yes, like dogs, but with no skin, only red flesh, and they run faster than the wind. Also, if you get close to the basement, your head will ache like being pricked by needles. Skinning dogs. Mental interference. Lu Fan's pupils constricted slightly. Second tier, mutated creatures? Zhou Heng can control them. It seems he possesses something valuable. I have shared all I know. Hero Wang Fugue pleaded. Lu Fan rose, withdrawing the dagger from the table. Wang Fugue screamed, clutching his hand as he collapsed to the ground. Thank you, hero. Bang! Lu Fan struck him in the nape, and Wang Fugue's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Lu Fan wiped the blood from the blade and climbed out the window. His target, the mountaintop villa, at this moment. Within the core area of the Tianhu base, in the basement of the mountaintop villa, the heat was suffocating like a steamer. The vast space had been hollowed out, with bizarre paintings adorning the walls, totems crafted from human skin and blood. In the center stood a colossal, cylindrical glass tank, filled with crimson liquid. Within, a formless mass of flesh floated, pulsating like a heart. Countless tubes were inserted into it, connecting to the surrounding humming transformers. High-voltage currents surged in, and instead of charring, the flesh quivered with excitement, greedily absorbing energy. Zhou Heng, donned in a pristine white tailcoat, held a glass of red wine. He stood before the glass tank, his gaze entranced. So beautiful. He reached out, caressing the mass of flesh through the glass. This is the ultimate evolution. This is the pinnacle of art. Beside him, Zhang Long crouched, barely daring to breathe. A visceral sense of dread emanating from his very soul made him yearn to flee. Young Master Zhou, this thing. Shoo! Zhou Heng raised a finger to his lips. Do not disturb my muse. It is on the verge of awakening. He turned around, a frenzied smile adorning his exceptionally handsome, almost otherworldly face. Only the final core palette is missing. His gaze pierced through the walls, reaching into the distance. Those two women must be delectable. Go, Zhang Long. Fetch that man named Lu Fan and his companion. How could my art exhibition be devoid of the most essential pigments and audience? Zhang Long shuddered and nodded vigorously. Yes, young Master Zhou. As Zhang Long departed, Zhou Heng turned back, raising his glass in a toast to the writhing mass of flesh before him. To the apocalypse. To art. Gulp. Within the glass chamber, that mass suddenly opened an eye. Murky, feral, filled with insatiable hunger. It was an eye that belonged to a deity. Chapter 103. The vegetables in the garden are ready for harvest. Lu Fan emerged from Wang Fugue's doghouse. The night breeze sent a shiver through him, not from the cold, but from his sore waist. Damn it, that Lin Ruoxi is truly merciless. Returning to the open parking lot, he spotted a slender figure pacing in front of the colossal vehicle known as 100 Tons King. It was Shen Yuehua, who had arrived rather early today. Wrapped in a now-thin beige coat, in the vast expanse of the snowy ground, she appeared particularly solitary. The wind tousled a few strands of her hair, sticking them to her reddened cheeks. Her usually artistic and ethereal face was now etched with anxiety and helplessness. Her swan-like neck shrank into the collar of her coat, her lips devoid of color. As Lu Fan approached, she turned just in time to see him. Shen Yuehua instinctively stiffened, her gaze darting away. Teacher, Shun, you seem quite proactive today. Lu Fan smiled as he walked over to open the car door. Shen Yuehua said nothing, silently entering the vehicle behind him. Inside, the warmth enveloped them like spring. After dinner, Lu Fan shed his outer coat and stepped directly to the easel. Let us begin. His tone was devoid of emotion, as though issuing a command. Shen Yuehua's heart sank suddenly. Biting her lip, she removed her coat and approached the easel. Lu Fan moved closer, as usual, pressing against her from behind. His large hand enveloped her icy little one, while his other arm encircled her waist, drawing her entirely into his embrace. Shen Yuehua's body tensed instantly. Mr. Lu. Shoo. Lu Fan's breath, warm and teasing, brushed against her ear. Today, we shall paint something different. He whispered, paint yourself. Shen Yuehua's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Lu Fan's other hand began to sketch her breathtaking curves. To paint, one must first understand their model. In the ensuing days, Lu Fan's life adopted a remarkably regular rhythm. Besides relishing Shan Yuehua's intimate tutelage, he dispatched several bionic drones during the day to monitor Zhou Heng's villa in turns. The footage returned by the drones deepened the clouds of suspicion in his mind. Daily, Zhang Long would escort a number of young survivors, both male and female. Inside, yet curiously, none emerged afterward, as if they had evaporated from existence. Moreover, the villa's electricity usage contradicted Wang Fugue's assertions. At night, it was not brightly lit, but rather dim and flickering. On several occasions, the drones captured images of bonfires igniting within the villa's rooms. Lighting a bonfire while the air conditioning is on? An act of artistic expression? These individuals were certainly not relying on electricity for warmth. As the night fell, Lu Fan faced his own trials. Lin Ruoxi seemed resolute, treating him as a furnace for her training every evening, relentlessly pushing him to his limits. Lu Fan felt as though his waist might snap. In the cafeteria, Lu Fan gazed at the menu, his expression impassive. 1 serving of lamb soup, 1 serving of roasted lamb kidneys, and another serving of scrambled eggs with chives. Suya sat across from him, holding a glass of juice. A faint smile gracing her lips. Lu Fan shot her a fierce glare. Smile. All you do is smile. Just wait until I regain my strength. You shall see how I deal with you. He stood, pouring himself a large bowl of lamb soup, gulping it down in one go. Tonight should sustain me a while longer. Just as he finished a substantial bowl of lamb soup and prepared to order another plate of roasted kidneys, determined to show Lin Ruoxi who truly reigned supreme, a virtual screen before him suddenly illuminated with a live feed from the bionic drone. His movements halted. On the screen was the shanty town of the base, shrouded in dusk. Gu Qingcheng walked alone through the snow, her small face flushed from the cold, humming an off-key tune to bolster her spirits. Burning my calories. Goodbye, donuts, bubble tea, instant noodles. Her voice trembled in the frigid wind. Suddenly, a few unsavory men emerged from the alley. They approached her with lewd grins, blocking her path. Hey, little beauty, off work? The leader leered. It's unsafe to go home alone. Let us escort you. Terrified, Gu Qingcheng took a step back, her face paling as she clutched the 2 packets of cookies she had just received. No, it's all right. My boyfriend will be here to pick me up soon. Don't be scared, the ruffians chuckled, advancing step by step. We wouldn't harm you. We just want to be friends. One of them reached out a hand to grab her arm. Gu Qingcheng, frightened, stumbled backward, her face devoid of color. What do you want from us? What we want? The leader grinned depravedly. What do you think we want? A filthy hand reached towards her face. Stop. A thunderous shout echoed as Li Mingxian hobbled over, leaning on a wooden stick. Gu Qingcheng's face instantly illuminated with hope. Mingxian. Li Mingxian positioned himself in front of Gu Qingcheng, his voice a fierce, albeit shaky, warning. I advise you not to misbehave. The ruffians burst into laughter at the sight of his leg in a cast. Oh, isn't this the champion athlete? What's wrong? With a broken leg? You still wish to be the hero? One of the thugs impatiently approached, shoving him aside. With a thud, Li Mingxian fell to the ground like a discarded sack, clutching his injured leg and emitting a pained cry. My leg. Useless. The ruffian spat a thick phlegm onto him, extinguishing the last flicker of light in Gu Qingcheng's eyes. She gazed at Li Mingxian, who was convulsing on the ground, and then at the advancing thugs. An uncontrollable image flashed through her mind, another face. That man, domineering and assertive, could effortlessly crush any peril. Brother Lu Fan, if only you were here. In a restaurant. Lu Fan switched off his terminal. He picked up a napkin and leisurely wiped his mouth. Suya, seated across from him, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. She watched as Lu Fan stood up. Are you going out again? He donned the coat hanging on the back of his chair, a playful smile returning to his face. Indeed, he turned to gather the vegetables. If the overripe produce wasn't picked soon, it would spoil on the ground. Chapter 104. I've taken your girlfriend. In the alley, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. The lewd smirks on the faces of the thugs gradually faded, replaced by a mocking demeanor reminiscent of a cat playing with its prey. Little beauty, don't struggle. The leader of the thugs approached slowly. Brother Zhang has already gifted you to young Master Zhou. From now on, you'll be young Master Zhou's prized possession. Prized possession? Gu Qingcheng was taken aback. She abruptly turned to look at the moaning Li Mingxian on the ground. His body froze, the agony on his face instantly replaced by disbelief. No, it's impossible. He howled. Zhang is my brother. How could he, brother? The thugs burst into laughter, as if they had heard a grand joke. You a limping waste. Think you're worthy to be called a brother to Brother Zhang? Young Master Zhou's interest in your girl is already a favor to you. You should be kneeling and thanking him for the meal. These words struck Li Mingxian like a venomous dagger, piercing deeply into his heart and shattering Gu Qingqing's last shred of hope. She watched the man on the ground, writhing and unable to stand, then glanced at the leering thugs closing in. A surge of fury erupted from her core, ascending like flames. To hell with being a prized possession. The girl's scream was sharp and fierce. She swung the iron shovel in her hands with all her might, crashing it against the face of the leading thug. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The thug's nose crumpled at an odd angle, blood and screams erupting simultaneously. My nose. Gu Qingqiang paid him no mind. She dropped the shovel and turned to flee. Damn it! Catch that little brat. The thugs behind her reacted, roaring as they gave chase. Gu Qingqiang ran for her life. The cold wind bit into her throat like knives. Her lungs felt as if they would explode. She dared not look back, knowing that if she was caught, it would all be over. The alley entrance was just ahead. If she could make it out, her foot slipped and her body lost balance. A sharp pain shot through her ankle as she fell heavily into the snow. She had twisted her ankle. It was over. A few thugs had already caught up, panting and grinning maliciously as they surrounded her. Run? Go ahead, keep running. The leader wiped the blood from his face, his gaze turning grotesquely feral. Big brother, this girl is too stunning to just hand over. How about letting the brothers have some fun first? Young Master Zhou Wuntino. At this, there was immediate agreement. Yeah, let us have some fun first. And there are other places to explore. After all, young Master Zhou Wuntino. The surrounding thugs erupted into a chorus of vile laughter. The leader, chuckling, began to unbuckle his belt. No, you can't touch her. From the ground, Li Mingxuan screamed in despair. King. Run. Qingqiang. He struggled to rise, but could only wriggle helplessly in the snow. Ice-cold despair enveloped Gu Qingqiang completely. She curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden. No, I would rather die than endure such humiliation. Just as she prepared to follow the dramatic trope of biting her own tongue, she suddenly felt a heavy object in her embrace. A handgun. Yes, the one given to her by Sister Ruashi. If she encountered danger, she should use it. Point at the villain's head and pull the trigger. The cold sensation jolted her muddled mind into clarity for a brief moment. Gu Qingqiang, don't be afraid, you have a gun. Just as she was about to draw the weapon and confront these brutes, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Suddenly, the thug who was unbuckling his belt froze mid-motion. He looked down to see a black arrow protruding from his chest. Blood dripped from the tip of the arrow. He opened his mouth, emitting a sound akin to a deflating balloon, then fell back, lifeless on the snow. Silence engulfed the alley, everyone frozen in shock. The remaining thugs looked fearfully toward the alley entrance, where stood a tall figure, backlit and obscured, holding a sleek, high-tech compound bow. Lu Fan. He walked forward at a measured pace, each step echoing like a heartbeat. Who the hell has their pants down? Aren't you cold? Perfect timing for an entrance. One thug finally regained his composure and shouted, Who are you to meddle in our Tianhong group S affairs? Lu Fan ignored him, striding directly to Gu Qingqiang and glancing down at her. Her small face was pale, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, like a frightened little cat. You dare touch what belongs to me? Lu Fan lifted his gaze, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Seeking death. As the words fell, he moved, fast as a phantom. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the bowstring resonated, forming a symphony of death. The thugs had no time to react, each one falling one after another, arrows precisely embedded in their foreheads. In the blink of an eye, the alley was left with only Lu Fan and Gu Qingqiang, along with the distant, dumbfounded Li Mingxian. Lu Fan stowed his bow and approached Gu Qingqiang, looking down at her from above. Same old scene? You've made no progress. It seems you need a refresher course. Gu Qingqiang lay on the ground, gazing up at him with a blank expression, tears still clinging to her lashes. The aftermath of survival left her mind in a state of utter blankness. Lu Fan sighed, bending down. Amidst Gu Qingqiang's startled exclamations, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms, executing a flawless princess carry. Brother Lu Fan. Gu Qingqiang instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. She felt so light, as if cradling nothing more than a feather. Enough with the shouting, Lu Fan remarked, a hint of a smirk on his lips. You need to eat more. You're as light as a chick. Gu Qingqiang felt a retort form on her lips, yet it faded away before she could voice it. His embrace was expansive, warm, and imbued with a profound sense of security. Lu Fan, put Qingqing down. From behind, Li Mingxuan's frantic shout pierced the air. He struggled, attempting to rise from the ground, but fell once more, a picture of disarray. Lu Fan did not falter in his stride, nor did he even spare a glance back. The lamentations of a defeated rival were, indeed, music to his ears. He carried Gu Qingcheng straight out of the alley. Gu Qingcheng hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately chose not to look back. She buried her face deep into Lu Fan's chest, holding onto him tightly, as if she were clutching the entirety of the world. Chapter 105. One is murder, the other is risking one's life. As Lu Fan entered the warm confines of the 100-tons king's vehicle, he cradled Gu Qingcheng in his arms. The door closed slowly behind them with a thud, shutting out the biting cold. Suya and Lin Ruoshi rushed to greet them. Lin Ruoshi's brow furrowed as she observed Gu Qingcheng's swollen ankle and tear-streaked face. She knelt down, retrieving a spray and bandages from the medical kit. "What happened? Where's the gun I gave you?" she inquired, irritation lacing her tone. "Wasn't it meant for self-defense? Just for show?" Gu Qingcheng's face flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. "I forgot in the heat of the moment." Lin Ruoshi paused in her ministrations, her gaze piercing as she looked up at her. Suya also cast a disapproving glance her way. Lu Fan nearly burst into laughter. "Ah, this is quintessential Gu Qingcheng. Fumbling at the critical moment, truly your specialty." Later that evening, after a hot shower had soothed his aching back, Lu Fan stepped out of the bathroom, towel in hand, contemplating how to savor that ripened peach. As he entered the living room, he spotted Lin Ruoshi standing demurely at his bedroom door, clad in a black lace nightgown, her gaze fixed intently upon him. A sudden jolt of alarm shot through Lu Fan. There was something perilous about her gaze. Clearing his throat, he said, "I think I might have sustained an injury earlier." "Perhaps." Without a word, Lin Ruoshi appraised him with a disdainful glare. "Injured? Really? I heard you were quite the hero, single-handedly taking down 5. Now, you're saying you can't handle it?" Lu Fan's expression darkened instantly. "This is completely different. One is murder, while the other is risking one's life." Yet, could he voice that? "No. Who says I can't handle it?" he retorted, straightening his back. "Come, tonight, allow me to showcase what a true man is." He boldly pushed open the door and strode inside. Lin Ruoshi's lips curled into a triumphant smile as she slipped in behind him. Bang! The door was locked from the inside. Lu Fan stared at the lock, swallowing hard. It was over. Tonight was destined to be a reckoning. The following day, Lu Fan awoke to the agonizing pain in his back, feeling as if he had been disassembled and haphazardly reassembled. Every joint protested with a mournful cry. Leaning against the wall for support, he shuffled out of the bedroom. In the dining area, Suya and Gu Qingcheng were already present. Gu Qingcheng had changed into a clean set of workout attire, her complexion considerably improved. Upon seeing Lu Fan, her cheeks flushed as she meekly greeted, "Good morning, Brother Lu Fan." Lu Fan managed a slight smile in response, collapsing into a chair, feeling utterly drained. Suya glanced at him before setting the dishes on the table, announcing each item as it was placed before him. Stir-fried chives with eggs, double serving. Grilled lamb kidneys, 3 skewers. Goji berry lamb soup, 1 pot. Lu Fan, Gu Qingcheng. Unable to contain herself, Gu Qingcheng burst into laughter. Lu Fan shot a fierce glare at Suya. This woman was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Before long, a lavish replenishing banquet was laid out before Lu Fan. Transforming his frustration into appetite, he dove into his meal. "Eat. I must reclaim everything I've lost." After finishing breakfast, Lu Fan felt revitalized. He rose, declaring, "I'm stepping out for a bit." He intended to visit Zhou Heng's villa. There surely lay hidden secrets. "Brother Lu Fan," Gu Qingcheng suddenly called out, hesitating before continuing, "I want to find Li Mingxian." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. "What is this? Old feelings lingering?" "Not at all." Gu Qingcheng quickly waved her hands, her face reddening. "I just want to bring closure. After all, he did take care of me. I wish to repay this kindness and sever ties." Lu Fan regarded her earnest expression and chuckled. This girl was not entirely ungrateful. Very well. He decisively retrieved several cans of meat and some anti-inflammatory medication from his storage space. "Take these. Convey your message clearly. From now on, your relationship with him is over." Gu Qingcheng's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at the supplies. "Okay." She nodded earnestly. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi emerged, stifling a yawn. She patted the handgun in Gu Qingcheng's arms. "Remember this time. If you dare forget again, I'll have to teach you a lesson." In the dilapidated metal shack of the slum, Li Mingxian lay on a stretcher, his gaze hollow as he stared at the ceiling. His leg had endured yet another kick from those ruffians yesterday, and now it throbbed with a numbing ache. He hadn't slept a wink, his mind consumed by the image of Gu Qingcheng being carried away by Lu Fan. That man had appeared like a deity, while he, Li Mingxian, felt like a dog crawling on the ground. Jealousy and resentment gnawed at his heart like venomous serpents. With a creak, the door flap was lifted, and Gu Qingsheng stepped inside. Li Mingxuan's eyes instantly ignited with hope. "Qingsheng, you're back." He struggled, attempting to sit up. "I knew you wouldn't leave with him." Seeing his excitement stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Gu Qingsheng. She placed the cans and medication on the ground. "Li Mingxian, we need to talk." Her voice was calm. "Take these. Consider it my way of repaying you." Li Mingxuan's smile faltered, the joy on his face freezing in place. "What do you mean by this?" "Let us break up." Gu Qingsheng inhaled deeply before uttering these words. Boom! A resounding buzz filled Li Mingxuan's mind. "Break up?" He fixated on Gu Qingsheng, his eyes bloodshot with disbelief. "Why? Is it because of that man? Is it because I am now a cripple?" "Gu Qingsheng, do not forget who took you in. It was me. It was I, Li Mingxian." His emotions escalated with fervor. "I warn you, you belong to me. Even if I am rendered useless, you are still mine." In a sudden frenzy, he hurled himself from the stretcher, clinging tightly to Gu Qingsheng's legs. "Qingsheng, do not leave me. I beg you." Gu Qingsheng was startled, desperately attempting to break free. "Let go of me. Li Mingxian, you have gone mad. I will not release you." Li Mingxuan's visage twisted into something grotesque. "You are mine. No one can take you away." His hands began to brazenly roam up Gu Qingsheng's calf. "Since you adore him so much, I shall take you first. Make you mine. Let us see how he claims you after that." Gu Qingsheng let out a terrified scream. She thrashed wildly, striking and kicking. Yet Li Mingxian clung to her like a madman. In her despair, she suddenly recalled Lin Ruoshi's words. The gun. In frantic flurry, she fished out the black handgun from her pocket. Trembling, she aimed it at Li Mingxuan's head. "Let me go." Li Mingxian froze upon seeing the gun. Then, a smile crept across his face, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "You think you can scare me? Do not assume I have never seen a toy gun." He grew even more reckless, reaching to tear at Gu Qingsheng's clothing. Gu Qingsheng shut her eyes, her fingers squeezing the trigger. Bang! A deafening sound erupted. The bullet grazed Li Mingxuan's scalp, parting his hair stylishly down middle. Li Mingxuan's movements came to a complete halt. He felt a sudden warmth below. This is a real gun. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qingsheng kicked him away and sprinted toward the sanctuary of the steel fortress that promised her absolute safety. Chapter 106. The Source God Sect. The restorative feast for the kidneys proved remarkably effective. Lu Fan felt revitalized, his waist no longer aching, his legs no longer weak. He felt capable of battling another 300 rounds. Unfortunately, there were pressing matters at hand. "I will be right back." He flashed an OK sign to Suya, who remained in the vehicle. Clad in a form-fitting black combat suit and donning a hood, Lu Fan seamlessly blended into the night. In the western district of Base, the affluent villa area stood in stark contrast to the shanty towns, boasting opulence 100-fold greater. Individual villas, complete with manicured gardens and lawns, adorned the landscape. Before the apocalypse, this had been the den of the wealthy. After, it transformed into the private domain of the Tianhong Group. Lu Fan paused in the shadows, retrieving a palm-sized black device from his pocket. It was a biomimetic bat drone. With a subtle tap of his fingertip, the drone silently spread its wings, melding into the night sky like a true specter. Soon, a 3D map of the villa area materialized in Lu Fan's tactical visor. A villa nestled deep within the enclave was locked onto. Thermal imaging revealed that this villa's security was several times stronger than that of the others. The outer walls were festooned with surveillance cameras, and patrol teams of a dozen or so moved about. A cold smile crept on Lu Fan's lips. "This is it." He retracted the drone and flexed his limbs. In the next instant, his figure darted from the hillside like a wraith. With a mere touch of his toes on the steep wall, he ascended several meters effortlessly, reminiscent of a gecko. The patrol teams outside, armed and walking in circles, failed to look up. To them, the smooth outer wall, soaring over 10 meters, seemed insurmountable. Lu Fan, like a bolt of black lightning, silently landed on the third-floor window ledge. He strained to listen. Inside, silence reigned. Lu Fan gently pushed open the window, slipping inside without a sound, then quietly closed it and drew the curtains. The entire process was fluid and seamless. The sight that greeted him in the study made him raise an eyebrow. The decor exuded a certain style, albeit tinged with an unsettling aura. Behind the desk hung an enormous abstract oil painting, twisted and distorted, depicting a dismembered body reassembled in a grotesque manner, eerily bizarre and foreboding. Lu Fan's gaze shifted to the opposite wall, where stood a row of large glass jars, each containing various human organs preserved in formaldehyde. Hearts, eyeballs, livers, and even an intact human brain. Goodness, this fellow has quite the peculiar taste. His attention turned to the desk, where a massive monitor glowed. Instead of documents, the screen displayed real-time surveillance, a laboratory. In the footage, several individuals clad in white protective gear busied themselves, while rows of cold data scrolled below. Subject number 37, female, 24 years old. Exhibited severe rejection after the injection of 0.5 units of zero-point energy. Cellular tissue necrosis occurred extensively. Experiment failed. Subject number 42, male, 31 years old, robust physique. After injection of source energy, strength increased by 300, but consciousness collapsed, transforming into a berserk entity with indiscriminate aggression. Disposed of. Subject number 49, female, 19 years old. The more Lafite read, the more alarmed he became. This was nothing short of live, human experimentation. His gaze fell upon a colossal metallic apparatus connected to countless tubes, with a glass container at its center. Inside floated several pale, blue crystal cores. Ice magic crystal cores. This was indeed a purification device for ice magic crystal cores. Upon witnessing the final surveillance image, Lafite's pupils dilated sharply. There a massive low-temperature incubation chamber stood, filled with a pale blue liquid. A woman's body floated naked within, adorned with bizarre blue patterns resembling some ancient totem. At her brow, a grain-sized blue crystal slowly coalesced, emanating an otherworldly glow. Were they attempting to create a new form of life? At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a nearby coat rack, where a black robe hung. On another shelf lay several thick manuscripts. Lafite approached. The fabric of the robe was peculiar, neither silk nor linen. An ominous vortex pattern was embroidered in gold thread across the chest. Lafite picked up a manuscript and opened it. The handwriting within was fervent and distorted. The source God is the ultimate being of the universe. His grace shall purify our frail bodies and lead us to eternity. All mortals are but dust. Only through the ritual of purification can one become a chosen of the divine. Lafite's hand began to tremble, not from fear, but from anger, coupled with an absurd sense of familiarity. The swirling tattoos. The source God. Purification. These words acted as keys, unlocking the darkest memories of his previous life. The cult of the source God. It emerged abruptly 6 months after the cataclysm of his past life, a nefarious organization that worshipped this so-called source God, believing the apocalypse to be a divine test for humanity. Only through bloody purification could one ascend. This sect acted with extreme cruelty, bringing immense suffering to the survivors in his former existence. Lafite could hardly fathom that he had encountered them so early in this life. Zhou Heng, not merely a deranged killer, but a core member of the cult of the source God. The so-called artworks were merely his experimental materials. The claimed fear of cold and darkness, necessitating vast amounts of electricity, were not for warmth at all. It was all to sustain the operations of this underground lair. Lafite set the manuscript down, his gaze icy as the Siberian winds. He yearned to rush down and decapitate each of these wretches, but he restrained himself. Behind this lay a colossal organization, certainly not comprised of Zhou Heng alone. Acting rashly would only alert the serpents. He required a plan, a strategy to uproot these lunatics entirely. Lafite returned the manuscript to its place, erasing all traces of his presence. He stealthily retraced his steps. As he passed by a rockery in the villa's backyard, his pace suddenly halted. A faint yet chaotic energy fluctuation emanated from beneath the rockery. It was the pulse of zero-point energy. What lay beneath? Lafite furrowed his brow, contemplating a closer investigation when hurried footsteps and the beam of a flashlight approached. You lot better keep a tight watch. This is a critical period. Not even a fly is allowed to enter. A patrol team. Lafite cursed under his breath and swiftly vanished into the night. Yet a seed of curiosity had already been sown within him. What secrets lay hidden underground? Chapter 107. Close Quarters Instruction. Upon returning to the fortress, Lafite sensed an odd atmosphere in the living room. Gu Qingsheng was sobbing in Lin Ruoxi's embrace, her small face pale, tears soaking the collar of her shirt. Lin Ruoxi awkwardly patted her back while casting a knowing glance at Lafite, the meaning clear. It was handled. A subtle smile tugged at Lafite's lips. The outcome exceeded his expectations. How could he allow the naive Gu Qingsheng to confront Li Mingxian alone, without allowing her to fully grasp the harsh reality or taste true despair? How could she wholeheartedly lean on him? Lin Ruoxi, as her bodyguard, was his final line of defense. However, the incessant buzzing of Li Mingxian was quite bothersome. It seemed time to procure a fly swatter to eliminate him swiftly. Though Lafite had already pronounced a death sentence upon Li Mingxian in his mind, his expression remained unfazed. Such a creature was not worthy of his ire. He gestured towards the dining room. Let us eat first. Gu Qingcheng nodded vigorously, her tears still glistening in her eyes. The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat peculiar. Lufan sat upright, striving to maintain an air of superiority, despite a lingering ache in his back. Gu Qingcheng sat opposite him, eating daintily. Yet her gaze was fixated upon him, unwilling to shift for even a moment. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, dependence, and a hint of indescribable affection. The meal was a delightful distraction. After dining, just as Lufan intended to rise and investigate Zhou Heng's underground lair, Gu Qingcheng gathered her courage and called out to him. I want to learn combat skills. She clenched her small fists, her eyes brimming with determination. I don't want to be bullied like today, ever again. Lufan raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Had this girl finally come to her senses? Sudian Lin Ruoxi exchanged the glances. Sudya stood up. Ruoxi, let's go for a walk. Lin Ruoxi yawned, understanding the unspoken message. Sure, that LL help with digestion. They exited the vehicle, locking the doors behind them. Lufan thought, what do they look down on me? Even at this moment, they would let a prize duck fly away? The car was left with only him and Gu Qingcheng inside, and the atmosphere turned palpable. Clearing his throat, Lufan said, all right then, I'll teach you a few moves. Let us begin with some warm-ups. The car's heater provided a warm ambience, akin to spring. Dressed in thin athletic wear, they both began with stretching exercises. Lufan then started instructing her on the most basic combat stances. Keep your back straight and lower your center of gravity. As Lufan positioned himself behind her, his hands gently supported her waist, and he was met with an astonishing softness and elasticity. Gu Qingcheng's body stiffened in an instant, her cheeks flushing crimson. Spread your legs a little more. Lufan's voice was slightly husky as he adjusted her stance, his fingertips inevitably brushing against her curvaceous form. Gu Qingcheng felt as though electricity coursed through her body, a delightful tingling sensation. Now, throw a punch at me. Lufan stepped back and instructed. Huh? Oh. Gu Qingcheng steadied herself and swung her small fist toward Lufan. It was soft and lacked force. Lufan effortlessly grasped her wrist, guiding her with a swift motion. Your lower body is unstable, and the force is too dispersed. He pulled her closer. Watch closely. This is how you channel your strength. He held her hand, guiding her through a standard straight punch. Throughout this process, they were almost glued together. Gu Qingcheng could distinctly feel the heat radiating from the man behind her and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat beneath his strong chest. Her own heart raced in tandem. Next, let me teach you a grappling move. Lufan released her and stepped back once more. You'll hug me from behind and exert force. Her face flushed. Gu Qingcheng complied, wrapping her arms around Lufan's waist from behind, her entire being pressed against his broad back. Her cheek rested just against his shoulder blade. So sturdy. I feel so secure. Just as her thoughts wandered, Rufin's body suddenly sank and spun. Gu Qingcheng felt the world whirl around her. She exclaimed, her feet stumbling, causing her to lose her balance. Instinctively, she clung tightly to Rufin. Consequently, they both tumbled heavily onto the soft carpet. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Gu Qingcheng found herself sprawled atop Rufin, her face buried in his chest. She could sense the man's body beneath her respond instantaneously with a powerful reaction. Her mind buzzed, blanking out entirely. It was as if she had been scalded. She flailed anxiously, attempting to rise. I'm so sorry, Brother Rufin. However, just as she propped herself up halfway, a large hand suddenly gripped her lower back and yanked her back into a solid embrace. Rufin flipped over, switching their positions, gazing down at her flustered face from above. The lesson has yet to conclude, he teased, his voice laced with mockery. He then lowered his head and kissed her. Gu Qingcheng's eyes widened in shock. She struggled symbolically for a brief moment, playfully punching his chest with her tiny fists. Yet, that meager strength resembled more of a coy resistance than true defiance. Soon, her body melted completely into Rufin's embrace, her hands transitioning from pushing him away to wrapping around his neck, awkwardly responding to his kiss. After an eternity, their lips parted. Gu Qingcheng's face flushed crimson, breathless, her eyes sparkling alluringly. Brother Rufin, she murmured. Is this part of the lesson too? Rufin chuckled, his hand now venturing beyond merely resting on her waist. He leaned closer, gently blowing into her ear. This is the most crucial practical lesson. With that, he effortlessly lifted her in his arms. Gu Qingcheng gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her small face nestling into his firm chest. Rufin carried her with confident strides toward the bedroom, kicking the door open. He tossed her onto the soft, expansive bed. The practical lesson officially begins now. Gu Qingsheng felt herself utterly dismantled, forcefully reassembled by an overwhelming, dominant power. Her mind was a blank slate, every inch of her body branded with his mark, until finally, she emitted a shattered whimper, succumbing to unconsciousness. Half an hour later, Ruffin, panting heavily, gazed down at her tear-streaked sleeping visage. Damn it, I need to replenish my energy. Even an awakener would struggle with this frequency. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, ding. Congratulations, host. The binding conditions for the target Gu Qingsheng have been met. The illustration has been illuminated. Current attitude. Dependence 100. Admiration 50. Fortress LV4 upgrade permission activated. Ruffin was about to rise from the bed when the subsequent system notification left him stunned. Chapter 108. Entertainment Center, God-tier treasure. Ding. Congratulations, host. The binding conditions for the target Gu Qingsheng have been met. The illustration has been illuminated. Current attitude. Dependence 100. Admiration 50. Affection 80. Conquest progress 100. Reward. Fortress LV4 upgrade permission activated. A reward. Illustration slot 2. Reward. Special module entertainment center unlocked. Ruffin was momentarily dazed. What? Is it already 100? This girl is too easy to handle. He looked down at the peacefully sleeping Gu Qingsheng, her mouth slightly drooling. Well, fools have her blessings. Ruffin gingerly extracted his arm, covering her with a blanket. A series of system prompts alleviated his fatigue. He no longer felt sore or weary. Upgrade. I must upgrade immediately. He dressed quickly and strode toward the control room. It was time for the Titan to evolve once more. Ruffin quietly drove the vehicle out of the base, finding a desolate expanse of ice. System, upgrade the fortress. The system detected the upgrade conditions. Steel 80101, Special Biological Core 22. Titan Fortress is upgrading to LV4. Upgrade initiated. Estimated time, 15 minutes. The vehicle began emitting faint metallic friction sounds. The black armor plates writhed like living creatures, splitting and then reassembling. The contours of the vehicle grew more menacing and oppressive amidst the flying snow. A warmer current surged throughout Ruffin's body, enhancing his bones, muscles, and organs with a mysterious power. Ruffin clenched his fist. The air resonated with a sound of overwhelming pressure. He felt capable of defeating a mutated ice demon with a single punch. No, too. Meanwhile, the interior of the vehicle underwent monumental changes. The alloy wall between the dining area and bedroom slid silently apart, revealing a high-tech automatic door. Ding! Upgrade complete. Titan Fortress is now at LV4. Armor strength increased to C grade, capable of withstanding armor-piercing shell fire. Terrain scanning function acquired, capable of detecting terrain within a 5-kilometer radius. Buffet quota increased to 500 points. Storage space level increased, expanding to 8,000 cubic meters. Special module entertainment center activated. Ruffin stepped through the door, entering a realm of wonders. It resembled a miniature private cinema, with luxurious seats arranged in a tiered formation, facing a massive high-definition screen. Wow, Gu Qingsheng, having awoken unbeknownst to him, followed behind, exclaiming in awe. Clad in Ruffin's oversized t-shirt, her fair legs bare, she dashed inside. We have a cinema now, Brother Ruffin. She flitted between the seats like a joyful bird before plopping down into the center sofa, sinking comfortably into it. Ruffin entered after her, his expression unchanging. Is this it? Who in this apocalypse has the luxury to watch movies? It would be better to have 2 more bedrooms for practical purposes. He found this special module somewhat lacking. Movies and games paled in comparison to conquering women. Brother Ruffin, come here. Gu Qingsheng beckoned excitedly. Look, each seat has this. Ruffin approached, noticing a high-tech helmet embedded in the armrest. Is this a VR gaming device? Yes, it must be a VR game. As a seasoned fan of the two-dimensional world, Gu Qingsheng was all too familiar with this gadget. She picked up the helmet and donned it with practiced ease. Lu Fan pursed his lips, finding the situation rather dull. However, less than a minute later, Gu Qingsheng removed the helmet, her small face scrunched in displeasure. Oof, what a terrible game, so tedious. What is the matter? Lu Fan inquired. As soon as I entered, I was forced to fight monsters, and that creature was hideous. Gu Qingsheng exclaimed, clearly annoyed. Before I could even react, it swatted me down with a single claw. Lu Fan's interest peaked. He settled onto a nearby chair and placed the helmet on his head. Scanning user's physical condition. Scan complete. Welcome to the extreme challenge. The scenery shifted before his eyes, and he found himself in a snowy arena resembling a gladiatorial coliseum. Opposite him, a half-human tall ordinary ice monster roared menacingly. Lu Fan stretched his limbs, intrigued. This could be interesting. He refrained from using any weapons and lunged forward. The ice monster swung its claws down upon him, but Lu Fan deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a punch. Bam! The monster's head exploded like a watermelon. Blue blood splattering everywhere. Level 1, cleared. Rating, S. Points earned, 100. Would you like to proceed to the next level? Lu Fan exited the game. Not bad. This could serve as good practice for them. He believed this game was just the right tool to hone Su Ye and the others' combat skills, lest they remain mere novices. Just as he was about to log out, a new option for Point Shop appeared beside the summary panel. He casually clicked on it, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Item list: Mini walkie-talkie, 100 points. Costume, Bunny Girl Limited Edition, 200 points. Special note: this costume is made from memory fiber material, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -50 degrees and providing E-grade physical protection. Costume, Office Lady Uniform Set, 200 points. Special note: Costume, White Nurse Uniform, 200 points. Special note: Lu Fan's breath quickened. Holy moly, system. You are truly my confidant. Just moments ago, he thought this module was lackluster. Now, he could only declare it a divine feature. Not only does it provide warmth and defense, but it also looks incredibly alluring. Who could resist such temptation? He suppressed his excitement and continued scrolling through the list. At the bottom, several lines of golden text made his heart skip a beat. Source Force Blockade Potion, Beginner 1000 points. Effect: temporarily halts the flow of Source Force within the target's body for 30 minutes. Beginner Awakening Potion, 5000 points. Effect: grants a 50 chance of helping the user awaken latent abilities. Awakening Potion. Lu Fan's heart raced. Although his body had been enhanced to level 4 by the system, he was still fundamentally an ordinary person, having not awakened any special powers. This item was the key to his awakening. His gaze fell on the redemption conditions. Prerequisites for redeeming the Beginner Awakening Potion. 1. Form a team of up to 2 members not exceeding level 1 to challenge. 2. Successfully defeat a level 2 mutated ice monster in extreme challenge mode. 3. Achieve a perfect clearance rating. Lu Fan's brow furrowed. A level 2 mutated ice monster? That was a creature of the same caliber as the stitched abomination. And a maximum of 2 people must obtain a perfect rating. Such conditions were exceedingly harsh. Given Su Ye and the others' current levels, entering would be tantamount to delivering a feast to the beasts. It seemed he had to expedite their training. Lu Fan removed the helmet, his expression shifting from indifference to an unprecedented seriousness. This entertainment center, which initially appeared lackluster, had now transformed into the most coveted treasure in his eyes. He glanced at Gu Qingsheng, still sulking over her prior defeat, and a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. Qingsheng, he began. Gu Qingsheng looked up, her large eyes blinking innocently. Would you like to wear a real combat suit? To go into the game and rub that ugly monster's face into the ground? Chapter 109, The Beginner Awakening Potion. Lu Fan toiled away in the entertainment center for an entire afternoon. In extreme challenge mode, he faced off against a series of enemies. The first stage, an ordinary ice monster, instantaneously defeated. The second stage, 2 monsters swiftly dispatched. The third stage, 4 monsters slightly more effort, yet still annihilated. In the fourth stage, the tide turned. He encountered a level 1 mutated ice monster, the same stitched abomination from the logistics yard. Lu Fan dismantled it into pieces within 30 seconds. By the 7th level, he faced a level 2 mutated ice monster, the Frost Wraith Tyrant. Taking a deep breath, he charged in. 10 minutes later, he crushed the abomination's skull underfoot. In the 10th stage, he confronted a level 3 mutated ice monster, the Deep Cold Wraith. With the aid of Chen Gang and the others' distractions, he had previously managed to defeat it with great difficulty. Now, despite his body being enhanced to level 4, the battle remained thrillingly perilous. It took him a full half hour, employing a strategy of trading injuries for victory to narrowly triumph. As he exited, his game character bore multiple fractures. In the 11th stage, he faced 2 level 3 Deep Cold Wraiths. Cursing under his breath, Lu Fan steeled himself for the challenge. In the 12th stage, as he faced 3 Deep Cold Wraiths, he decisively exited the game. What absurd challenge. Is this even something a human can fight? Challenge concluded. Final level, 11. Total points, 6,600. Lu Fan opened the points shop, his eyes fixating on the 5,000-point Beginner Awakening Potion, a tantalizing prospect. Unfortunately, the redemption button was grayed out. Lu Fan scoffed. Oh well, no rush. He shifted his gaze to the costume section. Haha. Successfully redeemed Bunny Girl Limited Edition. Consuming 200 points. Successfully redeemed office lady uniform set, consuming 200 points. Successfully redeemed white nurse uniform, consuming 200 points. Successfully redeemed 4 mini walkie-talkies, consuming 400 points. Current remaining points, 5,600. Lu Fan exited the game, satisfied, and removed the helmet. A melodious peal of laughter filled his ears. In the living room, Suya, Lin Ruashi, and Gu Qingsheng were huddled together on the sofa, laughing heartily at the large screen. A male celebrity was being blasted with dry eyes, his expression utterly comical. It was a comedic variety show from before the apocalypse. Observing the 3 women in their fits of laughter, Lu Fan felt an unexpected pang of imbalance in his heart. The old man fought fiercely within, sacrificing for the sake of the family, while you all indulged in the frivolities of variety shows. He gingerly touched his still sore waist. Were it not for the recent ammunition shortage, he would have made you 3 weepingly sing conquer tonight. Having dealt with Gu Qingsheng's affairs, the fortress had leveled up, and Lu Fan's thoughts began to flow again. Gu Qingsheng had unlocked the entertainment center. But what of Shenyuehua? The system had indicated that a module called the ecological garden would be unlocked. What purpose could that serve? Lu Fan glanced at the time. It was evening, and his dedicated art teacher was due to arrive soon. Meanwhile, in the ramshackle shanty town, within a dilapidated metal shack that let the wind seep through, Shenyuehua bundled herself in 2 down jackets, still trembling from the cold. She cast a glance at the broken clock on the wall. There was still an hour remaining until the appointed teaching time. Yet, she felt she could hardly endure any longer. The biting wind slashed through the door's crevices, stinging her face while her stomach growled in hunger. She nostalgically recalled the warmth of Lu Fan's vehicle, and those home-cooked meals she once overlooked now seemed like unattainable delicacies. After enduring for another half hour, Shenyuehua could no longer hold on. She stood up and said to the figure on the bed, "Gao Xiang, I must go teach painting." Gao Xiang, leaning against the headboard, was engrossed in a philosophical tome. Upon hearing her words, he lifted his gaze. "Isn't it too early?" he remarked, sensing urgency from the other side. Shenyuehua told a fib, her cheeks flushing slightly at the thought of soon entering that warm fortress and savoring steaming food. A smile involuntarily crept on her lips, her eyes shimmering with eagerness and longing. Gao Xiang observed her, noting the sudden flush on her face and her impatient demeanor. This hardly resembled someone heading to work. It felt more akin to a rendezvous with a lover. A sudden pang gripped his heart, an indescribable feeling stirring within him. Doubt and jealousy began to quietly take root. "Be careful on the road," he said, closing his book with an unperturbed tone. Shenyuehua replied, hastily lifting the door curtain and stepping outside. Gao Xiang lay back on the bed, listening to her footsteps fade away. The calm expression on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a stormy and twisted countenance. In recent days, bolstered by the food Shenyuehua had brought back, his body had recovered significantly. He was no longer the man who could only lie in bed awaiting death. His strength had returned, along with a man's dignity and possessiveness. He abruptly sat up, rummaging through a battered box beneath the bed to retrieve a compact military telescope, a prized possession he had once acquired at a hefty price. He donned his coat and stealthily followed her out. The night provided the perfect cover. He trailed Shenyuehua like a specter. He watched as she confidently navigated towards the edge of the base and entered a truck. No, it was not merely a truck. It resembled a mobile palace of steel. Against the backdrop of the dilapidated shantytown, it appeared utterly incongruous. Gao Xiang's heart sank as he concealed himself behind a crumbling wall, raising the telescope to his eyes. Through the lens, the interior of the vehicle radiated warmth and light. His wife, Shenyuehua, sat at a dining table, a golden, glistening roast chicken before her. She devoured it with relish, her lips smeared with grease, her face reflecting a satisfaction and joy Gao Xiang had never witnessed before. Then, a tall man approached from behind her. It was the same man who had purchased the painting last time. Gao Xiang's pupils constricted sharply. He watched as the man naturally embraced his wife from behind, one hand encircling her waist, the other roaming freely across her alluring form. And his wife offered no resistance, even leaning back slightly against him. Boom! Gao Xiang's mind felt as though it had been struck by thunder. Everything before him went blank. Humiliation, rage, jealousy surged within him like molten lava, burning fiercely. He longed to leap forth, reclaiming his wife like a man. Yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, immobilized. The image of Lu Fan ruthlessly dealing with a few thugs was firmly etched in his mind, and he could only remain hidden in the shadows, helplessly watching his woman revel in another man's embrace. Chapter 110. In this world, everything is a commodity. After the lesson, Lu Fan instructed Shenyuehua to take a shower while he reclined on the sofa, contemplating the matter of the ecological garden. The entertainment center had provided him with an unexpected delight. What, then, would this ecological garden that Shen Yuehua had unlocked entail? Soon, the bathroom door creaked open, and Shen Yuehua emerged wrapped in a towel, her head bowed like a quail. Her damp hair clung to her snowy neck, enhancing her allure. Lu Fan lounged on the sofa, legs sprawled wide. Shen Yuehua paused, letting out a reluctant hum. But eventually, she slowly crouched down, her movements displaying a certain practiced familiarity. Lu Fan ignited a cigarette, savoring a puff as he awaited Shen Yuehua to finish rinsing her mouth. Once she emerged, he produced a petite earpiece. "This is for you." Shen Yuehua hesitated for a moment before accepting it. The earpiece felt cold to the touch, exquisitely crafted. "This will facilitate our exchange of artistic insights at any time," Lu Fan said, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Wear it. From now on, whenever inspiration strikes, you can call for me." Shen Yuehua's fingertips trembled slightly. She was acutely aware of the true purpose of this device, surveillance and control. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of warmth surged through her heart. In this damned apocalypse, being thought of by such a powerful man didn't seem entirely unfavorable. She lifted her gaze to meet Lu Fan's eyes and obediently inserted the icy device into her ear. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Her voice was as soft as a feather. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Ding. Target Shen Yuehua. Affection level 10. Current attitude. Dependence 90. Infatuation 30. Ah, women, Lu Fan mused, watching Shen Yuehua's retreating figure. Her delicate silhouette appeared particularly fragile in the cold wind, yet it bore an enchanting charm of one who had been conquered. Soon, the ecological garden would be unlocked. The worn door curtain creaked as Shen Yuehua stepped back inside. A chill surged through the air, abruptly enveloping the room. Gao Xiang jolted upright in bed, fixating his gaze intently upon her. His wife had transformed. Her complexion was flushed, reminiscent of a blooming lily. In her eyes lingered a trace of languorous satisfaction. A delicate fragrance of showered gel wafted from her. Gao Xiang's fists clenched tightly. "You have returned," he uttered, his voice hoarse and parched. Shen Yuehua responded absently. She shed her coat, revealing a snug, thin sweater beneath. The collar of the sweater bore slight creases, and he could even discern a suspicious red mark. Gao Xiang's breath hitched. He recalled the scene he had witnessed moments ago through the telescope. The man who had embraced his wife from behind, indulging in her warmth within that bright, cozy compartment, while he stood outside, exposed to the biting wind like a mere dog. The venom of jealousy seared through him, igniting a pain that radiated through his very core. "How was your painting today?" He nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. "It was all right." Shen Yuehua's gaze flickered, evading his eyes. She retrieved the food she had brought home, a box of luncheon meat and 2 pieces of bread. "You should eat." She placed the items beside the bed. Unable to meet Gao Xiang's piercing stare, he glanced at the food, then back at Shen Yuehua's face, which was etched with guilt. A sudden, twisted smile broke across his lips, grim and desolate. This was the woman he had once regarded with pride, his ethereal muse, untouched by worldly cares. Now, for mere morsels, she had succumbed to the affections of another man, and he, reduced to a wretched existence, relied on the fruits of her corporeal transactions to survive. What a disgrace. An overwhelming shame. His hatred for Lu Fan intensified, but even more so for himself. A malicious thought began to fester within him. He could not confront the truck driver, but someone could, Zhou Heng. In truth, his previous visit to Zhou Heng to sell paintings had not been in vain. He vividly recalled approaching this old patron with confidence, only for Zhou Heng to barely glance at his artwork. Instead, he toyed with his cigar, his gaze fixated on the corner of the painting where Shen Yuehua's seal lay. "Teacher Gao, the painting is lifeless. Is the creator of the painting who embodies the essence of art." Zhou Heng exhaled a plume of smoke, the haze swirling around them. "Bring her to me. I shall offer you a villa, enabling you to pursue your artistry in peace. What do you say?" Gao Xiang felt blood rush to his head, his face flushing with indignation, his voice trembling. "She is not a commodity." Zhou Heng chuckled at his protest, a mirthful, cat-and-mouse grin that pierced through his defenses. He rose and approached Gao Xiang, gently tapping the tip of his cigar against his chest. "Don't be foolish, Teacher Gao. In this world, everything is a commodity, artworks and people alike." At that moment, Gao Xiang, clinging to his absurd romantic ideals, had vehemently refused. Zhou Heng, however, merely regarded him with a knowing look. Art may surpass life in significance, but the artist does not. Until now, he had not fully grasped the meaning behind those words. But now, clarity dawned upon him. His breaths grew labored, his eyes hardening with malice. The following day, before dawn broke, Gao Xiang donned his finest coat and slipped out of the shack. He sought out the headquarters of Tianhong Group. At the entrance, he was intercepted by 2 armed guards. "I wish to see Zhang Long, Brother Long," Gao Xiang asserted, striving to imbue his tone with authority. "Tell him, Gao Xiang has come to present an artwork." The guard scrutinized him for a moment before relaying his request over the intercom. Soon, Zhang Long emerged, cigarette in mouth, sauntering towards him. He appraised Gao Xiang with palpable disdain. "Have you come to your senses?" "I have." Gao Xiang lowered his head, unable to meet Zhang Long's gaze. I am willing to take you Hua to meet young Master Zhou." Upon uttering those words, he felt a flush of heat envelop his face, as though he had been dealt several harsh slaps. Zhang Long chuckled lightly, the sound rife with unmasked derision. "You should have realized this sooner. Why put yourself through such humiliation?" He exhaled a cloud of smoke, letting it drift towards Gao Xiang's face. "Very well. I will arrange for her to be delivered to Villa number 3 in the West District tonight. After the deed is done, young Master Zhou will not treat you unfairly." With that, he turned to leave, disinterested in any further exchange. Gao Xiang stood rooted in place. The cold wind swept past him, yet he felt no chill. A sickly smile, brimming with vengeful delight, slowly emerged on his face. "Xinyue Hua, Lu Fan, Zhou Heng, you're all merely pawns in my game." The curtain is about to rise on this grand performance. Chapter 111. Who truly holds the reins at Tianhong Group? In the military command center, the atmosphere was as oppressive as solidified concrete. Xiao Zhan occupied the main seat, his countenance a stormy gray. Before him lay photographs captured by Lu Fan using a bionic drone, distorted human forms, eerie blue patterns, and a black robe embroidered with swirling golden threads. Each image struck like a hammer, relentlessly pounding at Xiao Zhan's heart. The source god sect. Xiao Zhan's teeth ground together audibly. Human experimentation. Ah, what a splendid Tianhong Group. He slammed his fist onto the solid wooden table, which emitted a pained groan. That old bastard, Zhou Tianhong. Rage surged through Xiao Zhan, his chest heaving violently, finger trembling as he pointed at the photographs. I was truly blind. How could I have trusted such a treacherous wretch? Lu Fan sat opposite him, his expression composed, silently offering a cigarette. He understood Xiao Zhan's fury. Anyone who discovered such a heinous den lurking beneath their command would be inclined to explode. Yet, this was not the time for anger. Observing Xiao Zhan's fury, Lu Fan suddenly posed a question. "General Xiao, when was the last time you saw Zhou Tianhong?" Xiao Zhan's rage momentarily faltered, caught off guard by the question. He accepted the cigarette, but did not ignite it, instead holding it pensively, lost in thought. The command center was enveloped in the sound of his heavy breathing. After a lengthy pause, he hesitantly began. It was during the initial days of the apocalypse. "We convened several meetings to discuss food shortages. He sought me out." Lu Fan's eyes flickered with interest. "Oh, what did he say?" "He mentioned he was nearing his end." Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed tightly. "At that time, our military had conducted covert investigations. Intelligence confirmed he was indeed in the late stages of cancer. The doctors declared he had less than a month to live. He proactively proposed to hand over all the food factories under Tianhong Group to the state, merely requesting that we safeguard his only son, Zhou Heng, after his demise. Terminal cancer? Not expected to live beyond a month? How long has it been now? Almost a month, I believe." Xiao Zhan sighed, a visage of regret etched upon his face. At the time, the base was in its nascent stages, a veritable wasteland awaiting revival. The military was severely understaffed and could hardly manage such a plethora of factories. Moreover, I had always perceived Zhou Tianhong as a businessman of relatively upright reputation. Who would have anticipated that he was orchestrating such machinations behind the scenes? Lu Fan flicked the ash from his cigarette. The question arose. Who is currently at the helm of Tianhong Group? Is Zhou Tianhong alive or dead? That single inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, whose command does Tianhong Group heed now? Is it that seemingly eccentric artist, Zhou Heng? Or perhaps, a dreadful thought flickered in Xiao Zhan's mind. He abruptly raised his head to regard the guard behind him. "Shen Gong, here." Shun Gang immediately stood at attention. "Investigate at once." Xiao Zhan's voice carried an undeniable authority. "Uncover every detail regarding Zhou Tianhong. I must ascertain whether he walks among the living or has joined the realm of the dead." "Yes." Shun Gang responded and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Gao Xiang returned to the tin shack, a peculiar flush gracing his cheeks. He lifted the door curtain, gazing at Shun Yuehua, who was huddled in the corner of the bed, lost in thought. "Yuehua, wonderful news. Tremendous news." His voice, tinged with excitement, bordered on shrill. Shen Yuehua was startled, lifting her gaze with a hint of confusion. What news? Young Master Zhou has come to a realization, Gao Xiang exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in exhilaration. He wishes to purchase all of your paintings at a premium. He has also requested that we go to his villa immediately, hoping to commission a private piece from you. If he is satisfied, he will provide us with a villa to reside in. Shen Yuehua was taken aback. To Zhou Heng's villa? Instinctively, she recalled the discomforting gaze he had cast upon her, one that felt uncomfortably invasive. Must we go? She inquired softly. Could we perhaps invite him here instead? Gao Xiang's smile faltered momentarily, swiftly replaced by impatience. What do you understand? He reprimanded. That is young Master Zhou. There is no reason to have him come here. This is an unparalleled opportunity. Do you wish to remain in this cursed place for all eternity? Shen Yuehua fell silent, casting a glance at her husband. His eyes sparkled with a fervor she could not comprehend, more akin to desperation than joy. An inexplicable sense of unease gripped her heart. In the afternoon, Gao Xiang urged Shen Yuehua to don her finest coat. The two of them walked in single file towards the villa in the Western District. The further they advanced, the more the environment improved, growing increasingly tranquil. The silence was almost disquieting. Gao Xiang hurried ahead, while Shen Yuehua trailed behind, her feeling of apprehension intensifying. She instinctively touched the cold intercom nestled in her ear, finding its chill oddly reassuring. Before long, they arrived at the villa, which was heavily guarded, with armed sentinels visible at every turn. Zhang Long, a cigarette dangling from his lips, leaned casually against the doorframe. Upon noticing Gao Xiang, he glanced at Shen Yuehua behind him, his eyes betraying a flicker of admiration. No wonder young Master Zhou would invest so much effort into this woman. She was indeed striking. He wondered whether he might have a chance to enjoy her company after Zhou Heng was done. With this thought, Zhang Long's gaze towards Gao Xiang took on a fervent quality. Teacher Gao, right on time, he remarked. Gao Xiang immediately bent at the waist. Brother Long, I would dare keep young Master Zhou waiting. Very well, let us proceed. Young Master Zhou has been awaiting your arrival. Gao Xiang averted his gaze from Zhang Long's eyes, nodding vigorously. Brother Long, about what we discussed. Rest assured, Zhang Long interjected, patting his shoulder. Young Master Zhou will not neglect his benefactors. He then gestured towards Shen Yuehua with a nod of his chin. Miss Shen, please. Shen Yuehua's feet felt as if they had taken root, immobile in place. She looked at Zhang Long's leering smile, and then at her husband, whose face was painted with flattery and dread. A terrifying thought surged within her mind. She had been sold by her own husband, reduced to a mere commodity. I will not go, she declared, her voice trembling. Gao Xiang's expression darkened instantly, and he spun around, seizing her arm and growling, What madness is this? Enter now. Do not provoke young Master Zhou's ire. Gao Xiang. Shen Yuehua wrenched her arm free, tears welling in her eyes. What do you take me for? Zhang Long, growing increasingly impatient, interjected. What is the holdup? He signaled to his subordinates. Two burly men moved forward, one on each side, restraining Shen Yuehua's arms. What are you doing? Let me go. Shen Yuehua struggled desperately, but her strength was negligible against the two hulking figures. She looked in desperation at Gao Xiang, but her husband avoided her gaze, even stepping back a pace, watching helplessly as Shen Yuehua was dragged into the villa. Chapter 112. Zhou Heng, are you courting death? 2 hours had elapsed within the military command center. Lu Fan, feeling restless, extinguished his cigarette. The timeline for the downfall of Tianhu Base drew nearer, like the proverbial sword of Damocles hanging overhead, ready to fall at any moment. He could no longer afford to wait. General Xiao, Lu Fan rose to his feet. Cease the investigation. Directly deploy troops to dismantle Tianhong Group. His voice was cold and resolute. All involved parties, without exception, shall face immediate execution. Xiao Zhan lifted his gaze to meet Lu Fan's, a flicker of conflict visible in his eyes. No, this is too perilous. He shook his head. Tianhong Group currently controls over 70% of the food production and supply logistics for the base. If we act, the supply chain will sever instantaneously. What will become of the tens of thousands of mouths to feed within the base? Should they find themselves without sustenance, we need not the ice demon to incite chaos. We will descend into disorder ourselves. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, aware of the truth in Xiao Zhan's words. However, you are dragging your feet. The moment will pass us by, he retorted. Once the base falls, what discussions of logistics will remain? Is there truly no alternative? Lu Fan's tone grew increasingly impatient. Just then, Chun Gang entered, pushing the door open. Reporting to the general, his expression was grim. I had someone discreetly inquire among a few mid-level members of Tianhong Group. They all claimed they hadn't seen the chairman in quite some time. The group's affairs are now entirely under the purview of Zhou Hong. As for the whereabouts of Zhou Tianhong, it remains a mystery to all. I suspect that only a select few of the most central members are privy to the truth. In order to avoid alarming the enemy, I refrained from delving deeper into the investigation. Indeed, as Lu Fan had anticipated, Xiao Zhan's countenance grew increasingly grim. He gazed at the military map on the table, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Lu Fan understood that he was weighing his options. At last, Xiao Zhan lifted his head, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. We can no longer afford to wait. He turned to Lu Fan and spoke in a low, measured tone. However, a forceful approach is not advisable. We must adopt a different strategy. He approached the map, tracing several circles upon it with his finger. Shengong, present. Immediately relay my orders. Xiao Zhan's voice regained the calm authority and gravitas characteristic of a military leader. Recall all units currently engaged in search and rescue operations. Command teams 1, 3, and 5 to return at full speed. Understood. Furthermore, you will personally lead a team. Xiao Zhan's finger landed on several red markers on the map. Under the pretext of military supply shortages necessitating centralized allocation, seize control of these food processing plants without delay. Act swiftly and decisively. Take over without causing harm. These plants are, after all, the largest food processing facilities under the Tianhong Group. Lu Fan nodded in agreement with Xiao Zhan's strategy, striking at the root of the problem. Old Ginger is indeed hot. And what about Zhou Heng's side? Lu Fan inquired. Patience. A glint of cold, lethal intent flickered in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Once our troops have returned, and we have secured the food supplies, I will find an excuse to withdraw the Tianhong Group's escort team from base. At that point, Zhou Heng's villa will be akin to a toothless tiger, ripe for manipulation at my discretion. Xiao Zhan turned to Lu Fan. Comrade Lu Fan, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Once we eradicate this malignant tumor known as the Tianhong Group, I shall personally commend you. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. The accolades are of no concern to me. I merely wish to know when we shall strike. Xiao Zhan picked up the red telephone on the table, his tone resolute and unequivocal. Now, let us commence with the takeover of the food processing plants. In the villa, the lights blazed brightly, the decor reminiscent of a palace. Yet the air was thick with a peculiar blend of disinfectant and the metallic scent of blood. Zhou Hong reclined on a sofa in the living room, clad in a white silk robe, elegantly savoring a glass of red wine. Upon seeing Shan Yuehua being brought in, his eyes gleamed with interest. Release her. He waved his hand, and two burly men stepped back. Shan Yuehua stumbled slightly but steadied herself, eyeing Zhou Hong warily as she took cautious steps backward. Do not be afraid. Zhou Hong rose and approached her, a cultured smile gracing his face. I merely wish to invite you to admire my collection. He gestured toward a painting hanging on the wall, the very piece Gao Xiang had sold to him. Observe how exquisite this painting is. It is lifeless. Zhou Hong drew closer to Shan Yuehua, extending his hand as if to caress her face. But you're a living work of art. Shan Yuehua sharply turned her head, evading his touch. Please, respect yourself. Zhou Heng's hand halted in midair, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a chilling amusement. Such character, I appreciate it. He advanced toward her step by step. Indeed, every perfect work of art must first shed its unnecessary packaging before being collected. In her despair, Shan Yuehua's mind flashed to Lu Fan's domineering visage and the cold, in-ear intercom. She feigned fear and stepped back, raising her hand as if to fix her disheveled hair. Her fingertips surreptitiously pressing the hidden communication button. Inside the Titan truck at the entertainment center, Lu Fan lounged comfortably, propped up in a luxurious seat. Holding a bunny girl costume he had just redeemed from the Points Mall. The fabric was silky and delightful to the touch. I wonder what effect it would have on Suya, that ice queen, or Lin Ruoshi. She would undoubtedly drain me dry. As for Gu Qingsheng, she is too innocent to handle it. He was reveling in his thoughts when suddenly, a faint crackle of static filled his ears. Lu Fan's movements came to a halt. It was Shan Yuehua. He frowned. Has inspiration struck so quickly? Almost immediately, a man's sickly, playful whisper emanated from the intercom. Do not fear, it will be over soon. I shall transform you into my most outstanding masterpiece. Every inch of your skin, every bone of yours, will become eternal. Then came Shan Yuehua's muffled, tearful cry. Don't come any closer. The living room fell silent in an instant. An invisible, terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from Lu Fan, akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for millennia beneath the polar ice. Lu Fan rose, grasping the meticulously polished recurve bow. Zhou Hong. He uttered the name softly, yet it was imbued with a chilling intensity that could freeze one's very soul. You're courting death. Chapter 113. This pervert is also an awakened one. Lu Fan, with a dark expression, exited the entertainment center. In the living room, Suya and Lin Ruashi had also heard the commotion, their faces pale. Suya, you must go to the military command center immediately. Locate Xiao Zhan and inform him that plans have changed. I am taking action ahead of schedule. Lu Fan's voice was devoid of emotion. Understood. Suya wasted no time, grabbing her coat and rushing out. Lu Fan turned, striding purposefully toward the driver's seat. The engine of the Titan truck let out a deep growl, causing the entire vehicle to tremble slightly. Lin Ruashi and Gu Qinsheng exchanged worried glances before hastily following suit. Lu Fan, what is happening? What are we going to do? Lu Fan seated himself behind the wheel, gripping the steering column firmly. There is no time for explanations. Buckle up. Prepare for battle. Before his words had fully registered, the Titan truck surged forward like an enraged steel beast. The immense force pressed the two women firmly against their seats. Outside the windows, the scenery blurred past at breakneck speed. While driving, Lu Fan issued commands through the internal communication system. Ruashi, Qinsheng, head to the armory and secure 2 Vulcan cannons. Lu Fan's voice was frigid as she unfastened her seatbelt and pulled Lin Ruashi towards the rear of the vehicle, resolute in her mission. Biyano, 3 in the West District. The guards, bored and lethargic, were idly smoking. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble ever so slightly. In the distance, a deep, thunderous roar reverberated. What was happening? An earthquake? One guard stood up in confusion, leaning out to look. In the next moment, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. A colossal black monstrosity, beyond imagination, was charging towards them with an unstoppable force, crushing everything in its path. The enemy is attacking. The guards descended into chaos. Their handguns were nothing more than a joke against the steel behemoth. Open fire! Open fire! Bullets rained down like a deluge upon the armored Titan. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Yet they were all deflected without leaving so much as a scratch. Lu Fan watched on the screen as the guards flailed about like headless flies. A cruel smile curving his lips. Ruashi, beauty, fire. Yes, here it comes, brother Lu Fan. The responses echoed simultaneously. With a crack, the armored top of the behemoth slid open. 2 menacing 6-barreled Gatling guns slowly emerged, their dark muzzles locking onto the villa's entrance. In the next heartbeat, hot. Flames erupted. What does a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute signify? It means that every second, 100 bullets are unleashed. Boom! The concrete fortifications crumbled like cookies under a giant hammer, instantly exploding into a cloud of debris. Several guards inside were torn to shreds in the process. The guards surrounding the villa stood in stunned silence. What in the world is this firepower? Is this a mobile armory? Before they could comprehend the situation, the second and third rounds of artillery followed in rapid succession. Boom! Boom! The villa's entrance, outer walls, and watchtowers were all targeted and obliterated in the wrath of the Gatling guns. The entire villa was engulfed in flames and wails of despair. Ah, a monster! It's a monster! Run! The surviving guards were utterly shattered. They dropped their weapons and fled towards the backyard, crying out for help. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was no longer in the driver's seat. The instant all firepower was drawn towards the behemoth, he had already opened the side hatch. His body transformed into a fleeting shadow, utilizing the explosive light and shadows to maneuver around to the villa's side. With his LV-4 physical prowess, he possessed speed and strength that transcended human limits. He lightly pushed off on the wall with his toes, scaling upwards silently like a gecko. Inside the villa, Zhou Hong was startled by the violent explosions outside, his expression shifting. What is going on? He barked into his earpiece. What is out there? The earpiece crackled with chaotic screams and static. He glanced at the weeping Shan Yuehua, bound to a chair before him, a flicker of impatience and madness flashing in his eyes. It seemed there was no time for meticulous craftsmanship. He seized a thick syringe filled with a peculiar blue liquid. It must be injected directly into the source. Though it would mar your perfection, becoming a berserk form is still a kind of immortality. He grinned wickedly as he approached Shan Yuehua. Despairing, she closed her eyes. Bang! A tremendous crash resonated as the floor-to-ceiling window shattered, kicked in from the outside. Glass shards flew everywhere. A tall figure stood silhouetted against the light, emanating an aura of coldness and murderous intent. Damn it! I rushed over and almost arrived too late. Lu Fan glared at the bound Shan Yuehua and her tattered clothing, a surge of fury boiling within him. Zhou Hong, He enunciated each word, his voice icy enough to freeze. "You're seeking death." Zhou Heng stared, momentarily stunned by Lu Fan's sudden appearance. Then he laughed. "So it's you." He discarded the syringe, eyeing Lu Fan with keen interest. "A mere truck driver dares to invade my gallery? Who gave you the audacity?" Lu Fan had no time for banter. He raised his hand and drew back the bowstring, instantly forming a crescent arc. A black arrow, pulsating with visible energy, materialized. Whoosh! The sound of air splitting was sharp and piercing. The arrow, akin to a streak of black lightning, hurtled towards Zhou Heng's brow. This arrow could pierce through steel. Yet, Zhou Heng's expression bore no hint of panic. In fact, he didn't even flinch. Just as the arrow was about to strike him, a crisp sound rang out. A warped, semi-transparent black barrier appeared before Zhou Heng. The lethal arrow collided with the barrier, as if striking an invisible wall. The arrowhead shattered into fragments, ultimately falling powerless to the ground. Lu Fan's pupils dilated in shock. It was blocked? This energy fluctuation emanates from the source energy. This freak is also an awakened one. Zhou Heng's gaze traversed the shattered doorframe, landing on Lu Fan. His expression shifted from surprise to intense interest. He licked his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "How intriguing. It seems you are also a favored child of the gods. Just the opportunity one need to assess the quality of your work." Chapter 114. I'm already at level 4. What will you use to defend yourself? The favored child of the gods. Lu Fan scoffed internally. What kind of nonsense is that? Just because he gained some power, he has forgotten his place. I still have the system as my father. Am I proud of it? He pulled back the bowstring once more, another energy arrow coalescing. This time, the power imbued within the arrow was even more substantial. Zhou Heng's expression finally shifted. He could sense that this arrow's might exceeded the previous one by at least a factor of 2. Whoosh! The arrow was released. A faint black trail lingered in the air. Zhou Heng dared not meet it head-on. His body transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting to the side. The arrow grazed past him. Boom! A massive explosion ensued. A large hole was blasted into the expensive decorative wall behind him. Bricks and wood splintered, flying in all directions. Zhou Heng's figure emerged from the smoke. Did it miss? Damn, does he have enhanced mental acuity and agility? Or is he a dual-awakened individual? Lu Fan was somewhat astonished. Such a freakish configuration was rare even in his previous life. Each one was a formidable figure capable of stirring up a storm. Zhou Heng appeared to evade effortlessly. Yet within him, a tempest raged. That last maneuver had nearly drained him of all his strength. He had come perilously close to failing to dodge. His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Fan. What manner of creature was this truck driver? The prowess displayed with that bow was astonishing. He could not allow the distance between them to widen any further. Our demands a close encounter. A flicker of ruthless determination crossed Zhou Heng's eyes as he retrieved a gleaming scalpel from his waist. Surely, someone wielding a bow would lack prowess in close combat. With that thought, he propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball discharged from its barrel, covering several meters in an instant. The scalpel transformed into a silver streak, aimed directly at Lu Fan's heart. Are you inclined to engage me in close quarters, young man? You possess quite the audacity. As Zhou Heng lunged toward him, Lu Fan stood immobile, even relinquishing his recurved bow. Zhou Heng's heart swelled with contempt. Indeed, a mere long-range combatant, rendered foolish with fear. The scalpel traced a frigid arc, targeting Lu Fan's throat. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a gruesome scene, no blood spattered forth. A powerful hand, like a vice, firmly seized his wrist, rendering him motionless. Is this all the strength you possess? Lu Fan's voice, a devilish whisper, echoed in his ear. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted sharply. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but the opponent's strength was beyond imagination. The very bones of his wrist cried out in agony. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing rang out. Zhou Heng emitted a cry that was far from human. Lu Fan did not relent. A straightforward knee strike collided forcefully with Zhou Heng's abdomen. Ugh! Zhou Heng curled up like a boiled shrimp, expelling a mouthful of blood mixed with gastric acid before being hurled backward. Bang! He slammed violently against a wall adorned with human specimens. Glass jars shattered, spilling formaldehyde and various organs across the floor. Lu Fan approached, each step resonating like a hammer upon Zhou Heng's heart. You! Zhou Heng struggled to rise, but Lu Fan's foot pressed down upon his chest. Cough! Cough! Who are you? He felt as though his sternum would shatter beneath the pressure. This man was no ordinary awakened being. He was a monster. Lu Fan gazed down at him, his expression one of disdain, as if surveying a mere insect ripe for squashing. I am your father. With that, he lifted his foot, poised to deliver a final blow. At that moment, a sudden explosion erupted beneath Zhou Hong from an inconspicuous metallic disc. A dense, sickly sweet black smoke rapidly engulfed the room. Damn it! The source god cult's contraption. This smoke not only obscured vision, but also interfered with one's mental faculties. Lu Fan immediately held his breath and retreated. As the smoke dissipated, Zhou Hong had vanished, leaving only chaos in his wake and a concealed door lurking in the corner. Damn! Lu Fan spat in frustration. He moved to the chair, tearing the ropes, binding Shen Yuehua. Trembling and disoriented, she collapsed into his embrace. Woo! I thought I would never see you again. Lu Fan gently patted her back. It's all right. His gaze swept over Shen Yuehua's torn clothing and the bruises marring her pristine neck, his expression hardening further. Zhou Hong, you had better not cross my path again. Deep within the villa's subterranean depths, Zhou Hong stumbled through a dark, damp passageway, leaning against the wall in a state of distress. His left hand twisted at an unnatural angle, each movement sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. A filthy bug. A truck-driving bug. How dare you harm me? How dare you ruin my gallery? Humiliation and fury twisted his handsome visage into that of a fiend. He traversed the lengthy corridor, arriving at a vast underground laboratory. Various intricate instruments flickered with an eerie blue glow. In the center of the lab stood a colossal glass incubation chamber, housing a grotesque creature of indescribable horror. It loomed over 3 meters tall, its skin a ghastly shade of bluish-gray, punctured by numerous thick tubes connecting it to the surrounding devices. The creature retained a vague semblance of humanity, yet its limbs had grotesquely mutated, bristling with bones, spurs, and tumors. Its face was a nightmarish amalgamation of features, devoid of lips, revealing a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. Zhou Hong staggered to the front of the incubation chamber, his earlier madness now supplanted by a morbid fervor as he gazed upon the monstrosity inside. He extended his uninjured right hand, gently pressing it against the cold glass. His voice took on a strangely tender tone. Father, do you see? An unruly bug has come from outside. It has damaged your abode and nearly harmed your son. Zhou Heng's tone brimmed with grievance. Have you not always looked down upon me? Accusing me of being obsessed with art, of being idle? Calling me a waste? His voice sharpened with intensity. Why? Why would you prefer to entrust the Tianhong group to those soldiers rather than me? In a fit of rage, Zhou Hong slammed his fist against the glass. I am your son. I am the rightful heir to Tianhong. Breathing heavily, a twisted smile spread across his face. However, it matters not. I forgive you and have even cured your cancer. Thanks to the source god, I have discovered the path to immortality. His gaze fixated on the creature within the chamber. Look at you now, father. This is true power. This is eternal life. You shall never again suffer from illness or age. Together, we will witness the dawn of a new world. The creature within the incubation chamber seemed to respond to his words, its murky eyes slowly opening. Lacking pupils, they shone a blood-red hue. It opened its vast maw, emitting a silent roar that reverberated throughout the laboratory. Zhou Hong watched, his smile growing ever more deranged. Lu Fan, I shall let you experience firsthand the immense power of my most perfect creation. Chapter 115. This is my father. Lu Fan emerged from the smoke-filled villa, cradling Shen Yuehua. Outside, chaos reigned. The battle had concluded. The massive truck sat quietly nearby, akin to a dormant steel behemoth. Lin Ruoshi and Gu Qingcheng had already disembarked. Lin Ruoshi stood by the car door, her expression tense, while Gu Qingcheng gripped the door, her pale face concealed behind her hands. Seeing Shen Yuehua in Lu Fan's arms, Lin Ruoshi hurried over. How is she? She is fine, just a bit frightened, Lu Fan replied as he approached and handed the still trembling Shen Yuehua to Lin Ruoshi. Take her inside. Let her wash up and change her clothes. Yet, Shen Yuehua clung to Lu Fan's clothing like a lifeline, unwilling to release her grip. Do not be afraid. It's all over now, Lu Fan reassured her, his tone unusually gentle as he patted her hand. He then took a moment to glance at the system panel. Steel reserves, 12 tons. Lu Fan's brow furrowed. The earlier barrage from the fire god cannon had been exhilarating, yet each 1,000 rounds consumed a ton of steel. In mere minutes, he had nearly depleted his entire stock. There wouldn't even be enough left for the next fortress upgrade. Clearly, he would need to locate a steel mill and procure supplies post-haste. On a hillside 100 meters away, Gao Xiang held a pair of binoculars, his hands trembling, not from the cold, but from excitement. He observed the villa engulfed in flames, resonating with the sound of gunfire and explosions, and a wave of morbid pleasure surged within him. Let them fight. The fewer men coveting my wife, the better. Ideally, Both of those men will perish. However, when he saw Lu Fan emerge from the villa, cradling Xin Yuehua, unscathed, his smile froze. Useless, Gao Xiang muttered under his breath. Zhou Heng, you incompetent fool. You didn't even scratch him. He watched helplessly as the villa's guards scattered like birds. The once magnificent villa had transformed into a ghost town. Gao Xiang's eyes glimmered with greed. Zhou Heng's collection of priceless paintings, antiques, and a stockpile of food. Oh, how fortunate for me. I truly am a genius. Suppressing his elation, Gao Xiang stowed away the binoculars and stealthily made his way towards the villa. After calming Shen Yuehua, Lu Fan exited the vehicle. His gaze fixed coldly upon the villa, still emitting plumes of black smoke. Zhu Heng Musti. It was unbearable to be targeted by a psychopathic dual awakener. Just as he prepared to move, he heard rustling from a nearby, scorched patch of grass. Who is there? A figure scrambled out from the underbrush. It was Zhang Long, bloodied, with one leg twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken by stray bullets. Lu Ye. Spare me. Spare me. Zhang Long begged, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head. It was Zhou Heng's twisted demands that forced me. I had no choice. Lu Fan regarded him with an impassive expression before turning to look at Gu Qingqing, who was leaning against the car door, visibly nauseated. Having operated the fire god cannon moments ago felt like a mere game, but now, upon witnessing the carnage, the severed limbs, and the pungent scent of blood, the brutal reality struck her. Hearing Lu Fan call her name, she lifted her pale face. What is it, Brother Lu Fan? Lu Fan pointed at the prostrate Zhang Long. Kill him. Gu Qingqing froze. Huh? She looked at the pleading Zhang Long, her stomach churning anew. She wanted to refuse. He was a living person. Yet, upon meeting Lu Fan's cold, unyielding gaze, she felt a chill. In this world, if you do not dare to kill, you shall await your own demise. Have you forgotten how they treated you in the alley? If you do not kill him today, tomorrow another Zhang Long will sell you to another Zhou Heng. Gu Qingqing's heart trembled violently. Gritting her teeth, she drew her pistol from her waist, her arm shaking uncontrollably. Please, miss. I'll be your servant. Don't kill me. Zhang Long shrieked, terror evident as he soiled himself. Gu Qingqing squeezed her eyes shut. Bang! Zhang Long's wailing abruptly ceased. Gu Qingqing collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Gao Xiang had infiltrated the villa's backyard, hiding behind a rockery, peering cautiously around. Confirming the area was clear, a smug smile crept across his face. Zhou Heng, thank you. I shall not be polite with all these treasures. Just as he prepared to rush out and loot, a deafening boom erupted. The rockery behind him shattered as if struck by a cannonball, sending debris soaring into the air. A tremendous force hurled him skyward, and the sensation of weightlessness elicited a shriek from him. In the wake of the destruction lay a massive crater. Zhou Heng leaped from the pit, accompanied by an indescribably horrifying creature. The beast stood over 3 meters tall, its skin a sickly gray adorned with bony spikes and tumors. Its face bore a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, and its murky, pupilless eyes were a deep crimson, fixated intently on Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang's mind buzzed in shock. What in the world is that? In his final moments of awareness, he saw the creature open its gaping maw wide. Lu Fan heard the commotion from the backyard and immediately realized something had gone awry. He swiftly darted across the distance, crashing into the backyard, where he beheld the creature and the frenzied Zhou Heng standing beside it. Lu Fan's pupils constricted sharply. What in the world is that? His mind was bombarded with urgent alerts from his system. Warning, warning. LV4 special life form detected. Species analysis in progress. Analysis failed. This species does not belong to the ice demon or any known mutation sequence. Threat level, dangerous. Lu Fan's expression grew gravely serious. A level 4 special creature. Neither ice demon nor human. Zhou Heng grinned at Lu Fan, a deranged smile spreading across his face. Surprised, are you? Allow me to introduce my most perfect creation, my father. Chapter 116. What the hell is this glass? Is it made of vibranium? My father? Lu Fan stared at the gray, spiky creature before him, then glanced at the zealously grinning Zhou Heng. Is this Zhou Tianhong, the founder and chairman of Tianhong Group? He couldn't suppress a laugh. Zhou Heng, you truly are a devoted son, transforming your father into this abominable form. Lu Fan's voice dripped with unabashed mockery. Zhou Heng's face flushed crimson, not from shame, but from the fury of having his sacred masterpiece desecrated. You know nothing. You are merely acquainted with the cycle of life and death, the decay and deterioration. Yet I have bestowed upon him the gift of immortality. Zhou Heng spread his arms wide, a frenzied expression upon his face. This is the ultimate evolution of life. fearless of illness, untroubled by aging, endowed with boundless power. This is the divine grace of the source god. It is the gospel of the new world. Inside the vehicle, Lin Ruoshi and Gu Qingsheng, separated by a screen, were taken aback by his words. Both of their worldviews shattered into fragments, transforming a person into a monster. And yet it is articulated so elegantly. Surely, this man's mind is poisoned with nuclear waste. Lu Fan shook his head. There was nothing worthwhile to discuss with a madman. He drew back his recurved bow, and once more, a black energy arrow materialized. Father. Zhou Hong sensed the imminent threat and commanded the creature, tear him apart. Roar. Zhou Tianhong unleashed a deep, thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, his colossal form surged forward with a speed that belied his size. The ground trembled beneath him. Whoosh. Lu Fan released the bowstring. The energy arrow sliced through the air, striking the monster squarely in the chest. Thud! The arrow penetrated halfway, and dark blood sprayed forth. It worked. Lu Fan felt a surge of joy. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze. The monster seemed utterly impervious to pain. It lowered its head, glancing at the arrow embedded in its chest, then reached out with a muscular arm and yanked the arrow free. The wound pulsated with grotesque vitality, and within mere seconds, it began to heal at an observable rate, leaving no scar behind. Lu Fan, what the hell? What kind of twisted, self-healing ability is this? How am I supposed to fight this? Boom! The monster Zhou Tianhong was already upon him. A fist larger than a sandbag, accompanied by a howling wind, descended from above. Lu Fan sprang back, narrowly evading the blow. The fist struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The ground erupted into a massive crater, debris scattering in all directions. If that had landed on a person, they would have been reduced to pulp. While dodging, Lu Fan rapidly formulated strategy. This creature's defensive and regenerative capabilities were maxed out. The energy arrows only served to scratch the surface. Tot. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the roof of the vehicle. Lin Ruoshi wielded an automatic rifle, unleashing a barrage upon the monster. Bullets thudded against its ashen skin, emitting a dull sound. Each deformed projectile was deflected, falling to the ground. That skin left not even a white mark. The god of fire cannon. Yes, the god of fire cannon. That weapon's might would surely pierce through this creature's defenses. Just as Lu Fan thought this, a cold wave washed over him as he noticed the system panel displaying steel reserves, 5 tons. Not enough. The earlier exhilarating moments had nearly drained his resources. The ammunition was depleted. Damn it, what a loss. I should have conserved it better. Zhou Hong, observing Lu Fan ensnared by the monster, wore a smug smile. He understood that although this creature was formidable, its intellect was lacking. Eliminating Lu Fan would not be a simple task. However, keeping him occupied was sufficient. Zhou Hang's gaze shifted to the massive black truck, his eyes burning with desire. Lu Fan's women were inside, and that mysterious truck, both would be his. He adjusted his disheveled robe and strode gracefully towards the Titan. Ladies in the vehicle, do you see? This is the power of the divine, and I am a chosen one. He spread his arms wide, akin to a preacher delivering a sermon. Abandon that wretched bug rolling in the mud. Embrace me, and you shall gain everything, power, status, and eternal life. Lin Ruoshi responded with action. Tot. A volley of bullets surged towards Zhou Hong's face. His smile froze. He swayed, evading all the bullets with ghostly ease. His expression darkened. You refuse my hospitality? It seems I must personally invite you out. He approached the front of the vehicle, regarding the massive windshield with disdain. Just a mere truck. Even if it possesses bulletproof glass, it would be as fragile as paper before my dual-awakened strength. In the midst of his confrontation with the monster, Lu Fan noticed the commotion. Upon seeing Zhou Hong poised to smash the glass, his heart sank. This lunatic was a dual-awakened being, with strength and agility beyond measure. Lin Ruoshi and the others were certainly no match for him. The glass, wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Fan. Fortress LV-4, armor strength C-class, capable of withstanding direct hits from armor-piercing shells. Lu Fan couldn't help but smirk. Use more force. Zhou Hong inhaled deeply, dark energy swirling around his right fist, the air warping slightly. Shatter. He roared, delivering a mighty punch against the windshield. Boom! A sound that was both heavy and eerie echoed. Contrary to expectations of shattering glass, the enormous black pane remained utterly immobile, not even rippling. Instead, Zhou Hong emitted a muffled grunt, staggering backward from the immense recoil. Pain shot through his right fist. Zhou Hong. What is this? What kind of glass is this? Is it made of vibranium? He shook his numbed hand, suppressing the agony. To maintain the facade of a master, He forced a cold smile. Interesting. The warm-up is over. With that, he clenched his fists, the black energy surging once more. This time, he unleashed his full power. Shatter. Bang. Bang. Zhou Heng, like a madman, pounded relentlessly on the car window. Despite the cacophony of dull thuds, the window remained steadfast. Ah! Grace? Elegance? To hell with that. Zhou Heng could no longer contain himself, cradling his nearly incapacitated hand, gritting his teeth in pain. What the hell is this thing? Seeing that physical means of breaking through was futile, Zhou Heng lifted his gaze to the roof of the truck. He then propelled himself with force. His injured hands did not hinder his agility. He moved like a nimble monkey, leaping several times until he reached the top of the Titan. On the roof platform, Lin Ruoxi stood vigilant with her weapon. Upon seeing Zhou Heng ascend, she immediately opened fire. Tot. Zhou Heng's figure weaved through the dense hail of bullets, evading them effortlessly. Each shot missed its mark. He advanced step by step towards Lin Ruoxi, a gentle smile gracing his face. The game was over. Chapter 117. Damn, a clash of ice and fire? On the rooftop platform, the wind carried a scent reminiscent of charred flesh. Lin Ruoxi retreated step by step, her heels pressing against the edge of the platform. One more step back, and she would plummet several meters into the abyss below. Zhou Heng wore a smile akin to that of a cat toying with its prey. The game is over, beautiful lady. He extended his hand as if to pluck a rose on the verge of blooming, his fingertips nearly brushing against Lin Ruoxi's collar. Her mind was a blank slate. Despair enveloped her like icy waters, threatening to drown her. She did not want to die. Even more so, she did not wish to fall into the hands of this twisted individual. Anger and indignation ignited within her like a raging inferno. How dare he? Get away! With every ounce of strength, she unleashed a furious roar. The next moment, a blazing orange fire ring erupted around her, centered on her being. The air warped in the scorching heat. Zhou Heng's pupils constricted sharply. He barely managed to cross his arms in front of him for protection. Boom! The fiery wave struck him with tremendous force, propelling him backward. Zhou Heng staggered back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance. He looked down to see his white silk robe, cuffs, charred black. A stinging pain radiated from his arm. He was momentarily stunned. Then an unprecedented euphoria ignited in his eyes. Ha 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 ha! Zhou Heng gazed at Lin Ruoxi as one would at an exquisite treasure. The fire was indeed flame. How beautiful! This was the utmost form of art. The desire to possess her swelled within him, nearly materializing. Compared to her, Shenyuehua was nothing but refuse. He must claim her, study her, transform her into his most prized possession. Once again, Zhou Heng's figure morphed into an afterimage. This time, he was faster and more ruthless. Lin Ruoxi instinctively raised her hand as she beheld the approaching Zhou Heng. She intended to unleash her flames once more, but that searing power eluded her. Her body felt drained, as if all energy had been siphoned away. Damn it, what was happening? Move! Zhou Heng was nearly upon her. His expression a blend of madness and determination. Despair washed over Lin Ruoxi as she closed her eyes. Suddenly, the temperature around her plummeted. A bone-chilling coldness materialized out of nowhere. Zhou Heng, poised to seize Lin Ruoxi, found his movements abruptly halted. A thin layer of frost rapidly spread across his right arm, the frigid air seeping into his very bones. Zhou Heng's expression shifted. More? He whirled around to see Su Yi standing atop a military truck not far away. Clad in black combat attire, her long hair danced in the cold wind. A layer of frost adorned her ice-cold visage, her eyes like ancient, unmelting glaciers. Release her. Su Yi's boys querido no worms. A flicker of wariness crossed Zhou Heng's eyes. Another awakened one? A nice elementalist? He glanced at his arm, where the ice continued to thicken. Damn! He let out a low roar as dark energy surged forth, shattering the ice encasing his arm. But that delay proved costly. Lin Ruoxi had already scrambled to Su Yi's side. Su Yi, are you all right? I'm Yufine. Lin Ruoxi gasped, her heart racing. Meanwhile, a dozen military trucks roared in, encircling the entire villa district. Doors swung open, and armed soldiers leaped out, swiftly establishing a defensive perimeter. Xiao Zhan stepped down from the command vehicle, his eyes widening at the scene before him. That 3-meter-tall, grayish monster, the man confronting him like a specter, and the astonishing chill radiating from Su Yi, all surpassed his comprehension. What in the world is this? Beside him, Chun Gang stood in stunned silence. Yet, Xiao Zhan, having clawed his way up from a sea of corpses, was the first to regain his composure. What are you standing around for? He bellowed, pointing at the creature grappling with Lu Fan. Heavy machine guns. Rocket launchers. Focus fire on that monster. Yes. The order was given. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom. The concentrated fire and explosions engulfed the monster, Zhou Tianhong, in an instant. Though tough-skinned, it was not unharmed, roaring in pain as its movement slowed. Lu Fan suddenly found the pressure alleviated. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled away, glancing up at the rooftop. Damn! A clash of ice and fire? When did these two ladies become so formidable? On the rooftop, Zhou Hong glared at the army below, his expression dark enough to drip with malice. He realized that he could no longer afford to delay. It was imperative to resolve matters swiftly. Ignoring Suya, he refocused his target on Lin Ruoshi. Soft targets are easier to crush. Looking for death, Suya scoffed coldly, thrusting her hands forward. Dozens of sharp ice spikes materialized, hurtling towards Zhou Hong. He nimbly dodged, but Suya's attack was merely a feint. Lin Ruoshi seized the opportunity, inhaling deeply as an unstable fireball coalesced in her hands and hurtled towards him. Zhou Hong had just evaded the ice spikes when the fireball was upon him. He executed a clumsy roll to avoid it. Boom! The fireball detonated on the platform, leaving a charred mark behind. Ice and fire. One orchestrated control, the other a primary assault. Their synergy was seamless. Zhou Hong found himself flustered as the two women coordinated their attacks. Lu Fan, spotting his moment, propelled himself upward with tremendous force, launching into the air like a cannonball, soaring several meters high. Zhou Hong, preoccupied with fending off Suya and Lin Ruoshi's combined assault, suddenly felt a shadow loom overhead. He looked up just in time to see a foot descending upon him with the force of a thunderous storm. Crap! Zhou Hong attempted to evade, but it was too late. Lu Fan's powerful kick connected squarely with his face. Bang! Zhou Hong's body flew like a ragged sack from the height of the truck, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the ground. Coughing violently, he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with several shattered teeth. Lu Fan lightly leapt down from the truck, landing steadily before the barely conscious artist. He looked down upon Zhou Hong, surveying the man from a position of superiority. Step by step, he approached him. Zhou Hong struggled, attempting to rise, but every bone in his body felt as if it had shattered. He gazed at Lu Fan, his eyes brimming with terror and resentment. You! Lu Fan crouched down, gently patting his face, a hint of amusement gracing his features. The game is over. Chapter 118. What the hell? Can one still consume drugs and level up on the spot? Lu Fan's foot halted before Zhou Hong, the tip of his shoe nearly brushing against Zhou Hong's nose. He lifted his foot, poised to extinguish this existence as one would snuff out a cigarette. A howl erupted, a painful and furious roar. A massive shadow, laden with the stench of blood, suddenly charged from the side. It was that monster, Zhou Tianhong. His body was riddled with shrapnel from rocket-propelled grenades, peppered with bullet holes from machine guns. Flesh was mangled, revealing bone beneath. Yet he valiantly stood firm, shielding Zhou Hong with his battered form, erecting a wall of flesh for his son. Lu Fan's pupils constricted slightly. He is still alive? His vitality rivals that of a cockroach. Without hesitation, he raised his foot again, prepared to eliminate both the monster and the threat it posed. Just then, the creature struggled to turn its head. Those eyes, now nothing but a ghastly crimson and murky hue, fixated intently on the prostrate Zhou Hong. A hoarse, indistinct sound emanated from its throat, akin to air escaping from a punctured tire. Go! One word, clear and resolute. Zhou Hong was utterly stunned. He lay on the ground, staring blankly at the creature that he had birthed with his own hands. Had it not long since lost its sanity? Was it not merely a beast driven by the instinct to kill? Why? Before he could grasp the situation, the monster Zhou Tianhong had already turned back, charging once more at Lu Fan, expending its last vestiges of strength. With its life, it sought to buy time for him to escape. Seeking death, Lu Fan's gaze turned icy. In the face of this final act of madness, he neither flinched nor dodged. His body sank slightly, his right fist clenched tightly. All the power of LV-4 converged into a single point, and then he unleashed a punch. Plain and unadorned, devoid of any flamboyant technique. Bang! His fist struck solidly against the chest of the monster, Zhou Tianhong. The chest, harder than steel, instantly caved in, forming a terrifying indentation. The massive body was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing through numerous ruins along the way before coming to a thunderous halt amidst the debris. Silence forever. In its final moments, those blood-red eyes cast one last glance in Zhou Hong's direction. A murky, blood-tinged liquid slipped from the corner of its eye. Tears. Zhou Hong's mind buzzed, blanking out. It's dead. It has died. His most perfect creation has perished. That father, who had only ever beaten and scolded him, whom he had regarded as a burden, is dead. To save him. Why? Why? He had turned him into this monstrous form. He should hate himself. He should tear himself apart. Ah! Zhou Hong let out a piercing scream, one that transcended human sound. Humiliation, rage, confusion, and a tinge of sorrow he could not even recognize erupted within him. At that moment, all his emotions exploded. He was no longer the refined and elegant perverse artist. He was a beast driven into a corner. He struggled, retrieving a syringe from his pocket. The liquid inside was not the previous blue, but a more profound, more sinister dark gold. Lu Fan! He screamed with all his might, the name echoing with an unquenchable resentment in his eyes. He plunged the syringe into his own arm. Then he injected the entire contents of the dark golden liquid into his body. What the hell? One can still consume drugs and level up on the spot. Lu Fan's expression shifted, and he immediately rushed forward to intervene. But it was too late. Ha. Zhou Heng's body began to convulse violently. Beneath his skin, it felt as though countless worms were writhing. Black bone spikes erupted through his skin, brutally growing from his back and joints. His body swelled at a visible rate, muscles contorting grotesquely. His once handsome visage turned into a terrifying mask. His eyes transformed completely into a dark gold. A more horrific and malevolent aura than Zhou Tianhong's erupted forth. In the distance, amidst the chaotic throng of survivors, a man clad in a tattered jacket and hood, seemingly inconspicuous, raised an old DV camera. The lens remained focused intently on the transforming Zhou Hong. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. In a whisper only he could hear, he murmured, "Perfect." The secondary fusion of source and human genes. Truly an exquisite specimen for experimentation. In an instant, Zhou Heng's transformation was complete. He slowly rose from the ground, now towering close to 2.5 meters. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of black, exoskeleton-like carapace. Sharp bone spikes protruded from his joints. He reveled in the torrent of power surging within him. The unprecedented sensation of strength intoxicated him. He turned his gaze toward Lu Fan. In those dark golden pupils, no trace of human emotion remained. Only cold malice and profound hatred lingered. Lu Fan. His voice had become hoarse and deep, imbued with a metallic resonance. "It is you who has destroyed my father. You have obliterated my most perfect creation." Lu Fan regarded him in his grotesque form with disdain, curling his lip. "If your father knew you referred to that thing as a perfect creation, I reckon he would crawl out of the ground just to die again." "Oh wait, no. He already died the second time. That was you who killed him." Zhou Heng's dark golden pupils constricted sharply. Lu Fan's words pierced like a dagger, striking precisely into the most concealed corner of his heart. "You seek death." Zhou Hong was consumed by rage. The ground beneath him erupted violently. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning, traversing dozens of meters to appear before Lu Fan. A claw, covered in black carapace, sliced through the air with a shriek, aiming directly for Lu Fan's heart. Quick, too fast, faster than before by more than double. Lu Fan's pupils dilated, instinctively raising his arms to cross protectively over his chest. Bang! A tremendous crash resounded, akin to two pieces of steel colliding at high speed. Lu Fan felt an overwhelming force surging through his arms. He was uncontrollably thrust backward, sliding several meters. 2 feet carved deep grooves into the unyielding concrete ground. He lowered his arms, a searing pain radiating through them. Though uninjured, the impact caused his blood to surge with intensity. Damn, his strength has increased significantly. Lu Fan's expression was graver than ever before. This was troublesome. Ha! Zhou Hong laughed maniacally as he witnessed Lu Fan being forced back by his strike. "Do you see it now? This is true power. Lu Fan, today, I shall tear you apart inch by inch. With your bones, I shall create an eternal masterpiece for my father." Chapter 119. This is a war belonging to the new humanity. Lu Fan gazed at the drastically changed Zhou Hong. His appearance was so alien that he could play an alien without any makeup. "An artwork? Your father's ashes are practically being scattered by you." Zhou Heng's roar interrupted Lu Fan's musings. His figure left a fleeting shadow in its wake. In the next moment, he appeared on Lu Fan's left side, his claws covered in black keratin, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle aimed at Lu Fan's temple. Without turning his head, Lu Fan lashed out with his left arm like a whip. Clang! Their arms collided violently in midair, sending sparks flying. The tremendous recoil forced both of them back 3 paces. Before they could regain their footing, Zhou Heng's figure blurred once more. This time, He transformed into multiple dark shadows, simultaneously attacking Lu Fan from all directions. Reality and illusion intertwined. Lu Fan snorted coldly. He simply closed his eyes. The level 4 physical attributes provided him not only with strength and speed, but also with a perception that far surpassed the ordinary. The sound of the wind, the flow of air, the intent to kill, all became vividly clear in his mind. From the left rear, Lu Fan spun around abruptly, his right leg swinging down like a battle axe, striking hard. Bang! A shadow that had just materialized was cleaved from the air by his kick. The ground cracked under the impact. Zhou Heng's figure emerged from the dust, staring incredulously at Lu Fan. How could you possibly see through my shadow step? Lu Fan opened his eyes, flexing his ankle. Just a guess. The speed is impressive, but alas, the mind hasn't kept pace. You seek death. Zhou Heng charged at him once more, and the two were engulfed in a fierce melee. Their fists and feet collided, producing resounding clashes of metal against metal. Their speed was astonishing. The onlookers, whether soldiers of Xiao Zhan or Lin Ruoxi and her companions, could only perceive two blurred figures entangled together, accompanied by the continuous eruption of the ground and flying debris. Boom! Bang! Clang! Each collision sounded like a minor explosion. The surrounding ruins were further ravaged by the aftermath of their battle, reduced to dust. General, this. Chen Gang, beside Xiao Zhan, stared in shock, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Is this still human? Xiao Zhan's expression was grave to the extreme. He fixed his gaze on the battlefield, his fists unconsciously clenching tighter. In a conflict of this caliber, conventional troops had become utterly meaningless. Bullets could not keep pace with their speed. Shells had yet to land before they had already shifted the battlefield. This is a war belonging to the new humanity. Meanwhile, at Tianhu Base, the military command center, the night was deep. The watchtowers at the base's perimeter methodically swept the icy expanse with their searchlights. Everything appeared as usual. No one noticed that dozens of black figures, like phantoms blended into the night, silently evaded all surveillance and patrol routes, reaching the outer wall of the command building. They were all clad in black robes adorned with a peculiar swirling pattern. Hoods obscured their faces. The leader raised his head, glancing at the brightly lit building. He lifted a hand, making a simple gesture. Move. The voice was husky and cold. In the next moment, a dozen shadows, swift as leopards, ascended silently along the pipes and protrusions of the wall. Their movements were synchronized, making not a sound. Soon, they arrived outside a window on the 3rd floor. The base's communications center. With a soft sound, a specialized glass cutter created a circle on the window. A hand reached in from the outside, gently twisting the window lock. The window was silently pushed open, and the figures in black filed in. Inside the communications center, several on-duty soldiers were dozing off, not even having time to sound the alarm before their throats were quietly slit by cold blades. Blood gushed forth. The black-robed figures paid no heed to the fallen bodies. One of them approached the main control console, fingers flying over the surface. Soon, the entire base surveillance system plunged into darkness. Done. Let us go. They did not linger but turned, heading deeper into the building. Their objective seemed clear. They moved downward. Before long, they arrived at a heavily reinforced door leading underground, crafted from thick alloy. 4 elite guards stood at the entrance, armed to the teeth. Halt! Who goes there? The guards raised their weapons, demanding in a harsh tone. Their only response was 2 ethereal blue ice spikes that appeared out of thin air. Phew! The chests of 2 guards were instantly penetrated. Their faces bore expressions of shock as they collapsed. Enemy attack. The remaining 2 guards' faces changed drastically as they reached for the alarm. But it was too late. A shadow appeared before them, as if teleporting. 2 withered hands seized their throats. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The leader of the black-robed figures stepped up to the alloy door. He raised a hand, a swirling black vortex of energy forming in his palm. He gently pressed it against the half-meter-thick alloy door. Zzz. A sound that grated on the nerves resonated. The seemingly indestructible alloy door corroded like plastic under the influence of a strong acid. It rapidly melted away, disintegrating. Soon, a hole large enough for a person to pass through appeared in the door. Enter. One by one, the black-robed figures slipped into the darkness beyond the door. Behind it lay a long downward passage, with emergency lights casting a dim yellow glow every 10 meters. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. At the end of the passage, 2 rows of 8 soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor stood ready. They were Xiao Zhan's last line of defense, the core strength guarding this place. Upon seeing the uninvited black-robed figures, without uttering a single word, they opened fire. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. The tongues of the heavy machine guns instantaneously sealed off the entire passage. Yet, before the figures cloaked in black, a series of twisted, translucent barriers materialized out of thin air. The bullets struck these shields and were deflected with ease. Awakened ones. They were awakened ones. The soldiers were struck with horror as they realized their assaults were utterly futile. The purification begins. The leader of the black-clad figures spoke with an emotionless tone. A few of his companions stepped forward. Some ignited eerie blue flames with their hands. Others crackled with arcs of electricity surrounding them, while others melded seamlessly into the shadows. And unilaterally, one-sided massacre commenced. Amidst the ruins of the villa, a resounding crash echoed as Lu Fan and Zhou Heng collided once more with tremendous force. Both were sent flying backward. Lu Fan executed a deft somersault in mid-air, landing gracefully, while Zhou Heng clumsily crashed into a crumbling wall. The disparity was evident. The power derived from drugs was, after all, akin to water without roots. After an extended period of fierce combat, Zhou Heng's strength began to wane. His speed and power were evidently diminishing. It is impossible. Clambering out from the wreckage, Zhou Heng's once blackened skin displayed fine cracks. He could not accept it. Having fused with the source and acquired such formidable strength, he still could not best this truck driver. It is over. Lu Fan approached him step by step. At that moment, a sudden, frantic crackle erupted from Xiao Zhan's walkie-talkie. General, this is dire. The command center has been attacked by a group of mysterious individuals. They have breached the underground. A scream pierced the air, and then the walkie-talkie fell silent. Xiao Zhan's complexion turned ashen in an instant. The underground. He abruptly lifted his gaze to Lu Fan, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear and horror. Chapter 120. The Source God is about to descend. In the underground, Xiao Zhan's mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer. His body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. It is finished. All is lost. If something were to happen down there, the entire Tianhu base, with its hundreds of thousands of survivors, would be doomed. Lu Fan, Comrade Lu Fan. Xiao Zhan seemed to grasp at the last thread of hope, staggering towards him. I must rush to save the base. The underground must not be compromised. The usually composed and calm Xiao Zhan now displayed an unparalleled urgency. Lu Fan regarded him. What was down there? Xiao Zhan's lips trembled, his voice hoarse and barely coherent. Down there. It is not a relic. It is Pandora's box. The gateway to hell. Xiao Zhan's voice suddenly rose, tinged with a hint of madness. A year ago, there was something amiss. The nearby flora and fauna began to mutate wildly. The nation dispatched the most elite team of experts, who uncovered the root of it all. He paused, exhaling 2 words. Source energy. The root of the apocalypse, the power of the awakened, and the birth of the ice demon are all intertwined with it. Our base was constructed to mislead, to study while sealing it off. Xiao Zhan's breath quickened dramatically. After the apocalypse erupted, everything spiraled out of control. A super high concentration of energy tide erupted deep within the relics. The first batch of researchers, my finest soldiers, were transformed into monsters. I personally ordered it to be sealed with alloy. But how did those lunatics from the Source God cult find out? Xiao Zhan clutched his hair in a frenzy. If they open that door, the entire Tianhu base will be inundated with unimaginable source energy. These hundreds of thousands of survivors will overnight become bloodthirsty ice demons. At that point, this place will no longer be a bastion of humanity, but a veritable den of demons. Lu Fan gazed at the pale-faced Xiao Zhan, then glanced at Zhou Heng, who was gasping for breath amidst the rubble. In his mind, countless chaotic threads suddenly coalesced into a singular, invisible line. The Source God cult, living sacrifices for demons. Zhou Heng's frenzied actions to buy time. And the secret beneath the military command center, one he had never even heard of in his past life. The truth of the underground Source God cult was thus revealed. The downfall of the Tianhu base was not a natural disaster. It was a man-made calamity. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened significantly. Not far away, Zhou Heng emitted a roar of unwillingness as he shakily rose once more from the debris. The blackened armor on his body had shed significantly, revealing a gruesome, bloodied form beneath. A peculiar, liberated smile suddenly flickered across his distorted visage. Ha 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 ha. It is too late. Everything is far too late. You are all doomed. The grand purification has already begun. The Source God is about to descend. You filthy insects shall become the offerings for the arrival of the divine. The Tianhu base shall serve as our first grand tribute to the Source God. Lu Fan's brow furrowed even deeper. He had no time to waste with this madman. With a flick of his wrist, he slammed Zhou Heng into the ground as though discarding refuse. Then, he placed a foot upon his chest, applying slight pressure. Crack! Zhou Heng's sternum shattered audibly. In the distance, the man clad in black had set aside his military binoculars. He picked up a nearby black tablet. On the screen, a line representing Zhou Heng's vital signs had plummeted to a nadir, glaringly red. The man clicked his tongue softly. A failure. He shook his head, erasing Zhou Heng's profile from the tablet as one would dispose of a scrap of paper. The forced catalysis of secondary fusion had indeed proven futile. The rampage phase was too brief, and the power depletion too rapid. Such a pure source wasted, he murmured to himself, his tone laced with disappointment, entirely devoid of any emotional fluctuation at the death of a companion. His finger lightly tapped the screen, bringing forth a new profile. The title of the file contained only 2 characters, Lu Fan. Below it, an expanse of emptiness, save for a large red question mark. The man stared at the cold visage of Lu Fan displayed on the tablet, transmitted from the binoculars, and for the first time, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight arc. It was an excitement akin to discovering a new toy. However, this unanticipated variable possessed an almost absurd physical prowess. Perhaps he is the more perfect vessel? He extended his finger and slowly typed several words in the empty space of the Lu Fan profile. Capture priority, S-Class. Processing plan, live capture. Lu Fan chose to disregard Zhou Heng, who had been reduced to a puddle of muck on the ground. He turned to Xiao Zhan. Lead the way. The 2 words brooked no argument. Xiao Zhan snapped back to reality, nodding emphatically. Follow me. Without looking back, Lu Fan shouted to Suya and the others atop the vehicle, guard the car. Anyone who dares approach will be dealt with ruthlessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan, filled with urgency, seized Chun Gang by the collar of his combat uniform. His eyes were bloodshot. Shen Gong, leave a team behind to clean up. Make sure to deal with these scoundrels from the Zhou family. Following Xiao Zhan, Lu Fan hastened towards the command vehicle. A guard had already started the engine. Lu Fan flung the door open and took his seat inside. To the command center, at maximum speed, Xiao Zhan bellowed at the driver. The military truck roared to life, veering back towards their original path. Outside the window, the scenery blurred past in a rapid retreat. Lu Fan's expression was grave. He understood that the true battle was just beginning. What did the source god cult these lunatics truly intend to achieve? He recalled his previous life, the chaotic purification rituals that erupted following the rise of the cult, and their fervent worship of the source god's descent. Their ambitions extended far beyond what he had initially perceived. Lu Fan's gaze turned icy. No matter what you aim to accomplish, this time, I shall play along until the end. Chapter 121, The Ancient Ice Coffin. The military truck executed a sharp drift, the tires screeching against the ground. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, Lu Fan had already kicked the door open and leaped out. Xiao Zhan followed closely behind, his face ashen. Before the command building, an eerie silence prevailed. The reinforced alloy door leading underground had been violently breached, leaving an irregular gaping hole. Smoke still wafted from the edges, carrying the acrid scent of molten metal. Go! Lu Fan growled, the first to plunge into the breach. A heavy stench of blood, mingled with the scent of gunpowder, assaulted his senses. The corridor lay in disarray. The walls were riddled with bullet holes and marks of explosions. Scattered across the ground were the lifeless bodies of military soldiers, each met with a grisly end. Some were encased in frost, resembling lifelike ice sculptures, their faces frozen in expressions of terror from their final moments. Others had been charred to a crisp, curled up on the floor like blackened wood. More disturbingly, a few bodies bore gaping wounds in their chests, from which dark green vines sprouted, coiling along the walls and blooming into bizarre, blood-colored flowers. Lu Fan hesitated. The types of awakened individuals in the source god cult, ice, fire, plant, were more diverse and ruthless than he had imagined. In his past life, he had merely been a low-ranking pawn, never privy to the cult's core. He had only known of their madness, never anticipating it would reach such extremes. Savages, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, his eyes reddening at the sight of his fallen comrades. He drew his pistol, his teeth clenched tightly. Keep up, quickly. The group pressed onward through the corridor, the stench of blood intensifying with each step. At the end of the passage, they emerged into a vast underground chamber. The cavern was colossal, its expanse comparable to several football fields. Above, an array of unknown blue crystals adorned the dome, emitting a soft, ethereal glow akin to a deep starry sky. In the center of the cavern stood a grand altar, constructed from dark, heavy stones, rising majestically from the ground. The altar's design was ancient and raw, exuding a primal ferocity. Countless incomprehensible, twisted symbols and murals were carved into its surface. At the very heart of the altar, a colossal ice coffin, entirely composed of blue ice, floated quietly in midair. Its surface was marred with a web of fine cracks, through which dark golden liquid, alive and pulsating, flowed along the carved channels of the altar, ultimately converging beneath the ice coffin. Seeping into it drop by drop, inside the coffin, a vague, humanoid silhouette could be discerned. With each influx of the dark golden liquid, the outlines seemed to tremble slightly. An indescribable, heart-stopping aura of terror emanated from the ice coffin. Surrounding the altar, a dozen figures clad in black robes formed a circle, heads bowed, hands clasped in prayer as they chanted an obscure, twisted incantation. The sound was not one that a human could produce. It resembled a whisper from the abyss, sending chills down the spine and inciting unease. The leader among them did not partake in the chanting. He stood at the forefront of the altar, his back to Lu Fan and the others, gazing up at the ice coffin with rapturous obsession. Tall and slender, he wore gold-rimmed glasses, presenting a scholarly appearance. Yet, the fervor and malevolence radiating from him surpassed that of the previously drugged Zhou Heng by 100-fold. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, the bespectacled man slowly turned around, a gentle yet eerie smile spreading across his face, as if he were a long-awaited host finally greeting his guests. Welcome to the site of the new god's birth. The soldiers behind Xiao Zhan immediately raised their weapons. Don't move. Lower your arms. The bespectacled man paid no heed to the dark muzzles aimed at him, but instead gazed past them, locking eyes with Lu Fan, his expression filled with curiosity and scrutiny. You have arrived just in time. The source, which has slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years, is about to awaken. It shall cleanse this filthy, decaying, and sinful world with the purest of powers. And you shall. He spread his arms wide, his smile growing ever more radiant. Be among the fortunate first to become offerings bathed in divine grace. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. Another fanatic, and a loquacious one at that. He had no desire to listen to this fool ramble on. In a swift motion, Lu Fan drew his bow. A black energy arrow, honed to perfection, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at the man's forehead. The bespectacled man's smile remained unaltered. He didn't even flinch. Just as the arrow was about to strike him, one of the chanting robed figures suddenly transformed into a formless shadow, extending to shield the bespectacled man. The shadow contorted violently, letting out a muffled groan as it absorbed the energy arrow, its color fading significantly. However, the lethal projectile had been thwarted. Attack! Xiao Zhan roared. The battle erupted in an instant. The heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire upon the altar. Boom! Boom! A multitude of rockets, trailing fiery tails, howled as they descended upon the congregation of cloaked figures. Yet before some of these dark-robed individuals, a formidable earthen wall materialized out of thin air. Others conjured swirling infernos, effortlessly whisking away the bullets and shrapnel. Their retaliation inflicted almost no substantial damage. Purification commences, murmured the man in gold-rimmed glasses. A dozen dark-robed figures ceased their incantations, simultaneously turning to face the advancing military soldiers. Beneath their hoods, eyes radiating various hues of light flickered to life. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming barrage of attacks surged towards Xiao Zhan's forces. Ethereal blue ice spikes, searing fireballs, electrified spears of lightning, and intangible mental shockwaves rained down. Soldiers fell en masse, and Xiao Zhan's troops were rapidly retreating. In the face of these unreasonable awakened beings, the modern weaponry appeared utterly impotent. Hold your ground. Stand firm. Xiao Zhan's crimson eyes blazed as he unleashed a frenzied barrage with his rifle. Yet, the bullets failed to pierce the enemy's energy shield. Witnessing his comrades fall around him, his voice trembled with anguish. Xiao Zhan's heart bled for those who fought alongside him. Now, they were being reaped like wheat in harvest. He gazed at the altar's center, where an ice coffin incessantly absorbed a dark golden liquid, sensing the increasingly potent and terrifying aura emanating from it. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Chapter 122. A stunning goddess emerges. Lu Fan's gaze was as frigid as ice. These black-robe rabble were mere cannon fodder. The true threat lay with the man in gold-rimmed glasses and that ice coffin. He had to be eliminated. In an instant, Lu Fan moved, resembling a tiger unleashed from its cage, charging towards the dark-robed figures with the altar as his target. The man with the glasses seemed to anticipate this, without turning. He nonchalantly uttered, "Stop him." He then resumed his obsession with the ice coffin, as if the chaos behind him were of no concern. In a flash, 4 black-robed individuals separated from the throng to confront Lu Fan. One of them rubbed their hands together, summoning 2 spheres of ghastly green flames that drifted towards him. exuding a shilling, corrosivora. Another pressed their hands into the ground, instantly transforming the earth beneath Lu Fan's feet into a vast pit of quicksand. Simultaneously, a silent shriek pierced Lu Fan's mind. Mental shock. Curse it. His brain throbbed with a pain akin to needles. His movement slowed just for an instant. In that fleeting moment, the ground crumbled beneath him, and he found himself uncontrollably sinking into the quicksand. The ghastly green flames were now inches from his face, their icy breath threatening to freeze his very soul. Seeking death, Lu Fan's eyes glinted with frost. The terrifying power of LV-4 erupted within him. He forcefully pushed off with his legs, launching himself skyward like a cannonball before the quicksand could fully engulf him. The ghastly flame collided solidly against his chest. Sizzle. The resilient combat suit was quickly corroded away in large patches. Yet, that was the extent of the damage. Damn, that hurt. Suspended in midair, Lu Fan had already drawn his recurved bow, the string taut as a crescent moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 pitch-black energy arrows sliced through the air in a triangular formation, aimed directly at the dark-robed conjurer. The figure's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly erected a thick earthen wall before him. Too late. The arrow speed far exceeded his reflexes. Thud! The 3 arrows effortlessly pierced through his head and chest. The earthen wall crumbled with a thunderous crash. The dark-robed figure collapsed lifelessly to the ground. As Lu Fan descended, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged from the darkness behind him. A dagger, imbued with a sinister green venom, lunged towards his back. Swift, accurate, and merciless. Without looking back, Lu Fan's left arm swung like an iron whip, delivering a powerful elbow strike. Crack! The sickening sound of breaking bones echoed as the ambushing dark-robed figure's chest caved in at an unnatural angle. Blood spewed forth, staining the hood crimson, and he flew away like a rag doll. Lu Fan pivoted and pursued him. In the figure's terrified gaze, he delivered a crushing stomp. Bang! The watermelon burst apart, red and white splattering everywhere. Is this little brat playing tricks? In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 dark-robed figures were down. The remaining 2, one wielding fire and the other employing mental attacks, stood frozen in terror. What manner of monster was this? Yet, Lu Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. He glanced towards the altar's center, where the colossal ice coffin had melted 2/3 of its mass. Crack! Crack! The sound of cracking ice intensified, resembling the heartbeat of a colossal entity awakening, poised to break free. How is this possible? The man in gold-rimmed glasses finally turned, his previous composure shattered, replaced by unmistakable shock. The chosen ones he had trained, each possessing the power to take on 100 foes, had just been decimated, 2 of their number slain in a single encounter. What kind of being was this truck driver? His strength evidently surpassed even the most formidable of the organization's chosen ones. This cannot stand. There is no time. A frenzied determination flickered in the man's eyes. He abruptly produced a crystal vial from his garments. Inside, a viscous, ruby-red liquid glimmered. He raised the vial high, his face alight with frenzied zeal. Welcome my lord's descent. He twisted the cap, ready to pour the blood upon the ice coffin. Lu Fan's pupils constricted. He could not allow this to come to fruition. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows flew in rapid succession, reduced to mere streaks of black. The 2 black-robed figures standing beside the man in glasses hastily positioned themselves before him. One conjured a mental shield, while the other summoned a wall of flames. Thud, thud. The first 2 arrows were successfully blocked. However, the 3rd arrow, at an ingenious angle, circumvented the barriers and struck the crystal vial with precision. Crack! The vial erupted in midair with a resounding explosion. The viscous, ruby-red blood transformed into a mist of sanguine hue that spread across the expanse, most of it splattering upon the ice coffin. Ha 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 ha! The bespectacled man, adorned with golden frames, beheld the unfolding scene not with dismay, but rather erupted into an even more frenzied laughter. Too late. Useless. Divine grace has descended. As his words reverberated, attendre explosion resunded. The immense ice coffin shattered completely. A tempest of pure, indescribable zero-point energy surged forth from the altar, instantly engulfing the entire subterranean cavern. The terrifying shockwave obliterated everything in its path, whether cloaked figures or soldiers of Xiaozhan. In that moment, they were like leaves caught in a tempest, violently swept away. Even Lu Fan found himself jolted, his blood surging, retreating several steps before regaining his balance. The entire underground space trembled violently, and shards of azure crystal rained down from the ceiling, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Dust and debris filled the air, creating a profound silence. All present were sprawled on the ground, disoriented by the force of the shockwave. Lu Fan stood as the sole figure upright, shaking his dazed head. He gazed toward the center of the altar. As the dust gradually settled, what lay before him was a desolate ruin. Above the ruins, a breathtaking figure slowly ascended. Clad in imperial robes, her skin radiant as snow, she glimmered under the ethereal blue light of the crystals. Her silvery hair flowed without the whisper of a breeze, akin to cascading moonlight. Her features were exquisitely refined, transcending mere mortals. With eyes closed and an expression of serene tranquility, she floated silently in midair. Sacred, noble, and inviolable, she resembled a slumbering, celestial being descended from the heavens. Lu Fan thought to himself, what the hell? Opening a blind box and discovering a divine beauty? In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the ethereal woman hovering above stirred ever so slightly. Her long lashes fluttered, and then, with deliberate slowness, she opened her eyes. What emerged were orbs of translucent, glass-like golden hue, devoid of any semblance of human emotion. Indifferent, hollow, and elevated, her gaze swept across the chaos strewn about, ultimately locking onto the only standing being, Lu Fan's face. Chapter 123. This is the true, divine treasure. As Lu Fan met her gaze, his heart skipped a beat. Exquisite she was, yet her eyes bore no trace of humanity. They were empty, detached, as if surveying a mere assemblage of inconsequential insects. The look she cast was akin to glancing at a stone by the roadside. In the next heartbeat, his system panel erupted with frantic notifications. Lines of bold, crimson warnings flashed before his eyes, nearly blinding him. Warning: ultra-high specification unknown life form detected. Threat level. Analysis failed. Unable to decipher. Host, please evacuate immediately. Lu Fan thought, I damn well want to run too. But there's only one exit, and it's blocked. Just as he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, the bespectacled man in front of the altar appeared as if he had seen a long-lost father. No, even more cherished. With a thud, he prostrated himself, trembling with fervor, his voice contorted with a delirious adulation. I welcome my lord. I welcome the descent of the source god. He raised his head, his face a mask of frenzied worship, extending his hand as if to touch the woman's toes. My lord, your loyal servant. But his words remained unspoken. The woman in imperial robes, suspended in the air, finally exhibited a flicker of response. She merely cast a fleeting glance at the bespectacled man. In an instant, her glass-like golden pupils transformed into a crystalline shade of icy blue. No movement, no sound preceded an explosive surge of invisible, pure energy that erupted with tremendous force. The fervor etched on the bespectacled man's face froze instantly. His body, beginning with his fingertips, disintegrated inch by inch into the finest dust. Not a single scream escaped his lips as he was utterly erased from existence. A gust of wind swept through, leaving no trace behind. Lu Fan's pupils constricted sharply. What the hell? Instant kill. A being that appears more formidable than Zhou Heng has just been dispatched? What manner of entity is this woman? The remaining Source God-S followers were equally dumbfounded. How could the deity they revered annihilate their own bishop? Before they could comprehend the situation, the woman in imperial robes slowly raised her hand. She parted her lips, emitting a shrill cry that transcended the bounds of human sound, a wail that seemed capable of tearing apart souls. With a resounding thrum, the entire underground cavern quaked violently. The temperature in the air plummeted to freezing levels. In the next moment, centering around her, hundreds of razor-sharp ice spikes materialized out of thin air. Each glimmered with a deadly, ethereal blue light, densely packed, obscuring the sky. Then, indiscriminately, they shot forth in all directions. Ah, no, my lord. Why? The cloaked followers of the Source God were the first to bear the brunt. They scarcely had time to raise any defenses before countless ice spikes pierced through them, pinning their bodies to the ground, the walls, and the ruins of the altar. In an instant, the space transformed into a forest of ice sculptures. Retreat. Quick retreat. What in the world is this monstrosity? On the other side, Xiao Zhan's forces found themselves within the range of the assault. The soldiers screamed and scrambled toward the sole exit, but the speed of the ice spikes was relentless. Thud! Thud! Blood blossomed as screams echoed in a cacophony. Xiao Zhan was fiercely shielded by two guards, dragging him backward. The area surrounding the altar was cleared in an instant. The closest to the chaos. Lu Fan felt his scalp tingle. This is an AoE skill. It doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. With a sudden surge of determination, he propelled himself forward, weaving frantically through the deluge of ice spikes. Clang, clang, clang. Those he could not evade, he braced against with the curve of his bow. Each impact sent tremors through his arms, the force akin to that of a heavy sniper rifle. His LV-4 physical prowess was pushed to its utmost limit. Yet, the ice spikes were limitless. Thud! One narrowly grazed a shoulder, unleashing a cascade of blood. The bone-chilling cold seeped into his very being. Lufan's movements faltered for a split second. Damn it, if this continues, I'll end up like a pincushion. With a steely gaze, he resolved that evasion was futile. He would have to fight back. He abruptly halted, pivoting to face the storm of ice, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. The energy within him surged into the recurved bow. An arrow, unprecedented and solidified to near blackness, formed upon the string. However, just as he prepared to release it, the silver-haired woman in midair swayed slightly, and the myriad ice spikes abruptly ceased their assault. The cerulean light in her eyes swiftly faded, reverting to a hollow, glass-like golden hue. In that instant, she resembled a marionette with severed strings, her body slackening as she plummeted from midair. Just as her consciousness slipped away, a thunderous rumble erupted. The entire subterranean space began to tremble violently. Above, countless massive rocks, accompanied by a howling wind, cascaded down. The walls and ground fissured with terrifying cracks. This place was about to collapse. Lufan, quick run, came Xiao Zhan's urgent shout from the passageway. Lufan had barely begun to move when suddenly, the system panel before his eyes reappeared. This time, it was not a warning, but a notification that left him momentarily stunned. Ding! High compatibility, unknown source detected. Entity, Songyue. Status, dormant. Rating, 99. Favorability, 0. Immediately, a new prompt emerged. Do you wish to initiate force binding? Warning. Binding this source will continuously attract high-tier ice monsters. Note. Upon successful activation, the host will receive enhancements. Attracting ice monsters? Damn, isn't this akin to carrying a mobile boss magnet? Wherever I go, monsters will spawn. Isn't this just upping the ante for me? The risk was enormous. Yet, high risks yield high rewards. A rating of 99, such a high evaluation had never been bestowed by the system before. Moreover, she was evidently connected to the source energy core, perhaps even related to my system. To not stake this bet would be unmanly. Furthermore, such a level of power and beauty must belong to me. A favorability of 0? That's inconsequential. I possess ample means to elevate you to 100. This thought flickered through Lufan's mind. At that moment, a thunderous crash resounded as a boulder the size of a truck smashed into the rocks beside him, sending dust swirling into the air. There was no time to hesitate. Binding, Lufan propelled himself forward with explosive force, launching himself like an arrow shot from a bow. He deftly dodged falling boulders, sprinting across the collapsing ground at breakneck speed. His target, the breathtaking figure that was descending. Just before the woman hit the ground, Lufan leapt, securing her in his embrace. In his arms, she felt as cold as ice yet remarkably soft, as light as a feather, as if he were cradling a cloud. A crisp scent, reminiscent of the peaks of snow-capped mountains, wafted into his nostrils. Lufan looked down at the woman in his arms. Her eyes were tightly shut, long silver lashes fluttering like delicate fans in the gentle breeze. The once terrifying and frenzied expression on her flawless face was now replaced by a heart-wrenching vulnerability and serenity. The fierce demoness of destruction had transformed into a sleeping beauty. The contrast was astounding. Her beauty was simply otherworldly, surpassing all the women he had ever encountered. Gu, Qingsheng, Lin Ruoxi, Suya, they were exquisite in their own right, yet they paled in comparison to her. This was truly a divine treasure. Chapter 124. The goddess is an incarnation of disaster. The ground trembled violently behind him, accompanied by the cacophony of a crumbling mountain. The entire underground passage was engulfed in the chaos, completely buried. Lufan, cradling the icy, delicate body, bolted out of the tunnel without looking back. The blinding spotlight instantly enveloped him. Lufan, Xiao Zhan's voice was laced with the relief of having survived. The few remaining soldiers beside him appeared disheveled, their expressions vacant. When they caught sight of the silver-haired woman in Lufan's arms, they were rendered speechless. Where did she come from? You're holding. Just as Xiao Zhan began to inquire, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of Tianhu Base. The sound was sharp and urgent, resonating with a soul-shaking intensity, echoing through every corner of the base. On the command building, all alarm lights flashed frantically, casting a blood-red glow that drained the color from every face. Tianhu Base was under the highest-level invasion alert. It signified a crisis potent enough to annihilate the entire base. Xiao Zhan staggered, nearly collapsing. He seized the walkie-talkie from a nearby communication soldier with such force that the young soldier nearly toppled over. Radar station. Respond. What on earth is happening? He bellowed hoarsely. The walkie-talkie crackled with static. A trembling voice, laced with tears and overwhelming fear, broke through intermittently. General, the radar screen is filled with red dots. Countless. Monsters are approaching us from all directions across the icy plains. We are surrounded. General, we are utterly encircled. This is a tide of monsters, an unprecedented tide. The communication soldier's voice finally shattered into a desperate wail. A tide of monsters. These two words struck the hearts of every surviving soldier like a hammer. The color drained from their faces in an instant. It's over. Completely over. Just a few ice monsters could obliterate an armed squad. What could Tianhu Base possibly do against a torrent of thousands, even tens of thousands of ice monsters? As despair cloaked everyone in silence. Lufan's mind was pierced by the system's warning, more jarring than the external alarm. Warning, warning. Due to the forced binding of the high-tier source entity, Sangyue, an ultra-spec energy beacon has been established, attracting all ice monster units within a 30-kilometer radius. The first wave of the monster tide is expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Threat level, extinction level. Lufan, damn it. It truly is a mobile boss magnet. I've just initiated the binding, and before I've even warmed up, it's already drawing monsters from the entire map. Lufan glanced down at the slumbering Sangyue in his arms. Her exquisite visage radiated tranquility and peace, as if the chaos of the outside world had no bearing on her. This woman was undeniably a walking disaster. Lufan lifted his gaze, fixing his piercing stare on the dazed Xiao Zhan. His voice was frigid, devoid of any warmth. General Xiao. Xiao Zhan snapped back to reality, gazing at him in bewilderment. Do you wish to live? Lufan's words pierced the ears of everyone present like an icy spear. What? Live? This is a tide of monsters. A flicker of disbelief crossed Xiao Zhan's eyes, but more so. There was a frenzied glimmer of hope akin to a drowning man clutching at driftwood. Lufan, do you mean? Lufan interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for dissent. What I mean is I can stop them. He stepped closer to Xiao Zhan, still cradling Sangyue. However, I have my price. From this moment on, all steel reserves of Tianhu Base belong to me. Immediately, without delay, with a cold curve gracing the corners of Lufan's lips, he declared, otherwise. In 15 minutes, we shall feed the monsters together. The surrounding soldiers fixed him with glares of both fury and fear. Even at such a critical juncture, he dared to extort them. Yet, none dared to utter a word, for Lufan's gaze conveyed that he was not jesting. Xiao Zhan's hands trembled with visible veins. His intense stare locked on a Lufan, his chest heaving violently. Steel was the lifeblood of the base, the very foundation for repairing walls and manufacturing weapons. Surrendering it would be akin to undermining the Tianhu Base itself. However, he glanced at the ashen faces of the soldiers, listening to the increasingly desperate alarms echoing from the sky. If they did not acquiesce, they would not survive even 15 minutes. One side presented a void of uncertainty for the future, while the other loomed with imminent destruction. Was there truly a choice? After a long silence, Xiao Zhan seemed to be drained of all strength, loosening his tightly clenched fist. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, resolved to forge ahead with a sense of irrevocable determination. Very well, he uttered through gritted teeth. I comply. Shen Gong. Xiao Zhan abruptly turned, bellowing at the guard behind him. Convey my orders. From this moment forth, the entire army shall heed Lufan's every command. Whatever he desires, grant it to him. Escort him to the Tianfeng steel factory. Immediately, startled, Chun Gang shivered at the intensity of the command, yet his duty as a soldier left no room for hesitation. Yes, General. Lufan's expression remained inscrutable, as though everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Cradling Sangyu, he pivoted and strode purposefully toward the nearby behemoth. The 100-ton king. Keep up, he icily instructed Chen Gang, who followed in his wake. Lufan opened the car door, carefully placing Sangyu onto the passenger seat. With a supple leather, seemed to lull her into a deeper slumber. He settled in the driver's seat and issued commands via the intercom. Suya, Ruoshi, remain here to assist Xiao Zhan. Protect yourselves. Received. Understood. In the next moment, a low growl emanated from the 100-ton king's engine, akin to a colossal beast awakening. Under Chang Gang's astonished gaze, this formidable machine swung its head and charged toward the steel factory with reckless abandon. The military trucks hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, In the darkest corner of the Tianhu base's shanty town, Gao Xiang huddled within a frigid metal shack, his body marred with wounds. The pain of his injuries paled in comparison to the bitterness festering within his heart. Lu Fan. Once again, it was Lu Fan. He had stolen his wife, and now, even his last glimmer of hope, young Master Zhou Hong, lay shattered by Lu Fan's hand. Why? Jealousy and hatred gnawed at his soul. Just then, a hoarse voice resonated behind him. Do you seek vengeance? Gao Xiang whirled around. A tall figure clad in a black robe had appeared. The observer who had filmed him with a DV camera. Do you wish to tear that man apart? The cloaked figure stepped closer, the shadow of the hood concealing eyes that sparkled with temptation. Do you yearn to seize everything he possesses? Gao Xiang's breath quickened, his gaze locked onto the figure, filled with mad desire. Who are you? The cloaked figure offered no reply, but extended a gnarled hand. In its palm lay a syringe filled with a viscous dark golden liquid, identical to what Zhou Hong had injected. The divine's blessing, your sole opportunity for revenge. Accept it, and you shall gain power that surpasses that man. Refuse it, and you will rot like a maggot, dying here. The voice of the cloaked figure was laced with an alluring power. Gao Xiang's eyes were fixated on the vial. He recalled Shun Yuehua's smiling face, Lu Fan's condescending gaze, and the humiliation of being trampled upon. Why should it be so? I want it. Gao Xiang roared, snatching the syringe and plunging it into his neck. He forcefully injected the dark golden liquid into his body. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his throat. His body convulsed violently, bones cracking in a painful cacophony as he grotesquely contorted and grew. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, howling. He was undergoing a transformation more excruciating than death itself. The cloaked figure watched silently, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Excellent. Go forth. My most perfect creation. Immerse yourself in that grand purification and fulfill your mission. Boom! A level 2 frost demon burst forth from around the corner. A dazzling line of fire descended from the heavens, instantly shredding it into a cloud of flesh. The 6-barreled Vulcan cannon atop, the 100-ton king, emitted wisps of smoke. Lu Fan whistled, delightful. Behind him, Chun Gang and his remaining subordinates sat in the jolting truck, their jaws nearly dislodged. The menacing 6-barreled cannon, the sheer destructive power. This was a mobile fortress of war. Chun Gang swallowed hard, beginning to comprehend the general's choice. With a thunderous rumble, the 100-ton king barreled through the narrow streets, effortlessly crushing every obstacle in its path. The steel factory loomed in the distance, but Lu Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. He could distinctly sense the ground trembling beneath the advancing frost demons. The tide of darkness was drawing near. At last, the 5 characters spelling Tianfeng Steel Factory came into view. With a screech, the 100-ton king executed a drift, halting abruptly before the factory's imposing gates. You all guard outside. Lu Fan commanded Tiangang. Until I emerge, no one is permitted to approach. Understood. Chun Gang immediately established a defensive perimeter with his men outside the factory. Lu Fan drove the 100-ton king and rammed through the heavy iron gates of the steel factory. Boom! A vast expanse filled with steel and iron ore unfolded before him. A ravenous glint ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. System. Absorb. He slammed his hand down on the red button on the control panel. Resource recovery mode activated, commencing absorption of metal resources. However, at that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated from the direction of the base's outer walls. A sound so profound it threatened to shatter the very soul. It was not an explosion. It was a collision. The entire steel factory, along with the 100-ton king beneath him, trembled violently in that instant. The rust and dust from the factory's ceiling began to rain down. Lu Fan's heart sank. Damn. They arrived swiftly. Chapter 125, Racing Against Time. Hurrying to the rescue. On the western wall of Tianhu Base. Boom, boom, boom. The 30-meter-tall alloy wall wailed in distress. At the horizon loomed an ominous tide of darkness, relentless and frenzied, crashing forward. As far as the eye can see, it is a sea of ice demons, clawing ice fiends, colossal ice giants, and even the towering frost warlords resembling small mountains. Open fire. Strike with all your might. On the command tower, Xiao Zhan's voice is turned hoarse. Every fire point atop the city wall roars in unison. Bullets rain down like a torrential deluge, and shells explode into gory bursts of flesh and smoke. Yet it is futile. The sheer number of ice demons is overwhelming. They tread upon the mountain of their fallen comrades, and have already reached the top of the city wall. Roar! A frost warlord surges up the wall, its massive bone blade sweeping down. A machine gun nest is cleaved in half, along with its operators. Hold your ground. An officer rushes forward, weapon in hand, firing at the bone armor, sparks flying as the bullets ricochet. In a swift motion, the Frost Warlord swipes down, and the officer's head is severed. More and more ice demons ascend. A melee erupts. The wails of humanity intertwine with the roars of ice demons. "General, we're running low on ammunition." A radio operator cries as he rushes in. The western wall is about to collapse. The southern wall is failing too. At most 10 minutes, the defense line will completely crumble. Xiao Zhan's body swayed. 10 minutes. Lu Fan, how much longer will you take? Tian Foam Steel Plant. Ding. Steel reserves have reached 320 tons. Upgrade conditions met. Shall we immediately upgrade the 100-ton King to LV5? Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Finally, upgrade. Upgrade at once. Upgrading. Estimated time, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Lu Fan listened to the distant sounds of gunfire dwindling, his brow furrowing in anxiety. The defense line cannot hold out that long. Just then, a roar erupted. Boom! An explosion resounded outside the steel plant. Qin Gang's furious shout rang out. What is that? Open fire. Hot, 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 hot. Gunfire erupted, only to cease abruptly. A few brief screams followed. Something has gone awry. Lu Fan turned sharply. A massive, dark figure crawled in slowly. It was a mutated ice demon in the form of a scorpion, over 10 meters long. 8 segmented limbs glided across the ground, leaving frost-laden trails. Its barbed tail arched high, the venomous stinger glimmering with an eerie blue light. A pair of enormous compound eyes fixated intently on Lu Fan. No, it was fixated on the sleeping Songyu in the passenger seat. Ding! Detected LV-4 mutated ice demon. Threat level high. Another level 4? It seems I'm being underestimated. Damn it. Lu Fan cursed under his breath. Of all times, the 100-ton King is upgrading, making it a sitting duck. Creak. The scorpion demon emitted a sharp shriek, its hind legs propelling it forward, its massive body charged like an out-of-control heavy truck, colliding violently. Those enormous pincers, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, crashed toward the cabin. Lu Fan seized a recurved bow and kicked the door open. In the split second before the pincer struck, he leapt out. Boom! The cabin door was smashed inward. That was close. Lu Fan rolled on the ground, creating distance. The scorpion demon, having missed its strike, swung its barbed tail like a fatal shadow. With a sharp whoosh, it silently lunged for Lu Fan's back. Not looking back, Lu Fan dove to the side. Swoosh! The venomous stinger grazed his back, embedding itself in the concrete floor. A vast expanse of frost rapidly spread across the ground. Damn! It moved so fast. Lu Fan quickly sprang to his feet, navigating rapidly between the steel beams of the factory. Xiao Zhan's men won't last long. A swift resolution is imperative. However, this beast carapace is infuriatingly tough. Its only weakness lies in those massive compound eyes. A clean shot is necessary. Lu Fan feigned a left dodge. His body, however, twisted sharply at the last moment, slowing him just enough. Whoosh! The scorpion's tail wind nearly grazed his scalp. The chilling air it stirred left half his face numb. The scorpion demon's enormous body stiffened for a fleeting moment due to its own force. Now's my chance. Lu Fan did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, sliding beneath the scorpion demon's belly. He emerged on the other side, half kneeling on the ground, swiftly knocking an arrow. The entire motion was fluid and graceful. The scorpion demon's massive form couldn't pivot in time. You foul creature. Lu Fan let out a low growl. All the power of LV-4 surged into the bowstring. An arrow of pure, concentrated black energy formed upon the bowstring. The arrowhead pulsed with the essence of destruction. Whoosh! The bowstring twanged. The black arrow transformed into a blur, striking precisely into the scorpion demon's enormous compound eye. The entire shaft embedded itself within. Hiss! The scorpion demon's movements froze abruptly. Its colossal form stood still. In the next moment, boom! A deep, resonant explosion emanated from within its head. The scorpion demon's entire skull erupted. Dark green blood and shattered carapace mixed with brain matter, splattering everywhere. The massive headless corpse collapsed. Lu Fan did not spare a glance, swiftly turning back to the 100-ton King. Upgrade countdown. 15 minutes, 34 seconds. Hurry up. Move faster. His fists clenched tightly in anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, outside the base's walls, boom! A tremendous sound. The western city wall was breached by countless ice demons, using their lives to force through a massive gap. Roar! An unending tide of demons surged into the base like a flood. The defense line has utterly collapsed. It's over. On the command tower, Xiao Zhan watched as the black tide of death engulfed his soldiers. His gaze dimmed entirely. "General, we must retreat," a guard shouted as he pulled at him. "Retreat?" Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly, pushing the guard away. He unsheathed the dagger at his waist. The blade glinted in the firelight. "Behind me are hundreds of thousands of my compatriots. Where else can I go?" He activated the all-frequency broadcast, his voice booming across the battlefield. "There are no reinforcements. Behind us are our parents, wives, and children. We have nowhere to retreat. Now I command, all who can still move, take up your weapons. Prepare." Xiao Zhan exerted all his strength to roar the final 4 words. "Charge towards me." In the ruins, those despairing soldiers were momentarily stunned. Then, one by one, their eyes glistened with resolve. They rose from the ground, picking up bayonets, shovels, even a brick. They adjusted their tattered uniforms, turning to face the all-consuming black tide. Their faces reflected only the calm acceptance of death. Inside the steel plant, within the communicator, the final, desperate roar of Xiao Zhan echoed. "Charge towards me." Following this command was the anguished cry of countless soldiers rushing towards their demise. "Kill! For the homeland!" The cacophony abruptly ceased, leaving only the chilling growls of the ice demon and the grotesque sounds of flesh being torn asunder. Lu Fan's fists clenched tightly, emitting a series of ominous cracks. He cast a glance at the control panel. Upgrade countdown. 14 minutes and 59 seconds. Damn it, there's no time to wait. Suya and the others are still out there. With a fierce determination, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and leapt back into the cockpit. He slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. Virum! The engine of the Titan roared to life. "Charge forward." Lu Fan's eyes blazed with a crimson fury. Boom! The colossal steel behemoth crashed through the opposite wall of the steel factory, racing towards the gap in the western wall. Chapter 126. That man has returned. Boom! A young soldier, clutching the last bundle of explosives, lunged towards a massive ice demon blocking the doorway. Flames engulfed everything. Flesh and ice shards mingled, scattering in all directions. The entrance was temporarily cleared, but it was merely a fleeting moment. More ice demons surged forth, treading on the melting corpses of their comrades. Hold the line for me." Xiao Zhan's voice had grown hoarse. The rifle in his hands had transformed into a mere stick. He could only use the butt of his weapon to strike down an ice demon attempting to scale the wall. Crack! The creature's head only lost a shard of ice. It shook its head, extending its claw to grasp Xiao Zhan's shoulder. With a sickening thrust, the claw sank deep into flesh. Xiao Zhan let out a muffled groan, retaliating by stabbing the ice demon's eye socket with his bayonet. The number of his companions dwindled around him, familiar faces collapsing into pools of blood, transforming into lifeless, cold corpses. Despair spread like a plague among the remaining soldiers. Roar! A more terrifying growl emanated from behind the tide of demons. A towering ice demon, over 5 meters tall and resembling a small mountain, shoved aside its kin. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble. Its enormous hands slammed against the base's alloy gates. Bang! A deafening crash ensued. The heavy alloy door was dented under the brutal force. Soldiers behind the door were thrown backward, spitting blood from the immense impact. "It's over." Xiao Zhan's heart sank to the depths of despair. This door would not withstand another assault. Once breached, the base would have no defenses left. He glanced back at the survivors cowering behind the barricades, elderly, women, children. Their faces were etched with terror and hopelessness. A glimmer of resolve flickered across Xiao Zhan's face. He discarded his rifle and picked up a blood-soaked bundle of explosives from the ground. This was the last one. He turned to look at the young officer, paralyzed by fear. Survive. With that, he hesitated no longer. Clutching the explosives, he charged towards the giant ice demon as it prepared to strike down with its second blow. He is Xiao Zhan. If he must die, let it be in the heat of battle. At that moment, whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air from the distant rear of the ice demon horde. The sound seemed to rend the chaotic battlefield asunder. A streak of darkness tore across the night sky. In stunned astonishment, Xiao Zhan watched as it accurately pierced the giant ice demon's forehead. Puffed. There was no explosion, just a faint sound akin to a watermelon being punctured. In the next instant, the gargantuan ice demon froze in place, its massive form shattering inch by inch, dissolving into a flurry of ice crystals that fell like snow. The battlefield fell silent. Both the desperate soldiers and the frenzied ice demons seemed to be frozen in time. Xiao Zhan stood there, clutching the explosives, rooted to the spot. Slowly, he lifted his gaze towards the direction from which the dark streak had come. Beyond the horde of ice demons, in the boundless expanse of black ocean, a thunderous rumble reverberated, drawing closer. A colossal black truck, resembling a mobile fortress, appeared in the sight of all. It surged forth like a steel beast emerging from hell, ruthlessly carving a bloody path through the impenetrable tide of demons. Countless ice demons were crushed beneath its massive frame. On the truck's roof, two fearsome, six-barrel Gatling guns whirled into action. Hot. Flames erupted. Shell casings rained down. With a terrifying firing rate of thousands of rounds per minute, a storm of metal swept through the air, shredding everything in the fan-shaped area ahead into mere fragments. Amidst the roaring firepower, a silhouette stood proudly. Clad in a poised stance, he wielded a black recurved bow. His form as upright as a pine tree. With each draw of the bowstring, a dark energy arrow shot forth, and with each release, an elite ice demon, deemed formidable by the soldiers, was precisely struck down. It flowed effortlessly, as if not engaged in a brutal war, but rather partaking in an elegant hunt in one's backyard. It was Lu Fan. He had returned. The surge of renewed strength instantly drained away. The explosives in Xiao Zhan's hands fell to the ground with a dull thud. He gazed at the familiar figure, at the rampaging steel beast. An indescribable wave of emotion surged within him, causing his eyes to well with tears. It was Lu Fan. His brother had returned. We are saved. We are saved. On the battlefield, the remaining soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers of survival. The despair that had weighed heavily upon the moments before was swept away in an instant. Morale soared to new heights. An elderly soldier, tears streaming down his face, hastily reloaded the scorching machine gun. Fire! For the love of God, fire! Clear a path for Brother Lu Fan. The firepower on the battlefield intensified once more. The Titan was unstoppable. It barreled forward, relentlessly closing the distance to the base gate. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Lu Fan could even see Xiao Zhan's face, contorted with emotion. However, the ice demons were simply too numerous. Endless. As if the entirety of the world's ice demons had converged here. The Titan's advance began to slow, as more and more ice demons, frenzied and unafraid of death, surged forth. They utilized their bodies, their claws, and every conceivable resource to obstruct the advance of the steel behemoth. 1 layer, 2 layers, 10 layers. Countless ice demons congregated around the hulking form of the 100-ton king, creating a grotesque mound composed of both corpses and living creatures. Boom! Lu Fan shot an arrow that exploded an ice demon attempting to climb aboard. He looked down, his brow furrowed tightly. The wheels were stuck. The vehicle emitted a lament of overwhelming burden, as the C-class armor plates were scraped by innumerable claws, producing a disconcerting screech. The firing range of the fire god cannon was also largely obstructed by the mountain of ice demon corpses. The 100-ton king resembled a colossal beast ensnared in a quagmire, possessing formidable power, yet rendered immobile. The incessant annoyance of grass and flies was maddening. In the next moment, more ice demons surged from all directions like an overwhelming tide. The view from atop the vehicle was swiftly occupied by snarling monsters. The massive black truck and its imposing silhouette were instantaneously engulfed by that dark, despondent ocean, vanishing from sight. Lu Fan, Xiao Zhan's voice rang out, tremulous and incredulous. The cheers that had just ignited on the battlefield abruptly ceased. The smiles on the faces of the soldiers froze in an instant, replaced by an even deeper sense of terror and unease. Was their soul hope truly extinguished? Chapter 127. The 100-ton king upgrades. Creak, creak. The body of the 100-ton king groaned in agony. Countless claws of ice demons frantically scraped against the C-class armor, sending a shower of blinding sparks into the air. Crack. The bulletproof glass in front of the driver's cabin finally succumbed to the pressure, developing a spiderweb-like crack. Warning. Structural integrity decreased to 87. Warning. Left tire assembly damaged. Warning. 7 external surveillance cameras destroyed. Inside the cabin, the shrill blaring of alarms threatened to rattle the very heavens. Lu Fan's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. Damn, this has gone awry. He gazed at the screen, where a dense cluster of red dots signified the presence of ice demons. They had completely encased themselves in a tinfoil cocoon. The firing range of the fire god cannon was entirely obstructed, and the wheels were immobilized by the corpses and living beings. Lu Fan drew a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Conventional methods were futile. The armor would not withstand for long, unless... His gaze fell upon the upgrade interface. Ding! Upgrade complete. The 100-ton king is now at level LV5. Armor strength increased to B class, capable of withstanding continuous bombardment from main battle tank cannons. Host's physical attributes enhanced to LV5. In the next moment, a powerful tremor coursed through the 100-ton king. Inside the driver's cabin, all alarms fell silent. On the surveillance screen, the terrifying claw marks inflicted by the ice demons were visibly vanishing at an astonishing rate. No, not vanishing. They were reforming. The black alloy armor plates emitted a deep metallic grinding sound. They writhed and thickened. The surface even revealed a more intricate honeycomb structure. The body, previously dented, was forcibly restored by an unseen force. The contours of the vehicle became more fluid and aggressive. The entire truck visibly enlarged. A wave of warmth, more potent than ever before, coursed through Lu Fan's body. He could even hear the cracking of his bones, becoming harder than steel. His muscle fibers tightened like steel cables. He felt his strength double. A single punch could shatter a wall. New feature, module upgrade, can enhance activated special modules. Lu Fan's eyes gleamed. There's more. Without hesitation, he promptly selected module upgrade. Upgradable modules, weaponry LV1, Eagle Eye Reconnaissance System LV1. Upgrade the weaponry. To upgrade weaponry to LV2 requires 200 tons of steel, 1 special biological core. Upgrade. Ding. Weaponry upgraded to LV2. Attached weapon fire God M134 Gatling cannon has automatically upgraded to the Inferno Gatling cannon. New ammunition type unlocked. High explosive armor piercing incendiary shells. Here it comes. A cruel smile curled upon Lu Fan's lips. He raised his gaze towards the ice demons that, after being knocked back, recklessly surged forward once more. The game was about to end. He pressed the fire button. Roar. 2 brand new, thicker-barreled Inferno Gatlings began to rotate slowly. This time, the rapid-fire sound was replaced by 2 deafening roars that made hearts skip a beat. Boom! Boom! 2 torrents of destruction. No longer mere bullets, but composed of countless high-explosive warheads, surged forth. This was no longer a metal storm. It was a moving wall of death woven from flames and explosions. Within the fan-shaped area, the hundreds of ice demons at the forefront had no time to react. In an instant, they were shredded, detonated, and transformed into a storm of ice shards and flames. 1 second, merely 1 second, a vast, still-burning vacuum was cleared before the 100-ton king. On the base's walls, Xiao Zhan and all the remaining soldiers stood in stunned silence. They gaped dumbfounded at the 2 cataclysmic tongues of fire. Their minds were blank. What weapon is this? Did they somehow fit a Katyusha rocket launcher onto a truck? Lu Fan did not pause. He maneuvered the 100-ton king, slowly turning around. The 2 tongues of death followed suit, tracing a magnificent arc wherever they passed. Not a blade of grass remained. The tide of ice demons was evaporated and erased as if sliced through butter by a heated knife. The once despair-inducing black ocean was rapidly dissolving at an unfathomable speed. 20 minutes later, the sounds of gunfire on the battlefield had entirely ceased. Only the crackling of burning flames remained, along with distant ice demons, few and far between, fleeing in a panic. Lu Fan casually shot a few arrows, pinning them to the ground. The battlefield fell silent. The air was thick with a peculiar scent of melting ice mixed with smoke. Lu Fan jumped from the vehicle, stepping onto the soft ground, a mixture of ice debris and scorched earth. He surveyed the fruits of his labor, nodding in satisfaction. This was the firepower that the apocalypse demanded. Lu Fan's brother, Xiao Zhan, accompanied by a throng of officers, scrambled down from the battleground. He dashed before Lu Fan, his lips trembling with excitement, eyes rimmed with red. He yearned to articulate something, yet words eluded him. Ultimately, this stalwart man simply patted Lu Fan's shoulder with a heavy hand, his voice hoarse. "Thank you, brother. I owe you a life for the Tianhu base." Just as Lu Fan was about to retort, urging him to dispense with such sentiments and expedite the transfer of ownership for the steel mill, a sudden furrow creased his brow. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward a certain direction within the base. There, a chilling aura pierced through the air. A searing conflagration blazed forth, and an overwhelming presence of savagery and madness, a chaotic and sinister essence, surged forth. 3 forces were colliding violently. Suya, Lin Ruashi? Were they engaged in combat? Lu Fan's expression darkened instantaneously. Without uttering another word, he pivoted and strode toward the vehicle. "Hey, brother Lu Fan, where are you going?" Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, hastily calling out, "We still need to clean up the battlefield." Lu Fan did not glance back. The external conflict had ceased. It was now time to tidy up the debris within the confines of the base. He leaped into the driver's seat. Roar! The engine of the Titan roared to life again, reverberating like thunder. Under the astonished gaze of Xiao Zhan and the soldiers, this steel behemoth, having just saved everyone, executed a violent drift, crashing through the already precarious gates of the base, barreling into the chaotic shantytown within. Chapter 128. God? No, you are merely scum. The shantytown lay in ruins. Temporary structures were violently torn apart, debris strewn about. Fragments of ice walls, scorch marks from flames, mingled with a nauseating aura of malevolence. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the Titan bulldozed through a crumbling wall, coming to a rough halt in the midst of the battlefield. Its engines roared, drowning out all else. The survivors scuttled in fright, cowering on the ground, too terrified to make a sound. The battlefield fell eerily silent. Lu Fan did not even exit the vehicle. His gaze pierced through the windshield, locking onto the scene ahead. Suya appeared pale, blood at her lips. The ice wall before her had just coalesced, only to be obliterated by a surge of dark energy. Lin Ruashi was propped up on her knees, her chest heaving violently. The flames at her fingertips flickered erratically, a clear sign that she was nearing her limit. Opposite them, a creature nearly 2.5 meters tall, with a sickly greenish-black hue and spines protruding grotesquely from its body, stood with arms crossed, a twisted smirk plastered across its face. Have the two beauties run out of strength? Gao Xiang's forked tongue licked his lips. Do not struggle. Submit to me, become my goddess, and I promise to grant you pleasures beyond imagination. He reveled in the thrill of toying with them. Witnessing the once proud women reduced to a pitiful state brought him immense satisfaction. With a whoosh, the door of the Titan slid open. Lu Fan leaped out of the vehicle. Gao Xiang's triumphant laughter was abruptly cut off. He slowly turned his head, his face, adorned with eerie black markings, contorting into a grotesque grin. Lu Fan, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for a long time. He flung his arms wide, showcasing his newly acquired form. Look at me. Behold the gift of divinity. Witness this perfect power. To me, you are not but a mere insect, easily crushed. His words caught in his throat as his gaze fixated beyond Lu Fan, landing on the open car door. Shen Yuehua leaned against the door, her complexion ashen. Gao Xiang's malevolent expression transformed instantly into a fervent, possessive longing. Yuehua, my Yuehua, come here. He extended his hand, his tone a mix of command and entreaty. Come see. Look at your husband now. I have become a god. I can protect you. I can give you everything. Shen Yuehua stared at the grotesque figure before her. Hearing that familiar yet alien voice, her stomach churning. No, this is not him. The man who spoke of art is dead. The creature before me is merely a repulsive monster. Fear, revulsion, and a deep-seated disappointment engulfed her in an instant. She emitted a short, piercing scream, recoiling into the car. In the next moment, she, like one grasping a lifeline, dashed from the vehicle, desperately clutching Lu Fan's arm, her entire body trembling. Gao Xiang's outstretched hand froze midair, his fervor instantly solidifying, then shattering inch by inch. He saw it. He saw it clearly. Shen Yuehua cowered behind Lu Fan, regarding him with a disdain one reserves for refuse and disease. In her gaze, there was no trace of affection left, only the purest, most extreme revulsion and terror. No. No. The last thread of sanity in Gao Xiang's mind snapped. Why? Why? He pointed at Lu Fan, roaring madly at Shen Yuehua. I am your husband. You dare hide behind this robber. You wretched woman. Lu Fan furrowed his brows, not bothering to glance back at Gao Xiang. He walked straight to Suya and Lin Ruashi. Are you injured? Suya shook head. I'm a bit drained, but I won't die. Lin Ruashi gasped, casting him a glare. It's fortunate you arrived. This monster is like a rabid dog, fast and tough. Lu Fan extended his hand, gently wiping a smudge of dirt from Lin Ruashi's cheek. The motion was light and natural. You've worked hard. Go rest in the car. This gesture in Gao Xiang's eyes was more maddening than 1,000 curses. Ignored, completely, utterly disregarded, he endured unimaginable agony to gain divine power, all to avenge past grievances. Yet this man couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. He felt as if he were trash on the roadside. Gao Xiang emitted a beastly roar. Lu Fan, I will kill you. I will turn you into minced meat. Your women, and Shen Yuehua, they are all mine. I will make them kneel and watch as you die like a dog at my feet. Lu Fan finally turned slowly, regarding the frenzied Gao Xiang. In his eyes, only a chilling, murderous intent remained. I gave you a chance, yet you proved useless. Lu Fan's voice was soft. In the next moment, he moved, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. He vanished into thin air. Gao Xiang's pupils constricted. So fast. He could not perceive the motion at all. A deadly sense of crisis erupted within him. He roared, channeling all his strength into his claws, wildly swinging at the indistinct shadow ahead. Gao Xiang instantly curled up like a fully cooked shrimp. His eyes bulged, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. He felt as though his insides had been turned into a slurry. In the next moment, Lu Fan released his grip and delivered a knee strike to his chin. Crack! Gao Xiang's head jerked back in an unnatural arc, his entire body propelled as if struck by a freight train. Like a cannonball, he was sent hurtling away. Boom! His body crashed into a two-story building, the walls collapsing with a thunderous roar, dust and debris soaring into the sky. Lu Fan shook his hand and stepped into the cloud of dust. Amidst the ruins, Gao Xiang struggled to rise. His arms twisted grotesquely, rendered useless. A terrifying concave crater marred his chest, and black blood mixed with chunks of his innards flowed incessantly from his mouth. How could this be? He looked up at the approaching demonic figure, his eyes filled with incomprehensible horror. He had become a god. Why, in the presence of this man, was he still so utterly powerless? Lu Fan squatted before him, disdain etched on his features. Pathetic. Even transformed into a monster, you remain worthless. He reached out, as one might pat a dog, and smacked Gao Xiang's face, which was barely recognizable as human. In your next life, may you be born into a better fate. Do not covet what does not belong to you. With that, he exerted force with his palm. Bang! The skull burst apart, red and white splattering everywhere. In the final second before Gao Xiang's consciousness sank into eternal darkness, he saw, not far off, Xin Yuehua, Suya, Lin Ruoshi, and that Gu Qingqing. They were watching Lu Fan, their eyes devoid of fear or panic, filled instead with an overwhelming, almost overflowing reverence, infatuation, and absolute reassurance. So this, he realized, was the true embodiment of strength. Lu Fan stood up, casting not even a glance at the corpse beneath him. He turned to summon the women to the vehicle. Suddenly, a pale blue light screen appeared before him. Ding! Detected target individual, Xin Yuehua's mental state assessed as absolute submission. Please complete the binding of the illustration as soon as possible to activate the special module, Ecological Garden. Lu Fan gazed at the system interface, somewhat bewildered. Was this truly absolute submission? Had the favorability rating skyrocketed to 100? I haven't even addressed the main issue yet. Has his progress bar shot up like a rocket? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's no wonder. Being an artist, her thought processes are intricate and convoluted. My recent display of sheer brutality must have struck a peculiar chord within her. A dimensional suppression, indeed. Well, it seems the binding ceremony can be expedited tonight. He tucked his thoughts away and glanced around the ruins. Chun Gang, accompanied by several soldiers, scrambled over, each gaze fixed on him as if he were a living deity from a myth. Brother Lu Fan. Chun Gang's voice trembled as he handed over a heavy military bag. This contains all the crystal cores we collected. Lu Fan accepted it, weighing it in his hand. It was quite substantial. Upon opening it, he found hundreds of colorful crystal cores, some emitting distinctly different energy fluctuations, special crystal cores. A bountiful harvest, indeed. Lu Fan, satisfied, stowed the bag away. Where is Xiaozhan? He inquired casually. Chun Gang's excitement instantly faded, his voice subdued. The general has sustained severe injuries. The doctor said, it doesn't look good. The makeshift hospital was a cacophony of mingled scents of blood and antiseptic, overwhelming to the senses, filled with the groans of the wounded. Lu Fan quickly spotted Xiaozhan lying in the innermost part, resembling a mummy, his body wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. His square face was as pale as paper. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Xiaozhan's eyes flickered with a spark of hope as he struggled to sit up. Don't move, Lu Fan said, stepping forward to press down on his shoulder. Are you eager to meet the King of Hell? Xiaozhan managed a bitter smile, gasping like a wheezing bellows. Brother Lu Fan. He looked at Lu Fan, his eyes brimming with gratitude, admiration, and an unmistakable sense of helplessness. This time, I owe you my life. Without you, the Tianhu base would have been lost. Lu Fan pulled up a chair, choosing not to engage with this acknowledgement. After a moment of silence, Xiaozhan suddenly fixed his gaze on Lu Fan, despair evident in his eyes. I may not last much longer. This base, these 100,000 survivors, he grasped Lu Fan's hand tightly, summoning every ounce of strength. I want to entrust them to you. Lu Fan chuckled. What a grand gesture. You're entrusting me with a legacy? I am here to be a bandit, not a sage. If I'm tied down with endless meetings and petty disputes, how can I focus on developing new illustrations? Lu Fan shook his head vigorously. No, please don't. I have my own matters to attend to. I cannot take on this mess. He pointed outside towards a monstrous vehicle, casually rambling. See that ancestor of mine? It's a mobile disaster waiting to erupt, freezing this place at any moment. I need to keep an eye on her and prepare to flee. I can't be your nanny. The light in Xiaozhan's eyes dimmed instantly, as if the very essence of his resolve had been siphoned away. He slumped back against the bed, letting out a long sigh. Lu Fan observed his despondent demeanor with a twinge of annoyance. Damn it, I detest being indebted to others. In my past life, it was this man who saved me when I was being hunted. Though in this life, he remains oblivious. But Lu Fan remembered. Fine, consider it an investment. Who knows, I might still benefit from this base later on. Cursing inwardly, Lu Fan retrieved 2 Type 95 rifles from his storage space. The very one Xiao Zhan had gifted him earlier. With a sharp motion, he tossed one onto the adjacent hospital bed. These rifles are subpar. Chen Gang immediately bristled at the comment. Brother Lu Fan, this is our military standard equipment. Xiao Zhan also opened his eyes, looking at him with confusion. Lu Fan, uninterested in explanation, nodded toward Chen Gang. Don't believe me? Step outside and give it a try. Skeptical, Chen Gang picked up a rifle, only to have his hands suddenly drop under its weight. It's heavy, at least a third more than the standard rifle. He glanced down, and his pupils constricted in shock. The gun was no longer the familiar black paint, but instead displayed a deep metallic gray, adorned with bizarre dark golden patterns reminiscent of circuit board. It felt warm to the touch, as if energy coursed within. He stepped outside, aiming at a military truck that had been overturned. He took aim and pulled the trigger. Boom! That was the sound of a gunshot. That was the roar of artillery. The dull thud echoed, stopping hearts in their tracks. The terrifying recoil felt as if he had been rammed by a bull, sending Chen Gong staggering backward. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at the scene 100 meters away. A gaping hole the size of a basin was clearly visible in the thick steel plating of the military truck. At the edge of the pit, molten steel flowed like liquid, emitting a hissing sound, and the entire opening glowed a fiery red. A bullet had penetrated cleanly. It was a crushing breach. Chen Gang stood in a daze, loosening his grip, causing his gun to clatter to the ground. He pointed at the smoldering hole, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. What the hell? Inside the room, Xiao Zhan was supported to the doorway by a guard. Upon seeing the terrifying hole in the truck, he froze in shock. What on earth had happened? Lu Fan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. My ability can enhance weapons. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared at Lu Fan with the awe of witnessing a deity. The ability to enhance weapons? What kind of extraordinary power was this? Xiao Zhan's breath quickened. In his dim eyes, a fierce flame reignited. It was hope. The sole hope for the base's survival. Lu Fan, can you? Don't even think about it. Lu Fan interrupted directly. To enhance the entire arsenal would exhaust me on the spot. Observing the extinguished light in Xiao Zhan's eyes, Lu Fan altered his tone. However, he extended 3 fingers. In 3 days, I can assist you in enhancing a batch of core firepower. Handguns, rifles, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers. Enough for you to handle the next wave of monsters. Lu Fan met Xiao Zhan's gaze, his tone flat. Consider this as repaying you a favor. A favor? Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him. He recalled promising to deliver 2 Type 95 rifles to Lu Fan. Little did he know that such a trivial matter had been remembered by Lu Fan with such significance. That was quite generous. In an instant, Xiao Zhan's gaze towards Lu Fan was tinged with the warmth of camaraderie. Lu Fan, what about artillery, mortars, and tanks? Chapter 130 tonight, grant me a private tutorial. Xiao Zhan's eyes sparkled like 2,000-watt bulbs. Lu Fan, artillery, mortars, and tanks. Can those big fellows be enhanced too? He rubbed his hands together, a child's yearning for candy evident on his face. Lu Fan's lips twitched. Dream on. Not possible. He decisively shattered Xiao Zhan's illusions. Those big machines are too complex. My current abilities cannot manage them. If I could enhance tanks, I would already be out there uniting the world rather than wasting time here with you. The light in Xiao Zhan's face instantly dimmed. Yet, he quickly rallied himself. That's enough. Individual weapons are sufficient. He straightened his back sharply, snapping a crisp military salute. Lu Fan, the Tianhu base owes you. Whatever you desire, just say the word. Steel, crystal cores, take as much as you need. This was precisely what Lu Fan had been waiting for. All right, he was unreserved. Steal as much as you have. Crystal cores, all of them, especially the ones with strong energy fluctuations. Good. Xiao Songbeluvid to Shengong. Shengong. Transfer all the steel from the base to Tianfeng Steel Factory. Pack all the crystal core stocks immediately for Lu Fan. This matter is classified as top secret. Anyone who dares to speak out will be executed. Yes. Shengong Shutet, his veins bulging, looking at Lu Fan as if he were his own father. Watching from side, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Top secret? Here I am, driving a 100-ton king, Who could possibly stop me? Is secrecy even necessary? However, seeing the determination etched on Xiao Zhan's face, he nodded. All right, you handle it. After all, having more friends means more paths to tread. The beauty I aim to court in the future might just be in his base. Building rapport will facilitate my endeavors. Lu Fan returned to the 100-ton king. The door slid open with a whoosh. Oh, the savior has returned? Lin Ruoshi reclined in her chair, her complexion still pale. Yet her tongue remained sharp. Suya remained silent, casting a questioning glance laced with subtle concern. The confrontation with Gao Xiang had evidently drained both of them. Gu Qingchang sat in the corner, hugging her knees, lost in thought. As for Shun Yuehua, upon seeing Lu Fan, she resembled a startled deer, her body trembling involuntarily. But the next moment, she seemed to find her anchor, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Fan, filled with a mix of fear, dependence, and a hint of an unrecognizable fervor. TSK. Could it be that this woman is mesmerized by my handsome visage? Her eyes appeared dazed. Lu Fan paid her no mind. He approached the passenger seat. Song Yu still lay there quietly. Her silver hair fanned out like flowing moonlight. Although the palace attire bore some wrinkles, it remained exquisite. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes unmoving. She resembled a masterpiece sculpted from the most flawless ice crystal, divine, pure, yet emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Lu Fan reached out, tentatively brushing his fingers against her cheek. The touch was chilling to the bone. Something was amiss. A terrifying coldness that could freeze one's very soul surged through his fingertips. Crack! A layer of eerie white frost instantly crawled from his fingertips to his wrist. Hiss! Lu Fan let out a muffled groan. Lu Fan! Suya and Lin Ruoshi exclaimed simultaneously, instinctively rising to their feet. Damn! Lu Fan's arm muscles bulged instantly. The terrifying power of LV-5 erupted within him like a volcano. Forcefully pushing the coldness back, he yanked his hand away. The thin layer of ice shattered with a snap. His entire arm felt numb and painful, nearly losing all sensation. Just a mere touch, and it nearly rendered him incapacitated. This was a living nuclear bomb, a breathtaking beauty with a full map taunt. Lu Fan shook his tingling, painful hand. Looking at the system panel, he muttered, Illustration activation progress. The progress bar barely budged. What a scam. No benefits, only risks. This deal seemed rather unprofitable. He pinched the bridge of his nose, deciding to refrain from engaging with this pressure cooker for the time being. Night deepened. On the second floor of the villa, in the master bedroom, Lu Fan emerged from the shower, clad only in a towel around his waist. Water droplets clung to his bronze skin. His muscle definition was smooth and explosive. Shun Yuehua stood anxiously by the window. She had already freshened up, donning a large white shirt that Lu Fan had found for her. The hem of the shirt barely concealed her thighs, revealing two straight, slender, and strikingly white legs. Hearing the footsteps, she stiffened, slowly turning around. Under the light, her cheeks glowed with an unusual flush. Her gaze flickered, unable to meet Lu Fan's eyes. Mr. Lu Fan. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Lu Fan, drying his hair, approached her. Looking down at her from a lofty height, he asked, Have you made up your mind? Shun Yuehua's body trembled violently. The scenes from the day replayed in her mind like a cacophony of explosions. Gao Xiang's monstrous visage, Lu Fan's domineering silhouette as he kicked the creature away, stepping into the smoke and effortlessly obliterating all her nightmares as if crushing a walnut. That sheer, unassailable power, the sensation of absolute control that could crush everything, filled her with both terror and an irrevocable addiction. Gao Xiang was dead. The man she once loved, who spoke of art with such fervor, had long since perished. The one who remained was merely a madman consumed by power. And the man before her now was a brigand, a rogue, a devil. Yet, he was also a deity, the only source of security in this hellish realm, deserving of her veneration. Shun Yuehua slowly raised her head, her eyes shedding the last vestiges of timidity and struggle, transforming into a resolute, almost reverent determination. She extended her trembling, artist's hands, not to grasp Lu Fan's arm, but to encircle his sturdy waist, directly unfastening the lone towel that clung to his form. I have made up my mind, she declared softly, yet with unwavering conviction, her voice tinged with a desperate tremor. From this day forth, everything I possess, my art, my body. She paused, meeting Lu Fan's gaze and my soul. Lu Fan chuckled, as expected of an artist. This realization is truly remarkable. He discarded the towel and effortlessly lifted her, striding toward the plush bed that could comfortably accommodate 4 or 5 people. You're an art teacher. Tonight, let us have a private lesson. Shen Yuehua gasped, her hands clinging tightly to Lu Fan's neck, her face shamefully buried in his scorching chest. He leaned closer, speaking in a voice only audible to the two of them, laced with a hint of mischief. Teach me what true human body art is. The next morning, Lu Fan awoke feeling utterly refreshed. The artist's physique was indeed extraordinary, a perfect harmony of compatibility. He glanced sideways at Shanya, who was blissfully asleep, her alabaster legs draped over him, a faint blush of satisfaction adorning her face. Just as he rose from the bed, the system interface sprang to life. Ding! Target character Shen Yuehua's profile, binding complete. Affection level 100, absolute submission. Congratulations! Fortress Titan has unlocked LV6 upgrade permissions. Special module, Eco Park activated. Excitement surged within Lu Fan. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. If the LV5 Titan was already formidable, what might LV6 entail? Without hesitation, he navigated to the Fortress upgrade interface. Titan, level, LV5, upgrade requirements. Steel 3, 028, 320 tons. Special biological core, 45, core fragment 01. Insufficient conditions. Cursing under his breath, Lu Fan's smile faltered. He had enough steel and was only one core short. But what on earth was a core fragment? His mind raced. Fragment. A memory surged forth, exploding in his consciousness. The underground relic from his past life that had granted him rebirth. That mysterious metallic shard. Damn it. So upgrading would require that item? In a world so vast. Where could he possibly find another? Lu Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed that the LV6 upgrade was temporarily stalled. He sighed and redirected his focus to the newly activated module. Special module, Eco Park, level, LV1 function, create an independent ecological space within the fortress for cultivating special crops. Note, special crops contain trace amounts of energy, which can enhance the consumer's physique. Current cultivable area, 100 square meters. Enhancing physique, what a boon. Soon, my women will be able to keep up, unlocking more positions in no time. Lu Fan grinned widely. He rummaged through the system's warehouse and retrieved a sweet potato seed he had collected earlier, casually tossing it into the rich soil. With a mere thought, he activated the growth process. Consume 10 biological energy points to accelerate growth. In an instant, the seed sprouted, broke through the surface, bloomed, and bore fruit, an entire cycle completed in under 3 seconds. A 1-meter-long sweet potato vine emerged, yielding 3 potatoes the size of fists. He plucked one, exited the eco park, and returned to the bedroom. Shen Yuehua, awakened, rubbed her eyes, and sat up, her oversized shirt slipping to reveal an expanse of skin. Mr. Lu Fan, she began. He offered her the peeled sweet potato. Shen Yuehua hesitated for a moment, but obediently opened her mouth to take a bite. The sweet, crisp flavor flooded her senses. A warm current spreading throughout her body, washing away the soreness and fatigue from the previous night. She even felt her skin becoming more refined. This, Shen Yuehua gazed in astonishment at the sweet potato in her hand, then looked back at Lu Fan. How many secrets does this man possess? Without offering an explanation, Lu Fan turned and walked toward the door. Today it was time to work. For the next 3 days, Lu Fan led a simple yet luxurious life befitting a king in a post-apocalyptic world. By day, he operated as an arms dealer at the steel factory, extorting supplies from Xiaozhan. By night, he returned to the villa to study human body art and feed energy potatoes to several women. Life was undeniably pleasant. One day, at the steel factory, Chun Gang shouted hoarsely, commanding soldiers to unload dozens of large crates. His gaze toward Lu Fan mirrored that of a devoted son. 3095 type rifles, 3 heavy machine guns, 5 rocket launchers, and over 300 crystal cores. Lu Fan nodded, casually picking up a rifle. Enhancement to LV3 requires steel 0, 5 tons, biological core X3. Enhancement. There were no flashy effects. The rifle in his hands shimmered briefly, and when he looked again, it had transformed into a deep metallic gray, adorned with strange dark golden patterns. He tossed the rifle to Chun Gang. Give it a try. Chun Gang sprinted 100 meters away, aiming at a discarded tank armor plate. He lifted the rifle, sensing something was amiss. What the hell, this gun feels alive. Suppressing his unease, he squeezed the trigger. Boom! A Husunding explosion échoué. The tremendous recoil slammed into him like a prehistoric beast, causing Chun Gang to stumble back 2 steps in shock. He stared wide-eyed at the distance, where a gaping hole the size of a basin had been blasted into the tank's armor, which was a staggering 100 millimeters thick. At the edge of the pit, molten steel flowed like liquid, glowing a fiery red. Clang! Chun Gang's grip slackened, and the gun fell to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The jaws of all soldiers dropped, their eyes wide with disbelief. One soldier stammered, pointing at the armor plate. "Is this a rifle? Did they stuff Li Yunlong's Italian cannon in there?" Chun Gang trembled with excitement, rushing to embrace Lu Fan's thigh. "Brother Lu, Immortal Lu, take me as your disciple." Just as Lu Fan was about to kick him away, a piercing, shrill alarm tore through the base once more. Chun Gang's walkie-talkie crackled with the terrified screams of the communications soldier. "West Wall, a large number of ice demons are attacking the defense line." Chun Gang's face paled. Here it comes again. This harassment had been relentless for days. Lu Fan furrowed his brows. Damn, it never ends. That ice girl in a vehicle is nothing but a moving magnet for trouble. If I stay here any longer, accompanying these rookies in monster fights, how will I ever find treasures or unlock new illustrations? He knew it was time to pull up his trousers and leave. He would inform Xiao Zhan that the transaction was over. With that, he ignored the bewildered Chun Gang and strode towards the 100-ton king. Whoosh! The car door slid open. A gust of chilling air hit him, causing him to momentarily pause. "Brother Lu, you finally returned." Gu Qingqing's voice trembled. Wrapped in 2 layers of blankets, still shivering. "If you don't come back soon, we'll all freeze into popsicles." As Lu Fan stepped into the vehicle, the sight within made his pupils constrict. Suya, Lin Ruoxi, Gu Qingqing, and Shen Yuehua were all huddled together. Each of them had frost clinging to their brows, their lips turning purple from the cold. The moment Shen Yuehua saw him, she immediately struggled to come closer, only to find her hands and feet frozen stiff. The air conditioning was cranked to the max inside the vehicle, yet a bone-chilling cold permeated the atmosphere. The walls of the cabin were coated with thick layers of ice, sticky to the touch. "My fire abilities can't even produce a flicker here." Lin Ruoxi's voice was frail. Her powers were completely suppressed. Lu Fan frowned and approached the passenger seat. There lay the source of the chill. Song Yu remained quietly reclined. But compared to a few days ago, the cold emanating from her was at least tenfold stronger. A thick layer of white frost covered everything within a meter of her. The dashboard, the seats. Even the B-grade bulletproof glass was adorned with a web-like pattern of ice flowers. Invisible ice needles seemed to dart through the air. Just getting closer made Lu Fan's LV5 physique feel as though his skin was being pierced. He cast a grim look at the dangerously beautiful woman. A single thought consumed him. Damn it, this icebox is going to explode. Chapter 132, Extreme Transformation. The veteran driver is ready to roll. This was no longer just an energy imbalance. It was a transformation into an ice demon. Lu Fan's expression darkened, a storm brewing within. He forcefully pushed the shivering Lin Ruoxi towards the rear of the cabin. Everyone moved to the back. "Suya, take them to the living area and lock the door." Suya's lips moved, worry etched across her face. Lu Fan shouted, "Hurry! Don't stay here and hold me back." Those words were more effective than any command. The women dared not hesitate any longer. Suya supported the nearly unsteady Lin Ruoxi, while Shen Yuehua dragged the stunned Gu Qingqing. The group hurriedly scrambled towards the alloy door of the living area. Bang! The heavy alloy door slammed shut behind them. In the driver's cabin, only Lu Fan remained, along with the living nuclear bomb. Warning: target Song Yu's energy dissipation is intensifying. Status: dormant, unstable. Dissipation rate: 17 in 30 minutes. The dissipation rate will reach a critical value, triggering energy fusion. Consequences: unknown. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. Lu Fan could vividly envision the 100-ton king exploding into a firework display. He approached the passenger seat. The cold was bone-chilling, even with an LV5 physique. His skin felt like it was being torn apart. His muscles twitched uncontrollably. He extended his arm, veins bulging. Channeling all his strength, he pressed firmly against Song Yu's forehead. Hold it back. However, the moment his palm made contact with her skin, Lu Fan felt as though he was not pressing against a person, but plunging his hand into an all-consuming black hole. The energy within him, like a dam bursting, was instantly drained. Crack! A surge of cold, 10 times more terrifying than before, mixed with pure source energy, violently surged back. His entire right arm, along with half his body, was instantly encased in a thick layer of ghostly blue ice. Damn! Lu Fan grunted, his left leg pushing hard against the ground. His body slammed against the cabin wall with a resounding thud. Clenching his left fist, he hammered against the icy encasement on his right arm, blow after blow. Bang! 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 After striking 7 or 8 times with his alloy-strengthened fists, he finally cracked the ice, creating a spiderweb of fractures. His right arm had gone completely numb, feeling like a piece of frozen meat that no longer belonged to him. Leaning against the wall, Lu Fan gasped for breath, his complexion grim. Going head-to-head was tantamount to courting death. The energy within this woman was terrifyingly pure and vast. Comparing their energies was akin to pitting a lighter against the sun to see which was brighter. Rather than forcing it, perhaps a diversion would be wiser. Where to divert it? Lu Fan's gaze swept across the icebound cabin, his mind racing. The energy was dissipating chaotically. Wait a moment. His eyes locked onto the energy display on the dashboard, nearly obscured by frost. The 100-ton king itself was a massive, energy-consuming entity. The Hellfire Gatling, B-grade armor, gravity engine. Were any of them not colossal beasts that devoured resources? A wildly audacious thought exploded in his mind. Connect this living nuclear bomb directly to the 100-ton king's power core. Use the entire fortress as her overflow basin. Lu Fan's gaze darted between the frozen central console and Sangyu. He was going all in. Damn it. If it goes wrong, we all ascend together. With a thought. Click. A metal interface, covered in intricate circuitry, sprang forth from the side of the central console. It was the 100-ton king's backup energy interface. Lu Fan reached out with his left hand, gripping the cold metal interface tightly. Then, he took a deep breath, and his right hand slowly extended toward the source of the terrifying cold. He reached for Songyu's colorless, jade-like hand. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, an icy chill capable of freezing one's very soul sent every hair on his body standing on end. Gritting his teeth, he grasped it tightly. Success. The left hand was the fortress. The right hand was the nuclear bomb. Buzz. In an instant, a tempest of unfathomable energy, pure to the utmost degree, erupted dramatically around him. The massive vehicle emitted a piercing metallic wail, as though it were on the brink of being torn to shreds by this terrifying force. All the lights within the car shattered in a cacophony, plunging the world into an abyss of silence and darkness. Subsequently, the vehicle was violently shaken, reminiscent of a magnitude 10 earthquake. From the rear of the cabin, the anguished screams of women, laced with fear and despair, echoed throughout. Lu Fan clutched the seat beside him with a vice-like grip, feeling as though he were but a fragile leaf adrift in a storm, poised to be torn apart at any moment. The system panel before him had descended into chaos. Warning, warning, detecting an influx of super-specified energy. Power core overload. 150200350. Warning, core temperature exceeds critical threshold. Imminent meltdown. Imminent meltdown. 1098. Was this the end? Lu Fan's heart sank to the depths of despair. Just as the countdown approached its conclusion, a melodious system notification chimed in his mind, akin to a celestial melody. Detecting temporary resonance between an unknown source and the fortress core. Energy is being converted and absorbed. Ding. System adaptive upgrade complete. Source energy amplification effect acquired. The violent shaking ceased abruptly. With a pop, the emergency lights within the vehicle flickered back to life, illuminating the interior with several times the brightness of before. A powerful and steady engine roar resonated from beneath, imbued with an overwhelming sense of strength. The thick layers of ice on the cabin walls began to melt at a visible pace, dissipating before his eyes. The chilling coldness vanished, and the temperature swiftly rose to a comfortable level. Lu Fan exhaled in relief, his body feeling utterly drained as he collapsed onto the floor. His entire combat suit was drenched in cold sweat. That was a close call. He glanced up at Sangyu, who lay there serenely, as if nothing had transpired. The menacing aura that had surrounded her had dissipated. Now, she resembled an ordinary sleeping beauty, albeit one with a temperature several dozen degrees below zero. Character, Sangyu. Status, dormant, stable. Success. Lu Fan steadied his mind to examine the special effect he had just acquired. Source energy amplification. All activated modules will consume 50 less biological source energy while absorbing energy from the unknown source. A 50% reduction in consumption. Goodness. Lu Fan's mind buzzed as realization dawned upon him. What did this mean? It meant that the two golden spitting beasts of the Hellfire Gatling could now be wielded as an infinite source of firepower. It indicated that the cost of enhancing his weaponry was effectively halved. The equipment for Xiao Zhan would be trivial in comparison. A grin spread across Lu Fan's face as he rose from the ground and approached the rear of the cabin. Several women huddled together, trembling and pale. Upon seeing him, their eyes were filled with the terror of having survived a catastrophe, coupled with a reverence akin to witnessing a deity. Just as Lu Fan was about to savor the tranquility of survival and indulge in a bit of bravado, an explosive barrage erupted outside, more intense than any prior sounds. his brow furrowed as he strode purposefully to the control panel. On the screen, the western wall of the Tianhu base had become a sea of flames. Lu Fan's gaze quickly honed in on the forefront of the monstrous tide. There stood a creature unlike any he had encountered before, towering over 8 meters. Its form resembled a small mountain. Its body was not a mere icy blue, but rather a bizarre dark violet, adorned with a thick layer of crystalline ice armor. Its arms wielded grotesquely long ice blades spanning several meters. Most crucially, it was casting a spell. It raised its arms high, summoning a massive, glimmering ice wall that erupted from the ground, effectively blocking the soldier's barrage. Bullets struck the wall, merely creating ripples without leaving a mark. Goodness, is it a violet-skinned garlic? It can summon shields too? Lu Fan cursed inwardly. This creature was on an entirely different level than the previous rabble. The pure, cold energy it emanated was unmistakable. It was the very power that had emanated from Tsang Yu moments ago. This giant was undoubtedly targeting the icy figure within the vehicle. However, Lu Fan glanced at the newly acquired source energy amplification on his system panel, and then at the 2 menacing Hellfire Gatlings atop the vehicle, their dark barrels exuding a dangerous aura. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. Since it seemed so eager for its demise, how could he deny it? He turned around and snapped his fingers at the trembling women. Brace yourselves. The seasoned driver is about to hit the gas. Chapter 133, Boss Refresh Extravaganza. As the words left his lips, Lu Fan slammed down the accelerator. The engine of the massive vehicle, resonating with the power of its temporary resonance, emitted a deep, beast-like roar that belied its size. The 4 gigantic tires spun furiously, carving deep ruts into the icy ground. The women in the rear of the cabin felt an overwhelming force push against them, pinning them firmly in their seats. Gu Qingsheng let out a shriek, nearly spewing the hot water she had just consumed. The black steel beast transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging violently toward the towering violet giant at the forefront of the monstrous tide. On the city wall, Xiaozhan, Chun Gang, and all the surviving soldiers stood in stunned disbelief. What on earth was he doing? Chun Gang's voice trembled with fear. Has he lost his mind? Is he challenging it to a duel? That was a creature impervious even to heavy artillery. The violet, commanding ice demon had evidently taken note of the approaching small figure. A flicker of disdain crossed its crimson eyes. It slowly raised its intact arm. The earth trembled violently. Along the path of the charging vehicle, thick, menacing ice walls erupted from the ground. No, those weren't mere ice walls. They were a forest of ice spikes. Countless razor-sharp, massive ice spikes intertwined and grew, forming an insurmountable barrier of death. Each spike shimmered ominously with a ghastly purple hue. It was over. On the city wall, a young soldier closed his eyes in despair. Yet, as Lu Fan beheld the rapidly forming forest of ice spikes before him, a wider grin spread across his face. This was perfect. Just the opportunity to test out my new version of the water gun. He didn't even reduce his speed. Instead, he merely extended his finger and gently pressed a crimson button on the control panel. With a hum, the 2 menacing Hellfire Gatlings atop the vehicle began to rotate their 6 barrels slowly. A torrent of icy blue energy surged from within the vehicle, racing along the circuitry and flooding into the barrels. The next moment, a deafening barrage erupted. It was no longer the sound of gunfire. It was the roaring howl of the Grim Reaper, tearing through the air. 2 formidable torrents of metal, more than double their previous girth, erupted forth with devastating force. The warheads were no longer merely a shade of crimson. They now emanated an eerie hue, a blend of ice and fire. The icy blue energy enveloped the searing cores, tracing 2 resplendent yet lethal trajectories through the air. Boom, 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 boom. In the instant the barrage collided with the forest of ice spikes. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the jarring sound of ice fracturing. Those formidable spikes, capable of withstanding rocket bombardments, crumbled before the icy flame barrage as if they were mere parchment. Upon contact, they were first frozen by the extreme cold, then detonated by the explosive cores within. Swathes of ice spikes were instantaneously disintegrated, transforming into a flurry of ice shards and steam. A straight pathway leading to the violet giant was brutally cleared. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. On the city walls, a deathly silence prevailed. Every onlooker gaped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The telescope in Chun Gang's hands clattered to the ground. What had he witnessed? Those ice walls that had instilled despair in his heavy artillery unit had simply vanished? Melted away by a truck? Holy hell! Chun-Gang's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist. Was this a Gundam? In the heart of the battlefield. The violet giant was equally stunned. It lowered its gaze to the emptiness before it, then to the unstoppable black truck charging forth. For the first time, its crimson compound eyes revealed an emotion known as anger. Roar! It unleashed a thunderous bellow, abandoning all defenses. Its massive form lunged forward, striding through the relentless hail of deathly projectiles, initiating a charge. Countless ice-fire warheads struck its heavy crystalline armor, bursting into vibrant sparks. Large segments of ice armor were shattered and shed. Yet it pressed on, allowing the barrage to carve countless wounds into its body. It had but one objective: to rend this bothersome metal canister before it into shreds. Closer and closer. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. A glint of madness flickered across Lu Fan's face. Come on, let us see who's tougher. Instead of retreating, he pressed the accelerator even harder. Boom! A terrifying roar, sufficient to shatter eardrums. The 100-ton king, this black steel behemoth, collided solidly with a violet frost giant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the next instant, a visible circular shockwave surged outward. The violet giant's mountainous form was forcefully lifted off the ground by an irresistible and terrifying might. Its crystalline armor, like glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks before shattering explosively. Its fierce ice-blade arm, meant for defense, emitted a crisp crack as it twisted at an unnatural angle and broke. The colossal body was sent flying like a cannonball, carving a deep trench over 100 meters long into the ice before finally coming to rest. Meanwhile, the front of the 100-ton king had caved in completely, contorting into a new shape. The B-grade armored plates emitted pain groans. However, before the gasps of astonishment could erupt from the city walls, a series of creaking metallic sounds resonated. Under the horrified gaze of all, the dented front of the vehicle began to repair itself as if it possessed life, swiftly restoring its original sleek and aggressive contours. Not a scratch. Lu Fan pushed open the car door and leaped onto the roof. He gazed at the struggling violet giant attempting to rise, his expression unperturbed. Still tough, he thought. Slowly, he raised the black recurved bow in his hand. This time, he did not employ the system's energy arrows. Instead, he summoned the pure source energy belonging to Tsanyue, which he had just absorbed but not yet digested. A surge of icy blue energy coursed through his arm, flooding the recurved bow. Crack, crack, crack. The LV-4 recurved bow emitted a mournful cry under the immense strain. Tiny fissures appeared on its limbs. Damn, that was almost a disaster. This thing had too much power. Lu Fan dared not infuse more energy. Drawing the bow, he aimed. An arrow, entirely composed of icy blue energy and radiating an extreme chill, coalesced on the bowstring. Releasing his grip, whoosh, there was no sound of breaking air. The icy blue arrow seemed to disregard the distance of space, appearing instantaneously before the violet giant's brow from 100 meters away. Then it struck true. Time once more stood still. The violet giant's struggling motions abruptly froze. It slowly lowered its head to gaze at its chest. A layer of ghostly blue ice was rapidly spreading from the arrow embedded in its forehead. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! The 8-meter-tall giant erupted from within without warning. It transformed into a swirling cloud of the purest crystalline powder, glistening under the morning sun in a dazzling yet lethal display. On the battlefield, every surviving ice demon halted its movements. They stared blankly at the spot where their king had vanished, their bodies beginning to tremble uncontrollably. In the next moment, all the ice demons screamed in terror, turning to flee, instantly disbanding in chaos. A notification chime sounded in Lu Fan's mind. Ding! Successfully killed the leader-level ice demon, Frost Wraith Commander. Congratulations, host. Acquired leader-level biological core X1. Lu Fan's breath caught in his throat. Chapter 134. Is this ginseng? Is this a life? A leader-level core. This is a core material for crafting evolutionary serums. Furthermore, this will undoubtedly be needed for upgrading the fortress in the future. Lu Fan stifled his overwhelming joy and slowly turned to look inside the vehicle. His gaze passed through the driver's cabin and landed on the breathtaking figure still quietly resting in the passenger seat. A greedy, frenzied smile slowly spread across his face. So this is the proper usage of this mobile nuclear bomb, treating her as an infinite firepower superpower bank. Also a ruthless boss respawn machine. This deal is immensely profitable. But soon, Lu Fan's smile faltered. A more pressing concern struck him. This time, it was a leader-level entity. What about next time? In his memories from his past life, ice demons had even higher tiers, such as monarch level and even the legendary emperor level, with her ability to draw aggro. Staying in his truck made her a mobile super boss summoner, didn't it? With his current strength, encountering a monarch level would likely just be a futile effort. No, he couldn't let her continue sleeping like this. Lu Fan gazed at Sinua's flawless sleeping face, his brow furrowing tightly. He had to find a way to wake her up, or at the very least, ascertain what she truly is. But how does one rouse her? Surely, one cannot resort to a fairy tale kiss. A figure flashed through Lu Fan's mind, Xiao Zhan. The military had discovered that underground relic. After such extensive research, it was implausible that they had no clues whatsoever. Perhaps they possessed a method to awaken Sangyu, or even control her. Lu Fan leapt down from the car's roof. Right, that fellow seems to be on the brink of death. He must not perish. If he does, from whence shall I acquire intelligence? With a flicker of thought, Lu Fan entered the fortress, making his way directly to the ecological garden. In the rich black soil, a once-stimulated sweet potato vine thrived exuberantly. He rummaged through the system's repository and unearthed several seeds, ginseng seeds. Yes, this will suffice. He casually buried the seeds into the earth, consuming 50 points of biological energy to initiate a maturation enhancement. Lu Fan gazed at the ginseng seeds in his hand as the system panel materialized before him. Can mature ordinary ginseng, contains trace amounts of life energy, has restorative effects. Lu Fan grimaced. Restorative? With Xiao Zhan in such a dire state, teetering on the edge of the grave, offering him this would be akin to burning paper offerings for the deceased. It lacked potency, utterly insufficient. He focused his thoughts and scoured the system once more. Soon enough, a new option appeared. Would you like to initiate mutation catalysis? Lu Fan's eyes brightened. This is it. Yet, the subsequent line of text made his features twitch. Consumption. Mutation biological core X1. Damn it. Lu Fan's heart ached. This was a mutation biological core, a valuable commodity for enhancing LV-4 weapons, all for the sake of saving a dying old man. This is a loss. But upon reflection, if Xiao Zhan were to die, all clues regarding that underground relic would vanish. And where would he unearth the secrets of that ice-cold girl in the car? One must risk to reap rewards. Cursing under his breath, Lu Fan bit the bullet and made the decision. Catalyze. Thick, robust roots erupted from the ground like writhing tentacles, frantically surfacing. In less than 10 seconds, a ginseng, resembling a plump, white infant, stood before him. It was as thick as an adult's forearm, each root distinctly visible, even twitching slightly. An alluring fragrance wafted from it. Lu Fan plucked one and weighed it in his hand. This should surely be sufficient to pull Xiao Zhan back from the brink of death. Inside the makeshift hospital, the atmosphere remained hellish. Upon entering, Lu Fan was immediately assaulted by the overwhelming stench of blood and antiseptic, causing him to furrow his brow. His gaze quickly fell upon Xiao Zhan. Lying in the innermost corner, resembling a mummy, his entire body wrapped in bandages, which were now seeping fresh blood. A bespectacled, seemingly mild-mannered military doctor was diligently changing his dressings. Beside him, Chun Gang stood like a sentinel, his eyes bloodshot. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Chun Gang's eyes instantly lit up. Lu Fan, my brother. He hurriedly approached, his voice hushed yet brimming with excitement. Lu Fan paid him no heed, striding directly to the bedside. Not dead yet. He scrutinized the man on the bed, whose complexion was as pale as parchment. Xiao Zhan struggled to open his eyes, and upon recognizing Lu Fan, a flicker of light ignited in his dim gaze. He endeavored to sit up. Don't move. Do you wish to report early? Lu Fan pulled up a chair and sat down. Lu, my brother, Xiao Zhan gasped, his voice hoarse. I thought what? That you would never see me again? Lu Fan retorted, retrieving the still-twitching, mutated ginseng from his bosom. With a decisive motion, he tossed it onto the bedside table. This will bolster you. Instantly, all eyes in the ward were drawn to the ginseng. Its plump, humanoid shape exuded an indescribable aroma that invigorated the senses. Is this ginseng? Chun Gang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. In all my days, I've never encountered such a plump, even animated, ginseng. The bespectacled military doctor adjusted his glasses and hurried over, taking one in hand to sniff, scrutinizing it meticulously. His expression turned grave. Mr. Lu. He fixed his gaze on Lu Fan, his tone brusque. Please remove this unverified substance. General Xiao's internal organs are severely ruptured. He is experiencing critical blood loss, and his bodily functions are on the verge of collapse. This item's composition is unknown. Its reckless use will only hasten his demise. The doctor spoke with resolute finality, wearing an expression of concern that suggested he was acting in Lu Fan's best interest. Lu Fan barely lifted an eyelid. If he consumes it, he will live. You. The doctor's face flushed with indignation at Lu Fan's demeanor. This is sheer madness. You are committing murder. I am in charge here, and I will not allow you to. Before he could finish, a bandaged hand shot out like lightning, seizing the ginseng from the bedside table. It was Xiao Zhan. Somehow mustering the strength, he propped himself up. In the astonished gaze of all present, he opened his mouth and voraciously bit into the plump ginseng. Crunch. The sound was crisp, akin to biting into a carrot. General. The military doctor cried out in alarm, reaching out to intervene, but it was too late. Chen Gang stood nearby, motionless, his gaze fixed on Xiao Zhan, a mixture of tension, anticipation, and fervor gleaming in his eyes. Lu Ji's offering is undoubtedly a divine treasure. Don't eat it, General. The doctor was now in a cold sweat, yet he dared not act forcefully, merely pacing anxiously. Ginseng should be sliced, simmered gently to extract its medicinal properties. Consuming it whole will render it too potent. He cannot withstand such a surplus. Alas, the doctor lamented, already contemplating how to draft a death report. However, as Xiao Zhan chewed vigorously, his movements suddenly halted. His face turned a deep shade of purple, a strange gurgling sound emanating from his throat. Puff! In the next instant, he bent forward, expelling a torrent of dark blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He then collapsed back onto the bed, leaving the ward in utter silence. The doctor's mouth formed an O shape, his complexion drained of color. What did I tell you?